The young man was completely dumbfounded to find himself waking up in an incredibly strange place. Minato had no clue what the hell was going on around him, and seeing a stranger with black hair in the mirror, he wondered where his signature silver hair had gone. Before Minato could even process his confusion, a doctor and a nurse walked into the hospital room. After an examination, the doctor was shocked to discover that the injuries from the car accident he had just been in had fully healed, as if he had been cured by holy magic. It really was healed by holy magic. But what the hell was this about a car accident? Minato blankly asked the doctor if his magic reserves were drained, but the man had absolutely no idea what his patient was talking about. When he claimed he had been fighting monsters during that natural disaster, both the doctor and nurse were even more bewildered. Had this kid been in the hospital so long he'd lost his marbles? Could you tell me your name and what year it is? I'm Kusanagi Minato, and it's probably around 1970, right? The doctor felt a headache coming on. This kid had some serious trauma. Your name is Kusanagi Minato, and it's the year 2022. This time, it was Minato's turn to panic. I am Kusanagi Minato. This is 2022, and these two don't look like they're lying. That TV was paper thin and crystal clear. The calendar on the desk also read 2022, and that small device the nurse was swiping on was something he'd never seen before. This really was the future. Well, this is a fine mess. A man from the past in a new era. What was he supposed to do when he didn't know a damn thing? The doctor explained that the disaster he mentioned happened 50 years ago and was a thing of the past. Monsters were rare now. The world had returned to peace. If that was the truth, no matter how hard it was to accept, he had to thank the heavens first. And now he had to accept that the Kusanagi Minato of 1970 had sacrificed himself to save the world, after which he had reincarnated into the body of this Kusanagi Minato. Even if no one knew how such a difficult thing had been done, a few weeks later, Minato was discharged. He followed the original owner's memories back to his own apartment. Kusanagi Minato's parents had passed away when he was young, and he had been living off the money they left behind. Minato lay on the bed, deep in thought. He didn't believe in reincarnation. His spectacular revival must have been the work of the gods. Minato read Kusanagi's paperwork and learned he was attending Camui Magic Academy. In Minato's time, there was no such thing. It was actually quite interesting. Suddenly, there was a sound in his bag. He picked up the phone, and Tadano's name was on the screen. Minato had no idea what to do with it, so he tossed it aside, not caring at all. The phone was flooded with spam messages from Tadano. Heard you're out of the hospital? Get to school. I'm broke. The next morning, Minato somehow showed up at school. Being his age and still having to attend school with kids made him a bit nervous. It sounded great, but Minato immediately began judging the place. A young guy shouted loudly and flicked a pathetic fireball at a wooden dummy in front of Minato. Using his keen eyes, Minato scanned his surroundings. Everyone had such weak magic power. He held his head in disappointment. He couldn't believe his magic descendant lineage had become so pathetic. Compared to when Minato first started, these kids weren't even 1/10 as good. Minato walked in with a sullen face, not noticing the eyes following him. Entering the classroom, Minato's mood improved. Sitting at his desk, he felt like he was back in the old days. It was exciting. Minato didn't know if the original owner had any friends, but a group soon approached. A heavy thud of footsteps and a loud voice rang out behind him. Hey, you jerk, ignoring my texts? You're just some guy from the Kusanagi family. How dare you pull that on me? Minato replied calmly. Who are you people? The red-haired guy glared and kicked at Minato, shouting as he did. You how dare you not remember the legendary Tadano Jun, you useless piece of trash. Minato remembered the name Tadano on his phone. Oh, I remember now. You're my friend, right? Jun smirked and reached out. Remember now, you moron? Do you even know what a friend is? Minato immediately grabbed Jun's hand tightly. Friends are obviously supposed to help each other out. Jun jerked his hand away and grabbed Minato by the collar, looking like he wanted to devour him. Where's your money? Cough it up. Your parents' inheritance is still pretty big, isn't it? Minato sighed. Finally realizing that Kusanagi Minato didn't have friends, he was being bullied. Tadano Jun was like a pufferfish. Every word from Minato just made him angrier and desperate to punch him. Just then, the door opened, and a clear, sweet voice rang out. Good morning. A girl with blue hair seemed to radiate charm, with a bright, glowing face, an elegant figure, and beautiful legs. That alone was enough to make Jun stare in a daze, drool almost landing on Minato's face. In front of his goddess, he didn't dare do anything, just threw a few threats at Minato and stormed off. Today's lesson happened to be history. The professor was talking about how the SUPREME Mage Kusanagi Minato had sacrificed himself to end the horrific event. In class, everyone was nodding off while learning history, combined with the professor's droning, hypnotic voice. When monsters swarmed the world, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction, the leader of the magical foundation at the time, also known as the Supreme Mage Kusanagi Minato, didn't think so and went on about a series of events everyone already knew. The professor asked the class if anyone knew exactly who Kusanagi Minato was. The blue-haired girl, Mizuha, stood up and answered. He was the only survivor of the first natural disaster, the first mage, and also the reason for founding Camui Magic Academy. As she spoke, Mizuha's eyes sparkled, showing her deep admiration for her idol, Minato. The professor confirmed that Mizuha's answer was perfectly correct. Minato was the first human to use magic. This magic academy was founded with the purpose of training many more mages like Kusanagi Minato back then. Minato was the greatest mage in human history. The professor even emphasized that this would be on the exam. Meanwhile, Minato kept his head down, wishing the professor would stop because every cell in his body was screaming from embarrassment. Minato's unusual state confused his classmates, but he was currently regretting coming here just to hear others praise him for the whole class. However, because the world was at peace, it seemed that later generations of mages had become weak. Minato gazed out the window, lost in thought, looking at the clear blue sky. How long had it been since he felt this peace? Who knows how much time had passed? But the professor ended the class, and they were warned that tomorrow would be the general magic assessment. June seized the chance to go over and pick a fight with Minato. Did you hear that? The general magic assessment, huh? It'll be hilarious to watch you act like a clown out there tomorrow. Minato gave him a bored look. Is this lunatic sprouting hair in his mouth or something? Why is he yapping so much? He didn't want to be there anymore. Seeing Minato stand up to leave, Tadano Jun started mocking his parents again. Your old folks don't even have any power, do they? Oh, so you're just a pathetic orphan, is that it? I almost forgot. Ha ha ha. The whole group burst into laughter, pushing Minato past his breaking point even though those parents belonged to Kusanagi Minato. Not him, but it was a matter of a man's pride. Do your old folks know you turned out this uneducated? Minato calmly replied. That simple remark made the blowfish Tadano Jun puff up with rage. What did you say, you piece of trash? Don't you dare put yourself on my level. Jun immediately summoned a magic circle. The sheer power of it turned the entire room a fiery red. The other students looked at each other, worried. Is he actually going to use magic inside the classroom? Jun launched a fireball at Minato, intending to kill him on the spot. Minato stood there, calm as ever, while the other students panicked and ran. It's dangerous, Mizuha cried out, rushing toward Minato. A massive explosion combined with intense heat engulfed the room for a split second. Mizuha couldn't reach him in time, and could only curse Jun for showing off his meager magic. Ignoring the risk of injuring the other students, Tadano Jun got all fired up after being scolded by the goddess. It was that guy who started it, not me. A few seconds later, the flames died down, leaving nothing but thick, gray smoke. As the smoke slowly cleared, a figure was still standing there. Minato stood there, one hand in his pocket, the other holding his bag, completely unscathed and looking nonchalant. He scratched his head, unsure whether to praise or mock Tadano Jun. Not bad, that guy looked like he was about to lose his mind. He didn't even get a scratch after taking my attack head-on? To Minato, if it was only first-tier magic, his magic barrier could easily block it, no need for any other spells. Minato had been holding back because he thought Tadano Jun was just an immature brat, but it seemed he hadn't learned his lesson yet. Seeing the look on Minato's face now, the three punks instinctively huddled together in terror. A powerful blue flame erupted from Minato, and the light quickly swallowed the room. Everyone present was frozen in place. They had no idea what kind of entity they were dealing with. Minato slowly walked toward Tadano Jun, who was shivering like someone standing in the middle of a northern winter. He reached his hand out toward him, his eyes completely devoid of light. Tadano Jun's face contorted, his mouth hanging wide open, unable to let out a scream. What was that noise? Did one of you just use magic? A professor suddenly burst through the door after hearing the explosion Tadano Jun had caused. Minato pulled his hand back. The professor asked what was happening. Minato let out a sigh and then replied with a saintly expression. Nothing happened in here. Someone outside probably misfired a spell, sir. But the professor said, there are no magic clubs active on the field right now. Minato quickly diverted his attention, suggesting that someone must have just been testing their own magic, since mages love to show off their skills. Then where did this smoke come from? The professor smelled the burning scent in the room. Minato claimed it had drifted in from outside. Surprisingly, The professor believed him because he knew Minato wouldn't lie. But before leaving, the professor still warned the students. I'm going to find the culprit eventually. Everyone, go back to your seats. Minato happily waved goodbye to the professor, thinking to himself that he'd have to stage a scene later to cover this up. After the professor left, the room fell into a suffocating silence. Jun turned and ran away, gritting his teeth and cursing Minato in his head. Minato, meanwhile, was lost in his own thoughts. Even if they are just students, how can they fight monsters like this? Even though the major disasters were gone, there were still monsters lurking around. So, Minato decided to scout the area. That night, at the ruins of the old city that hadn't been restored yet, Minato used a magic circle to fly through the sky, stopping on an old building to observe. He accelerated, but he couldn't sense any monsters nearby. Although everything looked dilapidated, it seemed the police had already cleared it out. Suddenly, Minato felt the aura of a monster nearby, and there were even signs of human activity. He immediately shot toward the source. At that moment, a girl was trembling on the ground, and in front of her was a terrifying two-headed beast, its mouth drooling from years of starvation. At the very moment of life and death, Minato appeared just in time. The monster was right there, then suddenly roared in pain. Minato had summoned countless sharp stakes from the ground, piercing the beast's body. With just that, he had obliterated a monster several times his size. Minato turned back to look at the girl on the ground. The badge on her jacket was that of the magic police. Minato didn't want to get involved, so he just told her to be more careful next time. Before the girl could even thank him, Minato flew away as if he'd never been there. Once the policewoman gathered her senses, she had no idea who Minato was. He looked like a supreme mage, but she noticed Minato hadn't cast a single spell. At that moment, Minato was gliding through the air like he was walking on water. Hiding his face had definitely been the right choice. Because he was a soul possessing Kusanagi Minato, he couldn't afford to stand out too much. But today, Minato was disappointed yet again. A magic police officer almost got killed by such a trash-tier monster. The standard of the police had fallen off a cliff. Minato could confirm that humanity now couldn't even take down a pathetic little monster. It wasn't just the students and the police. It seemed that mages in this era were also much weaker than before. But Minato wasn't too sad. On the contrary, he felt happy, because his own power was still useful. Minato would use his magic to clean up the nearby monsters. He couldn't let them hurt innocent people here. The next day, as expected, the students went through their magic power assessment. In front of them sat a massive, bulky machine. It could measure both the quantity and the attribute of one's magic power. These were the two most important indicators for anyone hoping to become a professional mage in the future. Minato was stunned. Why is magic regressing this much? Forget the students, even the teachers, if they can't even sense a student's magic power. That's truly pathetic. Sensing magic is the root of forming spells. Don't they know that? Mizuha suddenly struck up a conversation with Minato. Do you have a moment? Their interaction caused the whole class to whisper and gossip. Mizuha said this was the first time they'd had a proper conversation. She introduced herself again as the second daughter of the noble Mizuha magic family, Mizuha Duika. Minato just rolled his eyes. He had lost count of how many times he'd heard that. Magic aristocrats? What the hell are those? Mizuha was shocked that Minato had no clue. The Mizuha family is one of the 4 great houses that lead the world of mages. Minato didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Back in his day, none of this existed. He hadn't even heard of the Mizuha name. Plus, Mizuha's magic power was honestly not that high. For a family so famous among mages, that amount of magic power was pretty underwhelming. Meanwhile, Mizuha couldn't understand why Minato was acting like that. She had approached him first, and Minato didn't even seem grateful. And that guy Jun was there, grinding his teeth, green with envy that Mizuha had chosen to talk to Minato first. Minato scratched his head and played along. So, what does a member of such a prestigious family want with a guy like me? Mizuha really wanted to punch Minato in the face, but as a noble, she had to keep her composure. Her attitude made Minato lose his patience. Mizuha Duika had come to him because yesterday, Minato had remained unscathed after taking Jun's full attack. There had to be a reason for it. Mizuha had barely gotten 3 words out before the professor announced that it was time for the practical exam. Minato was happy. He finally had an excuse to get away from this drama queen. Mizuha was frustrated, but she wasn't angry. After all, she'd be able to see Minato's true power during the exam anyway. Next up was Jun. He didn't have an ounce of self-doubt and looked incredibly arrogant. He unleashed a blast of magic power that made the machine glow brightly. The number on the screen quickly stopped at 1,000. Jun was screaming like a maniac. I'm amazing. I'm even stronger than before. Minato stood there thinking, if that's only 1,000, The grading standards haven't changed in 50 years. Next was Mizuha Duika, looking just as confident as Jun. The moment she lightly touched the machine, the number jumped to 2,000, with a water affinity. The professor's jaw dropped, and he heaped praise on both of them. Both of your magic levels are at the top of this year's class. You two are destined to become elite mages. The whole class erupted in cheers for the two rising stars. Only Minato couldn't bring himself to smile. Mizuha is in the top tier with only 2,000 magic power? She's barely better than the amateurs. Mizuha glanced at Minato, wondering if he felt embarrassed looking at her results. Minato tried his best to ignore her challenging gaze. This girl was seriously annoying. Then it was Minato's turn. The whole class knew he was a top-tier student, but when it came to magic, he was always at the bottom. Jun still thought Minato was useless, even though he had been scared enough to almost wet his pants yesterday. Mizuha watched Minato's every step, certain that he couldn't possibly be on her level. Minato didn't know what to do. In his past life, he had stood out way too much, and it had left him feeling lonely. Maybe this time he would keep a low profile. But then, thinking about the guy and the girl badmouthing him behind his back, Minato decided he didn't want to be humble anymore. He placed his hand on the machine and poured out his vast magic power, going all out. He just needed the machine to be able to handle all of his power. Minato's magic force actually surged outside the classroom, waking up students in the other buildings. Mizuha's eyes widened, not knowing what was happening. The number on the screen kept climbing, and the stone was overflowing with magic, even releasing a shockwave toward Tadano Jun. A blinding light flared, followed by a massive explosion. Sharp fragments of stone shattered and flew everywhere. They could have killed someone at that speed. Minato used magic to block the debris so no one got hurt. He had only been serious for a few seconds, and this junk machine had already given out. Besides, no one here could even perceive his true level of magic. Are these kids really going to be mages? The professor panicked, checking the area to make sure no one was injured. He even saw Minato standing at the epicenter of the blast without a scratch. It was the first time the teacher had ever seen an evaluation device explode. Was it already broken? The professor wondered. But now we have no way of knowing Kusanagi's magic power and affinity. Minato couldn't help but think, why does that even matter? It turned out the academy was splitting students into groups for practical training, and they didn't know which group to put Minato in. So, the professor just assigned Minato to Jun's group. Jun looked at his two lackeys and flashed a devious smile. Of course, teacher. The professor, conversely, felt completely at ease, leaving Minato in Jun's hands. Jun walked past Minato, trying to put on a nasty villain face to scare him. I'm looking forward to it, teacher. The practice location was the old Sector B. Because monsters still inhabited the ruins there, Sector B had been abandoned. Mages and the police, frequently, patrolled to ensure monsters didn't stray too far. That was why the academy students were required to participate. Over half the monsters had already been cleared out by mages, so they felt safe. Minato hadn't expected a practical class. Whatever, I'll begrudgingly do it. The students can probably take down a few, even in groups. Minato had been there last night, but something felt strange. He was certain he had wiped out all the monsters there, but now, he could still feel a few of them. There were no signs of a disaster around here, so how could they have reappeared? His classmates were even betting on who would take down the most. Minato felt worried for these carefree kids. The professor announced that the practical class had begun. Minato was immediately shoved against a wall by Tadano Jun. With a look of arrogant superiority, Jun sneered, "Hey, stay there and don't get in our way. I'm being nice here, so don't you dare come begging for help. Got it?" Minato brushed the dust off his sleeve. "If you don't like me, you could just ignore me, you know." Seeing Minato talk back so calmly, Tadano Jun snapped like a switch had been flipped. "Don't you dare talk to me like you're my equal, you bottom feeder. Even if you're trash, why would Mizuha be interested in you?" Minato rolled his eyes. Is this lunatic picking a fight with me over a girl? Suddenly, it clicked. Oh, do you like Mizuha or something? Jun's eyes burned with rage. Minato didn't care about him though. He sensed something moving toward them, while Tadano Jun started casting magic again. His two lackeys stepped up to help. Minato told him not to do that, but Jun just thought he was begging. Minato simply gave him a gentle reminder. Look behind you, Tadano Jun shouted. You think I'd fall for your childish tricks? A shadow suddenly loomed over them, making Jun instinctively turn around. A large, two-horned monster had appeared out of nowhere. The three bullies huddled together, Tadano Jun's voice trembling. What? Why is it here? Why is there a demon soldier here? Facing a real monster, these three were nothing but small fry. The two lackeys begged Tadano Jun to do something. Even though he was terrified, he clung to his confidence. Take this, you bastard. Tadano Jun unleashed flames to incinerate the demon soldier. Seeing it stay still, he thought he had succeeded. Too easy. But no, behind the flames, the demon soldier's body didn't even have a single scratch. Minato wasn't very surprised. How could a lowly demon soldier be defeated by level 1 magic anyway? But he decided to just stand by and watch the show for a bit. The demon soldier took a step toward them, and Tadano Jun was so terrified he sat straight down on the ground, his eyes wide with fear, teeth chattering uncontrollably, as he couldn't even manage a word, and he'd clearly wet his pants since he'd forgotten to wear a diaper today. The demon charged at Jun, but stopped halfway when it spotted Minato. A flood of bloody memories involving its fallen comrades rushed through its mind, and the demon immediately scrambled backward. Minato strolled forward calmly. Apparently, even a demon soldier knows who the stronger one is between us. That's right, it could sense the massive amount of mana flowing from Minato. Tadano Jun's arm trembled as he roared, summoning several magic circles. Minato simply raised his hand, summoning his own magic circles without even needing to chant. How are you going to beat it with level 1 magic? We're going to die, the brats behind him whimpered in terror. At that moment, the demon soldier used second-level earth wall magic. Huge chunks of rock flew toward them. Jun closed his eyes, too scared to look. Minato just smirked and used level 1 fire arrow magic. A torrent of flames erupted from his hand. Even just by looking at it, you could tell it would swallow the demon's puny rocks whole. Sure enough, the rocks were incinerated, followed by the demon itself. A massive explosion unleashed a powerful gust of wind, causing Minato's coat to flutter. The group behind Jun finally opened their eyes, wondering what the hell had just happened. Had Minato just taken down that demon and saved his life? Minato walked step by step toward the demon's magic stone. Why on earth would one be here in Sibia? He had spent all yesterday hunting them down one by one, yet they were still reappearing. Unless this was a sign of a pre-disaster, the current situation seemed far more intense than Minato had anticipated. Recalling those tragic, deadly memories, Minato couldn't help but shudder. But even if disaster were to strike again, he would definitely save everyone. Meanwhile, Jun's two lackeys looked at each other. Did he really just take out that demon? Is he actually the same Kusanagi from before? Jun suddenly punched the wall in frustration. How could he possibly show his face if Mizuha Duika found out about this? In reality, she had already been hiding behind a rock, witnessing the entire scene of Jun wetting his pants. Going back a few minutes, in another corner, students were facing off against magical beasts, but they were only low-level beasts. Du easily wiped them out using level 1 magic. The students watching from the outside were thrilled and started showering her with praise. Amazing, that's Mizuha for you. Hearing their compliments, Du sighed, feeling a bit reluctant. They were already wide-eyed over such a small feat. These commoners were really only good at sucking up. Well, she was a genius after all, so what could she do? However, right then, Du noticed Jun's group dragging Minato away into a secluded corner. Remembering how Minato was often bullied, Mizuha Duika couldn't help but frown in silence. Eventually, she looked at the others and said, "I'll leave the rest to you guys." She quickly ran after the group. She really couldn't just ignore this, could she? So, Du hid in a corner, quietly observing their group. The moment she saw the demon soldier appear, her expression turned to one of panic. She was certain that the group couldn't possibly defeat that thing. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, and Du clenched her fists tightly. She had to do something. She was a member of the Mizuha clan, after all. Finally, Du ran out and screamed, "Everyone, run!" But before she could even finish, a flash of magic zoomed past her, leaving her stunned. Boom! Everything in front of her exploded, and smoke and fire filled the sky. When the smoke finally cleared, the scene became visible. Mizuha Duika saw Minato standing there, calm and composed. She frowned in astonishment. Was that Minato's magic? Du remembered him being very shy and having absolutely no talent for magic. Now, he seemed like a completely different person. She hadn't even heard him chant. Was he using nonverbal magic? Furthermore, he had easily defeated that demon soldier with just level 1 magic. A demon's strength is determined by the number of magic stones it holds. This is also the rule that establishes their hierarchy. Normal magical beasts are rank 6. Demon soldiers are rank 5, one step higher. Demon commanders are rank 4. Demon generals are rank 3, and higher still, rank 2 is the demon king, with the demon lord at the very top. The rank required to deal damage to each demon is fixed. Any modern mage knows this. At the very least, you need level 3 magic to take down a demon soldier. So how could Minato's level 1 magic do it? Du really couldn't comprehend it. While she was bewildered, Minato slowly walked toward where she was hiding. Du jumped in fright and hurriedly pressed herself deeper into hiding. But very quickly, She realized why was she even hiding like this. Once Minato had walked a bit further, Du poked her head out to watch him. Unfortunately, Minato had already spotted her. He pouted and said, "Spying on others seems to be your hobby, huh?" Du was stunned and frowned, asking, "How did you know?" Minato shrugged indifferently and replied calmly, "If you're going to call yourself a mage, it would be strange not to know." After Minato said that, Du was even more confused. Seeing her reaction, Minato realized. He sighed helplessly. "You guys can't sense magic, can you?" With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Du standing there in confusion. When she finally snapped out of it, she ran after him, calling out, "Wait a second, what is this? Explain it." Unfortunately, he had already disappeared into thin air. There was no one left in front of her. The person she needed to find was currently standing on the rooftop of a nearby building. Minato watched her searching for him and couldn't help but sigh. He scanned the surroundings and whispered, "Might as well double-check just to be safe." With that, Minato used his mana to inspect the area. There were no more demon soldiers, but there were still quite a few magical beasts around. This situation really bothered him. Even someone like Jun, who was considered an excellent student, had soiled his pants. The rest of the students would likely struggle a lot. Minato frowned in silence. Should he give them a hand? His barrier would cover the entire area around the Gashibia estate. Thinking is doing. So Minato quickly channeled his mana into both hands. In an instant, two currents of magic appeared in the air above Tadano Jun's location. Then, they began to shoot out. Before long, they had blanketed the entire Gashibia estate. Seeing the rays of mana in the sky, Jun's group was immediately shocked and bewildered, wondering what it was, and Du was no exception. She frowned and muttered, "Is that magic? Multi-purpose magic?" At the same time, in another corner, a pack of magical beasts had surrounded two students from the academy, and their numbers were high enough to terrify them. Just then, a beast lunged toward a pink-haired female student. The girl's face went pale with terror. There was nothing she could do. Just then, a magical beast lunged at a pink-haired schoolgirl. Terror washed over her face, and she felt completely helpless. In an instant, with lives hanging by a thread, a bolt of magic suddenly appeared and tore the attacking beast to shreds. The pink-haired girl, still reeling from her brush with death, felt her legs go weak and collapse to the ground. The boy rushed over, asking anxiously, "Are you okay? Are you all right?" Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Minato looked down. He nodded to himself. Good. Wiping them out like that is actually quite fun. But soon, he realized a problem with his magic power. Beads of cold sweat appeared on Minato's forehead. His magic hadn't just killed the beasts. It had pulverized them into pieces. In the blink of an eye, bits and pieces of the beasts were scattered everywhere. Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but sigh in frustration. I overdid it, didn't I? I ended up clearing out most of them. How is the practical exam supposed to continue now? I really need to hold back next time. After a moment of silence, Minato used magic to leap down from the roof. He glanced around for a long while before nodding in satisfaction. It looked safe enough around here. After checking that everything was fine, Minato found a secluded corner to land. Even though he didn't really need to hide his skills, standing out too much was a headache. With that in mind, he headed toward the other students, where the instructor was currently examining the beast carcasses. After a moment, the instructor muttered skeptically, "Why are so many beasts still left? The entire pack should have been wiped out by now. To take down this many in one single blow, the person responsible must be a professional mage. Plus, it was non-elemental magic. Firing off that many magic projectiles like that, it has to be non-elemental magic." He had never seen anyone like that before. If it weren't for this mystery person, the situation would have spiraled out of his control long ago. Firing multiple magic bullets at once wasn't the issue, but the fact that there were over 6 of them meant no student could have done it. While the instructor was lost in thought, a student, unable to contain their frustration, questioned him. "Why are there still so many beasts left, sir? We almost died. It's your fault." The instructor didn't shirk his responsibility. He lowered his head to apologize. He pursed his lips and explained, "I was informed that the police had already cleared the pack. I should have double-checked with the school. I am truly sorry for putting you all in such a dangerous situation." Hearing this, the students didn't know what to say. Everyone looked helpless. The girl who had just been saved asked timidly, "Someone saved us, didn't they?" The instructor shook his head and replied, "I don't know." The girl sighed helplessly. "I see, I just wanted to ask so I could thank them." The instructor really didn't know who it was. It definitely wasn't the police or professional mages. Could it be rogue mages? But he couldn't deny the truth. That person had saved his students from the bottom of their hearts. He was deeply grateful to this nameless mage. Minato, The nameless mage the instructor was thinking of stood in the distance, merely smiling without a word. After escaping danger, the students finally calmed down and began whispering about the magic they had just witnessed. Minato looked around at everyone. They all seemed to be okay, so he felt at ease. At that same moment, a malicious gaze was fixed on him. It was Jun and his lackeys. These punks hadn't matured at all, even after a brush with death. Minato sighed helplessly. Elsewhere, Du was also secretly observing Minato. He had taken down a demon soldier with Tier 1 magic. And that unlimited magic? Did he do that too? But fire magic and non-elemental magic, she figured no student had the skill to use two magic attributes at once, let alone Minato. Thinking that, Du felt a bit relieved. She was just overthinking it. There was no way a guy like him could use two attributes simultaneously. The one who used that specific elemental magic must have been someone else. Even so, that didn't change the fact that Minato had defeated a demon soldier. She began to wonder, what exactly is he? Minato sensed Du's gaze on him, but he didn't react. Just then, the two guys walking next to Jun regained their composure. One of them muttered in amazement, "That laser-like thing earlier? Kusanagi did that too." The other one immediately shook his head in denial. "No way that's possible." But the first guy still believed his theory and blurted out, "He took down a demon soldier, didn't he?" These words infuriated Tadano Jun. His face turned dark as a soot-stained pot. He gritted his teeth and hissed, "Hey, shut your mouth before I kill you." The two guys instantly went quiet, too afraid to say another word. Tadano Jun's eyes were filled with malice. He ranted like a madman, "There's no way that piece of trash could be that strong. Something fishy is definitely going on." The two lackeys didn't dare to argue and quickly chimed in, "Yeah, it really is strange. Isn't he just a coward?" Jun was satisfied by this, and with a cold huff, he said, "That jerk is definitely up to something. He dared to make a fool out of me, so I'll make sure to expose his true colors." A while later, school finally ended. Minato was heading home as usual, but he was blocked by a group of students, which left him a bit bewildered. The one leading them was that punk, Tadano Jun. He glared at him and said coldly, "I've been waiting for a while." Minato was truly helpless with these punks and sighed, "Are you guys deaf? Instead of running around causing trouble, why don't you spend that time studying magic? It would be more useful." This comment poked the hornet's nest. Jun barked aggressively, "You don't have the right to talk, you lying scumbag." "Lying?" Minato looked confused. "What does that mean?" Tadano Jun huffed in anger and shouted, "Don't play dumb. Since when could you use that kind of magic? You're definitely pulling some kind of trick behind my back." Minato stared at him, his eyes filled with confusion. He genuinely didn't understand what nonsense this guy was spouting. Seeing his silence, Tadano Jun coldly ordered, "Come with me. I'm not letting a coward like you run away." As he spoke, the others stepped up behind him. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Minato looked at the pack of punks, shrugged indifferently, and spoke with disdain. "Why would I need to run?" Provoked by his attitude, Tadano Jun yelled furiously, "Stop talking nonsense, you bastard. You can't use magic here, right?" As soon as he finished, he clenched his fist and charged forward. Jun's fist was inches from Minato's face in a flash, but he didn't react at all. Jun's lackeys also rushed forward, throwing punches one after another. Jun flashed a cocky grin and sneered, "Without any magic, you're nothing, aren't you? Even if you licked my boots right now, I wouldn't let you off the hook. Die." The more Kusanagi spoke, the more inhuman his smile became. But unfortunately, he couldn't even touch a single hair on Minato's head. Minato stood there calmly, his eyes full of disdain. Their pathetic little attempts at fighting couldn't even lay a finger on him. Minato's magic was protecting him automatically. He wouldn't be hurt even if they hit him until morning. But these pests were getting annoying. Minato thought he might as well just take a hit to get it over with. So he tried sitting down on the ground, pretending he'd been knocked down by them. But just then, a loud shout rang out. "What on earth do you people think you're doing?" The group jumped and looked back, spotting Du standing behind them. Jun's face turned ugly in an instant. Tadano Jun's mouth twitched as he muttered, "Mizuha Duika, I'm afraid she'll get the wrong idea about me." Jun rushed to explain, "No, it's not what you think. We're just messing around." Letting out a soft huff, Du said coldly, "I know perfectly well you're all ganging up to bully Kusanagi." She asked, "You wear the Magic Academy uniform, and yet you act like a bunch of bullies? Don't you have any conscience at all?" Hearing this, the expressions of Jun's group turned sour immediately. Jun's face was dark as soot. He gritted his teeth and glared at Minato. It was all his fault that Du was looking at him with such contempt now. While Jun was seething, Duika walked over, took Minato's hand, and spoke up. Let's get out of here, Kusanagi. The sight of the two of them holding hands pushed Tadano Jun's rage to the breaking point. In his head, he was cursing every ancestor of Minato's down to the 18th generation. Seeing the look on Jun's face, his two lackeys were frozen in fear, not daring to step in and stop him. Finally, Jun couldn't take it anymore and snapped right there. Damn you, Kusanagi. Minato sighed helplessly. This guy was like superglue, wasn't he? Stuck to me like this, huh? Right then, Tadano Jun was absolutely furious, summoning magic in his hands. He shouted aggressively, "You son of a bitch! I'm gonna kill you!" Seeing this, Du cried out in panic. Tadano Jun, what are you doing? But Jun had already gone mad. He and his cronies unleashed their magic at Minato all at once. Du grew more desperate, shouting a warning. Watch out, it's dangerous. Simultaneously, an explosion erupted in front of them, smoke and fire filling the sky, forcing Du to cover her eyes. Assuming Minato had been buried in the flames, Jun laughed triumphantly. You could cheat 10 more times and still not save yourself, kid. His two lackeys, however, were terrified, stammering in a panic. Oh god, this is bad. Really bad. Is he actually dead? With a cold snort, Tadano Jun said dismissively, You idiots. What are you so afraid of? We just accidentally used magic outside school and lost control a little, that's all. Kusanagi just happened to be standing where the magic hit, that's it. But while he was busy gloating, a low voice suddenly echoed from within the smoke. You guys have gone too far. Tadano Jun started, and looked back as a figure slowly emerged from the hazy smoke. Minato stood there without a scratch, glaring at the arrogant brat in front of him, and said coldly, I thought you were just a bunch of kids, so I let it slide. Turns out, stupidity really does have a price. It's time I taught you a lesson. Seeing this, Tadano Jun's face turned ghastly. He screamed in panic. You're still alive? You took all that magic, and you're still alive? Even Du, standing behind them, was equally stunned, unable to process what she was seeing. Minato couldn't be bothered to explain to them, saying coldly, It's one thing to come after me, but you're dragging Duika into this too? You're rotten to the core, kid. Biting his lip fiercely, Tadano Jun refused to back down and shouted, Both of you are the ones at fault. How dare you make a joke out of me? We'll keep attacking until both of you are nothing but skeletons. As soon as he finished, magic appeared in his hands again. Minato wasn't panicked, calmly snapping his fingers as he summoned a small amount of magic. Seeing the miniature magic circle in front of him, Tadano Jun laughed with disdain. Ha ha, what kind of pathetic magic is that? You're dead this time for sure. Immediately, they all attacked Minato together. Minato remained perfectly calm, whispering, Drain magic. As soon as he finished speaking, vines wrapped in magical energy suddenly appeared before him. Like snakes, they slithered through the air toward Tadano Jun and his group of lackeys, wrapping tightly around them without hesitation. This caused them to panic, shouting, What the hell is this? Let me go! But it wasn't long before they were like deflating balloons, collapsing to the ground with absolutely no strength left. Seeing this, Minato withdrew his vines. Without the vines to support them, Tadano Jun and his group slumped face first onto the ground. Minato was a little surprised. He'd only drained a tiny bit of magic, and they were already down and out? That should be enough of a lesson for them, right? Witnessing this, Du was even more shocked. What kind of magic was that? What just happened? Why did Jun and the others pass out? While she was thinking, Minato picked up his bag and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Du hurried to stop him. Hey, wait a second. She bombarded Minato with questions. What was that magic? What just happened? You aren't supposed to be able to use magic that skillfully. Duika just wouldn't stop pestering Minato with questions like she was interrogating him, which made Minato feel she was really annoying. He snorted coldly. Instead of grilling me like that, shouldn't you be saying something else? Mizuha Duika, knowing what Minato meant, stubbornly turned her head away. I'll acknowledge you because you just saved me. Thanks. All right, now answer me. But before she could finish, the person in front of her had vanished without a trace. Duika shouted in frustration. Where did he disappear to now? Seriously. By nightfall at the old site, the place was quite gloomy. A figure used magic to glide through the dark sky like the wind. Then, he quickly descended toward a high-rise building in the city. This person was none other than Minato. He had changed his appearance, still wearing that familiar hooded look. Minato used magic to scan the surroundings, because he felt quite uneasy. Just as Minato suspected, he had killed all the monsters in the afternoon, yet the place was swarming with them again. Was this a bad sign? If it were just Sibia, Minato could handle it alone. But he could also sense them in other places. Perhaps this was too difficult for the police to handle. Even though the magic police weren't that great, he couldn't kill all the monsters in Japan by himself. Minato thought he needed to come up with a plan for this. After some thought, Minato decided his first priority was to take out the monsters nearby. He needed to be careful not to draw too much attention to himself. With that in mind, he used magic to leap down and began hunting the beasts. A barrage of wild magical blasts rained down from the sky, causing the monsters to drop like flies. Just then, a drunkard was stumbling down the street below. He didn't notice a monster lurking right behind him. The beast lunged at the man instantly. In that split second, life or death moment, Minato appeared and sliced it down, moving as fast as a gust of wind. Feeling something brush past him, the drunk man turned around, but seeing no one there, he assumed he was just hallucinating. In reality, Minato had already quickly ducked aside. The drunk man just kept on walking home. Once Minato confirmed he was safe, he left the area. He didn't notice, however, that someone in the distance had recorded the whole thing. The guy posted it on social media, wearing a smug grin. It would be weird if a video like this didn't go viral. The next morning, in the Magic Academy principal's office, another teacher was present. Looking at the students before him, he said in a low voice, "We've received reports that some students have been using magic off campus. If that's true, the school will have to suspend those students." The students they were talking about were Minato and Juika, but Jun and his cronies were also summoned, so Jun spoke up first to frame them. "What do you mean, sir? We didn't use any magic. It was Kusanagi who came after us to pick a fight." Minato was truly speechless at such shamelessness. The guy lied without even blinking. Impressive. He couldn't keep quiet anymore. Even though he was involved, he had to set the record straight. But before Minato could do anything, a loud shout rang out. "Liar!" It caught both him and Jun's group by surprise. It was none other than Duika. She pointed an aggressive finger at Jun and scolded him. Kusanagi was being bullied by Tadano and his friends. It was Tadano's side that used magic first. The teacher frowned at this and asked, "So, are you saying Kusanagi used magic as well?" Duika retorted, clearly unconvinced. "That was justified self-defense. He didn't do anything wrong." Minato was a bit surprised. This girl had a strong sense of justice. She hadn't told a single lie. But Tadano Jun's skin had to be at least 8 layers of concrete thick. Even after being called out, he stubbornly denied it. "We didn't do anything wrong either." Duika grew even more frustrated and snapped, "Shut the hell up. What kind of person bullies others and then tries to pin all the blame on them? Have you lost your ability to feel shame?" Jun was scolded like a dog but still puffed out his chest to argue back. "It's Kusanagi. He doesn't belong here. I'm just cleaning up the trash." Duika glared at him, her face filled with irritation. "You're the one who doesn't belong here," Jun retorted, unbothered. "I'm at the top of the class. I'm the only one who can compare to you. Not that piece of trash, Kusanagi." Duika didn't want to hear any of it and snapped angrily, "You're talking nonsense." Jun wouldn't back down. He stepped right up to Duika and said firmly, "Open your eyes. Stop siding with that guy. Look at me instead, be my woman." When Mizuha Duika heard that, his eyes were full of sincerity, but unfortunately, she didn't care for it at all. She gave a cold, dismissive huff and said, "In your dreams, kid." In an instant, Tadano Jun looked like he'd been thrown into an ice cave, frozen solid. And that wasn't all. Mizuha Duika even explained why she rejected him. Because he was a bully, and his violence was so off-putting it made him want to pass out from anger. Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but feel moved. Even though he knew Tadano Jun deserved it, that was still pretty ruthless. Just then, the principal spoke up. It seems this was Tadano and his friend's fault, and Kusanagi was only defending himself. "We do not tolerate those who use magic for personal grudges. All of you are expelled." Jun's 2 lackeys panicked and tried to explain. "No, please don't. We were just following Jun's orders." The principal didn't want to hear it and told Minato and Mizuha Duika to return to class. The two immediately agreed and left the office. Duika was out of the room, but her frustration remained. She kept grumbling, "That guy, it's been a long time since someone annoyed me that much." Minato walked beside her and asked, puzzled, "What happens now that they've been expelled?" Duika pursed her lips and said indifferently, "They won't be able to become mages anymore, obviously." Then, she suddenly turned and glared at Minato, speaking aggressively. You need to stand up for yourself." Minato felt a bit helpless. He was planning on doing that, but she had already stepped in for him. Seeing he didn't answer, Duika suddenly looked flustered. Minato frowned and thought for a long time before remembering, "How many times have you saved me now?" Back in class, when Minato was dragged into a fight, Duika stood up for him, and now she even stood up to testify on his behalf. Thinking of this, Minato smiled at her. She really is kind. Minato's words made Duika blush with embarrassment. She hurried away, saying, "Just shut up, I'm leaving." Minato watched her back and smiled faintly. "Cute, Just then, he remembered that the original Kusanagi Minato was dead, and he was the one who had transmigrated into this body. Did that kid really get bullied to death? Maybe it was just a normal car accident. Minato didn't know for sure, but whoever was responsible was guilty, and he hoped they would get what they deserved. At that same moment, 2 other students appeared in the principal's office, accompanied by a girl's melodic voice. So, students used magic off-campus, and others got involved? The principal nodded slightly. That's right, but there was no danger to the public. The female student asked skeptically, "Then why did you call me here?" The principal replied calmly, "One of the students involved is Mizuha Duika." That made the girl freeze. A moment later, she said, "I understand. Thank you for telling me, sir." With that, she turned and left. The principal didn't stop her and casually asked her to send his regards to her father. Without looking back, the girl replied calmly, "Don't worry, sir. My father will continue to invest in the school." The 2 quickly walked out into the hallway. The boy beside her finally spoke up. "If what the principal said is true, then this Kusanagi guy must be really strong," the girl muttered in a low voice. "I couldn't fight multiple mages at once. You can't win unless the gap in power is massive. Do you think he's stronger than us?" The 2 chatted as they walked. Other students saw them passing by their classrooms and watched with admiration. The 2 couldn't care less. The girl's voice suddenly turned serious. "Let's get this settled first. I'll evaluate Kusanagi Minato's ability, and then I'll decide whether or not to have my sister expelled." This young woman is the older sister of Mizuha Duika, a first-year student in Class S. Standing next to her is Kasaraji Ryuji, also a first-year student in Class S. Upon hearing her words, he nods and speaks with a smile. "That sounds reasonable." Inside the classroom, Minato is sprawled across his desk, sighing incessantly. Now that everything has calmed down, he has completely lost his motivation. Just then, the excited shouts of his classmates grab his attention. "Look at that. That's so cool. Is that a black mage? I know who he is." Minato frowns, skeptical. "A black mage? Is he from that noble clan of mages? But it has nothing to do with him anyway." He sighs again, feeling utterly drained. While Minato is busy moping, their teacher walks in and calls out, "Hey, Kusanagi." And so, Minato and a few other students follow the instructor to the testing room. Students who hadn't been tested yet are to be evaluated now. Duika is also there. She narrows her eyes at Minato. This time, she's determined to discover his true ability. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock. She sees Ruka and Ryuji there too. A flicker of worry crosses Duika's face. Why is she here? Regardless, the testing begins. Soon, it's Minato's turn. He hesitates in front of the magic power gauge, frowning in thought. Since he blew up the machine last time, he knows he needs to hold back. Thinking this, Minato summons only a tiny sliver of magic power into his palm before placing his hand on the tester. Keeping his magic at such a low level makes him break into a sweat. The numbers on the magic gauge climb rapidly. After a short while, Minato pulls his hand away, bracing himself on his knees as he gasps for air. The instructor asks, confused, "Hey, are you all right?" Minato shakes his head slightly to show he's fine. The instructor glances at the result on the machine and speaks hesitantly. "Well, it seems we have the final result. Kusanagi Minato's attribute is none." When Mizuha Duika hears this, her eyes are filled with disbelief. Ruka and Kasaraji Ryuji, on the other hand, don't seem particularly surprised. It seems they believed Minato wasn't that strong after all. But the real shock comes next. Minato's magic power level is only 100. The students present immediately start whispering, "That's the lowest in our grade, right? But not having a measurable attribute is pretty rare, I guess?" Hearing the gossip, Kasaraji Ryuji can't help but sigh. Ruka, looking a bit impatient, turns to leave. "Let's go. We're done here." The 2 quickly walk away, and snickers ripple through the room. Was he really so out of breath just from that? I guess that's what happens when your magic power is weak. Fearing Minato might be feeling down, the instructor approaches him and pats his shoulder. "Don't overthink it, Kusanagi. The amount of magic power you have doesn't define who you are." The only one who doesn't believe these results is Mizuha Duika. Something isn't right. Minato was clearly strong enough to take down those demons before. He should have been able to use both fire and null magic. She had never even heard of someone being able to adjust their magic output like that. What the hell did Minato actually do? Contrary to everyone else's reaction, Minato is actually quite pleased. The result was absolutely perfect. Just as he intended, he had precisely controlled a fixed amount of magic power. It was exhausting enough to leave him breathless, but at least he successfully pulled the wool over everyone's eyes. A little later, in the hallway, Minato walks alongside Mizuha Duika. He asks, "So, You were at the evaluation too? Duika nods gently and replies, I was just a little curious. But before long, their path is blocked by someone, Ruka and Kasaragi Ryuji. Minato doesn't know them, so he mutters in confusion, Who are you two? Ruka immediately introduces herself. I am the eldest daughter of the Mizuha family, Ruka, and this is Kasaragi Ryuji. We are both first years. Minato frowns in suspicion and asks hesitantly, And what do you want? I have absolutely no interest in you. Ruka scoffs, then takes a step forward. Seeing this, Duika gets nervous, her body tensing up instinctively. In an instant, Ruka stands before Mizuha Duika and says coldly, It seems you're nothing compared to those who break the rules, huh? Duika bows her head slightly, unable to face her sister. Ruka isn't about to let it go easily, and continues to press. I also heard you were saved by some guy whose magic power barely reached 100. Is that true? Duika hesitates for a long moment before whispering, Yes, it's true. Hearing this confirmation, Ruka snaps. Drop out of school, Mizuha Duika. Duika, feeling defiant, asks unhappily, Why should I do that? With a faint scoff, Ruka says coldly, Have you ever beaten me, even once? Duika is stunned. Ruka is right. Whether it's academics, sports, martial arts, or even magic, Duika has never surpassed her sister. Ruka steps closer to Mizuha Duika, her voice stern. You aren't suited to be a mage. Just me is enough. The more she hears, the more miserable Duika looks. She wants to retort but can't find the words. Ruka doesn't relent, adding, All you need to do is listen to me, leave this place, and find some random school to attend. Duika tenses up, her eyes welling with tears. She clearly wants to protest but lacks the courage. Seeing her remain silent, Ruka asks, Do you understand? Duika clenches her fists, struggling with her inner turmoil. Eventually, she is on the verge of giving in, and just as she is about to agree, Minato interrupts. That's a bit too rude, don't you think? Ruka glares at him, asking coldly, What did you just say? Minato isn't afraid in the slightest, and says calmly, You just keep talking without listening to what the other person wants to say. If that's not rude, I don't know what is. Ruka huffs, speaking with indifference. This is a private conversation between my family. An outsider like you shouldn't stick your nose into it. Minato smirks and replies, And you call that a conversation? You're just ordering your sister around. This infuriates Ruka, and she shouts indignantly, What did you say, you little brat? Minato faces her calmly and says nonchalantly, Forcing others to do what they don't want to is a huge taboo. It's the same as telling someone to give up on their dreams. Ruka still doesn't see anything wrong with her actions and scoffs. My sister doesn't have the talent to be a mage. She has never beaten me once. Duika stands there, her face filled with sorrow, thinking that, just as Ruka said, she is worth nothing. For so long, she has been deceiving herself, pretending that she is a genius, and that she has what it takes to be one. Even though she had never once outperformed her sister, Du was despairing when Minato confidently stepped up. She can beat her sister. These words stunned Kasaragi Ryuji, who stared at him in disbelief. Even Ruka couldn't believe it, frowning as she muttered, Beat me? With a faint laugh, Minato casually continued, Well, obviously not right now. Ruka glared at him and curled her lip in contempt. Glad you realize that. How about a 2-on-2 practice match in 2 weeks? Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but ask suspiciously, 2-on-2? I thought you were scared. Ruka scoffed. You were just spouting nonsense a minute ago, and now you're folding? Minato chuckled coldly and replied, Ridiculous. I'm joining the fight too, senior. And what about you? He glanced at Du, who was standing beside him. Du was taken aback by the proposal, hesitating for a long time without an answer. Du was struggling internally, deciding whether to give up on her dream or to stand up and fight one last time. After a moment of silence, she finally had her answer. She spoke up aggressively. I'll join too. Minato smiled with satisfaction. Then it settled. He glanced at Ruka and said, If we win, you're not allowed to bring that up ever again. Ruka accepted coolly and made her own demand. If we win, Du has to leave this place. I won't go easy on you. You two had better prepare yourselves for reality. With that, she turned and left. Kasaragi Ryuji quickly followed her, but before leaving, he waved a friendly goodbye to the two of them. A while later, on the academy rooftop, Minato and Du Mizuha were there. Du suddenly spoke up. Kusanagi, I have a favor to ask. Please, teach me magic. Hearing this, Minato let out a sigh of relief. He had been wondering why she had suddenly called him to the rooftop. After thinking for a moment, Minato slowly said, I'm just a weak mage, with magic power not exceeding 100. Are you sure you want someone like me to tutor you? Du nodded. she said firmly. I know you're hiding your true strength. You must be much stronger than me. Minato was slightly surprised to hear that, but she continued, you must know a way to become stronger, which is why you said I could beat her, right? Minato sighed helplessly. Everyone always wants to end things like this. That's why you goaded me into proposing a practice match, but you couldn't just blurt it out. Seeing he didn't answer, Du immediately bowed to him and pleaded, please. Minato had no choice but to agree. Upon hearing that, Du immediately cheered. Are you sure? Minato nodded slightly and warned her, but you have to do everything I say, and you can't quit halfway through. Du didn't hesitate to agree. Yes, of course. Absolutely. Minato looked at her reaction and couldn't help but smile. Who could refuse after being begged like that? Besides, you need to prepare yourself a bit more from now on. Teaching a mage shouldn't be too bad, right? Thinking that, Minato slowly continued. So, let's start today. For the training spot before he could finish, Du suggested cautiously, how about my place? So, that afternoon, Du took Minato to her residence, a large villa. As soon as they arrived, Minato couldn't help but exclaim, this villa is huge. Du didn't think it was a big deal and said casually, my father is a noble mage, so this is normal. Thinking about it, this was the first time she had invited a boy to her home. Did Minato think it was strange to be invited here? She didn't have any weird intentions, but the more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became, unable to look Minato in the eye. At that moment, Minato suggested they get started. Mizuha Duika. Hearing him use her full name, Du panicked. Why are you calling me by my full name? Minato didn't see the problem, and said casually, your sister is Mizuha, so how else would I distinguish who I'm talking to? Du realized she had been overthinking it. Minato saw her reaction and asked, if you don't like it, what do you want me to call you? Du shook her head and replied, it's fine, just call me Du. Seeing there was no problem, Minato suggested, then let's begin. First, I want to ask you, what exactly is magic power? Hearing the question, Du answered confidently, that's easy. It's the energy inside the body, the foundation for forming magic. Minato didn't say if she was right or wrong, and continued, and what about incantations? Du replied calmly, a type of program that helps convert magic power into magic. Minato asked again, then, can you increase your magic power? Du shook her head confidently and replied, that's impossible. A mage's limit of magic power is fixed from birth. Once you reach a certain age, your magic power doesn't increase anymore. After answering, she smiled triumphantly. Heh, what do you think? Did I answer perfectly? It's all completely wrong. Minato snorted and said coldly. Du was stunned, looking at him in disbelief. Minato sighed helplessly. How can modern mages be this ignorant? What happened 50 years ago? Having no choice, he had to explain patiently. First, magic power isn't just inside the body, it also exists all around us. Incantations are simply a tool to assist your magic, and you can absolutely increase your magic power actively. Du was stunned and exclaimed, that's impossible. If that were true, wouldn't all the magic academies be useless? Minato shrugged indifferently and said, you don't need to believe me right now. I'm just going to teach you the 3 things I mentioned. Sit down. Du did as she was told and sat cross-legged on the ground. Minato said calmly, I'm going to channel magic into you. Let me know when you feel it. Du asked suspiciously, you can feel magic power? Minato replied casually, if you can't do that, you'll never get stronger. He closed his eyes. Starting now. As soon as he finished speaking, Minato placed his hand on Du's back and began to channel magic into her body. Even then, Du had no reaction, so Minato increased the amount of magic. He thought she still couldn't feel anything, but Du suddenly shouted, my back is heating up. I feel something. Minato pulled his hand back and sighed. That was just a taste of basic magic power. Du looked at him intently, muttering in confusion. So that's what you meant by feeling magic power? Minato nodded. Right. You have to memorize that feeling. If you can feel it, you'll be able to recognize it and find the source of magic power in nature. Make that your goal. Du winked and laughed. Hehe, I am a daughter of the Mizuha family. After all, I'll be able to do it in no time. Minato rolled his eyes in contempt. She had barely managed to sense it after he channeled that much power into her. It seemed Du really didn't have the talent to be a mage. A week later, back at Mizuha Duika's mansion, just as Minato had predicted, Du was shouting in despair, frustrated that she couldn't get it right. Minato felt helpless too. A whole week had passed. For someone from such a prestigious clan, she was incredibly slow. Still, the tournament was right around the corner. Thinking this, he could only offer, I'll transfer my mana to you one. A moment later, Minato spoke up. All right, open your eyes. Du obeyed and slowly opened her eyes, and in a split second, her face was filled with astonishment. She exclaimed with joy, "I can see it. So this is what magic power looks like?" Seeing the magic power swirling around her hands, Du was even more surprised. "This is amazing. Am I really seeing magic power? Wait a second. If that's the case, you should be able to see my magic power now, too." Thinking that, Du glanced over at Minato, but she couldn't see anything at all, which left her a bit puzzled. Minato, unaware of what she was thinking, praised her. "Well done." Flattered, Du smiled smugly and said, "It's nothing, really." Minato didn't comment, just calmly said, "Now that you can sense your magic power, shall we move on to the control phase?" He told her to use magic with just the right amount of energy, cutting out the unnecessary parts and focusing purely on efficiency. Push your magic power to its limit. Once your magic power is depleted, your capacity will increase as you recover. Minato also explained that once she could sense her magic power, she could maximize it. The more Du heard, the more surprised she became. Seeing her reaction, Minato sighed and asked, "Is this different from the basics you learned at school?" "It's okay if you don't believe me. I do believe you." Before he could even finish, Du said firmly, "I have no reason to doubt you anymore." Smiling instinctively, Minato excitedly suggested, "Then let's move to the next phase. Step back a bit. Mizuha Duika, let's have a practice spar." As soon as he finished, he took off his jacket and tossed it to the ground. Du, fired up, responded, "Bring it on. I've been wanting to see your real ability too." She immediately summoned her magic, a first-tier water wave spell. A surging torrent of water rushed wildly toward Minato. Unfortunately, he just casually raised his hand, and a protective barrier appeared, blocking the water instantly. Seeing this, Du cried out in surprise. He blocked it. Minato then spoke slowly, "A first-tier non-elemental defensive spell. If you can't even break through this, don't talk about trying to hurt me." Biting her lip in frustration, Du cast another spell, and ice bullets shot toward Minato. But he just stood there, his barrier deflecting them easily. Minato calmly reminded her, "You have to move while casting. Standing still against a fellow mage is just asking to die." Provoked by his words, Du cast magic again. But before long, she had exhausted her magic power and collapsed onto the ground. Minato walked over and sat beside her, sighing, "You're wasting way too much magic power. If you can learn to control your energy, you won't even need incantations. You'll be able to use magic whenever you want, as long as you have the power. Watch this." As soon as he said that, Minato cast a spell. A fireball appeared and shot toward a straw dummy, but it didn't do any real damage. He said quietly, "That was my basic magic." Then, Minato poured more magic power into his palm. Still a fireball, but this one is stronger, and it incinerated the dummy in front of them. Only then did he continue, "And this is how I do it." Du had been watching closely the whole time. "And finally," she asked, confused, "is my magic power too scattered?" Minato nodded slightly and replied, "Exactly. You can absolutely cast magic without incantations, as long as you can learn to control your magic power." Du frowned slightly and muttered, "In other words, I don't need to recite the incantations anymore?" "You could put it that way," Minato replied slowly. "Now you need to learn how to shorten the chance. Once you've mastered your mana control, you won't need them at all. Shortening your incantations will give you a real edge in actual combat, and that way, you won't waste any more mana on long spells." Upon hearing this, Du frowned and muttered, "So, does that mean it'll make my magic stronger?" "Exactly." Minato nodded, confirming it, then suggested, "Let's start again." Du couldn't help but panic. "So soon?" Minato winked and said with a smile, "Otherwise, there's no point to this. Train as if your life depends on it." Hearing this, Du suddenly felt uneasy. Several hours later, she was completely exhausted and lay flat on the ground. Minato stood by her side, asking with concern, "Still alive? From now on, we're just going to keep training like this, all right?" That evening, as usual, Minato wandered through the city, this time in Harajuku. He scanned the area with his mana to check. Just as he suspected, the place was crawling with monsters. Even though he had been taking them out constantly, their numbers didn't seem to decrease at all. What the hell was going on? Just then, Minato suddenly sensed something. In the distance, a child was being cornered by a magical beast. He rushed over and, without a second thought, finished off the creature. Minato glanced at the child and asked with concern, "Hey, are you all right?" Instead of answering, the child raised a camera to take his picture. Unfortunately for them, Minato was one step faster, using magic to vanish in a flash. Once in a safe spot, Minato let out a sigh of relief. They just take pictures without even saying thank you? What is wrong with people these days? Next time, I'll have to find a mask. After that, he headed back home. The following afternoon, after school, Minato and Du returned to the villa. The two continued their training. Du, as usual, was the first to collapse. She lay on the ground, gasping for air. Minato stood nearby, feeling helpless. There were only a few days left until the sparring match. She was making progress, but in every aspect, she still couldn't compare to Ruka. There was no way Du would win if things continued like this. Thinking of this, he suddenly spoke up. Sometimes, giving up is an option too. Hearing this, Du lowered her head, but she quickly stood back up and whispered to herself, I'm always being compared to her. I can't beat her in anything. I've been forced to give up so many things, but magic is the one thing I refuse to let go of. Minato narrowed his eyes at her and said without hesitation, but like this, you won't be able to win. Du brushed off the suggestion and countered, then let's train even harder. Minato couldn't help but smile, raising an eyebrow as he said, I won't be going easy on you. That's what I want to hear, Du said, excited. She wasn't giving up. From then on, Minato gave Du more intensive instruction, and they engaged in continuous real combat practice, until they were both breathless and exhausted. A few days later, Du finally regained his footing after a long spell. Minato smiled, clearly satisfied. You did it, Duika exclaimed happily, finally having succeeded. Minato praised her as well. Well done, Duika. Duika beamed, feeling incredibly proud of herself. All her hard work had finally paid off. A few days later, the day of the final rehearsal arrived. Minato and Duika stood in front of the training grounds, but as soon as they arrived, they were both shocked by what they saw. The training ground was packed with people. As soon as the reporters saw Duika, they swarmed her, thrusting microphones into her face and firing rapid-fire questions. It left Duika stunned and confused, completely unsure of what was going on. Minato frowned, remarking to himself, just for a duel between students? It really goes to show how important the noble magic bloodline is. It wasn't just reporters, many students had come to watch too. Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but speak up. Don't you think this is a bit much? Magical duels rarely happen. It feels like a huge event. When Minato received no response, he turned his head and saw Duika sitting there, huddled and nervous. Just then, a shout echoed from a distance. Both contestants, please proceed to the arena. Duika jumped up, ready to bolt. Noticing she wasn't doing well, Minato quickly called out to her. Mizuha Duika, restless and anxious, asked, What is it? Minato smiled at her, offering encouragement. You've got this. Hearing that, Duika froze for a moment. Then a smile broke across her face. The confidence slowly returned to Mizuha Duika's expression as she said firmly, Of course. She then stepped toward the training arena. As she walked, she thought, Minato really is a mysterious person. His words still echoed in her chest. Soon, Mizuha Duika stood before Ruka. Ruka narrowed her eyes, saying sternly, So, you didn't run away. Of course I didn't, Duika replied confidently. Ruka let out a disdainful huff and curled her lip. How pathetic. Do you really think you have a chance at beating someone like me? Ruka raised an eyebrow, looking at Duika with complete confidence, as if victory were already in her hands. Duika refused to back down, shouting defiantly, I will definitely win. Hearing this, Ruka couldn't help but click her tongue. Looks like you've actually made some progress over these last 2 weeks, Duika replied, knowing full well her sister was strong. The gap in power between them was immense, but she wouldn't give up. Just then, a voice boomed, We shall now begin the match. Instantly, both Mizuha sisters shifted into combat mode. Mizuha Duika was the first to start casting, shortening her incantation to save mana. At the same time, Ruka wasn't idle. She began casting her own spell. Observing from the sidelines, Minato couldn't help but remark, Ruka must know the basics of a mage duel. Kusanagi Ryuji is too nervous and forgot to move. She lost the advantage of speed casting. Just as he thought, Ruka closed the distance to Duika in a flash. Both cast a Tier 1 water magic spell. 2 surging waves collided in an instant. However, because her mana was weaker, Duika's wave was quickly dissipated. Duika was hit by Ruka's attack, but she managed to deflect it. Ruka was taken aback. She blocked it? She's getting stronger, Ruka thought, unable to hide her surprise. You've gotten stronger in just 2 weeks. Hearing this, Duika was overjoyed. It was the first time her sister had ever praised her. Seeing her reaction, Ruka looked annoyed. What's so happy about that? It was just a comparison. I wasn't praising you. Then, Ruka's gaze hardened. She said coldly, Now, I'm going to increase the magic tier. With that, she summoned her wave again. Duika didn't dare to be careless and quickly summoned a defensive spell. In an instant, the Tier 2 water magic appeared. Dancing through the air, then splitting into tiny water bubbles that shot madly toward Mizuha Duika. Duika couldn't defend against them, and was sent flying. Her body fell like a kite with a broken string, landing at Minato's feet. Watching her, Minato couldn't help but sigh. In terms of casting speed, her opponent was simply stronger. While he was thinking, Ruka walked over and said coldly, "Are you that patient? You aren't going to help her? You protected her before, didn't you? Right? No need," Minato answered without hesitation, leaving Ruka wide-eyed in shock. Just then, Duika stood up. Though her body was still trembling, Ruka was even more stunned, unable to believe it. "How is this possible? I hit you with Tier 2 magic. How are you still standing?" Biting her lip, Duika said firmly, "I won't lose." Magic was the only thing she had, and even if she lost everything, she wouldn't give up. As soon as she finished, Duika summoned her magic. Ruka gave a cold scoff and quickly summoned her own counterspell. In the blink of an eye, the two water spells clashed fiercely. But soon, Duika began to falter. She kept repeating to herself, "I will definitely win. I won't give up." She then collapsed, powerless. The result of the battle was clear. Duika had exhausted her mana, and victory belonged to Ruka. Duika lay trembling on the ground, her hands clenched into fists, muttering in frustration, "I can't do anything. Nothing at all." Minato sighed helplessly, walking over to help Mizuha Duika up. It had been a battle of magical control, but she had lost due to a lack of raw mana. Just then, Ruka said coldly, "Do you understand now? That girl has no talent whatsoever." "Kusanagi, you must be thinking the same," Minato replied indifferently. "It's true, she doesn't have talent. Mizuha Duika was clumsy, slow to improve, and even weaker in actual combat. But there was one thing Minato was very satisfied with regarding her. She was hardworking and trained like a fool." Duika looked at him in surprise. Ruka, however, didn't care, curling her lip. "And this is the result." But before she could finish, Minato coldly interrupted, "It's true she lost, but I like people who work hard like Duika." These words moved Duika to tears. It was the first time someone had acknowledged her efforts. Ignoring her, Minato continued, "Duika is my student, and I find it very annoying when you speak ill of her." Duika grew even more emotional, tears streaming down her face. Ruka gave another cold scoff, saying with disdain, "Someone with a mana level of 100 is acting pretty high and mighty." Shrugging indifferently, Minato said confidently, "And that person with a mana level of 100 is going to defeat you." Mizuha Ruka was provoked by him, her face showing signs of irritation. She scoffed, "You've got a sharp tongue. Fine, I don't want to waste my energy on an opponent like you." Kasaragi Ryuji was excited, finally getting his chance to step onto the stage. Ruka walked past him, coldly issuing a demand. Bringing things to a swift end, Kasaragi Ryuji chuckled and nodded. "No need to remind me." Beside them, Minato had carried the injured Du back to her seat. He set her down gently and said nonchalantly, "Focus on my match now." Du nodded slightly, signaling she understood. But it was only then that she realized something. Her body didn't hurt at all, and her wounds had already healed. Minato didn't know what she was thinking as he walked slowly onto the arena floor. Even though he had bragged earlier that 100 mana was enough to take down Kasaragi Ryuji, if he didn't give it his all right now, there was no way he'd win. He decided to keep his mana fixed at 100, using non-elemental magic without chanting. He also didn't put up a magic barrier, so just one direct hit would probably knock him out instantly. The more he thought about it, the more thrilling it felt. Kasaragi Ryuji saw Minato step onto the stage and immediately shouted with excitement, "Sorry, kid, but I don't plan on holding back." He couldn't help but smile. Minato pouted and replied, "Fine by me, then I'll hold back for you." In an instant, the crowd erupted, and cheering rang out non-stop. "Don't go too hard on him, Kasaragi Ryuji. Take it easy on the kid." On the stage, Ryuji unleashed his mana. Minato estimated it to be around 8,000. To his past self, this would have been like a mantis trying to stop a carriage. But now, he could only use about 100 mana. Immediately, the second match between Minato and Kasaragi Ryuji officially began. Kasaragi Ryuji started chanting a spell while laughing. "Don't hate me for this. This one strike is enough to test if Minato is really the one who took down those expelled students." Kasaragi Ryuji wanted to see if he could withstand his full force attack, but before he could even unleash it, a bolt of mana struck him right in the middle of his forehead. Minato pouted in disdain. Too slow. This sight left the students in the stands stunned. It hadn't even been 3 seconds, and it was already over? Because Kasaragi Ryuji had passed out, the victory went to Minato. Ruka rushed over to check on Ryuji, feeling nothing but shock in her heart. Did Minato knock out Kasaragi Ryuji with just one hit? She hadn't even heard him chant a single spell. What on earth did he just do? While Ruka Mizuha was deep in thought, Minato's mocking voice reached her ears. I did exactly as you wanted, finishing it nice and quick for you. Watching from the sidelines, Du cheered happily. That's amazing. He actually took him down. Ruka glared at Minato then, speaking in a cold tone. Seems like you've got some talent after all. Minato ignored her and joked, as long as I'm better than you, that's enough. Can't you shut your mouth for 1 second? Ruka gritted her teeth in anger and then unleashed her full mana. Minato estimated it to be about 10,000, which was stronger than Ryuji. As the two were at a standoff, the announcer's voice boomed over the arena. A shocking event had occurred after the second match. The fighting style of the contestant, Kusanagi, had really captured the audience's attention. The final match would be between Minato and Ruka. Everyone was waiting to see who would finally come out on top. As soon as the match was declared started, Minato didn't hold back and charged at Ruka. Ruka didn't panic and calmly began summoning a spell to counter. Minato knew that his mana was only around 100, so naturally, the magic he used wasn't very powerful. That's why, if Minato didn't aim straight for Ruka's forehead, he wouldn't cause her any injury at all. Ruka also realized she shouldn't move around too much and focused on defense. Just as Minato expected, Ruka defended easily. She stood her ground and used water waves to attack him. A barrage of powerful water spikes, sharp as blades, surged toward him, but the next scene left Ruka completely shocked. Minato easily shattered all of her magic, without losing a single hair. Ruka's eyes widened in amazement. He hadn't even used any magic until now. What the hell was this kid doing? Not only her, but the students in the stands were just as bewildered, starting to whisper among themselves. Shouldn't he have been hit by now? He didn't even get wet. What's going on? Du, on the other hand, wasn't surprised. She was just wondering what technique Minato used to pull that off. Frustrated that Minato had broken through her attack, Ruka was furious. She was certain he was hiding some kind of trick. With that thought, she attacked again. But this time, Minato moved. He danced through the air, gracefully dodging the water jets Ruka fired off. Seeing this, Ruka's pupils involuntarily constricted, and she shouted in disbelief. You dodged all my attacks without even using magic? Du, watching from the outside, couldn't help but frown. A mage should use counterspells. 2 attacks usually cancel each other out to some degree. Everyone knows that if you can't do that, getting hurt is only a matter of time. A Tier 2 technique has a different scale and speed than a Tier 1. There's no way a guy like that could dodge everything without getting a scratch. Ruka was certain Minato was just a reckless fool. Minato seemed to know what she was thinking, and couldn't help but chuckle. But it didn't matter. As long as he could sense the mana, dodging such trashy attacks was no problem at all. He just needed to be a bit thick-skinned about it. At that moment, Ruka began casting a Tier 3 water spell. In an instant, a water wave shaped like an arrow appeared and lunged aggressively toward Minato. Seeing this, the crowd gasped. Tier 3 magic? If he gets hit by that, he'll be reincarnated before he even knows what happened. With a loud boom, the water arrow exploded, sending spray flying everywhere. Ruka sat slumped on the ground, exhausted, a smile spreading across her face. There's no way he could block that. But just then, a bolt of magic struck her right in the middle of her forehead from a distance. When she saw who did it, Ruka Mizuha cried out in surprise. No way, how is that possible? You're okay? How did you dodge that? Minato replied casually. I used a spell to absorb your magic and simply stepped right through the center of the attack. The air went deathly silent. Ruka sat there frozen for a long time without reacting. Just when Minato thought she wouldn't say anything, she suddenly looked up and laughed loudly. Just by stepping through it? So, does that mean you've lost? Of course, the result was clear. The victory went to Minato. Du hurried over to ask, Are you all right? Minato nodded. Yeah, we're both fine. I won. Du nodded with a gentle smile, her eyes full of gratitude. Seeing the two of them happy, Ruka stood up from the ground and said coldly, As promised, I won't bring this up again. Do whatever you want. Minato couldn't help but sigh helplessly upon hearing this. Still so arrogant, aren't you? Minato chuckled, then said, Du's wound is pretty shallow. You really held back, didn't you? Yeah, I wish our match had been like that, Ruka shouted, clearly frustrated. That's not happening, Minato replied, dismissing the idea. He continued, Du has gotten a lot stronger in just 2 weeks. You've noticed that too, right? Stop coddling him so much. Du then firmly promised, I'll definitely get stronger so you won't have to worry about me anymore. You better mean it. Ruka narrowed her eyes at the two of them, hesitated for a long moment, then nodded. I guess you're right. Because of this battle, the Mizuha siblings had grown closer. Watching them, Minato felt happy for some reason. Just then, Dark clouds and a terrifying presence suddenly surged in the sky, startling Minato. He looked up, his expression turning grave in an instant. Is this abnormal magical energy a natural disaster? Mizuha, Ruka, and Du realized it too. Everyone's faces paled. At the same time, back in the classroom, Jun's group was rummaging through Minato's desk, throwing things all over the floor. After searching for a while without finding anything, Jun's lackey grumbled, "There's nothing but books and paper. This guy is literally a model student, man." Gritting his teeth in frustration, Tadano Jun pursed his lips. There has to be something here. If not, how could he possibly use that kind of magic? Just then, the lackey saw something and immediately gasped. What the hell is that? Hoping he had found something, Jun quickly looked over, but what he saw terrified him. The sky outside had been dyed a gruesome blood red. All three of them were instantly gripped by panic. Seeming to realize something, one of the lackeys shouted in terror, "It's a natural disaster! How is that possible?" Outside the arena, reporters and students were in total chaos. No one expected a disaster to strike the Magic Academy. Minato's expression was grim. How could a natural disaster happen right now? Please don't tell me this is related to the Shinjuku incident. The first disaster also happened in Shinjuku. Was this just a coincidence, or was it orchestrated? As he pondered this, magical beasts emerged from a spatial rift. The students panicked and started running, but the instructors were on the scene, frantically trying to calm them down. But who could stay calm in a situation like this? Right then, a powerful blast of magic erupted, killing the beasts, attacking the students. The one who struck was none other than Minato. He shouted loudly, "Stay calm." His voice brought the students to a standstill. Even though they were still terrified, they stopped running and stayed put. Minato was satisfied with this. He scanned the crowd and instructed, "During the early stage of a disaster, only low-level monsters will appear. We should evacuate to the gymnasium." After saying that, he turned to Ruka and the others, suggesting, "You guys should go too." Hearing this, they exclaimed in surprise. "What are you planning to do, Kusanagi?" Minato replied calmly. "I have to save the people trapped in the buildings first." The instructor looked at him, bewildered and worried. "You're going alone? That's too reckless." Kasaragi Ryuji quickly spoke up. "I'm going too. This should be fine, right, sir?" The instructor was still hesitating, but Ryuji raised an eyebrow and continued. "You've already seen what this kid can do, haven't you?" The instructor wavered for a moment before finally nodding. "I understand, but don't overdo it." Kasaragi Ryuji chuckled. "How could I possibly die?" Saying that, he glanced at Minato. Minato didn't say a word, just shrugged indifferently. Then, Minato looked over at Du and said, "I'm heading out." A look of worry crossed Du's eyes as she whispered, "Be careful." Meanwhile, Ryuji called out, "I'm going ahead, kid." Kasaragi Ryuji's current speed allowed him to run at 10 meters per second. He wanted to see if Minato could keep up, but Ryuji thought too highly of himself. Minato had already activated his magic and taken off. He zipped past Ryuji like a flash. He raised an eyebrow with a smirk. "I'm going ahead, senior." Kasaragi Ryuji's eyes went wide with surprise as he grumbled, "What kind of speed is that?" "Hey, wait up." He quickly sprinted after him, but being just fast wasn't enough. "I'm going to observe this kid's true potential in every detail." Naturally, he would save people along the way. Minato didn't care about Ryuji. He moved while using his magic to scan the entire academy grounds. There were 58 people capable of using magic in the building, but there was a possibility that some could no longer use it. If that was the case, he would have to check every floor carefully. By then, monsters had already flooded the student building, and some students were trapped in their classrooms, unable to get out. Minato jumped in through a window and saw the scene. Without hesitation, he used magic to wipe out the beasts. His magic was incredibly powerful. Wherever it passed, monsters fell. While Minato was focused on killing the beasts inside the classroom, one from outside lunged at him, trying to ambush him. Minato reacted as if he had eyes in the back of his head, casually unleashing a surge of magical energy that tore the beast apart. Before long, Kasaragi Ryuji ran in, panicking. "Hey, is everyone okay?" But by then, Minato had already eliminated every single beast. The monster corpses were piling up in the room. He brushed past him and said coldly, "I'll leave the evacuation of the trapped students to you." Kasaragi Ryuji couldn't help but panic, quickly saying, "Hey, wait. Going alone is dangerous." But there was no one left behind him. He grumbled in frustration. Where did he go? How was he this fast? Kasaragi Ryuji couldn't help but think Minato must have considered him a burden. What could he even say? Maybe that was actually true. He had wiped out those monsters in less than a second. Who on earth was this kid? Minato was oblivious to his thoughts. He was still moving at full speed. Outside, he could use magic bullets to take them down in one hit. But in enclosed spaces, he might accidentally hurt others. So, he had no choice but to keep using low-level magic to take them down. But that was enough. Minato easily took down the monsters with low-level magic and saved many people. Although it would be time-consuming if he kept taking the students to the gym himself, he had someone helping him. Kusanagi Ryuji was always arriving late throughout the process. But at that moment, he was fighting a beast outside, shouting aggressively, "I'll take these monsters down. You guys hurry to the gymnasium." Just as Kusanagi Ryuji finished speaking, a sudden gasp startled him. What's going on? When he looked back, he saw the students being enveloped in magic and slowly lowered to the ground. Ryuji Kusanagi. Ryuji frowned and fell silent at the sight. What on earth was Minato doing? And who exactly was this guy? Watching from above, Minato saw Ryuji's reaction and let out a smile. Worried about your junior, are you? It'll be fine, I'm sure. Just then, he seemed to sense something. In a hidden corner of the building, a female student was trembling in fear. She was cornered by magic beasts, backed against a wall, tears streaming down her face. There was nothing she could do. Helpless in this situation, she could only scream for help. Someone, please, save me. In the nick of time, a flash of light suddenly zipped past, leaving her eyes wide with shock. She realized this light was exactly the same as before she had been saved by this before. While she was still dazed, Minato dropped down from the air and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Recognizing him, she stammered, "Kusanagi, are you the one who saved me?" "Yeah, that's right." Minato nodded slightly. He reached out and pulled her to her feet. She asked again, "Was that also you during the practice session back then?" Minato hesitated for a moment before replying. Things just turned out a bit unexpectedly back then. Hearing this, she bowed to him in gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life twice now." Minato didn't comment, just smiled nonchalantly. "Don't mention it, it wasn't a big deal." Facing the person who had saved her twice, she suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. Her cheeks flushed a deep red. Just then, Ryuji Kusanagi Ryuji ran up from below and shouted, "Who needs to be saved next?" Minato glanced at the girl and instructed, "Just follow him and you'll reach safety. I'm heading out." She wanted to call him back, but he had already taken off. Even Ryuji looked quite frustrated. Minato didn't care what they thought and continued rushing upward. There were still quite a few students trapped. They couldn't wait for the police to arrive. He had to do something. Elsewhere, at the Prime Minister's office, high-ranking officials were gathered due to the disaster at the Magic Academy. The Prime Minister sat at the head of the table, speaking gravely. "A disaster has struck the Camui Magic Academy." The surrounding officials whispered to each other, "Why is this horror happening to us? We haven't recorded any such disasters since the last one 50 years ago. What are we supposed to do?" The Prime Minister said sternly. "We are still trying to contact the Magic Beast Containment Unit at the City Police Department and the Noble Mages as well. The ground defense forces are also on high alert." The officials retorted with dissatisfaction. "But the Defense Force mages only specialize in natural disaster relief. Nobody there has experience fighting magic beasts." The Prime Minister naturally understood that. This was the consequence of living comfortably without worrying about disasters. They had no choice but to rely on the police and the noble mages. His grip tightened as he thought about it. The disaster from 50 years ago was happening again. But Minato Kusanagi was no longer around. Who would save them now? At the same time, a police car was rushing toward the Magic Academy. The policewoman driving asked doubtfully, "Has a disaster really occurred?" A low, cold male voice replied, "Yeah, there's no mistaking it." The policewoman panicked. "But we've been living in peace for so many years." "So, was this peace just temporary?" Inspector Sudugo smiled as he spoke. "It doesn't matter, though. That's why we're here. After all." The driver, Officer Karen Sanda, hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'll do my best." Soon after, they sped toward the scene. At the same time, a helicopter appeared in the sky above the academy not for rescue, but carrying reporters. They were broadcasting the magic beast attack to the entire country. Reporters already on site at the academy were being evacuated to safety. They were reporting live, while the instructors and students capable of using magic outside were trying to fend off the low-level beasts. News of this disaster was a hot topic, and everyone was watching intently. Everyone was worried. The situation was truly dire. The area adjacent to the Magic Academy was also being attacked. Nearby residents were in a panic, and the situation was beyond the government's control. The people of Japan were looking toward the Magic Academy, waiting for updates from the media. Some were worried because people in the nearby areas were also terrified that history would repeat itself, just like 50 years ago. In short, all of Japan was sinking into panic. Back at the academy, Minato was still relentlessly taking down beasts to save people, but they were flooding into the school in massive numbers. They were nearing the second phase. Each phase would bring new, stronger monsters. Moreover, they would keep appearing no matter how many they killed. As long as the boss was still alive, magic beasts would keep swarming. The boss would only reveal itself in the final phase. Minato had to hold out until then. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he felt. This disaster was truly a pain. After saving people from the monsters, Minato used magic to warp them to safety downstairs. There were 20 people this time, and because they were scattered everywhere, just saving them was a struggle. But Minato had no intention of giving up. He ran back to the upper floors to continue. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Jun was trying to fight off the invading beasts. However, his magical power wasn't enough, and he was soon gasping for breath. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "No, I can't keep attacking like this." He wasn't just fighting regular beasts. There were also demon soldiers in the mix. They were terrified, looking like they were about to wet their pants. Jun still wasn't willing to give up, shouting, "That Kusanagi guy took one down in a single hit. Why can't I do the same?" As soon as he said that, a voice filled with disdain rang out from behind him. "Because you're pathetic." Jun's eyes went wide, and before he could see who it was, a brilliant flame struck out, instantly incinerating the demon soldier into ashes before the horrified eyes of the others. Only then did Jun get a good look at who had acted. It was the person he wanted to see the least, Minato. After the strike, Minato didn't say a word and turned to leave. Jun bit his lip fiercely. Not again, he had been saved by him yet again. Unable to accept it, he rushed after Minato and shouted, "Stop right there!" Minato halted his steps, and Jun glared at him, ready to confront him. "Why did you save me? You're supposed to hate me, aren't you? So why?" Shrugging off the question, Minato spoke nonchalantly. "No reason at all. I saved you because I could. That's it." Hearing this, Jun's body trembled uncontrollably. He bit his lip and muttered, "You saved me just because you could? Is that all you have to say?" Tadano Jun couldn't accept this reason, and shouted aggressively, "Quit kidding around. You're just a weak, pathetic loser. He said you don't even use magic properly, so how could you get strong this fast?" Minato narrowed his eyes at Tadano Jun and spoke coldly. "Kusanagi Minato died in that car accident. I was reborn into his body." Jun was stunned and shouted in disbelief. "What? Can a human get stronger after stepping through the gates of death? I should be stronger than you. But why? Why am I losing to a guy like you?" "Strong, you say? A truly strong person doesn't go around picking on the weak," Minato scoffed. He narrowed his eyes at him and spoke in a cold voice. "And the truly weak don't go around belittling those even weaker than them. You've been consumed by your own arrogance, blindly believing you're strong." By now, Jun didn't even dare to think about fighting back. Minato turned and left, leaving Jun standing there alone. Before long, he collapsed to the ground. He knew he was running from the truth that he hadn't grown an inch since he started at the academy. He had just been taking all his stress and frustration out on those weaker than him. But then, he was saved by Minato, the person he considered the weakest, and he couldn't handle the truth. Jun's two lackeys were in an awkward position. They had also been saved by Minato. They wanted to ask Jun what they should do next, but he was even more devastated than before. Tears were streaming down his face, tears of regret and humiliation. Minato, of course, had no idea how they were doing. He was still rushing forward crazily, killing magical beasts to save others. The higher he climbed, the more high-level beasts he encountered. Demon soldiers had started appearing. But Minato wasn't panicked at all. He calmly used magic to attack the demon soldiers, though the first one managed to dodge. Minato didn't stop there. He unleashed even more powerful magic. With a loud boom, smoke and fire erupted instantly. The demon soldier was quickly buried in a sea of flames. Minato watched the ashes before him, his face completely expressionless. He thought to himself, "The number of demon soldiers is increasing, that means the boss will appear soon." With that thought, Minato approached the students, huddled in a corner, and reassured them, "Stay calm. Everything is all right now." At the same time, Kusanagi Ryuji below was shouting in extreme frustration, "You little brat, leaving all the work to your older brother." Even though he was complaining, he never stopped casting magic to eliminate the beasts. There were truly a lot of beasts, and they kept chasing and attacking the students. Kusanagi Ryuji was defending the students behind him while fighting off the monsters. He glanced at the students and said, "I'll protect you all, just stay calm and follow me." Seeing him acting so incredibly cool, everyone felt a sense of admiration. But Kusanagi Ryuji could say that, but with monsters flooding the place like this, what were they supposed to do? Just as he was panicking, Minato dropped down from the air, speaking coldly. Let me help you. Kasaragi Ryuji jumped in shock upon hearing his voice. Don't just suddenly appear out of thin air like that. Minato couldn't be bothered and said nonchalantly, Run as soon as I'm done taking care of these guys. Kasaragi Ryuji asked, hesitant and confused. Huh. But with this many, how can you handle them alone? Maybe we should take another route. But no sooner had he finished speaking, a brilliant flame burst forth, burying the monsters in a sea of fire. The one who acted was, of course, Minato. This scene left everyone, including Kasaragi Ryuji, completely stunned. Seeing that, Minato immediately urged them, What are you standing there for? Let's go, hurry up. Ryuji finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly led the other students away. As they left, Ryuji kept looking back, only to see Minato casually waving his hand, his magic wiping out the monsters chasing the students. Kasaragi Ryuji was growing more and more amazed. Incredible. Amazing. This kid is the real deal. Minato kept his focus on holding back the beasts. After finishing them off, he looked around. Everyone's gone, right? I should go back and do another sweep just in case. Elsewhere, in another corner of the academy, the instructor and the students with magical power were struggling to hold their ground. Du was there too, but she seemed to be running out of magic, weak and stumbling, about to fall. Luckily, Ruka caught her. Ruka said coldly, If you can't do it, get inside. You're just getting in everyone's way. Du immediately shook her head, refusing. I can still fight. We don't have time to rest. Ruka frowned, silent, wanting to persuade her, but not knowing what to say, forced to watch as Du tried to use magic to attack the beasts. Just then, Kasaragi Ryuji arrived with the other students. I've brought the trapped students back. The instructor saw this and praised him. Great work. Get them inside. Kasaragi Ryuji left that task to someone else and ran over to the Mizuha sisters to ask how the situation was. Ruka sighed helplessly and said, We can barely hold them back any longer. Du asked in confusion, Where's Kusanagi? Kasaragi Ryuji chuckled, raising an eyebrow as he said, That kid hasn't got a scratch on him. He's still breathing and out there going wild. Really? Du breathed a sigh of relief. Kasaragi Ryuji didn't think too much about it and began casting magic to attack the monsters alongside the others, but his mouth never stopped running. Kusanagi, that kid is incredible. With him here, getting through this disaster will be easy. Du nodded in agreement. I think so too, senpai. With Kusanagi, we'll surely. But before she could finish, the ground suddenly shook violently, shocking everyone. The instructor shouted, Evacuate! Evacuate immediately! Because before them stood too many beasts. And they weren't low-level beasts, they were demon soldiers. Kasaragi Ryuji shouted in a panic, Too many monsters! We have to get out of here! Hearing that, everyone turned and ran. Both Kasaragi Ryuji and the Mizuha sisters were no exception. They had no chance of facing the horde of monsters in front of them. But they hadn't run far when Du suddenly sensed something. She glanced back, only to see the monsters being struck by magic, their blood spraying like rain. The three of them were stunned, not knowing when the magical police had arrived, led by Inspector Siduugo. He urgently gave the order, take them out quickly, and prioritize the students' safety. Soon after, the other officers began attacking the monsters before them. Seeing this, the students in the back finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were saved at last. Siduugo shouted to reassure them while fending off the monsters. Don't worry, everyone. We'll get you out of here. Please evacuate as instructed. However, she spoke up and suggested, We want to assist you all. Siduugo looked at her in surprise and said firmly, It would be better for you civilians to evacuate to the gymnasium. Before she could continue, Ruka cut in quickly. We aren't civilians. We are mages. Siduugo hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right then. Just support us by attacking from the perimeter. Truth be told, there were so few reinforcements that he had no choice but to rely on their help. Just look at how pathetic the police force was. At the same time, Karen was busy healing the other students. Elsewhere, on the academy building, Minato spotted the police cars arriving. He whispered with a sigh of relief, The police are finally here. I'll leave the rest to them. But it seemed the police arrived even sooner than the ground defense forces. After all, this was a national-level disaster. How could a country be so ill-prepared? Then again, it was entirely possible. This country had been resting on its laurels for too long. For now, he would just do his best to see if any more students were trapped. Meanwhile, on a helicopter high above, a reporter was witnessing the entire scene below. She began to broadcast the situation. It seemed the police had arrived, but the number of monsters showed no signs of decreasing. The entire nation was anxiously awaiting the arrival of the noble mages. After all, these situations required their intervention, and everyone was counting on the noble mages for help. Every citizen believed the noble mages would show up soon. The reporter at the scene looked straight into the camera lens and shouted, "Please, noble mages, appear quickly." However, in the Fuyuka family estate, upon hearing the butler's report, the head of the house coldly said, "Leave them be." The butler hesitated and asked, "Are you sure, sir?" The Fuyuka head huffed coldly. "The police are more than enough to handle such a minor disaster. There is no need for a noble mage like me to get involved." With that, he got up to leave. The butler asked in confusion, "Where are you going, sir?" "To sleep," the Fuyuka head replied coldly with one word. The butler had no further input and bowed respectfully. "I wish you a good sleep, sir." At the same time, at the Magic Academy, Siduugo was struggling against the monsters, but the situation was worsening. He glanced at his subordinate and asked, "Can you handle the ones near the entrance?" The other man shook his head. "I can't. There are too many of them." Sidugo's face turned grave in an instant. They were appearing faster than he had anticipated. There was no time to evacuate the civilians. Protecting the perimeter was the top priority, yet the support still hadn't arrived. Now they could only rely on the noble mages, but they couldn't be reached either. The more Sidugo thought about it, the more frustrated he grew. He couldn't help but shout, "Damn it! Where are those slackers at a time like this?" When needed most, they were nowhere to be found, leaving them to rely on the students still at the academy. It really showed just how pathetic Japan's military strength was. Sidugo frowned aggressively. He had read about this before. There was a reason they called it a disaster. Had the people of Japan gone through this in the past too? And if the boss appeared now, they were finished. No sooner had he thought it than it happened. The ground shook violently, terrifying everyone. Siduugo bit his lip hard. No way, is that the demon general, the boss? Du's expression was incredibly grave now. That monster rarely appeared in this area. Only a noble mage would have the strength to take it down. Du also knew it required magic of at least the 6th rank or higher to defeat it, but no one here could use high-level magic like that. While everyone was in a panic, a brilliant flame struck them. Ruka didn't hesitate to shield Mizuha Duika. Ruka fell right in front of Mizuha Duika, leaving her in absolute panic. Her eyes filled with worry. Ruka lay on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. She looked up and said, "Run, Du." But she remained seated there, her legs unable to move while everyone else panicked and fled. Du hugged Ruka tightly, her eyes filled with desperation. Siduugo and the magic police were trying to fight back, but they were no match for that monster. Kusanagi Ryuji was already weakened and couldn't do anything more. But then, a figure stepped out from within the raging flames before them. Seeing this, everyone's faces turned grim. They seemed to have accepted their fate. They were going to die here. Mizuha Duika didn't stop hugging Ruka tightly. She kept shouting, "Kusanagi, please, save us, Kusanagi." The fire was raging intensely, surging straight toward the group. Du grew even more desperate and screamed, "Minato, the heat is getting closer." The monster was also threatening to advance, but at that moment, it suddenly stopped. It saw something blocking its path. A massive amount of magic power descended from the sky, attacking it. At the same time, a figure appeared before Mizuha Duika. The person who arrived was Minato. He said solemnly, "Sorry for being late. I kept you waiting, didn't I?" Seeing him, Du's eyes lit up. Du was immediately overjoyed, but Ruka's condition was terrible, and tears began to stream down her face. Kusanagi, my sister Minato, went over to check and finally spoke. "It's okay, she just fainted." He then placed his hand on her and began to heal her. Kusanagi Ryuji was still anxious, bowing his head in silent anticipation. Minato continued to treat Ruka. After a long moment, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Seeing this, Du startled and called out to him. Minato glanced at her and said calmly, "I'll handle this, boss." Du was momentarily stunned but quickly nodded. "Okay." Immediately after, the entire area was protected by a defensive barrier. Du was startled and amazed. What is this? Ruka's wounds were healing rapidly. Du was more and more astonished as she watched. The other students, feeling this magic for the first time, were completely shocked. Karen stepped out from inside and saw the scene, her eyes widening. Is this 3rd rank holy healing magic? Even she couldn't use such a thing. Who could? Soon after, she ran to Sidugo and asked anxiously, "Senior, are you okay?" Siduugo shook his head slightly. "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted." Karen ran over to help him up, then scanned the surroundings and asked, "What is happening?" Sidugo shook his head reluctantly. "I'm not sure either, but we have to protect the citizens until our very last breath." Karen couldn't help but feel panicked, speaking up with hesitation. "But that's too dangerous. You could lose your life out there." "Senior." Clenching his teeth firmly, Sidugo said with determination, But if we don't do something, all the people here will die. Karen knew that, but she still said worriedly, "This is impossible from the start. In the end, everyone is just going to all of our forces have already fallen." Just as she said, a corner of the academy was already engulfed in flames, and the magic police had all been wiped out. Siduugo gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. The defense forces, or those noble mages, none of them came to help. There is nothing left for us to do. The magic police force had given up. The battle against the magical beasts was getting worse, and the chaos and smoke were intensifying. The reporters on the scene were panicking. This can't be real with the police down. Is this really the end for us? Those watching the live broadcast were also incredibly anxious, sitting on the edge of their seats. But at the scene, Minato walked toward the monster all by himself. Seeing this, Karen gasped in shock. There's a student walking straight toward the demons. Is he trying to get himself killed? Sidugo was just as panicked, shouting out, "Hey kid, get away from there now." Unfortunately, Minato didn't listen, and in a flash, he was standing face to face with the monster. Minato sneered, "You seem to really enjoy doing whatever you want, huh?" The monster narrowed its eyes at him, muttering over and over, "Kill, kill." That terrifying deep voice echoed through the area, causing the students there to panic. Even Siduugo and Karin were trembling. The pressure radiating from the monster made everyone terrified. Just then, a massive explosion erupted. Minato coldly commanded, "Shut up." Attacked by him, the monster roared in fury. The low-level magical beasts immediately swarmed toward him. Minato frowned slightly. When facing the world's worst natural disaster, he had used his full power, but this time, he had to hold back a bit for the sake of those around him. While Minato was thinking, lightning attribute magic surged wildly toward him. In a split second, he was enveloped in light. Sidugo watched in horror. Is he dead? Everyone around was waiting to see if Minato had survived. While everyone was in a state of confusion, a blast of magic appeared, blinding everyone. This magic came from Minato's hands. It began to dance in the air, frantically annihilating the magical beasts. Seeing this, Sidugo was struck with awe. What is that? Who is that student? Not only them, but the reporters on the scene had also noticed Minato, but they couldn't see his face. The cameraman tried to get closer for a better look, but was blasted by magic, preventing him from getting any closer. It was Mizuha Duika who had acted. Minato had tried so hard to hide his true strength, but now he could fight without distractions. At the same time, in the midst of the battle, dozens of magical rays from both of Minato's hands were constantly dancing through the air. Everywhere they went, the magical beasts fell. This sight made the inexperienced students gasp in disbelief. "He's amazing! Can we really be saved? He can actually do it!" But they didn't have time to be distracted. The low-level beasts were still there, but thankfully, there was someone capable of using magic to take them down. Sidugo attacked while shouting a reminder. "There must be something we can do. Support him." Minato, busy fighting the boss, couldn't help but smile at those words. These modern-day police officers aren't too bad, it seems. With that thought, he waved his hand, and those magical rays exploded. The boss was furious now and quickly summoned its magic. Seeing this, Sidugo cried out in a panic. "Is that level 6 magic? That's almost equivalent to the noble mages. There's nothing more we can do." The magic the boss was casting was indeed level 6, Flame Dragon's Roar. The fire and smoke surged again. The students there were instantly plunged into shock. The reporters on the scene were just as desperate. Sidugo watched helplessly as the fire rushed toward them. The fire was so brilliant that it could swallow everything in its path. It carried a terrifying, blood-red color. The students were completely hopeless, and even Karen could only pray to the gods to save them. Sidugo thought that no matter how strong Minato was, he couldn't possibly defeat that thing. There was no way to survive this. The only one who believed in Minato was Mizuha Duika. She believed he could definitely do it. If it's Minato, then he surely can. Minato will definitely survive and save everyone here. Meanwhile, Minato was quietly observing the demon boss in front of him. It may be big, but the bigger it is, the slower it moves. And this demon general is struggling to pull off that level 6 spell. So if I hold back my power, I won't be able to do anything to it, right? I really didn't want to do this, but there's no other choice. Thinking this, Minato immediately reached out to summon 2 types of magic at once. In an instant, he unleashed his own mana. Duika stared in awe at the massive amount of magic dancing before her eyes. She was so amazed her eyes widened, but even more so, she was filled with joy. Under the surprised gazes of everyone, a giant serpent made of water magic appeared. Sidugo was even more stunned the longer he looked. Is this composite magic? At the same time, the demon general's fire dragon charged forward aggressively. Minato's water serpent didn't back down, clashing directly with it. With a massive boom, the two powerful forces collided. They twisted around each other, fire and water locked in a fierce struggle. The demon general below was crazily unleashing magic, muttering incomprehensible words: destroy, humans, die. Shortly after, the fire dragon grew even larger, charging forward with fierce momentum. Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but sneer in contempt. His giant water serpent lunged toward the fire dragon, destroying it in an instant, but it wasn't finished yet. The water serpent charged forward, quickly reaching the demon general. The demon was completely swallowed by the water, and before it died, it could only mutter the word, "Why?" Minato watched it vanish without a change in expression, sneering, "Lack of practice. That's why." Although he said that, Minato thought it could probably have done more, but it seemed weaker than he expected. After the boss fell, the Magic Academy's skies cleared up. Minato looked up at the sky and smiled. It seems the boss has been defeated, and the disaster is over. At the very least, we can finally enjoy a rare moment of peace. Only now could the students finally collect themselves. They had been saved. Suddenly, the whole group erupted in cheers, having escaped the jaws of death. Even the reporters at the scene were no exception. Moved to tears, Karen let out a sigh of relief as well. It was safe. The disaster had passed. Meanwhile, Sudoku was utterly stunned. He couldn't believe a student like Minato had managed to defeat a demon general, a feat that even noble mages couldn't pull off so cleanly and quickly. "Just who are you?" But before he could even process it, his legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed. He couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed his knees were going on strike too. Over there, Minato walked up to Mizuha Duika and said with a smile, "I did it." Duika looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears, and spoke. "That's right. I knew you could do it. Thank you, Minato." "It's nothing," Minato replied with a dismissive shake of his head and a smile. While the two were talking, the other students rushed toward them, startling Minato. Before he could understand what was happening, he was surrounded by a crowd of students, all of them showering him with endless praise. Minato sighed helplessly. He hadn't managed to avoid the spotlight after all. He could already see his future looking as gloomy as the sky earlier. Seeing his reaction, Duika couldn't help but giggle. He looked really uncomfortable. The next day, the media reported on the disaster at the Magic Academy, including the fact that it had been quelled by a mysterious student. But everyone at the academy knew that mysterious student was Minato. After the incident, the crowd around Minato grew larger. Every time he went to class, they stood around him asking all sorts of things, which really annoyed him. Of course, there were also those who were dissatisfied and spoke up, grumbling that someone was just being buttered up and had started to get arrogant. How could a student like him be that strong? With that, the students began to argue noisily in class, splitting into two factions. One side supported Minato, while the other didn't believe him. Taking advantage of the noise, Minato slipped away outside. He was truly terrified of them. Just then, Duika appeared beside him and teased, "Having a hard time, huh?" Minato huffed. "Don't even start." With a soft laugh, Duika continued to tease him playfully. "You're the hero who protected everyone, so I guess you're stuck with it." Minato shrugged it off. "Let's change the subject. You got transferred to Class S, right?" Duika nodded. She replied indifferently, probably because of that sparring match and the recent incident. Minato frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "You don't seem too happy about it?" Hearing that, Duika turned her head away, pouting as she muttered, "I am. It's just, well, someone else is there too." Minato didn't think much of her comment and continued asking, "Come to think of it, how is Ruka doing?" Duika smiled and replied, "She's doing well, and we're closer now too." Duika was genuinely happy about it. It was all thanks to Minato. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him, smiling sincerely. "Thank you. Meeting you here was truly my good fortune." Minato, hearing this, playfully flicked her forehead, leaving Mizuha Duika confused. "What was that for?" Minato pouted and replied, "Saying thank you once is enough. Why keep saying it?" He then turned and walked away. Duika watched his back, then smiled. The young girl's heart seemed to have been moved by him. Elsewhere, in the Prime Minister's office, high-ranking officials were all present. The Prime Minister was busy making calls to someone. A moment later, he spoke up. "With this, the conference calls with other nations have officially concluded." Someone asked skeptically, "Finding the cause of the second disaster won't be easy, will it?" The Prime Minister nodded slightly and replied, "They have done their best to find ways to deal with it." The rumors about the student who defeated the final boss. They continued to deliberate about the disaster and Minato's destruction of the demon general. Meanwhile, on the academy rooftop, Minato was called up again. This time, it was Ruka, Kusanagi Ryuji, and Mizuha Duika. The four stood there looking at each other, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. After a long silence, Mizuha Ruka slowly spoke. Kusanagi, I have a request. Please, take me as your student. When she made the request, her eyes were filled with determination. A few days ago, at the Mizuha family villa, the two sisters, Duika and Ruka, were sitting outside. After a long silence, Ruka slowly spoke. This disaster, she began, startling Duika. Ruka didn't seem to care and calmly continued. It seems Kusanagi stopped the disaster this time, didn't he? Duika nodded. Yes, Kusanagi defeated the demon general boss with Tier 4 composite magic. Ruka looked at her in disbelief and asked skeptically, You said Tier 4 composite magic? That's a type of magic that even high-level mages can't use. Do you even realize that? It's the truth. Duika nodded firmly. Seeing her reaction, Ruka hesitated for a moment before speaking. Then it must be true. How could my little sister lie? Duika asked in surprise. Why are you so sure I wouldn't lie? Ruka laughed softly. Ruka replied calmly. Because you've always been obedient since you were little. I thought a child like that couldn't possibly be a useless mage, but it seems I relied on violence too much. Hearing her words, Duika felt a bit sad. Suddenly, she stood up and declared powerfully, I will definitely become stronger so you won't have to worry about me anymore. So please, believe in me. Duika was more determined than ever. Her reaction stunned Ruka, but she quickly smiled and said, You really have grown up, Duika. A flash of joy appeared in Duika's eyes. Ruka said nothing more, her thoughts on Minato. His power was terrifying. It far surpassed that of any student, maybe even stronger than her own father. Thinking of this, Ruka looked up and said, Help me with something. Back in the present, Ruka was silently waiting for Minato's answer. She knew clearly that if things continued like this, she would only ever become a high-level mage. To become stronger, she needed Minato's help. Taking a deep breath, Ruka spoke sincerely. I apologize for insulting and looking down on you. I am truly sorry. She said she knew full well how selfish her request was. However, she accepted putting aside her pride to ask Minato. Ruka's tone carried a hint of pleading. She bowed her head and whispered, Please, grant me this. Before she could even finish, Minato coldly interrupted. Sure. The answer was so sudden that Ruka was stunned and unable to react. Minato repeated it once more. I said I'd take you as my student. Ruka was still a bit confused. She skeptically asked, Why is it Minato's turn now? He looked puzzled and asked, What do you mean? That's strange. You're the one who wanted this. Ruka quickly said, That's true. But I've done so many terrible things to you. Shrugging indifferently, Minato casually replied, Well, you've already apologized, so I forgive you. Besides, you just wanted me to accept that apology. That's all. Ruka was stunned. Was that really such a casual answer? Right then, Kusanagi Ryuji hurriedly interrupted. In that case, how about me, too? Minato didn't offer an opinion, just pouted in response. Fine, teaching one or two more people is fine. Seeing Ruka still perplexed, Mizuha Duika explained, He's just that kind of person. Ruka squinted at Minato, secretly thinking to herself that he really was a strange kid. A moment later, at the Magic Academy's classroom, Minato and Mizuha Duika were called there for some reason. Before them stood Inspector Sudugo and Sergeant Karin. They were bowing to Minato, speaking sincerely. First, please allow us to thank you. If it weren't for you, both the ordinary citizens and us might have been wiped out. Minato couldn't help but feel reluctant. You two have been thanking me since the interrogation. I think this is enough. Is there anything else? Sudugo nodded slightly and replied, The investigation into the disaster has ended, but there are still some things we're very concerned about. Minato asked in surprise. Some things that interest you? Sudugo didn't hide it, stating his purpose. Kusanagi, you awakened your mage abilities after being involved in a traffic accident, right? The people around you said the same thing, so there's probably no mistake. But after investigating, I heard someone say that, after the accident, you seemed like a completely new person. Minato froze when he heard this, a look of wariness appearing in his eyes. Sudugo didn't notice, and continued. Your personality changed, and your strength increased abnormally, enough even to defeat a demon general. The more he spoke, the more confused the people there became. Duika couldn't help but question him with dissatisfaction. Wait a minute. What are you implying? Sudugo seemed to realize he had been tactless, frowning as he muttered, Let's change the question then. He asked if he knew the name of the Black Mage. Both Minato and Mizuha Duika were stunned. What does that have to do with the Black Mage? Sudugo slowly explained. He is a mage who defeated all the stray magical beasts wandering around and helped other citizens under the cover of darkness. This video has been spreading all over the internet. Haven't you seen it? Saying that, he showed the video to the two of them, and Karen beside him seemed to have realized something, but Duika didn't. She frowned and asked, "What does this have to do with Kusanagi?" Siduago calmly explained, "Because these two have some similarities in both build and age." He said the black mage is rumored to be a fairly well-known mage, but the magic doesn't match, not to mention the time he started acting coincided with the time Minato was discharged from the hospital. The instructor sitting nearby heard Sidugo's words, his face turning pale, looking very worried. Karen stayed silent, while Sidugo kept rambling on. Using magic in the city without a permit is against the law. Because this attracted so much attention, the police had to intervene. Duika, hearing that he would be heavily punished, glanced at Minato, her face full of worry. Sidugo also looked closely at him, speaking coldly. "If you admit everything, we promise to do everything we can to reduce your sentence. So answer honestly, are you the black mage?" "No, I'm not." Minato shook his head confidently in denial. Hearing this, Sidugo smiled. He happily said, "I see. So you aren't him. That's good." Immediately after, Sidugo and Karen stood up to say goodbye. "Thank you all for your time. We'll be leaving now." The two quickly walked out the door. Only then did Sidugo remember Minato's reaction. He hadn't even shown a hint of nervousness. If he really were the black mage, he'd have to be incredibly bold. Conversely, Karen seemed convinced that Minato was that very mage. Both the aura around him and his voice were exactly the same. Could his secret actions in the night simply be because he wanted to save people? She couldn't tell Sidugo about Minato's true identity. Although this might be seen as a failure as a police officer, he was a good person who had saved her. So, two police officers were in two completely opposite states. Sidugo wanted to dig out the hidden identity behind Minato, while Karen wanted to hide Minato's identity. On another note, after the talk in the meeting room, Minato and Mizuha Duika went to class to report. The teacher stood on the podium and announced clearly, "These are our new students, Kusanagi and Mizuha. They will be members of our class from today on. Please help them out." Because Minato had defeated the demon general, he was welcomed very warmly by everyone. As soon as he sat down, he was surrounded by people asking questions incessantly. Naturally, with her background, Duika faced the same situation, making it a bit difficult for her to handle. Seeing the students surrounding the two, the teacher couldn't help but speak up helplessly. "Everyone, please take your seats. The lesson has already begun." Minato truly felt it was too annoying. He had been interrogated from the start of class until the break. This was exactly why he didn't want to stand out too much. Minato took advantage of the break to sneak away, but was called back by someone. He turned his head skeptically, and it turned out to be the pink-haired girl he had saved from the magical beasts the other day. She looked at him reservedly, shyly, saying, "Kusanagi, could you come with me for a moment?" A while later, on the school rooftop, Minato felt truly helpless. "So it's this place again. Is it trendy now to call people to the school rooftop whenever you want to talk to them?" Surprisingly, Mizuha Duika was there too. She had just wanted to find a place to practice on her own without being discovered. She didn't expect Minato to be there, and he was with some strange girl. What were they doing here? The pink-haired girl stood before Minato, hesitatingly asking, "I wonder if you remember me." Minato shook his head apologetically. "Sorry, I don't." The pink-haired girl wasn't surprised, lowering her voice. "I'm the person you saved during that disaster." Only then did Minato remember. He nodded and opened his mouth. "Ah, that's right. I remember that." The girl's cheeks turned bright red in an instant. She lowered her head and said reservedly, "During the practice session, I was also attacked by monsters and was saved by someone using magic. That magic was yours, wasn't it, Kusanagi?" Minato remembered that practice session where he had just helped out on a whim. But the girl was so grateful, saying, "Thank you for saving my life twice." Minato shook his head slightly and replied, "Don't mention it. I just did what I could." Despite his words, the girl still spoke up shyly. "You're such a blockhead, Kusanagi." At the same time, Du was trying to eavesdrop on their conversation, but she couldn't hear a thing. Just then, the girl with pink hair suddenly shouted, "Kusanagi, I like you. Please, go out with me." Du was stunned. So this was a confession? Even Minato, the person being confessed to, was just as flustered. Seeing that he didn't reply, the pink-haired girl firmly continued, "I know I'm not exactly extraordinary in any way, but I will try my best to improve myself. So please, let me be your girlfriend." Kusanagi Minato stood there stunned, saying nothing. Just when the girl thought he wouldn't answer, he suddenly opened his mouth. "Thank you for liking me." The pink-haired girl beamed with joy, but she couldn't stay happy for long. Minato said apologetically, "But I'm sorry, I really don't have time to think about dating right now. There's something I absolutely have to do." Upon hearing this, the pink-haired girl lowered her head and muttered softly, "I understand." But she quickly lifted her head, returning to her radiant look from before. "Thank you for being honest with me. I think I can let go of these feelings now." With that, she turned and left the rooftop. Du had tried to hide behind the wall, but Minato still found her. He snorted coldly. "And how much longer do you plan on hiding there?" Mizuha Duika flinched and took a deep breath before poking her head out, saying shyly, "I thought I masked my mana pretty well?" Minato curled his lip. "Your control is honestly terrible. Your mana is leaking everywhere. This is the second time now. Do you really enjoy stalking people?" Du retorted. "I just happened to overhear it, okay? It's not like I did it on purpose. But hey, why did you turn her down? She's pretty cute, isn't she?" Minato scoffed. "I'm not thinking about stuff like that right now." He then turned and walked away, leaving Du standing there, bewildered. Minato's real reason was the vast age gap between them. Even though they were in the same year grade physically, Du watched his retreating figure and muttered hesitantly, "I get it. So you're not going to date anyone at all, right?" She suddenly realized something. Why did she feel relieved when she heard Minato say that? Du thought to herself while following Minato downstairs. Was he really not going to date anyone? While she was lost in thought, Minato suddenly turned his head, making Du freeze in place. Minato said indifferently, "Practice controlling your mana more often. You're still pretty clueless." Du finally snapped out of it and pouted. "I know, stop repeating it." She would train hard to become stronger until the day Minato acknowledged her. That evening, as usual, Minato went out to investigate. The number of monsters showed no signs of decreasing. Even though the disaster has passed, is this a sign that another wave is about to hit? Right then, a loud scream suddenly rang out. In the darkness, the scream was from a girl, and a male mage was chasing after her. He snorted. No ghost would be roaming around here at this hour to save you. Yet, someone actually did. Minato had blocked the mage's path, catching the mage off guard. Before the guy could recover, he took a punch to the stomach from Minato and went flying. Minato squinted at him, secretly scoffing. An amateur mage who likes doing twisted things. Huh. His close-quarters combat skills are indescribably bad. He must have never faced another mage before. The girl who had been saved looked at him with gratitude, but she quickly recognized the person in front of her. She cried out in surprise. "Is it really you, Black Mage?" But before she could finish, Minato vanished, ignoring the girl's shouts to stop. Minato used magic to teleport elsewhere. Black Mage, huh. The students at school, and even that guy Sidugo mentioned it. Looks like they're really talking about me. But why am I suddenly so famous? The next morning, on the academy rooftop, Minato had gathered with Du and the other two. He frowned and asked, "That Sidugo guy mentioned earlier, right? An amateur mage who likes acting mysterious at night. People talk about him a lot. I'm just wondering why." Kusanagi Ryuji replied while eating, "Probably because he's a hot topic online." Minato was surprised and asked, "What's online?" This left the three of them stunned, and they started whispering. Du explained, "It's an information system covering the whole world. We can find everything on it. That's why information spreads at the speed of light." After the explanation, Minato finally understood. Kusanagi Ryuji took out his phone to demonstrate. "You can access it with your phone too, you know? You have one, don't you? Try opening Google or something." Minato tried fiddling with it, and eventually, he succeeded. He shouted excitedly, "I did it!" Du and Kusanagi Ryuji cheered along. "You did it!" Minato pouted. "What's the big deal about this?" Ruka, seeing how childish they were acting, couldn't help but sigh helplessly. She cut in with a serious tone. "By the way, you promised to help us train. When do we start?" Minato replied happily. "We can start right after school today. Since you guys taught me how to use a smartphone and this thing called the internet, I'll try my best to help you all as much as I can." Upon hearing this, Du suddenly felt a sense of impending doom. As she had feared, after school that afternoon, the four of them went to Du's villa to train. It wasn't long before all three of them collapsed. Minato shook his head helplessly. "Oh, come on, we haven't even warmed up yet, but you're putting in effort. Like your lives depend on it." These words hit a sore spot for the three of them. They immediately stood up, each of them speaking with determination. "I can still take it. Don't look down on us." Minato nodded with satisfaction. "That's more like it. Now, attack me." Immediately, the three of them lunged at Minato simultaneously. On another front, near the Tokyo Tower, an anomaly had appeared. The observers nearby cried out in a panic. "I can't believe it. It looked perfectly normal just a moment ago. What on earth is happening?" The scene before them caused them to scream in fear, because monsters had appeared in swarms near the Tokyo Tower. Back at Mizuha Duika's villa, the three of them had quickly collapsed before Minato again. Seeing this, Minato raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong? Are you giving up?" "Not yet, take this." The three immediately jumped up aggressively, using their mana to attack Minato together. However, Minato simply created a defensive barrier and blocked the entire thing. Not only that, but he also flicked his mana right into the middle of Ruka and Ryuji's foreheads, making them wince in pain. At the same time, Du took the opportunity to ambush Minato from behind. She called out smugly, "Didn't see that coming, did you?" Minato smirked. He then sidestepped, dodging Mizuha Duika's attack completely. Taken by surprise, Du cried out in shock. He actually dodged it? Before she could even recover, another flick of mana hit her forehead. Just like that, all three were taken down by Minato. He let out a sigh and said, "All right, let's take a quick break." At his word, the three of them went to their seats to grab a drink and rest. After only a moment, all three were already drenched in sweat. Kusanagi Ryuji wiped his sweat and spoke up, "But you're way too strong, don't you think?" Ruka nodded in agreement. "Even I, the top student in the whole academy, couldn't even touch a hair on his head." Du sighed and said, "She's right. This guy isn't even on the level of a normal student anymore." Saying that, she cast a knowing look at Minato. Her gaze made Minato feel a bit annoyed. Too lazy to explain himself multiple times, he decided to give them a reason and be done with it. "I nearly died in that accident, and as soon as I regained consciousness, I received this power. As for why, I don't know, so please, just stop asking." Hearing this, Ruka frowned and thought, "So that near-death experience was the trigger that activated your power." Seeing their reaction, Minato finally breathed a sigh of relief. These guys were as gullible as children. One look at their faces told him he'd successfully fooled them. God. Little did Minato know, Du didn't believe him at all. She figured he must have a real reason to hide the truth, and since he'd gone to such lengths to keep it secret, it was best not to pry any further. Minato narrowed his eyes at the three of them sitting there in silence. He truly thought they were all just too easy to trick. A while later, they finally finished training. Everyone was heading home. Kusanagi Ryuji commented as they walked, "That training session was great." Minato, walking beside him, couldn't help but chime in, "You're pretty tough yourself." Kusanagi Ryuji smirked and said, "That's because I'm always pushing myself, but man, I'm starving. Gotta get home early to cook for the little ones." Minato asked with a skeptical look. "You cook your own meals? Even though you look so imposing?" Kusanagi Ryuji glared at him indignantly. "What's that supposed to mean, kid?" The two kept talking as they walked. Kusanagi Ryuji asked suspiciously, "Do you always eat out?" Minato shook his head slightly and replied, "No, most of the time I just eat instant noodles." Taken aback, Kusanagi Ryuji exclaimed, "Instant noodles? That's all you eat?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato pouted, "The world has become really convenient, you know." Kusanagi Ryuji looked at him fiercely, his tone a bit annoyed. "How is your body supposed to hold up if you keep stuffing it with food that has zero nutritional value?" Seeing him react so strongly, Minato couldn't help but feel annoyed. He's just like my dad. But Kusanagi Ryuji didn't notice, throwing his arm around Minato's shoulder and dragging him along. "All right, we're going to my place. Let me treat you to a proper meal." Minato really wanted to refuse, but this guy was just too stubborn. And so, the two finally arrived at Ryuji's house. An extreme introvert like Minato was suddenly swarmed by three little kids, leaving him completely at a loss. As for Kusanagi Ryuji, he naturally took charge of the cooking. A guy as big as him wearing a bear-themed apron brought out 2 plates of food. Kusanagi Ryuji said apologetically, "Sorry about that. Thanks for keeping an eye on the kids." Minato laughed offhand, then used his mana to make the children levitate in midair. Seeing this, Kusanagi Ryuji couldn't help but feel helpless. "That's exactly what I was worried about. You crazy kid. Stop using magic inside the house." He set the 2 plates on the table, grumbling as he worked. "I've never heard of anyone using magic to play with kids." Minato didn't care, looking down at the little girl beside him and laughing. "You're getting scolded." The 3 kids kept swarming around Minato, playing until even Kusanagi Ryuji had to admit, "This is actually pretty surprising. I mean, you're not bad at babysitting." Minato suddenly remembered his past life, where so many children had perished in disasters. After a long silence, Minato sighed. "Children are the future of the country, after all." Hearing this, Kusanagi Ryuji couldn't help but grumble. "That sounded just like my grandpa talking to me." "Shut it," Minato huffed, before returning to play with the 3 kids. Very quickly, dinner was ready. The kids saw the food and excitedly started eating. Minato happily shared the meal with everyone. Just after the first bite, he couldn't help but exclaim, "So good. How long has it been since I had a proper home-cooked meal? You've been so buried in protecting the country that you've forgotten to take care of yourself." Thinking about it, Minato asked curiously, "By the way, where are your parents?" Ryuji shook his head and answered, "I don't have a father, and my mother works until late at night, so I take care of the housework and babysit these kids for her. I pick up side jobs whenever I'm free." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but feel touched. "You're really busy, aren't you?" With a soft laugh, Kusanagi Ryuji said nonchalantly, "It's tough, but I don't hate it. I get it now. The harder something is to talk about, the more you want to do it right, right?" Minato nodded in understanding. Kusanagi Ryuji didn't hesitate to admit it, not forgetting to flex his muscles. Minato couldn't help but remark, "You're definitely all brawn and no brains." After the meal, Ryuji and Minato played with the three kids for a bit before going to sleep. Kusanagi Ryuji whispered while lying next to Minato, "Sorry you had to stay over because the kids were being clingy." Minato shook his head gently. "It's fine. It's nice to have this every once in a while." Smiling unconsciously, Kusanagi Ryuji said gratefully, "Thank you." Minato shrugged, speaking flatly, "I didn't really do anything worth thanking me for." But Kusanagi Ryuji shook his head. "No, it's about Ruka. She looks more lively than before. I think it's all thanks to you, kid." Minato couldn't help but be surprised. "Hey, don't tell me this is some kind of love story. Did you just say what you were thinking?" Minato asked with a frown. "Do you like her?" Kusanagi Ryuji couldn't help but burst out laughing. "What? Me and Ruka? No way, that'll never happen. Truth is, we're both outcasts, so we just naturally gravitated toward each other." Minato was surprised to hear that. Outcasts? He was just like them. The next day, Minato and Kusanagi Ryuji went to school together. When they reached the school gate, the two Mizuha sisters were already waiting there. Seeing them arrive, Du spoke up indignantly. "Seriously, you're late," Kusanagi Ryuji hurriedly explained. "Give us a break." Kusanagi was hard to wake up, you know. The two Mizuha sisters asked in shock, "Did you two sleep at each other's house? A sleepover? You two were sneaking in extra practice without us." Minato was a bit confused by their conversation. How did we all happen to run into each other so early? But he shrugged it off, not paying it any mind. Just then, two people approached from a distance, Inspector Sadugo and Mage Karin. Sadugo looked at Minato and said, "Could we have a moment of your time?" Minato sighed, feeling helpless. "Is it about the girls?" Karin replied apologetically, "I'm sorry for constantly bothering you, but we really have an urgent matter this time." She explained that magical beasts had suddenly appeared and were currently surrounding Tokyo Tower. "There's a high chance this is related to a disaster, so we really need your cooperation." Minato frowned upon hearing this. "But I'm just a student." Sadugo shook his head slightly and spoke with a serious tone. "You stopped a whole disaster wave all by yourself. From that moment on, you haven't been seen as just a student anymore. Honestly, we can't handle this situation on our own." Minato narrowed his eyes at him and asked suspiciously, "Is it really okay for a police officer to say that?" Sadugo's face looked incredibly sincere, his tone bordering on desperate. "This just goes to show that we've really been backed into a corner. Kusanagi, please, you have to work with us." Minato hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "If you don't have any issues with it, then fine. I'll lend you my strength." Sadugo was surprised to hear that. Minato felt truly helpless. Although he didn't want to stand out even a little bit more, the situation didn't leave him any choice. Sadugo, naturally, didn't know what Minato was thinking. Hearing that he agreed, he immediately rejoiced. "Of course, you'll also receive a proper reward for this. And don't worry, we'll also take the initiative to contact the academy on your behalf." The three girls, Ruka and her friends, who were standing behind them, heard this and also wanted to help. The three of them suggested in unison, "We want to help too. We can support everyone from the back lines. We want to join as well." Sadugo sighed helplessly. "I appreciate the offer, kids, but given the current situation, there's really nothing you can do." Upon hearing that, Ruka snapped back. "We are the top students in the—" Before she could finish, Sadugo coldly cut her off. "You might be the top of your class, but we are talking about a fight for survival here." Saying that, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the three of them, asking seriously, "Or is there anyone here confident that their skills can rival Kusanagi's?" That remark left all three of them silent, unable to say another word. Seeing that they had quieted down, Sadugo sighed helplessly and said, "You should head back to the academy. Let's go." Saying that, Sadugo led the way to the car, preparing to leave. Before leaving, Minato suddenly called out, making Ruka and the others jump. Minato smiled involuntarily and raised an eyebrow. Try your best to keep up with me. Okay? The three girls were stunned by his words, but quickly answered in unison. Of course. Afterward, they turned back toward the academy. A while later, at police headquarters, in the conference room for the Emergency Disaster Response Unit, the leader sat at the center and spoke sternly. There are currently hundreds of magical beasts appearing near Tokyo Tower. We need to come up with a thorough plan to deal with this before they become a threat to the citizens. He mentioned that he had requested help from a student who played a key role during the disaster at the Magic Academy a few days ago. Then, he gestured for Minato to stand up. Hearing his name, Minato immediately stood up. Seeing the uniform Minato was still wearing, the officers below began to whisper and gossip, filled with disdain. Karin felt awkward for Minato when she heard them. She couldn't stand it anymore. Right then, Sudogo leaned into the microphone. He cleared his throat, and everyone immediately looked up. Sudogo spoke forcefully. Kusanagi Minato is the student who single-handedly stopped the disaster at the Magic Academy. I witnessed it from very close range. Not a single person sitting here can match him. He praised Minato to the skies, and he believed that working with him was essential, so they should treat him as a partner rather than just a student. That didn't stop the useless officers below from feeling dissatisfied, still looking at Minato like he was a snot-nosed kid. Seeing they were still making noise, the leader ordered, "Our mission remains unchanged. Whether outsiders participate or not, we must immediately take down those magical beasts. Everyone, head back to your units." Following his orders, everyone quickly left. A few guys still kept pointing and insulting Minato as they walked out. Sudogo waited until everyone was gone before running up to Minato, looking apologetic. "I'm sorry about earlier, Kusanagi." Minato shook his head slightly, showing no concern. "It's fine. I suppose working with a student makes them uncomfortable." Seeing Minato's calm reaction, Sudogo couldn't help but remark, "You really are mature for your age. Compared to him, what are you doing, Karen-sanda?" Karen was startled by the mention and trembled. "I was so scared, I couldn't say anything at all." Seeing how concerned the two of them were, Minato laughed to reassure them. "Please don't worry about it, because I don't care at all." Corinne really felt like he was an angel. After that, they got into the car and headed to Tokyo Tower. Minato sat in the back and asked suspiciously, "What kind of combat strength do we have?" Sudogo slowly replied, 80 mages. Most of them are mid-level, with only a few being high-level mages." Minato frowned and fell silent. Mid-level mages could use level 2 magic, while the higher ones could use level 3. While he was thinking, Sudogo hesitated and said, "This might sound pathetic, but since you can use level 4 composite magic, you are the ace up our sleeve." Minato narrowed his eyes at him and continued to ask, "And what about the battle plan?" Sudogo lowered his voice. "In this case, the whole battle is just simply using magic to overwhelm the beasts. It's not really much of a battle plan. If it were just low-level demons and beasts, it wouldn't be too bad. But creatures higher than a demon general have higher intelligence. So, Minato thought he had to prepare a plan for that scenario as well. Just engaging in close-quarters combat couldn't be called a battle plan." "I see." Thinking that, he spoke up. "From what I've seen, we don't have any support equipment, right?" Sudogo said helplessly. "We usually go on missions wearing clothes that are easy to move in." Minato frowned. "But there used to be anti-beast equipment, right?" Sudogo nodded slightly. "That's true. But it's rarely used now, because there isn't much left." Minato grew more and more silent. "How can that be? There used to be plenty. Even though I know magic and mages of this era aren't what they used to be, what on earth has been happening over the last 50 years? Sudogo looked at Minato through the rearview mirror as he sat quietly in the back. He seemed to be deep in thought as well. A while later, at the Tokyo Tower area, the police finally arrived at the scene where magical beasts had taken over. As he stepped out of the vehicle, Minato gazed at the devastation before him and couldn't help but sigh. A disaster hadn't even struck yet, but the sheer number of these beasts was unnatural. He wondered what on earth was going on. The officers stared at the scene, their faces drained of all color. Tadano Jun stammered, "Is this for real? There are even more of them than in the report." What shocked them even more was the presence of a demon general among the swarm. How could they possibly win? They needed backup from private organizations or even noble mages. Sudogo sighed helplessly. They had already called for reinforcements, but no one could get there in time. With magical beasts and illegal mages popping up everywhere lately, no one had the time to care about them. Hearing this, the police officers grew instantly panicked and anxious. Was there no choice but to take on all those beasts themselves? That was nothing short of a death sentence. Sudogo glanced at Minato and asked, "Kusanagi, can you handle it?" "Yeah, I can." Minato nodded without a moment's hesitation. But the police officers didn't buy it and scolded him. "Quit acting cocky, kid. Don't try to be a hero here. A brat like you doesn't stand a chance against them, does he?" Minato couldn't be bothered and asked with cold indifference, "But something feels off." This left them confused and bewildered. Right then, the beasts suddenly went wild. The sky, which had been a clear blue, was suddenly choked by a blood-red color that swallowed the blue whole. Karen gasped in alarm. "The sky, it's a disaster." Emergency alerts were broadcast immediately. An unprecedented, massive disaster had engulfed the entire country. People all across Japan were falling into a panic. Minato narrowed his eyes at the monsters below. Unlike his calm demeanor, Shidogo and the others looked grim. The officers seeing this for the first time couldn't help but cry out in terror. Another disaster? How could something so absurd happen? Minato was deep in thought. Disasters usually occurred naturally, but it seemed these beasts were the cause of this one. In just 50 years, had they already found a way to trigger disasters? Seeing the situation spiraling, someone suggested they couldn't handle this without reinforcements and that they needed to regroup first. While Shidogo struggled to decide what to do, Minato spoke up abruptly. "They're moving." Just as he said, the beasts were heading toward the city. The officers present panicked even more. They started scrambling in fear. Some wanted to fight, while others wanted to retreat. Seeing this, Minato scoffed in disdain. The police were truly pathetic. This remark made an officer snap. "What did you say, you little brat? How could you possibly deal with a fortress of magical beasts like that?" Minato flashed a confident smile and, without hesitation, leaped down. His target was the swarm of beasts below. In a flash, he landed in the heart of the enemy. Minato danced effortlessly among the magical beasts and demon soldiers. Seeing him, the beasts went into a frenzy. Looking down from above, the officers panicked. "That kid is going to die. Get out of there, fast." But as they spoke, a powerful magical aura erupted, accompanied by a wind claw attack. The raw power left the officers stunned. Shidogo was equally surprised, but mostly relieved. With a single wave of his hand, Minato wiped out the low-level beasts around him. The demon soldiers were furious at the sight. Without hesitation, they all channeled their mana to attack Minato. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of magic surged toward him, but it slammed into an invisible barrier and was completely blocked. Perhaps a simple magical shield was enough, given that there were still bystanders watching him. He maintained the shield for safety, then used magic to obliterate the demon soldiers in front of him. Shidogo watched in complete shock. What kind of monstrous power was that? Could Minato really use multiple magic attributes? It had to be him. It could only be him. With that thought, Shidogo shouted, "Follow him!" Karen quickly followed, saying she would support him. The other officers were still trembling, hesitant to move forward. However, they quickly steadied their nerves and rushed to follow Shidogo and Karin. Though their magic wasn't as strong as Minato's, dealing with low-level beasts was no problem for them. Seeing them join the fight, Minato offered a satisfied smile. "Not bad, I guess." But suddenly, the demon general appeared before them. Its massive size terrified the officers. To it, they were no more than ants. Only a legendary mage could bring it down. But at that very moment, a water serpent emerged, opening its maw to swallow the demon general whole. Minato said coldly, "I'll handle this one. Leave the rest to you all." When the water subsided, a massive trench remained in the earth, leaving the officers horrified. That kid actually took it down? What terrifying strength. Shidogo quickly urged everyone, "We must keep wiping out these beasts until the boss appears. Leave the demon general and anything stronger to Kusanagi." Minato was ahead, taking down demon generals while thinking about how, 60 years ago, a global-scale disaster had occurred, the first of its kind. After that, smaller-scale disasters began to appear, one by one, threatening to destroy the world. If the events of 60 years ago were truly repeating themselves, this disaster would spread across the entire globe. But this time, Minato was here, and he wouldn't let them wipe out humanity. At the same time, where Karin was tending to the wounded, a demon soldier appeared behind her, causing her to panic. It raised its hand, ready to crush her on the spot. In that split second, Minato appeared just in time and killed the demon soldier. Looking back, Karin saw Minato's sturdy back. Just like that time, the time the black mage saved her. After killing the soldier, Minato turned to look at her and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Karin finally snapped back to reality. "Oh, yes, thank you, Kusanagi." Minato narrowed his eyes at her, thinking to himself, that situation was identical to the last one. Did she figure it out? Just as he suspected, Karin had indeed realized it. She wondered why Minato had chosen to become a black mage, and why he was so absurdly strong. but she feared that if she asked him, Minato would end up hating her. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that what she was doing was inappropriate. The person in front of her was just a student. She shouldn't be having such improper thoughts. While she was distracted, a demonic beast attacked. Luckily, Minato pulled Karen aside before using magic to strike back. Karen looked at him apologetically. "I'm sorry. Please stay close to me." Minato didn't pay it any mind and whispered, "It seems she can't use any offensive magic at all." Karen was a bit startled, but quickly nodded and replied, "Okay, but I have to wonder, is Minato really just a student? He's more mature than I am." Just then, a horrifying sight unfolded before everyone. The police officers' faces turned pale in an instant, and they mumbled in a panic, "What is that? I can't stop trembling." The demon general was currently shrouded in an immense amount of magic. Seeing this, Sudugo couldn't help but cry out in alarm. A mutated demon general? Why is a high-level demon general like that here? The officers were so terrified that their legs went weak, and they collapsed to the ground. They muttered in despair, "There's no way even a noble rank mage can beat that thing." The only one who wasn't afraid was Minato. He stepped forward. Seeing this, the two officers shouted a warning. "Are you crazy? Stop. No matter how strong you think you are, you have no chance of beating that monster." However, Minato just smiled at them and said confidently, "I can do it." These words left the officers speechless. But very quickly, the trembling in their bodies stopped. Karen was silently praying that Minato could defeat the mutated demon general. Sudugo watched Minato with anticipation. He was likely already as strong as a noble rank mage, so defeating the mutated demon general wasn't out of reach for him. Thinking of this, Sudugo smirked excitedly. "Now, show me, Minato. Show me your true power." To let Minato handle the mutated demon general, Sudugo ordered everyone to focus their full strength on taking out the lesser demon soldiers. At the same time, Minato narrowed his eyes at the mutated demon general. He fell into a silent trance. By now, he was standing face to face with it. While Minato was thinking, the mutated demon general began to attack. Fierce flames rapidly flew toward Minato. However, they simply grazed past him and exploded behind him. Smoke and fire filled the sky. Seeing this, the officers behind couldn't help but exclaim, "That was only the first level of intensity. What kind of unreasonable power is this? Those vicious monsters." Meanwhile, Minato stood there calmly, brushing dust off his shoulder. The mutated demon general stared at him, its low voice ringing out slowly. "What are you?" Indifferently shrugging, Minato pouted and said, "Just an ordinary student, at least for now." This response confused the demon general. While it was still bewildered, Minato's magical energy erupted violently. Seeing that powerful wave of magic, the demon general immediately sensed danger. It muttered about killing the strong human. Next, a massive flame appeared in front of Minato. In the distance, the officers were terrified. Level 6? That can't be. But Minato still stood there calmly. He was considering his options. Even if he dodged this attack or used a counter magic, the people behind him wouldn't be able to escape being engulfed by the sea of flames. Meanwhile, the demonic beasts that were attacking the police suddenly turned and redirected their magic toward Minato. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of spells rushed at him, creating a terrifying scene. Sudugo's expression turned ugly in an instant. "They're coordinating? That's absurd." Karin was equally terrified and shouted, "Kusanagi, run!" But Minato just stood his ground, single-handedly facing the incoming storm of magic. At that moment, the brilliant flames were also charging madly toward him. But before they could touch Minato, a massive wave of water appeared. The flames were extinguished the moment they met the water. Furthermore, the other beasts' spells were also blocked by Minato. Before they could reach him, they hit an invisible barrier. This sight stunned the mutated demon general. Minato raised an eyebrow at it and asked coldly, "Are you finished yet?" Even Sudugo, standing nearby, stared with his jaw dropped. What kind of monster is this kid? Karin was no different. She gasped in shock. What just happened? Sudugo felt that this was truly beyond his imagination. He couldn't believe his eyes even though he was seeing it happen. Something this irrational was playing out right before him. Karen couldn't help but marvel. Only noble rank mages can use level 6 magic. That's a special technique equivalent to remote control. Kusanagi can actually do that? Sudugo pursed his lips and muttered. And what's even more surprising is that he's using a second spell at the same time. Usually, one can only use one type of magic per casting, and you have to wait a while before using another. Yet, Minato was using two different spells almost simultaneously. This truly amazed Sudugo. Just one was already powerful enough. To use more than one at the same time, I really think Minato might even be far beyond a noble rank mage. Sudogo became more and more excited. His intuition couldn't be wrong. Minato was indeed the person he had been searching for. A second Kusanagi Minato. But little did Sudogo know, Minato was actually that great legendary mage Reborn. Just then, the demon general lunged madly at Minato. Minato wasn't panicked in the slightest and spoke calmly. "This place is getting boring. Let's go somewhere more fun." This left the demon general confused. Before it could recover, it was blown into the air by an invisible force. Minato had used magic to toss it high up, but it quickly used its own magic to stabilize itself in the air. Immediately after, Minato flew up to face the demon general. He smirked. "Looks like you can use aerial magic too, huh?" The demon general narrowed its eyes at Minato, its voice filled with malice, warning him if he didn't want to suffer any further consequences. But before it could finish, Minato coldly interrupted. "I don't care about your cheap trick tactics." Because up here, he didn't need to hold back anymore. Seeing that he wouldn't cooperate, the demon general lunged to attack. However, Minato easily evaded its strike. Of course, the demon general didn't give up. It attacked again crazily, forcing Minato to slide backward. Taking this opportunity, it summoned another spell. Minato furrowed his brow, looking up at the sky. A fireball had appeared, radiating intense heat through the air, and at that very moment, the demon general closed in on him. Without a second of hesitation, it struck down aggressively, sending Minato plummeting from the sky to the ground. The demon general peered down from above. With a loud boom, the ground erupted in a cloud of dust. But when the smoke cleared, the creature was instantly stunned. Minato was still standing there, completely unscathed. "How is that possible?" the demon general cried out in disbelief. Minato certainly wasn't about to explain it to him. He surged forward from the ground, appearing right in front of the demon general in the blink of an eye. He pouted and said, "Looks like magic isn't working anymore, huh? I guess you're left with nothing but close-quarters combat, but that's useless too." With that, Minato's eyes became resolute. Without hesitation, he lunged at the demon general. Minato let out a cold huff. "You can't defeat me." In a flash, his powerful fist connected, sending the demon general flying. The creature muttered in disbelief. There's no way a human's punch could actually do damage. It then used magic to steady itself. Now, at the peak of his rage, the demon roared, "You damn brat! What exactly are you?" Minato didn't answer. He smirked and said, "You thought I only knew how to use magic? Well, let me show you my signature technique." With that, Minato flashed a wicked smile. Immediately after, an aura of magical power emerged around him. Strangely, it was incredibly colorful, erupting into the air in an instant with a force that seemed ready to swallow everything. Seeing this, the demon general panicked. What kind of terrifying magic is this? Even Sudogo and Karin were not spared from the shock. What was happening? Was there something going on with this kid? Minato didn't care about their reactions. He remained focused on unleashing his magic. He closed his eyes, as if gathering all the magical energy in the atmosphere. Once he felt he had gathered enough, Minato slowly opened his eyes. Confidence was written all over his face, and his presence had completely shifted. The demon general grew increasingly terrified, but he still stubbornly shouted, "Even if you coat your body in magic, human attacks won't do a thing to us. Why don't we find out?" Minato scoffed, and in a flash, he appeared right in front of the demon general. The demon general panicked instantly. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. Minato's fist came crashing down. Not only that, but he unleashed a flurry of punches at the creature. Minato's momentum was far too fierce, forcing the demon general onto the back foot with every step. This stunning display left Sudogo unable to believe his eyes. He muttered in confusion. "Is that kid really overpowering a demon general in a one-on-one fight? How is that even possible? How can human punches inflict damage on a magical beast? And on top of that, Minato can even wound it with magic. This is completely beyond imagination." In the blink of an eye, the demon general's body was covered in wounds, causing it to cry out in frustration. "Why? How can a human's attack actually work?" Minato calmly spoke up. "Normal punches or weapons are meaningless against you guys. But if you pack a massive amount of magical power into them, that's a different story. Attacking while my body is enveloped in magic, that's a combination of magic and martial arts." Minato said, "It's easier to call it synthetic magic combat." The demon general grew even more furious. He shouted aggressively, "A puny human? Surpassing me? That's impossible." Without hesitation, the demon general rushed to attack Minato like a madman. But Minato easily avoided the strikes and countered, landing a punch square in the creature's gut. A single punch was enough to pierce right through the demon general's stomach, causing it to fall to the ground like a broken kite. Its body landed in the heart of the magical beast's territory. When it was defeated, the sky returned to its original blue. Seeing this, everyone cheered with joy. The disaster has stopped. That kid actually did it. Seeing the crowd's excitement, Sudoku hurriedly reminded them, "Everyone, don't lower your guard. Clean up the remaining beasts." Minato looked down from above and smiled in relief. He figured the rest could be left to the police. Thinking that, he quickly withdrew the magical power around his body. In no time, it vanished completely. Minato returned to normal. Remembering something, he couldn't help but chuckle. "It's been a while since I used synthetic magic combat, huh? I'm getting rusty." Soon after, Minato landed on the ground. Though the scene before him made him jump a little, the police had already finished off the remaining beasts and were now standing in a perfectly disciplined formation. Seeing him return, Sudoku spoke clearly, "We are truly grateful for your hard work. Regarding the boss battle just now, on behalf of the police department, I would like to thank you for your cooperation. Salute to Mr. Kusanagi Minato." The moment he finished, every officer performed their most solemn salute to Minato. From that day on, disasters struck various places around the world one after another. Thanks to the swift response of the police force and the noble mages, the disasters were officially brought to an end. Tensions regarding these disasters rose, and a wave of criticism from the public began targeting the government and the police. Expectations and disappointments continued to rain down on the mages. Amidst the escalating public tension, some people started saying things like, "If only we had a dark mage. A dark mage could protect us." And from there, a wave of support for dark mages spread across the internet. But regardless of what was happening online, Minato was currently in trouble. Someone had leaked the news that Minato participated in the battle to stop the disaster. His classmates swarmed him once again, peppering him with questions. Minato felt incredibly annoyed. Dealing with them was even more exhausting than fighting the demon general. Mizuha Duika sat beside him, watching him sigh incessantly, unable to hide her worry. Just then, the teacher walked into the classroom. She stood at the podium and said in a serious tone, "Today, we will discuss the recent disaster events." The students below listened as the teacher kept talking about the necessity of protecting the country in the future, and everyone's expression turned somber. The teacher didn't notice and continued, "So, the possibility of you all being mobilized one day cannot be ruled out. Therefore, please be ready at any time. Although, we do have one student in this class who already has experience." As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward Minato, who was sitting below. Suddenly, Karen burst through the door. The teacher asked in confusion, "Wait a second, what is going on with you all?" Karen said urgently, "We are the police. We have orders from the Kusanagi police headquarters. We're truly sorry to ask, but we're hoping you can lend us your power once again." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but sigh in frustration. He didn't even bother keeping up his police image anymore. What happened to the dignity of the force? And what's with all these looks from the people around me? Cut it out with these ridiculous, worshipful gazes. You really don't like it. But with no other choice, Minato could only agree. He stood up from his seat, walked over to Karen, and said, "Please, explain the situation quickly." Karen nodded slightly and replied, "Aside from natural disasters, magical beasts have started to run rampant all over the world. Illegal mages and underground organizations are also more active than ever. Right now, we're severely short-staffed, and that's why they're bothering Minato again." As she said this, she sighed apologetically. "I'm truly sorry for disturbing you time and time again, but there is honestly no one else as reliable as you, Kusanagi." Minato declined to comment, took out his phone, and said, "Next time, contact me in advance." Karen was stunned for a moment before hurriedly saying, "I'm sorry, I'll learn from this for next time." Very quickly, she received Minato's contact information, and she stood there in a daze for a long time without saying a word. Minato looked at her and asked seriously, "So, what do you want me to do now?" Karen finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly said, "We want to ask for your help in clearing out the magical beasts rampaging in Harajuku." Minato nodded slightly and replied, "All right, I understand." Seeing him about to leave, Karen suggested, "We'll head there by car." But before she could finish, she saw Minato brush past her. He had already used magic to dash ahead. He said coolly, "That would be too slow. I'll go on ahead." Seeing Minato vanish in an instant, the officers behind were shocked. That was just too fast. A moment later, in the Harajuku area, the place had become a ruin. High-rise buildings had collapsed into piles of rubble. 2 children were trapped inside. The younger one clung to their older brother, Tadano Jun, trembling and whispering. Brother, the older sibling, though terrified, held their sibling tightly, speaking firmly, It's okay. Big brother will protect you. Just then, a magical beast lunged toward the two children. Despite being scared, the older child grabbed their sibling's hand and ran. But in the panic, the younger one tripped and fell to the ground. The beast's sharp fangs were drawing closer. The two kids were on the brink of disaster. In that split second, a bolt of magical power flew in from afar, killing the beast. The one who struck was Minato. He had just arrived, saw the scene, and didn't hesitate to help. The two children saw him kill the beast with just a casual wave of his hand, and were stunned speechless. Minato walked slowly toward the two children and smiled approvingly. You two were very brave. Truly amazing. But right after, he noticed a doll on the ground. He picked it up and asked curiously, "Is this yours?" The younger sibling immediately answered, "Yes." Minato saw the look of admiration in the child's eyes, and couldn't help but smile. Finally, Minato said calmly, "I'll protect you both." And then he rushed back into the battlefield. The two children bowed to thank him, but he had already vanished in a flash. Who knows if he heard them? The younger sibling hugged the doll tightly, their face full of adoration. Back to Minato, he had pushed deep into the city. The battle in the city was even more troublesome than at the academy. Since civilians were still fleeing, he couldn't use large-scale magic. Minato could distinguish between the magic of beasts and humans, but he couldn't detect those without magical power. The only way to save everyone was for him to patrol the area. While Minato was thinking, the magical police squad arrived. The leader shouted to his team, "Focus on eradicating the magical beasts. Leave the civilian rescue to the firefighters and the military." Just then, an officer noticed Minato. He looked up, waved, and shouted, "Hey, Kusanagi!" Minato squinted down at him. "Isn't that the officer from the time of the Tokyo Tower disaster?" Recognizing a familiar face, Minato jumped down. The officer ran up and said, "So, you've come to provide reinforcements? That's a huge help." Minato didn't want to waste words and got straight to the point. "What's the situation?" The officer immediately replied, "We haven't been able to save even half of the civilians yet. The situation was so serious they couldn't reach the east side. There were too many magical beasts there." Minato nodded and said, "Then I'll go check that side of the city." Saying that, he took off running. The officer hurriedly warned, "There are also reports of illegal mages over there, so be careful." But he knew that, saying it was useless. It was pointless to worry about him. With that thought, the officer looked at his comrades behind him. Those who hadn't been at the Tokyo Tower disaster were seeing Minato eliminate beasts for the first time, and were completely bewildered. Who exactly was this young man? He had wiped out the monsters in the blink of an eye. The officer chuckled softly and said coldly, "Perhaps he just appears for us in these moments of chaos." Elsewhere, on the east side of the city, Minato was using level 6 magic to take out waves of beasts. However, something was weighing on his mind. The fact that a demon squad leader appeared outside of the Great Disaster period was supposed to be impossible. Even a few years ago, the monsters were becoming more numerous and stronger. Things had exceeded the level where even Minato could easily manage them. If they didn't start preparing now, everything could spiral out of control. Despite those thoughts, saving people was the priority. Minato reached out to pull two people from the rubble. Afterward, he handed them over to the firefighters and dashed off again. He had several plans in mind, but wasn't sure which one to choose. Thanks to Minato's help, many trapped civilians were rescued. Once the situation stabilized a bit, Karen led her team over. Minato ignored them and continued saving people. Thanks to him, almost all the civilians in the city were saved. The police were extremely grateful and grabbed Minato's hand, smiling as they said, "Thank you, you've helped so much. Kusanagi, thanks to you, we minimized the casualties." Minato shook his head and replied, "No, it's thanks to the police and the firefighters. I only helped with a few simple things." The officer was stunned by his reaction. After a long moment, he bowed to Minato and said solemnly, "I am truly sorry for what happened before. Because of our immaturity, I hope you won't hold a grudge." Seeing them like this, Minato let out a resigned sigh and said, "Don't worry too much about that. You've become way too mature, making the people before you feel awkward, and all they could do was keep thanking you." Karen, standing there, also expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much. I'm really sorry for always having to rely on Kusanagi." While he was just a student, Minato refused to make a big deal out of it, shaking his head as he said, "It's all right. I agreed to help out, didn't I?" At this point, his expression turned serious. "But what worries me is not just that their numbers are overwhelming, but that every single one of them is incredibly powerful." Karen nodded in agreement. "That's right. We need a plan to deal with the monster swarms and the disaster. Senior Sudugo is also taking action." But while the two were talking, the two children from earlier suddenly approached them. Seeing the kids, Minato smiled gently. I'm so glad you two are safe. Just then, the younger child innocently asked, Big brother, are you the great sage? Hearing this, the older child quickly explained, I'm sorry, my little brother really loves the great sage. Minato didn't mind, gazing intently at the doll in the child's hand. If he wasn't mistaken, that was exactly how he looked in his past life. A small smile tugged at the corner of Minato's mouth. He was clearly quite amused. Right after, he nodded and replied, That's right, I am the great sage, you know. The child's eyes immediately lit up, and he cheered with excitement. 50 years ago, when he was still known as Kusanagi Minato, Minato had been very dissatisfied with being turned into a doll and had confronted the person next to him. Yet that person didn't care at all, happily saying, It's not just dolls, but also photo cards and keychains too. Minato sighed helplessly. There's no way anyone would actually want stuff like that. The person remained determined and insisted forcefully. The great sage is everyone's emotional pillar. These items are things that children absolutely must have. Minato still didn't agree. Seeing that gentle persuasion didn't work, the person directly barked, You're wrong. 50 years, no. Even 100 years from now, they will still continue to save people. So please, allow me to do this. Kusanagi Minato. Shaking off the past, Minato smiled faintly. It seemed those words held some truth, but mere dolls didn't have the power to save anyone. A great sage like him was still needed in these times. On another note, at a bar in the city, a group of people reported to Tadano Jun about the Dark Mage. The man sitting in the main seat was Kuroi Akudo, the leader of the Black Rebellion organization. After hearing his subordinate's report, he gritted his teeth and spat out. An illegal mage who doesn't belong to any guild? Does this mean some bastard dares to stand against me? The subordinates heard his angry tone and were terrified. Tadano Jun trembled. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he stammered, Yes, letting out a cold huff. Akudo ordered icily, Find the true identity of this dark mage. I don't care if you have to use military force. Hearing this, the subordinates fell dead silent. A man wearing glasses suddenly stepped forward. This was Kagasuji, the manager of the Kabukicho district. He smirked and asked, And if he refuses, can we kill him? Akudo laughed coldly, pouting as he replied, Only after you've tortured him. I'm really looking forward to that. Kagasuji, hearing this, became even more smug and broke into an evil grin. The next day, Minato's group was practicing at the Mizuha family mansion, as usual. During a break, Ruka suddenly asked skeptically, By the way, Kusanagi, how much magic power do you have right now? Jun was also curious. Maybe around 100,000, or if it's more, perhaps 500,000. If it were Minato, that was quite possible. While everyone was guessing, Minato calmly answered that it was actually 99,990,000. This number left the three of them, Ruka, Jun, and their companion, completely stunned. They simply didn't believe it. Ruka pouted and muttered, Even for Kusanagi Minato. He only had about 1 million. Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but frown. The magic power of Kusanagi Minato was only 1 million? Jun immediately answered, That's why people often say 1 million is the absolute limit of magic power. Ruka asked in surprise, You didn't really know that? That's common knowledge. Minato didn't answer. He didn't think his magic power in his past life was only about 1 million. He had to look it up online to see what was going on. Thinking is doing. Minato quickly searched for information online, but even after a long while, he found nothing. Minato sighed helplessly. I've forgotten how to use this piece of junk, and it's already been annoying enough. Just forget it. Just then, Minato's phone suddenly rang. It was Sidugo calling. He quickly picked up and asked suspiciously, Hello, what's going on? On the other end, Sidugo replied urgently, Sorry for the sudden call. Are your friends there with you? Minato nodded and replied, Yes, they are. Sidugo said in a low, serious voice, Could you please put me on speakerphone? Being a tech novice, Minato didn't know how to turn on the speaker, so he had to ask Jun to help. Quickly, Sidugo's voice filled the room. The truth was, to deal with the natural disasters and the unusually large number of monsters, they had decided to establish a unit specialized in hunting down the monsters, which would be called the Special Mage Unit, and he wanted to nominate Minato to be the captain of this special unit. The three of them were stunned and didn't know how to react. Jun thought that if you called yourself a mage, you had to strive for that title. There was no way Minato would refuse. However, Minato refused without a moment's hesitation. I don't agree. Before Sidugo could even ask again, Jun shouted in confusion, Why? Minato didn't understand. Why was she getting so worked up? What did it have to do with her? Sidugo spoke up from the other end. Can you let me explain first? Minato frowned slightly and muttered, Fine. Tell me what you've got. Sudogo slowly explained. First of all, there are too many problems happening at once right now, but we don't have enough manpower to solve them. Furthermore, the current situation is that we can't clean up the monsters on our own. Minato frowned tightly after hearing this. Is it because the current rank of the mages is too low? Thinking that, he asked skeptically, What about the noble mage families? Sudogo quickly replied, The heads of the Mizuha family, Homure and Kaiichi, still haven't returned from their meeting abroad. Only the Fuyuka family is left, but things are a bit complicated there. Minato looked up at the two Mizuha sisters and spoke, Now that I think about it, I still haven't met your parents, have I? Jun pouted. I've been away from home for quite a while. Minato nodded in understanding and didn't say anything else. Sudogo continued on the line, saying the members would include over 12 police officers and members from the academy, including Mizuha, Kasaragi, Ryuji, and Ryuji. He nominated the three of them, saying he would handle all the troublesome tasks like getting permits or negotiations himself. All Minato had to do was train Tadano Jun to lead the mages in the unit. Naturally, he would be rewarded for it. Seeing that Minato didn't reply, Sudogo stood up abruptly, his tone laced with a hint of pleading. Please, I'm only counting on you. Kusanagi, please, just accept the role of captain. Hearing the growing urgency in his voice, Minato sighed helplessly. In the end, he gave in. Fine, let's do it that way. Sudogo was instantly overjoyed. Really? The three members of the VUCA team also excitedly agreed. They had no reason to refuse, and they didn't want Minato to carry the burden alone. Minato was still a little worried, but he figured it would probably be fine. He could always retrain them. A few days later, a wave of public criticism began to pour in against the Fuyuka mage family. Aside from their negligence during the previous disaster at the Magic Academy, their efforts in dealing with magical beasts were moving at a snail's pace. The head of the Fuyuka family was absolutely furious upon hearing these criticisms, gritting his teeth as he cursed. Idiots! Do they think noble mages exist just to clean up their messes? Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and he immediately ordered, Come in. The butler entered, reporting in a low voice. If I may, sir, I have received a document from the city police department. The Fuyuka family head frowned as he looked at the document, muttering, An announcement about the formation of a special mage squad? These losers really love doing useless things, don't they? But just as he finished speaking, he thought of something and smirked. Wait a minute, this should be enough to shut those commoners up. Bring my foolish son here. The butler nodded immediately and left. The next morning, at police headquarters, per Sudogo's suggestion, a meeting was held for the special unit. Naturally, Minato was present as the captain. The other three were no exception. Since they had accepted, they couldn't be absent. Besides them, there were only Sudogo and 3 other police officers, a smaller turnout than expected. Minato narrowed his eyes at Sudogo, sounding dissatisfied. Is this really only 12 people? Sudogo explained apologetically. Look, I'm sorry about this. At first, others had wanted to join, but by the last minute, no one had submitted an application. Minato sighed helplessly. Well, you can probably guess why. Who would be happy taking orders from a kid who hasn't even graduated yet? As Minato was thinking, Sudogo placed something in his hand and spoke. Oh, and take this. It was a temporary mage badge. Sudogo slowly explained that this was an outer perimeter operation, but since they were still students, they should show this if necessary. He called it temporary because they weren't officially considered full-fledged mages yet. He then handed badges to the 3 members of Ruka's group, before patting Minato on the shoulder and smiling. My job here is done. The stage is yours, Captain Kusanagi. Minato couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since he'd stood in front of others like this, but he didn't back down and stepped forward. Minato spoke clearly. I am Kusanagi Minato, and I will be the captain of our special operations unit. First off, I promise that I will make you all stronger than any of those mage family heads. He then flashed a confident smile, but his words left the 3 Ruka members stunned, and even the police officers present were completely bewildered. Seeing their reaction, Minato wasn't surprised and spoke calmly. Seems like no one believes me, huh? Then let's put it to the test. Sidu, do you have a magic power measuring device here? Sudogo was still dazed and stammered. Of course we do. But yet, immediately after, the magic power tester was brought out. Minato glanced at the group behind him and calmly suggested, Let's start with Ruka and Kasaragi Ryuji. Why don't you two go ahead and measure your magic power? They didn't mind, and immediately agreed. Ruka stepped forward, placed her hand on the machine, and unleashed her own magic power. Ryuji did the same, beginning his measurement. Minato stood to the side and remarked, "Previously, Ruka's magic power was 10,000, and Ryuji's was 8,000, but Ruka's magic power is now 30,000. This left her visibly shaken. Even Kusanagi Ryuji's had risen to 28,000. He stared at the number in disbelief. Sudogo's group was shocked after hearing Minato, exclaiming, "No way! Isn't that the magic power level of top-tier mages?" Seeing their reaction, Minato pouted. "Already making a fuss? Du, it's your turn." Hearing her name, Du was stunned. She took a few steps forward, but hesitated to put her hand on the machine. What if the gap between her and Ruka still hadn't narrowed? Mizuha Duika had tried so hard. The problem was that she wasn't a genius like Ruka, so she was incredibly anxious. What if the results weren't good enough? Taking a deep breath, Du forced herself to calm down. She wouldn't run away again. She quickly placed her hand on the tester, unleashing her magic. No matter the result, she decided she wouldn't lie to herself or others anymore. But her result left Sudogo and Karen stunned. Mizuha Duika didn't dare look at the number on the display, but it had far exceeded expectations, reaching 26,000. Sudogo went from one shock to another, muttering in confusion. According to records from before, her magic power should have only been around 2,000. There's no way it could increase that dramatically. Minato overheard him and countered, "You're wrong. We can absolutely improve our own magic power. All it takes is natural talent, alongside giving your absolute best effort and never giving up." Saying that, he looked at Du and praised her. "I'm so proud of you. You did great." He then reached out and patted her head. Upon seeing the result, tears streamed down Du's face. Her hard work had been rewarded. Mizuha Ruka looked at her younger sister, her eyes filled with pride. She reached up to hide the emotion in her eyes, maintaining her cold facade. At that moment, Minato walked over to praise them as well, noting that both had performed excellently. Kusanagi Ryuji laughed smugly. "Do I even need to say it?" Minato didn't bother with him and looked at her, saying, "And as I expected, good work, Ruka." Ruka didn't show much emotion, speaking indifferently. "As a member of the Mizuha family, this is nothing special. I don't need your praise. But I want to do it anyway. You really did a great job." Minato persisted in praising her, even reaching out to pat her head as well. Kusanagi Ryuji was instantly floored. At first, he thought Minato was just a kid who was cold to the world, but now, he probably didn't even know the meaning of the word fear. Even Du was completely bewildered. "Oh my god, my sister is going to lose her mind." But contrary to what the two of them expected, Ruka just swatted Minato's hand away, saying in a slightly annoyed tone, "I'm not a child. Good heavens, her sister is going to lose her mind." But contrary to what they both expected, Leona just brushed Minato's hand away, her tone slightly irritated. "I'm not a child." Minato didn't mind, and just nodded, saying, "I guess you're right." Upon seeing this, Du and Kusanagi Ryuji both breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Ruka didn't lose her cool. Ruka was thinking that this was the first time someone had ever patted her head like that. Even her own father had never done it. Just as everyone was feeling cheerful, a shrill voice rang out. "So, this is where you lot are hiding. I've turned the whole police station upside down looking for you. Why haven't you shown me proper respect yet?" When Sudogo saw who had arrived, he ran over to explain, "I was told that you wouldn't be coming, so..." Before he could even finish, the man rudely interrupted, "And now that I'm here, is that not good enough for you?" Sudogo was incredibly annoyed with this guy, but having no other choice, he had to swallow his pride. "Then allow me to introduce you. This is Lord Shu, a noble mage from the Fuyuka family." Everyone turned to look, only to see a green-haired fop standing there, with villain written all over his face. He clearly wasn't a good person. After the introduction, Sudogo leaned in to whisper a reminder to Minato. "We have no choice but to seek help from a noble mage, so I had to compile your information and send it to them." "I'm sorry about this," Minato asked skeptically. "The Fuyuka family ignored the disaster at the school, didn't they?" Sudogo nodded slightly and replied, "That family prioritizes maintaining their own power over following government orders." While the two were whispering, Shu suddenly spoke up with a sneer. "So, this is the so-called top magic unit in Japan? How come I only see a bunch of brats who haven't even graduated yet, meddling in adult affairs?" Sudogo sighed helplessly, then pointed to Minato and introduced him. "This is Kusanagi Minato, the one who stopped the disaster at the academy. Based on his achievements, he was appointed as the captain of this unit." Shu narrowed his eyes at Minato. After observing him for a long time, he curled his lip in contempt. "Stopping a disaster, huh? A commoner who isn't even a noble mage." As soon as he finished speaking, Shu kicked Minato's leg hard. He snorted in dissatisfaction. "How dare a piece of trash like you not bow before me? Don't try to act smart. You're nothing but trash. His actions infuriated the three, including Ruka. They started scolding Shu, but he just smirked. Commoners sure are emotional, aren't they? Aren't these two the Mizuha sisters? Well, I suppose you lot aren't completely useless after all. The Mizuha Duika sisters glared at him, their faces showing clear disgust. However, Shu's shamelessness was thicker than concrete. He smirked again, and then aggressively declared, "All right, it's decided. I will be the captain of this unit." Sidugo protested immediately, but the position of captain had already been officially assigned to Kusanagi by his superiors. Shu didn't want to hear it and coldly suggested, "Then let's have a contest to decide it. Whoever defeats the final boss of the next disaster will become the captain." Sidugo wanted to stop this, growing more dissatisfied by the second, but that green-haired fop Shu walked away with his two sycophants, arrogantly laughing. "It's settled then." Sidugo felt truly apologetic toward Minato. He spoke softly, "I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about him." Minato ignored Shu and said calmly, "It's fine. Even if you said something, it would be useless. We just have to win, that's all." The three, including Du, were now extremely determined. They were definitely not going to let that fop become their captain, and they left the room feeling very unsatisfied. Minato watched them walk away, and couldn't help but feel helpless. They're even more fired up than me, aren't they? A while later, outside the police headquarters training grounds, Minato gathered everyone, though he didn't know where to start. The police officers had a magic power level of about 10,000 units, so he decided to stick to his original plan and talk about magic power first. Minato spoke clearly. "First of all, I have an announcement for everyone. It's about the importance of magic. Magic power is the energy used to manifest spells, but it has many other uses as well." He then called Kasaragi Ryuji over to his side. Ryuji was a bit confused but walked over anyway. Minato slowly suggested, "Give me your best shot and hit me." Ryuji was even more bewildered but was urged on by Minato repeatedly. Finally, Ryuji had no choice but to comply, clenching his fist and shouting, "Don't come crying if it hurts." With that, he threw a punch at Minato's face, but before he could even touch him, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. Minato said slowly, "This is the power of a magic barrier. By possessing a massive amount of magic power, you can easily activate it. If your magic power is even higher than that, you can sometimes trigger it subconsciously." Minato added, "Simply put, it's automatic magic." Kasaragi Ryuji bit his lip in frustration. He tried to break the shield but couldn't. Finally, he gave up. Seeing him looking disappointed, Minato spoke up again. "That is why improving your own magic power capacity is the most important and fundamental goal for all mages. Remember that." Immediately after, he called them over one by one to teach them how to sense magic power. Just like the reaction of the three from Ruka's group when they first learned this skill, the police officers were very surprised. With the first task done, Minato let them move on to practical training, and the day passed just like that. After training, Minato returned home. He was still worried about the team. Aside from magic training, they couldn't go without equipment. Ideally, he wanted to borrow some gear that could resist magical beasts. But looking at Sidugo's reaction, it was clear that it wouldn't be easy to borrow anything anytime soon. Thinking about this, Minato couldn't help but sigh. In this era, I guess there aren't many skilled craftsmen left. I'll have to make it myself. I've never tried it, but it shouldn't be that hard. He then started rummaging through the house for anything useful. Finally, Minato found a ring. It looked pretty cheap, but since it was still in new condition, it must be something important. This would work for now, but it wasn't enough. Where should I go to find more? Right at that moment, the phone on the bed suddenly rang, startling Minato. It was a call from Ruka. It was rare for her to be the one to reach out. Minato picked up immediately, and Ruka's voice came through. "It's me," Minato asked, surprised. "What's wrong?" But the person on the other end was silent for a long time before speaking. "You are the only one suitable for our captain position." Minato couldn't help but tease. "Are you trying to encourage me?" Ruka answered without hesitation. "That's right." Minato laughed out loud. "You seem cold, but you're quite sentimental, aren't you? Since that's the case, let me ask you something." Thinking for a moment, he asked, "If you're not busy tomorrow, could you go shopping for some things with me?" Ruka frowned, confused. "Shopping?" Minato quickly explained. "There are a few things I don't know where to buy." She continued to ask, "So, will Du and the others be coming along too?" Minato gently shook his head and replied, "No, just the two of us." "Why go with such a big group?" Hearing this, Ruka was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "Just the two of us?" Minato didn't think there was any issue with that. "So, what do you think?" Mizuha Ruka remained silent for a long time without answering. Just when Minato thought she wouldn't respond, she suddenly spoke up. I don't have anything else to do. Minato was immediately happy. You really are my savior. So where should we go? Ruka suggested in a low voice. Harajuku. They might have what you need. And so, the two of them agreed to meet at the train station the next day. After chatting for a while longer, Ruka hung up. She stared intently at her phone, a thoughtful look flashing in her eyes. On his side, Minato was feeling very happy. This way, I can buy enough rings for everyone. Should I try to make a piece of anti-magical beast equipment right now with this? Saying that, he began channeling his mana into the ring. At the Mizuha sisters' villa, Mizuha Duika walked up to Ruka's door and called out loudly, Big sister, dinner is ready. However, there was no answer, so she immediately frowned and muttered, No answer? Did she fall asleep? That doesn't sound like her at all. After a moment of hesitation, Du decided to push the door open and enter. I'm coming in. But as soon as she stepped inside, she saw Ruka busy trying on clothes. This left Du a bit confused, not understanding what was going on. Ruka heard the noise at that moment. She turned her head and saw Du standing there, blankly. She frowned and asked, What is it? Du quickly gathered her thoughts and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, dinner is ready. So Ruka gave a slight nod, cutting her off. I'll be there right away. Du quickly ran out, thinking as she went. She had never seen Ruka this excited before. Was she going out with someone? Could it be Minato? The next afternoon, at Harajuku Station, Minato was already waiting there. Because she was suspicious, Kusanagi Ryujika had secretly followed Ruka and ran over here. She was just afraid Minato would find out, so she concealed her mana and didn't get too close to them. Feeling that her actions were a bit wrong, Du couldn't help but feel helpless. Why did she have to tail the two of them like this? In the distance, Minato was waiting when he saw a figure approaching. It was Ruka. Unlike her usual style, today she was wearing tight jeans, a sleeveless crop top, and an extremely dynamic khaki jacket over it. Everywhere she walked, people turned to look. Ruka didn't notice, and walked up to Minato, arching an eyebrow as she asked, Did I keep you waiting? Minato shook his head lightly and replied, No, I just arrived too. People around them saw the two standing together and immediately started whispering, with some assuming Minato was Ruka's boyfriend. Mizuha Duika, hiding to the side, heard this and was confused. My sister is dating Minato? How did this happen? Minato didn't know he was being followed, and the two quickly headed to Harajuku. Ruka asked as they walked. So, what are you looking for? Minato answered nonchalantly. Rings. Quite a few of them. Hearing that, Ruka asked suspiciously, Are they for gifts? Minato gave a slight nod. Something like that. I need a large quantity. Ruka couldn't help but be startled. A lot? You want to give them to many people? Minato didn't think much of it and calmly admitted, Something like that. Ruka, on the other hand, was overthinking it, and she annoyedly reminded him, Japan has a monogamous system, you know. Let me tell you, Minato muttered in confusion. I know that. Ruka turned her head away sharply, pouting as she said, If you want to buy a large quantity, the cheaper shops are the most suitable. As it happens, I know a place. Minato felt happy hearing that. All right, I'm counting on you. And so, the two quickly went to a jewelry store to look for rings. Naturally, Du followed. Unable to find what they wanted, the two went to a street stall instead. After walking for a while, they returned to the jewelry store. Ruka stood in front of the shop and sighed helplessly. A ring that was sturdy, not too expensive, and didn't draw too much attention. Unexpectedly, a ring that met all those criteria was hard to find. Minato went inside to choose the rings, and only spoke up after a long while. Even when they found a ring that looked decent, something still felt off. This one was also too expensive. At the same time, outside, Du had found a coffee shop across from the jewelry store and was silently observing Minato and Ruka. She complained to herself, What is this? And why are they standing so close to each other? Inside the jewelry store, a shop assistant quickly ran over to greet them. Welcome. What can I help you two find today? If it's a gift for your girlfriend, we have a discount program. Minato heard the word girlfriend and immediately wanted to retort, Oh no, she isn't. But before he could finish his sentence, Ruka stiffened her face and said, I am not his girlfriend. Hearing that, the assistant apologized embarrassedly. I am deeply sorry. Please, feel free to look around. Saying that, the clerk turned and ran off, leaving Ruka bewildered. Minato also sighed helplessly. A while later, at a restaurant, Minato sat down and began to complain. I walked too much. I'm exhausted, especially walking in crowded places. All that effort, and I still couldn't find anything. He was wondering if he should reconsider his criteria. Just then, Minato noticed that Ruka's expression wasn't very good. After a long silence, Mizuharuka hesitated and muttered, I'm not good at expressing my feelings. Do you even know me and understand what kind of person I am? Minato was slightly startled but quickly reacted and nodded. Oh, yeah, I do. At the same time, Du was sitting not far away. Hearing Ruka's confession, she was a bit shocked. Then Ruka said in a low voice, I can't even have an intimate connection with Mizuha Duika. You should probably just date her and go out with her instead. My tagging along just makes things more difficult. That's not true. It's not like that at all. Minato shook his head to deny it. You researched the jewelry stores beforehand, didn't you? You also considered the items very carefully. Ruka went silent upon hearing that, though a look of self-doubt still lingered in her eyes. Minato continued. Even though we are shopping for me, you were so serious about it. Just as if you were buying something for yourself. I mean, you've helped me a lot. Ruka looked at him intently, suddenly feeling shy. She bowed her head, playing with a lock of hair by her ear, and whispered, Is that so? Du heard their conversation and couldn't help but step out. She had never seen that look on Ruka's face before. She wondered what she was doing there. Perhaps she should just go home. And so, she turned back toward home. The two of them continued searching for a while longer, and finally, they found it. Minato shouted with excitement. I finally found it! Ruka, walking beside him, asked skeptically. But you're buying 5 of them? Minato replied calmly. Because everyone gets one. Ruka became even more suspicious, staring intently at Minato. After a long moment, she spoke quietly. They will surely love this gift of yours, because you chose them so carefully. Minato glanced at her, responding with a natural expression. This is equipment for our entire unit, so they're bound to be happy. Ruka was taken aback for a moment, then she nodded in realization. Oh, I see. So that's how it is. Minato didn't pay attention to her thoughts. Thinking about the day's events, he spoke up with gratitude. I wouldn't have known what to do without you today. Thank you. Ruka dismissed it. Don't mention it. Just knowing I could help you is enough. But Minato still wanted to thank her, insisting, I should at least repay you with something, right? Mizuharuka pouted slightly. That's not necessary. Just as she finished speaking, Minato suddenly pulled out a ring, startling Ruka. Oblivious, Minato urged. Give me your hand. Ruka, feeling even more confused, muttered, What are you doing? Just give it here. Minato said impatiently. Then he took her hand and slipped the ring onto her ring finger. He winked and smiled. This is the first piece of equipment I've ever made. Keep it safe. Thinking about what this implied, her cheeks turned bright red. She quickly looked away from Minato and hurried off in a panic. I will treasure it. See you later. Minato looked a bit puzzled, trying to call out to her, but it was too late. He was still explaining how it works. Oh well, I'll do it next time. Meanwhile, Ruka had already run quite a distance away from Minato. Then, she paused for a moment. Ruka stared intently at the ring on her ring finger. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she hugged it close to her heart. The next day, at the police headquarters training grounds, Minato gathered Tadano Jun and the others, announcing clearly, I'm going to distribute equipment to you all now. Everyone, please pick one for yourself. Afterward, he handed out the rings. Everyone was amazed. Karen muttered in surprise, There's a magical reaction. Could this be anti-magic beast equipment? Minato nodded slightly. That's right. This is anti-magic beast equipment enchanted with wind magic. If you use it in combination with your own magic, you can boost it to level 1 wind magic. Sidugo was even more shocked upon hearing this and asked in surprise, Where did you get these? Minato replied casually, I made them myself. Sidugo went from one surprise to another. Only highly skilled craftsmen could create anti-magic beast equipment. And now that they no longer existed, to think this kid could create such a large quantity. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but sigh. We can never stop being amazed by your abilities. Minato was busy handing out rings to everyone, but when it came to Duika, he skipped over her, which surprised Mizuha Duika. However, she quickly caught sight of a ring on Ruka's ring finger. Du was stunned. Her sister had never worn such a ring before. Could it be the result of yesterday's date? Did something happen after she returned? What on earth was going on? Minato was unaware of her thoughts. After distributing the equipment, he spoke up again. The only thing we lack now is transportation. We can't rely on cars. They aren't fast enough. Sidugo agreed, finding it reasonable. They were always arriving later than they should have. Minato then used his magic to lift himself into the air, calmly explaining, With this equipment, everyone can use the wind element levitation spell. This will significantly reduce our travel time. But he warned them to keep one thing in mind. This is just a simple spell. The mana required is very low, so don't try to use it for attacking. With that, he told everyone to give it a try. They quickly followed suit, but couldn't maintain their balance while standing on it. Minato reminded them slowly, balance requires both flight magic and stability, so try imagining yourselves jumping forward first. As he said that, he glanced at Mizuha Duika. She managed to do it. He praised her immediately. Well done, Mizuha Duika. Because she was praised by Minato, Du felt incredibly proud. How long have I been practicing mana control? What's a little thing like this? But she suddenly met Minato's intent gaze, which startled her. Du looked away in a panic, feeling guilty for having followed the two of them, which kept haunting her. While Du was feeling remorseful, Minato suddenly asked, "By the way, I have something I want to ask. You know a lot about Minato, don't you?" Du nodded softly. "That's right, he's the person I admire the most." Minato narrowed his eyes at her and continued. "Was he strong?" Du replied naturally. His mana level was around 1 million, and he could use many types of spells. He sacrificed himself in the battle against the Demon Lord during the Great Genius event. Minato then asked suspiciously what happened to the mages after he died. Du slowly explained. At that time, there were hardly any mages left who could fight. The Mizuha family contributed immensely. Back then, almost all documentation and data on magic were destroyed, leaving nothing behind. That's why our ancestors had to rebuild the magic system from scratch. Minato frowned tightly. Based on what he remembered, while it was true that the number of casualties among mages was high, the documents and data should have remained. After all, he had stored them everywhere to prepare for the future. But the knowledge of modern magic is still too primitive and full of gaps, and the mana levels are incredibly low. Is this due to changing times? Or was it set up by someone? Seeing Minato silent, Du looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Are you okay?" Minato startled slightly, shook his head, and replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." Du remained worried, hesitating before saying, "If something is wrong, please tell me. I may not be able to help much." But, before she could finish, Minato laughed softly and interrupted. "Your concern for me is enough. Thank you so much. You've helped me a lot." Minato knew she wouldn't tell anyone else what he asked, but he still couldn't resolve the matter of the Dark Mage. Considering the possibility of dragging her into this mess, he probably shouldn't mention it often. Thinking of this, Minato suddenly smiled. If Mizuha Duika knew he was that Kusanagi Minato, she'd probably faint for days, but she thought Minato didn't tell her because she wasn't trustworthy. So, what if she became stronger? Du suddenly became determined. She would definitely do her best. A week later, still at the police training grounds, Minato was leading everyone in training, and the entire unit was preparing to fire. Immediately, the whole team started their assault. Karen was now able to use level 2 Holy Light magic. Sudogo could deploy level 3 magic. Ryuji also showed progress. He was now able to use level 4 magic. The two Mizuha sisters teamed up, simultaneously creating level 4 water magic. Minato was very pleased. The entire unit's abilities had increased significantly, and even Karen was now able to use magic for self-defense. Previously, she couldn't use any magic at all, but what surprised him most were Ruka and Mizuha Duika. Their ability to support each other was absolutely brilliant, especially since they were biological sisters. Not only was he amazed, but even Du was astonished by her current capabilities. The destructive power of the Mizuha sisters' magic is immense. There are 2 massive craters in the ground. Du remembers the past and is so happy she jumps for joy. Seeing her reaction, Minato can't help but smile. He then speaks up. "You've all done well, but don't get complacent just because your skills have improved. Your level doesn't necessarily have to depend on your raw magic power." He then suggests, "Ruka, use a tier 4 spell on me." Ruka immediately nods and replies, "Understood." As soon as she finishes, she summons a water attack toward Minato, but he stands there calmly. Just as the water wave nears him, Minato waves his hand casually. A tier 1 spell appears. It pierces right through Ruka's wave, instantly shattering the surging torrent. This spectacle leaves Sudogo shouting in shock. "A tier 1 spell can neutralize a tier 4 spell?" Minato slowly explains. "Your level simply helps increase the limit of magic power you can draw upon, but it doesn't mean higher level magic is always stronger. Even with tier 1 magic, if you channel the maximum amount of magic power into the incantation, you can defeat a tier 4 spell. Of course, you also have to consider the elemental affinity. Water is weaker than earth, after all." Minato says, "Don't limit yourselves to the scope of your level or your opponents. By understanding the nature of magic and mastering the incantations, everyone can become even stronger." Hearing this, the group becomes much more aggressive, as if they can already see themselves surpassing the noble mages. Minato narrows his eyes at them and continues. "Also, never forget that you have teammates by your side. If you combine your efforts, We will be stronger than ever. As soon as he finishes, everyone answers in unison. Just then, an annoying voice suddenly rings out. Oh my, you commoners must be having such a hard time. It turns out to be Shu along with his two sycophants. Sidugo frowns slightly and asks, Why are you here? Shu smacks his lips and sneers. The disaster still hasn't arrived, so I'm bored to death. Sidugo asks suspiciously, If you aren't training, why not help take down some magic beasts? Shu shakes his head and laughs. Too much of a hassle. That's for you cops to deal with. This comment makes Ruka and the others furious. They really want to hit him. Shu doesn't care at all, looking up and complaining. Oh man, if the disaster actually hits now, this guy really has a jinxed mouth. Whatever he says, happens. Mizuha Duika yells out, Look at the sky! The sky, which was clear just a moment ago, is now blanketed in a blood-red hue. Shu shouts excitedly, It's here, it's here. The disaster has arrived. Then he glances towards Sidugo's group, provocatively. Don't forget, the team that kills the boss first becomes the captain of the new unit. The game starts now, you lowly peasants. Du can't stand it and screams, You think we'll lose to someone like you? Shu smirks. Say what you want. See you later, losers. With that, he uses magic to dash away. Du watches his back and shouts in frustration, It's so unfair. Minato, on the other hand, doesn't seem to care and speaks calmly. We should get to work too. Don't forget your wireless earpieces. This is our unit's first real combat mission. Everyone, stay alert. Understood. Everyone responds in unison and quickly takes off using Tier 1 flight magic. At the same time, on the streets, people are driving their cars. Suddenly, Shu cuts off a black car and speeds away. He laughs triumphantly. Too slow. Way too slow. I've yawned 100 times already. Behind him, Ruka's group is in pursuit. Watching the speed of the three Shu goons, they can't help but remark, They're fast for someone as round as a ball. He's pretty quick. Seeing their reaction, Minato can't help but sigh. After all, his opponent is highly skilled in wind magic. It's understandable that Du's group is struggling to keep up. Minato could crush them alone. But then, what would be the point of establishing this unit? As long as the civilians aren't affected, there's no need to rush them. Yet, at this moment, Shu yells from up ahead with contempt. What kind of clown show mage unit is this? You still can't catch up to me? You're struggling this much? Such weaklings? You're just a bunch of chicks. Du hears what that loudmouth says, but she is certain that a pig like him is nothing good. A while later, Shu's group finally arrives. Shu yells aggressively. The disaster is finally here. It's here, time to crush those beasts. As soon as he finishes, his two lackeys immediately summon attack magic, and he joins in too. Powerful magic quickly strikes the incoming magic beasts. Civilians being chased by the beasts run over screaming for help. Yet, Shu ignores them and orders his lackeys to keep attacking. Open fire, keep going until I crush them all. With his order, the two lackeys attack again, causing two civilians fleeing from the beasts to be caught in their crossfire. They are just regular civilians. If they get hit by that magic, they'll be sent straight to the afterlife. In the nick of time, a ray of golden magic appears. It's Minato. He creates a protective barrier around the two civilians. He looks coldly at the chubby guy and asks sternly, What the hell do you think you're doing, you pig? The aura Minato emits makes the three jerks, Shu, Tadano, and Jun, freeze in their tracks. Shu breaks into a cold sweat. What is this? He can't move. Taking this opportunity, Mizuha Duika's group runs over to check on the two civilians. Confirming they are okay, Mizuha Duika turns toward Shu's group and criticizes them. What do you think you're doing? Don't drag innocent civilians into this. Shu doesn't answer. It takes a long time before he can move again. What exactly did Minato do? Hiding his inner suspicion, he snorts and says, It's their own fault for running around and getting in the way of a noble mage like me. They deserved it. This only makes Mizuha Duika more indignant. But Shu doesn't care. He yells aggressively, I'm going to go handle the boss. You little chicks can go on licking the boots of those peasants. With that, he quickly takes his people and zooms off. Minato watches the backs of the three idiots. Neutralizing Shu's magic is child's play for him. But doing so would be like folding his hand in this bet, wouldn't it? Actually, this works in his favor. Thinking this, Minato orders, I will focus on evacuating the citizens. The rest of you, focus on taking out the beasts. Sidugo speaks up, still a bit worried. But will I be able to face him alone? Even for you, rescuing and evacuating citizens can be quite a tricky situation, right? Minato couldn't help but smile, speaking with confidence. I am the captain of this special unit, after all. Stunned, Sudogo suddenly burst into laughter before awkwardly adding, "What a stupid question, right?" Just then, Du shouted, "We can't just keep relying on Minato. Let's take those monsters down together." Seeing their enthusiasm, Minato spoke up. "Go, bring us back a victory." At his command, everyone rushed off, quickly using magic to eliminate the low-level monsters. Du was incredibly confident in her abilities now. She could dispose of low-level monsters and demons like it was child's play. She used to be terrified and couldn't accomplish anything. But now, she could take down demons on her own. She had truly become much stronger. Meanwhile, Minato found a rooftop and used his magical energy to scan the area. There was still so much magical energy, his sides mixed with the monsters. It seemed many citizens were trapped and couldn't escape. Rescue operations really weren't easy, but that's what others thought, not him. Without hesitation, Minato leapt down. He dashed off like a gust of wind. At the same time, Shu's group was also eliminating demons. Ruka's side was no exception. They were all very focused. But just then, a massive surge of magical energy appeared, making Mizuha Duika scream in panic. What kind of power is this? While everyone was in confusion, a demon general approached from afar. Shu sensed the energy too, and rushed over with his men. "The final boss is mine. I'll show you what true level 4 magic looks like." Shu's underling immediately advised against it. "But sir, that's a demon general. You can't take it down with just level 4 spells." Unfortunately, Shu was arrogant and boastful. Who said he couldn't? Had anyone ever really fought a demon before? Why are you all so sure? I am an aristocratic mage. Winning is only natural. But before he could finish, he unleashed his level 4 wind magic attack. However, the demon general wasn't afraid at all. It summoned its own magic. Brilliant flames surged forth. As the fire met the wind, it grew even more intense, consuming the wind attack completely. Seeing this, Shu's face turned deathly pale. The guy trembled, muttering, "My ultimate magic neutralized?" But the flames were rushing toward them, and realizing the situation was dire, Shu scrambled to run away. Their path took them right past the civilians, and the flames were closing in. Fortunately, before the civilians could be consumed, Minato appeared. Before he could even strike, a wave of water surged from afar, dousing the flames in an instant. It was Mizuha Ruka's group. Minato smiled in satisfaction. Not bad at all. Meanwhile, the short, fat Shu had run so hard his pants almost fell off, finally collapsing onto the ground. Before long, someone walked over to him. It was Mizuha Duika, and she didn't look happy. She gritted her teeth and demanded, "Why did you put the civilians in danger?" Shu scoffed and pouted. "I already told you. If they wouldn't run, that's on them. If they dare to get in the way of an aristocratic mage, they should be prepared to pay the price death." Just as he finished speaking, Du raised her hand and swung it down. A loud slap echoed through the clearing, sending Shu flying several meters away. Mizuha Duika, still furious, scolded him. "What aristocratic mage? You're just a fat, pathetic pig with no dignity." Shu was still in shock, trembling on the ground, disbelieving. "You dared to slap me? You dared to slap an aristocratic mage?" Mizuha Duika sighed. "Forget that spineless pig. Let's finish clearing out these monsters." They quickly ran off, ignoring Shu's constant wailing. Minato, watching from afar while saving civilians, couldn't help but remark, "Wow, all that drama in a place crawling with demons? But I have to admit, they got their spirits back pretty quickly. I guess that's a good thing. It looks like there are still many citizens who need help, but I need to keep an eye on the boss. The demon general is actually here. If we don't take it down, this disaster won't end." Meanwhile, in a ruined house, Shu and his 3 followers were hiding inside. The underling kept urging him, "We have no chance of beating those demons. We should really retreat." The young master bit his lip in frustration, thinking, the demons out there were indeed strong. Even for him, taking them all down wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Wait, what if we wait for them to wear out the demons first, then we just clean up what's left?" Hearing this, the 2 underlings cheered, as brilliant and wise as ever. "Sir," Shu puffed out his chest proudly, "it's nothing. For now, let's just sit here, rest, and wait for the perfect opportunity." Outside, Ruka's group was facing the demon general. Its magical output was terrifying. Du didn't know if they could win, but no, they had to win. At that moment, Kusanagi Ryuji roared, "Let's make this quick." Everyone gathered their magical energy and launched a simultaneous attack on the demon general. Water waves and lightning bolts rushed forward, accompanied by constant, thunderous booms. Kusanagi Ryuji watched the smoke and dust expectantly, whispering, "Did we get it?" But when the smoke cleared, the demon general was still there. It stood there unscathed. Everyone's expression turned grim. Ruka bit her lip and muttered, "What we need right now is level 4 magic, or enough raw energy to wipe it out." Just then, the demon general unleashed its fire magic. Brilliant flames surged forward, the heat threatening to swallow everything. Seeing this, Du's group scrambled to dodge. Du narrowed her eyes at the flames below, unable to help but feel overwhelmed. It's even scarier than last time. It might even have double my magical energy. The gap in strength was too vast. They couldn't beat this thing. What were they going to do? Just as they were at a loss, Minato's voice suddenly came through their headsets. "Looks like you guys are having a bit of trouble, huh? Try coordinating with these few pointers." Minato was watching from afar. It wasn't his time to step in yet. Hearing his advice, Du immediately yelled, "But we're already doing that." Minato calmly explained, "Combine everyone's power in the purest way possible. The key lies with you and Ruka." Du felt increasingly confused and asked vaguely, "What do you mean?" But Minato offered no further explanation, leaving her to figure it out herself. She wanted to press him, but he had already disconnected. At that same moment, she sensed a killing intent striking toward them. It was the demon general's hellfire, rushing straight at her. Ruka and the others quickly cast magic to defend themselves. Ruka spoke up then. "Kusanagi's words must mean something. We have to think this through together." Du frowned slightly. Just as Ruka said, Minato had always been leading them. What was she supposed to do now? She stood there, lost in thought. A moment later, Du spoke up. "Its magic is powerful, but the casting time is long. Let's take down the minions first while dodging its attacks." She suggested that Sudogo and the others focus on the eastern flank, while the three of them would handle the west, and she would signal when it was about to attack. Sudogo and Karin were startled, but they reacted quickly. Both nodded in agreement. Understood. Everyone followed Du's instructions, while she waited for the demon general's next strike. As soon as it raised its hand to chant, Du shouted, "Get ready!" She began counting down. By the final second, the flames roared toward them. Du yelled, "Run, now!" Following her lead, everyone used level 1 movement magic to clear the area. Watching from afar, Minato couldn't help but be surprised. "So, Du is taking charge? I thought Kasaragi Ryuji or Ruka would step up, but she'll handle this role well enough." Meanwhile, after leading everyone to safety, Du was panting heavily. Their current magic level and mana were simply not enough. What now? As she panicked, she tried to recall what Minato had said. What did he mean back then? Or had she misunderstood him entirely? She wasn't sure if this would actually work. After a long moment of hesitation, she decided to take a gamble. Stepping in front of everyone, she firmly proposed, "Everyone, please, lend me your strength." Far away, Shu was secretly observing Ruka's group. He muttered to himself, "What are they planning?" Before long, Ruka's group had a strategy. Following Mizuha Duika's suggestion, the two sisters stood at the front line. Sudogo and Kasaragi Ryuji were behind them, followed by Karin and the two officers. Sudogo asked, still hesitant, "Are you sure we can pull this off?" Mizuha Duika shook her head slightly. "I don't know, but we don't have any other choice." Ruka, however, spoke with total confidence. "I believe in you." Kasaragi Ryuji also said firmly, "We have to give it our all. If this doesn't work, we'll find another way." Just then, the demon general summoned a level 5 spell. A massive ball of fire appeared, covering the entire sky in an instant. The heat spread so fast that even Shu's group was affected. Shu pursed his lips and muttered, "Foolish, ignorant peasants, they're dragging us into this." Suddenly, his subordinate cried out, "Sir, look!" Shu turned his head in shock. His eyes narrowed instantly as he saw Ruka's group charging straight toward the fire. Karin immediately cast a level 3 holy spell, instantly enveloping Ruka and the others in a protective light. Watching from a distance, Minato couldn't help but smile. Not bad at all. They can't fully avoid a level 5 spell, so Karin is helping minimize the damage. Smart move. As for Ruka and her sister, they were in charge of the counterattack. The combination of the two Mizuha sisters would create a higher-tier water spell. Minato nodded with satisfaction. That's right. If individual strength isn't enough, the solution is to combine it. That is the basis of ultimate incantations. Sure enough, the two of them created a level 6 ultimate water spell, Siren's Tears. In a heartbeat, a siren made of crashing waves appeared. Seeing this, Sudogo couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, who knew these two sisters could use level 6 magic?" In an instant, the demon general's fire was extinguished, and it could no longer move. Seeing this, Shu shouted excitedly, "Now's the time for a grand entrance." Before he could make a move, vines appeared out of nowhere, wrapping tightly around him, draining the strength from his body. Shu collapsed powerlessly to the ground, his body limp. The one who had struck was Minato. How could their actions escape his sight? He obviously had to stop him. Back on the battlefield, Ruka's group didn't know they had almost been intercepted. Seeing the demon general frozen, Sidugo quickly shouted, "It's down!" Sure enough, the sky turned back to its original blue. Sidugo cheered. "We won! We stopped the disaster!" Karin nodded in agreement. "It's all thanks to Mizuha and everyone else." Just then, Ruka and Mizuha Duika stumbled and nearly collapsed. Kasaragi Ryuji rushed over to check on them. "Are you two okay?" Ruka said helplessly. "My mana is completely drained. I can't move another inch." Du was also weak but happy. "We did it, sister." Ruka nodded slightly, smiling at her. "We won." A while later, in the police headquarters meeting room, Minato stood at the center, praising everyone. "Well done, everyone. We've stopped the disaster." This was our unit's first official mission. The team sat below, overjoyed. Especially the Mizuha sisters. They were the deciding factor in the battle. Minato was very pleased with their performance and didn't stop praising them. Everyone had demonstrated their abilities excellently. "I can truly see all of you growing more capable, especially Mizuha Duika. Your development is the most remarkable." Du was stunned to be singled out, but she quickly straightened her back, looking full of pride. Minato didn't hesitate to keep praising her. "The instructions you gave were spot on, and that ultimate incantation was impressive. Had you thought of that tactic beforehand?" Du shook her head slightly. "No, I didn't have a clue." "So, that was ultimate magic? I see." Minato was taken aback. "You didn't know? Then how did you manage it?" With a soft laugh, Du smirked and said, "It was thanks to your hint. The rest was just my instinct." Minato looked even more bewildered. "This lady, she might be more talented than I thought, but it's not a big problem," Minato continued, saying that they had done a great job, especially for deploying such a high-damage spell in the heat of battle. Clearly, the trust and harmony between the two sisters had also played a vital role. Minato glanced at the clock. It was almost time. He grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. A live broadcast of the police station press conference appeared. A reporter was currently interviewing the police commissioner. "As far as we know, the leader of this special unit is just a student who single-handedly prevented the disaster at the academy. Is that true?" "I'll answer that." Before the commissioner could reply, Sidugo cut in. He leaned into the microphone and declared, "I am Sidugo, the spokesperson for the SMT captain, the leader of this special unit. It is indeed a student, just as you've heard." As soon as he said that, the reporters below were stunned and started buzzing with questions. Hearing the murmurs of doubt, Sidugo spoke up again. "He possesses abilities that could easily surpass those of a noble mage. When the disaster struck the Magic Academy, not a single noble mage showed up to help. This directly put both police officers and civilians in a life-or-death situation. However, Minato appeared and saved everyone." Sidugo grew more passionate. "I believe he is the one who will carry the future of our country. Without him, no one else is capable of taking on the role of captain." Watching from the police station, Minato couldn't help but feel helpless, hearing Sidugo's flattery. "I wish he'd talk a little less." At the conference, the reporters were getting annoyed by Sidugo's words. The questioning grew more intense, and the rumors began to fly. They started bringing up the heads of the noble mage families, especially the Fuyuka family. This situation made the commissioner break out in a cold sweat. He hurried to interject. "We are currently at the police station. Please do not ask questions that infringe upon the private lives of the noble mages." Just then, loud shouting erupted outside. When everyone looked over, they saw that fat guy, Shu, standing outside with his two lackeys. He strode into the hall and arrogantly announced, "That brat you have as a captain isn't worth praising at all. Only a noble mage like me is fit for the role." Then, Shu aggressively challenged them. "You didn't even inform me. You just held this press conference on your own. Don't you know the basic hierarchy?" Sidugo glared at him, asking indignantly, "Why are you here? You lost the bet, didn't you?" The shameless Shu simply denied everything, claiming he didn't remember a thing. Sidugo was furious, but Shu ignored him and continued. "The words of a noble mage like me are absolute. You commoners should just listen to what I say." Right then, a reporter stood up. "I have a question." Shu glanced at the female reporter and smirked. "A pretty lady has a question for me. The new captain, right?" "Sure, let's hear it." The reporter's tone became serious. "We have received information that you not only failed to rescue trapped citizens but also endangered them in the process. Is this true?" Hearing this, Shu started and immediately shook his head. "What are you asking? That never happened." But another reporter held up a video as proof. "We have received similar reports, and we even have videos and photos." Immediately, the reporters began grilling Shu. criticizing and condemning him. The more Shu heard, the more agitated he became, his face turning pale. He shouted angrily, "Shut your mouths! It was their fault for getting in my way. You lowly commoners, watch your tongues." Sudugo couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up clearly. "I think everyone here has seen it for themselves. The era of the noble mages has completely collapsed because of people like him." He said what they needed now were heroes, ready to protect everyone, people who fight without regarding their own safety, like their current magic team captain. Specifically, Sudugo pointed at Shu's group and criticized them. "We don't need noble mages who don't even care about the safety of the citizens like you." The wave of accusations from the reporters and Sudugo grew stronger. The police leaders were speechless, while Shu was furious. He quickly gathered his robes to leave, not forgetting to shout a warning, "You'll all pay for this. Daring to treat me like this? Your days are numbered." Watching from the room, Minato sighed. "Sudugo is really pushing his luck, isn't he?" Just then, Du exclaimed, "Look at this." The video about the disaster is spreading everywhere on the internet, and the actions of Shu and his team during the battle have left the noble mages facing massive public backlash, especially the Fuyuka family. Minato was surprised. The internet was terrifying, as things spread so quickly. While he was lost in thought, Du let out a cry that confused him. "What's wrong?" Du pointed at the screen, muttering hesitantly. "We were caught on camera too." The video clearly showed Minato's group, their faces plain as day. Minato clutched his head in defeat. "Goodbye to my quiet, unnoticed life. As if you weren't already drawing enough attention. Things are getting more complicated by the minute." A week later, in meeting room 3 at the police station, Minato's eyes widened in shock as he arrived. "What is this?" The room was packed with people, not a seat to be found. Why were there so many? Sudugo saw him and ran over, apologetically explaining, "For several reasons, it's easier to get approval from the higher-ups now, and the number of volunteers has increased unexpectedly." He knew he'd gone too far in the press conference, so he tried to apologize to Minato and promised to compensate him fairly. Minato shook his head helplessly. He did intend to retrain the mages, but this was way too much attention. While Minato was still complaining, Du walked over and said happily, "Just try to deal with it for now. After all, the whole world can't take their eyes off you anymore." Minato said reluctantly, "This is really such a hassle. Please, no more terrible surprises like this." Elsewhere, in a dark cellar, someone was tied tightly to a chair. In the darkness, an evil voice spoke up. "I'll ask one more time. What do you know about that dark mage?" No sooner had he finished, a sharp knife was pressed against the throat of the captive. It was Jun. The person holding the knife to his throat was Suji. Jun was so terrified he nearly wet himself, shouting, "I've already told you everything. I only know he's someone capable of casting terrifying magic. That's all I know." But as soon as he finished, the knife plunged down, and blood poured out like rain. Due to the agonizing pain, Tadano Jun couldn't help but throw his head back and scream. Suji spoke coldly, "I believe you know more than that." Jun kept begging, but to no avail. Finally, he muttered, "I remember now. The police are searching everywhere in the Magic Academy, so there's a rumor that he might be one of the students there." Upon hearing this, Suji nodded in understanding. "I see. It seems I can't get anything more out of you. Truly, how disappointing." Jun, hearing this, joyfully asked, "You'll spare me, right?" Suji smirked, curling his lip as he said, "Oh my, of course, I'll spare you from this mortal world." No sooner had he finished speaking than he slashed a blade across Jun's throat. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, even staining his sleeves, which made Suji grunt in dissatisfaction. "Your blood is dirtying my clothes. Filthy, filthy, filthy. How unclean." Suji wiped it away frantically, his eyes full of disgust. Then he frowned and muttered, "But a student? Huh. I bet the screams of a young man begging for his life will sound magnificent. Wait for me, Mr. Black Mage." Having said that, Suji sneered, and immediately after, he stepped away from the scene, his eyes brimming with excitement. Elsewhere, in Shinjuku, a silhouette appeared on the scene. This person was none other than Minato in the guise of the Black Mage. He had come to this place to purge magical beasts again. Just then, movement suddenly echoed from behind. Minato hurriedly turned his head to look. Two young men with phones were walking slowly through the darkness. He quickly leaped into the air, avoiding their line of sight. After walking a few steps, they saw the carcass of a magical beast lying on the ground. They said regretfully, "There's a dead monster. This must be the work of the Black Mage. I missed the chance to film him." Minato stood high above, looking down, and sighed helplessly. He had imagined the hype surrounding the Black Mage would have died down by now, yet they were still searching for him. Even in quiet residential areas like this, patrols had increased. It seems they had become much more efficient at handling monsters and disasters. Perhaps there was no longer any need for a black mage like Minato. Just then, he suddenly saw something. Below, two thugs were pinning a man to the ground, shouting aggressively, "Pay up, you owe us 10 million yen. If you don't pay, we're selling your organs." The man hearing this immediately retorted, "But I only borrowed 200,000 yen. Seeing the man wasn't cooperating, the two thugs summoned magic and grunted coldly. "What do you think interest is for? We're going to teach you a lesson." But at this moment, a figure appeared from the sky. It was Minato. He created a protective barrier to shield the man. Taking this opportunity, the man turned and ran. The two debt collectors, seeing their target obstructed, shouted in frustration, "Why are you interfering, brat? You dare do this? Think you're a hero? Seems like you need to taste some pain to learn your lesson, right?" But they had talked too big. Within seconds, their faces were beaten into pig heads. Minato squinted at them, calculating in his mind. I guess the police still haven't dealt with these illegal magic users. While he was deep in thought, the two thugs whispered to each other. Could he be the Black Mage? All the rumors say the underground organizations are looking for him. Minato, hearing this conversation, lowered his head and asked, "Underground organizations, huh?" The two thugs, fearing another beating, hurriedly kowtowed and said, "We don't know anything about the underground organizations. Black Rebellion, please let us go. We won't tell anyone about you." Minato narrowed his eyes at them, speaking in a cold tone. "How much do you know? If you talk, I might let you go." One of them immediately nodded and replied, "Black Rebellion is an underground organization of mages, always operating out of sight of ordinary people. Obviously, they get involved in all sorts of crimes, making a fortune." The other one agreed. "Whether it's gangs or the mafia, they are the ones behind them. They have media and political connections and seem to do whatever they want." They told him Black Rebellion had a branch in Kabukicho recently. They had once hoped to join or not. After hearing what he wanted, Minato knocked the two thugs unconscious. He quickly left the scene. While walking, he thought about how Karen had previously mentioned the increase in illegal activities by the Black Rebellion mages, right? He understood now. Interesting. Perhaps dealing with disasters and monsters should be left to Minato of the Academy. The Black Mage should clean up the underground world. Alright, it's time to wipe out that Kabukicho branch. With that thought, Minato quickly ran toward Kabukicho. In Kabukicho, as night fell, the place became bustling. Both legal and illegal entertainment activities surfaced. The sounds of solicitation from touts filled the air. Minato moved quietly through the crowd on the street, unable to help but reflect. Modern entertainment districts are truly bustling and dazzling to the eyes. He could feel magic everywhere, but he couldn't determine which organization they belonged to. Perhaps he should start by catching a few thugs doing shady business here. As he thought this, Minato walked toward a dark alley where young hoodlums with nothing to do were gathered. They were currently eyeing the goods in their hands. When they saw Minato, they shouted in dissatisfaction, "Hey, what are you looking at? Are you looking for death?" Minato said nothing and struck immediately, knocking the two unconscious. It seems they knew nothing. He took out his phone to call the police and report everything. Just then, a passerby approached, and Minato signaled for them to take another route, because the goods those two were playing with were guns. At that moment, Minato saw something on his phone. He frowned and muttered, "West, so you went to find some thugs in this area to ask questions. Is that where the organization members gather?" The thug, Tadano Jun, asked tremblingly. "You'll let me go after I provide you with the information, right?" Minato grunted coldly, got the information, and dashed off. "I hope the information you provided is accurate, at least." Elsewhere, at a bar named Weston, a short-haired girl quietly appeared inside the bar. As soon as she entered, eyes immediately turned toward her. The girl walked straight to the bar counter and sat down slowly. The bartender didn't look up, staying busy wiping the glass in his hand, and asked coldly, "What do you need?" The girl stared intently at the man and slowly opened her mouth. "Do you have any information?" Saying that, she placed a few bills on the counter. The bartender reached out, took the money, stuffed it into his pocket, and asked suspiciously, "What do you want to know?" The girl didn't hesitate and said, "The hideout location of Black Rebellion." Hearing this, the bartender immediately opened his eyes, speaking in a cold voice. "You're wrong. You should be asking a different question." The girl looked at him in confusion, and before she could understand what was happening, the man spoke coldly. "Don't you think you should have asked what was going to happen to me next?" The girl finally realized that the group inside the bar had been eyeing her. She panicked instantly, not knowing what to do. While she was still dazed, the group summoned magic, intending to kill her. She desperately tried to fight back, but she knew she was no match for them and needed to escape. With that thought, She turned to run. However, a fireball shot toward her, causing her to fall and get injured. The men quickly approached, wearing sinister grins as one spoke up. "We don't mind a feisty woman. Just imagine a beauty like you, reserved just for me." The girl frowned aggressively, a look of despair surfacing in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Kai. Your sister couldn't do anything." At that moment, a hand reached out toward her head, but suddenly, Minato pushed the door open and walked in. The men froze instantly, unsure of what to do. Minato didn't care. He walked slowly toward the bar counter and spoke coldly. "Are any members of the underground mage organization here?" This question left them stunned. Once they reacted, one man walked behind Minato and said coldly, "Are you crazy? Do you even understand the situation you're in?" Having said that, he placed a hand on Minato's shoulder and warned him in a low voice, "Just go home and hide under your mommy's skirt, you idiot." But as soon as he finished, a fist slammed into his face. That single blow sent him flying, crashing hard against the wall. The pain made him howl in agony. This scene left everyone in the bar completely dumbfounded. The short-haired girl couldn't help but marvel. No normal person could send someone flying like that. He used magic, but she didn't hear him chant anything at all. "Who is this guy?" Minato didn't care what they were thinking and said coldly, "It seems my information wasn't wrong. This really is just a bunch of low-level mages here. It's pathetic how you guys gang up on a woman. Thugs rising up like you lot must be rotten to the core." Minato's intense presence frightened them a bit, but they tried to stay calm and shouted, "Kill him. He's just a normal human. If we combine our efforts, we can't lose." As soon as those words were spoken, a flurry of spells appeared and attacked Minato, but he dodged them with ease. The short-haired girl watched from the side, unable to stop worrying. No matter how strong Minato was, there was always strength in numbers, and he didn't seem to be summoning any high-level magic. He had no chance left. Thinking this, she shouted, "Run!" Yet, Minato calmly dodged the incoming spells. He let out a cold laugh and scoffed, "Sorry to disappoint you." As soon as he finished, Minato darted forward like a gust of wind, appearing in front of a thug in a flash. He punched the guy, sending him flying. Minato didn't stop there, throwing more punches. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down several of them. Minato unleashed a flurry of punches with unbelievable speed. None of them could dodge. The short-haired girl outside was visibly shaken. She stood there dazed, unable to react for a long time. In just a moment, the whole gang of thugs had been defeated. She couldn't help but be amazed. Minato moved so fast she couldn't even track him. What kind of magic did he use? Minato walked slowly toward the remaining thug, who was trembling and muttering, "What? What kind of monster are you? Who are you?" Minato squinted at him and spoke coldly, "I am the Black Mage, and I will destroy the Black Rebellion." Once he said that, he knocked the guy unconscious. Immediately after, Minato walked over to the girl. She scanned the men lying on the ground, completely bewildered. Minato had taken everyone down in an instant. He was truly elite. Maybe he was a legendary mage. While she was lost in thought, Minato leaned in close. His eyes were clear, making her guess he was only school-aged. Minato helped her up and whispered, "Looks like you aren't hurt, are you?" The girl finally regained her composure and nodded, replying, "Huh? Oh, that's right." Minato nodded, then turned and walked back toward the bar. He leaned over the counter and said coldly, "Tell me about that organization." The man was so scared he clutched his head, shivering as he refused. "I can't, they'll kill me if I do." But as soon as he spoke, Minato slammed his fist onto the counter. He squinted at the man and warned him coldly, "This is your last chance. Tell me about that organization." Seeing the scary look in his eyes, the man shouted, "I'll talk. Please just don't cut me," he told Minato. The organization is based in Tokyo with many branches outside of Kabukicho, and the leader of the Kabukicho branch is a tough one to deal with. Hearing that, Minato learned the leader was an influential mage in the underworld, and there were even rumors that he was manipulating Japan from the shadows. Minato asked coldly, "And where is that branch?" The man waved his hands and shook his head. "I swear, I don't know. They don't tell low-level thugs like us. They only give us the menial tasks." Minato frowned slightly. If this guy didn't know where the branch was, he was back to square one. Perhaps he would just keep hunting illegal mages. With that in mind, Minato started to walk away. But after a few steps, the girl called him back. "Wait." Minato paused slightly. The girl expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. I can't imagine what would have happened if you weren't here." Minato remained non-committal and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry about it. I was just passing by. If you knew this was a dangerous place and still walked in, only you can save yourself." Hearing this, the girl couldn't help but chuckle. "You're pretty harsh on adults, aren't you?" she asked. "Aren't you searching for the Black Rebellion branch? What are you planning to do once you find it? Destroy it?" Minato replied coldly. It was a short answer, but the girl could see that Minato meant it from the bottom of his heart. He was determined to destroy the Black Rebellion. Minato was certainly strong, but he couldn't do it alone. The girl felt the same. After a long moment of contemplation, she proposed, "Can we work together?" Minato frowned slightly, murmuring suspiciously to himself. The girl nodded and introduced herself. "I'm a detective. I have access to more information than you, and connections. But I don't have your strength." The Black Mage was even stronger than the rumors suggested. If she teamed up with Minato, she might reach her goal. Hearing the proposal, Minato hesitated for a moment, then said coldly, "So, you intend to trade your information in exchange for my strength?" The girl nodded gently and replied, "Sounds like an ideal partnership, doesn't it? Let's combine our powers." The Dark Mage. Minato stared intently at the girl before him, remaining silent for a long time. He did need information, but could he trust this girl? If he went too far, it would affect him. After a long silence, Minato finally spoke slowly. "Let's work together." Hearing this, the girl was overjoyed. She quickly introduced herself. "I'm Leona." Minato also greeted her. "I am the Dark Mage." Leona frowned slightly and muttered, "That sounds a bit dramatic and long. Do you have a shorter name?" Minato shook his head. "No, that's just what everyone calls me." Seeing this, Leona anxiously started thinking of a name for him. After a while, she hesitated and asked, "How about Kusanagi Minato?" "That's fine." Minato agreed without hesitation, then asked suspiciously, "So why did they attack you?" Leona answered casually, "I was looking for the Black Rebellion's hideout." Minato sighed. "That's so reckless." Leona retorted, "Aren't you the same?" He pouted, "I know how to defend myself." Leona felt Minato had a point and sighed helplessly. "I know I'm still weak, but I had no choice. No one dares to stand up to them." The noble mages didn't care, and the police were too busy with the disasters, so the Black Rebellion was allowed to run wild without any consequences. Minato had heard about that from Karen, but as they spoke, Leona suddenly tensed up. He squinted at her, finally speaking, "You feel helpless, don't you?" Leona lowered her head, biting her lip until it bled. After a long moment, she spoke with fierce intensity. "My brother was attacked by a mage. After their parents died a few years ago, Leona had been taking care of Kai. She worked herself to the bone to raise him. Even though he was all alone, Kai never complained. Until one day, their house was broken into. Kai witnessed everything, and then the thieves attacked him with magic. Being just a child, he had no way to fight back. He tried to run, but he couldn't escape." As she told this story, Leona's face was filled with pent-up rage. Minato glanced at her, asking suspiciously, "So he was hurt?" Leona shook her head. "He wasn't physically wounded, but he fell into a coma." Minato was surprised. "Can't it be cured with magic?" At this, Leona shouted in extreme frustration. "The doctor says he'll wake up. He's only 9 years old." It's their fault they were caught, but it wasn't enough. Leona's eyes were filled with too much hatred, resentment, and helplessness. Minato noticed this and asked, "So, do you want revenge?" "I want justice," Leona shouted fiercely. "I want to stop this from happening to anyone else. I don't have the power, but you do, don't you?" Minato said nothing, thinking to himself that she seemed sincere. The story was a convincing way to get him to work with her, but Minato didn't find himself annoyed by it. After a moment, he said coolly, "If you can help me with something, then fine." Leona smiled triumphantly. "Investigation intel. I've looked into a few things, though not much. They are Yakuza or Mafia, so I'm digging deeper." Minato didn't care at all and suggested seriously, "Take me to their hideout." Leona was stunned. "What are you planning?" Minato answered calmly, "Breaking in." Leona panicked and tried to advise him. "That's way too dangerous. You're strong, but you're not immortal." But Minato spoke with confidence. "I won't die. I am the Dark Mage, after all." Leona looked at him hesitantly, and after a long time, she finally agreed. "Fine, I'll go with you." Minato was slightly surprised. "You might die." Leona shook her head firmly. "I don't care." Minato narrowed his eyes and asked sternly, "What about your brother?" Biting her lip hard, Leona replied in a low voice, "If I die, he'll have the insurance money." Minato suddenly remembered those who died in the disasters in his previous life. He sighed helplessly and said, "Money is useless. That would be a pointless death." But Leona shouted back with determination, "How could someone strong ever understand the feelings of the weak? To live a meaningful life, you have to fight, even if the odds are stacked against you." By now, tears were falling from her eyes. Leona's body shuddered, and she spoke with difficulty. "My brother, we had an agreement. Leona sobbed heartbrokenly, her tears flowing without pause. Minato stood there silently watching her. Just as Leona began to despair, thinking he wouldn't agree, Minato suddenly spoke. "If that's what you're going to do, hurry up and take me there." Hearing this, Leona immediately looked up. Minato was already walking toward the door. He looked at her and said, "Seriously, we are going to crush them." Leona smiled slightly, wiped the tears from her face, and said confidently, "Of course." The two quickly left the bar, and Leona started complaining. "Walking is tiring." But Minato shook his head. "We don't need to walk." He walked straight toward Leona. Without hesitation, he scooped her up, causing Leona's eyes to widen in confusion. A moment later, in a room on a high-rise building in the city, a group of thugs was gathered. The one standing guard by the window suddenly shouted, confusing everyone else in the room. Before they could understand what was happening, the window was smashed to pieces. Minato charged in, carrying Leona, and conveniently landed a kick on the guy near the window. The chaos left the people in the room bewildered. Minato put Leona down and scanned the room. "Is this the Black Rebellion's hideout?" Leona didn't answer. She was panting heavily from fear. She thought they were dead for sure. Right then, the men in the room pulled out weapons, guns, and swords. They pointed them straight at Minato, warning him coldly. "Who the hell are you? Do you know where you are?" Minato wasn't panicked at all and spoke coldly. "So, this is all the Yakuza has to offer?" A guy with glasses stepped in front of Minato and asked coldly, "Who are you, you little brat?" Minato replied coolly, "The Dark Mage." The guy with glasses immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "Are you crazy? Kill them." Immediately, the thugs surrounded the two. Minato said in a low voice, "Don't stray too far from me." Leona nodded slightly. "Got it." At that same moment, a thug lunged forward with a sword, but all he hit was something invisible, and his blade snapped in two. The guy panicked and stammered, "What is this?" Seeing that the sword attack failed, the thugs quickly fired their guns at them. Unfortunately, the result was the same. The bullets hit some invisible barrier and vanished. This made the thugs react as if they had seen a ghost, shouting in disbelief, "Swords and guns do nothing? Are you a monster?" Minato ignored the rabble and walked straight toward the man with glasses. He said coldly, "Are you the boss? This group has connections to Black Rebellion, right?" That question made the guy stiffen, and after a long moment, his body suddenly jerked. He yelled aggressively, "You little brat, you think you'll survive? Don't you know who the Yakuza are?" As soon as he finished, the leader and his lackeys frantically opened fire on Minato. Still just as useless as before, unfortunately. Minato stood there calmly and whispered, "Fine, they're just underlings, aren't they?" Leona was drenched in a cold sweat, and Tadano Jun asked with a tremble, "Aren't you scared? And how come we aren't affected by any of this?" Minato didn't answer. He was busy checking the magic power in the room, and after a long moment, he spoke up. "There's no magic here, so they have no connection to them. No need to stick around anymore." Just then, the leader shouted, "You're dead! Die, you brat!" Minato couldn't be bothered with their nonsense and swept his leg in a circle. In an instant, the whole mob was kicked against the wall, collapsing on the spot. Minato hadn't even used any offensive magic, and they were already down. What a bunch of weaklings. Leona stared at the scene, stunned and filled with disbelief. Minato didn't offer much of an explanation, and said coldly, "They don't have any intel. Let's move on to the next place." Leona watched Minato intently, secretly impressed. "You're so strong. Is this the power of dark magic? I bet you could even take down the Black Rebellion, right?" While she was lost in thought, Minato lifted her off the ground. Tadano Jun stammered, "What? Don't tell me," Minato spoke coldly. "Let's head out." Then, he threw himself and her from the high floor, making Leona scream at the top of her lungs. A short while later, using the same method, Minato smashed through the window of a thug's hideout with Leona in tow, then beat them up to squeeze out some information. After hitting a few spots, Minato suddenly wondered aloud, "Why do they always attack us first? Are the Yakuza all just idiots?" Leona panted for a moment before retorting with frustration, "They aren't just tools. Do you really think they'd just listen to us?" Then, she glared at Minato and demanded aggressively, "And could you please stop entering through the windows? You're just going to alert them. I'm afraid of heights, you know." Minato didn't seem to care, muttering to himself, "I figure if they're Yakuza, it'll be fine." Leona looked at him, speechless. What kind of logic is that? Ignoring her reaction, Minato nodded firmly and said, "It's fine. Let's place our bets." Afterward, they walked up to an office and knocked on the door. A bald man opened the door. Seeing the two of them, he frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Minato replied coldly, "We want to know about the Black Rebellion." Immediately, a loud door slam echoed, followed by a frustrated shout telling them to get lost. Leona was at a loss for words because of Minato's approach. She grabbed her head in frustration. Who goes around asking for intel on an underground organization by knocking on the door so politely? With Minato, apparently, it wasn't allowed. So, he just used force to smash the door open. The bald man saw his door destroyed and shouted indignantly, "Hey, are you trying to pick a fight? Where do you think you are?" Minato repeated his earlier line. "I just want to ask about the Black Rebellion." His words made the bald man lose his patience. He clenched his fist and charged forward. Seeing that, Minato sighed. "Could you just listen for a second?" Then, he threw a punch that sent the man flying. His head slammed straight into the wall behind him, leaving his cohorts completely bewildered. Minato didn't care and asked coldly, "All right, where's your boss?" At that moment, a man in a suit walked out and said in a low voice, "I am Oshiro. What are you here for?" Minato didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Does this place have any connection to the Black Rebellion?" Oshiro frowned in suspicion. The underling behind him angrily shouted, "Who the hell do you think you are, asking questions like that?" Damn it, he wanted to attack Minato, but Oshiro stopped him. "That's enough." The underling didn't want to back down, but Oshiro spoke coldly. "Don't do it. He's not someone you can handle." After saying that, he glanced at Minato and stated honestly, "We have no connection to the Black Rebellion. I swear that. On the honor of my gang." Minato didn't react, and simply continued asking, "Then do you know where their hideout is?" Oshiro didn't answer immediately, but asked in return, "If I answer, will you leave?" Minato nodded without hesitation. Following that, Minato and Leona were invited to sit at the table, and a thug brought them 2 cups of tea. Leona was truly confused. What the heck was going on? Just then, Oshiro spoke up. "Let me reintroduce myself. I am Oshiro." Minato greeted him politely as well. "I'm Kusanagi Minato, a dark mage." Leona quickly followed suit. "I'm Leona." After the introductions, Oshiro took out a map and pointed to a spot on it. "The Black Rebellion's hideout is quite far from here." He said that was all he knew, and nothing more. Minato frowned upon hearing this. It contradicted what Leona said that if they searched, they might find it. Leona was actually pretty reliable, after all. Minato narrowed his eyes at Oshiro and asked coldly, "Is that really all you have to say? Are you hiding anything from me?" Oshiro shook his head and replied, "No, we're enemies. We just try to avoid unnecessary conflict." Minato gave a cold smirk and muttered, "We'd like to think so, too." Oshiro spoke aggressively, "I don't lie. That's how I stay in this office as Yakuza. The Yakuza have principles. Don't talk to me like that." Minato couldn't help but be surprised. To think a guy like him actually existed. Thinking about it, Minato stood up and prepared to leave. "We've got what we need, so we're off." Oshiro watched his back and asked hesitantly, "What about your plan to fight the Black Rebellion? There are rumors they've connected with some influential figures. It won't be easy." Minato smiled involuntarily, pulled Leona close, and raised an eyebrow. "What about opponents like us? I've faced countless people already." As soon as he finished, he grabbed Leona and jumped out the window, leaving a parting, "Don't see you again," to Oshiro. Oshiro watched Minato's figure from above and couldn't help but smirk. I didn't expect someone like him to exist. If he takes action, he'll probably wipe out the Black Rebellion. Minato didn't know what he was thinking. He was still carrying Leona and heading to his destination. Elsewhere, in an abandoned house in the city, 2 groups were making a deal. Both leaders were highly alert to their surroundings. The underlings were checking the guns inside a wooden crate. A moment later, the other side spoke up, saying there were no issues with the quality. Once confirmed, they started the exchange. A large briefcase of money was handed over, and the leader in the black suit smiled in satisfaction. The red-haired man walked over and shook his hand. The deal was set. The other man nodded slightly and replied, "A good deal. Japan is truly wonderful. There's no other country that treats criminals so well." Hearing this, the red-haired man smirked and said, "This place is full of people with peaceful souls. It's the most wonderful country ever." With that, both of them burst into laughter, only for the window to be shattered by someone at that very moment. Then, a figure landed right next to them. Immediately, both groups were startled and panicked. "What the hell? Who is this guy?" It was Minato and Leona who had arrived. Minato spoke coldly. "Finally found the Black Rebellion." As he said that, he swept his eyes over the crowd in front of him. He was wondering how many mages were here. Everyone who looked like they belonged to Black Rebellion were magic users, and about half of them looked like mafia. Leona wisely stepped aside. She knew she shouldn't get involved in this fight. She didn't have that kind of power. So Leona quietly stepped away and pulled out her phone to record it as evidence. Being interrupted made both groups extremely angry. The red-haired guy looked at Minato with dissatisfaction and demanded, "Who the hell are you?" Hearing this cliché line, Minato couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Oh boy. Villains always start with that line, don't they? That comment left the guy confused. Minato ignored him and calmly spoke up. "I am the Dark Mage, and I'm here to wipe out Black Rebellion." The mafia leader didn't recognize the name and asked in a low voice, "A Dark Mage?" The red-haired guy looked at him, bewildered, muttering about wiping out Black Rebellion. But soon after, the whole group burst into laughter. The red-haired guy sneered, "A brat like you, what could one person possibly do?" Just as he finished speaking, a fireball shot out from a distance. With a loud boom, the flames exploded, sending the whole group nearby flying. Minato snorted coldly. "I'm going to take you all down." Caught by the sudden attack, the two leaders were furious and immediately ordered, "You've got guts! Kill him!" Immediately, the group attacked Minato with magic. But it couldn't touch him. All the magic was blocked by an invisible barrier. Inside the building, they could only use level 2 magic. Anything higher would destroy the structure. Minato could use combat magic, but there were simply too many of them to handle all at once. Seeing Minato completely unharmed, the group panicked. Their attacks weren't working, and their bullets couldn't hit him. The mafia leader was just as confused and immediately demanded, "Why isn't he hurt?" The red-haired guy felt extremely wronged. He had no idea. He'd never seen magic like this before. Minato couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant. It wasn't even magic, though their panic was certainly something to behold. Just then, the mafia leader shouted, "We still have that thing I brought, right?" The red-haired guy finally remembered and regained his confidence. He smiled coldly and said, "Enjoy your confidence while it lasts. Dark Mage or whoever you are?" Minato was taken aback. "Looks like they've sobered up, haven't they?" While he was distracted, one of them approached with a canister of poisonous gas. Seeing it, Minato shouted, "Leona, run out of here, now!" Leona was obedient and immediately turned to run toward the door. Almost at the same time, the guy threw the gas canister. Minato didn't dare to be careless, and quickly used magic to pull it away. In the blink of an eye, all the poison gas was vented outside. The two leaders, who had put on masks, saw this and grew smug. They laughed. "Too late, you idiot. Even you can't withstand poison gas. Game over. He's finally dead, right?" As they spoke, they walked forward, wanting to see how Minato had died. But when they looked closely, their eyes widened in terror. Because inside the smoke, Minato's figure was still standing tall, completely unharmed. The two guys panicked and backed away, crying out in disbelief, "Wait, he's still alive? How is that possible?" Minato kindly explained to them that magic shields and barriers couldn't block poison gas, but gas was just gas. If I circulate the air with wind magic, it's not a threat at all. A superior mage like him couldn't be defeated by poison gas. The more they heard Minato speak, the more the group in front of him panicked. The red-haired guy yelled, calling for reinforcements. His underling frantically dialed to call for backup, but no one answered. Minato wasn't surprised and said coldly, "There's definitely no one left, because I've already taken them all out. Every base outside of Kabukicho has been brought down by me." Minato smirked and added, "You guys are the only ones left. Better get ready." That remark caused the expressions on the two leaders' faces to change. Minato didn't hold back at all. He directly took down everyone inside the warehouse. Minato spoke calmly. "Black Rebellion in Kabukicho ends here, time to call Leona." But just then, a noise echoed in the warehouse, making him frown in surprise as he asked who it was. From outside, Leona was dragged in with a knife held to her throat. Along with that came an evil voice. "You did all of that by yourself? I must say, that's impressive." The blade was only millimeters from Leona's neck, and a light touch would cut her carotid artery. The person who captured her was Tsuji. He smirked and said, "Want to negotiate, Dark Mage?" Minato squinted, starting to calculate. The distance between them was quite far. He couldn't react in time using combat magic techniques. Unless there was an opening, he would immediately activate his level 1 magic and make the guy drop the knife. Seeming to read Minato's mind, Tsuji couldn't help but sneer. "Oh, don't try anything reckless, unless you want to see this woman die." Minato frowned even more. That guy could see his magic power. It seemed there were still mages who could sense magic power in the modern age. Tsuji's magic power was about 40,000 N. He looked like a high-level mage, although it was possible he was suppressing his magic power. Leona thought she had implicated Minato and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I followed him without thinking." Minato didn't want to dwell on it and said blandly, "Don't worry about it. I'll save you for sure." Tsuji, being ignored, shouted in dissatisfaction, "Don't ignore my presence. Do you understand the situation you're in? I am the god of this place. If you dare to do anything reckless, I'll kill her." As soon as he finished, he pressed the knife closer to Leona's neck, making her wince in pain. Seeing that, Minato immediately nodded. "I understand. I won't do anything." "Good boy." Suji was very satisfied with his cooperation and smiled. Then he continued. "Sorry for the late introduction. I am Kagasuji, head of the Black Rebellion's Kabukicho branch." He told Minato truthfully that his boss had ordered an investigation into the Dark Mage, saying if possible, they should befriend Minato, but if that wasn't possible, they had to eliminate him. Suji also mentioned that he had been torturing people connected to the Dark Mage and was finally about to get some information. At this point, the guy suddenly gritted his teeth, a look of dissatisfaction flashing in Suji's eyes as he shouted, "And yet, you still want to destroy this branch?" As he spoke, Suji's knife pressed against Leona's throat, and blood began to trickle out. Minato frowned at the sight. Seeing his gaze, Suji pretended to feel regretful and said, "Oh, my apologies." As he spoke, he withdrew the knife, smirked, and added, "I hope you can forgive my momentary outburst. It's not like me to be cruel, but killing a hostage wouldn't really mean anything, would it?" Leona's blood stained the blade, which only seemed to excite Suji. He wore a twisted grin. After all, her blood smelled so sweet, truly intoxicating. It felt great to be the one in control. Minato, worried that the guy might actually harm Leona, spoke up quickly. "So, what are the conditions for this negotiation?" Suji chuckled softly, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. It's quite simple. From now on, I will torture and kill you." He said Minato had the right to refuse and run away, but if he did, Leona would die. With that, Suji pointed his knife at Minato and laughed triumphantly. "Now, what are you going to do? Dark Mage, choose between yourself and this woman." Minato didn't hesitate for a second. "I accept the torture." Hearing this, both Leona and Suji were stunned. Suji couldn't help but exclaim, "You actually have the spirit of a martyr? How wonderful. Don't you think so, miss?" Minato wasn't worried, because no attack could affect him, so the torture would be meaningless. But Suji wasn't an idiot. He immediately ordered, "Then restrain your massive magical power. It's pointless if you keep your magic shield up." Leona couldn't help but panic. It meant Minato could block any attack, thanks to his magic shield. But what would happen if he restrained it? Minato hadn't expected Suji to know about his magic shield. He must have seen it during the previous battle. He'd been too careless. But with no other choice, Minato had to restrict his own mana. Afterward, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Suji gave a cold laugh, then summoned his mana to attack Minato. He laughed triumphantly. "Don't you dare move." He didn't kill Minato but tortured him with Tier 1 magic. Seeing this, Leona screamed in terror. "Stop it!" Unfortunately, how could Suji listen to her? He laughed maniacally. "There's no way I can stop when I'm having this much fun." In the blink of an eye, Minato was beaten down to the ground. Leona panicked and screamed, "Kusanagi Minato." Her eyes filled with regret. It was all her fault. She had been determined to destroy them even if it meant sacrificing herself. Yet her own uselessness had dragged him into this. Right now, Suji seemed to have the victory in the bag. He shouted crazily, "What a shame, but this is the end for you. Thanks for the fun time you've given me. Goodbye." Dark Mage. Leona bit her lip hard. She wouldn't let him kill Minato, because he was her only hope. Thinking that, she began to struggle to break free, while summoning her own mana in her hands. But these clumsy attempts by Leona didn't escape Suji's notice. He gave a cold laugh and shoved her to the ground. He scoffed with contempt. "I can see right through you. If you weren't here, he wouldn't have lost. A great man like him is about to die. A fitting death for a stupid woman like you." As soon as he finished, Suji rushed forward with his knife, intending to stab Leona. But at that moment, Minato suddenly moved. He landed a punch right in the guy's face, sending Suji flying like a broken kite. Minato gave a soft huff and said coldly, "The pathetic one here is you." Leona, seeing that Minato was fine, exclaimed in astonishment, "How can that be? Didn't you restrain your magic shield?" With a soft chuckle, Minato answered calmly, "It's simple. Just before his magic hit my body, I erected a small magic shield so Suji wouldn't notice." Hearing this, it felt like a miracle to Leona, and she exclaimed, "That isn't simple at all. Only you could pull off something like that." Minato didn't pay it any mind and said calmly, "Anyway, it's safe now, so stop worrying." Then he healed the wound on Leona's neck. Only then did Leona breathe a sigh of relief. Thank God. Suji, on the other hand, was furious and shouted aggressively, "What do you mean, thank God?" Minato was slightly surprised. Even though he had used a magic combat technique focused on speed, The guy was actually quite tough for not having passed out. Suji glared at Minato, complaining, "How dare you hurt me? Even if the torture didn't do any damage to you, I'll just burn you to death instead." As soon as he finished, his magic started to erupt. Minato couldn't help but frown. Suji's magical power was rising. Just as he thought, the guy had been hiding it. Right now, Suji's eyes were filled with rage. He screamed wildly, "Burn to ashes!" In an instant, brilliant flames appeared inside the abandoned house. Seeing the flames rushing toward them, Leona immediately panicked and shouted, "Tier 4 magic? We can't possibly defend against that." Yet, Minato still stood there calmly, without any movement. In the blink of an eye, the flames surrounded the two of them. Just then, Minato moved. He waved his hand casually, and a defensive barrier appeared, stopping the brilliant flames in their tracks. Seeing this, Leona exclaimed in complete disbelief. Tier 1 magic completely blocked Tier 4 magic? How could that be? She stood behind Minato, intently watching his steady back. What was this feeling of relief Leona was experiencing? Could it be that she believed he would definitely find a way? Who exactly was the person in front of Leona to have such power? Seeing Minato block it, Suji didn't panic. He suddenly threw his head back and laughed, then scoffed. "Very good. I knew it, you really are strong. I assumed my magic wouldn't work on you, but I have a little trick up my sleeve." As soon as he finished, Suji reinforced his magic, making Leona gasp in surprise. Why were there no signs of the magic fading? Shouldn't his magic have dissipated by now? "It's sustainable magic," Minato explained slowly, leaving Leona even more confused. Minato spoke calmly. "Usually you can't cast multiple spells at once, and after a spell is cast, it eventually decays and fades away. However, if you keep recasting the same magic, when one decays, it is immediately replaced by the next. That is the same principle used when you fly using wind magic. If you didn't do that, you couldn't fly." Leona, hearing Minato mention the flying, shouted impatiently, "Thanks for the lesson, but we don't have time for this. The barrier is about to." But as she said that, she realized something. The barrier wasn't disappearing. Her eyes widened in terror. Seeing her reaction, Minato said casually, "If I can understand it, that means I know how to use it too. So, obviously, I can use sustainable magic as well, and it's as easy as pie." Suji, however, was incredibly confident. He shouted in disbelief, "No way! You can use continuous casting too?" Leona, having regained her confidence, spoke up aggressively, "Your magic is useless against him. I suggest you surrender while you still have the chance." Upon hearing this, Suji lowered his head, his body trembling reflexively, but quickly looked up with a wicked smirk. "I was just joking." Leona stared at his smile, stunned. "What does that mean?" Suji chuckled coldly and said, "Right, he's strong. If we played by the rules, I'd be in trouble. But like I said, I have an ace up my sleeve." With that, he began to manipulate flames right in front of them. Immediately, Leona felt her body become incredibly uncomfortable. She struggled to breathe, whispering, "It's so hot I can't breathe. Why does my body feel so heavy?" Seeing this, Suji boasted, "Do you know what happens when you set up a barrier in an enclosed space and surround it with fire? Naturally, the oxygen runs out, and the temperature keeps rising. Now, Minato has two choices. Wait to suffocate inside the barrier like Leona here, or break the barrier and face the flames head-on. That's how it would go for a normal person, but not for Minato." In an instant, Leona's suffocation vanished. She exclaimed in surprise, "It's not stuffy anymore, and it feels cool." Suji watched this, his eyes filled with disbelief. Minato gave a light huff and said coldly, "It's impressive that your fire magic can affect the atmosphere, but it seems you don't realize that magic itself exists within the atmosphere." Suji listened, trembling as he muttered, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Minato kindly explained it to him. "A magic barrier is a mixture of the caster's own magic and natural magic. Magic exists in the atmosphere and carries the properties of the atmosphere." Just as he finished speaking, a layer of energy appeared around him. In a flash, it swirled around the barrier and pushed back Suji's flames. At the same time, the ventilation vent above popped open. Minato said calmly, "So, in other words, magic itself is both the air and the shield. That should be enough to stop you." Suji panicked more and more, clutching his head and screaming, "Impossible! Why did things turn out this way? My technique is perfect. It should have been the ultimate magic for torturing and destroying anyone." Minato gave a soft huff and spoke coldly, "You bastard. I haven't given you permission to collapse yet. You like torturing people, don't you? Then go ahead and feel the same pain as your victims." As he finished, he placed his hand on the center of the man's forehead. In an instant, Suji's eyes lost their focus, and tears began to stream down his face. Minato sneered. He had cast a spell, called the Shadow Realm. In Suji's subconscious, he was falling into a place of complete darkness. He didn't know where he was, couldn't make a sound, and couldn't hear a thing. An overwhelming fear quickly engulfed Suji. He panicked and begged for help, but no one answered. Before long, Suji couldn't resist any longer, and collapsed to the ground. Minato showed no mercy, stating coldly, "Pay for your past sins in the depths of the shadows." Just then, a noise echoed from outside. Leona flinched, frowning. It seemed someone had reported the location. Feeling they couldn't stay much longer, Minato suggested, "Let's go." With that, he hoisted Leona up, causing her to panic and mutter, "Wait, don't tell me we're going to fly again." Unfortunately, no matter how much you resist, it's useless. Minato carried her off and leaped out the window. He landed on a nearby rooftop. Looking at the scene below, Leona spoke slowly. "With this, the Black Rebellion in Kabukicho has been wiped out." Minato nodded slightly and muttered, "Looks like it's time to clean up the next area." Leona stared at him intently, hesitating for a long moment before asking, "Kusanagi Minato, I have a favor to ask. Could you accept me as an ally?" She explained that she lacked power and might only slow him down, but she had the information and connections he desperately needed. Her tone sounded a bit formal. Minato studied her for a long time before sighing. "I just realized something. I'm actually pretty easy to sway when it comes to requests like that." Leona looked at him with expectation, then gave a cool nod. Minato spoke calmly. "From now on, I look forward to working with you." A glimmer of joy flashed in Leona's eyes. She replied firmly, "Of course, I'm looking forward to working with you too. Just leave the public relations and gathering allies to me." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but look confused. Public relations? What on earth was that? The next morning, the media reported that the underground organization known as the Black Rebellion's Kabukicho branch had been annihilated. Rumors circulated that someone called the Black Mage was involved in the arrests. The incident was currently under investigation. Meanwhile, a female news anchor suddenly received shocking news. A manifesto declared by an anti-illegal mage organization led by the Black Mage. Almost immediately, a video surfaced. The silhouette of a teenager in a black cloak appeared, followed by a firm, cold declaration. "I, the Black Mage, stand up to wipe out the illegal mages surrounding the Black Rebellion. Any injustice caused by illegal mages will not be tolerated. Whoever you are, remember that." This statement was broadcast across all of Japan. Naturally, Akuto saw the video too. He was so furious he slammed the table. He started cursing the Black Mage aggressively. Just then, a man walked up and advised him, "No need to get so worked up. That Black Mage is just a nobody." Hearing this, Akuto calmed down and nodded. "You're right." And Belly was with him. The man was none other than the head of the Fuyuka family, Fuyukin. He smirked and said, "Indeed, a high-ranking noble like myself. Wait, why is a noble like Tadano Jun here?" Earlier he had seen the news reports criticizing noble mages. Major TV stations were calling them out, saying they were supposed to protect the people, but their behavior in the footage and press conferences was terrifying. Fuyukin's expression grew darker the more he watched. The news anchors even suggested that Minato's special unit was far more effective, raising a big question. Do we even need noble mages anymore? Fuyukin's facial expression shifted constantly as he listened to the media's criticism. His butler stood silently by his side, knowing better than to speak. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Tadano Jun's rage to boil over. He used magic to blast the TV in front of him to pieces. Gritting his teeth, he ordered, "Get Shu here, now." The butler didn't hesitate to obey, and left. Even after he was gone, Tadano Jun's fury didn't subside. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "I'll show them what happens when they dare to mess with a magic noble." Elsewhere, in New York, the city was in chaos as civilians fled in terror. A natural disaster had struck. Demon soldiers were attacking the main streets. The American police arrived quickly. They started fighting the monsters, but there were simply too many, and they couldn't hold out much longer. One officer asked skeptically, "Where is the FMT squad?" A comrade replied frantically, "There are threats breaking out everywhere. They can't get here fast enough." Hearing this, the first officer cursed, "Damn it, those useless bastards." While they were talking, a massive explosion erupted, filling the sky with smoke and fire. Many were burned to a crisp as a demon general appeared on the streets of New York. The police panicked upon seeing it. How could they possibly defeat a creature like that? What were they supposed to do? But just then, a series of magic circles suddenly appeared around the demon general. In an instant, a brilliant pillar of fire erupted like a celestial tower. seemingly swallowing everything in its path. The bizarre display left the police outside bewildered. But it wasn't over. The flames surged, and a massive water sphere appeared. The sphere didn't hesitate to merge with the flames. The police stared with wide eyes. Tadano Jun muttered, "What just happened?" At that moment, the police's earpieces crackled to life. A voice on the other end informed them that a disaster expert had arrived on the scene. Coordinate with them and contain the situation. That expert was Mizuha Tsuchiru, a magic noble from Japan. Tsuchiru stood on a nearby rooftop, and without hesitation, he leaped down from the heights. He began to chant magic, and the demon general, not daring to be careless, reacted quickly. Fire and water crashed into each other in a frantic collision. At first, they were evenly matched, but soon they merged into one. Finally, the flames vanished. The water wave didn't stop. It surged straight at the demon general, instantly tearing it limb from limb. Tsuchiru landed on the ground, his presence incredibly dignified. The police officers outside watched the one-hit kill in stunned silence, but they quickly snapped out of it, cheering in joy. They surrounded Tsuchiru with praise. The next morning, at the international airport, reporters swarmed Tsuchiru the moment he arrived. A middle-aged man grabbed his hand and praised him. "Thanks to you, the damage was drastically reduced. We are very grateful." Tsuchiru shook his head calmly. "I just did my job. There's no need for thanks." Meanwhile, two bodyguards next to the man were gossiping about Tsuchiru. The gist of their conversation was that Tsuchiru had fallen from grace, and aside from his noble status, his magic level was quite low. Tsuchiru seemed to understand what they were saying, but he didn't show much reaction. He simply led his people away quickly. The middle-aged man stood behind, waving goodbye. Between Japan's current state, the situation of the magic nobles, and his daughter being in the special magic unit, he had to go back and handle these issues. He couldn't let things continue like this. Back in Japan, Ruka's group was training with Minato as usual. During a break, Ryuji couldn't help but complain. "Kusanagi is just too strong. It's ridiculous. I bet he's the strongest person in Japan." Mizuha Duika nodded in agreement. "Right, and it seems like he hasn't even used his full strength yet." Hearing them lament, Sudugo spoke up to reassure them. "We'll definitely stand a chance if we all attack him at once. No matter how strong he is, we can't afford to lose." These words seemed to fuel the Ruka sisters with new determination. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Minato walked over just as he heard their plan and asked with a smirk, "You guys want to try it right now?" The three of them were startled, looking at him in a panic. Duika shook her head and denied, "No, we were just chatting." Minato chuckled. "Is that so? Trying to run away, huh? Am I really that scary?" This comment left the three Ruka members feeling annoyed, but Minato didn't care. He calmly began, "Break time is over. The next training objective is to try and defeat me. Any method is fine, just give it everything you've got." Hearing this, the three of them immediately got excited, their eyes burning with battle intent. All three shared the same goal, to take Minato down. Soon after, they all summoned their magic power. Even Sudugo and Karin joined in. Minato didn't panic. He calmly created a protective barrier. Seeing that barrier, Duika confidently said, "That shield won't be enough to protect you." But this time, Minato summoned an even higher-level magic shield. Kasaragi Ryuji couldn't help but panic. He added another layer. Ruka frowned and reminded them, "Focus, everyone. Give it your all and pierce through it." In an instant, a barrage of powerful magic flew toward Minato, but the spells just touched the barrier and vanished, doing absolutely nothing to Minato. This sight left them all stunned and speechless. Minato smirked and dismissed the barrier in front of him. Duika ran up to him, shouting in frustration, "But we used 6th level magic on you. I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect this level." Kasaragi Ryuji chimed in with his own annoyance. "Seriously, what's wrong with that guy?" Seeing their reaction, Minato couldn't help but smile. "I guess it's my turn now, right?" Then he summoned magic in his hands. Seeing that, the expressions on everyone's faces stiffened. They knew they were in for a rough time. Sure enough, not long after, they were all defeated. The group thought to themselves, "Minato is a monster." Just then, the phones in the Mizuha sisters' pockets rang, making both of them anxious. They quickly checked them, and their faces immediately went pale. Seeing this, Minato asked with concern, "What's wrong, you two?" Duika hesitated before speaking in a low voice. "Our father, he's coming home." A while later, at the Mizuha family mansion, the two sisters had returned. Sitting before them was Tsuchiru. Facing this father she hadn't seen in a long time, the elder sister, Ruka, felt a bit awkward. Tsuchiru didn't say a word, leaving the room in a heavy silence. After a while, Tsuchiru slowly opened his mouth. I heard you two joined the Special Magic Task Force. The sisters were stunned for a moment, but quickly nodded. That's right. Tusiru narrowed his eyes at his two daughters before finally suggesting, tell me more about it. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two sisters, Duika and Ruka, changed instantly, their eyes lighting up with joy. Duika was the first to speak. The Magic Task Force is contributing so much to society. They've solved countless disasters, and everyone there is just amazing. Ruka chimed in. We've matured so much more than before. Our magic power has more than doubled, and now we can even use high-level spells. They told Tusiru that most of this was thanks to Minato, taking the opportunity to shower him with praise. Tusiru frowned, his voice dropping as he muttered, this Kusanagi fellow, he seems to be quite the exceptional individual, doesn't he? Yet, in a place where no one could see, his eyes turned cold and dark, but the two sisters kept rambling on about Minato's strength. Tusiru calmly took a sip of tea, slowly set his cup down, and coldly commanded them to leave the Magic Task Force. The sisters, who had just been so happy, were stunned. Confused, they asked, why? Tusiru replied coldly, I'm sure you've noticed that, at the moment, the reputation of magic nobility is plummeting, and that is having a terrible effect on Japan. It is the magic nobility that sustains this country. He claimed the Magic Task Force wasn't helping at all, and was actually making the situation worse. This made the sisters' expressions darken, visible defiance in their eyes. But Tusiru didn't care. He continued to lecture them sternly. Especially this Kusanagi Minato you mentioned. From now on, I forbid you two from associating with him. The sisters immediately flared up in defiance, arguing back aggressively. That's so unfair. That's just what you want, father. Tusiru narrowed his eyes at his two daughters, his voice icy. You have always obeyed me, and you will continue to do so. Duika bit her lip hard. She had always obeyed her father and never once dared to argue back, but things are different now. Immediately after, she declared defiantly, no. Duika said she would not leave the Magic Task Force, nor would she cut ties with Minato. He was the one who saved the world, and they had been training non-stop. The Magic Task Force is doing the things that magic nobility should have been doing. We are more than willing to cooperate if you want, but don't expect us to quit. Before she could even finish, Tusiru cut her off coldly. Then we are through. Never call yourself a member of the magic nobility again. Understood. Duika didn't back down, responding coldly before turning to leave. As she reached the door, she suddenly turned back, giving a sincere smile as she said, I will be active in the Magic Task Force, not as a member of the Mizuha nobility. With that, she walked away. Tusiru watched Mizuha Duika's retreating figure and couldn't help but mutter, I didn't think Duika would go this far. Ruka said quietly, Duika has changed, father, and so have I. Right after that, Ruka headed for the door to express her own stance. Tusiru narrowed his eyes at her, speaking coldly. If you go with Mizuha Duika, then you will no longer be able to use the name Mizuha Ruka. Ruka didn't hesitate to answer. I know. If that's what it takes to break ties, then so be it. She bowed to Tusiru. Thank you for everything. Goodbye, father. Tusiru sighed helplessly. They just don't see the importance of the magic nobility. He felt truly defeated, his eyes filled with distress. Elsewhere, the two sisters had grabbed their suitcases and left home. Duika muttered discontentedly, Father is so conservative. Both we and Minato have been working so hard. Ruka nodded in agreement. You're right. We should decide our own lives. But before long, Duika hesitantly opened her mouth. But are you sure about this, sister? We just ran away from home. Ruka shook her head slightly and smiled. Don't worry. I sympathize with you. Besides, I couldn't let my little sister go alone. I'm your big sister, after all. Hearing this, Duika felt deeply moved. She hurried over to hug Ruka's arm and acted affectionately. They went looking for a hotel to stay in, but they were all refused. After a while of futile effort, Duika sighed helplessly. Every hotel, motel, even the internet cafes were going to end up homeless. Ruka, sitting opposite her, sighed as well. They all refused to take in minors immediately. She could have lied about their age to get into a hotel, but she knew Duika wouldn't dare to. Duika sipped her milk tea, muttering grumpily. This is so weird. We have money from our work with the Magic Task Force, but we can't even spend it. Just then, two guys walked in, spotted the sisters, and started teasing them. You two are so cute. Are you famous or something? Come hang out with us. Before the girls could even answer, these two shameless guys sat right down at their table. Duika's expression tightened immediately, and she warned them coldly, Hey, stay away from my sister, or I'll kill you. Seeing the murderous look in her eyes, the two guys were terrified and ran off. Ruka saw them scurrying away like scared dogs and scoffed with contempt. What a bunch of idiots. Seeing her sister so angry, Duika couldn't help but smile. She grabbed Ruka's hand and suggested, "Let's just go out and have some fun for now." Ruka asked, confused, "But what about a place to stay?" Duika replied casually, "We'll worry about that later." And so, they headed to the shopping center, dropped their suitcases in a locker, and happily went shopping. This was perhaps one of the rare times the sisters could enjoy themselves like girls their own age. Afterwards, they even went to a karaoke room and sang their hearts out. By the evening, they left the amusement area. Duika laughed as she walked. "Today was so much fun. We did so many things." Ruka nodded in agreement. She had never been out and about this much since she was a child. At that moment, Duika suddenly stopped in front of her sister, smiling brightly as she said, "I'm so glad we have each other, big sister." Ruka looked at her with an affectionate smile. "You think so? But we still need to figure out where to stay." Duika wilted instantly, sighing, "I wish there was someone who would let us stay with them." Just then, Duika's phone rang with a notification, a message from Minato. The sisters looked at each other, suddenly thinking of something. A short while later, Minato had no choice but to take in these two uninvited guests. Surprised, he asked, "Why did you two come over so suddenly?" Duika looked at Minato with wide, sparkling eyes, pleading, "Would it be okay if we stayed at your place?" Minato naturally couldn't kick them out, so he invited them in to ask what happened. After hearing about the disagreement in the Mizuha family, he said in astonishment, "So you two ran away from home?" The sisters assumed Minato disapproved and sighed helplessly. "You think so too?" Minato narrowed his eyes, looking at them. Both of them had changed. Now, they seemed much more true to themselves. Their sisterly bond was growing. While Minato was deep in thought, Mizuha Duika spoke up. "I know it's a bit inconvenient to ask, but could we stay at your place for a while?" Ruka also chimed in, pleading, "Please, we have nowhere else to go." Minato didn't answer right away, lost in thought. He knew they were young women, but that didn't mean there was anything romantic between them. "I suppose that won't be a problem." In the end, he nodded and replied, "Fine, you two can stay for a while." Hearing this, the sisters were immediately overjoyed. Seeing their reaction, Minato couldn't help but warn them. "Let me tell you first, it's pretty cramped in there." The sisters shook their heads, not minding at all. "We don't care, we'll like it just fine." Minato sighed helplessly. "You two are such a handful." At that moment, the sisters realized the reality of the situation. Duika blushed shyly, feeling that Minato seemed different from usual. They would be living together from now on. She felt like what they were doing was truly crazy. Ruka was no exception. Her heart was beating rapidly, and she didn't even know what this feeling was. While they were lost in their thoughts, Minato spoke up. "Do you two want to take a bath?" The words "take a bath" seemed to trigger something for the Mizuha sisters, making them startled. Minato looked at them, confused, and asked, "What? You don't want to?" Duika finally reacted, quickly shaking her head. "No, it's not that. We'll go take a bath." And so, she went into the bathroom first. After being out all day, the warm water made Duika feel very comfortable. Meanwhile, in the living room, Minato looked at Ruka and said, "Regardless, you two did something very brave. I never thought you sisters would actually run away from home." Laughing awkwardly, Ruka said in a low voice, "I'm just as surprised as you are. This is the first time Duika and I have ever gone against our father's wishes. He's always been strict and never allows anyone to act on their own." Minato frowned upon hearing this and said hesitantly, "But it seems like his impression of the Special Magic Task Force is quite poor. Who knows what he might do to try and stop us?" While the two were talking, Duika came out of the bathroom. That felt amazing. "Ruka, it's your turn." Ruka nodded. "Okay, thanks." Then she went into the bathroom. The water from the shower felt incredibly satisfying. Outside, Duika chatted happily with Minato. "You know, it feels so strange, being here in your room like this." Minato nodded slightly. "This is the first time anyone has come to stay at my place." Smiling at him, Duika said appreciatively, "Thank you, Minato. If it weren't for you, we'd probably be out on the streets." Indifferently shrugging his shoulders, Minato waved it off. "Don't worry too much. It's not a big deal." Hearing this, Duika couldn't help but laugh. Minato looked at her, confused. "What is it?" Duika shook her head. "No, it's just you always say that, you know?" Minato didn't see anything wrong with it and replied casually, "The Special Magic Task Force is my unit, after all. You're both members of the team and my friends. No matter what happens, I'm not going to abandon you." Minato's words made Duika's cheeks turn bright red with shyness. Her heart started racing as if it wanted to jump out of her chest. Just then, Ruka pushed the bathroom door open, startling her and making her forget her shyness. Ruka, unaware of the situation, spoke calmly. I'm done. Minato saw that both girls were finished, so he got up to go into the bathroom. All right, I'm going to take a shower. Ruka glanced at him as he went in, then looked over at Mizuha Duika, who was sitting on the other side. The air in the room suddenly grew heavy, as if Ruka had something on her mind. The next day, in the police department's meeting room, Shidugo handed Minato a file and said, "This is our training schedule." Minato glanced through it. Tadano Jun nodded. "Looks good." Seeing he had no objections, Shidugo continued. "Then our regular meeting is adjourned." With that, he moved to stand up and leave, but Minato called him back, saying, "By the way, I have a few things to report. Mizuha Duika and Ruka have started living with me." This statement left Shidugo frozen in shock. He panicked and exclaimed, "Wait, the three of you are living together?" Minato calmly admitted, "Yes, that's right." Shidugo was truly speechless. "You're living with not just one, but two girls, and you're so calm about it? Is this considered normal for young people these days? This won't do. Minato is just odd. I guess I have to teach him a few basics." Thinking this, Shidugo suddenly looked serious and said, "Kusanagi, Japan doesn't have a tradition of polygamy, you know." Hearing this, Minato muttered in confusion, wondering if that was just the current trend. Afterward, Minato left the meeting room, but thinking about it seriously, 3 people in that room did seem a bit cramped. Should he move out? While walking down the hallway, Minato saw Corinne practicing on the field. Because she had been practicing for so long, her forehead was drenched in sweat. Minato slowly walked over and said with a smile, "Still training, Tadano Jun soldier?" Corinne jumped in surprise at the sound, looked up, and seeing him, she shyly smiled and said, "I've been falling behind, so I've finally reached the level where I can use offensive spells." As she spoke, she suddenly realized something and hurriedly reminded him, "Actually, Kusanagi, you're our leader, so there's no need to be so formal. I'm your subordinate, so I'll speak more casually from now on, okay?" Seeing her so serious, Minato nodded in agreement. Karen smiled, satisfied. However, Minato said coldly, "Try casting an offensive spell." Karen couldn't help but feel bewildered. He ignored her reaction and said calmly, "I'll give you some advice. Hurry up." Karen then began to cast her magic. Minato stood by, watching, and after a long while, he finally offered some praise. "You seem to have improved quite a bit. Keep it up and you'll get stronger." Corinne was very happy to be praised, but she quickly muttered sadly, "But compared to others, I'm still very weak." Minato squinted at her and said softly to reassure her, "Don't put yourself down. I can see that you've been working really hard." Karen looked at him and smiled, then sighed. "The reason I joined the police department is because they said Saint Mages are very rare, so how could someone like me ever compare to others?" She knew she was the weakest in the unit and hated feeling that way about herself. As she said this, Corinne felt she was being a bit pessimistic. Afraid Minato would overthink it, she waved her hand and said, "Sorry, I'm being weird." Minato didn't mind and asked calmly, "Why did you want to be a police officer?" Corinne hesitated, her brow furrowing after a long moment. She muttered, "My sister was a saintess. She helped so many people during the disaster back then. She wanted to be like her grandmother, so she joined the police force. Now, she's gone." At this, Karen turned her head away to hide her emotions. A petty reason, isn't it? She didn't have any big ambitions or goals like everyone else. She always felt she wasn't good enough, and that she couldn't do anything right. Minato stared at her intently, then asked indifferently, "Is that really what you think?" Karen didn't answer. Minato slowly walked toward her and said with a smile, "Karen Sanda, you have your own strengths, you know. You can heal people, and you're even learning offensive spells. That's amazing." It didn't matter why Karen chose this path. What mattered was her actions. She had been working hard and with such passion. Minato placed his hand on her shoulder and praised her sincerely. "You've made so much progress, and it's clearly showing." Hearing those words, Karen was moved to tears. The two of them then went over to the stairs to talk. Corinne looked at Minato apologetically and said, "I'm sorry about that. I must seem like such a pathetic adult in your eyes." Minato shrugged it off. "I don't think age has anything to do with it." Karen chuckled softly. "You're right. Whenever I look at you, I get that feeling. Thank you, Kusanagi." Minato had saved her time and time again. To her, Minato was a hero. A long day passed, and night had fallen. Minato put on his familiar hoodie and headed out. He was standing on a rooftop, looking at the person in the distance, and spoke up. "Why did you call me out so suddenly?" The one who had summoned him was Leona. She raised an eyebrow at Minato and said with a smirk, "I have some information that I'm sure you'd be curious about." It's related to the dark rumors surrounding the magical aristocracy. Minato's brow furrowed in thought upon hearing that. A moment later, he smiled and said, "Impressive. Tell me." Leona wasn't in a hurry. She pointed at Minato and pouted, "Put on your dark mage uniform first." Minato sounded annoyed. "Do you think I wear that every single day?" With a light huff, Leona got straight to the point. "I've been investigating illegal mages and underground magic organizations through my own connections. And I've heard some dark rumors about the magical aristocracy. Money laundering, collusion, embezzlement, an endless list of crimes, especially regarding the Fuya family. They seem to have ties to the Black Rebellion." Minato frowned and asked, "Who is the leader of the Black Rebellion?" Leona replied nonchalantly, "The rumors say it's Kuroi Akuto, a former noble mage. Apparently, he was quite unruly during his time there and was eventually expelled. It was even all over the news for a while." Minato nodded in understanding. "That just confirms the shady connection with the magical aristocracy, doesn't it?" Leona replied easily, "Exactly. There's a lot of suspicion, but no concrete evidence. No one talks about it, and there's no information to be found. They use intimidation. Be careful if you want to dig deeper into this." Minato ignored the threat they posed. He calmly requested, "Send all the information to my device." Leona asked skeptically, "What are you planning to do?" "Serve justice," Minato replied with a faint smile, then used magic to leap off the building. He had countless ways to deal with his enemies, and he would never show them mercy. Minato returned home quickly. Mizuha, Duika, and Ruka were each busy with their own tasks, ignoring one another. Ruka was sitting on the bed practicing meditation. Mizuha and Duika were diligently studying and doing homework. As for Minato, he was messing around with his phone. He thought he should investigate Kusanagi Minato, the disasters and the history of the past 50 years. He had already learned how to use the phone. Next, Minato began digging for information about Kusanagi Minato. Information appeared online very quickly. Minato scrolled down to read. The history of Kusanagi Minato leading up to his death was mostly the same, but modern mages seemed to be described as having a much lower skill level. There were also baseless rumors about the ancestors of the magical nobility being active. There was so much vague information regarding noble mages. The secret of high-level magic and how they practiced remained a mystery. If his magic book hadn't been lost, mages wouldn't have faded away. But according to Mizuha and Duika, it seemed like there were no books or data left on that at all. It was as if someone was conspiring to weaken the mages. Maybe the previous head of the Mizuha family knew something, but getting an audience now would be very difficult. There was also very little information about the disasters. The more Minato thought about it, the less he understood why they kept recurring. Why did they happen in the first place, and what exactly were the disasters? Minato sat there, lost in thought. Duika looked on with a hint of confusion. The next day, at the police training ground, Minato was training everyone as usual. Right then, his wireless earpiece suddenly emitted an emergency alert. The entire police force was on high alert. A disaster had been detected. All units were to head to the location immediately. Upon receiving the info, Minato quickly gave the order, "Let's move." The group quickly set off. However, when Minato arrived, he saw something beneath him. That annoying guy, Shu. He was stepping on a demon soldier and laughing mockingly. "Oh, you're late." He walked up to Minato, pointing and laughing. "I already defeated all the lackeys under the boss. What is the magical task force doing?" Anyway, seeing that he didn't respond, Shu became even more arrogant and smug. "Oh, relax. No civilians were hurt." With that, he left with his people, not forgetting to add arrogantly, "You guys always talk about protecting citizens, but what would you do without us? You should practice harder next time, understand?" Duika heard this and cursed angrily. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Minato nodded in agreement. "Your thoughts are exactly the same as mine." But another day, a similar scene played out. When Minato's group got the info and arrived at the location, Shu's people had already finished everything and were mocking them. "Too late, too late. You're late again. You idiots. Are you even useful?" Ruka's group was furious and genuinely wanted to fight, but Shu quickly led his people away. "Seriously, what is the point of the magic task force? It's obvious the world still needs us noble mages." Duika was extremely dissatisfied and cursed. "This is the 5th time already. This is so strange. There's no way he isn't pulling some kind of trick." Sudugo sighed helplessly. "It could be that someone is hindering us, and the information we're receiving is delayed." Minato felt the same. He could sense a disaster nearby, but the farther away it was, the slower his ability to perceive it became. What should we do? While Minato was thinking, Duika kept cursing, and the nerve of him to ignore a high-level demon boss, it's so frustrating. Right then, Corinne suddenly gasped, It seems like the Fuyuka group is being supported very enthusiastically by the community. Sudugo found this very strange, and muttered hesitantly, "That's suspicious. Just a short while ago, they were being heavily criticized." Karen scrolled through her phone for a bit, and after a long time, she spoke up. "There's a meeting about to start." Minato furrowed his brow, asking, "What is this about?" Karen shook her head and replied, "There are no clues yet, but Fuyuka is gathering reporters." Shortly after, the Fuyukin family's press conference began. Tadano Jun sat at the desk and spoke clearly. "Thank you all for attending today. We have called this meeting for a specific reason. It concerns the mistakes and the disappointment that the magical nobility has shown recently. Especially regarding my own beloved son," Jun said, his voice filled with regret. "We have endured countless criticisms regarding his actions and how he treats others." Hearing this, the reporters below began to buzz with heated criticism. Fuyukin listened in silence. Only after everyone had finished questioning him did he bow his head 90 degrees and speak. "I offer my sincerest apologies." This action by Tadano Jun left the reporters below stunned. They didn't react for a long while. Fuyukin didn't pay attention, keeping his head bowed low as he continued. "This is certainly a reflection of my own failures as a parent. However, I assure you all that Shu is trying to correct his mistakes and is actively participating in resolving the recent disaster." Immediately, the attitude of the reporters below shifted, and their critical tone softened significantly. Tadano Jun, still bowing his head, smirked in satisfaction. But when he looked up, he put on a pious expression and spoke again. "It is true that there has been much talk about how the Fuyukin son has handled the disasters. The recent catastrophes and the unexpected overseas expeditions of other mage nobles have contributed to a manpower shortage, making the situation worse. We are implementing comprehensive measures." Meanwhile, Ruka's group was watching the press conference. They were extremely dissatisfied, as the Fuyukin press conference was gaining massive attention. More than half the comments were highly supportive of the Fuyuka family. Du became more and more frustrated as she watched, complaining, "They are just saying whatever they want. Have we worked so hard only to receive this ridiculous treatment?" Minato reached out to pat her head, whispering words of comfort. "Calm down. It doesn't matter what people say. Our mission won't change. Trust me. I'll handle it." As he finished, he offered a smile full of confidence. After the Fuyukin family's broadcast that day, Sudugo was summoned to the leader's office. After hearing his orders, Sudugo exclaimed in shock, "I apologize, sir, but what did you just say?" The bureau chief replied calmly, "I said, at this rate, the very existence of your team is being seriously threatened." Complaints about the Special Magic Task Force were rising, as opposing mage nobles was an extremely dangerous path. The chief suggested that the current tension was partly due to Sudugo's own actions. Upon hearing this, the expression on Sudugo's face stiffened. He retorted, refusing to accept this. "But sir, the real problem is the behavior of Fuyukin-su." Before he could even finish, the chief snapped angrily. "Regardless, you shouldn't have confronted them like that. You proposed forming this team and made the mage nobility your enemies. That is something you brought upon yourself." Biting his lip aggressively, Sudugo asked suspiciously, "Our missions have been delayed. Do you know anything about this?" The chief let out a cold snort. "Now you're accusing me? You are truly pathetic." He demanded that Sudugo improve the police force's public image and mend relations with the mage nobility. "If you can't do that, then disband the team." These words left Sudugo in a state of panic. At the same time, Tadano Jun was at his private villa, laughing triumphantly. Everything was going exactly according to plan. The butler stood beside him, fawning over him. "Your intuition is truly extraordinary, sir. No one dares to question your judgment." Fuyukin clicked his tongue and laughed arrogantly. "The public is easily swayed. With just a little bit of acting, those fools will believe anything. With the public on our side, I will crush the Special Magic Task Force in an instant." Having said that, he threw his head back and laughed loudly, seemingly certain of his victory. Meanwhile, Sudugo left the police station feeling completely resentful. Where would the future of Minato's team go from here? For the entire week that followed, the Special Task Force didn't receive a single mission to deal with disasters, making Du incredibly frustrated. "It's so strange that we haven't been called to work all week." Ruka nodded in agreement. "That's right. Fuyukin has handled almost all the recent disasters." Kasaragi Ryuji gritted his teeth and cursed. "Even people within the police force are sabotaging the Special Magic Task Force." Minato ate while speaking. "There might be someone inside the police force connected to the mage nobility who sees our team as a thorn in their side." Du continued to complain loudly. "I don't understand why we are considered an obstacle," Minato explained slowly. "Our actions have negatively affected the reputation of the mage nobility. Not to mention that many of them seem to be colluding with the Black Rebellion. It would be inconvenient for them if Minato's group had any influence. The more Du heard, the less she accepted it, shouting aggressively, "It's not our fault. It's those useless mage nobles who are to blame. If they didn't want their reputations ruined, they should have worked harder." Minato, suddenly being yelled at, said helplessly, "Why don't you go tell them that yourself?" Du pouted slightly and stopped paying attention to him, glancing at Ruka to ask, "Do you think our father is involved in this too?" Ruka sighed. "I suspect him too." Seeing them so troubled, Minato stood up and suggested excitedly, "Let's go find out, then." Kusanagi Ryuji nodded in agreement. "That's right. Hesitating any longer won't get us anywhere." Du muttered hesitantly, "But I don't have a good relationship with him right now." Minato didn't pay it much mind, simply saying, "If you don't want to, you don't have to come." This made the Mizuha sisters look at each other. After a moment of hesitation, they both spoke in unison. "No, we'll go. After all, we are his daughters." A short while later, they arrived at the Mizuha family villa. However, the servant refused to let them in. Mizuha Duika spoke up hurriedly. "We just want to talk to him." Ruka also asked in a serious tone, "Could you make an exception?" The servant didn't hesitate to shake his head. "The master has explicitly instructed that his daughters are not allowed in. We cannot permit those who have been disowned to cross this threshold." The expressions on Ruka and Du's faces immediately stiffened. They didn't know what to say. Minato then stepped forward. "I am Kusanagi Minato, captain of the Special Magic Task Force. I have a few questions for Mr. Mizuha." The servant remained very calm, dealing with the interview request. "Please make an appointment in advance." Minato shook his head, denying the request. "No, I'm not here for an interview. I just have a few questions." In short, they wouldn't let them in. No matter how they phrased it, it remained the same, making Minato lose his patience. He truly wanted to barge in himself. Fortunately, just at that moment, Tiru stepped out from inside. He squinted at Minato, asking suspiciously, "What's going on?" The servant hurried to report, "These people wish to speak with you, sir." Tusiru narrowed his eyes instantly, silently observing Minato. At the same time, Minato was watching him back. After a long silence, Tusiru finally ordered for them to be brought in. Minato's group was eventually led inside the mansion. As they walked, Minato asked in a low voice, "I didn't know he only had an older brother." Ruka sighed helplessly. "That's our father. He's quite old, but he looks like he's in his 20s. Tusiru watched the three of them huddle together, whispering, a look of displeasure crossing his eyes. A moment later, they were led into the parlor. Tusiru sat opposite them, squinting at Minato. Seeing he didn't speak, Minato remained silent, sitting there calmly. After a while, Tusiru spoke in a deep voice. "So, you are the one who led my daughter down the wrong path." Minato smiled instinctively and said calmly, "Blaming others for your child's independence is a bad habit parents often fall into. Are you not happy to see your child growing up?" In an instant, the air between them was thick with tension. Tusiru was frustrated. Minato, on the other hand, was perfectly calm, a standard smile still on his lips. Minato didn't like to beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Why are you putting pressure on the Magic Task Force?" Tusiru spoke casually. "I never gave such an order, and I have no involvement. Noble mages rarely cooperate with each other. Fui Ukin is acting on his own accord." Minato was slightly surprised. "I didn't expect you to be so direct. I thought this would take much longer." Tusiru replied with dignity. "I respect those with capability. I've heard your story. A student possessing the power of a noble mage, hailed as a hero who stopped many disasters. But I am also skeptical." Minato narrowed his eyes at him and asked coldly, "Would you like to test it?" As soon as he finished, Tusiru unleashed his own magic power. Minato didn't back down, directly pitting his magic against him. The three members of the VUCA group behind them were bewildered by this massive surge of magic. What kind of magical power is this? Damn it, are they monsters or what? The magical pressure was terrifying. The two powerful forces of magic clashed fiercely. A moment later, both withdrew their mana. Tusiru squinted at Minato in praise. "Impressive. Very few people can stand up to my magical power." Minato didn't let the praise get to his head, and replied calmly, "Sensing and controlling magic is basic knowledge for using spells. And besides, you didn't release that much power anyway." Hearing this, Tusiru raised an eyebrow and laughed. "You speak well." Minato watched him closely. Tusiru's control over his mana and his vast amount of magic power were unmatched compared to other mages. It was clear he was far ahead of everyone in this era. This couldn't be explained by talent and aptitude alone. There was definitely something more to Mizuha Tusiru. With that thought, Minato asked calmly, "One final question. Why have mages become weaker compared to the past? Tusiru didn't answer and asked coldly. On what basis do you say that? Minato answered nonchalantly. Because I know about things from 50 years ago. Tusiru hesitated for a moment, and after a long while, he spoke. It is used to limit and control, Minato asked, puzzled. Does that mean Tusiru didn't answer? He said mysteriously. You will understand when the time comes, but let me tell you this. Noble mages are necessary. Minato didn't think so, raising an eyebrow and countering. Even those like the Fui Ukin clan? Tusiru couldn't answer that question. Minato didn't push him. He stood up from his seat and spoke calmly. It's time for us to leave. Thank you for answering my questions. Minato was able to stand, but the three Rukas could not. Ruka hurriedly shouted, Wait, we can't move because of the blowback from earlier, so Minato had to help them up. Before leaving, he left a remark. Honestly, I might have hesitated if the Mizuha clan was involved. I'm relieved to know that isn't the case. Because after all, Ruka is one of my important friends. Tusiru squinted at Minato, asking suspiciously, What are you talking about? Shrugging indifferently, Minato smirked and said, Who knows? A few days later, at the police headquarters, they were just delivered many cardboard boxes. The people at the headquarters cheered happily. Our uniforms are finally here. This is anti-monster gear. It can resist magic. Sidugo also nodded and said with a smile, With this, we can finally operate for real. Minato didn't care much about these things. He was looking at his phone and whispered, It seems all my preparations are complete. Sidugo heard him and asked suspiciously, Preparations on your end? Minato nodded, gave a mysterious smile, and said, Let's start. We still have a debt to settle. On the other side, at the Fui Ukin estate, Tadano Jun was laughing triumphantly. The end of the task force is coming. Ah, Fui Ukin Tadano Jun would control Japan with the help of the Black Rebellion. Fui Ukin heard this, and also laughed in agreement. Money and fame will belong to the Fui Ukin clan. Those foolish commoners will have to bow down. But they didn't get to enjoy it for long. People stormed in from the outside. It was the police force. The captain shouted loudly, Police! Everyone, stay still! This situation made Tadano Jun panic. He asked in confusion, What is going on? Do you know whose house you are in? At the same time, a helicopter appeared nearby outside. A female reporter began to report the event. Police have raided the residence of the suspect, Fui Ukin. This is the first time a noble mage has been charged. Inside the house, the police captain issued an arrest warrant and said coldly, You are under arrest for bribery, intimidation, and abuse of special authority. We are conducting an investigation. Hearing this, Fui Ukin recovered and shouted loudly, Are you joking with me? How dare you treat a noble like a criminal? You better have proof. As soon as he finished speaking, a low voice echoed from outside. Are you challenging us? The Fuyukin group immediately turned their heads. It was Minato's group. Minato held a phone in his hand and smirked. It's right here. Fuyukin obviously recognized him, and the man shouted angrily, Kusanagi Minato of the Magic Task Force. Why are you here? There's no way you have proof. This is the proof of corruption, Minato said calmly, then played a video for everyone to see. It is clearly visible inside that the head of the Fuyukin family accepted money from an underground organization linked to illegal mages, in addition to using threats and intimidation. Seeing that video, Fuyukin's expression immediately turned sour, but he did not admit it was fabricated. In this day and age, anything can be edited. Minato didn't blink, slowly walking closer so the old man could see clearly. He curled his lip and asked, You dare call this a fabrication? Immediately, a video started playing. This time, it was a conversation between Fuyukin and the butler. The content of the dialogue concerned the handling of the natural disaster, and Fuyukin had intentionally ignored it. The evidence was all too clear. Tadano Jun's face turned pale, then ghastly white. Even Shu was in a state of chaos. Tadano Jun scanned the people of the Fuyuka clan, aggressively questioning them. Who dares to be a mole? Only a few people have access to my room. Immediately, the butler stepped forward to admit, It was me, sir. Joe, looking at his eyes. He lunged at the butler, grabbing him by the collar and shouting furiously, How dare you? You're just a butler. How dare you do this? The butler felt helpless. He knew he had to do it. Going back a few days, one night, Minato, in the form of the Dark Mage, had approached the butler and asked him to cooperate in pointing out Fuyuka's crimes. Initially, the butler refused. I cannot betray my master. Minato gave a cold hum, sneering, You are truly loyal. But is that loyalty sincere? Is it your duty to stand by and watch the family you serve rot away? These words made the butler fall into deep reflection. Sensing the hesitation in his eyes, Minato continued, "Do you choose to let the Fuyuka family continue its corruption, or will you accept the pain to save the magical nobles? Make your choice." And in the end, his choice was to expose Fuyukin, which is how we arrived at this situation today. He sighed and said, "You are unworthy of the magical nobility. You deserve to be destroyed." As he said this, there was not a trace of the usual respect in the butler's eyes. Humiliated like that, Tadano-jun's face darkened instantly. His anger reached its peak, and he screamed madly, "All of you, die!" Immediately after, he summoned his magic power to attack. Yet at that moment, Fuyukin's pupils suddenly constricted, as a blast of magic power came from afar, smashing the table in two. Fuyukin also quickly threw the butler aside to avoid being hit by the magic. The one who acted was Minato. He gave a cold hum and said, "You have nowhere left to run. You despicable magical noble." Tadano-jun was shaking with rage. He clenched his fists, grinding his teeth as he muttered, "How dare you look down on all my efforts over the years? All the money and status I've built up over so many years is all going down the drain now." Hearing this, Minato sneered with contempt. "Did you earn it yourself?" Yet Tadano-jun just threw his head back and laughed loudly. He screamed frantically, "This is the most infuriating thing. I created overseas bases to deal with situations just like this. If I escape from here, no one will be able to catch me. But first, I will kill them all." As soon as he said this, he and Shu's group attacked. However, a protective barrier appeared in front of the police, blocking all the incoming magic. Minato waved his hand lightly and said, "The magical task force will handle them. Everyone else, fall back." Outside, reporters at the scene saw the magic energy flooding the air. She immediately reported, "Releasing magic. It seems the Fuyuka family is starting to fight back. Are the magical nobles involved in the crimes?" In this period of chaos, with disasters and monsters running rampant, they only think of their own personal gain. At the same time, this live broadcast was aired nationwide. The people of Japan were all watching this event, pinning their hopes on the magical task force. They hoped they could deal with the magical nobles who were tainting Japan. And right now, they were confronting Shu. And of course, the most powerful person here, Minato, would take the lead. That meant confronting the magical noble, the head of the Fuyuka family. Tadano-jun narrowed his eyes at him, filled with rage. On Shu's side, he had summoned his subordinates, a group of wind magic users hovering in the air. Shu looked down, speaking with disdain. "Do you think you can defeat us with so few people?" Giving a soft hum, Ruka coldly scolded. "Unlike you lazy nobles, we haven't been sitting around. We've already sent other members to deal with the disasters and monsters." Shu was infuriated by this and shouted discontentedly, "You annoying bastards, why do you keep standing in my way? I won't hold back anymore. I'll kill you all." Ruka certainly didn't back down. She said sternly, "You are a disgrace to the line of magical mages. I will never forgive you." On the villa's balcony, Tadano-jun stared intently at Minato, sneering, "Do you really think you can defeat a magical noble?" Minato replied coldly, "I see no reason to lose to flies like you. Then watch this in action." Tadano-jun let out a cold grunt and fired a beam of magic toward the helicopter. But before it could even touch the chopper, a barrier appeared, blocking his magic. Minato said with contempt, "Can you get any more pathetic than that?" Shrugging indifferently, Tadano-jun sneered, "As long as I have money, being pathetic is a necessity." While the two were talking, a chaotic battle began below. Of course, the magical task force wasn't mediocre either, and it didn't take long before one of the enemies was taken down. Seeing this, Shu's face became unsightly, but it didn't stop there. One after another, his subordinates fell. The expression on Shu's face stiffened. This couldn't be happening. How could they, the magical nobles, be overwhelmed? Shu couldn't accept it. He was a magical noble, and he couldn't accept losing to Ruka's group. Immediately after, Shu screamed his orders, "Do whatever it takes to kill them. Use the full extent of your magic power." The remaining two heard this and nodded. Then all three simultaneously released all their energy to attack. The task force wasn't flustered in the slightest. The two sisters, Ruka and her sister, exchanged glances, quickly understanding each other. Then, they both struck at once, and a massive wave of water appeared. In the blink of an eye, it surged forward as if it could drown everything in the world. And naturally, Shu's group was hit by the wave, soaking wet and powerless, sitting on the ground. Seeing the two Mizuha sisters approaching, a flicker of panic rose in his heart. But the Mizuha Duika sisters didn't feel a shred of pity, looking at them indifferently. Seeing the situation turn, Shu and his subordinates bowed their heads and begged, "That was just a moment of poor judgment. I will change." Please spare my life. Ruka hesitated for a long while before nodding and replying, I understand. If you truly intend to change, then we might have no choice but to forgive you. Saying that, she turned to leave. But at this moment, Shu let out a cold laugh. You idiots, watch this. The three of them tried to launch a sneak attack, but before they could even move, the entire special task force simultaneously summoned magic, aimed straight at them. Shu's legs immediately went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Tadano-jun trembled and muttered, You said you'd spare me. With a light scoff, Duka coldly said, Do you really think we would spare someone like you, who has no intention of genuinely changing? Hearing this, Shu and his subordinates began to cry out in terror. At the same time, on the balcony, Minato seemed to know they had won. Hailong smiled, curling his lips as he said, I guess they've finished taking care of it. It seems your pride and joy, your only son, has met his match in my teammates. Dien bit his lip aggressively, his eyes filled with anger as he screamed wildly. You dog! Minato was not afraid at all, standing there calmly. This casual demeanor of his made Tadano-jun even angrier. Unable to hold back any longer, he began to attack Minato, but Minato easily dodged that first-tier magic attack. With one strike failing, Tadano-jun continued to use second-tier magic. But the result remained the same. Minato's speed was very high. Even wind-type magic couldn't keep up with him. Tadano-jun didn't give up, pouring in more mana to unleash a third-tier magic attack. Minato wasn't in a hurry, calmly dodging every incoming wave of magic. This entire scene was captured by a reporter's camera on the helicopter. The reporter couldn't stop exclaiming, What amazing magic that was. Minato still looks fine, doesn't he? After a series of failed attacks, Tadano-jun unleashed even more mana. The magic level had now reached Tier 4. Minato still stood there unflinchingly, his face calm, as if he were just taking a stroll during this battle. Tadano-jun bit his lip viciously, summoning many more magic circles in his hands. A whirlwind appeared crazily in the air. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded Minato, as if it wanted to swallow his entire body. Seeing this, Du immediately cried out in panic. Kusanagi Ryuji also muttered worriedly, It looks too dangerous. Contrary to everyone's worry, Minato remained very calm. He stood in mid-air, letting the whirlwind sweep toward him, but unexpectedly, as it reached Minato, the whirlwind suddenly vanished. By the time the gale dissipated, Minato was still standing there safely behind a few layers of shields. The reality showed that Tadano-jun's 5th-tier magic couldn't do a thing to him. Seeing this, Ruka couldn't help but exclaim, He just blocked that terrifying attack with a defensive layer? Kusanagi is indeed something else. Meanwhile, those watching the livestream were also very shocked. Some were impressed by Tadano-jun's magic. Of course, others marveled at Minato's strength. The reporter on the scene continued reporting. Neither side is willing to back down at all. I have never seen a battle like this. Minato descended from the air. He furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, This magic isn't very strong. Is he stalling? He must be preparing to retreat. At this moment, Fui Ukin suddenly curled his lips into a smirk, saying, Hey, what happened? Can't move anymore? Minato squinted at him, speaking in a cold voice. I could defeat you quickly, but where would the fun be in that? Show me your full power. Saying this, his eyes were full of provocation. I'll take it all, and then punish you. This remark enraged him. He gritted his teeth and muttered, You arrogant sewer rat, I'll grant your wish. But before I strike, he suddenly chuckled. I'll give you a piece of advice. Try not to pee your pants. Tadano-jun claimed his magic power was 200,000 newtons. This number shocked Ruka's group watching from the sidelines. No one believed this figure was real. Ruka scoffed. He's just bluffing. We should help, even if it's just a little. Kusanagi Ryuji nodded in agreement. That's right. Just standing by and watching is not my style. Immediately after, the whole group ran toward the balcony. Minato sensed them coming and immediately turned to look, but they were blocked at that moment. The one who acted was the old man, Fui. He coldly sneered. Be grateful for your luck. If you had come any closer, I would have killed you all. The expressions of the three people with Ruka immediately turned ugly. Right then, Fuyukin suddenly threw his head back and roared, powerful mana surging out from within him. The attack's magical power was compressing to the point where his body began to glow. This is too terrifying. It's enough to kill even Kusanagi. This made Ruka's group feel anxious. However, Minato sneered with contempt. Tadano-jun actually thought he was afraid. He boasted smugly, My magical power is far beyond your imagination, isn't it? So let me show you my overwhelming power, so even a fool like you can understand. As soon as he finished, a series of magic circles appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, a space-time rift appeared in the air. Minato, on the contrary, was not afraid but excited. He had never seen this type of magic before. At this moment, that rift swallowed everything around it. In an instant, the balcony hallway turned into rubble. Tadano Jun became even more smug. This is space magic, the most powerful incantation. It can crush everything around it. It will flatten a human in a heartbeat. Minato squinted at him, pouting as he said, "I want to see you cast it." This remark infuriated Tadano Jun to the extreme. He screamed wildly, "Die under the pressure, just accept your fate." Immediately, a 6th-tier magic spell appeared. That space-time rift was now sucking everything inside, and Minato along with it. Seeing this, Tadano Jun laughed loudly in triumph. "You can't do anything, just die. You deserve it." Ruka's group, however, was very worried. They didn't believe Minato would die that easily. This must be a joke. Du stared intently into the circle and shouted, "Answer us, Minato." However, no matter how much she screamed, no one answered. Only when the rift vanished did Minato's figure appear. Du was shocked and cried out, "Minato, how are you still alive?" Minato couldn't help but say in dissatisfaction, "Come on, don't go around declaring people dead." Tadano Jun, on the other hand, was furious. He roared in anger, "Why aren't you injured? I was sure I had crushed you." Indifferently shrugging his shoulders, Minato spoke calmly, "If the external and internal pressures are balanced, there won't be any issues. It's like the principle of deep-sea creatures." Tadano Jun shouted, unconvinced, "Even if that's true, so what? You can use the null spell? That's my signature spell," Minato said, with a natural expression. "I just watched and learned it." Stunned, Dee looked at him in disbelief and muttered, "You? Just by watching?" Mac nodded. Minato smiled happily and said, "Since you used it right away, I might have taken a bit of a hit, but you were kind enough to explain the details. In the end, it's just a variation of wind magic. It's that simple. And besides, I'll let you experience some basic magic." Tadano Jun's body immediately began to contort uncomfortably. He clutched his head and screamed, "What are you doing?" Minato smiled to himself and calmly replied, "I just amplified the sound pressure. That's all there is to it. It's called a sonic spell. Just another way to apply wind magic." Mizuha Duika was stunned to hear this. It seemed she had realized something. Meanwhile, Tadano Jun grew even more furious. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Are you mocking me? That's enough. I've had it. I'm going to kill you with everything I've got." As soon as he finished speaking, Tadano Jun's full magical power erupted. He claimed his magical power was at 200,000 units, but that was just his current state. Once fully unleashed, it reached 500,000 units. Feeling the magic being released, Sudogo's group immediately panicked. He wasn't bluffing? What kind of power is this? At the same time, Tadano Jun tilted his head back and laughed arrogantly. How disappointing. Kusanagi Minato. Is that all? Before long, all the magical power within Tadano Jun's body exploded outward. Massive amounts of magic swirled continuously through the air. Tadano Jun was extremely smug, as if he already had victory in the bag. Ruka and her friends couldn't help but panic. Is this the true power of the magic nobility? Possessing such terrifying magical power, this wasn't an opponent they could ever stand up to. Even Sudogo was just as panicked. She pursed her lips and muttered, "We underestimated the power of the magic nobles. There's no way for us to fight back against that kind of strength." Seeing everyone's reaction, Tadano Jun sneered and said, "This is my full power. Now, there's no chance left for you to beg for your lives." Yet, Minato still stood there calmly, unable to help but let out a bored yawn. Tadano Jun still couldn't grasp Minato's calm demeanor. He continued to laugh maniacally. "You guys are so stupid you couldn't even judge my magical power, right?" Tadano Jun assumed his spatial magic had failed earlier only because of a stroke of luck on Minato's part, but the farce ends here. He would finish them all off with his ultimate magic. As he spoke, a magical space materialized, but when he looked at Minato, the boy was still just standing there calmly. This attitude made Tadano Jun grind his teeth in rage, and he immediately began chanting the incantation. In the blink of an eye, a series of magic circles converged into one. Seeing this, Sudogo cried out in alarm, "No way! A 7th-tier spell?" Karin also muttered in worry, thinking that even Kusanagi couldn't handle that. Mizuha Duika furrowed her brows. Even in this desperate situation, she knew Minato would find a way. She believed in him, so please, just win this. Tadano Jun gave a cold laugh and said confidently, "You've missed your biggest opportunity. The time I spent preparing this magic, that was your only chance to run. Now, even if you regret it, it's too late." He was talking too much. Minato lost patience and pouted. "All right, are you done yet?" Tadano Jun, hearing this, shouted in dissatisfaction. "There won't even be a speck of dust left. Take my strongest magic." As soon as he finished, a massive space expanded. The oscillations it emitted were so powerful that it even made the helicopter hovering above sway. Sudogo struggled to shield her eyes, whispering, "What can we possibly do to stop this attack?" Ruka was very worried for Minato, hurriedly shouting a warning. "Kusanagi, run!" Kasaragi Ryuji also advised. "You can't block that attack." Mizuha Duika stared intently at Minato's back, her eyes filled with anxiety. Just then, Tadano Jun chuckled coldly. "You can run if you want, but I'll just kill your friends to make up for it." So, he wanted to see what Minato would choose, run or die. The massive space quickly reached Minato, yet he remained standing there, unbothered. Minato smirked and said, "Obviously, I'm choosing to face it head-on." Then, he pulled a spirit stone out from his space. Seeing this, Tadano Jun pouted with disdain. "What kind of spell is that? Do you think that can stop my magic? Suffer for your ignorance and turn to dust." Despite his madness, Minato remained casual. Before the space could suck him in, he flicked the spirit stone from his hand. With enough force to cut through the wind, the stone aggressively shot into the center of the space. It blended in instantly. But a few seconds later, the space was shattered completely by the stone. This sight made the expression on Tadano Jun's face change drastically. Even Ruka's group in the back were just as shocked. They hadn't expected Minato to dismantle a 7th-tier spell so easily. Tadano Jun's body kept trembling, and he muttered in disbelief, "Why? Why did my magic disappear?" Minato scoffed softly and spoke coldly. "Why? Because the wind element is cancelled out when it meets the earth element. Any spell that takes a long time to cast will be neutralized." Having said that, he raised an eyebrow in provocation. "Don't magic nobles even know these basics?" Tadano Jun couldn't believe it, clutching his head and screaming, "No, there's no way my magic was defeated by such a low-level spell." Minato pouted slightly and clicked his tongue. "That's right. A purple spirit stone has no offensive power. Even if it hits the target, it doesn't cause significant damage. However, it contains high-density magical power, so it can disrupt spells. Despite the difference in rank, I'd say this was a pretty useful lesson." Tadano Jun glared at him, asking indignantly, "Why would you use such a useless spell?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato made a face as if it were obvious. "Because it's a spell I created myself, just for fun." Hearing this, Tadano Jun fell to his knees in despair, mumbling incessantly, "You created magic just for fun? I spent decades perfecting mine." Minato didn't care. He walked up coldly and said, "Now is the time for you to face your punishment." Tadano Jun finally felt fear and hurriedly begged, "My magic is exhausted. I can't move anymore." Minato smiled slightly, but the smile carried a hint of malice. "I don't want to waste any more time on useless things." As he spoke, he raised his hand, intending to flick Tadano Jun on the forehead. Seeing this, Tadano Jun thought he was an idiot. Did he really think a light flick would knock him down? But he had severely underestimated Minato's strength. With a gentle flick of his finger, Tadano Jun spun through the air several times before flying away. Seeing this, Mizuha Duika's group was instantly stunned. Just a light flick, and he flew that far? Is Minato even human? Right then, the police team rushed over, and the chaos began. Seeing this, the reporter at the scene immediately shouted joyfully, "The Magic Noble has been defeated. The leader of the Magic Task Force, Kusanagi Minato, has won." The live audience was also incredibly excited. They cheered non-stop, celebrating that justice had finally won. At the Fuyuka Villa, having won, the 3 Mizuha Duika members rushed to congratulate Minato. He glanced at them and didn't hold back his praise. "You all did very well." Then, Minato looked toward Fuyukin, who was being escorted away. The magic nobles aren't all that special, and yet, this is considered the pinnacle of Japanese nobility? The current generation of mages really needs to be retrained. Thinking this, Minato walked behind Tadano Jun and said, "Hey, I have a question." Tadano Jun glanced at him, waiting for him to continue. Minato asked seriously, "After the death of Kusanagi Minato, what did the magic nobles do? They destroyed the ancient book that had existed for 50 years, didn't they? If so, why did they do that?" Tadano Jun let out a scoff and said coldly, "How could commoners understand the profound philosophies of magic nobles?" Minato asked back, confused, "What do you mean? Think about it yourself." Tadano Jun snorted, left a short remark, and walked away, leaving Minato standing there, staring at his back. After the battle with the Fuyuka family, Minato was forced into a press conference. Sudogo spoke up clearly beside him. "We are holding a press conference with the leader of the Magic Task Force, Kusanagi Minato. First, I would like to invite Mr. Kusanagi to say a few words." And in the days that followed, Minato was all over the news. Meanwhile, the man himself was currently on vacation in Hawaii. Minato lay on a lounge chair, sighing non-stop. What are you doing in a place like this? Just then, Mizuha Duika walked over from a distance, wearing a cool bikini. She asked softly, "What's wrong, Minato?" A few days ago, at the police department meeting room, everyone had gathered. Sidugo made an announcement. Minato was shocked and exclaimed, "Did you just say we are going to Hawaii?" Sidugo said helplessly, "You all know. Lately, the Magic Task Force has been a hot topic. We're overwhelmed by the attention from the public and the media." Minato looked at him, bewildered. Duika showed him a video on her phone of a scene at school, with the main character being Minato. Moreover, this video had gone viral on various social media platforms. Ruka then spoke up. "The internet is flooded with articles about the Magic Task Force." Ryuji added, "Even on TV, it's nothing but news about magic nobles, and they are constantly updating the story." Sidugo looked at Minato and sighed. "The Japanese government is eyeing you all. That's why I decided to give you all a vacation. Go to Hawaii, rest up, and relax until everything settles down." He said that thanks to Minato, the team had become stronger, and with the support of the Mizuha family, they had enough resources to respond to unexpected disasters and handle any danger from monsters encountered. At this, Sidugo walked over, patted Minato on the shoulder, and laughed. "Everyone has worked hard lately. Take this time to get some rest." And that was how Minato's group ended up in Hawaii. Back in reality, after hearing Mizuha Duika's question, Minato sat up from his chair and sighed. "I was just thinking about something." Du nodded gently, understanding, and then asked, "By the way, what do you think of this outfit? Is it too strange?" Minato observed her seriously from head to toe, then replied, "It's cute." This comment made Du flustered, and her cheeks turned bright red with shyness. Minato didn't seem to notice. He calmly commented that it really suited his hair color, that it was such a perfect match, as if it were made just for him. To put it simply, it's really cute. Mizuha Ruka grew more and more embarrassed as she listened, muttering under her breath, "Thanks." Just then, Ruka walked over, looking incredibly sexy in a black bikini. She frowned and said, "So this is where you are? I've been looking for you everywhere." Seeing Ruka, Minato intently scanned her from head to toe. Catching his gaze, Ruka asked suspiciously, "What? Is there something you want to say?" With a nod, Minato casually complimented her. "I just think you look absolutely stunning." That comment caught Ruka completely off guard, making her jump. Yet, Minato just kept on with that same matter-of-fact tone. "You look just like a model. Your smooth, fair skin really makes the swimsuit stand out. You're definitely the prettiest girl on this beach." "I get it, okay?" Ruka muttered, feeling shy, and turned to run away. Beside them, Kusanagi Ryuji watched the whole scene, utterly bewildered. This kid is just incredible. He wasn't the slightest bit shy, and he complimented them so naturally, with absolutely no ulterior motives. Just then, Karen appeared and excitedly chirped, "Karen Sanda is here." Unlike the sexy look of the other two sisters, Corinne was wearing a breezy spaghetti-strap dress. For a moment, Kusanagi Ryuji felt a sense of dread. This is bad. This is really bad. When Karen was in her uniform, he hadn't noticed, but she was devastatingly gorgeous in that outfit. Ignoring him, Karen looked at Minato and asked, "What do you think of my swimsuit?" Kusanagi Ryuji panicked internally. "Minato, don't you dare compliment her figure. Stop, don't say a word about it." While he was worrying, Minato just nodded and gave her a compliment. Noting that the style looked quite nice on her, Kusanagi Ryuji finally breathed a sigh of relief. That comment seemed safe. Karen was naturally happy to be complimented, her eyes beaming. But he wasn't done. Minato continued, "The contrast with your usual style makes you even more charming. You look beautiful. You have this allure of a mature woman." His words made Karen blush deeply, and Tadano Jun muttered, "Don't flirt with her like that." Kusanagi Ryuji couldn't stop him in time. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You really are an amazing guy. Aren't you overdoing it a bit?" Minato shrugged indifferently and retorted, "Why? I'm just speaking my mind. If I feel someone deserves a compliment, why shouldn't I let them know?" He thought all three of them were beautiful, so he gave them each a compliment. When Minato asked if there was a problem with that, Kusanagi Ryuji shook his head quickly. No problem at all, but it made all three girls feel incredibly awkward. They were all blushing bright red. Then, Minato suddenly spoke up again. "Hey, Kusanagi Ryuji, your body is amazing too. You have great proportions, and this simple swimsuit suits you perfectly. You should be proud of that." There it was, now it was Kusanagi Ryuji's turn to be embarrassed. He shouted frantically, Stop complimenting me like that. Putting the embarrassment aside, they spent the rest of the day playing on the beach and even tried riding jet skis. The fun helped them all loosen up quite a bit. By evening, Minato stepped out of the hotel. He had played so hard that his throat felt parched, so he went looking for a convenience store to get a drink. Just a few steps out, he ran into Mizuha Duika, though he wasn't sure if she had been waiting for him or if it was just a coincidence. The two of them went for a stroll. As they walked, Mizuha Duika said, "Today was really fun, wasn't it?" Minato gave a slight nod. "I didn't think we'd be able to relax and enjoy ourselves like this. After all, we've been fighting non-stop lately." Mizuha Duika squinted at the person walking beside her. She had seen Ruka wearing a ring earlier. She assumed Ruka was dating Minato, but she desperately wanted to deny it. She didn't believe they were dating because Minato had said he wasn't seeing anyone. Mizuha Duika's mind kept racing until she couldn't take it anymore and asked, "Hey, can I ask you something?" Minato furrowed his brow slightly. "Do you want to ask about my powers again?" "It's not about that," Mizuha Duika denied, shaking her head. She took a deep breath and hesitantly asked, "What kind of person do you like?" Minato looked a bit surprised, but he answered quickly, "I've never really thought about it." Mizuha Duika pressed him, getting more anxious. "I mean, specifically among us three, or someone like us." Minato thought for a moment before replying, "Perhaps everyone." At those words, Mizuha Duika was stunned. Minato looked up at the starry sky and smiled. "You're all very cute and attractive, and on top of that, you're all very hardworking. I like people who always give it their all." That wasn't the answer Mizuha Duika was looking for. She pressed him further. "Isn't that different from a romantic relationship?" Minato frowned, puzzled. "Is it? I thought they were quite similar, but now that I think about it, I think I like you the most." Mizuha Duika froze instantly, unable to react for a long time. Minato didn't notice and kept talking. "You've been sincere, serious, and kind since the moment we met. And above all, you always give your best." Saying this, he turned to look at Mizuha Duika, who was still speechless, and smiled. "Mizuha Duika, I really like you." Those three words, "I like you," made Mizuha Duika blush furiously, and she collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Minato panicked. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Mizuha Duika didn't answer, but deep down, she was secretly thrilled. She knew Minato didn't necessarily mean it in a romantic way, but it still made her happy. She realized she really liked him. While everyone else was having fun, Sudogo was having a rough time at the police station. Tensions were rising, and the criticism against the magical nobility was growing. Calls for the Special Magical Task Force to handle natural disasters and the monster threat were gaining more support. Minato was rising in popularity, and at the same time, the reputation of the Black Mage was also growing. It seemed like a confrontation was brewing. Instead of cooling down, the situation was getting even more tense. What should they do now? Meanwhile, at the international airport, a flight from abroad had just landed in Japan. An irritable voice rang out through the terminal. "It seems like things have fallen into chaos while we were away." Hearing this, another low voice responded, "Those weaklings really are something else." The owner of the irritable voice was the head of the Hilmarai family, a magical noble named Homurai Hinata. She spoke up with clear dissatisfaction. "If I had been here, everything would have been resolved quickly." The other person was the head of the Kaihi family, Kaichi Riku, and he didn't look too happy either. A week later, at Minato's place, Mizuha Duika was happily cooking in the kitchen. Minato sat in the living room, unable to help but sigh. "We got back earlier than I thought." Hearing this, Ruka slowly spoke up. It seemed the Special Magic Task Force had meddled with the media, and the school had pitched in too. Minato felt much more at ease, pouting as he said, "At last, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief." While the two were talking, Du poked her head out from the kitchen and shouted, "Help me bring out the plates." Minato immediately nodded and replied, "All right, leave it to me." A while later, a hearty meal was laid out on the table. While eating, Du asked, "School starts again tomorrow, but are you sure everything will be fine?" Minato casually replied, "The police and the school are on our side. The attention on the Special Magic Task Force should have died down by now, right? You think people will lose interest soon enough. They just need to ignore it." But when he arrived at school, Minato realized just how naive he had been. A crowd of female students surrounded him, asking for his phone number, inquiring about his ideal type, and all sorts of things. On the other hand, Kasaragi Ryuji was stuck in the middle of a crowd of male students. Naturally, both Ruka and Kasaragi Ryuji were no exceptions. In the past, they turned heads wherever they went, but after that incident, they drew even more attention. With her Ice Queen persona, Ruka didn't care at all. She walked straight into Minato's classroom and shouted, "Sorry to intrude, We came to invite you guys to lunch, but it seems a bit chaotic in here today. Minato pouted as he replied, You call this just a bit? Du also explained helplessly, saying that this was actually considered mild. She had heard it was even worse before. When outsiders flooded in, Ryuji was already used to this kind of noise thanks to Ruka. While everyone was marveling at the intense popularity, Ruka suddenly spoke up. Hey Minato, we're out of toilet paper. Maybe we should go buy some stuff on the way home. Minato naturally replied, We could pick up some bath salts too. You've been wanting those for a while, right? Du was suddenly put on the spot. Mizuha Duika stood there stunned, unable to say a word. Hearing the conversation between Ruka and Kasaragi Ryuji, the others immediately started whispering excitedly, which made Mizuha Duika panic. She hurriedly pushed the other two to leave. Anyway, let's just go up to the rooftop. Up on the rooftop, the four of them had lunch together as usual. After hearing about what happened to the three of them, Kasaragi Ryuji exclaimed in shock. What? You guys are living at Kusanagi's place? I mean, people might think you're dating, though maybe not. Normally I'd object, but since it's Minato, I guess it's fine. Thinking this, Kasaragi Ryuji looked at Ruka and said, If you need any help, just let me know. I'll do my best to support you. Ruka nodded slightly and replied, I really appreciate that. Du also thanked him. Kasaragi Ryuji glanced at Minato and said, Kusanagi Minato, honestly, let's drop the formal honorifics. Can I just call you Minato? Minato nodded without a moment's hesitation. Sure. Go ahead and call me whatever you want. Mizuha Duika seemed quite happy about this, but Ruka, on the other hand, was deeply conflicted. She didn't know how to bring herself to say it. Meanwhile, Mizuha Duika was lost in thought. This was a huge deal, living together and everything. But quickly, she shook her head to dismiss the thought they weren't doing anything wrong. Thinking this, Mizuha Duika glanced at Minato, her eyes filled with shyness. She wondered if Minato ever felt awkward about this situation. Minato had absolutely no clue about Mizuha Duika's wandering thoughts. He was still happily chatting with Ryuji. A long day passed just like that. After they finished eating, the three of them went about their usual routines before crowding into one room to sleep. Naturally, the two sisters slept on the bed, while Minato slept on the floor. Even though it was late, Mizuha Duika's eyes were still wide open. She couldn't sleep. Mizuha Duika glanced at the two people next to her. How could they be sleeping so soundly? Was she the only one feeling confused about this? The more she thought, the more frustrated Mizuha Duika became. She turned to the side, feeling even more annoyed, and closed her eyes, trying to force herself to drift off. Before long, she finally fell asleep. As soon as Mizuha Duika fell asleep, someone else opened her eyes. It was Ruka. She couldn't sleep either. Ruka had the same question as Mizuha Duika. Why could the two people next to her sleep while she couldn't? Was she the only one feeling uneasy? Ruka still wasn't used to sleeping in the same room as Minato. Thinking about this, she sat up. She didn't understand why she was so tense, or why this matter was bothering her so much. Ruka glanced at Minato lying on the floor, already fast asleep, and in an instant, her cheeks turned bright red. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and buried her head in the blanket. Ruka kept obsessing over how she should address Minato. By the next morning, on the way to school, Ruka was still thinking about it. Kasaragi Ryuji had already started calling Minato by his first name. She was the only one left still calling him Kusanagi. When would be the right time to change how she addressed him? Why was she hesitating so much? Why hold back? She should just call him Minato naturally, right? He wouldn't care anyway. Thinking this, Ruka took a deep breath, wanting to say it, but the words got stuck in her throat, and she couldn't bring herself to call him out. Her actions left Minato confused. Ruka awkwardly changed the subject. Let's have a great day today. Minato was even more bewildered, muttering suspiciously, What's wrong? Why so sudden? Minato sighed, clutching his head. Deep down, he wondered why she couldn't just speak up. By lunchtime, on the rooftop, Ruka tried her hardest to call Minato by his first name, but in the end, she still couldn't do it. The whole day, she kept acting like this, calling out to Minato, and then saying strange things. Ruka's bizarre behavior continued all day, leaving Minato feeling confused and completely lost. That night, lying in bed, Mizuha Duika tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She kept avoiding it. She could have said it earlier. Ruka thought to herself that she had never been such a coward before. A restless night passed, and the four of them went to school as usual. Only Ruka lingered behind, not saying a word. Minato noticed something was wrong, walked over, and asked, What's wrong? Not feeling well? Ruka shook her head slightly, and replied, I'm fine. Kusanagi. Minato heard that name, narrowed his eyes at her, and spoke coldly. It's not Kusanagi. Ruka was stunned as she looked at him. Minato spoke slowly. We aren't strangers, you know. Don't call me Kusanagi anymore, Ruka. His words left her stunned. A moment later, she turned her head away, hiding her embarrassment, and whispered, If you insist, then I guess I can change it. Minato. Saying that, a smile finally returned to her beautiful face. On another front, the magical aristocracy held a meeting because of recent events. Hinata spoke up impatiently. The status of the noble mages was being threatened. She claimed everything was due to the rise of the Magic Special Task Force, serving the interests of a mysterious person. They couldn't just stand by and watch. Riku heard this, frowned, and hesitated before muttering, But their captain, Kusanagi Minato, how are we supposed to deal with him? Hinata nodded slightly, glancing at the person across from her, and asked, I agree. What do you think about this? Mizuha Tsuchiru was, of course, present. He thought for a moment before replying, I only follow the master's wishes. This attitude made Hinata frustrated, and she shouted, You're as tight-lipped as ever. Don't you have anything to say? Mizuha Tsuchiru hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. It seems Kusanagi Minato doesn't recognize me. Hinata was a bit surprised and whispered a guess. Could it be that he doesn't even know of our existence? Mizuha Tsuchiru nodded slightly. That's a strong possibility. Riku narrowed his eyes at the two, asking hesitantly, Then we should test him. He might be of value. Hinata agreed that they should do so. She said aggressively, If he's trash, we'll get rid of him. Mizuha Tsuchiru heard them and looked resigned, not saying another word. Meanwhile, Minato naturally knew nothing about any of this. He was in the police department's briefing room. Minato pointed at the map and spoke up. The next disaster will hit Osaka. These disasters still follow the same pattern as the ones from 50 years ago, except for the smaller ones. Mizuha Duika heard this and frowned as she spoke. It's already been spread across the media. Mizuha Duika nodded in agreement. The appearance might be similar, but the frequency has clearly decreased significantly. Karen, standing below, also said hesitantly, We can't predict when the next disaster will strike. Even the police can only stay vigilant. Danmo nodded, and Minato said calmly, Dealing with the disasters is currently very difficult, but other areas don't have a specialized team like the Magic Special Task Force. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shidugo suddenly laughed out loud. Haha, I knew you'd say that. Kusanagi Minato. Minato looked at him, startled, not understanding what he was up to. Shidugo smiled involuntarily, looking smug. The truth is, we are going to great lengths to establish a second Magic Special Task Force in Osaka. As soon as he said this, Ruka's group below was stunned. They couldn't believe it, and asked in return, A second team? Really? Danmo nodded. Shidugo said happily, That's right. We're collaborating with the National Defense Force and the police to improve disaster response. In fact, they even asked us to train them. At this point, he looked at Minato and asked with a flattering smile, You'll go, right? Kusanagi. Minato sighed softly. You always lead the conversation so smoothly. Fine. I don't have a reason to refuse. Shidugo cheered happily upon hearing this. Wonderful. Actually, there's someone waiting for you there. She survived the great catastrophe 50 years ago, and is also one of the few artisans capable of crafting gear to fight off the Shizuku monsters. Upon hearing that name, Minato froze instantly. The name was all too familiar to him. Shidugo didn't notice the change in Minato's expression. He kept chatting happily. She's very interested in you and wants to meet you in person. There's no need to feel pressured when you meet her. Minato shook his head slightly and replied calmly, Not at all. I'll go see her. Shidugo smiled with satisfaction. It's great to hear you say that. After all, Takagami is the one who designed the uniforms for the Magic Special Forces. Minato said nothing. His mind was racing with thoughts about the name Shizuku. Shidugo finally realized something was off with Minato, but couldn't figure out why. That afternoon, Minato carried his suitcase to the airport, preparing to fly to Osaka. The 3 members of the Do family came to see him off. As they reached the airport entrance, Minato smiled and spoke up. All right, I'm heading out now. The 3 Do members nodded gently. Then each said their goodbyes. Minato suddenly remembered something and quickly added, Oh, that's right. I almost forgot to give you these. As he spoke, he pulled a few bracelets from his bag and handed them over. The 3 members of Ruka were confused, but they put them on as Minato requested. Minato narrowed his eyes at them and instructed, You need to wear these until I return. No matter what happens, do not take them off. The 3 quickly replied, Understood. Minato nodded in satisfaction, but still spoke with a hint of concern. You all won't have any trouble while I'm away, will you? Do chuckled and replied, We've become stronger now. Just go to Osaka without any worries. Ruka and Kasaragi Ryuji agreed with her. Hearing that, Minato felt relieved enough to leave. He waved goodbye to the three. All right, sounds good. I trust you guys. Shortly after, Minato boarded the plane. He flopped into his seat and let out a sigh of relief, thinking, finally, I can sit down. Everything felt just like his flight to Hawaii, but the security check was certainly strict. But he didn't dwell on it. He just had a feeling this seat was a bit strange. Sudogo really had arranged everything perfectly. Minato was able to travel to Osaka without a care in the world, just pick up his suitcase and go. At that moment, Minato noticed two people boarding the plane, Hinata and Mizuha Duika. Whether by coincidence or design, they were on the same flight as Minato. Even though they were sitting quite far away, their eyes kept fixed on Minato. This made him feel rather suspicious. Who are they? Are they mages? They seem pretty strong. It looked like there were quite a few people like that on this flight. But with such tight security, surely nothing would go wrong. And just after that, another group of people boarded the plane. Minato didn't pay them any mind. Before long, the plane finally took off. Since he was in business class, Minato was served a lavish meal. His eyes lit up instantly. This food looks so good. So, Minato stopped worrying about the world and just enjoyed his meal to his heart's content. At the same time, there were a few individuals on the flight constantly observing the passengers, apparently plotting something sinister. Suddenly, a curly-haired man wearing glasses left his seat. He brushed past Minato's spot, but Minato didn't notice. He was busy enjoying his delicious food and the wonderful view. It wasn't bad to relax like this once in a while, but it seemed Minato wouldn't be able to enjoy it for much longer. Sure enough, moments later, a few hijackers grabbed the flight attendant and took her hostage, then roared aggressively, "Nobody move!" Not only that, but the other passengers were also being held captive. Even Minato was being watched by a mage. This was a hijacking. But they didn't know that on this plane there was a top-tier mage like Minato, along with two noble mages, Hinata and Riku. They were lucky in the worst way possible. Trying to rob a plane without checking who's on board? Minato narrowed his eyes at the hijackers in front of him, lost in thought. They were illegal mages, and there were 10 of them. If he took them down one by one, the passengers would be in danger. Besides, casting high-level magic could destroy the whole plane. Perhaps he couldn't resolve this alone. During this, the passengers screamed in fear, which annoyed the robbers, who shouted, "Shut up. Did I give you permission to speak? Do you want to die?" There were children on the plane. One child was crying hysterically while clutching his father. "Daddy, I'm scared." The father could only whisper, trying to comfort him. "It's okay, my dear." Just then, the leader of the hijacking band shouted aggressively, "Our demands are simple. Release the members of the Black Rebellion." No one answered. The surroundings were silent. The leader shouted again, "We will not tolerate the unfair treatment of mages by you pathetic mortals." He gave them 5 minutes, telling them to contact the people on the ground and inform them to release their comrades, or they would start killing the hostages one by one. The captain in the cockpit heard the robbers' warning, and his expression turned grim. In the passenger cabin, Minato was silently thinking there wasn't much time left, so what should he do? At the same time, Hinata was looking very annoyed. Riku, meanwhile, remained silent, but his face didn't look good at all. Both of them unleashed their magical power at the same time. Minato sensed their mana, frowned slightly, and seemed ready to move as well. The other two noticed his gaze and looked over. At the same time, the robbers noticed Minato and hurriedly warned him, "Hey, you, if you make one more move, we'll kill you right now." But just as they finished speaking, Hinata and Riku acted. Without a moment's hesitation, they both punched the two closest robbers. Riku used something wrapped in black cloth to strike the face of another robber. Then he dashed off. But when he arrived, he saw that Minato had already taken care of the nearby robbers. The three of them stood there looking at each other, a silent understanding in their eyes. Hinata gave a slight nod, and immediately all three charged forward. Seeing them, the robbers panicked instantly, but before they could react, they took a punch from Minato, sending them flying far away. Riku wasn't to be outdone. He drew his sword from its scabbard and began taking down the hijackers. Hinata wasn't idle either. She dashed with wind-like speed, gliding quickly past the passengers' seats. One hijacker saw this and immediately summoned magic to attack, but it was too slow. Hinata stepped over his head and neck to reach him. She snorted coldly, "Dream on. You guys can't do anything." Seeing them rising up to attack, the leader threatened, "That's enough. I've had enough. If it's come to this, we'll all go down together." He said he would kill them all. No sooner had he finished speaking than the magic in the leader's hand was pressed against the flight attendant. But before he could act, Minato lunged forward aggressively. delivering a kick that sent him flying away. He snorted with contempt. Too slow. Hinata also punched a robber, pouting as she said, too weak. But before he could even act, Minato lunged aggressively and kicked him flying. He snorted with contempt. Too slow. On the other side, Hinata punched a robber and pouted. Too weak. Riku also lowered his weapon, speaking coldly. How naive. In the blink of an eye, the three of them took down the entire group of hijackers. The passengers were stunned by the scene, but they quickly came to their senses. Realizing they had been saved, they all began to cheer with joy. Hinata ignored them, walked straight up to the leader, and said coldly, Pathetic. I'll finish this in a heartbeat. Just then, Minato noticed something and suddenly shouted, but it was too late. Hinata couldn't help but panic. What was going on? Without a word of explanation, Minato took off running. He sprinted straight into the cockpit. Sure enough, a hijacker was in there, holding the pilot at gunpoint. Seeing them rush in, the guy immediately shouted a warning, stay back, or else. But none of the three were intimidated. Hinata gritted her teeth in anger, shut up and die. She lunged at the hijacker and punched him. The gun went off, but the pilot remained unharmed. That was because Minato had created a protective barrier. However, his expression soured. He frowned and muttered, this isn't good. As soon as he said that, the pilot's controls went haywire. The plane started to nosedive. All three of them stumbled, unable to keep their footing. The passengers outside couldn't hold their balance either. Inside the cockpit, Hinata asked with frustration, what's going on? The pilot, Tadano, replied, trembling. The system is unresponsive, and the radio is dead. If this keeps up, we're going to crash. Hinata screamed in panic. What did you say? Damn it, do something. While they were in a state of chaos, the cockpit window shattered. The suction from the outside made it hard for everyone inside to hold their ground. The co-pilot next to them soon began to tremble as well. It's so cold we're going to freeze to death before the plane even crashes. Hinata couldn't help but cry out in panic. This is serious. What the hell are we supposed to do now? Riku said helplessly. I guess we're all going down together. Hinata snapped back. Don't say such terrifying things, you idiot. Damn it. Is there really no other way? Riku nodded slightly, his eyes filled with despair. That's right, the co-pilot was panicking, sobbing incessantly. There's no way. It's beyond repair. It's the end. We're all going to die. But as despair loomed in the cockpit, Minato suddenly spoke up. It'll be fine. Hearing this, the co-pilot asked doubtfully, What do you mean? It'll be fine? We're all going to die. Minato looked at him with confidence, smirked, and said, I'm going to save everyone. The co-pilot looked at him in disbelief. No way. That's not something a normal person can do. Everything is over. We're done for. Seeing him start crying again, Minato let out a weary sigh. Right after that, Minato walked toward the window. This action made the pilot yell out in terror, Hey, what are you doing? But Minato didn't answer. He jumped straight out. Hinata saw this and rushed over, screaming in a panic. That kid just went off on his own. But then, the plane suddenly lurched and proceeded to glide through the air, plummeting straight down. The pilot felt it immediately and was stunned. We're diving at a terrifying speed. At this rate, the plane would slam into the ground in just a few minutes. The passengers outside felt the dive and began to scream in terror. Desperate cries echoed throughout the cabin. A little girl huddled in her father's arms, crying in fear. The pilot in the cockpit tried his best to hold the controls, but the plane kept plunging, now very close to the vast ocean. In the blink of an eye, it suddenly changed direction and soared back up into the sky. The pilot looked at the data in front of him in confusion and muttered to himself, The speed has stabilized. Have we been saved? What just happened? Hinata seemed to realize something. She pursed her lips and whispered, It was him, he actually did it. Minato was at the tail of the plane, supporting the entire aircraft all by himself. Minato had created a barrier with a massive amount of magic power, boosted his physical strength with magical force, and used wind elements to adjust the plane's trajectory. This was his first time lifting an entire plane, which was a huge challenge, but thankfully, he succeeded. The pilot learned the reason and exclaimed in disbelief, Unbelievable. We were thousands of meters above the ground. Not to mention the plane weighs 230 tons. Can a human being actually do this? Hinata couldn't help but exclaim, The captain of the Magic Special Forces, Kusanagi Minato, we are traveling with an absolute monster. After the chaos subsided, the flight attendant finally announced that the passengers were safe. Everyone on the plane let out a sigh of relief. They had finally been saved. The little girl who was just panicking asked innocently, Daddy, are we safe now? The father immediately nodded to reassure her. Yeah, don't worry anymore. But even then, the pilot was still quite worried, whispering, We can't let our guard down yet. The landing system is completely disabled. A safe landing now depends entirely on him. And of course, Minato was still supporting the plane single-handedly from behind. Once it was close to the ground, he created a barrier and finally allowed it to touch down on the runway. Minato bit his lip hard, wincing slightly as he slid a long distance across the tarmac. It was difficult, but he made it safely. Minato let out a breath of relief. The landing was finally complete. The passengers had escaped death by a hair's breadth and hugged each other in joy. The pilot was very grateful to Minato. Looking down from the cockpit, he smiled and said, "Thank you, Captain Kusanagi." Hinata and Riku also watched Minato quietly from the plane, lost in thought. A little while later, at the airport exit, a crowd of reporters surrounded Minato, asking questions incessantly. He sighed helplessly. It was the same old annoyance as always. Fortunately, airport security stepped in to block the reporters. Minato was finally able to escape them and was guided by security to meet Shizuku. But before he could even reach her, he was blocked by Hinata and Riku. Hinata raised an eyebrow at Minato, pouted, and said, "I have to say, I'm quite impressed by what you just did." Shrugging indifferently, Minato refused to comment. It wasn't that big of a deal. Before he could finish his sentence, Hinata huffed in dissatisfaction. "Are you mocking us?" Riku spoke up to offer praise. That was truly an impressive spell. Minato heard this and complimented them in return. "You two aren't bad yourselves." The conversation turned formal, making Hinata lose patience. She waved her hand and said, "Fine, just keep doing your best. Captain of the Magic Special Forces, Kusanagi Minato, will be seeing each other again." Then Hinata and Riku walked away. Minato watched their retreating figures without saying a word. A few hours later, in a villa in the heart of Osaka, an old woman stood dazed by the window. She was gazing at the pictures placed on the shelf. Just then, a knock at the door was followed by a voice reporting, "Ma'am, you have a visitor. Send them in," the old woman said softly, setting down the photograph. Soon after, the servant led Minato inside. Seeing him, the old woman immediately broke into a smile. "I've been waiting a long time for you, Kusanagi Minato." Then, the two sat down at the table. The old woman spoke slowly. "The reason I wanted to see you is simple. I am quite interested in you." Minato's achievements were truly impressive, and his magic was remarkably similar to that person's my teacher and ally, Kusanagi Minato. Void magic is a rare art. It is a type of magic that Kusanagi Minato could master fully, but it is notoriously difficult to cast. Few mages can use it properly, and it is often considered not very useful. Yet, Minato could wield it. The old woman asked who had taught him, and how he was able to use the same magic as Kusanagi Minato. Just then, Minato suddenly burst into laughter, leaving the old woman bewildered. Minato squinted at her and chuckled softly. "Oh my, you haven't changed a bit, have you, Shizuku? Once something catches your interest, you dive right in, don't you?" So, this old woman was actually Shizuku, the person Minato needed to meet in Osaka. Shizuku looked at him, confused, and asked suspiciously, "Have we met before?" Minato smiled instinctively. Minato replied calmly, "We have. More times than I can count." It was only natural, given that he could use Kusanagi Minato's magic. Minato didn't hide it, honestly revealing that he was, in fact, Kusanagi Minato. The statement left Shizuku stunned, unable to react for a long time, but she quickly regained her composure and let out a reluctant sigh. She spoke slowly, explaining that there had been many such cases before. Many had claimed to have a connection to Kusanagi Minato, trying to get close to her. Relatives, friends, spirits, even illegitimate children. But Shizuku had never imagined that someone would claim to be Kusanagi Minato himself. With that, she rose from her chair, speaking with disappointment. "I apologize if this seems rude. I was the one who reached out to you, but could you please leave now?" Yet, Minato remained calmly seated and said dismissively, "I recently met a pair of siblings. The younger one had an Kusanagi Minato doll." Shizuku looked at him skeptically, asking, "So what?" Minato smirked and said, "You said it yourself, didn't you? That you wanted to make a doll that looked like me." Shizuku recalled the past, shocked, and pressed, "How do you know that?" Minato put on a look of total confidence, smirking as he replied, "Like you said, my dolls could make the children stronger." To this day, Kusanagi Minato is still protecting everyone. Shizuku looked at him in disbelief, muttering in confusion. Could this really be true? Is it really you?" Minato asked with a sigh. "Still don't believe me? Fine. Let me tell you something else." Shizuku quickly returned to her seat, verifying everything Minato had just said. In an instant, her face shifted through a whirlwind of emotions. Minato kept recounting stories from the past, things only the two of them knew. Shizuku listened in silence, and eventually, she couldn't help but smile. It really is you. Minato sounded a bit exasperated, pouting as he said, "Finally, you choose to believe me." Shizuku retorted, "Well, reincarnation isn't exactly easy to accept, is it? Oh my. You were always unconventional. But this is truly unbelievable." Saying this, she couldn't help but sigh. Everything had been so difficult after his death in the final great catastrophe. Minato watched Shizuku intently, unsure of what to say about what happened 50 years ago. Before he could speak, Shizuku sobbed, "But I am truly happy to see you again. I really am." Minato smiled at her and gave a faint nod. What began as a meeting between a senior and a junior had turned into a reunion of two old friends. At this moment, Minato spoke up. "Shizuku, you know exactly what happened over the last 50 years, don't you? Magic knowledge has been lost, and mages have become weaker. There's nothing left but misinformation about Kusanagi, Minato, and the emergence of these current magic nobles." He asked Shizuku what exactly had happened. Minato genuinely wanted to understand the events of 50 years ago. Shizuku hesitated for a moment, then let out a long sigh. "I'm sorry." Just then, Shizuku's phone rang, and her eyes narrowed in an instant. Seeing this, Minato asked with concern, "Is something wrong?" Shizuku seemed to be hiding something, shaking her head vaguely. "It's nothing. It's late. Let's continue our conversation tomorrow. Since you're here, please stay the night." Minato didn't suspect much and headed to the room Shizuku had prepared to rest. However, in the middle of the night, someone quietly entered his room, sword in hand. The intruder was none other than Riku. He crept up to the bed, intending to attack Minato. Without a second of hesitation, he swung his sword down. But when he saw the scene below, Riku was stunned. There was no one there, and Minato was standing beside the bed, smirking playfully. "How rude, attacking someone while they're in bed. You're the one I met this afternoon, aren't you?" Riku didn't answer. He squinted at him, saying nothing, and launched another attack. But Minato dodged it. Although Riku was incredibly fast, in a moment of distraction, Riku delivered a kick that sent Minato crashing into the window. Minato was forced outside into the yard, but Riku didn't stop. He summoned a first-tier magic spell to attack Minato. Not daring to be careless, Minato created a shield to block it. As expected, Riku's magic attack was stopped by the barrier. But Riku still didn't stop. He swung his sword aggressively. Minato's shield was sliced in two, and he hurriedly stepped back. He squinted at the sword in Riku's hand and said excitedly, "Nice blade. It can even cut through my magic barrier. Is that anti-magic equipment?" Yet, Riku remained silent, not uttering a single word. Shrugging indifferently, Minato smirked and said, "Silence is golden, right? I guess asking why you're attacking is useless. Let's just have some fun then." As he spoke, he released his own magical aura. Riku didn't back down, gripping his sword tightly as he charged forward. A spark of excitement appeared in Minato's eyes. He had found a worthy opponent and wanted to play around a bit, but before he could make a move, a shout rang out. "That's enough. That voice, it's Hinata's. So she's here too." Minato remained calm, not at all surprised. "I know you're involved in this as well." Hinata narrowed her eyes at him, a cold smirk on her face. "Don't bother resisting, Minato Kusanagi. We have hostages. You have plenty of friends in Tokyo, don't you?" With that, Hinata showed him a video. It showed Ryuji's house and Minato's own home, where the two Mizuha sisters were staying, with several men in black suits standing guard. Minato frowned, narrowing his eyes as he asked, "What do you people want?" Hinata chuckled nonchalantly. "First, let me introduce ourselves. I am a magic aristocrat and the leader of the Homurai clan, Hinata Homurai." After speaking, she nudged Riku. Seeing this, Riku slowly introduced himself as a magic aristocrat and leader of the Kaihi clan, Riku Keiichi. Once the introductions were over, Hinata quickly got to the point. "We want you to join us. As a magic aristocrat, you'll gain fame, status, and even wealth, power, and women. Anything you want. Most importantly, you'll be able to protect your friends. After all, their orders are absolute." She told Minato to think carefully. Even if he managed to escape this time, he would be hunted by them, the magic aristocrats, for the rest of his life. Minato didn't answer, just listened in silence. Hinata continued her threats. "You might be the strongest person in the world, but when you're eating, bathing, sleeping, or away from your friends like you are right now, can you still protect them? Answer me." Minato didn't hesitate. "I refuse." Upon hearing this, Hinata wasn't rattled at all. She warned him coldly. "Is that so? A little sacrifice for a greater goal is inevitable. Teach him a lesson he'll never forget so he won't be so arrogant again." As soon as the order was given, the men infiltrating Ryuji and Ruka's house immediately moved. Seemingly all at once, the bracelets of all three of them glowed, and a surge of magic power erupted. Seeing this, the men in black couldn't help but panic. In an instant, that magic power took the form of an apparition. The figure was clearly Minato's, and it immediately began closing in on the raiding party. There was no movement from the other side. Hinata finally started to panic, shouting, "Hey, what's happening? Answer me." Unfortunately, there was no one left to answer. That surge of magic had seized all the men in black and crushed them on the spot without alerting a soul. Riku quickly realized what had happened and muttered, "They've been wiped out." Hinata looked at Minato in shock, asking frantically, "What did you do?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato pouted and said, "You guys knew this would happen, unless you're all just a bunch of idiots." Hearing that, anger flared in Hinata's eyes. She snapped, "Such a troublesome pest. But I must admit, your response to the kidnapping and the hostages wasn't bad. It seems you've passed the first test." Minato frowned, asking suspiciously, "So the kidnapping was also staged by you?" Hinata shook her head in denial. "That was an accident. We wouldn't do something so stupid. Let's move on to the second test." As soon as she finished speaking, Hinata and Riku unleashed their magic power. Minato narrowed his eyes at the two of them and spoke coldly, "I'd like to withdraw if possible. Keep dreaming." With a cold snort, Hinata lunged forward. Riku followed right behind her. Hinata kicked wildly at Minato, but to her surprise, he blocked it. Hinata's entire body was sent reeling backward. She didn't give up, quickly summoning fire magic to attack. Boom! Brilliant flames exploded, filling the air with smoke and fire. But when the smoke cleared, Minato was still standing there, completely unscathed. Just then, Riku charged in with his sword. The blade aimed precisely for Minato's throat, but it was blocked by a barrier. Minato smirked, joking, "Oh my. If that were anyone else, they'd be dead by now." This flippant attitude infuriated Hinata. She shouted aggressively, "Don't get so arrogant." Immediately after, a pillar of fire appeared, its heat seemingly enough to incinerate everything. But Minato wasn't panicked in the slightest. He calmly countered with a crashing wave of water, mocking them with a smirk. Not a bad spell. With a deafening boom, the two forces clashed violently. But as is the law of nature, fire is quickly extinguished when it meets water. Seeing this, Hinata went ballistic. She gritted her teeth and said, "It's just as the rumors say. You cast magic without incantations and neutralized it with a tier 3 spell. Are you mocking my magic?" Just then, Riku rushed forward again, swinging his sword at Minato, but he was too slow. Minato used spatial magic to dodge, continuing to mock them. "You can't use your full power while on the ground, can you? Why don't you try taking to the skies? You're getting too confident." Hinata roared in anger and quickly flew into the air. Riku followed closely behind. Hinata stood facing Minato, gritting her teeth and muttering, "Perhaps we underestimated you. No more holding back." With that, she and Riku summoned their magic together. Fire and earth magic appeared in a flash. Both shouted in unison, "Our attack will destroy everything." Brilliant magical flames surged madly toward Minato. Alongside it, a giant boulder threatened to crush him. Hinata seemed certain of victory, boasting, "This spell has the power to destroy half the city. Do you really think you can withstand it?" In an instant, the magical flames and the giant boulder merged, looking like a meteorite about to strike the earth. Yet, Minato wasn't worried at all. He just scoffed. Then, he summoned a tier 7 void spell called Nullify to stop them. In a flash, a massive surge of magic power enveloped the flames and the giant boulder. In less than 3 seconds, they vanished into thin air. This scene left Hinata and Riku speechless. Scoffing, Minato shrugged and said, "It's simple, really. I just dissolved and dispersed the magical energy." Hinata looked at him in disbelief and screamed, "This is impossible. That's cheating. I don't accept this. You're disqualified. Everything up until now was just a joke. Now, I'll show you my true power." She unleashed her magic once more, but Minato ignored her because he felt something else emerging. Even Hinata and Riku felt it, crying out in terror. "This energy, it's here." Minato looked up at the sky, which had turned a blood-red color, signaling that a catastrophe was descending upon this place. He furrowed his brows, lost in thought. So many things were happening at once, it certainly couldn't be a coincidence. The three of them headed straight toward the source of the disaster. Minato didn't even bother to change his clothes, ready to rush in. But Hinata shouted in frustration, "Are you kidding me? Who cares about that disaster? I'm going to crush you right here, right now." Immediately after, she lunged crazily toward Minato. But Riku, standing behind her, reached out and pulled her back. In a low, stern voice, he reminded her, Don't forget our mission. Hinata gritted her teeth, frustrated, but in the end, she stopped attacking Minato. Minato wasn't intimidated by them at all. He spoke calmly. Sorry, but our fight will have to be postponed. I've got to deal with the real threat first. Saying that, Minato cast his gaze toward the distance. It's Dotonbori. If I recall correctly, that place has been abandoned and left in ruins since the Great Disaster 50 years ago. Even without a disaster, monsters keep pouring out. Minato doesn't think anyone would go there, unless they were an absolute fool. Minato quickly ran in that direction, using his magic power to scan the surroundings. There were so many monsters swarming out. If left unchecked, they could invade human residential areas, and handling them alone would be very difficult. While he was feeling anxious, Riku appeared beside him and said in a low voice, "We'll lend you a hand." Hearing that, Minato nodded and replied, "Thanks, I appreciate it. Wasn't it you guys trying to kill me just a moment ago?" Riku shook his head slightly and replied nonchalantly, "We were just testing you. Besides, you passed. That's all there is to it." Hinata, on the other hand, remained very quiet, just following closely behind the two. Minato didn't pay it any mind. He just felt a bit overwhelmed that his problems kept piling up. Very soon, they reached the place where the monsters were invading. There were magical beasts and demon soldiers, endlessly swarming out to attack humans. Hinata landed on the ground from the sky, huffing coldly. Time to start the hunt. No sooner had she finished speaking than she summoned her fire magic, incinerating the monsters in front of her. On this side, Riku wasn't idle either. The sword in his hand swung continuously, wiping out many magical beasts. Minato was even busier, weaving a series of spells. In the blink of an eye, numerous bolts of magic appeared in the air. They kept flying out, killing the monsters. Minato looked down. He would handle the small fry while waiting for the boss. That was when he suddenly caught sight of a solitary figure inside the ruined city. An elderly man with a cane was walking by quickly. Minato rushed toward him, shouting with concern, "I'm sorry to bother you, but are you all right?" But there was no reply. He chased after the man and urged, "This place is too dangerous. I think we should take you somewhere safer." With that, Minato reached out to grab the man's arm. But just then, the man suddenly turned his head, glaring at him, which took Minato by surprise. Seeing he had lost his composure, the man quickly said, "Thanks for your concern, but I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Afterward, he left. Minato watched the man's back, feeling quite bewildered. Why would an old man like him be wandering around here? And he looked so familiar. Who on earth was he? The man walked straight outside, where a car was waiting. He climbed into the car and ordered the driver to leave. A moment later, the police and defense forces arrived at the scene. They joined in on wiping out the monsters. Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but be impressed. They reacted quickly. They were ready to deal with the disaster, just like Sudogo had said. Even so, they still lacked experience. Right then, an officer spotted Minato and shouted in a rush, "What are you doing? This is a dangerous area." But when he clearly saw his face, the officer's attitude shifted. "Kusanagi Minato, of the Special Magic Task Force. Have you arrived, sir? What a relief." While he was speaking, a magical beast charged at them. Luckily, Minato used flames to incinerate it. He warned in a deep voice, "Don't let your guard down during an attack." The officer nodded quickly. "Yes, sir." Minato asked again, "What's our current situation?" The officer replied in a low voice, "The police and the SDF have cordoned off the area around Dotonbori. We're prioritizing the safety of the citizens. However, they weren't prepared to suppress the boss. Their forces weren't enough to handle it." Hearing this, Minato reassured them, "Don't worry, I'm here." His words made those present feel quite at ease. Minato smiled slightly and said, "And I'm not the only one here." The officers looked up, and sure enough, they saw Riku and Hinata taking down monsters. They exclaimed in astonishment, "Magic nobles? Aren't those the Homurai and Kaihi families? Is the Special Magic Task Force collaborating with the magic nobility?" Either way, they felt much more confident. With the three of them there, they were sure they would win. But just then, an enormous amount of magical energy suddenly appeared in the air, making everyone panic. The police officer trembled and muttered, "What is happening?" Their bodies felt heavy. Everyone looked over to see a figure who had quietly appeared within that surge of magic. It was the demon general. The boss had arrived. Seeing it, the officers were immediately terrified. "No way this monster has enough power to destroy the entire city of Osaka. We can't possibly win." Yet at this moment, Minato suddenly stepped forward, sounding excited. "Honestly, you finally decided to show up." Hearing this, the officers were instantly frantic. This was impossible. They were facing the demon general. How could he be so calm? But But before Minato could act, Hinata shouted, "That's our prey. Don't just stand there watching." Immediately, she and Riku rushed forward. Minato sighed helplessly. "They beat me to it. Oh well, I'm sure they can handle an opponent like that." The two of them quickly closed in on the demon general. Hinata exclaimed excitedly, "That's fine. I'll take out my anger on you." Riku also nodded in agreement. "I'll take you down right here." Hinata quickly summoned her magic and shouted, "I'll blow you to pieces." Riku wasn't idle either, creating a massive boulder. In an instant, flames and the boulder came crashing toward the demon general. The demon general wasn't careless, raising his hand to create magic circles. A 5th-tier fire spell was unleashed, and a giant sun appeared. The heat was so intense that it forced Riku and Hinata to retreat. The officers couldn't help but dodge away, with only Minato standing there calmly. When the brilliant light faded, the demon general still stood tall, while the ground within 10 meters around him had been shattered. Seeing this, Hinata and Riku were horrified. He countered it with terrifying magic. Right then, the demon general spoke with utter contempt. "Pathetic humans, is there really not a single formidable mage among you?" Hearing its voice, the nearby police officers panicked immediately. It could speak. "I heard that they possess a higher intelligence than ordinary monsters." But to think, Minato glanced at them, calculating in his mind. If it were just a group of mindless monsters, they might be less panicked. But if the enemy possesses intelligence, their fear is understandable. Of course, there are exceptions. Hinata yelled indignantly. "Do you take me for a fool? I will burn you to ashes. I will unleash all my power upon you." As soon as she finished, her entire mana reserve erupted. Even Riku wasn't just standing around. He gripped his sword tightly and summoned an 8th-tier spell, the Spatial Blade. This was the secret technique of the Kaichi family. Seeing this, Minato excitedly exclaimed, "Is that an original spell?" No one answered him. Hinata and Mizuha Duika shouted in unison, "This time, you will surely die." The demon general spoke coldly. "Impressive magical power." Hinata scoffed. "You finally realized it, huh?" Yet the demon general pouted and replied, "I wasn't talking to you lot." The one it was referring to was Minato, standing in the distance. It could sense the overwhelming mana radiating from him. Riku and Hinata didn't know who it meant, but they were infuriated. The two rushed forward recklessly, shouting in frustration, "How dare you look down on us, scum!" Hinata created a blast of wind laced with flames, but the demon general blocked it easily. At the same time, Riku slashed with his sword, but the demon general vanished in a blink. By the time it reappeared behind Riku, it immediately began to counterattack. Riku and Hinata coordinated to defend, but the demon general was far too strong, slowly pushing them back. Meanwhile, magic circles suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a 6th-tier fusion spell, Violent Fire Vortex. The wild vortex swept across, putting immense pressure on Riku and Hinata. Before long, they collapsed to the ground, biting their lips in frustration. The two stood up quickly, trying to coordinate another attack, but Minato stepped forward and said, "Let me handle the rest." Hinata snapped, annoyed, "You can't possibly fight it. Even we, noble mages, couldn't do it." Riku narrowed his eyes at him, suggesting, "Running away is a pretty good option, you know." But Minato didn't listen, walking slowly forward and saying calmly, "Relax. A monster like that is no problem for me." This left Riku stunned. "Can't you see it? That massive surge of magical energy?" Hinata started screaming frantically. "Damn it, this can't be. I won't accept it." She went on about not wanting to lose face and needing to prove her worth. Riku looked on, feeling helpless. Minato didn't care what they thought. He walked up to the demon general, smirked, and said, "Looks like I've kept you waiting." The demon general stared at him and spoke coldly. "Unbelievable magical energy. So, who are you?" Indifferently shrugging, Minato retorted, "Do I really need to answer that?" The demon general wasn't surprised and replied calmly, "Perhaps not. Making deals with the likes of you is worthless to us." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but smile, his eyes filled with excitement. The demon general didn't back down, slowly saying, "In that case, give it your all." The moment it finished, it swiped at Minato. He remained calm, unleashing his own mana. The demon general attacked him frantically, but its claws hit an invisible barrier, unable to touch Minato at all. But Hinata, watching from the outside, couldn't see clearly and assumed Minato had been hit. She said smugly, "See? I told you. You couldn't do anything either. You can't defeat the demon general." Just as she finished, she saw Minato move, returning a punch to the demon general. He stood tall and unbothered, saying coldly, "What a nuisance." Riku and Hinata were stunned. After all those attacks, he hadn't taken a single scratch. But soon, Riku thought that defense alone was useless. With such strong defenses, how could anyone hurt the demon general? At the same time, Minato was pondering a technique he wanted to try, but decided it wasn't the right moment. A random spell would suffice. With that in mind, Minato cast a 9th-tier void spell called Flowing Light. Seeing this, Hinata couldn't help but scream, "A 9th-tier spell? 8th tier is already our limit." Minato ignored their reactions and continued to focus on casting the spell. In an instant, beams of light fired madly throughout the area, immediately engulfing the demon general's body. When the light faded, the demon general's body had been reduced to fragments. The police officers outside were stunned. Is it over? He had defeated an enemy that even noble mages couldn't handle. It was unbelievable. They quickly ran toward Minato, showering him with praise. Minato paid no mind, walking up to Riku and Hinata, laughing. See? It was nothing. Hinata bit her lip hard, her eyes filled with resentment. He had won, and he had won so easily. They were no match for him. There was nothing they could do in their current state. Seeing they didn't answer, Minato asked, "Shall we continue where we left off?" Riku immediately shook his head. "No, we have lost. You have passed the test." Minato narrowed his eyes at him, frowning. "You're going to explain everything right now, aren't you?" Riku nodded slightly. "Yes, of course. For this, we need one more person." Minato glanced back and saw Shizuku approaching. Shizuku locked eyes with him and asked suspiciously, "Did you know all of this from the start?" Minato nodded. "Naturally. You know you can't hide anything from me." Minato said she needed to explain why they tried to test him. Why have mages been getting weaker over the last 50 years? And why did she decide to cooperate with the noble mages? Hearing Minato's rapid-fire questions, a look of reluctance appeared in Shizuku's eyes. A little later, Shizuku brought Minato and the 3 others back to her place. Minato sat opposite them and coldly said, "All right, let's hear the whole story. Miss Shizuku, you knew about these people, didn't you?" Shizuku nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, and I even knew you were going to be attacked." Minato furrowed his brow and asked, "Tell me why." Hearing this, Riku and Hinata, who were standing outside, remained silent. After a long moment, Riku slowly spoke up. "We wanted to see if you would use your power for personal gain, and to confirm that you truly have the ability." Minato was still confused and asked, "Is that why you dragged my teammates into this test?" Riku shook his head slightly. "That was just a threat. We didn't intend to harm anyone." Minato scoffed. "Then why did you do it?" Riku slowly answered each question. He and his team could have become a threat to the magic aristocracy. "It was a dangerous situation for Japan," Minato retorted sharply. "That's a consequence of your own irresponsibility. The special magic unit never intended to offend the magic aristocracy. You were the ones who interfered in our affairs." Hearing this, Hinata was dissatisfied and wanted to snap back. But Riku quickly held her back. "Stop, he's right." He knew full well that when the first catastrophe struck, the aristocrats turned a blind eye. He also had to admit their response was sloppy, but the world still needed the magic aristocracy. Minato squinted at Riku, neither rebutting nor agreeing. Shizuku finally chimed in. "The root of this issue began 50 years ago. It started with your passing, which led to the current state of Japan, and eventually the birth of the magic aristocracy. With the loss of many mages, including Kusanagi Minato, and the disappearance of most of the demon generals, the number of illegal mages in Japan increased. During the catastrophe, both the civilians and the self-defense force were drained, making it impossible to keep things under control, and Japan became an autonomous nation. The legitimate mages fought bravely to stop the evil ones, but Japan was on the verge of collapse. Everyone was exhausted and had lost faith in the future. Everyone was deeply affected by the death of Kusanagi Minato. He was the people's hope, but he was gone. At this point, Shizuku sighed helplessly. The remaining mages carefully pondered how they would rebuild Japan and restore faith to the people. Shizuku's face was filled with sorrow. Hearing this, Minato understood the issue and spoke indifferently. "So, the magic aristocracy was established?" Shizuku nodded slightly. "Exactly. They created a clear authority, the magic aristocracy, to regain the public's trust. They believed that with a new hero like Kusanagi Minato, Japan could return to peace. The power of mages at that time was very dangerous, so the magic aristocracy confiscated all spellbooks and related documents across the nation. They recruited talented mages, and if you weren't talented, they would kill you to monopolize magical knowledge and skills." Shizuku spoke with growing reluctance. A ban was enforced throughout Japan. At that time, rumors or traditions regarding magic were forbidden. Japan gradually returned to peace, but as a result, mages became weaker. Minato nodded clearly. The police gradually regressed in technology and knowledge. That's a common story, isn't it? He still remembered the situation 50 years ago. Many people and mages died in the disaster, and many used magic for evil. It was easy to imagine what would happen if he died. But Minato didn't trust the aristocracy either. He asked skeptically, "However, does the magic aristocracy even have the capability to do those things?" Hearing this, Shizuku glanced at Riku and the others standing in the distance. After hesitating for a long time, she asked in a low voice, "Do you remember Mumiu Hifumi?" Minato nodded slightly and replied, "I remember he was my student. He always had issues with Minato. He was pathetic and arrogant, but there was no denying he was talented." Shizuku said quietly, "He is now the chairman of Mum Company, a huge corporation in Japan. He was originally well known as the successor to the Mum Group. He has been supporting the magic aristocracy since then." Hearing this, Minato nodded in understanding. "I see. Connected to the global economy, which implies politics, but I didn't know he was the successor to the group." Smiling involuntarily, Shizuku said helplessly, "Haha, you're still the same. You don't care about money, fame, or wealth. You only care about magic and the people." Indifferently shrugging, Minato pouted, "You don't see much of a problem with that." Shizuku glanced at Riku and the other again. After a long while, she continued, "The number of mages in Japan is the lowest in the world. They were at the top back when you were Kusanagi Minato, but they aren't like that anymore." Hinata heard this and retorted in dissatisfaction. "Japan became peaceful thanks to our predecessors. That has never changed." Minato glanced at her, pouting. "So what is your plan if another catastrophe occurs?" This question left Hinata stunned, not knowing what to do. Riku hesitated for a long time before saying, "Back then, we thought that a catastrophe wouldn't happen again, but even if it did, we assumed the police could handle it. In the worst-case scenario, the magic aristocracy could resolve everything." Snorting lightly, Minato scolded in dissatisfaction. "So all those theories were wrong, huh?" Riku immediately shrank back and stayed silent. Minato glanced at Shizuku and asked, "You knew about all of this, didn't you, Shizuku?" "Yes, I've been involved since 50 years ago." Shizuku nodded slightly. "But I don't belong to the magic aristocracy. My power and influence are not as strong as theirs. Now I am just an inventor of weapons to fight monsters." Minato frowned tightly after hearing this. So, this was the truth from 50 years ago. The magic aristocracy, the decline of mages, the lack of magical knowledge, the many catastrophes, and the reasons behind it all. But was this the whole truth? Thinking of this, Minato squinted at Shizuku and questioned, "You've told me everything, right?" Shizuku couldn't help but be stunned, hurriedly saying, "Yes, there are no more secrets." Riku and the others also glanced at him but didn't say a word. Minato scanned all three of them, and after a long time, he sighed helplessly. He suggested, "Then let's end the discussion here. I have a proposal." Hinata frowned slightly, muttering suspiciously. "A proposal?" Minato said nonchalantly, "Why don't we team up?" This made Hinata dissatisfied. Minato ignored her and continued, "Think of it as a partnership. I'm not saying I'm under you all. You saw from the last catastrophe that cooperation is necessary." Hearing this, Hinata immediately scoffed mockingly. "Huh? The hero Kusanagi Minato needs our help?" Minato ignored the remark and explained calmly, "I have my own limits too. If the magic aristocracy participates, that would be great. We could overcome any catastrophe. You guys aren't against helping the people, right?" Riku hesitated for a long time before speaking. "It's an invitation we couldn't refuse. We can't defeat the demon leader on our own, so we have to rely on you." Just then, Takagami also asked to join. "I can help in my own way by crafting weapons." Minato naturally didn't refuse. He nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you both." The three of them then looked at Hinata. Hinata's eyes were filled with resentment, but she still shouted irritably, "Fine, you want us to work together, don't you?" Hinata added. "But in return, Minato, don't you dare bring this up again. If you keep complaining, I'm going to knock some sense into you." Minato didn't hesitate to nod. "All right, I understand," he added. "And both of you, stop taking hostages." Hinata huffed in response. "I know." And so, the special magic unit and the magical aristocracy became allies. It was the first time in 50 years that the magical nobility had partnered with anyone else. Minato suddenly remembered something, and whispered to himself, "Now that I think about it, I feel like I've forgotten something. Maybe it's just my imagination." What he had forgotten was the group in black that had been defeated at Ryuji's place, along with the Mizuha Duika sisters. After seeing them, they were very surprised, not understanding what was happening. The next day, at the local police academy in Osaka, when word spread that Minato had arrived, a crowd came to greet him. "Greetings, Captain Kusanagi Minato. Minato was startled by their enthusiasm and didn't know how to react. Just then, a stern shout rang out. "Line up! You're not students anymore!" Hearing the voice, the whole group straightened their backs and lined up neatly. A man, Tadano, quickly stepped out and spoke. "My apologies for this, Captain Kusanagi. It's truly embarrassing for the police force to have people acting like children." Minato looked at them, confused, and muttered, "Right." The man continued, "But I understand. What the special magic unit displayed during the disaster was so impressive that even I wanted to join this training session." Minato sighed helplessly. It wasn't just the police officers in the courtyard. There was a crowd of onlookers outside as well. Everyone wanted to see Minato, but he didn't pay much attention and began training the police in the yard. As soon as he finished speaking, all the officers cast level 1 magic simultaneously. During the training, a few female officers stole glances at Minato. He clutched his head in frustration. It seemed the media buzz was actually working. They didn't look like they were having fun, but at least they were full of enthusiasm. However, he wasn't going to go easy on them. And so, the police endured a day of pure exhaustion, a living hell. Minato stood by like a demonic drill sergeant and shouted, "This is an exercise to train both your body and your strength. Run while sensing your magic. Imagine that you're relying on it." The group kept running until their foreheads and bodies were drenched in sweat. Cries and groans echoed throughout the training ground. Minato ignored them, wore a devilish smile, and said, "Calm down. I have healing magic, so train as hard as you can. If it hurts, I'll heal you. Stop complaining and keep running. Your enemies won't care about your problems." The group ran in despair, gritting their teeth. A week later, all the officers participating in the training could sense their magic power. Minato nodded in satisfaction. "You all did great. You're completely different from a week ago." He told them to keep training even when he wasn't there, as they were the guardians of peace in Osaka. Hearing this, the officers were deeply moved. Some couldn't help but sob. Minato didn't pay them any mind. He turned and walked away, thinking, "I'll leave the rest to you." Afterward, the magical power of the Osaka police force improved, matching the Tokyo team. Minato felt he should head back to Tokyo. Otherwise, he'd have to deal with a press conference later. A few days later, the media quickly reported on the alliance between the Special Magic Unit and the Homurai and Kichi noble magic families. The news exploded instantly. People started gossiping about it. Citizens all over Japan were paying attention to what was going on behind the scenes. Even students still in school were talking about it. But there was one thing that made the media suspicious. Why hadn't the head of the Mizuha family appeared at the press conference? And what were these noble mages really thinking? Since when did Japan become united enough to fight against the disaster? Elsewhere, at the Tokyo Police Department's training ground, Minato glanced at the two people behind him and asked skeptically, "Can't you guys reach the old man?" Du nodded slightly and replied, "Yeah, we've tried many times." Ruka added helplessly, "Once again, he's abandoned us." Minato frowned and said, "I'm a bit concerned that the pillar of your family still hasn't shown up." Ruka pouted and said, "We thought he would come if we coordinated the partnership with the Homurai and Kaihi families." Minato pondered silently. If there were no issues with their relationship, then the problem between Du, Ruka, and their father should have been resolved. But Mizuha Tsuchiru remained silent. Perhaps he should look into it. Minato stood there without saying a word. The two sisters looked at him. After a long while, Du suddenly said excitedly, "We heard you were very successful in Osaka." Ruka nodded in agreement. "Right. We're very proud of you." Minato smiled involuntarily but pouted, saying, "It was nothing but trouble." While the three were talking, Shidugo watched Minato quietly. Whenever he wasn't around, the Black Mage never appeared. He couldn't help but suspect that Minato might be the Black Mage. But if Minato really was an evil mage, Shidugo would have to arrest him. He really didn't want that to happen, and could only hope his suspicions were wrong. In the afternoon, Minato quietly left alone again. It was rare to see all three of the Ruka sisters busy, but going home alone was fine. Just on the way back, he was suddenly blocked. They were servants of the Mizuha family. They bowed to him and said respectfully, "Kusanagi Minato, we are here to bring you to us." A little later, at the Mizuha family mansion, Mizuha Tsuchiru glared at Minato and asked indignantly, "I heard my daughter is living with you. If you have any ill intentions toward her, I will end you right here." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his magic power. Minato was speechless and sighed. "But we're just friends." Mizuha Tsuchiru frowned and continued to grill him. "You wouldn't even touch a hair on her head, right?" Minato nodded calmly. "I wouldn't do that to my friend." He hadn't expected Mizuha Tsuchiru to call him there just out of concern for his daughter. You suspected he still possessed the qualities of a father. As Minato pondered this, Tsuchiru suddenly called out, "Come here, you two, get out to the training grounds." Standing in the air above Tadano Jun, Tsuchiru coolly suggested, "Let's have a spar." Minato didn't hesitate to nod and accept. "Sure, I don't mind." Seeing him agree, Tsuchiru unleashed his magic power. Minato didn't hold back either. His own powerful magic quickly radiated outward. Tsuchiru truly wanted to test him, launching a 7th-tier water magic spell right from the start, sending a surging wave of water crashing forward. Minato didn't dare to let his guard down and countered with a 7th-tier spell of his own. With a loud boom, the two powerful forces collided. The two quickly descended from the air above Tadano Jun back to the ground. Tsuchiru narrowed his eyes at Minato, unable to hide his admiration. He had managed to neutralize the weakness of water magic, using fire magic of the same level. "You're strong. I trust you with my daughter." With that, he brushed past Minato. Minato looked at Tsuchiru's retreating back, his thoughts unreadable. Elsewhere, inside a large house, Akuto was so furious he smashed everything in sight. He roared wildly, "All of you. You're a bunch of useless trash. Kusanagi Minato is still alive and kicking, but that's enough. I will kill anyone who stands in my way." He then pointed at the person beside him and demanded aggressively, "Can you meet my requirements?" Tiru nodded slightly and replied, "Rest assured, I will eliminate the Dark Mage." Akuto glared at him and said in a cold voice, "I will incite an all-out war between the Black Rebellion and the Dark Mage. Just wait, Dark Mage." The next day, in class, Minato was surrounded by a group of female students as usual. He felt truly helpless. Everything was even more troublesome than before. Du, on the other side, was facing a similar situation. More and more students were flocking around her, and this had caught the attention of another group of girls. They were extremely jealous that she was being admired so much. Du finally couldn't take the constant questioning anymore. She made an excuse to slip away, saying she had to go to the restroom. Once she ran out into the hallway, she whispered a complaint to herself. "I'm used to these things, but it's honestly so exhausting when they keep swarming me like this." Just then, a group of girls cornered Mizuha Duika. The red-haired girl in the lead raised an eyebrow and asked, "Mizuha, are you free for a moment?" They then dragged her to a secluded corner of the school. It clearly wasn't for anything good. The red-haired girl pushed Du against the wall with her foot. She berated her aggressively. "You're so annoying. You know that? How could someone like you get into the special magic team? Don't think that just because you're from a noble family, you're entitled to special treatment." The blue-haired girl beside her chimed in to criticize her as well. "I bet she did something shady to get in. She's been rotten since she was a kid." Hearing these words, Du couldn't help but shout back in protest. "I got in there based on my own ability. I trained hard for it. Why would I ever do something so dirty?" With a scoff, the red-haired girl spoke up, clearly dissatisfied. "So, you're saying you don't like Kusanagi? You don't claim him as your boyfriend? People in the magical nobility aren't supposed to lie, right?" Upon hearing this, Kusanagi Ryuji fell into a silence, not knowing how to react. Just then, Minato appeared. He shouted aggressively, "What are you doing here?" His shout startled the three girls. The red-haired girl hurried to explain, "We just don't think it's fair that Mizuha, someone from the nobility, is getting treated so well." The blue-haired girl nodded in agreement. She probably used her connections to get ahead. Seeing Minato say nothing, the red-haired girl grew even more arrogant and challenged him brazenly. "I'm sure you're supporting her too, right? It's no surprise for someone with immense power like you, but it's so unfair." Du couldn't refute a single word of these accusations. She was always like this, always cowardly, in the face of people questioning her abilities. Minato frowned as he looked at her, standing there in silence for a long time. The three girls felt even more triumphant, laughing and saying, "Maybe we could do an even better job if we were on the team." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Immediately after, he spoke coldly. "I see you girls are very passionate. Fine. I'll let you join the special magic team training." Minato told them they would be recruited once they completed the training session. In an instant, the three girls were instantly excited, constantly promising they would pass. Du felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar, not knowing what to do. That afternoon at the police training grounds, Minato brought the three girls to the training field and clearly announced that these three would be participating in the training starting today. Kusanagi Ryuji narrowed his eyes at the three girls and scoffed. "Never seen these people before." Ruka also nodded, remarking that they didn't look very disciplined. And they didn't seem to have any power either. Du was confused and didn't know what to say. Minato was actually going to let them join, but very quickly, she forced herself not to get distracted. All she needed to do now was do what had to be done. The three girls still had no idea what was waiting for them, still chatting happily and excitedly. However, their conversation made Ruka dissatisfied. They seemed to take this training lightly. Kusanagi Ryuji grumbled unhappily. What's wrong with them? Minato knew what the two were worried about and said calmly, "Don't think about anything else right now. They need this training." The red-haired girl didn't care about practicing at all. She was only happy because she got to be near Minato, but her happiness didn't last long. Once the training started, she could barely breathe, let alone pay attention to Minato. Unfortunately, Minato didn't notice and kept running ahead, urging everyone to keep training. Run like your life depends on it. Your enemies won't go easy on you. Imagine you're being chased by a monster. Ruka's group was already used to this. They kept running forward, but the three girls didn't. After running for a bit, they started complaining. After the run, Minato made them do push-ups. The three girls couldn't hold on for long and collapsed. Next was magic training. By this point, the three girls decided they had to escape, otherwise, they would die. But before they could get far, an arm pulled them back. Minato flashed a devilish smile and said, "Where are you going? This is only the beginning." Finally, the three girls couldn't take it anymore and started crying. No normal person could train like this. This is torture. You're hurting us on purpose. Looking at them, Minato ignored their cries and pointed into the distance. He then spoke slowly. They couldn't handle it at first either, but they improved day by day to reach the strength they have now. After hearing him, the expressions on the three girls turned ugly, but Minato didn't care and continued speaking. Duka works hard and always pushes forward, yet she still thinks she has no talent. As he said this, his tone turned sharp. And yet, people still think she got in easily. Looks and connections have nothing to do with it. He walked up to the redhead, making her tremble in fear. Minato showed no mercy, continuing in a cold voice. "Duka is a very important friend to me. I won't forgive anyone who tries to hurt her." The three girls reflexively stood up, tears already falling. And finally, they couldn't take it anymore and ran away, begging for mercy. Minato watched them go and sighed helplessly. Good grief, they're so cowardly. They could have kept participating if they'd just put in the work. Kusanagi Ryuji walked up beside him, muttering in confusion. "What's wrong with them?" Minato shrugged indifferently and pouted. "Don't worry about it. They're just pathetic." At that same time, Du finally understood why Minato let those people join the training. That afternoon, after practice, on the way home, Du said gratefully, "I heard what you said back there. Thank you for standing up for me." She then gave him a truly sincere smile. Minato replied casually, "I thought showing them the reality of things would stop them from sucking up to people and gossiping." Yet, Du still laughed happily. "You just said not to worry about it, remember?" "Did I?" Minato nodded in confusion. "Right, yeah, that's right." Du was truly happy at that moment. She whispered, "But I have to say, I consider you an important person too. Is that so?" Minato raised an eyebrow, not seeming to pay much attention. Du knew that being important to him meant something different, but for now, that was enough for her. Someday, when she gained the strength to stand by Minato's side, she would be very powerful. Thinking of this, she suddenly sped up. Her tone held a playful note. "I'll be strong enough to beat you, Minato. So, you'd better prepare yourself." Saying that, Du turned to look at Minato, smiling radiantly. The next day, a disaster struck. Monsters were swarming out, destroying everything. Figures appeared on the scene immediately. It was Minato and Hinata. After hearing the disaster alert, they rushed over to coordinate and deal with the disaster. Hinata, being hot-headed, charged ahead. Minato had no choice but to quickly follow. The two quickly used magic to eliminate the monsters. Seeing this, the fleeing citizens couldn't help but exclaim, "That's amazing." The special magic team and the aristocratic mages are actually working together. And with the cooperation of the special magic team, the reputation of the magical nobility was gradually recovering. The trend was that the black mage was weeding out illegal mages, while the special magic team handled disasters and monsters. The magic team had a special business model, focusing on students as their core. Some people thought they were just a police organization, frequently delaying their responses, leading to growing criticism of the police. Meanwhile, at a city hospital, a boy around 9 years old lay in a hospital bed, eyes closed tight. Just then, the hospital room window opened, and someone quietly slipped inside. It was Minato. He was using recovery magic to heal the boy on the bed. In the blink of an eye, the boy's body was enveloped in magic power. However, recovery magic didn't work on those in a coma. Minato hoped it would help his body and mind. It had been a long time, and nothing had changed. Even though Minato kept treating him, it seemed the recovery magic wasn't working. Recalling the desperation of Leona, this boy was her younger brother, he couldn't help but frown. Minato was determined not to give up. But just then, a noise outside startled him. It was Leona. She pushed the door open and entered. Suddenly, Leona sensed something, frowning as she muttered, "I feel like someone was here. Or is it just my imagination?" She wasn't wrong. Minato really was there. But before she could see him, he had already jumped out the window. Leona walked over to her brother's bedside and whispered, "How are you feeling? I don't need to ask to know the answer, do I?" Then she started telling Kai stories about the Black Mage. Leona said the Black Mage was a wonderful person. His magic was absolute, and he was very proactive and reliable. She had never met anyone like Minato before. After a while of praising Minato, Leona started to complain. "But you know, he's a bit mean sometimes." She said that because Minato had forced her to train for a long time. He was strict and very fierce. Saying this, Leona suddenly burst into laughter, but there was a hint of sorrow hidden within it. Her hand resting on the bed was trembling uncontrollably. Leona bit her lip and muttered, "I won't give up. I'll make sure no one suffers like you did." She vowed to overthrow the Black Rebellion at any cost. Leona bowed her head, her figure looking incredibly desolate. She reached out to stroke the pale skin of Kai, who lay on the hospital bed. After a long time, she whispered, "I'm sorry, Kai." Leona stayed by Kai's side all night. Minato quickly left the hospital. The next evening at a warehouse. As previously arranged, Minato arrived at the meeting spot to see Leona, but there were some strangers there, making him ask, "Huh? Who are they?" Leona explained happily, "These are your teammates." Minato was dissatisfied. "Where did you even find these people?" Shrugging indifferently, Leona pouted and replied, "I didn't find them myself. They found each other. I posted your photos and videos online to see if anyone would contact me." Minato nodded in realization. So that was it. Seeing him say nothing, Leona continued, "Don't worry, I verified their identities and took pictures. They are trustworthy." Right then, everyone present was cheering excitedly. This is really him, the Black Mage in the flesh. Seeing this, Minato felt annoyed and said coldly, "I'm here to train you all. I'm not going to hesitate anymore. Get ready." Hearing this, everyone shouted enthusiastically, "We're ready. No matter what we look like on the outside, we're very confident in ourselves." Minato smiled involuntarily and pouted, "I'm looking forward to it." And in less than an hour, they had all collapsed. Minato's demon-like training regime was too intense, and he was still complaining, "You guys are useless. Train like your lives depend on it." Although the newcomers were only enthusiastic at first, their dedication was clear. They improved significantly under Minato's guidance. A new strategic team specialized in a strategy for information gathering and manipulation had been established. The task force targeted the Black Rebellion's bases and destroyed them. The Black Mage received support from underworld organizations, and Minato's power grew day by day. At the police station, this information naturally reached their ears. During break time, they couldn't help but discuss how the Black Rebellion's dens had been hit hard. Was this just a feud between rogue mages? Some saw the Black Mage as a neutral party. Sudogo was also present, and hearing these words, his expression grew increasingly grim. "Neutral. My foot. Those rogue mages are just a bunch of criminals. I won't let them keep doing this." On Akuto's side, he was furious, gnashing his teeth as he cursed. "He dares to challenge and look down on us once again like that? I'm not who I used to be." Just then, a subordinate reported, "Boss, everything is ready." Akuto grumbled with dissatisfaction. "Too slow. A bunch of useless idiots. I'll close in on them and kill them all with my own hands. Just you wait. Kusanagi, Minato. Kusanagi, Minato." Regardless of the shocking news outside, everyone at the police station was still training hard. Throughout that time, Sudogo kept quietly observing Minato. He was truly an exceptional person. However, Sudogo couldn't help but suspect that he might be Kusanagi Minato. Based on Minato's age, his abilities, and the timing of his arrival, it was difficult for Sudogo not to be suspicious. He wanted to believe that Minato wasn't the Black Mage. While Sudogo was thinking, 3 people stood before Minato, apologizing profusely. Minato looked at the shattered bracelets in his hands, looking a bit panicked. Du hurriedly explained, "We tried to fix it." But before she could finish, Minato coldly interrupted, "It's fine, don't worry about it. It just exceeded its limit. It seems like a beginner, like you can't create weapons to defeat monsters yet. You should still ask Shizuku." At this, Kasaragi Ryuji said, with dissatisfaction, "I can't say I like this." Ruka also muttered uncomfortably, "I thought they would be triggered at night to test us." Du also couldn't accept the idea of sneaking into the house at night like that. Seeing them so unhappy, Minato hurriedly said, I'm not happy about it either. But thinking about our future cooperation, it's necessary. I'm sorry, but could you all just let this slide? If you say so. The three of them, including Ruka, didn't hesitate to nod and agree. Ruka suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly brought it up. The magic nobility acted a bit strangely back then. I wasn't attacked by their magic, but they didn't seem to realize the situation they were in. Minato slowly explained that it was a form of magic exhaustion. The magic absorbs their strength and memories. They don't remember what happened after the magic was used on them. Seeing that they were fine now, he quickly suggested, all right, training is over, let's head back. However, the three of them said they were busy and split off to go their separate ways. Minato felt a bit helpless, but he didn't say anything. Just then, Sudogo approached and offered, Kusanagi, I'll give you a ride home. Minato didn't refuse and got into Sudogo's car to head home. Sudogo sat in the driver's seat and slowly spoke up. Recently, the Black Mage has been expanding his influence. Minato couldn't help but frown and said, Are you still suspecting me? Sudogo neither denied nor confirmed it. He just smiled faintly and said, Kusanagi Minato is an exceptional person. I think that in a similar position, you'd eventually realize it too. Indifferently shrugging, Minato pouted and said, I don't know anything. Sudogo squinted at him and asked suspiciously, Is that so? Minato calmly replied, Is this Kusanagi Minato guy really a bad guy? I haven't seen or heard of him doing anything evil. Sudogo didn't hesitate to answer. As far as I know, he is a good person, but he is still a criminal. Minato was confused and asked, Why? Sudogo hesitated for a moment and pulled the car over to the side of the road, leaving the cabin in silence. After a long pause, he replied, My father was a police officer, a man who upheld justice. He was an extraordinary man, and I once had a happy and proud family. My father used to say that even criminals are human beings with a conscience. If you treat them with sincerity, they will understand. When I was young, I respected him for that. I wanted to become a police officer just like him one day. But my father was killed. He tried to negotiate with a criminal who was holding hostages, but the guy cast a magic spell on him. Since my father didn't know how to use magic, he collapsed instantly. As he spoke, Sudogo's rage grew, and he bit his lip until it bled. He gritted his teeth and said he was too stubborn about his own beliefs. He put his trust in criminals, and they responded with cruelty. That guy was convicted of robbery and murder and was caught. When he was asked why he killed my father, he said he just panicked, that it wasn't his fault, but my father's fault instead. Every time he remembered this, Sudogo's anger flared up again. He shouted aggressively, Bullshit. He said he was scared. The one who should have been scared was the victim, my father, who was murdered, killed for no reason at all. I will never forgive people like that. All criminals are the same damn dogs. He said that even if you save someone, criminals aren't worth saving. Finally, Sudogo couldn't hold it in anymore. He rested his head on the steering wheel, sobbing as he muttered, Father, what was all of this to prove? Minato listened from beside him without saying a word. If Sudogo was willing to share so much, it must have affected him deeply. After a while, Sudogo remembered his composure and hurriedly said, I'm sorry for reacting like that in front of you. I'm counting on you again tomorrow. With that, Sudogo drove off and dropped Minato off at his house. As for Sudogo, he drove away, carrying his heavy thoughts with him. The next morning, at the Magic Academy, the two sisters were waiting for Minato, but he didn't show up, which made them a bit annoyed. Meanwhile, Minato was sprinting madly down the street. But as he passed a building, he saw two shady-looking guys lurking about. It was clear they were no good. At that exact moment, the billboard screen on the building lost its signal. When the signal returned, Akuto appeared on the screen. He declared aggressively that this broadcast had been hijacked by Black Rebellion. The nearby citizens were confused upon seeing him, but some recognized Akuto and began whispering, Isn't this Kuroi, the former noble of the magical world? Akuto had taken over the TV station and loudly proclaimed, Special Magic Squad and Juno Tadano, I have a gift for you. He said Black Rebellion had planted multiple bombs across Japan. Akuto also warned the police not to act foolishly. If they disobeyed his orders, he would blow them up one by one. But no sooner had he finished speaking than Akuto snapped his fingers. Immediately, deafening explosions echoed through the air. Smoke and fire filled the sky, throwing the citizens into a panic. Debris began falling, and anyone hit would be crushed to pieces. Fortunately, Minato was already there and used a magic barrier to protect the civilians. After escaping the danger, the people hurriedly thanked him. At the same time, the police received the report, but the communication was being jammed. Sudogo bit his lip aggressively. Neither the police nor the Special Magic Squad could act. Meanwhile, Du was trying to reach Minato but couldn't get through. she said anxiously. I can't contact Minato. What the hell is he doing? At the same time, at the TV station, Akuto was still gloating and laughing loudly. Kusanagi Minato. You will have to come to the designated location alone. If you don't follow instructions, I will detonate all the bombs at once. You wouldn't try to run away, would you? Kusanagi Minato. Minato looked up at the big screen in front of him, his face serious. By evening, Minato was wearing his dark mage uniform and arrived at the meeting spot set by Akuto. Through his earpiece, Leona asked hesitantly, The location is a warehouse at the docks, previously used as a hideout. Are you really doing this? Minato nodded slightly and replied, Yeah, it'll be fine. The other end hesitated for a moment. Then Leona said worriedly, Be careful, Kusanagi Minato. Don't die before we do. Of course, Minato smiled instinctively and answered confidently. A moment later, he walked into the designated warehouse. Even though the warehouse was abandoned, the lights were still on. A group of thugs with dyed hair were gathered there, their menacing faces showing they were up to no good. As soon as Minato appeared, they surrounded him. Akuto walked out from the crowd and laughed coldly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Kusanagi Minato. He threw his head back and laughed. I've waited for this day for so long, the day I get to beat you to a pulp. He said the people there were top-tier mages with superior power. Every one of Black Rebellion's strongest members was here. With a slight scoff, Minato said coldly, So, if I take everyone here down, will Black Rebellion be destroyed? Hearing this, Akuto laughed as if he'd heard a joke. His subordinates mocked him. Are you stupid? Like you could win by yourself. Akuto bit his lip aggressively, radiating killing intent. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Shut up, you bastard. That's how guys who underestimate their opponents get defeated. But I'm not like that. I won't hold back. I will kill Kusanagi Minato, and I won't lower my guard. Minato chuckled coldly, pouted, and said, Do you really think you can do it? He then prepared to charge forward. Seeing this, Akuto laughed. Now. You can't resist. You know that. If you do, I'll blow this city to pieces with my bombs. I wonder how many people would die. Instantly, Minato stopped in his tracks. Akuto was pleased and shouted a command to kill him. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of magic surged toward Minato, but it was blocked by a barrier. This made Akuto grit his teeth in frustration. A magic shield? That annoying brat his subordinates just kept targeting Minato. But before long, they were exhausted. Minato, however, wasn't hurt at all. He said indifferently, It's useless. Level 3 magic has no effect on me. Akuto grew even angrier. He punched one of his subordinates and shouted furiously, You're all useless. You didn't even make him bleed. Minato couldn't help but retort, Trash. Akuto didn't back down and shouted coldly, This trash is going to kill you in the most brutal way possible. He said that Minato was strong, with a massive amount of magic and high-level spells, so normally he wouldn't stand a chance. Then Akuto pulled out a gun, smirked, and asked, But what about this? Minato didn't look worried at all. Calmly said, Bullets won't work on me. But no sooner had he finished speaking than a bullet grazed his face, leaving a small cut, and fresh blood began to ooze out. Akuto laughed triumphantly. I've been dying to see that look on your face. This thing is enchanted with magic that can nullify any kind of spell. It can pierce through anything, even the strongest magical barriers. Then, he started firing toward Minato. Not daring to be careless this time, he hurriedly dodged. Seeing this, Akuto muttered in dissatisfaction that it had been a long time since he used a gun, and he wasn't hitting much. But just then, he saw a flow of magical energy appear around Minato, and in an instant, the wound on his face healed. Not only that, but other injuries on his body also vanished. Akuto's expression immediately darkened. You bastard, you're using recovery magic, aren't you? Minato spoke calmly. Don't confuse them. This is natural magic. It activates automatically, without needing my permission. I'm not even resisting it. Akuto bit his lip aggressively, but he quickly calmed down and spoke. Well, that doesn't matter anyway. Healing won't change the situation, and it's actually better for me, because I'll get to hurt you many more times. As soon as he finished, Akuto continued to fire at Minato. He laughed triumphantly while pulling the trigger. Does it hurt? It must hurt a lot, right? Even if the wounds heal, you'll still feel the pain. However, Akuto didn't notice that the expressions of his subordinates had become extremely panicked, because the wounds on Minato's body were only superficial, and with his recovery magic, they healed in no time. Akuto grew increasingly frantic. How strange, not a single shot hit him directly. Is he dodging them? That's impossible. Just then, a sound came through Minato's earpiece. He immediately nodded and replied, Is that so? All right, I understand. Being ignored, Akuto shouted angrily. Daring to chat with your teammates in front of your enemy? Why do you dare to insult me like that? I've had enough. I'm going to kill you. But before he could act, Minato cast a 5th-tier spell, and in an instant, a gale erupted inside the warehouse. It quickly engulfed the Black Rebellion crew, throwing them all outside. By the time the wind died down, those people had already been defeated. Akuto bit his lip aggressively, grabbed his phone to call someone, and ordered them to detonate the bombs immediately. But the person on the other end said something that made him panic and shout, "What did you say?" Minato spoke up then. "It's useless. All the bombs have been neutralized by my allies." Akuto was stunned. Minato let out a cold huff and said indifferently, "I have to admit, that actually hurt, you know? But I'm going to pay you back 100-fold. Akuto grew angrier by the second. He gritted his teeth and screamed, "You bastard, I'll kill you." Just then, Sudugo led his group running in and shouted, "That's enough." Du glared at Akuto and said coldly, "All the bombs have been neutralized." Mizuha Ruka also stepped in to warn him, "Stop with these futile obstructions already." Minato couldn't help but frown. They arrived so quickly. Could it be that they were waiting nearby without being detected? Ruka looked at his back and whispered, "That's the black mage Kusanagi Minato, isn't it?" Kasaragi Ryuji exclaimed excitedly. "He's got some serious power too." Only Karine, who was there, knew the person in front was Minato, and she felt a bit worried. Did he really come here alone? "We have to help him quickly." Seeing that they had arrived, she immediately spoke up. "The situation has changed now." Akuto bit his lip aggressively, his eyes filled with rage. Just then, a figure stepped out, and a low voice resonated. "Looks like you're having a hard time, huh?" Seeing that person, the two sisters, Du and Ruka, were instantly panicked, because it was none other than Tusiru. Du couldn't help but question him. "Why are you here?" Ruka's father also asked with dissatisfaction. "Why are you standing with that guy, Koi?" Giving a slight smile, Akuto said triumphantly, "Because we're friends, obviously." This left both Ruka and Du in disbelief, asking in confusion, "Is there any reason for this, father? What is going on?" Tusiru remained indifferent, coldly saying, "I have no obligation to tell you too." Until this moment, the two sisters still couldn't, except that the father they had always respected was conspiring with criminals from the underworld. But Sudugo didn't pay attention to that. He actually rushed toward Minato, trying to grab him. Minato frowned slightly and asked with dissatisfaction, "Is this really the time to treat me like an enemy?" Karine also interrupted. "Kusanagi isn't here. We should be cooperating instead." Kasaragi Ryuji nodded in agreement. "Yeah, there's no time for misunderstandings right now." Biting his lip aggressively, Sudugo hesitated for a long time before agreeing. "Fine, we'll cooperate, but only this once." But at that moment, Minato suddenly screamed, "Duck!" As if on cue, several grenades fell in front of Sudugo's group. With a loud boom, a massive explosion erupted, and fire and smoke spread everywhere. Fortunately, Sudugo's group managed to dodge in time. Ruka bit her lip and muttered, "That power is terrifying. These aren't ordinary grenades." Minato couldn't help but speak up. "I didn't expect that besides guns, they'd have anti-magic equipment capable of neutralizing magic." Yet, Akuto just kept laughing and said, "That's not all." Saying that, he opened his jacket to reveal many more smoke bombs and other weapons inside. At the same time, the two Ruka sisters were quietly observing their father. Ruka hesitated for a long while before speaking. "I never thought I'd have to fight against our own father." Du also sighed reluctantly. Why did things come to this? While the two were confused about what to do, Tusiru cast a spell, and a wild wave of water rushed toward them. Seeing this, Ruka immediately jumped in front of Mizuha Duika to shield her, simultaneously casting magic to strike back. The two waves of water quickly collided, but Ruka's magical power was weaker than Tusiru's, so her wave was dispersed, and Tusiru's wave rushed straight at the two sisters. Fortunately, Ryuji had time to create a stone wall to block it for them. Having just escaped danger, Ruka looked at Kasaragi Ryuji with gratitude. "Thanks." Du also spoke up. "Thank you both." Tusiru, however, showed no concern for his two daughters at all. He said coldly, "You two have really gotten much stronger than before, and your teamwork isn't bad, but compared to me, you're nothing." As soon as he finished, the magic power within Tusiru surged. Ruka couldn't help but panic. That power is terrifying. Kasaragi Ryuji was also shocked and muttered, "Maybe it's on par with Minato?" Just then, a bold step forward was taken. Ducie walked confidently toward the front and said aggressively, "Now we can act. We couldn't do anything before, but things are different now." Ruka nodded slightly in agreement. That's it, we're stronger now, no more hesitation, Kasaragi Ryuji shouted with excitement. They had endured such grueling training. Mizuha Duika narrowed her eyes at Tiru and declared confidently, I will defeat you, and then I'll make you answer for all of this. Instantly, the two Ruka sisters combined their magic. A 7th-level spell materialized, and a massive pillar of water surged forward like a mad beast. Too naive, Tiru scoffed with disdain, before weaving an 8th-level water spell. A tsunami erupted, colliding head-on with the water pillar. With a thunderous boom, the magic shattered, raining down as a fine mist, drenching the entire Mizuha Ruka group. Standing amidst the downpour, Tusiru spoke coldly. You can neutralize my magic, but not entirely. You two still have a long way to go. Ruka lay on the ground, staring at him in disbelief. He can cast an 8th-level spell? He's just too powerful. Akuto watched the scene and let out a smug, boisterous laugh. This is truly a one-sided battle, isn't it? Both them and us. He stood face to face with Minato. Brandishing a gun with a smug grin, he sneered. It seems even the great Kusanagi Minato is useless against anti-magic equipment. Huh? You've never faced a gun before, have you? Plus, Akuto had a seasoned warrior on his side. Convinced, Minato stood no chance. He told the boy to start begging for his life. Yet, Minato just stood there, calm as ever. Seeing this, Akuto felt a flicker of confusion. He couldn't fathom why Minato remained so composed. Minato ignored him, glancing back at the Ruka group. Feeling slighted, Akuto flew into a rage. Don't you dare act so arrogant. He opened fire on Minato, but this time, instead of standing his ground, Minato nimbly dodged the shots. Akuto's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. You dodged all of them? No, that was just luck. An ordinary person shouldn't be able to do that. How about this? Realizing the gun wasn't enough, Tusiru unleashed an 8th-level spell to attack. A powerful tsunami rushed toward Minato, and at the same moment, Akuto lunged into action. Drawing a knife and casting a 5th-level dark magic strike, Akuto darted forward. In a flash, he was behind Minato. Without a shred of hesitation, he slashed down, but Minato dodged yet again. Undeterred, Akuto opened fire again. Minato sidestepped the bullets with ease, but Tusiru's tsunami was still bearing down on him. Not daring to be careless, Minato hurriedly raised a barrier to shield himself. Tusiru didn't let up, maintaining the magical pressure. Minato stood his ground, protected by his blade and barrier, the tsunami unable to touch him. Watching the clash, the VUCA group couldn't help but be stunned. Are they monsters or what? Just watching them makes me feel so pathetic. In this state, there's no way we can face Minato. But Sudugo was still eyeing a chance to trap Minato. If they attacked head-on, they had no chance of winning. But right now, the Black Mage wasn't focused on them. If they caught him off guard, they might just succeed. Reinforcements would arrive soon, and then Akuto and Tusiru would be taken into custody. If they missed this chance, they would never get another. With that thought, Sudugo looked at Karen and said, Sananda, we're going to attack Chrono. Karen looked at him, bewildered. But at him? Sudugo replied coldly, he's only fighting for himself. He's just a criminal mage. This is our chance to capture him. Karen hesitated, trying to speak, but Sudugo cut her off sharply. Please, this is our only chance. Karen frowned, her eyes darting around as if in deep thought. A moment later, she stood up. Sudugo exclaimed excitedly. You'll do it, right? As expected, Karine cast her magic. A beam of divine energy surged toward Minato, catching him mid-fight with Akuto and sending him flying. Akuto let out a smug laugh at the sight. No surprise there. These police officers are useless after all. Sudugo smiled, feeling satisfied. Well done. Now, it's my turn. But looking closer, he saw Minato being healed by Karen's magic. Akuto shouted in frustration. Are these cops really helping Kusanagi Minato, an illegal mage? Minato was also slightly surprised. He could heal himself and recover with passive magic. He didn't need Karen's divine spell. No, she must be trying to express her own feelings. Sudugo glared at Karen in disbelief, demanding to know why she healed him. Karen replied coolly, because he is fighting to protect us. Sudugo shouted back in protest, what on earth are you talking about? Karen explained fiercely, don't you see? We can barely even move, yet we're still alive. Why do you think he's been standing in one spot the whole time? It's because he's shielding us. She wasn't wrong. Minato really was trying to protect them, but Sudugo still didn't understand. Karen continued, if it weren't for him, we'd already be their targets. That's why we can't run away. Sudugo stubbornly shook his head in denial. That's impossible. He's an illegal mage. There's no way he'd try to save the police. Karen grabbed his collar and snapped, Have you forgotten why he's even here? He came here alone to save everyone. He has always fought for the sake of others. Sudugo fell silent, glancing over at Minato. It was true. He hadn't moved much. That was why he was covered in wounds. Was the Black Mage actually doing all this to shield them? The more he thought, the more unbelievable it felt. Had he been wrong about him? Even if Minato was an illegal mage, he wasn't like the others. Sudugo might have been running from the truth. Just then, the 3 Do members managed to stand up from the ground. They didn't care about their allies, they were black mages, and they had to fight. Akuto, still smug, laughed out loud. That doesn't change anything. Your strength is running out. The 3 Ruka members ignored him and immediately summoned their magic. Do roared. Even if we don't have much strength left, it's all we have to give. Tiru, who had been facing Minato, suddenly saw a wave of water surging toward him, mixed with shuriken-shaped stones. Tusiru was stunned and barely managed to dodge, immediately preparing a counterattack. But before he could act, a fire demon lunged wildly at him. Not daring to be careless, Tiru cast a 7th level spell, creating a raging torrent to block the demon. Tiru frowned in silence. He didn't have many opportunities to attack the Black Mage, and even if he targeted the magic squad, Minato would always stand in his way. Their coordination is too seamless to be just a temporary response. Right at that moment, the 3 of them Duka launched their attack once again. Du shouted aggressively, "At least we know how to hold them back." Karen used healing magic to support Minato. He wasn't fighting alone. Only Sudugo remained silent, standing there all by himself. After a long moment of hesitation, he suddenly grew resolute. He quickly joined the fray, which made Akuto scream in fury, "You disgusting bunch." Minato frowned, calculating. Thanks to the special magic squad, Tusiru's attack seemed to weaken, making the battle easier to handle. But Akuto wasn't about to let him off the hook. He fired wildly in their direction, shouting incessantly, "You guys are such a pain. I'm going to kill you all with this." As usual, Minato dodged every single bullet fired at him. Akuto stared at him in disbelief. "You dodged them all? What kind of trick is this? Is it an illusion? What kind of magic are you using?" Minato replied coldly, "I'm just dodging. No magic needed." Hearing this, Akuto snapped. "Just dodging? Don't mess with me. This isn't a movie." Shrugging indifferently, Minato smirked and said, "It's been a long time since I've faced ranged weapons without using magic. I haven't even used my full strength yet." In an instant, Akuto's eyes turned malicious, and he began firing frantically at Minato again, yet he still missed. Minato said coldly, "It's useless. I've already read your moves." Akuto didn't give up. He pulled out a suitcase and yelled aggressively, "How about this then? Anti-magic equipment, rocket launchers. Everyone's going to get blown to bits by this." But before Akuto could do anything, Minato appeared behind him in a flash. He gave a cold smile and said, "Gotcha." Akuto was stunned and asked in panic, "You can use teleportation?" Minato didn't answer. He just muttered 2 cruel words. Instantly, a surge of dark mana seeped into Akuto's body, causing him to shriek wildly. This is a special type of dark magic. It's not like other spells. Akuto will suffer for 3 days and 3 nights. Minato smiled wickedly. "A fitting punishment for someone like you." Akuto lay on the ground in agony, looking up at him in disbelief. Minato didn't care. He glanced at Tusiru and said, "Now, it's your turn." Meanwhile, the others were exhausted, sitting on the ground and panting. Minato smiled at them. "Well done. Leave the rest to me." He then turned to Tusiru and said, "All right, shall we begin?" Tusiru squinted at Minato for a long while before calmly raising his hands. He spoke slowly, "I surrender." Minato was confused. What did he mean? Just then, his earpiece buzzed. "Kusanagi, Minato, can you hear me?" Leona said she was in trouble. The police and the magical nobility were surrounding all the Black Rebellion bases in Tokyo. She was certain they were plotting something. Their information had been leaked by Tusiru. Hearing this, Minato immediately understood the problem. He narrowed his eyes and asked Tusiru, "So you were a spy infiltrating the Break Rebellion?" Tusiru gave a cold nod. "Something like that." But at that moment, Minato was suddenly startled to see that Akuto had actually broken free from his magic. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Are you kidding me? You guys. Every single one of you." Minato squinted at him. So he used an anti-magic device to break the spell. Akuto was furious now, holding a remote in his hand, screaming crazily, "I'm going to destroy everything. I'm going to trigger the bombs planted nearby." Hearing this, Ruka's group immediately panicked and shouted, "We have to run, but we can't move our bodies." Instantly, Minato and Tusiru both charged forward. Minato created a firewall to protect everyone, while Tusiru created an ice wall surrounding Ruka's group. Naturally, He wanted to protect his two daughters. Du couldn't help but be stunned, as she had seen the black mage up close. Akuto was almost insane by now, endlessly screaming, "Die," but when he pressed the button, nothing happened outside at all. Du murmured in shock. "Nothing happened?" Akuto was equally panicked, muttering indignantly, "What's going on? I clearly planted bombs everywhere." Right then, Leona ran in from outside and said, "Didn't we tell you those bombs had already been disarmed?" Akuto glanced at her and roared furiously. "One of the Black Mage's subordinates, how dare you vermin gather together?" He had gone completely mad. He kept screaming, "You scum, kneel and submit to me. You're nothing but useless slaves working for me." Leona didn't want to hear another word. She lunged forward and punched Akuto. Seeing him collapse, she sighed in relief and said, "Finally, I've had my revenge." Akuto still couldn't accept the truth. Tadano Jun muttered, "You guys are just being played. I'm not the mastermind, just a pawn." "Haha, took you long enough to realize." With that, Akuto passed out. Minato had heard everything he said before losing consciousness. He frowned in silence. Is there someone standing behind the Black Rebellion? If that's true, what kind of massive conspiracy is unfolding? Minato just stood there silently, but very quickly, he sensed something. Perhaps the police were almost here. Minato quickly lifted Leona up. Seeing him about to leave, Du hurriedly called out after him. Wait, but in a flash, Minato had disappeared. The three girls, Ruka and the others, stared blankly. He was gone, vanished like the wind. It really was him. Karen finally let out a sigh of relief. She was truly grateful to Minato. He had protected so many people. The next day, the news reported that Akuto, a former magic noble, had been arrested on charges including criminal conspiracy. Hinata and Riku also happened to hear this news while walking, but Hinata didn't look very happy. She walked away, dissatisfied. On this side, Mizuha Duika's group had acted without Minato, so when they met him again, they asked him for the reason. Kusanagi Ryuji asked suspiciously after hearing him out, "Did something happen with your family?" Du urged him with concern. "Next time, just remember to keep in touch with us." Minato nodded slightly and said apologetically, "Sorry, things have been so chaotic lately." A while later, at the Mizuha family mansion, two servants were waiting by the door. Seeing Ruka's group arrive, they immediately said respectfully, "We have been expecting you, members of the Special Magic Task Force." Inside the living room, Mizuha Duika questioned her father without hesitation. "Please explain the situation, father." Tusiru was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "To clear the disgrace of the magic nobility and stop the rampage of illegal mages, I pretended to cooperate with Kuroi and infiltrated the Black Rebellion. Akuto is a former magic noble, involved in countless crimes and constantly expanding his power. He said he couldn't just sit by and let Akuto keep doing evil." Du asked skeptically, "But why now?" Tusiru explained slowly. "It was a special directive from the police. Earlier, the police chief had summoned Tusiru and asked him to be an undercover agent. Since Akuto had colluded with Fuyuka, they thought it would be easier for Tusiru, a magic noble head, to approach him. Sure enough, Akuto trusted Tusiru." Minato frowned in silence. The story fit perfectly. Tusiru continued, "And even though I am not officially on the police force, I am treated as an exception, like an undercover investigator. I will not be held responsible for any charges." After hearing the whole story, the two Ruka sisters finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, both began to criticize the police, forcing people to endure this while they did nothing. Minato was still quite suspicious. The Special Magic Task Force was just the visible tip of the iceberg, and it could very well follow the same path. But why did Tusiru have to go this far? And as for the police, they usually revered the magic nobility, but this time the roles were reversed. Furthermore, why did they decide to act right at that moment? The reason that they couldn't ignore it anymore was unconvincing. Above all, on the night the incident happened, after leaving the warehouse, Minato had asked Leona about the police actually striking first. Leona nodded firmly. "That's right. The police, with their inferior information gathering, acted before we did, and more than half of the bombs were fakes." Minato frowned, speculating. "They didn't have enough real bombs?" Shrugging indifferently, Leona pouted, "That could be a possibility, but it's too sloppy to be a real threat. The police action was too fast, as if they already knew. There is something suspicious about this case." While Minato was thinking, Tusiru continued, "Following Homurai and Kaihi, I will also cooperate publicly from now on, and I will cancel the order to disown my children. I admit my sins. Please forgive me." Hearing this, both Mizuha Duika sisters were overjoyed. Seeing them like this, Minato felt much more at ease. After the conversation, they quickly left the mansion. Kusanagi Ryuji laughed as he walked. The Mizuha family has reconciled and even promised to cooperate with the task force. With the Black Rebellion destroyed, the problems are solved. Karen watched Minato secretly from behind. Her heart was full of joy. The Black Mage and he were the same person, and he was her hero. At the same time, Sudogo was also lost in his own thoughts. The Black Mage was an illegal mage, but he had saved them. If the Black Mage really was Minato, should he arrest him? What should he do in the end? Du was also confused about the Black Mage's identity. At that time, she had caught a glimpse of the Black Mage's eyes for a brief moment. It looked exactly like Minato's eyes, so she suspected they might be the same person. Minato, walking ahead, felt everyone's gaze and sighed inwardly, what a mess. This was really getting complicated. If things kept going like this, it would be dangerous. That night, as usual, Minato went to the hospital to heal Kai. But the boy still wouldn't wake up, which made him a bit anxious. While Minato was treating him, Leona pushed the door open and walked in. With no other choice, he had to stop the treatment. Minato quickly dashed out to hide by the window. Leona knew nothing of this. She walked to Kai's bedside and murmured, "We've defeated the villain together. You don't have to worry anymore." Then, she reached out to stroke the boy's hair, whispering, "No one will hurt you ever again." Before she could finish her sentence, Kai's lips suddenly twitched, whispering something. In a split second, Leona happily gripped his hand. "I'm here. Your sister is right here." Kai had finally woken up. The boy looked at her with a smile. "Welcome back, sister. I tried my best to be strong while you were away." Leona sobbed, hugging her younger brother tightly. Finally, her efforts had paid off. Minato, watching from outside the window, felt a warmth of joy for them. Soon after, he stepped into the night and headed home. The next morning, on the Magic Academy's rooftop, Ryuji was desperately pleading with Minato's group. "Please, I need you all to look after my siblings tomorrow." Minato asked suspiciously, "Is something wrong?" Kusanagi Ryuji hurriedly explained, "The problem is my shift lasts all day tomorrow. I'll be back very late." Usually, Ryuji would participate in the special magic task force activities and work, whenever his mother wasn't on shift, but it seemed both would be away this time. Kusanagi Ryuji said he couldn't leave his siblings alone until late at night, so he hoped Minato could look after them for him. Minato didn't hesitate, nodding, "Sure, I actually love kids." Kusanagi Ryuji was delighted. "Really? Thank you so much." Just then, Du spoke up apologetically. "I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't make it. I'm busy moving houses." Kusanagi Ryuji remembered something, nodded, and said, "Oh right, you're moving back to your father's place?" Du shook his head. "No. We're moving to a bigger place. Be bold, assert yourself, and explore the world. As long as Kusanagi Minato is by your side." That's what our father said. Kusanagi Ryuji couldn't help but feel helpless. "Your father is still the same as ever, huh?" Kusanagi Ryuji scratched his head awkwardly. Being fully supported by him is a blessing in itself. Minato frowned slightly. If he really wanted to encourage independence, living together would make sense for Duka, but it seemed like he had his own reasons for keeping them close. Ruka stood there in silence. That meant Minato and Ruka would be going with him. But when he looked at the two figures sitting on the bench, the words arrogant and foolish were clearly written in his eyes. So, Kusanagi Ryuji immediately changed his tune. "Now that I think about it, maybe it's better to leave Du alone," Minato asked with dissatisfaction. "Why are you hesitating?" But Kusanagi Ryuji didn't answer. Minato glanced at Ruka and asked, "How about you, Ruka? I'm sure I can handle it on my own." Ruka hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. "I want to help too." Seeing them both agree, Kusanagi Ryuji said happily, "Sorry to both of you. I'll make it up to you." Minato shook his head to show it was nothing, then looked at Ruka, who was sitting beside him, still hesitant. The next day, as promised, Minato and Ruka took the three kids to the amusement park. He smiled happily. "It's been a while since I've been to an amusement park." The three kids were thrilled to go out, constantly shouting about wanting to play every game. Minato agreed without a moment's hesitation. "All right, we'll play everything." With that, you led the three kids inside, but after only a few steps, you noticed that she wasn't following. Minato frowned and asked, "What are you doing? Let's go." Ruka squinted at everyone. Her aura was a bit intimidating as she coldly replied, "Oh, fine. I'm coming." Her presence made the kids cling to Minato, crying in fear. Minato sighed helplessly. "Hey, you look pretty scary right now. Why don't you try smiling a little?" Ruka apologized sheepishly. Then, she tried to force a smile, but it looked even worse than crying. The kids burst into tears again. She looked way too scary. Minato felt a bit overwhelmed and tried his best to soothe them. Ruka felt pretty hopeless too. She had resting stern face, and smiling didn't really help matters, but this was soon forgotten. Minato took the kids to ride the carousel, and then the Ferris wheel. The kids were grinning from ear to ear with joy. And it didn't stop there. Minato even took them on the roller coaster. They played like that for the whole day, the kids begging to keep going. Only Ruka walked silently behind. Minato noticed this. Seeing the look in her eyes, Ruka could only manage a reluctant smile, signaling she was okay. Just then, two of the kids needed to use the restroom, and Minato quickly warned them, "Be careful, don't bump into anyone." So, Minato and Ruka sat on a bench to wait for them. Minato said slowly, "Seeing them this excited really is the best." Ruka nodded slightly, hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "You're amazing, Minato. The kids really adore you." Minato quickly brushed it off. "It's nothing special." Mizuha Ruka didn't think so. She sighed. "You can see it, right? I'm not good with kids. It's not that I hate them, I'm just not good at socializing." Smiling instinctively, Minato replied calmly, "I know." Ruka grew more melancholy as she spoke, muttering softly, "I'm sorry. I once told Du she could never beat me, but that wasn't the truth. She said she couldn't cook, wasn't as perceptive as, and wasn't good at getting along with others either. Even in using magic, I'm being surpassed." Ruka sighed helplessly. "I'm not perfect. I'm just a clumsy girl who can't do anything right." Minato just listened silently, without saying a word. Realizing she was being too gloomy, Ruka immediately changed her attitude, putting on a cheerful look. "I'm not usually like this. Sorry. Forget everything I just said." Minato didn't say anything, and at that moment, the kids returned. Just then, a group of guys and girls filming a video kept shouting, "Those noisy brats are so annoying. We're recording all your stupid faces right now." And at that same moment, a child running toward Minato bumped into one of them. Seeing this, Minato was immediately startled, but before he could do anything, Mizuha Ruka moved like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, she had grabbed the child. Both of them slid across the ground. Once safe, Ruka quickly pulled the child from her arms, asking anxiously, "Are you okay?" The child finally remembered what happened and started crying. Seeing that the child was okay, Ruka finally let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, you aren't hurt at all." Right then, that couple walked up behind Ruka and began criticizing her aggressively. "That's not cool at all. You bump into someone and don't even bother to apologize? How incredibly rude." Hearing this, Ruka glared at them, clearly annoyed. "We didn't do anything wrong. You're the ones who should be apologizing." This attitude only made that jerk even angrier. He clenched his fist and lunged forward, shouting insults. "Listen here, lady. Just because you're pretty doesn't mean you can do whatever you want." But before he could even touch Ruka, his fist was blocked. Minato gripped the man's hand tightly and huffed coldly. "You lowlifes only know how to cause trouble for others. Don't go around ruining a place meant for people to enjoy." As soon as he finished speaking, he twisted the man's arm back, ignoring his desperate struggles. Minato gave another cold huff before letting go. The thugs immediately tucked their tails and ran off. Minato didn't pay them any mind, glancing at Ruka to ask, "How about you two? Are you okay?" Ruka shook her head slightly, but the child hugged her leg tight and started to cry. "I was so scared." The other two children did the same, leaving Ruka flustered and unsure of what to do. She looked at Minato hesitantly, as if asking for his help. Minato just stood there with a smile. Left with no other choice, Ruka had to hug the three children to comfort them. "It's okay now, you're all safe." Afterward, they brought the children home. When it got dark, Kasurugi Ryuji rushed back. "I'm sorry I'm late." "Did the kids cause any trouble?" As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed they hadn't. Because right then, Minato and Ruka were both asleep on the floor with the three children, looking exactly like a real family. Darkness and light, the Japanese mage duo, were grabbing all the attention. However, the police's reputation was only continuing to plummet. Although their quick response during the Black Rebellion explosion was praised, the achievements of the Special Magical Task Force completely overshadowed the police, leaving their reputation almost unchanged. In the end, they had to hold a meeting to discuss how to deal with the dark mages. They couldn't allow the honor of the police force to be tarnished. The police chief insisted firmly that they must arrest those criminals posing as knights. Meanwhile, at the Keiichi family dojo, ever since collaborating with the Kaihi family, Minato had been practicing swordsmanship with Riku, and now it was no different. He was preparing for a sword match with Riku. Riku, standing opposite him, didn't hold back at all, and calmly drew his blade. In a flash, he rushed forward like a gust of wind. The sword in Riku's hand danced relentlessly, attacking Minato. But his speed wasn't bad, and he was able to respond calmly. Riku didn't attack head-on, switching to strike at Minato's lower body, but Minato was one step faster and dodged. After that failed attempt, Riku attacked again. The two of them grappled for a long time, only stopping when the tip of a blade paused right in front of Minato. Riku narrowed his eyes at him and spoke calmly. The match ended in a draw. Why a draw? Because Minato's sword was also stopped right at Riku's stomach. They both quickly lowered their weapons. Riku couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive. To think you could go toe-to-toe with me." With a soft laugh, Minato pouted and said, "When it comes to swordsmanship, I'm no match for you." Hearing this, Riku felt even more admiration, nodding as he said, "You're humble and talented too. I'm truly impressed." Minato replied politely, "You're too kind." Riku didn't say anything else and walked over to the wooden rack to store his sword. But the moment the sword left his hand, Riku slumped. He grumbled with dissatisfaction. What a drag. Minato couldn't help but ask, confused, "What happened to you in such a short time?" Riku explained lethargically, "Holding a sword gives me a bit of motivation. Otherwise, I don't want to do anything at all. I wish I could just disappear or turn into a tree." Minato walked over to him and advised him slowly, "Let me put it this way. Even if no one asked, don't die. Doing nothing is fine. Just staying alive is enough. If that makes you happy, nothing else matters." After listening, Riku couldn't help but marvel. "You really are an interesting person." He mentioned that he always felt like an outsider, and after becoming famous for his swordsmanship, he felt even more isolated. Minato shook his head slightly, countering that it wasn't being shunned, but simply his own uniqueness. Riku heard this and couldn't help but mutter in doubt, "Uniqueness, huh? No one has ever told me that before." Minato sighed softly and whispered, "I've had a similar experience." He had encountered an unimaginable horror, and that brush with death he faced was an experience from his past life when he was Kusanagi Minato, caught in a disaster while he was still a normal human, and he fought back against the magical beasts attacking him. As a result, he awakened his power. Riku frowned upon hearing this. In his investigation report, he found that Minato had changed after an accident. He thought that was it, but never expected he was talking about a different experience. Ever since that day, Minato had learned to use magic by mimicking the spells of monsters, and now, he had even developed his own magic. But that day, Minato was the only one who survived, and he hadn't been able to save anyone. Thinking of this, Minato couldn't help but clench his fist and speak firmly. "Everyone around me treated me like a freak, but now, my strength, my abilities, have saved others." He then looked at Riku and asked, "Don't you have anything you want to protect? Isn't that the reason you fight?" Riku was stunned for a moment, then finally nodded. "I see. You're right. There really are a few things I want to protect." Hearing this, Minato smiled instantly and said, "Then use your power for that. You have that uniqueness, right?" Riku finally regained his confidence. He smiled appreciatively and said, "That's right. Thank you, Kusanagi Minato." Immediately after, the two shook hands sincerely. Minato said happily, "I look forward to working with you." Riku nodded in response. "Yeah, me too." After the conversation, Minato left the Kaiichi family dojo. Riku watched his back, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Minato also had a different view of Riku. He was the head of a noble mage family. He was actually quite decent. Even though he had some strange quirks, Riku was still far better than those arrogant, wicked, or simply incomprehensible people. While he was lost in thought, a figure with bright red hair bumped into Minato. Minato hurriedly reached out to help the person up and asked with concern, "I'm sorry, are you okay?" The person didn't answer, but instead said with dissatisfaction, "That hurts. Watch where you're going, kid." Hearing that voice, Minato was instantly stunned. It turned out to be Hinata. She saw him and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing here?" Then, Hinata stood up quickly, gritting her teeth in frustration. "I bumped into some annoying people today." Minato looked her up and down, pouting teasingly. "You're not wearing your flashy outfit like usual today, huh?" Hinata glared at him discontentedly. "Who wears that stuff all the time? I only wear it when I'm on a mission, kid. It's magic-resistant gear, after all." Shrugging indifferently, Minato said casually, "I thought you liked that style." Hearing that, Hinata turned her head away and stopped talking. Seeing her reaction, Minato muttered in confusion, "So, you actually like it?" Hinata became even more annoyed and shouted, "Shut up. It was my choice, okay?" Her yelling drew attention from those around them. Hinata immediately whispered, "We're standing out too much." Then, she noticed a cafe across the street, so she hurried inside, urging Minato, "What are you standing there for? Come on." Minato felt really helpless. She always loved doing exactly what she wanted. Even though he thought that, he still followed the two of them to a table in a secluded corner. Still, Some people noticed Minato and started whispering and gossiping. Someone even recognized Hinata and assumed they were on a date, which made Hinata furious. She shot a death glare at them, making them sweat with fear. Minato felt like she was a mad dog, always ready to bite someone. While he was lost in thought, Hinata suddenly spoke up. "Hey, you met Riku today, didn't you?" Minato looked up at her and asked suspiciously. "You knew?" Hinata huffed instinctively. She pouted, teasing. "You two seem to get along pretty well, huh? Must have been fun." Minato thought she was jealous and quickly said, "I should have invited you along. I'm sorry." Hearing that, Hinata shouted back in frustration. "I'm not sulking just because you didn't invite me. We're only temporary allies. I have no interest in getting friendly with you." But just then, she suddenly noticed a happy family nearby and fell into a silence. Minato didn't notice, smiling happily. "Well, that's fine, as long as we can cooperate for now." Hinata quickly looked away, her tone serious. "The confidence of the strong, is it? As annoying as always, but you really are very strong. Can you tell me how you became so strong?" Minato replied coldly. "A traffic accident." Hinata had no interest in hearing that story, immediately cutting him off. "I know about that, but a simple accident couldn't make you this strong." She said Minato's mana wasn't normal. It can't just grow easily overnight. Mana doesn't work that way. In reality, Minato was suppressing his mana a lot, even more than before. Seeing he didn't answer, Hinata continued. "If being close to death was all it took to increase mana, we wouldn't have to struggle so much." At this point, she lost control, grabbing Minato's collar and questioning him. "There has to be a reason you got strong. Spill it." Minato saw desperation in Hinata's eyes. Was she that desperate to get stronger? But if he told Hinata he was the reincarnation of Kusanagi Minato, it wouldn't mean anything, and it wouldn't satisfy her. After hesitating for a long time, Minato spoke slowly. "It's nothing special. If you want to get stronger, just keep training like normal." Hinata let go of him in frustration and huffed. "I really can't understand you." Just then, the waiter brought their drinks, and a strawberry sundae was placed in front of Hinata. Seeing it, Minato immediately cried out in alarm. "What kind of weird ice cream is that?" But Hinata's eyes suddenly lit up, smiling excitedly. "Here it is. I've been waiting to taste this for so long." Minato was even more confused. What is going on? At that moment, Hinata looked exactly like a dog, seeing its owner return from the market. Hinata realized she had been too careless in front of him. Her attitude shifted instantly as she pretended to be reluctant, saying, "I think they got our order wrong, but since it's already served, let's just eat it." With that, Hinata stopped caring and scooped a spoonful of ice cream into her mouth. The refreshing taste made her feel satisfied. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This is so delicious." Then she began to scarf it down. Minato sat helplessly across from her, sipping his water. In no time, Hinata had finished the large serving of ice cream. She hugged her full belly and laughed. "That was so good. I'm stuffed." Only then did she notice Minato was still there. She scratched her head sheepishly. "Hey kid, I've been wanting to try the parfait here for ages, but it's weird to come alone. This turned out perfectly." Minato said nothing, merely surprised. He never expected this hot-headed girl to have such a sweet tooth. But very quickly, he sensed Hinata's magic power surging. It seemed Hinata noticed it too. She hurriedly stood up to leave. "I've got nothing more to say to you. I'm leaving." Minato didn't stop her, silently watching her go. Perhaps she had let her guard down, allowing him to catch a glimpse of the magic power she was suppressing. But it was clearly much stronger than when they had clashed before. What exactly had Hinata been doing to boost it to that level? After a moment of thought, Minato was certain she was hiding something. Elsewhere, at the police station, Shirugo was hard at work, but he couldn't stop thinking about the possibility that Minato might be the Dark Mage. Since the Dark Mage appeared whenever Minato was conveniently absent, it was hard not to suspect him. The police investigation was intensifying. Catching the Dark Mage was only a matter of time, leaving Shirugo at a loss for what to do. He glanced at the family photo on his desk and fell into a somber silence. That night on a building rooftop, Leona met with Minato to report on recent events. The police were trying to wipe out the Dark Mage. Raids were happening everywhere. Some members had been arrested, though they were currently only being interrogated. Minato frowned upon hearing this. The Magic Special Forces had also received orders to hunt them down. They were putting all their might into the pursuit. Should he tell Leona that he was also a member of the Special Forces? But knowing her personality, if she were caught, she would never betray him. So telling her would only put unnecessary pressure on her. Besides, revealing the truth now wouldn't gain them much. It wasn't the time yet. As Minato pondered, Leona spoke up. "If things continue like this, they might track us down. We need a strategy." Minato nodded slightly, speaking with confidence. Leave it to me. I have a plan. The next day, Minato sought out Shizuku. Sorry for the sudden request. I need your help. Shizuku didn't hesitate. If it's a request from Kusanagi Minato, I have no reason to refuse. At police headquarters, after days of searching without a lead on the dark mage, the chief furiously slammed his desk and scolded his subordinate. Hasn't Minato Kusanagi been found yet? A police officer hurriedly reported back. We're still interrogating members of the Dark Bearers organization, but they just keep insisting they don't know anything. Hearing this, the chief barked in frustration. It's the police's job to make them talk. The officer hesitated and said, We don't have enough evidence to charge them. They likely never informed the low-level members. The more the chief heard, the angrier he became. He slammed the table and shouted, The honor of the police force is at stake. I don't care if you have to use force or not. You must capture Chrono at any cost. Inside the Magic Task Force's meeting room, Shizuku stood on the podium and spoke clearly. As you all know, we have received orders to hunt down Chrono, as well as the members of the Dark Bearers organization. Minato was, of course, present. He listened to the announcement in silence. The sisters Ruka and Karen were also listening, but they each had their own concerns. The officers below began whispering after hearing Shizuku's words. We're already overwhelmed with the disasters and the monsters. Isn't this the FMT's responsibility? What are the higher-ups thinking? Minato furrowed his brow, keeping quiet. It only proved how desperate the situation had become. If the police actually made a move, his team members would have a hard time getting away. At this moment, Shizuku continued, prioritize responding to disasters and monsters, while continuing to track down the Dark Bearers. That is all. Dismissed. The officers below quickly dispersed. Karen then ran up to Shizuku and asked, Do we really have to hunt down the Dark Bearers? He nodded coldly. That is the order from above. We have no say in the matter. Kusanagi Ryuji felt resentful. They had already pushed the heaviest disaster-related responsibilities onto them. Ruka sighed heavily. Now there was even more work to do. Who do they think we are? Karin hesitantly spoke up. But I can understand why the higher-ups are doing this. Shizuku replied coldly. If those illegal mages receive more support, who knows what might happen? Saying that, he glanced at Minato and said, I think it's time to end this farce, Captain Kusanagi. Minato frowned upon hearing this and asked suspiciously, What are you trying to say? Shizuku narrowed his eyes at him and advised in a serious tone, If you are Chrono, then surrender immediately. As soon as those words were spoken, Karen and Mizuha Duika were stunned. Even Ruka and Kusanagi Ryuji were extremely confused, not understanding what Shizuku was talking about. When they finally reacted, both Karen and Mizuha Duika countered, Kusanagi is not Chrono. I've told you that so many times. There was no way Minato was Chrono. Shizuku looked coldly at the two and growled. The fact that you are both trying so hard to protect him only proves that you are both involved in this. Both Karen and Mizuha Duika were stunned, wanting to argue but not knowing what to say. Shizuku sighed helplessly. Captain Kusanagi is an indispensable person, not just for Japan, but for the whole world. And it is true that Chrono has saved many people. Karen looked at him skeptically, confused. Then why? Shizuku bit his lip aggressively and said, Precisely for that reason. If he surrenders now, there is a high chance the judge will reduce his sentence at the very least. It's better than being caught by the police. When Minato and the Black Mage appeared, their physique and abilities were identical. But most importantly, Minato has never been present whenever the Black Mage appeared. These things cannot be a coincidence. This left Karen and Mizuha Duika speechless. They didn't know what to say. Shizuku ignored them and aggressively questioned Minato. Answer me. Captain Kusanagi, tell me your true identity. Are you Chrono? Minato furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a long time without answering. Right at that moment, Karin suddenly exclaimed, Wait! Shizuku, interrupted, asked impatiently, What is it now? Do you still really want to protect him? No, look. Karen shook her head hurriedly and showed Shizuku her phone, which showed a group of people wearing black cloaks. The person sitting in the chair spoke in a cold voice. We have seized control of the broadcast. I am the leader of the Dark Bearers. Chrono. After a brief pause, the person continued. Sorry for interrupting your relaxation time. Dear citizens, it seems the world really wants to know who is stronger, Minato Kusanagi and me. Therefore, the other person said they would satisfy everyone's curiosity and formally challenged Minato Kusanagi to a duel. Hearing this, Shizuku and the others were immediately startled. Minato seemed very calm, as if everyone was already in his grasp. Shizuku was extremely confused at this point. How could this be? He wants a duel? How can he do that if they are just the same person? Karen was no exception. She had initially confirmed that Minato was the Black Mage. But what was this? Mizuha Duika also thought she had been wrong. Perhaps Minato really wasn't him. Kasaragi Ryuji didn't know what everyone was thinking. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Minato, asking, "So, what are you going to do?" Ruka Mizuha smirked. "Do you even have to ask?" Minato scanned everyone and then gave a triumphant smile. He calmly replied, "Of course, I accept the challenge." The next day, at the SBIA, Minato arrived at the meeting point according to the challenge from that Black Mage. Of course, reporters would be present for such a significant event. They had arrived early to start the live broadcast. The battle between Kusanagi Minato and Chrono would begin soon, but Chrono had not yet appeared. A large crowd had gathered there. It was as if this were a large-scale event. Police had been mobilized due to the dangerous nature of the situation. They might also be waiting to catch the Black Mage. People outside were constantly cheering for Minato. Naturally, there were those who believed the Black Mage would win. Kasaragi Ryuji stood far away, observing everything, unable to help but reflect that this had turned into a large-scale performance. The three people on Ruka's side were also looking at the reactions online. Everyone was very interested in this. Siduugo furrowed his brow, observing Minato from afar. "What on earth are you planning? There's no turning back now." At the same time, Hinata and Riku were also there. Hinata couldn't help but say, "He's late." Not long after, Tusiru arrived as well. Hinata pouted and muttered, "You're here too?" Riku nodded in reflection. "This is truly unexpected," Tusiru said nonchalantly. "This is a battle I must witness in person." Just then, Hinata sensed something and quickly turned to look. Riku and Tusiru also noticed and hurriedly looked over. Sudugo's team on the terrace shouted in panic. "What is that?" They only saw a beam of light in the sky rushing toward the ground. It grazed the helicopter in the air, causing it to wobble. Minato looked up, waiting for that something to appear. With a loud boom, a flash of light descended upon the ground. Minato stood there calmly, his expression unchanged, but others were not so composed. They were pushed back by the pressure. The Dark Mage, leader of the organization that carries the shadows, had appeared. Seeing the person behind the black cloak, the reporter immediately shouted, "Kusanagi Minato has appeared." "Amazing, he's actually here in the flesh." Sudugo was startled upon seeing him. Karin also exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, so Kusanagi isn't Kusanagi Minato?" They were truly two different people. Down on the ground, Minato muttered while scratching his head, "I don't usually like showing off, but I guess I don't have a choice." Kusanagi Minato, standing opposite him, didn't say a word and took an attacking stance. Minato couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and laugh. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Fine then. That works too. Let's get this over with." Immediately, both took their combat stances. Those watching from outside were filled with anticipation. Sidugo's team also observed the two below, worried for Minato. As for the trio Tiru and the others, they were eagerly awaiting this legendary battle. Minato summoned his magic to attack. Kusanagi Minato didn't hold back, dark magic manifesting in his hands. Minato fired a sharp beam of golden light, while Kusanagi Minato countered by conjuring a massive, terrifying phantom bird of darkness. With a deafening boom, the two forces collided, creating a massive explosion. The helicopter above swayed violently from the shockwave, and the reporter couldn't help but scream, "If we keep this up, we're going to crash. We have to leave." But things down below were reaching their peak, and they didn't want to miss it. Right at that moment, Kusanagi Minato surged forward like a gale. Minato didn't yield, clenching his fist and rushing in. The two fists collided, neither giving an inch. Their speed was so fast that the human eye couldn't track them. In the blink of an eye, they traded several blows. Kusanagi Minato frantically unleashed a flurry of punches at Minato. At first, Minato could handle it calmly, but after a few exchanges, Kusanagi Minato suddenly struck toward his midsection, while channeling level 9 lightning magic through his hand. Just like that, Minato was sent flying, crashing hard into the buildings behind him. Kusanagi Minato wore a triumphant smile, as if he had already won. Minato stood up from the ground, complaining, "That's just uncalled for. You're not holding back at all, are you? You've ruined my clothes." Kusanagi Minato didn't answer, instead, casting magic to attack once more. In a flash, a giant boulder flew toward Minato. But Minato didn't panic, calmly weaving a spell. Instantly, a shield manifested above Minato. Once again, two powerful magics clashed. But this time, the massive boulder was shattered into fragments by the shield. Minato breathed a sigh of relief, reaching out to catch a magic spirit floating around him. He smiled with satisfaction. For a new type of magic, that's not bad at all. Seeing this, the onlookers outside couldn't help but be stunned. but they quickly reacted, erupting into deafening cheers. Who cares about the magic nobility anymore? Those two were on an entirely different level. The female fans couldn't stop praising Minato. Hinata, however, grumbled unhappily. Those magic nullifiers are always so flashy. They're all just fools who don't know anything. Riku chimed in, amazed that both of them were capable of using level 9 magic. Hinata let out a soft huff of disbelief. Their mana capacity is just ridiculous. Even after using high-level spells, they still have energy to spare. Tusiru also joined the discussion, but what stands out most is Kusanagi Minato's magic. His chain magic moves as if it has a mind of its own. Hearing this, all three fell into deep thought. After casting a spell, if you reactivate it within a split second, the magic's effect persists. That is chain magic. But Minato is far superior. After a long pause, Hinata spoke up. Very few mages can use chain magic, right? Tiru nodded slightly. And the number of people who can also incorporate automatic magic is even rarer. Another thing is Minato's extraordinary physical strength. He is likely using mana to enhance his body, and also using it to boost both his attacks and defenses. Hinata looked at Tiru, frowning as she asked. In other words, he's a wall of mana. Mac nodded, and Tiru replied nonchalantly, perhaps so. Precisely because their magic is so irregular, they have surpassed us, the magic aristocrats, in every way. By now, he truly believed that both Minato and Kusanagi Minato were monsters. Unaware of everyone's thoughts, down below, Minato and Kusanagi Minato were still frantically fighting. The magic they used was all high-level stuff that left people in awe. Minato let out a cold huff and, in a flash, arrived right in front of Kusanagi Minato. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked him, sending Kusanagi Minato falling from the air to the ground. But very quickly, he used magic to fly back up into the air. Sudogo's group watched from afar, their faces filled with horror. Du couldn't help but exclaim, I knew they were strong, but I didn't expect they still had aces up their sleeves. Kasuragi Ryuji nodded in agreement. I finally understand why the curious crowds are so drawn to them. Karin cried out in shock, as it was getting hotter and hotter on live streams and social media. And it wasn't just in Japan. The whole world was watching this match, New York being a prime example. You could say this match attracted a massive crowd. Everyone was stunned by the performance of the two. Even South Korea was no exception. It was so hot that people were willing to drop everything to watch it, even dates. A girl, ignored by her boyfriend, muttered in dissatisfaction, who cares about some Japanese mages? But no sooner had she finished than the crowd around her began shouting the names of both Minato and Kusanagi Minato. Just like that, a single duel sent the whole world into a frenzy. At the arena, Minato stood opposite Kusanagi Minato and said coldly, You fought well, but I think it's over. Kusanagi Minato just stood there in silence without saying a word. Immediately after, he summoned a 9th level spell. A giant black blade appeared. Kusanagi Minato frantically swung it into the air. A series of blade beams carrying dark energy began to dance. Minato wasn't panicked at all. He calmly smiled and said, This is the end. Right after that, he unleashed a 10th level nullification spell. Minato created a massive wall and, without a second's hesitation, pushed it to send Kusanagi Minato flying backward. The pressure was so immense that even Ruka's group far away was affected. They couldn't help but shout, That magic is so powerful, just how strong is Minato? After unleashing that move, Minato quickly flew toward Kusanagi Minato. The reporter on the scene immediately urged the pilot to follow him quickly. However, the pilot shook his head and replied, I can't. He's too fast. But just then, the cameraman panicked and shouted that they had lost the signal. The reporter was furious upon hearing this. What the hell was going on? It was getting exciting, and now it was cut off. Down below, Minato walked slowly toward Kusanagi Minato, who was now sitting on the ground, powerless. Minato stood opposite him, holding his hand suspended in midair, unsure of what he was planning. Kusanagi Minato suddenly widened his eyes, and right after that, magic circles appeared in his hand, which startled Minato. He looked at Kusanagi Minato coldly and said, You can stop now. The moment Minato finished speaking, Kusanagi Minato suddenly trembled. After that, a stream of golden mana enveloped his body, and just like that, he vanished into thin air. Minato let out a sigh of relief. Whew, looks like I did it. The anti-monster device you asked Takigami to make has reached its limit. It probably could only withstand 9th level magic for a short while. Clone magic is useful, but quite difficult to use. The clone is much weaker than Minato and can barely speak. At the same time, Takigami was quietly observing everything. Seeing that things went smoothly, she let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, everything went well. She was very surprised when she first heard that Minato was the reincarnation of Kusanagi Minato. But to think that he was also Kusanagi, Minato was a bit beyond her imagination. He always had surprises. Because Minato couldn't activate 2 spells at the same time, he only had a short window to reactivate the magic clone. Since it had such a short duration, it meant he had to constantly use maintenance magic. Minato couldn't use any other magic, so Takigami prepared an anti-monster gear set for him with automatic magic, thanks to using gear that could automatically cast magic when he was unconscious. In theory, Minato could use multiple types of magic at once. However, not only did it require a massive amount of mana, but he also had to personally control the clone with his mind. Otherwise, there was a risk that the clone would lose control and attack those around it. In other words, Minato had expended a huge amount of mana while still maintaining control over a clone, and even carrying out a dramatic and spectacular battle. Indeed, only Minato could pull that off. Right at that moment, Minato contacted Leona via his earpiece. "This is Kusanagi Minato. Leona, you can stop the interference now." Leona immediately replied, "I understand. Is it over?" Minato slowly replied, "It's all over." Following his orders, Leona commanded the people in the organization to stop blocking the broadcast. Then, she smiled and said, "So no one will chase after Kusanagi Minato anymore. Is that right, Captain Kusanagi Minato?" Minato exclaimed in surprise. "You figured it out?" Leona chuckled and replied, "Of course. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. I've known for a long time. There was just no reason to mention it, that's all." Minato asked doubtfully, "So you have a reason now?" Leona nodded slightly and replied, "That's right. Because today is the last time I get to see Kusanagi Minato, isn't it?" Involuntarily smiling, Minato couldn't help but joke, "You saw right through me, huh?" Leona didn't answer, but said gratefully, "Thank you, Kusanagi Minato. You saved me, the other members, and many others. I'm truly glad you were there for us. The number of illegal mages has decreased, and crime rates have dropped too. Those who carried the darkness will stop operating until things calm down. Without Kusanagi Minato, Japan will still be fine." Leona gave a faint smile and suggested, "But I can take care of Kusanagi Minato's work, provided there's a fee." Minato felt a bit helpless. "Are you planning to charge me?" Leona replied casually, "Of course, but I'll give a discount to an acquaintance." Minato let out a reluctant sigh. "Fine, I'll count on you when the time comes." Leona smiled in satisfaction. "All right." Minato just grunted, not sure what else to say. Leona hesitated for a moment before finally speaking, "Goodbye, Kusanagi Minato." Minato didn't respond and disconnected the headset. He looked off into the distance, smiling as he muttered to himself, "Take care, Leona." Just then, Ruka's group rushed over to Minato. Du asked urgently, "What happened with Kusanagi Minato? Are you hurt?" Minato replied calmly, "It seems he managed to escape, but he was seriously injured. I don't think he'll dare to show his face for a while." As soon as he finished, Sidugo bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry. I mistook you for Kusanagi Minato. I am truly, truly sorry." Karin also stammered, "Me too. I started to doubt you. Please forgive me." Seeing this, Du quickly apologized to Minato as well. Minato really didn't know what to do. He felt quite guilty, but he had no other choice. He just had to deceive everyone. Thinking this, Minato waved his hand, acting as if it was fine and they shouldn't blame themselves. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. At that same moment, Hinata, having observed the entire battle, shouted in extreme frustration, "Is he mocking me? Damn it, how are those bastards so strong?" She bit her lip aggressively and muttered with determination, "I have to get stronger. I'll never be able to catch up to them with my regular training," Tusiru remarked with emotion. "He still has magic power left after such an intense battle. Just how much magic does he have?" With this, Minato had proven that Kusanagi Minato and he were two separate people. The Black Rebellion had been cancelled, and the organization of those who bear the darkness was no longer needed. Although Akuto's words still lingered in his mind, Minato had solved the most urgent problem, so that was enough for now. And so, in the days that followed, Minato was seen all over Japan. He branched out into advertising soft drinks. His commercials went viral, not to mention the videos of him training, which also spread across social media for everyone to see. Minato had to deal with a barrage of interviews, followed by magazine covers. He was so popular that they sold out in an instant. Not only that, but Minato was also a top-tier celebrity at the Magic Academy. Wherever he went, female students swarmed him. Minato felt like he was being treated like a pop idol, which left him feeling completely helpless. The 3 members of Ruka's group were worried about Minato, wondering if he could handle it. The answer, of course, was no. Minato was losing his mind. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He slammed the table and stood up. Without hesitation, Minato jumped out the window and ran away. Only now did he regret it. He shouldn't have blindly listened to Sudoku. At this point, Minato was beyond saving. As soon as anyone saw him, they would chase after him. When he finally got home, Minato was exhausted. Ruka asked worriedly if he was okay. Minato nodded reluctantly. I'm fine. More importantly, have you finished cleaning up for the move? But if you looked closely, the house was already sparkling clean. Ruka boasted happily. While you were running away, I did it with my little sister. Mizuha Duika is the one who does most of that work. They have moved into a 3-bedroom apartment now, so everyone has their own room. With this much space, they won't feel cramped at all. It's just that the two Do sisters are a bit sad. If they have their own rooms, they won't be able to see Minato's sleeping face anymore. Thinking about that, both of them immediately turn away in embarrassment, leaving Minato stunned and confused. But he doesn't pay it much mind. He walks out to the balcony because his phone is ringing. Minato quickly answers the call. Hello, Takigami. Takigami's voice quickly comes through on the other end. Do you have time to talk right now? I was just wondering if everything is okay after that incident. Minato cheerfully replies. Everything is going smoothly thanks to you. Although it seems to be causing me some trouble now. Takigami can't help but smile. It's tough being famous, isn't it? Minato brushes it off nonchalantly. If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask. After all, you are an important friend of mine, and you're the only one who knows my true identity. Takigami hesitates for a moment on the other end, and after a long while, she nods and replies, If anything happens, I'll call you first. The two chat for a while longer, before Takigami hangs up. She slumps to the floor, clutching a family photo. Takigami mutters sorrowfully, Kusanagi Minato, what should I do? The next day, at the police academy training grounds, many recruits arrive very early. They are very excited at the moment. The male students are happy to be training alongside the Mizuha Duika sisters, while the female students are thrilled to be meeting Minato. Du watches from afar at the long line of people at the training ground and can't help but sigh. There are more recruits than I thought. That's because of Minato, obviously. Sudoku explains shyly. Whatever their motivation, at least they have passion. Ruka hears this and clicks her tongue, shaking her head. I just hope they can endure it. Ruka agrees and speaks up. Exactly. It really is hell. Just then, Minato walks out of the police station. Seeing him, everyone starts to get noisy and stirred up. Minato sighs helplessly. Good grief. This really never ends. Thinking of this, he immediately unleashes his magical power. In the blink of an eye, the crowd of recruits feels their bodies being pressed down by an invisible weight, unable to even move. But because of that, the noisy chatter stops completely. Minato smiles with satisfaction. That's better. Now everyone is quiet. These new recruits seem pretty resilient. I intended to go easy on them during the first training session, but it seems that won't be necessary, right? The three Vuka hear this and helplessly hold their heads. They suddenly have a bad feeling mostly ill omens ahead. And just as expected, the recruits enter full of enthusiasm, only to be worn down by Minato's harsh training. They all use magic to attack Minato, but are blocked by his shield. And on top of that, they have to listen to his extremely taunting remarks. With magic like that, you won't be able to defeat any monsters at all. Before long, the whole group collapses. Sounds of dissatisfied groaning fill the air. But at this moment, Du suddenly shouts, I'm not finished yet. Right after that, a massive wave of water rushes toward Minato. Not only that, Ruka and Kusanagi Ryuji also launch a simultaneous attack on him. Seeing this, the recruits panic and cry out, What the hell? That's not even part of the training anymore. But something even more surprising happens next. Minato uses just a single layer of shielding to block all the magic from the three of them. Then, all three of them collapse as well. Minato waves his hand and says with a smile, All right, that's enough for today. We'll measure your magical power later. Everyone, head to the testing room after a 5-minute break. Immediately after, Minato turns and leaves. The recruits watch his retreating figure, and some can't help but voice their dissatisfaction. He just walks away like it's nothing. He's a total monster. But then they hear what the three of them, Ruka and the others, say next. The whole group is even more shocked, accompanied by utter confusion. A while later, at the magical power testing room, after the check, Du's power reaches 120,000. Ruka's reaches 118,000, and Kusanagi Ryuji's is up to 105,000. Karin and Sudoku are not far behind. Karin reaches 100,000, and Sudoku hits 112,000 in magical power. Seeing these numbers, The recruits behind them are stunned. Over 100,000? That's the level of noble mages. Are all members of the SNT that strong? Minato speaks coolly. Du's magical power was 2,000 before, but she has managed to grow to this level. One recruit asks suspiciously, "Can we also become that strong?" Minato nods without hesitation and replies, "Of course, if you're serious about it, you can." Hearing this, the recruits behind suddenly become determined, feeling that the hellish training from earlier was worth it. Minato doesn't say anything else after that. He stands in silence, thinking, with their current abilities, Du and the others can take down a demon on their own. They could even take down a demon general if they fought together. Everyone has become stronger, but Minato feels it's still not enough. The Demon King and the Demon God are still out there. While he is lost in thought, Shidugo comes over, taps his shoulder, and says with a laugh, "Captain Kusanagi, can I have a word with you?" Minato frowns in dissatisfaction. "Do you have a bad feeling about this?" Just as expected, Minato has been forced to attend a party. Because it is a formal event, he has to wear a suit. Minato feels it's truly a hassle and wants to run away. Shidugo walks over from outside and says gratefully, "Thanks for joining us, Captain Kusanagi." Minato mutters uncomfortably. Cooperating with the noble mages is a good thing. But do we really need a party like this? Shidugo hurriedly explains. They want to use this opportunity to celebrate the restoration of their power. Minato holds his head helplessly. As the captain, he really can't skip this. It's no longer a matter of standing out or not. Thinking that, Minato decides to let it go. Then he starts complimenting Shidugo. "You look quite dapper in that outfit." Shidugo laughs nonchalantly and says, "Thanks, I'm quite used to wearing them." Kasaragi Ryuji starts complaining again, "I really don't suit things like this." Minato hears this and refutes, "I don't think so. You're tall, and have a solid build. It's perfect." Kasaragi Ryuji glares at him in dissatisfaction, leaving him confused. Meanwhile, Shidugo calls out, "Looks like the girls have arrived." The first to enter is Mizuha Duika. She is wearing a purple dress and has a cute clip in her hair. In contrast to Juik's pure beauty, Ruka wears a dark blue halter-neck dress, looking alluring and formal. Besides that, Karen looks cute with a girl-next-door vibe in a lovely blue dress. All three look different from their usual selves. Kasaragi Ryuji walks over to Minato and asks timidly, "Is it strange to see me dressed like this?" Minato nodded without a second thought. "You're right, you do look cuter than usual." His words made Du blush in embarrassment. Not stopping there, Minato also began complimenting Ruka's outfit. The soft colors really suited her well. It highlighted her style while accentuating her mature beauty. Not wanting to leave anyone out, he complimented Karen too, leaving the three women tongue-tied and shy. Kasaragi Ryuji watched the scene helplessly. Minato was at it again. He never hesitated to shower others with praise. Just then, someone walked in, accompanied by a disgruntled voice. "Look who's here." Minato glanced over to see Hinata arriving in a vibrant red dress, with Riku and Tusiru by her side. Minato scanned Hinata, then didn't hesitate to comment. That dress suited her perfectly. That elegant look created an intriguing contrast with her usual tough image. His words left Hinata feeling annoyed. She barked back, "Stop complimenting me already. How lovely. I'm off then." Minato didn't mind. He looked toward Tusiru and asked, "You came too, sir?" Tusiru nodded. He replied calmly, "Of course. I promised to cooperate with you all. I have no interest in meaningless chatter, so I'll take my leave." With that, he quickly walked away, leaving the two sisters apologizing. "We're so sorry about that. Our father is just not much of a talker." Minato didn't take it to heart and shook his head. "It's fine. Don't worry about it." While they were talking, a woman in a black dress walked in. Minato seemed to sense something and quickly glanced toward her. The party began shortly after. The host's voice boomed through the hall. "Thank you everyone for being here today. Let's give a warm round of applause to the main guests of the evening." Tusiru's group quickly stood in a neat row. The three noble magic clan heads were also ready to take the stage. Additionally, the host introduced two others, the director of the Mage Association, Mumio Hifumi, and his daughter, Mumi Chloe. When Minato saw the man, he couldn't help but be startled. This was the man he had seen in Dotonbori, so it was him all along. And there was the girl in the mysterious black dress he had seen earlier. Was she actually that man's daughter? Hifumi stepped onto the high podium, smiling. "Thank you for the introduction. I am Mumio Hifumi. Our country is currently facing a crisis due to the emergence of disasters and monsters." Everyone in the hall immediately turned their attention to the podium, listening intently to his words. Hifumi spoke powerfully. "But if the noble mages and the SMT join forces, monsters will no longer be a threat. We noble mages swear to do our best to protect world peace. The 3 members of the Tusiru group behind him heard this and felt helpless, but they remained silent. The crowd below erupted into applause, praising what Hifumi had just said. Minato couldn't help but feel impressed. It was direct, clear, and easy to understand. It was a very good speech. He was far different from the politicians who always spoke in circles. While he was lost in thought, Chloe's gaze suddenly turned toward him, making him jump. Caught peeking, Chloe didn't look embarrassed at all. Instead, she flashed a meaningful smile. Right then, Hifumi continued, "From now on, we will work closely with the SMT as we both strive to maintain public security in Japan." He then turned to Minato with a smile. "It is a great honor to work with you, Captain Kusanagi." Minato responded politely. "The pleasure is mine. I look forward to working with you as well." Immediately after, the two shook hands. Minato quickly sensed Hifumi's mana, and couldn't help but marvel. He possessed a vast amount of mana. He must have kept up his training all these years. Thinking back, Minato smiled with satisfaction. It seemed Hifumi was still the same. About 50 years ago, at the mage training school, when he was the Grand Sage Kusanagi Minato, Minato had been incredibly arrogant, provoking the recruits below. "Attack me however you want. You can all come at me at once, for all I care." At that time, Hifumi was still a rookie. Hearing this, he complained in dissatisfaction. "Don't look down on me, you bastard." Takigami was naturally there too. She had warned him back then. "Mumiu, that's disrespectful. You are speaking to a living legend, the Grand Sage." But Hifumi was young back then, and his temper was fiery. He huffed coldly. "You think I care who he is? I'm going to wipe that smug look right off his face." Hifumi immediately began attacking Minato with magic. Even though she didn't like his attitude, Takigami joined the battle anyway. Seeing 2 bursts of magic heading his way, Minato curled his lip in contempt. Good grief, what crude magic. Then, he unleashed his own. Hifumi yelled in frustration. "You're using first-tier spells? Don't insult me." But Minato didn't care. Small darts made of earth materialized. They whistled through the air like a gale, rushing straight into the 2 magical blasts and destroying them instantly. Not only that, the darts struck the recruits behind them, injuring them. Takigami couldn't help but exclaim, "Overpowering a 4th-tier spell? With just a 1st-tier spell? What kind of terrifying power is this?" Minato saw them all fall and sighed helplessly. He had restrained himself quite a bit, hadn't he? Many gave up after the first training session, and perhaps this time would be no different. But just then, Hifumi screamed, "I was only just warming up, you bastard." Right after, he shakily pulled himself up from the ground. Minato was slightly surprised. He could still stand? Hifumi huffed lightly and said coldly, "Of course, that was nothing." Shortly after, Takigami also shakily stood up. "I can keep going too." Minato watched the 2 of them. He smiled. These 2 had potential. He had finally found some good ones. But that smile, in the eyes of the other 2, only fueled their frustration. They shouted in unison, "Wipe that arrogant grin off your face. I'm going all out from now on." But in the end, they were still defeated by Minato. Hifumi was bitter, clenching his fists and muttering, "Damn monster." Minato looked at the 2. All the other recruits had left. These 2 were the only ones still standing. He was genuinely impressed that they had made it this far. He thought for a moment before speaking slowly. "That's enough training for today. Go home and get some rest." Yet, the moment Minato turned away, a bolt of dark magic tried to sneak attack him, but he dodged it effortlessly. The one who attacked was none other than that stubborn Hifumi. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "It's not over yet. This isn't the end. I will defeat you." But as soon as he said it, he fell flat on his face. Even so, Minato still saw the look of determination in Hifumi's eyes before he fell. He was certain that one day he would become a great mage. And behind Hifumi, Takigami was also trying to take advantage of Minato's opening to attack. It seems the Mage Association would have some promising new recruits. During those days, Hifumi always vowed to surpass Minato. When he heard these words, Minato only smiled and said, "Sure, I'll be waiting for you." And that boy from back then had now become someone outstanding. Minato thought it probably wouldn't hurt to tell Hifumi that he was Kusanagi Minato, but after a second thought, he let it go. Takigami had warned him not to tell anyone, as it would only cause chaos. Right after that, the introduction ceremony began. The host, after introducing a series of main characters, spoke up again, and so, the introduction concludes. Please take this time to chat with one another. At this moment, Minato breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his role was finally over. But just then, Chloe suddenly approached him, smiling as she said, "Excuse me, are you free? I'm Mumu Chloe. She mentioned she had been watching Minato for a long time and hoped they could chat for a bit. Minato replied without hesitation, "It's an honor. You seem to be a mage yourself, don't you?" Chloe covered her mouth and laughed. "That's right. But compared to you, I'm still far behind." As Chloe said, she didn't possess much magic power and didn't seem to be able to control many attributes. But somehow, Minato felt that something was off. What was this strange feeling? While he was deep in thought, Chloe cleared her throat and smiled. "I hope we can become good friends. I have quite sharp intuition about these sorts of things." At the same time, the two sisters of Dew were secretly watching Minato. Seeing him talking to Chloe, they seemed quite uneasy. Chloe didn't know they were watching her. She kept happily chatting with Minato, saying she looked forward to working with him. Minato replied politely, "Yes, me too." Soon after, they shook hands. At that very moment, Chloe seemed to sense something. Her eyes narrowed suddenly, but she quickly calmed down and said with a smile, "You're just as I thought. It's nice to know you're a good person." Without waiting for Minato's response, she quickly turned and walked away, leaving behind a cryptic remark, "We'll meet again soon, Kusanagi Minato." Minato didn't pay it much mind. What he was focused on was that handshake earlier. The next day, in class, as usual, Minato was surrounded by a group of girls, which he found very annoying. Just then, the teacher walked in and said, "Back to your seats, everyone. Today, our class will be welcoming a new student." Immediately, a pair of long, slender legs slowly stepped inside. The new student was none other than Chloe. She stood on the podium, acting shyly. "Nice to meet you all. I just transferred from the Magic Academy. My name is Mumu Chloe. I look forward to your help." For a moment, Minato stood frozen, staring at Chloe in confusion. Immediately, the students below began to whisper. They recognized that Chloe was the daughter of the Mumu family. Coincidentally, there was an empty seat next to Minato. So, the teacher told Chloe to sit there. Chloe didn't object, and walked over to sit down next to Minato. Minato glanced at her, calmly spoke up, "I didn't expect you to move here." He smiled involuntarily. Chloe happily said, "I told you, didn't I, that we would meet again soon." Minato couldn't help but take another look at her, seemingly deep in thought. During the break, the male students had already started surrounding Chloe, asking all sorts of questions. The female students also tried to befriend her. Seeing this, Du couldn't help but feel amazed. Was she already this famous? They usually flock around us instead. Ruka couldn't help but add, "I really didn't think she would transfer here." Kasaragi Ryuji also muttered, confused, "What on earth is that girl thinking?" The three of them, Ruka and the others, huddled together like that, starting to speculate why Chloe had transferred to this school. Minato glanced at them and couldn't help but smile. Chloe wasn't the least bit flustered by being surrounded by so many people. She handled it calmly, always wearing a faint smile on her lips. After school, the trio faced an even more unexpected event. Sudogo brought Chloe to the police training grounds. I probably have to mention this again. This is Mumul Chloe. She will be joining the FMT starting today. As soon as those words were spoken, the trainees below were immediately confused. Isn't she the daughter of the Mumil conglomerate? Why is she joining the FMT? Sudogo slowly explained. To strengthen our cooperative relationship with the noble mages, we have decided that Chloe will act as a bridge between the two parties. That was something they had already been aware of. Chloe then stepped forward to introduce herself. I am Mumul Chloe. Although I am still a student and don't have much experience with magic, I hope to receive everyone's guidance and support. The three of them looked at each other for a long time, until finally, Du stepped forward to shake Chloe's hand, smiling. Nice to meet you. Chloe nodded politely, replying, Yes. I look forward to working with everyone. Sudogo felt quite apologetic. He walked over to Minato and muttered in a low voice, I'm sorry, this was a sudden order from above. Minato replied calmly. They informed us that we would have a major collaboration. I had already anticipated that this would happen. Hearing this, Sudogo let out a sigh of relief. I understand, as expected of Chairman Kusanagi. Yet, just as he finished speaking, Minato stated coldly, but I still need to test her. Very soon after, Minato began training everyone. As usual, it started with running. The three of them were sprinting frantically forward, but without giving them any time to catch their breath, Minato said coldly, I'm going to start getting serious now. Keep up with me. As soon as he finished, he accelerated and took off like a flash. The three of them, refusing to lose, rushed to catch up. The other students had already given up. They couldn't keep running and started sighing and complaining. But at that moment, a figure suddenly glided past them. It was Chloe. She quickly caught up to the trio, and before long, Chloe moved ahead. She smirked and said, Sorry about that. Seeing this, Du immediately became competitive and shouted aggressively, Don't you dare!" and then went on a frantic run to catch her. After the running session ended, Minato began their magic training. Just like before, the three of them were still holding their own. And Chloe was doing the same, even though it was only her first day of training, followed immediately by weighted push-ups. Minato was no different from a drill sergeant from hell, shouting loudly while doing push-ups himself, pushing them to keep conditioning their bodies. He knew that training only really matters when you put your life on the line. A little later, almost all the students had collapsed. Minato finally spoke up with satisfaction. "All right, take a break." The three of them, including Ruka, were barely hanging on, sitting on the ground and groaning. It was the usual routine, but it was still incredibly tough. Surprisingly, Chloe was still standing. She walked up beside Minato with a smile and said, "Is it time for a break already? I still have plenty of energy left." Unlike the others, she was still looking fresh. This left Mizuha Duika completely stunned. How was that possible? Even they had only recently gotten used to this level of intensity. Chloe, unaware of Duika's thoughts, continued. "This truly was an extremely grueling training session." Minato glanced at her and asked if it was too outdated for her. She shook her head calmly. Chloe replied casually, "Not at all. Actually, I think it's very logical. By training the body, everyone improves their physical strength and combat capabilities. And when using magic, pushing to the physical limit helps improve magical technique and raises the threshold of your power. By driving your magic power to the limit, you make it stronger." With that, Chloe looked over at the others who had collapsed. Then, she smiled and added a bit of Spartan-style shouting to help keep everyone's spirits up. "If you don't act as if your life depends on it, you might lose your life in a real battle." Minato nodded in approval after hearing her. "Exactly. You really understand it well." Chloe covered her mouth and smiled. "Well, I am a daughter of the Mumiyu family, after all." Mizuha Duika, not expecting Chloe to understand so well, couldn't help but praise her. "You are truly amazing. I admit it." Mizuha Ruka nodded in agreement. "We should learn from her." Smiling unconsciously, Chloe modestly said, "Everyone did a great job. I know that the members of SMT are all very reliable." Saying that, she turned to Minato and asked, "By the way, Captain Kusanagi, I have a question." The Ruka sisters saw this, and a look of annoyance flashed in their eyes. Chloe was so beautiful. She seemed to be liked by both boys and girls, and perhaps by Minato as well. Chloe's talent was undeniable. If Chloe were stronger than them, she would be the one standing by Minato's side, supporting him. At that thought, their faces immediately turned sour, leaving Ryuji standing nearby, feeling confused and out of the loop. Just like that, they chose to stand near Minato and Chloe to overhear their conversation. By building a cooperative relationship between SMT and the magic noble families, even though disasters occurred frequently, they were now able to respond faster than before. And thanks to that, SMT expanded its operations into more areas. The number of casualties caused by disasters had dropped significantly. Even so, the number of disasters was still on the rise. Minato knew clearly that they couldn't let their guard down. Right at that moment, they were dealing with a disaster alongside the magic nobles. Hinata delivered a flaming kick into the body of the demon general, and in the blink of an eye, she burned it to ashes. The people walking beside Hinata immediately cheered. "Those weak demons. As expected of our great leader, they were no match for you, boss." At the same time, Duika ran up to Minato and said, "The monsters have been cleared out, though most of them were taken down by Hinata." Minato didn't pay much mind, smiling casually. "She's very good. Much stronger than before." Hinata glared at him, her tone full of provocation. "Sooner or later I'll surpass you. Get ready." She turned and walked away. Riku sighed helplessly and said apologetically, "Sorry about that. She just can't seem to be honest with herself." Minato replied indifferently, "I don't mind. Don't worry about it." The two of them continued talking, while Hinata stood to the side eavesdropping. And over here, Chloe was only being friendly with the special magic team, chatting very happily. Minato noticed this and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't the magic nobles very close to Chloe?" Riku nodded slightly and replied, "We usually avoid getting too involved with the Mumiyu family." While the two were talking, Chloe walked over. Riku tactfully stepped away. Chloe asked with a soft smile, "Kusanagi, are you free?" Minato frowned as he looked at her. "What is it?" The Duika sisters saw the two standing close together and watched intently. Right then, they heard Chloe say something that struck them like a bolt of lightning. "Do you want to go on a date with me?" And so, later in Shinjuku, Minato arrived at the meeting spot as promised. While waiting, he heard people around him gossiping about a girl who looked very cute. Before he could even process the gossip, another exclamation rang out. "Is that Mumiyu Chloe? She's so charming, let's go talk to her. Minato looked in the direction they were staring, and sure enough, he saw Chloe standing there. She was wearing a black dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, further highlighting her elegant beauty. Minato pushed through the crowd and approached her. He stopped in front of Chloe and asked apologetically, "Have you been waiting long?" Chloe shook her head slightly and replied, "No, it's fine. I just got here too." This scene stunned the crowd. Those who had wanted to approach her retreated. They left in a state of despair, leaving Minato feeling baffled and confused. As Minato and Chloe walked and talked, Minato asked skeptically, "So, why did you invite me here? You don't actually want to go on a date with me, do you?" Smiling unconsciously, Chloe raised an eyebrow and said, "You caught me. Actually, I'm not familiar with this area since I just transferred schools, so I was hoping you could be my tour guide." Minato was confused. "You could have asked someone else." Chloe shook her head slightly, smiling faintly. "I also have something personal I wanted to discuss with you. So, that's why you called it a date." Minato nodded in understanding, but remembering the awkward atmosphere that day, he felt quite embarrassed. While he was lost in thought, Chloe sighed and said, "I'm the daughter of Mumio Hifumi, and no matter where I go, I always feel out of place. Everyone pretends to respect me and treats me differently. But you're different." Minato was taken aback. "Am I?" Ignoring his reaction, Chloe continued with a smile. "The first time I spoke with you, I realized you don't treat me the way others do," Minato said coldly. "Because status and social standing mean nothing. What matters is who you really are, that's all." Chloe couldn't help but burst into laughter after hearing that. She pouted and mused, "You really are an interesting person." At the same time, a figure was quietly following them from behind. It was none other than Mizuha Duika, sneaking around again. But what else could she do? Perhaps it's time to give up. Just then, Du spotted a familiar figure nearby. It was Ruka. She was tailing Minato too. Du was shocked. No way, her sister would never do something like that. Except that Ruka was holding a red bean bun in her hand, there was no mistaking it. She was clearly stalking Minato. Du still had to keep tracking them, otherwise she'd lose them. In the rush to keep up, the two sisters bumped into each other. They stared at each other in confusion for a moment before scurrying off. As they walked, Ruka asked suspiciously, "Why are you here? Is something going on?" Du shook her head quickly. "It's nothing." Up ahead, Minato heard a sound and turned around. Chloe saw this and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Minato frowned slightly, then finally shook his head. "It's nothing." The two sisters were already hiding behind a large bear statue, sighing in relief. That was almost a disaster. That was when Kasaragi Ryuji realized something. He blurted out, "It seems we're all aiming for the same target." Ruka nodded, conceding, "I suppose so." And so, their eyes met, both filled with determination. In the end, Minato and Chloe's walk turned into a game of being tailed. Everywhere Minato and Chloe went, the two sisters followed. They were acting all sneaky, like they were tailing a suspect. After walking for a while, Minato and Chloe arrived at a fountain. Chloe laughed happily. "What are we going to do next?" Minato thought for a moment before replying, "Talk, grab a bite to eat, then head home, I guess." The sisters were sitting quite far away, so they couldn't hear what Minato and Chloe were saying. Over by the fountain, Chloe suddenly said with a hint of melancholy, "I see. So this is what a normal high school date is like." She set her teacup down on the table, then said calmly, "I wonder what the point of all this is. Just walking around, looking at things, then sitting down to eat. What's the meaning behind all this?" Minato replied nonchalantly, "Maybe the actions themselves don't have any meaning." Chloe asked back, puzzled, "But people still do them even without a specific reason?" Minato nodded slightly and explained, "What matters is who you're with. As long as it's with that person, even a simple walk becomes special. That's why time spent with them becomes precious, even if there's no obvious purpose." Chloe fell silent after hearing that, finally asking, "And is that what you call a date?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato pouted, "I guess so." "Well, was our time today worth it?" Chloe hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. "I think it was." Minato smiled, feeling pleased. "I'm glad to hear you say that." Chloe suddenly lowered her head, murmuring quietly, "I often surprise people with what I say or do, but you don't seem fazed at all." She complimented Minato, saying he was a very sweet person. The two sisters didn't catch much, but they certainly heard that. Both of them were stunned. Could Chloe have a crush on Minato? But Minato, not thinking much of it, smiled and said, "I'm honored." Just then, someone in the cafe recognized Minato and Chloe. People started whispering. Fearing the trouble, Minato quickly stood up and suggested, "We should get going." Chloe nodded. "Good idea." The two left the cafe and headed back to the train station. Chloe looked at him happily and said, "Today was truly meaningful to me." Minato replied casually, "That's great." Chloe hesitated for a second, then asked tentatively, "Can we hang out together again?" "Of course, I don't mind at all." Minato agreed without hesitation. He added that he also wanted to get to know Chloe better. In the distance, the sisters were shocked to hear this. Chloe was also a bit surprised, and smiled. "You're very straightforward, but I feel the same way. See you later then." With that, she turned and left. Minato waved goodbye. Du watched their retreating figures, her heart a mess of worry. She couldn't believe Minato would say such things. Ruka was just as bothered. She wondered if Minato was actually serious. Minato had already turned and started walking away. The two headed in opposite directions, leaving all four of them with tangled emotions. The next day, at the Special Magic Team briefing room, Kusanagi Ryuji ran up to Minato, raised an eyebrow, and asked with a grin, "So, how was your date yesterday?" Du heard this and felt uncomfortable. "Why are you asking?" Kusanagi Ryuji pouted. "I'm just curious about your friend." Minato replied helplessly. "It wasn't a date. I was just showing her around the area. All we did was walk, shop, and drink tea." "That's literally what people call a date," the sisters thought, looking quite unhappy. Meanwhile, Chloe was chatting happily with Karen, seeming not to care about yesterday. Kusanagi Ryuji sighed in frustration, hoping that things wouldn't lead to any trouble. He patted Minato on the shoulder and warned, "Be careful out there." Minato looked at him, confused. What was he talking about? A while later, once everyone had arrived, Sidugo began the meeting. "Now, allow me to explain our current situation." As of this moment, they had seen a significant decrease in casualties related to natural disasters and monsters within Japan. After the Black Rebellion was suppressed, there was a similar drop in the number of illegal mages. Furthermore, there had been no appearances of the Darkness Wielders or Kusanagi Minato. Karine agreed with this assessment. It seemed that these days, the Darkness Wielders were rarely mentioned. Minato frowned in thought. The police could probably handle the illegal mages on their own now. Maybe the Darkness Wielders didn't need to do anything anymore. He thought for a moment before shouting, "But we cannot be complacent. We will train ourselves even harder from now on." "Yes, sir." The entire Special Magic team responded in unison. By evening, Minato had returned home. After dinner, he lay in bed to rest, deep in thought. The FMT members had improved their skills, but their coordination with the noble mages still needed work. Just then, his phone rang. Minato answered immediately, asking suspiciously, "What's up?" Leona's voice came through from the other side. "About Mumi, Chloe, and Takigami Shizuku, I've looked into them, and I think you should know. Is now a good time?" Minato nodded slightly. "Yes, tell me what you found." Leona replied immediately. "First, about Mumi Chloe. She isn't Mumi's biological daughter. She's his wife's daughter from a previous marriage. Strangely enough, she only became his stepdaughter a few years ago. Chloe's parents both died in an accident. It seems Hifumi has been raising her since then." Minato asked suspiciously. "She's attending a magic academy, right?" Leona nodded. "That's right. Even though she transferred schools when she joined FMT, her magical ability is clearly well above average." Minato frowned. He couldn't just call it above average. Seeing his silence, Leona continued. "She usually seems like a calm girl with a strange aura. With her looks, she always stood out in a crowd. Since she was cooking, she had set her phone on the table. Then Leona called out, "Kai, help me set the table." Kai immediately ran in from the living room, looking much better than before. Minato, on the other end of the line, heard the tone of Leona's voice, reproachful yet filled with love for Kai, and couldn't help but smile. After giving Kai his orders, Leona apologized. "Sorry about that. Let's keep talking." Next was Shizuku. She apparently had a daughter and a young granddaughter. However, no one had seen her around lately. Minato furrowed his brow, asking suspiciously, "What do you mean?" Leona replied slowly, saying some sources claimed she had crossed the sea. Just then, a noise erupted outside. Minato spoke up quickly. "Hold on a second." He then went outside to open the door. Seeing the two sisters, Du and Ruka, had returned, he waved at them, "Welcome home." After greeting them, Minato returned to his room to continue the call with Leona. "Sorry, please go on." Leona nodded slightly and replied, "Right. As you know, that's still unconfirmed. Still, there's something about this that feels off. I'll look into it a bit deeper." Minato gathered a lot of information from her and said gratefully, "Sorry for all this trouble. I really appreciate it." Leona brushed it off, speaking nonchalantly. "It's nothing. You've helped me out plenty of times. All right, let's talk more next time." With that, she hung up. Seeing this, Kai ran over and naively asked if the person she was just talking to was Kusanagi Minato. Leona looked at the boy suspiciously. Why would you think that? She couldn't help but smile. Kai replied honestly, you look really happy. That comment stunned Leona. A moment later, she ruffled Kai's hair and said, I see I look happy, do I? Elsewhere, in the police chief's office, he seemed to have a guest. He said coldly, we need to know more about Kusanagi Minato. I want to assign that task to you. The guest was Shizuku. Hearing the chief's words, she remained standing there in silence. The chief didn't care, and continued, if we can't uncover the secret behind his power, we're going to be powerless. Hesitating for a moment, Shizuku nodded and replied, I understand. The chief frowned, asking skeptically, he seems to let his guard down when he's with you. Is there a reason for that? Shizuku fell silent, stumbling over her words for a long time. She finally spoke up. That's probably because I'm old, and you see, he's a very kind person. The chief didn't doubt her and stood up from his chair. He walked in front of Shizuku and warned her in a cold voice, anyway, there's no turning back for me now. And the same goes for you. We're in the same boat. Yes, sir. A flash of reluctance crossed Shizuku's face, but in the end, she nodded in agreement. In another area, at the police training grounds, it was time for Minato and the others to train. Seeing everyone was present, Minato immediately commanded, all right, let's get started. But before he could do anything, Sudogo came rushing over. Sorry, wait a moment. Minato glanced at him and asked, what's wrong? Sudogo replied urgently, the U.S. Army's Mage Division has arrived in Japan for a meeting, and I've been informed they want to observe the SMT training session. The people below were stunned. Mizuha Duika muttered in confusion. Aren't they one of the strongest elite units? Ruka nodded slightly. They pride themselves on having some of the world's best mages. Kasaragi Ryuji shook his head, showing he didn't know. Minato also furrowed his brow, lost in thought. America's level wasn't this high 50 years ago. Did he believe they had risen to the top in this era? While everyone was panicking, Sudogo explained further. News of the SMT has spread abroad. The battle against Kusanagi Minato, a while back, really seems to have put us in the crosshairs. Chloe smirked after hearing that. So what they're really interested in is, she trailed off there, and everyone kept quiet. No one dared to speculate. Minato was also lost in his own thoughts, and didn't speak. Just then, Sudogo continued, there's another reason they're visiting Japan. In this day and age, disasters are occurring across the globe. Just like 50 years ago, the Americans might be here to find a countermeasure. No sooner had he finished speaking than a booming voice rang out. Who needs a countermeasure? This made everyone jump. When they turned back to look, they saw a man in a suit walking toward them. He had a muscular, solid build, unlike most Japanese people. Behind him was a group of soldiers in U.S. military uniforms. Seeing them, the SMT members exclaimed in surprise, is that the U.S. Mage Division? They look so intimidating. The U.S. delegation marched toward Minato with an imposing presence. Two powerful streams of magical energy were silently clashing. The pressure was so intense that those behind them were forced to step back. Even just standing there was difficult for them. Just then, the muscular man suddenly narrowed his eyes at Minato. Immediately after, he lunged toward him. Seeing this, the Ruka sisters were instantly worried. But the man pulled Minato into a bear hug and laughed loudly. We finally meet, Kusanagi-san. No sooner had he finished than he sensed something. Right away, the man curiously examined Minato, squeezing his abs and feeling his biceps. He muttered skeptically, your body is toned, but you're too thin. Can you really fight to the death with a body like this? Minato, tired of the man constantly touching him, said indignantly, could you please let go? The man realized he had been rude, quickly released him, and apologized. Forgive my insolence. He then introduced himself as Major Aaron Anderson from the U.S. Army's 157th Mage Division, also the head of the Magic Institute's research team. Hearing this, Minato frowned in surprise. A Magic Institute? Do they study disasters, monsters, and all of magic? Thinking this, he introduced himself. I am the SMT commanding officer, Kusanagi Minato. These are the other members of the SMT. Aaron laughed loudly again. Who needs an introduction? I already know everything about each SMT member. I hear they're very skilled. The SMT members were delighted to be complimented. Who wouldn't be proud to be praised? Minato fell into deep thought. Japan's private magical research hadn't progressed much because of the mage nobility. Not to mention, his own knowledge was 50 years out of date. You should see this as a good opportunity. After a moment of thought, Minato smiled and spoke up. You're a magical research expert, right, Anderson? If you don't mind, I have a few questions about monsters and disasters. As soon as he finished, the U.S. soldiers behind him immediately radiated intense killing intent. In the blink of an eye, it spread through the air. Minato sensed it and couldn't help but frown. In contrast, Ruka and her team behind him had completely collapsed. The killing intent was overwhelming, far surpassing their own magical power. After a long moment, Eren shouted an order to cease fire. With his command, the U.S. soldiers withdrew their killing intent. Eren looked at everyone apologetically and said, "Sorry about these greenhorns. Good hunting dogs can be a bit overeager sometimes." Shrugging indifferently, Minato smirked and replied, "It's fine, that was just a cool breeze." Hearing this, Eren laughed in annoyance. "My team's magic was just a cool breeze to you? Let me tell you something. You're quite the comedian." Minato couldn't be bothered to respond to that remark. Seeing Minato stay silent, Eren spoke up again. "You wanted to ask about disasters and monsters, right?" Minato nodded slightly and replied, "I apologize for my lack of knowledge, but I'm curious to know exactly what they are, as well as your recent findings." Eren hesitated for a moment, and after a long pause, he said in a low voice, "It's hard to summarize in a few words, and we are still investigating, but I believe monsters are living magic, and disasters are phenomena that transport monsters to Earth. Recent investigations have revealed that when a disaster occurs, the area is flooded with a special type of magic, distinct from the magic humans possess. Basically, that theory is reinforced by the fact that everyone can detect magic power because the sky turns red, though there is no conclusive evidence yet. That magical power has properties similar to monsters. In other words, monsters are composed of magic, and their bodies dissolve into particles upon death. This further strengthens that theory." Minato frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Why do they attack humanity?" Eren shook his head slightly and replied, "There's no clear reason, but there's a theory that they are reacting to our magic. 50 years ago, there weren't many disasters in the U.S., so there were fewer investigations and limited information to work with. However, there are many reports of disasters triggering the magical power of an awakened person. That holds true even now. But recently, Eren has begun to understand more about this issue thanks to the improved quality of magical measuring devices. For example, when a disaster's magic dissipates into the atmosphere, it remains as natural magic. When a monster is defeated, it releases a surge of magic. From this, he can deduce that the particles people see when a monster dies are its body disintegrating into magic. Du was stunned to hear this. That was what Minato had told her. But how did Minato know that? Minato looked intently at Eren and asked suspiciously, "I've seen a monster that seemed to be trying to cause a disaster before." Nodding, Eren replied nonchalantly, "Outside of those rare cases, the world's first disaster happened when no monsters were present. It's very likely you misjudged the situation or misunderstood something." Minato frowned and fell silent. Misunderstood? He didn't think so. The demon general's previous rallying cry was clearly off. Eren continued, "But it is true that monsters, especially the final bosses, can slowly become stronger. It's possible that the monster became the cause of the disaster." Minato was startled and asked back, "Really?" Eren nodded and calmly admitted, "We've tested it. We waited to see what would happen. If we intentionally don't defeat the boss of a minor disaster, monsters appear in waves, but they stop spawning after reaching a certain number, and then their increase suddenly halts. After that, the amount of disaster magic in the atmosphere stops rising as well. There is no doubt that leaving a disaster unchecked is dangerous. Even if the monsters are becoming stronger, the final boss must still be destroyed, at least until that theory can be proven." Minato furrowed his brows tightly. His thoughts on the monsters were the same. Those disaster experiments were interesting, but Minato guessed they hadn't found anything concrete yet. Just then, Eren spoke up. "Anyway, you have an impressive amount of magic power, don't you? There aren't many mages with power as impressive as yours. Please, let me examine your body." "I refuse." Minato didn't hesitate to shake his head. Eren sighed desperately, feeling that he was quite selfish. But Minato didn't care, and calmly asked, "Do you know about the mage nobles?" Eren replied calmly, "I probably only know as much as you do. 50 years ago, U.S. mages were still weak. They stopped receiving direction and technical support from mages in Japan, and information related to mages was cut off." Minato frowned slightly. It was an effect of the monopoly on knowledge and magical techniques by the mage nobles. Without a doubt, the U.S. had already surpassed them. How ironic. Thinking about it, Minato said appreciatively, "I've learned a lot from you today." Eren waved it off. "Don't mention it. We owe a debt to their help during the world's great disaster, especially to Kusanagi Minato. Minato glanced at the soldiers behind him and asked tentatively, as if he were looking for something else. As he suspected, the soldiers had been staring at him without looking away. Eren said in a serious tone, "To be honest, I want to taste your strength myself. That's why I came to Japan a second time." Hearing this, Shizuko exclaimed in a panic, "Didn't you come to Japan to attend an important meeting?" Shrugging indifferently, Eren scoffed, "Who cares about some stupid meeting full of ignorant bigwigs?" Shizuko tried even harder to dissuade him. "But we aren't allowed to engage in combat training." She pleaded for Captain Kusanagi to talk him out of it, but Minato spoke up aggressively. "If everyone just keeps their mouths shut, it'll be fine." Eren laughed excitedly at that. "I'm a huge fan of your spirit. This is a rare opportunity, so give it your all." Minato didn't back down either, smirking, "Who needs countermeasures? Isn't that what you said? It shows how much faith you have in your own abilities, right? Seeing is believing." Eren huffed coldly, and immediately, all the U.S. soldiers unleashed their aura. A flicker of excitement appeared in Minato's eyes. This was a good opportunity to measure the magic power of U.S. mages. "Show me what you've got." Eren raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I'll let you taste the strength of these guys first." Without waiting for Minato to answer, Ruka's group stepped forward. Du spoke up aggressively. "If you send your subordinates to fight, we'll fight back." Eren held up a hand to stop them. "My apologies. But could you stop?" Du asked, looking confused. "Why?" Eren spoke in a deep voice. "We only care about the strong, unless you're all on the same level as Kusanagi." This comment left Du stunned. She didn't know what to say, knowing that no one here was as strong as Minato. Seeing everyone pause, Minato spoke up immediately. "This is a great opportunity. You've all fought monsters many times, but we haven't had many lessons on fighting other mages. Observe our fight closely." The SMT members responded in unison without hesitation. "Yes, sir." Watching this, Eren couldn't help but be moved. He thought they were just a bunch of amateurs. But surprisingly, they were very disciplined. Right then, Minato spoke up. "All right, let's get started." As soon as he finished, Eren's soldiers unleashed their mana. Eren shouted aggressively, "Let the sparring match begin." The U.S. soldiers assumed their combat stances. In the blink of an eye, they scattered in various directions and charged toward Minato. Minato didn't panic at all, calmly weaving his magic. Surprisingly, the U.S. soldiers were able to dodge the mana bolts he fired. In an instant, the soldiers had surrounded Minato. Seeing this, Du and the others were immediately panicked. They had closed the distance without using any magic. Could they really reach Minato in the blink of an eye? Minato was only slightly surprised. He smirked and said, "Your moves aren't bad." As soon as he spoke, the U.S. soldiers attacked again. Minato didn't rush to counter, calmly dodging their strikes. Sensing their combat effectiveness was off, the U.S. soldiers began casting magic. Not giving Minato a moment to breathe, they unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. A series of diverse elemental spells flew wildly at Minato. Minato didn't even create a shield, he just casually sidestepped them. He landed safely without a single scratch. But as soon as he touched the ground, the U.S. soldiers attacked again. They were incredibly fast. Minato reflexively used his hands to block an attack, but before he could catch his breath, the others hit him with more magic. Once again, a frenzy of spells appeared. This time, Minato didn't dodge. He created a shield to hold them off. Witnessing the fight unfold, the FMT members couldn't help but be stunned. Du muttered in disbelief. "No way, they're forcing Minato onto the defensive." Ruka spoke seriously. "Even though their magic level isn't exceptionally high, each of them has significant firepower. Even Minato's defensive magic can't hold out for long. So this is the power of the U.S. Mage Division?" After a long moment, Minato stepped out from his shield and said indifferently, "Just as I expected from the U.S. military, you've been trained wonderfully." Then, Minato spoke loudly. "In battles against mages, you rarely use large-scale spells." He explained that only when both sides are highly skilled do they understand when to use them. In most cases, people fight their opponents in close quarters. That's because casting magic takes time, and it's hard for a mage to use magic when an opponent is closing in. Even for two mages of equal high rank, close quarters combat is common for that very reason. While Minato was talking, the U.S. soldiers' cooldowns finished, and they unleashed more magic. Without hesitation, they attacked Minato. Whether it was fire or water, Minato dodged it all. Even the lightning bolts from the U.S. soldiers were blocked by his shield. Aaron stood to the side watching, unable to help but frown. Is Minato lecturing them to show off in front of his subordinates? If so, he was disappointed in him. Aaron wanted his soldiers to end this quickly, but soon, he realized his soldiers were struggling. They couldn't even touch Minato. He was just too fast. Aaron watched with a deep frown. Strange, what's going on? He didn't understand why his men couldn't do anything against Minato. As he watched, Aaron's expression grew uglier. Why couldn't his soldiers even leave a scratch? On Minato? They couldn't land a single hit. None of their attacks were working. They had never faced an opponent like this before. While the U.S. soldiers were still confused, Minato spoke up. I must commend your refined techniques, which are clearly the result of hard training. Your combat skills are also truly excellent. As soon as he finished, he unleashed his own mana, and with a faint smile, he said, as a thank you for showing me your skills, I think I'll get a bit serious. Right after that, Minato shot forward. He struck them repeatedly. Minato's speed was so fast they couldn't even react. Minato punched and kicked, every move landing perfectly on the soldiers. He took them down one by one without using a single spell. Minato didn't give them a chance to react. Before the last one could counter with magic, he struck first. This one-sided beatdown left Ruka and her group behind them in shock. Aaron's face also began to darken. All the U.S. soldiers had been defeated by Minato. Aaron stood still for a long time before sighing. My elite unit just got taken down like that? Who would have thought a student from this once complacent country could become so strong? Minato said casually. Your men fought very well, Aaron said unhappily. Although I'm honored by your praise, we failed completely. Where did you learn to fight like that? Actually, I mostly taught myself, Minato replied calmly. Hearing this, Aaron couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, that's interesting. You really are an interesting young man. In that case, allow me to show you my power next. As he finished speaking, he took off his jacket and tossed it aside without hesitation. Aaron's muscular, solid physique was quickly revealed to everyone. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Even if I look like this, I love an interesting fight. Minato was a bit speechless. It certainly looks like it. Aaron was now full of battle spirit and shouted excitedly. Now, shall we begin the real fight? Kusanagi. Minato narrowed his eyes as he looked at him, a spark of caution in his gaze. In a split second, Aaron unleashed his mana. Minato was caught off guard, his eyes narrowing instinctively. Before he could even process the situation, Aaron had already appeared right in front of him. Minato was even more startled. The man was incredibly fast. Aaron didn't hesitate to attack, but Minato managed to dodge every strike. When his punches failed, Aaron switched to using magic. A bolt of earth magic shot toward Minato. He tilted his head to dodge, then somersaulted backward. Minato landed safely without sustaining any injuries. Before he could even catch his breath, Aaron appeared behind him. He said with a sneer, "Too slow." Minato was slightly startled and quickly dodged. He retreated a few meters away from Aaron. Now it was Aaron's turn to mutter in confusion. "You really are slippery." "I was sure I had you," Minato replied calmly. "You used magic to enhance your physical capabilities, right?" Aaron raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I'm glad you noticed. This is a technique I invented myself," he bragged, inspired by recent advances in magic measurement and sensing technology. "We are in the process of establishing a method to freely control our magic. This strength of mine applies that very method." He called it muscle magic. But just as he did, Minato simultaneously uttered the name Mana Art. That was the name of this power. As soon as he spoke, the magic power in his body began to erupt. Aaron's expression instantly darkened. That was the technique Minato had used in the battle against Kusanagi Minato. His magical power was on par with his own, perhaps even far surpassing it. This technique was the accumulation of decades of research. It was truly a mystery. How could Minato use it? But Aaron didn't care about that now. He would push his strength to the limit alongside him. Minato, for his part, had no intention of backing down. Although it was still far from perfect, he was still surprised that Aaron could use Mana Art. He didn't expect to find someone who could create the same technique through their own efforts. It seemed Minato would be able to enjoy this match. Thinking this, Minato took off running. He increased his speed simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, Minato reached Aaron, throwing a punch at his face, while also being struck by him. The two traded blows for a few moments. Their speed was so fast that Ruka and the others behind them couldn't keep up. Kasuраgi Ryuji couldn't help but say, "Just how strong is he?" Minato was still a student, just like them. His knowledge of magic far surpassed this world, and he could defeat any enemy without breaking a sweat. This truly terrified them. Kasaragi Ryuji spoke with growing admiration. He's going up against an elite from the U.S. military. Minato is overwhelming him not just in magical power but in physical combat as well. How does he do it? Kasaragi Ryuji frowned in silence. All this time, she had pretended not to realize that Minato was simply too strong. Ruka finally realized this reality. They are growing stronger. That was why she always believed that one day, if they kept training, they could stand beside Minato as equals. But was that even possible? Mizuha Ruka truly couldn't imagine a future where they could catch up to Minato. The two sisters became more panicked the more they thought about it. They really couldn't accept that. Meanwhile, in the middle of the fight, Minato and Eren were still clashing. Minato was overwhelming him. In the fray, he kicked Eren hard. Eren was forced back, but he quickly countered with a punch, only for Minato to block it. Not letting him catch his breath, he countered with a punch of his own. His speed was so fast that Eren couldn't dodge it in time. Eren bit his lip aggressively, trying to retaliate, but Minato backed off in a flash. Taking this opportunity, Eren sat on the ground panting, while Minato stood there looking completely composed. Eren finally accepted the truth. Minato was too strong. He was just a child compared to him. Eren truly doubted whether Minato was even human. "Are you a monster?" Minato narrowed his eyes at him and asked coldly, "Shall we continue?" Eren shook his head slightly and replied, "No, I've lost. I'm speechless. That wasn't even a contest anymore." Minato walked over to help him up. Eren sighed, pouting, "I rarely see anyone as strong as you. I mean, there are monsters in the United States, too." He then offered, "Please visit my homeland. You will always be welcomed as a friend." Minato nodded without hesitation. "Sure, I'll go if I have the chance." As soon as he finished speaking, the two shook hands. After being satisfied by the fight, Eren left with a grin. "Good luck, Kusanagi." Goodbye to the members of SMT. Once they were gone, the members of SMT rushed over and sang Minato's praises. "That was amazing, Captain Kusanagi. Even the U.S. Magic Division is no match for you." Only Ruka's group remained silent, having made a decision that could change their lives. In the following days, Ruka trained like a madwoman. She wanted to be stronger. Ruka aimed to stand alongside Minato, and so did Kasaragi Ryuji. He was tired of always having to rely on others. He had to find a way to move forward on his own. While they were obsessing over training, Minato was having a headache over a different problem. He exclaimed in surprise, "We're going to sell merchandise through a partnership between SMT and the Mage Nobles?" Sidugo nodded slightly. "Now that you're in the media more often, many want to join SMT. Our budget is steadily increasing, so we're considering our next move." Minato heard this and asked with dissatisfaction, "Is that why you want to sell items? Are you trying to line your own pockets?" Sidugo immediately shook his head. "We need money to continue our operations. I don't really like this idea either." Minato sighed helplessly. What a shame. Thinking about it, he looked at the sketch in his hand, which featured a plush toy in his likeness. He suddenly thought of the Kusanagi Minato plush toy belonging to the boy he had saved earlier, and finally nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll allow us to sell the merchandise." Sidu Ugo exclaimed with joy upon hearing that. But before he could celebrate for long, Minato smiled and said, "But with one condition." Sidu Ugo hesitated after hearing it. "That would eat up a lot of our budget. Is that feasible?" Minato pouted and said, "That's not the problem. The preparations are already underway." And so, the entire ST team received a surprise message. A joint training camp with the nobles had been proposed. A few days later, in a certain area of Tokyo, Minato's group arrived. Not long after, the mage nobles also appeared. Hinata led the way, complaining constantly. What a pain. Very soon, Humi also appeared with his assistant, a smile always fixed on his lips. "This might be a bit too much for my old body." Seeing him, the two sisters, Mizuha Duika, exclaimed in shock. "Even Chairman Mum Miyu is here? Isn't this just a standard training camp? Is there some mistake?" Sidugo seemed to realize something and muttered under his breath. "It seems Chairman Mum Miyu is the one behind this camp. Maybe he wants to make amends for the past of the aristocratic mages." Minato glanced at Chloe and asked suspiciously, "The Fui Ukra family isn't here?" Chloe shrugged indifferently and pouted, saying they basically fell apart after their leader was arrested. She added that the Fui Ukin family would never regain their former glory. Minato remained skeptical and asked, "Aren't there still members who weren't involved in that conspiracy?" Chloe replied calmly, "I'm sure all of them are starting new lives now." Minato frowned in silence. He had heard a little about the Fui Ukin family from Leona, and it sounded like the butler was still safe. Afterward, they boarded a vehicle to head to the training grounds. Upon stepping out, Minato suddenly noticed Hinata's gaze. Other members of the aristocratic mages were already waiting in the open field, though they didn't seem too happy to see the SMT group arrive. Feeling their stares, Du couldn't help but feel flustered. Why are they glaring at us? Ruka frowned and muttered. Even though we're supposed to be collaborating, they don't seem to have a very good impression of the FMT, do they? Minato sighed helplessly, thinking, oh boy, who knows what's going to happen next? A while later, they entered the storage area and then began training at the Tadano-jun practice field. Hifumi stood on a high platform and spoke clearly. Thank you all for taking the time to be here. I'm quite sure you're all feeling mentally exhausted. Minato frowned slightly. The police and SMT regional units were temporarily providing support in the meantime. It shouldn't be an issue since there hadn't been many natural disasters lately, but he still felt a bit anxious. While Minato was lost in thought, Hifumi continued. However, I believe this joint training is crucial to overcoming the great catastrophe. From this point on, their battles would only become more intense. That is why improving cooperation between the mages, nobles, and the SMT is absolutely vital. Hifumi stated that very few people had the ability to lead everyone. He believed it had to be someone upright and, above all, an exceptional mage. He thought only one person was fit for this role, and that person was none other than Minato. He would be the instructor for this joint training camp. Hinata clicked her tongue upon hearing this, as if she had already guessed what would happen. Sure enough, the aristocratic mages immediately erupted in discontent and began to protest. Hifumi had anticipated this. He scanned the crowd, gave a cold huff, and spoke up. It seems there are some who aren't satisfied. Tell me, is there any mage here who can defeat Captain Kusanagi? This left the aristocratic mages speechless, and no one dared to argue back. Hifumi looked satisfied. He looked us down at Minato and said, in that case, Captain Kusanagi, please show us something. Minato frowned slightly in silence. While Hifumi was telling the truth, it was ultimately to serve his own interests. The aristocratic mages had monopolized magical knowledge and techniques, yet they couldn't beat Minato. They realized they had hit their limits, and Hifumi was trying to exploit Minato. After all this time, he still hated to lose. Minato wasn't bothered by that trait of his. Thinking this, he stepped onto the platform and declared firmly, you will be training here for 2 weeks. I have only one requirement. Follow my lead as if your lives depend on it. Minato swept his gaze across everyone, and not a single person spoke up to object. Shortly after, they obediently followed Minato's training, but when forced to do push-ups, they shouted in protest. Why do we have to do push-ups? Minato paid no mind. He had 10 times the weight on his back that they did, yet he didn't break a sweat as he said coldly, training your body is the foundation of all magic. Push yourselves to the absolute limit. The heads of the 3 aristocratic magic families were also doing push-ups alongside everyone else. They had heavy loads on their backs too. As family heads, they couldn't afford to lose face. After push-ups, Minato made everyone drag heavy wheels as they ran, constantly urging them on, run with everything you've got. There's no point in trying to cut corners. And so, the whole group kept dragging the heavy wheels, running frantically behind Minato. The 3 people with Hinata stayed close to Minato because they didn't want to lose to him. Du couldn't help but reflect on the scene, thinking it was incredible that the aristocratic mages were actually listening to Minato. She never thought she would see this day. A while later, the jogging session ended. Minato said calmly, 5-minute break. Remember to hydrate. But someone disagreed and spoke up. What is the purpose of this? We're just training without any specific goal. Without needing Minato to reply, the FMT team retorted aggressively. You've got it all wrong. Captain Kusanagi is amazing. And just like that, an argument broke out. Neither side was willing to yield. Kasaragi Ryuji sighed helplessly. I knew something like this would happen. Du cried out in panic. We have to stop them. Not wanting the situation to escalate, Minato stepped in to intervene. That's enough, both of you. The SMT members were still unsatisfied and wanted to say more, but Minato held up his hand to stop them. He looked at the aristocratic mage and said coldly, I know you don't trust me. If I weren't the instructor, I wouldn't mind the criticism. But right now, I demand that you follow my orders. With that, Minato looked at his own team and spoke in a stern, corrective tone. And you, if you trust me, just hold your tongue for now. Understood? They nodded immediately. Understood. Captain Kusanagi, we apologize. Minato successfully ended the dispute, but he remained deeply concerned, as it seemed they held a deep-seated grudge. The fact that they still had reasons to argue was the real problem. In this situation, something had to be done. Minato suddenly flashed a wicked smile, which caught Du off guard and scared her. And so, their personal hell began. Minato found a high vantage point and, without a word, began attacking everyone relentlessly with magic, causing them to scatter in a panic. He shouted aggressively, "Come on, what's wrong? You'll really lose your lives if you don't fight back with everything you've got. Use your mana until you're completely drained." But was Minato's magic something they could even resist? The answer was no. One by one, they were taken down by magic. The guy who was complaining earlier shouted in frustration, "This isn't training, this is abuse." Hearing this, the FMT members just scoffed coldly. "You noble mages are truly pathetic." That remark struck a nerve with the noble mage's pride. Instantly, they all glared fiercely at the SMT members. "Don't look down on us. We'll show you what real noble mages can do when they're actually serious." The FMT team didn't back down either, firmly retorting, "As if we'd ever lose to you guys." Minato watched the scene, satisfied, and wore a smile. It seemed he had successfully ignited their competitive spirit. The mission was accomplished. Shortly after, Minato took everyone down. That was when he spoke up. "That's enough for today. Get some good rest and prepare for tomorrow." Minato turned and walked away, but he had barely taken 2 steps when Hinata called out, "Wait, Kusanagi." Minato tilted his head and asked with a frown, "Is there something you want to ask?" Hinata glared at him, questioning him with dissatisfaction. "Are you really going to keep training us like this?" Minato was slightly surprised and asked back, "Is that a complaint?" She shook her head in protest. "No, but there has to be another way," Minato said indifferently. "I've said it before, there's no other way. There is a method to stimulate magic power perception, which is to have a high-ranking mage perform a shock therapy to awaken the magic flow in one's body, but that's for beginners. You said it has no effect on Hinata." Hearing that, Hinata snapped back, shouting, "Then how can you be this strong? How can you have such an absurd amount of magic power?" Minato calmly explained. "Aside from increasing magic flow, there's also the method of using magic until it's completely exhausted, or improving spell techniques in other ways. I don't know any other methods to become stronger." Hinata bit her lip aggressively, huffing in frustration. "Fine, forget it. Sorry." She then turned and walked away. Riku saw this, apologetically said sorry to Minato, and followed after Hinata. Minato watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. How did he increase his own strength? The first disaster was what triggered Minato's awakening. Yet, he had never met a mage as strong as himself. Why was Minato so strong, and why did he possess so much magic power? He, himself, didn't really know. The next day, Minato continued to train them as usual. After taking everyone down again, he said, "All right, that's all for today's training." As soon as he finished, all the noble mages lay on the ground, starting to groan. One of them gritted their teeth, murmuring in dissatisfaction, "Is this kind of training actually useful? We are noble mages, yet this brutal training is no different from what they do in the military." Many days had passed since they started training, and they felt like Minato was just all talk. Hearing their chatter, Minato immediately spoke up. "We're going to the magic measurement room. Follow me." So, the group of noble mages followed Minato to the measurement room, their attitudes still dismissive, whispering as they walked, "I bet nothing has changed at all." But when they arrived at the magic measurement room, everyone was shocked. The magic power of one of them had already increased to the count of 40,000. The others were the same, leaving them in utter confusion. It had truly increased in such a short time. Seeing their reactions, Minato spoke again. "That's not all. You all will become even stronger over the next 2 weeks." Hearing this, a spark of determination suddenly rose in the eyes of everyone present. And in the days that followed, they accepted Minato's brutal training without any complaints. Minato was very pleased with this. This heart-to-heart was a success. They finally realized the value of this short-term training. If this was the result after only a few days, then if they gave their all over these 2 weeks, their strength would far exceed this. Seeing the determination in their eyes, Minato was naturally very happy. After running, Minato began training them in magic usage. It didn't take long before the FMT team grew weak and breathless. Their magic power was running low. Yet, as they sat down, the noble mages pulled ahead, mocking them. "FMT is really just a bunch of weaklings, aren't they? You're nowhere near being comparable to noble mages." These words seemed to revive the spirit of the FMT team. They began to run frantically. Seeing this, Ruka couldn't help but sigh. "It seems they've sparked a lively competition." Du nodded in agreement. "I was a bit worried at first, but now they're full of energy." Just as they were talking, a brilliant flame rushed toward them. The 2 sisters, Ruka, panicked and ran away. After running for a while, they sat on the ground panting. But before they could even take 2 breaths, Minato walked over. He smiled coldly and said, "If you have time to chat during training, this must be easy for you two. In that case, I'll increase the difficulty specifically for you two. Hearing this, the Ruka sisters cried out in terror. A while later, at the training camp cafeteria, the noble mages were eating and chatting excitedly. My magic has been flowing very smoothly lately. Not only has my magic power increased, but even our magic rank has improved. This made them all very happy. Everyone was excited, and the atmosphere at the table was much more cheerful. Finally, someone couldn't help but remark, "I guess Captain Kusanagi's power really is no joke." Hearing this, the others suddenly felt guilty. They had looked down on Minato before. While they were talking, the FMT team walked over, laughing. "I told you so. Captain Kusanagi Minato is amazing." With a cold huff, the noble mage replied, "I'll admit that much, but our grand mage is even better." And once again, a debate broke out at the table, but this time the atmosphere was completely different. Minato smiled with satisfaction. It seemed it worked. After the meal, Minato took everyone back for training. This time, it was target practice. Minato stood on the side observing, thinking to himself, "It seems everyone's magic rank has improved. They're doing very well." Just then, his eyes focused on someone, Chloe. She was smoothly casting her dark attribute magic. Minato frowned slightly and thought. According to Leona, Chloe's ability was said to be above average, but it was clearly much higher than that. While he was thinking, Chloe suddenly turned and smiled at him. Minato said nothing, just watching her intently. It seemed Chloe was hiding her true strength. He couldn't see through her, but for now, Minato would set the Chloe matter aside. What worried him more was Riku, and then there was that hot-tempered girl, Hinata. Riku and Tusiru were fine, but Hinata lacked motivation. Minato could understand the reason. Every time she saw his face, Hinata acted like she wanted to bite him. He wondered why. However, it wouldn't be good if Hinata kept going like this. It was quite a hassle. So, after the training session ended, Minato went to find Hinata to talk. "Sorry for asking you to stay back," Hinata said coldly. "Just tell us what you want." Minato squinted at her and said calmly, "It seems like the training isn't working for you. Can you tell me why?" Upon hearing the question, Hinata, who seemed to have been holding it in for a long time, snapped. "Because it's basically useless. I can't get any stronger this way," Minato asked, puzzled, yet she still participated every day. Hinata barked back aggressively, "Shut it. It's an order, so I have no other choice." Minato was even more confused. An order? It seems like only Hifumi can make the noble mages obey. He was quite surprised that she actually listened to anyone. While Minato was deep in thought, Hinata turned away, frustrated. "Regardless, I'm not changing my attitude about this." Seeing this, Riku apologetically stepped in for Hinata. Minato waved him off, shaking his head. "It's fine. I don't mind. Come to think of it, you're always by her side. Do you have a relationship with Homura?" Riku hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I think we're just friends, though I could be wrong. But there's nothing special between us." Minato nodded in understanding. "I see. Sorry for prying into your personal life." Riku chuckled. "It's all right. Sorry for bothering you too." Minato was a bit confused by that and asked skeptically, "You mean Homura?" Riku nodded and sighed. "She has a bit of a rough personality, so people often misunderstand her, but she isn't a bad person." Hearing this, Minato finally understood, smiling faintly. "I actually quite like people who are as straightforward as she is." "I understand." Riku gave him a genuine smile. "Thank you, Kusanagi Minato." Shortly after, Riku took his leave. Minato bid him farewell, but he had already decided to keep an eye on Hinata. The next day, at the training grounds, everyone was practicing Tadano Jun as usual, chatting during their breaks. Only Hinata was huddled off by herself, not bothering with anyone. Minato, watching her all this time, couldn't help but frown. Hinata truly did everything alone, even eating by herself. He decided that perhaps he should reach out and help her a little. And in the following days, whenever he saw Hinata, Minato would strike up a conversation. During training, he paid her special attention, trailing after her and babbling in her ear incessantly. This drove Hinata absolutely insane. She barked in frustration. "What the hell? Do you have a problem? Why do you keep clinging to me? What are you playing at?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato replied calmly, "I just wanted to talk to you." Hinata looked at him, bewildered. "You just want to talk?" Minato nodded slightly. Yeah, she was always alone and looked so lonely. Hearing this, Hinata scoffed immediately. "I'm not lonely. I like being by myself." Minato didn't think so, and challenged her, but it didn't look like that at all. This made Hinata bark back, dissatisfied. "What would you know?" Minato replied slowly. "People who truly like being alone wouldn't put themselves in a situation where they have to cooperate with others. They wouldn't care about anyone, and wouldn't accept any concern. But you don't seem like any of that. Hinata frowned at his words, biting her lip and mumbling, stopping as if to say, as if you understand me. But Minato didn't care and offered, let's be friends. Hinata stared at him, stunned, not knowing how to react, but quickly snapped back aggressively. What the hell are you talking about? Shrugging again, Minato raised an eyebrow. Is that not allowed? You know, I actually quite like you. When Hinata heard the word like, her face flushed with shyness. She hurriedly said, normal people don't just go around offering to be friends with others like that, you know? Minato murmured, bewildered. Is that so? I guess you're right. Hinata glared at him, then suddenly lowered her voice and muttered, that's enough. Give up on trying to figure me out. A girl like me is annoying and troublesome, right? She then fell into a brooding silence. But Minato didn't hesitate to counter. Not really. I don't hate you. Actually, I like how you express yourself so directly. People who flatter me for no reason just make me feel uncomfortable. These words made Hinata stop in her tracks. A moment later, she smirked. Seriously, you really are a weirdo. Minato was stunned. What was that supposed to mean? Hinata realized what she had just said, a flicker of panic in her eyes. She hurriedly turned and ran away, shouting over her shoulder, either way, I'm never going to be friends with you. That's never going to happen. Minato sighed helplessly. Oh boy, looks like I got rejected. Little did he know, their entire conversation had been overheard. Chloe had been standing behind the wall and heard every word. A while later, at the training grounds, Minato was teaching everyone how to use magic. After training with Minato for a few days, Tusiru's magic had grown stronger. The Ruka sisters saw this, a flicker of fear appearing in their eyes. Just then, Minato shouted, that's enough practice for now. Let's take a break. Everyone was trying their best, seemingly honing their own unique powers. While heading to the canteen, Minato spotted the Mizuha family. The two sisters were trying to ask Tusiru to have a family meal with them. They hadn't had a chance to talk in a long time, but Tusiru replied coldly, I still have plenty of work to do, so I must decline this meal. With that, he walked away without even looking back. Minato walked up to the Ruka sisters and said helplessly, he's still the same, isn't he? He hasn't changed his attitude at all, even after deciding to disown you two? Ruka shook her head slightly. He wasn't like this before, Minato asked, confused. What was different? Ruka's tone was melancholic. He used to be kinder and would listen to us. But ever since their mother passed away, Tusiru had never been the same. He didn't talk to the Ruka sisters as much as he used to, and was always away on work. Ruka lowered her voice and mumbled, I think I understand how father feels because I'm the same way. When their mother died, she felt she had to become stronger. In trying to protect Mizuha Duika, Ruka had become stricter and lost herself. Hearing this, Du immediately grabbed Ruka's hand to comfort her. But you're still the same gentle sister you've always been. Ruka looked at her gratefully and smiled. Thank you. But I've changed. And father hasn't. Does father still love us? Du wasn't sure either, shaking her head as she whispered, I can't tell what father is thinking. He never talks to us about it. Overhearing their conversation, Minato smiled to reassure them. If he didn't love you two, he wouldn't have seen me as an enemy and challenged me, would he? He told himself that was definitely how a father would act towards someone trying to get close to his daughters. The only thing that baffled Minato was why Tusiru's magic power fluctuated so much. It seemed like he was hesitating about something. Just then, Chloe walked over and called out to him. She smiled and asked, could I have a word with you? Minato didn't refuse. They found a secluded corner to talk. He figured Chloe wanted to ask him out on another date. While Minato was lost in thought, Chloe slowly began to speak. I've been thinking about this a lot lately. I want to know more about you. As she spoke, she stepped forward. In no time, she was right in front of Minato. Chloe placed a hand on his chest and whispered, I want to delve into the very depths of your essence. I want to know what kind of person you really are. She said Minato was unlike anyone else, with a beauty and soul that exuded a unique charm. Hearing this, Minato didn't react much, slowly nodding. I understand. I'm honored to receive such praise from you. Chloe couldn't help but be stunned. She let out a faint chuckle, then added nonchalantly, you really are a strange man. Outwardly straightforward, yet filled with calculations inside. At times you're full of spirit, yet at others, so innocent. Even those elusive sides of you are incredibly captivating. At this point, Chloe paused for a moment before seriously proposing, have you ever considered dating me? She believed their relationship would be absolutely wonderful. Despite how she appeared, she was actually a very passionate person. Chloe also said that if Minato wanted, she could do anything for him, and would give him everything she had. As she spoke, she pressed even closer to Minato. Their faces were only inches apart. She raised an eyebrow, smiling as she asked, "So, what do you think? Shall we be together for the rest of our lives?" Minato, seeing the distance closing, quickly backed away and shook his head in refusal. "I'm sorry. I have no intention of dating anyone." Chloe wasn't too surprised by the rejection and just smiled lightly. "I see. How disappointing." Quickly returning to her usual demeanor, she smiled and said, "Well, that's that. I'll be going now." Minato watched her walk away, falling into a thoughtful silence. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Kasaragi Ryuji suddenly threw his arm around Riku's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Good work, man." Riku frowned, muttering, "You too. You weren't bad yourself." Minato returned just in time to see this and asked doubtfully, "What's going on? How did it turn out like this?" Ruka slowly explained. The two of them had argued about their training regimens and decided to challenge each other. The result was that they both finished 1,000 reps and collapsed, and somehow, things just ended up like this. Minato sighed helplessly. So, they were both muscle-obsessed maniacs. Brushing that aside, Minato began teaching everyone how to use magic. After some time, the SMT members and the noble mages became much closer. On the final day of training, Minato stood on the podium and declared clearly, "You have all trained incredibly hard. Today marks the end of your training, but this is only the beginning." The people below listened intently. Minato continued, "Many lives may be at risk during the upcoming world disaster, but if we can all fulfill our roles to the best of our ability, even those disasters will be defeated." He told them they were all very strong, that even the world disaster was no match for them, and urged them to rest until the mission began while keeping their spirits high. With that, Minato raised his fist, shouting passionately, "It all depends on you. We will surely protect Japan and the world." As soon as he finished, everyone around shouted in unison. The two groups, who had initially entered with mutual dislike, had finally become comrades. Hinata stood in the distance, watching the scene. She couldn't help but marvel. Minato is truly an incredible person, not only with the FMT, but he had also trained the noble mages, and their capabilities must be far greater than before. Minato had even managed to make everyone more open with each other. He had even been kind to her. The more Hinata thought about it, the more her gaze drifted toward Minato, on the podium. Thinking about the friend label he had proposed, she shook her head quickly. "What am I thinking? I don't need friends." Hinata didn't need anything like that. After all, everything felt meaningless to her anyway. A moment later, Hifumi walked over to Minato and offered his praise. "The results are wonderful, Captain Kusanagi." Minato replied with a polite smile, "I am honored, sir." Hifumi didn't notice the formality in his tone and continued. At first, they disagreed because they didn't understand each other, but now they are starting to trust one another. Everything is progressing very smoothly. By continuing like this, the world will eventually see peace. This made Hifumi very happy. "I hope so." Minato replied with a slight nod, reaching out to shake Hifumi's hand warmly. Thanks to the training camp, the levels of both the SMT and the noble mages had increased. Coordination between the two sides had also improved significantly. As a result, the damage caused by disasters and demons around Tokyo had decreased substantially. Although natural disasters still occurred, the recorded damage was the lowest in the past 50 years. People all across Japan were overjoyed. Now, we can finally go out without worrying. Thanks to the success of the SMT and the noble mages, for better or worse, all of Japan was living in peace. Well, of course, except for the SMT squad. They still had to train every day with their hellish instructor, Minato. He was on the sidelines, teaching and pushing them. Training is meaningless if you don't push yourself to the limit. The closer we are to death, the more peaceful Japan will be. While they were training, Sidugo ran over from afar to report that Captain Kusanagi had decided that they would cooperate with mages across all of Japan. Many mages would step up to support them when the great disaster arrived. Minato nodded with satisfaction. Karen added, "Based on the location and damage data from the great disasters 50 years ago, we have determined the deployment plan for each member." After the report was finished, Sidugo leaned in close to Minato's ear and whispered, "I have finished arranging the distribution you requested. I did it very discreetly." Minato nodded and instructed, "That will be useful. We need an insurance policy. The world disaster, the largest among the great disasters, affecting not only Japan, but the entire world. This was not a single disaster, but many occurring all at once. 50 years ago, humanity could never handle a disaster on this scale, so unpredictable and vast. But this time, it would be different. Minato was ready for anything. Thinking this, Minato spoke clearly and loudly. "As we all know, the world-shaking disaster begins in a few days. Rest up until then, and spend some quality time with your families." Hearing this, the members of FMT began to murmur amongst themselves. Is this really okay? We have no idea how dangerous these mega disasters will be. Minato heard them and immediately reassured them. We have done everything we could. Each one of you has grown so much stronger, so please, just relax. We are definitely going to win. Even though he said that, those below were still anxious. The group with Sudogo was no exception. Seeing their long faces, Minato felt a bit helpless. Then, he confidently declared, "Let me say this one last thing. Believe in me when things get tough, when the pain strikes, when fear takes over, and when it makes you want to turn and run. Remember me." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Duika, Ruka, Kasuragi Ryuji, Sidu Ugo, Karin, and even Chloe. After hearing his declaration, they all felt much more confident. Smiles returned to their faces. Minato continued, his voice clear and resonant. "No matter the situation, I will save all of you and this world. You can always count on me. No matter what happens, I will handle it. Yes, Captain Kusanagi." The entire SMT team roared in unison. Beyond them, the heads of the magic noble houses were also very busy. Hinata and Riku were inseparable. Tiru seemed cold on the outside, but he was busy managing the situation. Hifumi, the chairman of the Magicians Association, was also swamped, though it was hard to tell if that was a good thing or a bad thing. To prepare for the approaching world disaster, everyone was working hard. Some handled logistics, while others spent final moments with family. Mizuha Duika certainly didn't waste this time either. The three of them, including Minato, tried to enjoy this last bit of peace. And then, the inevitable happened. A few peaceful days passed, and the alert for the world disaster was broadcast across all of Japan. Because it had been predicted, the military quickly deployed to respond. Areas needing quarantine were cordoned off by police, and the FMT team's battle officially began. This was the moment to prove the results of all their training. Minato squinted at the sky as it slowly changed color. He spoke softly. "It's here. The sky looks terrifying right now. The disaster that would cause the death of Kusanagi Minato, a demon army thousands strong appeared. They began to invade the world. The key to victory lay in the hands of Minato, the reincarnation of the great sage from 50 years ago, Kusanagi Minato. He led the SMT team toward the disaster, shouting powerfully, 'Move out, let's save the world.'" A world-shaking disaster is a phenomenon where thousands of disasters occur globally, simultaneously. It is the greatest disaster in human history. At that moment, the greatest disaster began in Tokyo. The world disaster claimed the life of Kusanagi Minato as he fought against it. In the government war room, senior officials were all present. An aide rushed in to report, "Prime Minister, it seems the world-shaking disaster has begun." The Prime Minister's face turned grim in an instant. He bit his lip and muttered, "We are counting on all of you." Elsewhere, in the old city, monsters were swarming everywhere. Minato led everyone as they rushed in. Looking down from above, Minato surveyed the whole scene. He frowned in silence. It looked exactly like that last time. It even seemed like the scale was larger. He could feel a massive surge of magic flowing through his body. But unlike last time, Minato would not let anyone die. Because the mega disaster had struck, citizens were warned to stay indoors. Watching the sky change color, everyone felt anxious. But the innocent children still believed that the great sage would protect them and everyone else. All the people of Japan were placing their trust in Minato. At the scene of the disaster, reporters followed in helicopters to cover the situation live. In the blink of an eye, the sky turned a deep, blood red, spreading across Japan. Monsters poured out in increasing numbers, including many lesser demons and demon generals. Although terrified, the reporter tried their best to narrate the situation for the viewers at home. Demons were gradually appearing, and people were being urged to evacuate from the predicted disaster zones. But were they truly safe? No one could be sure. With the demon army and generals attacking like this, would they really be okay? The reporter grew more anxious by the second. The number of monsters was suddenly overwhelming. But just then, a brilliant flame crashed down with a roar, engulfing the monsters in a sea of fire. At the same time, an imposing figure landed on the ground. This was none other than Minato. The hope everyone was waiting for had finally arrived. Without a second of hesitation, he took to the sky and began using magic to obliterate the monsters. Suddenly, a massive tidal wave crashed into the demons, followed by a barrage of lightning, earth, and dark magic. This was the elite of the SMT team. The Mizuha Duika sisters, Ryuji, Sudogo, Karin, and even Chloe were all there. Minato glanced at them and gave the order, "Wipe out these demons right now. Stay sharp until the disaster's leader appears. There is more than one disaster, so don't waste your mana." Ruka's group immediately followed the order, beginning their magical assault. Under their powerful attacks, waves of lesser demons were wiped out. Minato realized a problem and frowned, muttering, "There are so many common demons." Duika nodded in agreement, "and they are even stronger than before." Kusanagi Ryuji asked frustratedly while fighting, "Where are the noble mages?" Siduugo replied in a low voice, "I'm trying to reach them, but I can't get a connection. Even Tiru isn't answering." Minato sensed something strange. He glanced at Chloe and asked, "You know something, don't you?" Chloe shook her head and denied it. "I'm sorry, I don't know anything." On the other side, Karen was trying to contact the noble mages, but the command system was lost. She cried out in panic, "It's not good. The communication lines are down." Minato frowned and fell silent. All the meticulous preparations made over this time, and now a problem at the most critical moment. Something must be happening. Right then, military personnel arrived. Minato looked at them and asked, "We lost communication. What's the situation on your end?" The officer hurriedly replied, "It's the same here. For both the police and the defense forces, it's complete chaos. They can't coordinate their forces. The situation is spinning out of control." Duika shouted in panic, "We can't to prevent this catastrophe without the noble mages." Kusanagi Ryuji complained in frustration, "Damn it, what the hell are they doing?" Seeing them lose their cool, Minato shouted to calm them down. "No matter the situation, what we have to do remains the same. Even without the noble mages, we can still win if we unite our strength." Everyone looked at him, seemingly calm again. Seeing this, Minato shouted clearly, "I believe in you all." In an instant, everyone regained their confident demeanor. "That's right. Why should we be worried?" Just like Minato said, "We just need to do what must be done." Ruka smiled faintly. Just as she expected from Minato, he was always calm and reliable. With him by their side, they couldn't possibly lose. And so, they joined forces once again to destroy the monsters. A series of powerful magic attacks rained down on them. Seeing this, a reporter excitedly shouted, "Please look, the SMT is controlling the demons." Just as expected from Captain Kusanagi Minato. If it's him, Japan will surely be protected. Everyone watching the news at home felt much more at ease. They had someone to rely on, someone to trust. The demons were no match for Minato's group, and were being wiped out rapidly. Dozens of disasters were occurring across Japan during this global catastrophe. This would have been a difficult battle without the support of the noble mages. But with these numbers, Minato believed they could still manage. He had prepared for this day, and right then, more demons continued to pour out from the rifts in the air. Minato hurriedly shouted a warning, "Don't let your guard down. The demons are still appearing non-stop." Ruka's group immediately took orders and charged forward. Minato led the attack, clenching his hand into a fist. Without a moment's hesitation, he punched the body of a demon general. But not long after, Minato realized something. A series of demon generals were simultaneously firing magic at him. The ground was blasted by the attacks, clouds of dust filling the sky, but Minato remained completely unscathed. He gave a cold, dismissive huff, too naive. Then, he used a level 9 spell to attack them. A radiance quickly appeared in the air, ravaging the bodies of those demon generals. Minato landed on the ground, from the sky, and before he could even catch his breath, another wave of demons appeared. Minato couldn't help but frown and mutter, "They keep coming. It looks like I have to do it." Elsewhere, Ruka's group was battered and bruised, but they finally managed to finish off their wave of demons. Minato, on his end, kept stopping the demons as they emerged. He killed every single one that appeared, but something bothered him. They were stronger and more numerous than they were 50 years ago. Just as Minato had predicted, it seemed this situation was not simple at all. Just then, the two sisters, Mizuha Duika, sensed a massive surge of magic approaching. They both cried out in terror, feeling as if a boss was appearing. On this side, the crimson spatial rift in the sky suddenly distorted. A demon emerged from within. Seeing its massive body and aura, Ruka's group was immediately terrified. It was a demon king. It had finally appeared. Seeing that giant demon king, everyone panicked. Ruka cried out in fear, "This is too terrifying." Mizuha Duika couldn't help but sigh. This is no joke. Right while they were in a daze, the demon king unleashed its magic and began to attack. A brilliant stream of flame appeared in the air. It was a level 10 fire spell. It erupted and exploded, destroying everything in its radius. Ruka's group didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly cast defensive magic. But the power of the attack was too overwhelming, and a series of buildings were reduced to rubble. When the smoke and fire cleared, hundreds of cracks had appeared on the ground. The Demon King glanced around for a moment, and just as it prepared to leave, it was pulled back by a cold voice. "Where do you think you're going?" the battle has only just begun. It was Minato's voice. He had timely used a spirit shield, a level 9 spell, to protect Ruka's group. He had also managed to protect all the other FMT members. The two Ruka sisters looked at Minato apologetically and said, "Sorry, Minato. Our reflexes were too slow." Minato shook his head dismissively, not caring at all. "Don't worry about it. After all, the opponent is a demon king. Just keep your guard up." Tsurugo remarked with awe. "I didn't expect him to be able to use 2 spells at once." Chloe calmly replied, "Perhaps the spirit-like magic is an automatic spell, while the magic that protected us was cast by Captain Kusanagi." Karen heard this and exclaimed in shock. "But aren't you only supposed to be able to cast 1 spell at a time?" Chloe slowly explained. Automatic magic is an extremely advanced technique that allows the user to control magic subconsciously. By focusing intensely and eliminating the need to chant for normal magic, the entire casting process can be skipped completely. This phenomenon is similar to muscle memory. In other words, Minato had mastered the art of controlling magic both consciously and unconsciously at the same time. The more they heard, the more unbelievable it seemed. Kusanagi Ryuji remarked with his usual admiration, "He just casually does the impossible, doesn't he?" Right then, the Demon King attacked their position. Ruka's group hurriedly dodged to the side, and then Ruka shouted loudly, "Let's do it!" Very quickly, they both cast their magic together. A level 8 spell appeared, a massive tsunami rushing toward the Demon King. At the same time, Kusanagi Ryuji and Tsurugo's group in the back weren't idle either. They began casting their own attacks. All the magic surged madly toward the Demon King, but to their surprise, it managed to dodge every single hit, suffering not a single scratch. Seeing this, Mizuha Duika couldn't help but be shocked. "Did it dodge our magic?" Mizuha Ruka also muttered in disbelief. "We can't hurt it?" Just then, the air above suddenly exploded, and smoke and fire filled the sky. But when the dust settled, the Demon King was still standing tall. Minato immediately shouted a suggestion. "I'll handle this guy. You guys head to the other disaster sites." The two Mizuha Duika sisters hesitated, not wanting to leave. Minato urged them urgently. "There isn't just one disaster. Without the help of the noble mages, the response measures are reaching their limit." He told them to go support the other groups, adding that he was going to get a bit serious now. The two sisters paused for a moment before Mizuha Duika finally said, "We'll only be in his way if we stay here." Mizuha Duika nodded, agreeing. "You're right, sister." Saying that, she turned to the members behind her and shouted, "Leave this place to Captain Kusanagi. Every squad, move to the other disaster sites." The two Ruka sisters led the way. Ruka smiled, saying, "We don't need to worry about Minato." Mizuha Duika nodded softly and replied, "After all, it's Minato. Minato certainly won't lose, no matter who the opponent is." Once they left, Minato looked at the Demon King and said with a smile, "Now, it's just the two of us." As he spoke, Minato unleashed his full magic, standing face to face with the giant Demon King. He felt no hesitation, not even a hint of fear. Without a second thought, he lunged forward. Seeing this, the Demon Lord swung its claws, but it was far too slow. Minato dodged it easily. Defeating the Demon Lord was simple enough, but he needed to conserve his mana. With that thought, Minato jumped onto the Demon Lord's back. He didn't have infinite mana, and preparing his next move took time. Minato intended to take down the Demon Lord while using as little mana as possible. He delivered a powerful strike, but the Demon Lord dodged. Minato didn't give up, continuing his assault with 11th tier holy magic. In an instant, the Demon Lord was bombarded by brilliant beams of holy light. Its body was riddled with wounds, yet it still clung to life. Minato frowned slightly. So, it managed to escape that. After breaking free from Minato's attack, the Demon Lord began casting its own mana-based assault. But Minato appeared right in front of it in the blink of an eye. He gave a cold, dismissive huff too slow. Then, Minato channeled his magic again, weaving a 12th tier fire-earth fusion spell. With a thunderous boom, the earth erupted, blowing the creature apart. He couldn't help but frown had he used too much mana. This one seemed even stronger than the previous Demon Lords. Finally, the Demon Lord was finished off by the explosion. He stood there in silent thought. He needed to conserve even more mana for when the Demon God appeared. On the other side of the screen, everyone was waiting for the results. Suddenly, the reporter's joyful voice rang out. "Captain Kusanagi has defeated the Demon Lord." He didn't even seem to care about the achievement. Everyone who heard the news was overjoyed. However, in other disaster zones, the FMT squad and the defense forces were struggling to hold their ground. With the noble mages absent, the demons were completely overwhelming them. At the scene, the reporter suddenly gasped, "What is that?" Above the crimson sky, Monsters were swarming in the air, emitting strange, incomprehensible sounds. Minato frowned at the sight. It was similar to the scene he had witnessed before. Are the demons summoning a catastrophe? In an instant, the sky began to burn once again. From within the spatial rift, a horde of demon generals poured out. Minato's expression turned grim. This was the final stage of the world-ending catastrophe, the moment the demon god would appear. The final catastrophe was what claimed his life back when he was Kusanagi Minato. On another part of the battlefield, Du's group was still locked in combat with 7 low-level magical beasts. As she fought, Du thought to herself, that massive surge of mana is gone. Minato must have defeated the Demon Lord. That's just like him. But here, the FMT squad was beginning to collapse. She wondered if Ruka was doing okay in the other disaster zone. Just then, her earpiece began to crackle with static. Du gasped in surprise. Is the wireless connection back? I'm receiving signals. A voice came through the earpiece. A major catastrophe has occurred near Tokyo Tower. All personnel, proceed to the scene immediately. Hearing this, someone asked in a panic, what do we do now? We can't even handle a small-scale disaster here without the support of the noble mages. Du frowned, thinking for a moment. After a long silence, she spoke up. I will head to the major disaster site. I'm counting on you all for the rest. The others immediately nodded in agreement. With her orders given, Du took off. Meanwhile, Minato unleashed his mana and began casting magic. An 8th-tier inorganic magic spell tore through the air, obliterating the demon generals in front of him. Minato touched down from the sky, deep in thought. There are too many demons. Do I have to use higher-tier magic? But I really want to save my mana. Just then, Ruka's group arrived from the distance, calling out hurriedly, Minato, sorry, we're late. Minato looked up at them and asked skeptically, You all look fine. Did you just abandon your posts to come here? Du nodded slightly and replied, Yes, we're short-staffed everywhere. Ruka explained that there was no other way to fill the void left by the noble mages. Minato frowned, glancing at the demons slowly appearing, and finally, he said, Then we'll just have to stop them here. As soon as he finished, everyone replied in unison, Yes, Captain Kusanagi. Meanwhile, in a helicopter, the reporter was still broadcasting the catastrophe live. This is the final stage of the disaster. Could this be the same catastrophe that claimed Kusanagi Minato's life? But clearly, this disaster was on a completely different level than the one from 50 years ago. The citizens watching the scene on their screens couldn't help but sigh. It was like hell on earth. Is this even the same world anymore? They believed humanity couldn't possibly stand against this, and that their only hope was Minato. On the battlefield, the pilot felt something was wrong. He urged, It's too dangerous here. The other reporters have already evacuated. We need to leave. But the reporter shouted back fiercely, No way. People need to see their efforts. Besides, this helicopter is equipped with an anti-monster shield that the demons can't touch. But as soon as she said that, a demon soldier approached the helicopter, causing her to scream in shock. In the nick of time, a barrier appeared to protect the helicopter. Seeing this, the reporter cheered, Did you see that? We're safe. But their relief was short-lived. The demon soldier tore through the shield and broke in. The reporter screamed in terror, No, this can't be happening. As if in response to her scream, 2 bolts of magic shot in from the distance, killing the 2 demon soldiers attacking them. Minato flew over to the helicopter and asked with concern, Are you all right? Seeing him, the reporter immediately felt at ease, and the cameraman turned the lens toward him. Instantly, his voice was broadcast to everyone. People of Japan, I know that right now, you are all panicked and afraid. Minato's voice sounded almost like a spell, bringing an immediate sense of calm to everyone. The anxiety in their hearts began to melt away. Minato stood confidently before the camera and declared clearly, Everyone is worried about when the demons might strike, but you can rest easy. I won't let anyone die. With that, he turned and dove back into the fray. The reporter stared at his retreating back, mesmerized, and whispered, He's so cool. Below, Siduogo's group had already begun their assault, frantically taking down monsters. A flurry of high-level spells filled the air, and even Chloe joined the fight. Minato, naturally, wasn't idling. He was facing off against a demon lord. A 7th-tier deletion spell was cast, and the demon lord before him was blown to pieces in an instant. Minato didn't stop. In a flash, he appeared beside another demon lord. He kicked out aggressively, sending the demon lord crashing into the ground like a broken kite. Ruka, who had just rushed over, saw this, and asked in shock, Was that a magic nullifying spell just now? Not quite, Minato shrugged, saying, It doesn't work that well. It can only nullify spells up to a certain level. While they were talking, Du suddenly shouted, They're still coming. Minato flew off immediately, sternly warning, Don't let your guard down. The others hurried to follow behind him. The two Ruka sisters combined their powers, and a massive tidal wave surged forward. Sudogo's group wasn't idling either. They started using magic to wipe out the demons in front of them. Meanwhile, Minato unleashed his own magic power, and in an instant, a brilliant beam of holy light struck down. A series of frantic explosions echoed as many monsters fell. Minato quickly reunited with the others. Kasaragi Ryuji took a few breaths, frowning as he muttered, "Are they still here?" Just as he said, the demon lord appeared again. Before Minato could react, his earpiece transmitted a cry for help from an SMT member. "There are too many of them. We need reinforcements right now." He frowned, his expression darkening. It seemed the situation at the other disaster sites wasn't any better. What should he do? At another corner of the disaster zone, FMT members were struggling to hold their ground. Everyone was exhausted. Just then, a group of noble mages approached from the distance. Seeing them, the SMT members cried out in relief. "You finally decided to show up? Hurry up and join the fight, or were you planning to play the hero at the last minute?" But the noble mages suddenly unleashed a magic attack on them. Then, fragmented sounds crackled through Minato's earpiece. "The noble mages have betrayed us. Don't trust them," he shouted in alarm. "Hey, what's going on?" Seeing his grim expression, Du asked anxiously, "What the hell is happening?" At that moment, a deep voice resonated. "Good grief, why so noisy?" Du looked over in shock, exclaiming in disbelief, "It's Chairman Hifumi. He's here, and he's with the group of noble mages." Seeing them, Sudogo couldn't hold back, and stepped forward to confront them, reporting, "The noble mages have betrayed us, is that true?" Hifumi smiled casually and replied, "How could we ever betray you?" Sudogo breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but before he could even celebrate, Hifumi sneered, "We never intended to cooperate with you in the first place, so how can that count as betrayal?" This left the SMT members stunned and confused. Du rushed out to challenge them. "Aren't we allies?" But she had barely taken 2 steps, when a bolt of magic shot toward her feet, forcing her to jump back in surprise. Hinata snorted coldly, "Don't get it twisted. We never considered you allies." Minato seemed to realize something. He glanced at Riku and asked suspiciously, "Kai, are you in on this too? You can see it, right?" Riku nodded without hesitation, admitting that the noble mages had turned against the FMT, the police, the defense forces, and the entire nation of Japan. Hearing this, Chloe cried out in a panic, "No way! How could my father do something like this?" Hifumi threw his head back and laughed the moment had finally arrived. He lifted himself into the air, gloating. "After countless trials, it is finally complete." No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive magic circle appeared in his hands. Witnessing this, Ruka's group was struck with terror. Chloe shouted furiously, "We have to stop it before it activates." As soon as she finished, she summoned Tier 4 magic. Shadow blades flew madly toward Hifumi, but before they could touch him, a sharp claw blocked them. The monsters were all surrounding Hifumi, as if he were their master. Everyone was shocked by the sight. Du couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "The demons are protecting Mumiyu Hifumi?" Sudogo couldn't accept the truth, shaking his head in denial. "There's no way that could happen. But no matter how much you deny it, the truth remains the truth." Hifumi had linked himself to the monsters. Minato was still listening to the feed from his earpiece. On the other side, the noble mages were truly working with the demons, attacking SMT members. The SMT members couldn't believe it, trembling as they muttered, "Why? I thought we understood each other during the joint training." At the main battlefield, Hifumi laughed triumphantly. "With this disaster control magic, all the demons in Japan will become our allies." Minato looked up, speechless. Magic that affects disasters and demons? How did he learn something like that? While he was thinking, Hifumi added with a laugh, "And one more thing, this magic has a special effect." The moment he finished, massive streams of magic power surged outward, frantically flowing into Hifumi's body. This sight horrified the people below. Chloe cried out in disbelief, "The disaster's magic power is flowing into my father?" Du also stammered in fear. "What kind of monstrous magic is that? I've never seen anything like it." Minato's expression turned grim. It was exactly like the time he first awakened his magic. The phenomenon was identical to when Minato first encountered a disaster. Thinking of this, he spoke slowly. "Disasters are phenomena that bring magic power to this land, while also providing it to those with magical potential. If you know how to exploit it, you can gain an enormous amount of power." Hifumi smirked and shrugged. "As expected of Minato Kusanagi, you're a quick learner. The disaster's energy allows humans to receive a vast amount of power, though it's useless if you don't have the capacity to hold it." Minato narrowed his eyes at Hinata and asked, "So that's why your magic power keeps increasing?" Hinata chuckled. "That's right. We've been receiving power from the disasters all along. We only pretended to cooperate this whole time to ensure the disasters proceeded smoothly." She bragged openly about how she only used the SMT members to cast suspicion away from the noble mages. No one would ever notice them fueling the disasters from the shadows or siphoning the disaster's magic power. Minato frowned upon hearing this. "A monopoly on power, huh?" Hinata replied coldly. "We initially planned to get rid of you, but since you were more capable than expected, we decided to use you. If the disasters were left to run wild without control, the noble mages would face a wave of criticism. And that was precisely the problem. Furthermore, to trigger the world-level catastrophe, they had to follow the flow of history." Minato found it increasingly hard to understand why she had to follow history's path. "You idiot," Hinata sneered with disdain. "Disasters generally happen in the same locations because certain places allow the magical power of the disaster to flow more easily. And unless one disaster is resolved, the next one won't trigger. That is why the noble mages use Minato to resolve each disaster one by one. Hifumi is absorbing the magical energy of the great catastrophe, and the amount of power he will receive is immeasurable. This will be the birth of the strongest mage." Minato stood in silence for a long time after hearing this, before finally asking slowly, "Did you plan to betray me from the very beginning?" Hinata snorted. "We just said so, didn't we?" Minato squinted at her and asked in a low voice, "Has there never been even a single bond between us?" This made Hinata bark furiously. "Shut up, shut up. Shut your filthy mouth and stop saying those disgusting things." She claimed there was no such thing as a bond, and she didn't need any allies like him. Kusanagi Ryuji stared at Riku in disbelief and questioned him. "Riku, are you really going to betray us?" Riku was frozen by the question. After a long pause, he slowly opened his mouth. War was breaking out everywhere. The noble mages and the demons were the true enemies. It was only a matter of time before Japan collapsed. Riku glared at Minato and spoke seriously. "Minato Kusanagi, even you cannot protect all of Japan." Minato faced him without saying a word. At the same time, the other members were caught in a dilemma. The enemy was too numerous. They could no longer hold them off. Elsewhere, monsters were attacking civilians, throwing them into a panic. On the main battlefield, Siduugo muttered in extreme panic. "The situation is dire. There are no reserve forces left." If this continues, before he could finish, two evil voices rang out in succession. "Everything is going according to plan, right?" "Exactly." Sidugo looked at the owners of those voices and shouted in disbelief. "Why is this happening? Why are Akuto Kuroi and Tadano Jun here?" Indeed, Tadano Jun and Akuto had appeared on the battlefield, and even Shizuku was following behind them. Sidugo cried out, "Why is Takigami here too?" Even Minato couldn't believe Shizuku had betrayed him. Tadano Jun muttered, "Takigami, why you?" Akuto laughed triumphantly. "I've finally found you. Minato Kusanagi. I can finally kill you with my own hands." Sidugo glared at Akuto and demanded aggressively, "You were supposed to be imprisoned, weren't you?" Shrugging indifferently, Akuto smirked. "The noble mages have many allies, including the police, of course." Saying this, Akuto placed a hand on Shizuku's shoulder, raised an eyebrow, and added, "And her as well." Kusanagi Ryuji questioned him with resentment. "Even if you are a noble mage, why are you doing this?" "Because we are noble mages," Akuto replied with a cold laugh. "Living up to the name of nobility, we are superior beings who believe we are far above the weak, mortal masses." With that, Akuto laughed wickedly as he cast a spell. A chaotic projection filled with dark energy surged forward. He laughed boastfully. "With magic, we can easily destroy half the city if we use our full power." Akuto's chaos quickly reduced the buildings in front of them to rubble. Akuto sneered, "We can level an entire city, or even a country, with just one mage. But for some reason, the noble mages have been manipulated by weak commoners, by ignorant fools, and Akuto cannot accept that." He shouted fiercely. "Isn't it absurd? The noble mages are supreme. Below them are the ordinary mages, and at the very bottom is that useless, weak trash. That scum is getting ahead of itself," Dai added coldly. "From the start, our clan became noble mages for this very purpose, to rule over the incompetent. Yet those losers dared to use us noble mages." As soon as he finished, Akuto looked up and laughed loudly. "But it's over now. We have learned that we can become stronger through these disasters. With this much power, we have no enemies. Now is the age of the noble mages." In an instant, their magical power erupted. The pressure made the sisters panic. What kind of monstrous magical pressure is this? It's like they've become completely different people. Minato, on the other hand, stood calmly. This infuriated Akudo, who gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. They're just standing there like nothing happened. It's so annoying. Minato ignored him and glanced at Shizuku behind him. He said in a cold voice, Takigami, did you deceive me? Akudo, with his short temper, grew annoyed and shouted, Are you ignoring us? How dare you? Without waiting for Shizuku to answer, he spoke for her. That's right. She has always been on our side, a piece of trash who only knows how to lie, to exploit and manipulate others. Upon hearing this, Shizuku lowered her head and remained silent. Hinata and Riku were the same. They now stood on the other side of the battlefield from Minato, alongside the despicable noble mages. Akudo laughed. It's time to stop the chatter. Tadano Jun nodded in agreement. Indeed, it has begun. With a cold laugh, Akudo smirked. Now, let the slaughter begin. At the same time, in another corner, a group of monsters charged from afar, attacking the SMT members. Not only that, but they also entered the city where civilians were hiding, causing mass panic. A demon general smashed through the glass doors and charged in. Screams of despair echoed everywhere. On his side, Minato received a report that demons had entered the streets, and they asked for his orders. Akudo laughed triumphantly. What will you do now, Minato Kusanagi? Tadano Jun also gave a mocking smile. Even an omnipotent being like you can't save them from here. The situation is getting worse and worse. Chloe Tadano whispered, trembling. Even if we leave right now, it's already too late. Sudogo bit his lip in frustration. What should we do? Seeing the panic in everyone's eyes, Akudo and Tadano Jun laughed even more excitedly. You'll be crushed by your own weakness and die by our hands. Savor the despair and feel the shame of it all. But right at that moment, Minato suddenly spoke up, mentioning 3 types of anti-magic equipment. This caught Akudo off guard, completely confused as to what he meant in this situation. But Minato didn't care and kept explaining. The first type is the one used by mages themselves. It's basic magic, but it has a longer lifespan and allows the user to control elements they couldn't normally wield. The second type interferes with spells or mana. The uniforms of the SMT and noble mages are in this category. They can amplify mana or suppress magical power. Hearing Minato ramble on, Tadano Jun asked with irritation, Has this situation driven you insane? Minato ignored him and calmly continued. And there's a third type. Even though its lifespan is short, it can be used by those with no mana at all. It's a type that requires certain conditions to be met before it activates. Akudo frowned aggressively and demanded, What the hell is all this, you bastard? At that same moment, in the civilian shelter, as the demons were about to attack, an anti-magic device with an automatic activation effect appeared, creating a barrier that blocked the demon's attack. And that item was none other than the Minato-themed doll that had been released to the market earlier. Not only that, but anyone who owned similar items was also protected by Minato's mana. Whether it was bracelets, keychains, or anything Minato had released, they all became functional anti-magic defensive gear. They had taken advantage of the SMT's popularity to mass produce these items and cleverly embedded defensive anti-magic gear inside them. It was a form of insurance for situations just like this. When Sudogo first heard about this plan, he couldn't believe it. Hearing Minato, Akudo ground his teeth in frustration. He thought the guy was truly insane to have calculated things to this extent. Tadano Jun, feeling defeated, shouted, Even if you can defend against us, it's useless anyway. You're the one who said the offensive type anti-magic gear has a very short lifespan. Damma nodded, and Minato replied calmly, Yeah, that's true. So, here's what we're going to do. He had carved his own magic into the anti-magic gear. His mana was spreading all across Japan. With his own mana as a tether, Minato could pinpoint its exact location even from far away. In other words, Minato's magic could reach every corner of Japan. As soon as he finished speaking, countless magic circles appeared above his head. Immediately after, thousands and thousands of mana bolts were fired into the sky. This was the 13th tier void magic, infinite mana barrage. They moved as if they had a mind of their own, locking onto the demons, attacking the city and destroying them instantly. Just as Minato said, the mana bolts were like an extension of his own power, covering all of Japan. As long as they passed through, the demons couldn't survive, and as long as he maintained the spell, no civilian would be harmed by demons. This scene made the noble mages break out in a cold sweat. A moment later, Minato retracted his mana. Instantly, news of safety arrived via everyone's headsets. The Mizuha Duika sisters looked at Minato with admiration. This went beyond common sense. They were truly speechless. Minato was truly extraordinary. Akuto couldn't believe it and started screaming maniacally, This is absurd. This can't be happening. Releasing magic across all of Japan? This isn't something a human can do. Seeing him lose control, Tadano Jun hurriedly tried to calm him down. Calm down. The Kuro demons definitely haven't been wiped out yet. Hearing this, Akuto took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his nerves. He pointed at Minato and cursed. That's right, the noble mages are still out there. If the anti-magic devices can't be reused, the magic in those items will be useless soon enough. But Minato just raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, "Did you forget?" Akuto was stunned and asked back in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Elsewhere, on the outskirts of the disaster zone, people were just breathing a sigh of relief when suddenly another wave of demons approached, leaving them stunned. But seemingly at the same time, another group of people appeared behind them. Minato smirked at Akuto and said, "Do you really think there's no one left to rely on in Japan?" And then, a plot twist occurred. The organization known as the Shadow Bearers, who had disappeared for months, suddenly emerged. Seeing them, the police and the SMT members cried out in shock. The Shadow Bearers? Why are they here? Are they here to help? While they were still confused, the figures in black began to move. A barrage of magic spells was launched toward the monsters. There was no doubt about it. They were fighting on the same side as the police and the SMT. Immediately, the SMT members reported the situation to Minato. "Civilian safety is our top priority. We will cooperate with the Shadow Bearers." At the same time, reporters on the scene saw this and shouted excitedly, "Look, the SMT is teaming up with the Shadow Bearers." As soon as this news broke, Chrono's fans started cheering wildly. Not only that, but the internet absolutely exploded. Everyone was waiting for the moment Minato would team up with Kusanagi Minato. But the one leading the Shadow Bearers this time was Leona. She was just as confused, not understanding what was going on. Leona had undergone extremely harsh training and had to memorize how to use a ton of anti-magic gear. She had already said her goodbyes to everyone, so meeting them again was a bit awkward. But Leona decided that she just needed to give it her all. Thinking of this, she summoned a 7th-tier spell. A massive tidal wave wiped out a demon. The members of the Shadow Bearers saw this and immediately cheered for Kusanagi Minato. Leona quickly went along with it, though she was honestly a bit embarrassed. Seeing their leader make a move, the Shadow Bearers also began their attack. Members of the SMT and the police nearby saw this and joined the fray. Leona fought while thinking to herself, "After this is all over, Minato better treat me to a huge meal." At the same time, Akuto received the news, and his expression turned grim. He roared in anger. "The Shadow Bearers are appearing all over the country? You bastard! If you were prepared from the start, does that mean you've been suspecting the noble mages all along?" "That's right," Minato nodded coldly. This admission made Akuto and Tadano Jun even angrier. Both of them shouted in unison, "You've been mocking us, I'm going to kill you." Right after, both of them flared their mana. Akuto glanced at Shizuku behind him and ordered, "Step up and fight. Takigami." Shizuku hesitated for a brief moment before quickly releasing her mana. Hinata saw the tense situation and scoffed, "It seems we have no choice." At the same time, Minato quickly ordered Mizuha and Duika's group, "Let's end this right here." In the blink of an eye, both groups charged forward. Akuto used his dark attribute skill first, appearing behind Mizuha Duika in a flash. He held a dagger in his hand and sneered, "I'll deal with the small fry first." Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but feel worried, but he had no time to help because Hinata had ambushed him from behind. Minato hurriedly dodged, and her fist punched through thin air. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Du realized Akuto's blade was closing in, it was already too late to dodge. In the nick of time, a water wave surged forward, blocking Akuto's attack. Du glanced back and said gratefully, "You saved me, sister." Ruka quickly reminded her to stay alert, as it wasn't over yet. Over there, Minato had just retreated a few steps after dodging Hinata's attack. He narrowed his eyes, and just as he planned to make a run for it, Riku slashed at him. Minato was surrounded by Hinata and Riku, but he wasn't panicked at all. Responding calmly, he swept his leg, kicking them both away. Minato landed steadily, intending to make a move, but a massive ice wall appeared before him. Shizuku said slowly, "I won't let you pass." In the end, it turned into Minato against 3. Hinata sneered, "We've seen your power with our own eyes. We won't let you help anyone else." Minato couldn't help but frown. A divide-and-conquer strategy? How annoying. You've used up too much magic. If possible, you'd want to take down Hifumi first. But a massive number of monsters are protecting him. If he used his full power, Minato could win. But it's a gamble. While he was thinking, Hinata spoke up coldly. "I won't let you get in President Mumyu's way," Riku added firmly. You'll have to get past us first. Minato knew they were stalling, so he decided to just fight. He began to attack the group surrounding him seriously, his speed so fast the naked eye couldn't track it. Riku couldn't help but shout, "He's too fast." Hinata, conversely, shouted with frustration, "Stop running away!" On the other side, Akuto and Tadano Jun weren't doing much better, fighting, until they were drenched in sweat, which made Akuto mutter in annoyance, "They just won't go down, those damn pests." But on the contrary, Du's side was also weakening. Du panicked and muttered, "There are too many enemies, if this keeps up." Just then, Chloe suddenly yelled, "Don't give up. If it's us, we'll definitely win." Those words restored everyone's confidence. Ruka nodded and said, "You're right, we can't lose hope." Du smiled in agreement. Now isn't the time to complain. Ruka looked at Chloe apologetically and said, "It seems I misunderstood, Chloe. You've got a fiery fighting spirit too." Smiling instinctively, Chloe said confidently, "Maybe I've been inspired by all of you." And right after that, every elite member of FMT went all out against the noble mages. Akuto, losing patience, shouted, "Don't get cocky, you weaklings." He then used level 8 magic to attack. The Ruka sisters didn't back down, retaliating with a tsunami. They shouted in unison, "We won't lose." Instantly, the water wave and Akuto's dark shadow blade collided and dissolved into each other. Seeing this, Akuto gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, they canceled each other out. Tadano Jun muttered in disbelief. Really? Are they that strong? Just then, Akuto noticed Shizuku standing to the side, doing nothing, and his anger boiled over. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "That damn hag." At the same time, Minato was still fighting the others, but in his heart, he was counting every second it was almost time. Akuto finally couldn't hold back and roared, "Takigami, what the hell are you doing? Fight seriously. Kill him. If you don't obey, you know what will happen." Shizuku was immediately startled and terrified, and right after that, she summoned her magic. Before acting, she said apologetically, "Forgive me, Kusanagi." Seeing this, Minato sighed helplessly. Seriously, seeing him release his magic instead of putting up a barrier against Shizuku's attack, the 3 Ruka members panicked. They shouted in unison, "Is he not defending himself? That idiot. Does he want to die? Move already." As if in that exact moment, a wild gale of wind rushed toward Minato, and he just stood there, not dodging or defending, but unexpectedly, the gale brushed past his face. Du couldn't help but panic. Did she miss? Shizuku hung her head low, and Tadano Jun stammered, "I really can't do this. I can't attack him." This made Akuto yell furiously, "You dare defy me? Do you know what will happen to your family?" Hearing that, Shizuku pleaded, "Please, stop. Don't touch my daughter and granddaughter." Sneering, Akuto said coldly, "You're the one who broke the agreement. One phone call and it's all over. Should I break one of their arms? Or both? Or would it be better to just kill them?" Shizuku was terrified. Her eyes pleaded desperately, but Akuto showed no mercy, curling his lip in contempt. "Your family will suffer because of you. You deserve it." Just then, Minato received a call from someone. He nodded and replied, "I understand. Perfect timing. Well done." This action made Akuto shout in frustration, "You're taking a call in this situation? That's it. I'm going to kill her daughter and granddaughter right now." But just as he finished speaking, Minato held up his phone and said with a smile, "It's useless. I've already saved them." Seeing those faces on the phone, Akuto was instantly stunned. He couldn't believe it and shouted, "That can't be real." Only a few people knew their location. Even the police were bought off. Minato said calmly with a smile, "They were careful not to leave any traces, so tracking them was difficult. But their evacuation from the disaster became their fatal weakness. That's how we tracked their location. It seems the members of the Shadow Bearer did a great job. It looks like their cover hasn't been blown yet." Biting his lip aggressively, Akuto gritted his teeth and asked, "When did you find out?" Minato said slowly, "Even with that family photo there, she never mentioned her family. She was too cautious of the noble mages. So, I had someone investigate Takigami's background." Saying that, he glanced at Shizuku, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. "You should know by now you can't hide anything from me." Takigami heard this, and Shizuku couldn't help but burst into tears. Tadano Jun muttered, "They are truly safe now. Thank goodness. Thank goodness." With his plan ruined again, Akuto was furious. He grabbed Shizuku's arm, gritting his teeth as he scolded, "Damn it, you're such a meddler. If that's how it's going to be, I'll take her hostage." Naturally, Shizuku wasn't a pushover. She didn't hesitate to use a whirlwind attack to knock Akuto back. Shizuku let out a cold, disdainful scoff. "Don't touch me, you filthy scum." Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like you're finally getting serious, huh? Shizuku hung her head in regret and spoke up. Kusanagi, I'm truly sorry. I deceived you. Minato didn't mind at all, and replied calmly, Don't worry about it. Helping friends is just the right thing to do. Shizuku stared at him, stunned, before breaking into a faint smile. You really are different, aren't you? While the two were talking, Akuto had already stood back up, shouting in frustration, Stop being so sentimental, damn it. Right after, he looked at the group of noble mages behind him and proposed, This time, kill us for real. Don't hold anything back. Hinata frowned deeply upon hearing this, but remained silent. At the same time, Minato walked over to where Hinata and the others were. He muttered in a cold tone, I told you not to take any more hostages. I'm disappointed in you guys. Homurai Kai. Hinata turned her head to avoid Minato's gaze, but her tone remained stubborn. Shut up. Don't you dare give me orders. Elsewhere, the two Mizuha Duika sisters had just finished off the demon general. Mizuha Duika frowned and muttered, Looks like we've cleared out all the monsters nearby. Ruka nodded slightly. The noble mages, except for their leader, have been defeated. Dien saw that all his men had been taken down, and his expression turned ugly immediately. I never thought they would be this strong. Meanwhile, Minato and Shizuku were now standing back to back. Shizuku spoke slowly. Kusanagi, from now on, I'll fight by your side. Minato joked, That's a relief. Just then, a silhouette appeared from afar. It was Tusiru. He spoke coldly. It seems the party has reached its climax. Should I lend a hand? Seeing him, the two Ruka sisters were instantly panicked, but Akuto was overjoyed. He reached out, grabbed Tusiru by the shoulder, and laughed. You finally decided to show up, didn't you? Seeing this, the Ruka sisters shouted in distress. What are you doing? Get away from our father. Akuto shrugged indifferently and sneered. What filial daughters? Why don't you tell them whose side you're on, old man? The two Ruka sisters seemed to guess something, but they shook their heads, unable to believe it. No way. Father is on their side? If you dare to insult my father, I won't forgive you. But Tusiru shattered their hopes. He took a deep breath and declared firmly, I am an ally of the noble mages. In the eyes of the two Mizuha Duika sisters, everything turned to despair. They muttered in disbelief. No, you're lying, right? This can't be. Akuto laughed out loud, triumphant. During the bombing, I thought Tusiru had betrayed us. But the truth was different. Even though I was expelled from the noble mages, the bond between him and me was never severed. The noble mages control the surface world, while the Black Rebellion aims to dominate the underworld, all just so the noble mages can keep ruling the world. Tusiru continued, but because of the Dark Mage, the Black Rebellion was destroyed. Information about affiliated organizations also began to leak. Not just the noble mages, but the government, the financial world, the police, many others were involved too. Akuto laughed again. So they decided to abandon the Black Rebellion. A cruel decision, don't you think? Like a lizard severing its own tail. I thought I would be discarded just like that. Tusiru spoke coldly. Thanks to that, the police gained a better reputation, and their ties to the Black Rebellion were hidden away. This led to a natural alliance forming between the noble mages and the SMT. At this point, Akuto burst into laughter again. The whole of Japan has been deceived by the noble mages. Tadano-jun, standing nearby, couldn't help but chime in. The noble mages haven't changed at all over the years. Over the long span of time, a few fools have misunderstood the true purpose of the noble mages. Minato suddenly remembered the butler who had accused Fui Uken earlier. After hearing everything, the two sisters couldn't accept it and shouted, No way, this isn't true. Tell me you're lying, father. Just like before, you're conducting a secret investigation, right? Tusiru shook his head slightly and replied coldly, I have never changed. I am a pure, noble mage. I have no intention of betraying my allies. Biting her lip fiercely, Mizuha Duika whispered in despair, So, all this time, you were our enemy? Ruka felt the same. No one could accept that the father they revered was helping the villains. At that moment, Minato stepped forward slowly. He questioned him in a cold voice. I can't understand this. Why are you protecting the noble mages? They oppress others and only pursue their own interests. Do people like that deserve to be called nobles? Silence. Tusiru didn't answer, just spat out that one word coldly. But Minato didn't listen at all, instead shouting fiercely, I know you love your daughters. That's why you tested me and kept them away from you. Tusiru bit his lip, grinding his teeth in denial. That's not the truth. That is the truth. Minato scoffed loudly. You're deceiving us and you're deceiving yourself too. What made you end up like this? Tusiru couldn't take it anymore and roared in anger. I said, "Be silent." The two sisters had truly lost all hope in their father, but Tusiru didn't care at all. He unleashed his magic power, and the others quickly followed suit. Tusiru said coldly, "I've had enough of your nonsense. I will kill all of you and restore the world of the noble mages." Seeing this, Minato felt helpless and scoffed, "You stubborn old man." Immediately after, both Minato and the members behind him unleashed their magic power, preparing for battle. A confrontation between the SMT and the noble mages and demons, this was going to be a fierce fight. At the same time, high in the sky, Hifumi was still continuously absorbing the disaster's magic power. Instantly, Hinata summoned magic to attack. A brilliant blaze erupted, rapidly spreading across a large area. Minato hurriedly used spatial magic to evade. The Ruka group was no exception. They didn't want to be consumed by the flames. Because of these flames, Minato was separated from the others. He didn't know if they were okay, but he didn't have time to worry much. Hinata, along with Riku and a horde of demon kings, surrounded him. Riku said seriously, "Let's continue." Round 2 begins. This time, Minato didn't need to hide anymore. He said coldly, "I won't hold back, okay?" At the same time, Akuto and Tadano Jun were facing off against Siduugo, Karin, Ryuji, and Shizuku. Tadano Jun complained in frustration, "Fighting against these side characters is boring as hell." Akuto also scoffed with contempt, "You weaklings, just hurry up and die already." This remark made the Sidugo group furious, and they shouted back, "You're the ones who are weak. You'll regret looking down on us. Don't be so arrogant, you weaklings." Tadano Jun sneered, immediately casting an 8th-tier wind magic attack. Kusanagi Ryuji didn't back down, yelling, "Too slow." He began casting his own spell, and a massive boulder came crashing down from the sky. With a loud crash, Tadano Jun's tornado was crushed. "What a pain," Tadano Jun muttered irritably. Akuto glared at him and shouted, "Don't you dare lose to these weaklings." Tadano Jun retorted, "Shut it. Earth magic is my weakness." Akuto scoffed, "Watch and learn. With this magic nullifying equipment, element compatibility doesn't matter anymore. It's such a waste of ammo, but whatever, just die, all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his gun to fire, but before he could pull the trigger, 2 blasts of magical power struck his hand, knocking the gun to the ground. Shizuku shouted aggressively, "Magic nullifying equipment is just a tool. I'll show you. If you drop it, you're useless." Akuto gritted his teeth, glaring at Shizuku with pure rage. Just then, Tadano Jun screamed, "Damn you! No more games!" Akuto joined in, shouting crazily, "Die, under my full power magic." Karin scoffed, "I won't let you. I'm going all out too." Kusanagi Ryuji laughed excitedly. "Finally, it's my time to shine." On the other side, Shizuku felt a bit uneasy. The sheer amount of magical power, they must be planning something. I need to support them right now. With that thought, Shizuku quickly tossed the crystals in her hand. She would amplify their power using the magic nullifying equipment. In an instant, the crystals flared. Magical energy erupted from both Sidugo and Kusanagi Ryuji. Karin wasn't sitting idle either. She shouted, "I grant you holy attributes." As she spoke, a blue light enveloped the 2 Sidugo members. Confidence returned to their eyes. Kusanagi Ryuji grinned. "With this, we can win." Watching this, Tadano Jun was furious. He bellowed, "Die, you stupid, pathetic worms." Immediately, a spatial rift opened up. At the same time, Akuto summoned several reapers. "Sink into the darkness, you weaklings," he sneered. Kusanagi Ryuji didn't let his guard down and hurriedly cast a defensive spell. Sidugo wasn't standing idle either. He unleashed a wave of blade energy, and in a blink, the spatial rifts of both enemies were swallowed by lightning. Soon after, the reapers were also shredded by the blade energy. A fierce battle raged between the 4, each determined to see the other fall. A moment later, the blade energy pierced straight through the 2 spatial rifts, striking down and impaling one of the reapers. Tadano Jun felt the backlash and screamed in pain. Akuto, as the summoner, took the brunt of the lightning. Crackling sparks tore across his body. Meanwhile, the Sidugo group was exhausted. Kusanagi Ryuji panted, "I've hit my limit." Sidugo sighed, "I'm out of mana." Not long after, Akuto and Tadano Jun rose from the rubble. Tadano Jun muttered through gritted teeth, "Damn it, I never expected to be pushed this far." Seeing this, Shizuku panicked. "They can still move?" Karin cried out in disbelief. "They're still standing?" Even though Akuto and his partner were still standing, they had used too much mana and ran out of magic nullifying gear. The damage was severe. Perhaps it's best to wait and see what the Sidugo group does next. At the same time, Shizuku had used up her equipment and was low on mana herself. The consequences of neglecting their training were finally catching up to them. Only Karen had mana left, but she wanted to save it for healing. Plus, she wasn't good at combat anyway. Karen thought it best to just observe for now. Elsewhere, in the battle between the two sisters and their father, things were tense. Both sides used water magic, waves crashing violently against each other, only to dissolve and vanish. Tusiru didn't hold back at all, creating a giant water orb and hurling it toward them. Du looked up at the incoming orb, panic flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, Chloe rushed over to push her out of the way, taking the full impact of the giant water orb herself. The two sisters, Ruka and Du, panicked and rushed over. Chloe was severely injured and fell unconscious. Seeing she was only knocked out, the sisters breathed a sigh of relief. Tusiru watched coldly, murmuring emotionlessly. One down. Anger flared in the sisters' eyes as they both shouted, "Even if you are our father, we won't forgive you for hurting our comrade." "Are you serious, father?" Tusiru kept his indifferent facade, replying coldly, "I told you from the very beginning." This response left the sisters' faces filled with despair. They stood their ground, shouting, "Then we'll take you seriously too. We're going to surpass you right here. We'll unleash all our mana into the new magic we developed." They combined their efforts, and an 11th tier spell appeared. A barrage of ice shards flew forward. Tusiru didn't yield, casting his own 11th tier spell to counter. The raging storm clashed with the ice shards in an instant. The sisters bit their lips, struggling to maintain their mana. Tusiru wasn't having an easy time either. Even with his greater mana reserves, he wasn't gaining the upper hand. The two sisters shouted aggressively, "Until we hear the truth from you, father, we cannot lose." Their magical power surged. The ice shards, as if empowered, violently charged forward, tearing through the storm. The ice shards pierced straight into Tusiru, who was standing behind it. He fell to the ground. Seeing this, Du let out a breath. "We won," Ruka whispered. "We defeated father, but even so, there wasn't a hint of joy in their eyes." Before long, however, Tusiru shakily stood back up. He muttered, "It's not over yet." The sisters panicked. "Even after taking our strongest spell, he's still standing. Truly, he is our father." While they were busy marveling, Tusiru cast magic once again. Seeing this, Du begged, "Please stop, father. I don't want to fight anymore." Ruka also tried to persuade him to turn back. "A family killing each other like this, your mother would be heartbroken." When his wife was mentioned, Tusiru suddenly hesitated, and then he let go. But at that same moment, Akuto had approached their battlefield. Seeing Tusiru let go, a flash of fury appeared in his eyes. Immediately, he spotted the gun lying not far away. Akuto rushed like a gale and snatched it up. He screamed frantically, "Die, you weaklings!" With that, Akuto fired at the two sisters. Fresh blood sprayed in an instant, covering both of them. They panicked, but felt no pain, because the person hit was Tusiru, not them. The two sisters quickly ran over to support him. They cried heartbrokenly, "Why? Why, father, why?" Akuto didn't put the gun down. He spoke coldly, "You are all annoyingly stubborn." At that moment, Shizuku couldn't hold it back anymore and screamed, "I won't let you cause any more harm." In an instant, before Akuto could fire again, her magic struck his hand, making the gun fall. Akuto clutched his painful wrist, gritting his teeth. "You worthless weakling." Tusiru, having been shot, was slightly delirious. He was thinking about what he had tried to do, even if it meant that he would make his own daughters cry in pain. By this moment, he realized he had done something futile. Tusiru was born a noble mage and was raised as a magic aristocrat. Tusiru had believed that noble mages were the supreme existence, that those who used magic had been exploited by humans to change the world. They had waited to rise up. They had sought power. That was the duty of noble mages. After the great catastrophe, noble mages were able to gain control over Japan. But because those who used magic improperly, those who followed Kusanagi Minato, and because of the schemes of influential figures, the noble mages couldn't rule Japan. Since he was a child, Tusiru had trained for everything, so that he could dominate the ignorant masses and stand at the top. He was chosen to be the clan leader, and was then arranged in a marriage to preserve the bloodline of the noble mages. The head of the clan chose a wife for Tusiru. That day was the first time he had ever met his fiancée. It was just a political marriage, no different from a mere formality. That was what Tusiru thought, until the day he met Juji. She was a strange person. She expressed her emotions openly. Juji was as stubborn as a child, and always wanted Tusiru to hold her hand. But it wasn't long before he found those things quite pleasant. Someone like Tusiru, who always focused on matters related to noble mages and the rules, felt that it wasn't a problem either. Juji was the first person Tusiru truly loved, And then, as time went on, he had other precious people in his life, his 2 daughters, Ruka and Jika. But Tusuru was a noble mage. He had to prepare for the inevitable wars ahead. So at that time, he worried about his wife and daughters, whether he should pull them into this war, forcing them to bear the burden of saving lives. The thought of his beloved family possibly dying was enough to make Tusuru feel terrified. And then, that fear transformed in a different way. Kasaragi Ryuji had fallen ill with a grave sickness. Before she passed, she told Tusuru to take good care of their 2 daughters, and to always love them. Back then, Tusuru agreed to her wish. With those final words, Ryuji passed away peacefully, as if she had found comfort. But Tusuru failed to keep his promise to her. Without her, he didn't know how to show his daughters love. He was the head of the magic aristocrats, raised to believe that the law was absolute. Inside Tusuru, the laws and the love he felt for his daughters were in constant conflict. And amidst the currents of life, his daughter joined the FMT, the enemy of the magic aristocrats. With the noble blood in Tusuru and his heart as a father, he truly didn't know which side to choose. And in the end, everything turned out this way. Tusuru didn't betray the magic aristocrats or Japan to fight his own daughter, but he ended up shielding her from a bullet. Thinking back on the past, on all he had done, a rare look of loss appeared on Tusuru's blank face. He cried out in heartbreak, "I couldn't love you both completely. I'm sorry." The Ruka sisters saw this and began to sob uncontrollably. Tusuru fell into a coma from excessive blood loss. The Mizuha Duika sisters couldn't help but panic, hurriedly shaking him to wake him up. Seeing this, Karin ran over to heal Tusuru, trying to calm the Mizuha Duika sisters. "He'll be fine. He's just unconscious." A holy light instantly enveloped Tusuru, beginning to heal the wound on his chest. Realizing he was safe, the Mizuha Duika sisters turned to face Tusuru and shouted, "You dared to hurt our father. We will not forgive you." Akudo and Tadano Jun didn't hold back at all, coldly saying, "You are just weaklings, with no magic power left. It's time to end this." The Ruka sisters' eyes were filled with hatred, their tone dripping with bloodlust. "This is where the magic aristocrats meet their end. We will avenge our father right here." Elsewhere, in Minato's battle, he was being surrounded by Hinata and Riku. Hinata lunged crazily toward Minato, pouring her strength into her legs to kick him. Although he blocked it with his arms, Minato still slid across the ground, right into the middle of the Demon King's circle. As if on cue, all of them unleashed magic to attack Minato. They didn't stop there, continuously raining down punches. In the blink of an eye, the ground was shattered. Hinata stood on the sidelines, frowning in doubt. "Is he dead yet?" Riku exclaimed in disbelief. "No way, he's still unharmed." Just as she said, Minato had caught the Demon King's fist. He smirked and said, "That hit was pretty decent." Hinata grew even more panicked. "No way, how does he not have a single scratch?" Riku muttered, bewildered. "This is impossible for a normal person." Minato didn't care about their reactions. He frowned and muttered, "There are too many of them. Time to thin their ranks a bit." As soon as he finished, he leaped into the air and threw a punch that shattered a Demon King. Another Demon King tried to grab Minato, but failed. Minato gave a cold laugh and began to weave magic in his hands. A brilliant holy light struck down, and all the Demon Kings were turned to ash. This scene left Hinata panicked. She screamed in disbelief, "Don't kid around, there were Demon Kings here. There's no way you could take them down that easily." Hinata claimed that their power had exceeded 1 million thanks to catastrophe magic. They had reached the level of Minato Kusanagi. So, what on earth was this power of Minato's? Minato heard this and scoffed in contempt. That information must be wrong. There's no way Minato Kusanagi could be that weak. Hinata pointed toward those behind her and shouted, "Is that so? But what about your teammates?" Ruka and Duika were panting with exhaustion. They couldn't stop lamenting, "I can't move anymore. Is this our limit?" Tsurugo's group was the same. Their bodies refused to listen, and their magic was completely drained. Seeing this, Akudo laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, that's the end for you arrogant weaklings. You're finished." Tadano Jun also shouted aggressively, "Die! You're just in the way." But just then, Minato suddenly appeared behind Tadano Jun and Akudo. He asked coldly, "What do you think you're doing to my teammates?" Hinata panicked and looked back. "Since when?" Ignoring their reaction, Minato sneered, "You're an eyesore." Then he kicked both of them, sending them flying dozens of meters away. Tsurugo's group saw him and were overjoyed. Ruka spoke up, "Sorry for being such a burden to you." Minato didn't offer an opinion, simply saying, "You've all done your best until now. You did well. Leave the rest to me. Stand back, so you don't get caught in the crossfire." Saying that, he flew off again. Du watched him go, worriedly asking, "Will Minato be okay?" Mizuha Ruka frowned slightly, biting her lip. "I don't even want to think about him losing." Siduugo's group also watched Minato expectantly. The future of Japan is in his hands. He must win. Shizuku frowned, hoping only that Minato would return safely. Over here, Minato had reached the magic aristocrats. He spoke coldly. "All the magic aristocrats are gathered here." "I see." All four glared at him, their eyes full of emotion. Akuto shouted in a rage, "I'll tear you apart! I'll mince you to pieces!" Tadano Jun also spoke with deep resentment. "You dare to trample upon us, the magic aristocrats?" Conversely, Hinata was only slightly annoyed. She confidently opened her mouth. "Even you are no match for the four magic aristocrats." Riku drew his sword and said coldly, "I'll end you right here." Minato didn't pay any mind to their threats, grinning as he said, "Enough talk, come at me." The four magic aristocrats immediately rushed to attack. Minato easily dodged their strikes, but not long after, a whirlwind came crashing toward him. He hurriedly used magic to disperse it. Before he could even catch his breath, he saw Hinata and Riku charging at him simultaneously. Minato didn't dare to be careless. He responded calmly. Akuto, from the outside, was very unhappy, quickly pulling out a gun and firing, continuously cursing Minato. But Minato had quickly created a defensive shield around himself, making their efforts useless. Just then, Minato suddenly sat down, and a series of magic circles appeared on the ground. In an instant, stone pillars emerged from the ground. They shot up rapidly, accompanied by flames from below. All four magic aristocrats were blown away. Hinata couldn't believe it, screaming, "Tier 12 combination fire-earth magic? The ground, it's gone." Her body slammed hard against the earth. Hinata Tadano stood there trembling, unable to help but feel overwhelmed. In just a blink, all the noble mages had been defeated. Minato slowly approached them. He spoke coldly. "I'm a bit surprised myself. I think I might have lost control." Akuto glared at Minato with deep resentment, while Tadano Jun kept clutching his head, screaming, "Monster! You're a monster!" Hinata finally gave in, sighing helplessly. "We can't win. It's impossible. How could they ever defeat a terrifying monster like Minato?" Hinata lowered her head in defeat, unable to face him. Minato didn't care. He looked up at Hifumi, who was hovering in the air. The noble mages were defeated, and now it was his turn. But just then, Hifumi suddenly let out a triumphant laugh. It was already too late. A blood-red aura surged, completely enveloping his body. A deep, muffled voice echoed out. "Summoning a demon lord required a massive amount of mana. If I absorb all that mana into myself, what do you think will happen?" Not long after, a set of claws emerged from the blood-red cocoon. Then, Hifumi's entire body emerged. The sight left everyone below in shock. The Du sisters cried out, "No way! What is that?" Minato's expression darkened instantly. Hifumi now had the arms of a monster, and a pair of wings had sprouted from his back. Kasaragi Ryuji muttered in a panic, "He looks like a monster. What on earth is happening?" Suzuku was equally worried. She whispered in disbelief, "It can't be." Hifumi descended calmly from the air, laughing coldly. "I have to admit, I'm surprised. I never expected to turn into a monster. But honestly, it feels amazing." Hifumi doesn't hate it. Minato narrowed his eyes at him and asked coldly, "Is this what you wanted? Were you so desperate for power that you had to turn yourself into a monster?" Hifumi replied casually, "I don't care about being human anymore. My mana has easily surpassed 10 million. I have finally surpassed Kusanagi Minato." Just then, a figure came trembling toward them. It was Hinata. She was exhausted, but still dragging herself forward step by step. She kept muttering, "Father, I did my best just as you told me, even when you sent me away as an adopted child." Hinata reached Hifumi, still rambling. She finally grabbed his leg and wept loudly. "I even fought Kusanagi. I was so scared, but I tried my hardest. Please, Father, praise me. Please acknowledge me." "Shut up," Hifumi barked, then used his hand to shove her away. Luckily, Minato rushed over to catch Hinata. Even in her dazed state, Hinata kept questioning him. "Father, why? Why would you do this?" Minato looked down at her in his arms, feeling helpless. He finally understood the reason. Minato quickly carried Hinata to safety. He handed her to Mizuha Duika and told her to look after Homurai. She didn't want to. Who would want to take care of their enemy? But she nodded in agreement. "I understand." Minato's actions annoyed Hifumi, who scoffed in contempt. "Protecting the weak? You're a true hypocrite. Why not just abandon the useless?" Minato narrowed his eyes at him, his voice low. "She's your own daughter, isn't she? Do you have no conscience left at all?" Hifumi didn't hesitate for a second before replying, "No. A flicker of disappointment crossed Minato's eyes, and he roared, "You've completely lost your way." Hifumi laughed suddenly. With a manic look in his eyes, he boasted, "No, I have ascended. I've surpassed even Minato Kusanagi. I have become an existence equal to a god." Minato looked at him, confused, and asked suspiciously, "Why are you so obsessed with surpassing him? He's already dead, isn't he?" Hifumi let out a soft huff, speaking with a chilling tone. "Yes, he died. Died because he kept protecting those worthless weaklings. Even though he stood above me, even though he said he would wait for evil to be purged, he still died. He claimed he couldn't forgive Minato for winning, and then just walking away, so he had to surpass him. The more Hifumi spoke, the more arrogant he became. I am the supreme being. All other magic is useless. So arrogant." Hearing this, Minato let out a cold huff and unleashed all the magical power within his body. Hifumi didn't care at all, laughing wildly. Arrogance is the privilege of the strong. Immediately after, he unleashed his magic. A barrage of dark, ghostly phantoms surged toward Minato. Seeing this, the group behind him panicked. Level 14? No way. And he didn't even need to chant. Minato, on the other hand, wasn't panicked at all. He calmly conjured level 14 magic. A wall of ice appeared, and those dark phantoms slammed straight into it. In the blink of an eye, the ice wall cracked and exploded, turning into shards that flew toward Hifumi. But Hifumi stood there proudly, not bothering to dodge. As the shards reached him, they were blocked by the dark energy swirling around him. Hifumi spoke with disdain. An interesting spell, but monotonous. Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but sneer. Then I'll try to be more varied next time. Tsurugo and the others watched the battle, their eyes filled with disbelief. They kept muttering, "What kind of battle is this? There's no way a human could beat something like that." But the two sisters, Mizuha Duika, had great faith. They believed that if it was Minato, he could win. But at this moment, Shizuku suddenly gasped. "No way, that's impossible." You heard this and asked in shock, "What's wrong?" Shizuku Tadano trembled as she pointed forward, muttering, "Kusanagi is in the middle of the fight. Minato is being forced into a defensive position." He kept having to conjure shields to defend himself. Hifumi's attacks never stopped coming toward Minato. Not daring to let his guard down, he created a level 14 shield to hold them off. But Hifumi's attacks didn't let up. Minato's shield kept flickering. Before long, it shattered, and Minato had to take the hits himself. This sight shocked Mizuha Duika. Ruka couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes either. Minato was actually being pushed back, and wounds were appearing on his body. Thankfully, Minato had healing magic. The wounds on his body disappeared quickly. Hifumi looked down from the sky, sneering, "So weak. Have you already exhausted your magic in just this much of a fight?" Before Minato could reply, the two sisters shouted in a panic, "Minato is going to lose? That can't be." The three from Tsurugo felt the same, each of them speaking up with confidence. "There's no way Minato would lose to anyone else. Kusanagi will definitely win." The only one worried now was Shizuku. She panicked and muttered, "Why didn't I realize it sooner? We've been too cruel." Everyone looked at her in confusion. Shizuku bit her lip and muttered, "He always pretends to be confident. He always says things will be fine. He always says, 'Leave it to me.' He says those things to reassure us, to reassure everyone. But Minato is human too. He's just a human, just like all of us." Her words left the group stunned. A flash of sorrow crossed Yu's face. They had relied on Minato way too much. They thought they were trusting him, but in reality, they were just dumping everything onto him. Minato's back was too far away for anyone to reach, and no one had noticed. No one realized how hurt Minato was. No one realized how much he had protected them. Realizing this, the group began to feel guilty. Kasaragi Ryuji harshly scolded himself. "I am a terrible person." Tsurugo quickly joined in, as did everyone else in Japan. Shizuku spoke urgently. "If we don't believe in him, everyone will feel anxious. That's why he always smiles like that. He shows off that confidence, and yet we never noticed." With that, she broke down crying on the spot. Ruka had tears in her eyes as she looked toward Minato and called out. Hearing the sound, Minato turned back and saw the crowd looking at him with teary eyes. Minato smiled slightly and said confidently, "I won't lose." Just as he finished speaking, Hifumi lunged forward, sneering, "You're going to die here." Minato's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but jump in surprise. Before Hifumi could stab him, Minato dodged, but Hifumi kept thrusting, muttering, "Too slow." Not daring to be careless, Minato quickly swerved to avoid him. Just like that, they were locked in a stalemate. Hifumi attacked wildly with immense power, while Minato focused on defending, then counterattacking when he could. For example, at that moment, he summoned level 13 magic, and infinite magic bullets fired madly. The number was so vast, Hifumi couldn't dodge them, and took the full hit. This made him furious, and he shouted in rage, "You dare mock me?" As he spoke, a shield of dark energy appeared to block them. Minato couldn't help but frown. "Automatic magic? You're quite persistent." With a soft huff, Hifumi spoke coldly. "That's my question, but it's over now. Your magical energy is about to run out." Minato squinted at him, not saying a word. Seeing this, Hifumi sneered. "The match ends here." Almost at the same time, Minato spoke coldly. "I think it's about time." Hifumi frantically summoned magic. He kept shouting, "You'll die here by the highest level magic I've created." Minato frowned and muttered, "It seems I have no other choice but to use everything I've got." At that moment, a level 15 spell was unleashed, and dark energy turned into arrows, racing wildly toward Minato. Minato didn't hold back, casting a level 15 Saintly Light combo. In an instant, the energy of the Holy Light engulfed the area. The Holy Light surged toward those dark arrows. It was like a gale passing through. Those arrows couldn't stop it at all. Seeing the Holy Light engulf him, Hifumi panicked, but it was too late. He was blown away. Minato panted, sitting on the ground, his body weak. Ruka saw this and muttered in a daze, "Did we defeat him?" But Hifumi stood up from the rubble. He laughed smugly. "Not yet. I can still move. Even after using such powerful magic, I still have energy left. Just behold this boundless magical power." Minato stood up, his voice cold and detached. "Enough of that." Hifumi glared at Minato and scoffed coldly. "Are you begging for your life now? So, you're just a pathetic mage after all." With those words, he unleashed a spell and threw his head back, laughing. "The power of disaster-level magic is terrifying. I will surpass Kusanagi Minato and become a god." Minato felt truly helpless toward him. He spoke up urgently. "Can't you see that you've already reached your limit?" Hifumi was stunned, only then realizing the truth. His body was starting to crack. Panicked, he cried out, "What is happening?" Furthermore, his body was burning uncontrollably. Minato spoke slowly. "If you force your magic to expand, your vessel will shatter. It's only natural." Hifumi looked at him in disbelief. "You knew from the start?" Minato nodded casually, admitting it. Hifumi refused to accept it, muttering in frustration, "I nearly surpassed Kusanagi Minato, so why did I fail? The only one I should have lost to was Kusanagi Minato. Him and him alone." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but sigh. "Because I died, I caused you suffering. I told you to wait." This confused Hifumi. He stammered, "What are you talking about?" Minato bowed his head slightly, speaking with sorrow. "I'm sorry." Hifumi suddenly saw his old friend within Minato's eyes. He cried out in disbelief, "It can't be. It's impossible." About 50 years ago, at the funeral of Kusanagi Minato, a very lonely figure had stood there. Hifumi couldn't believe his eyes, his voice trembling as he muttered, "Why did you die? Why do you look so peaceful?" Minato had passed away after the great catastrophe. Seeing him in such pain, Shizuku walked over to comfort him. Kusanagi Minato fought tirelessly for everyone. "Please, let him rest now." Hifumi wouldn't listen. He shoved her hand away aggressively and shouted, "Shut up, don't bother me." Then, he ran to Minato's coffin and wailed, "Kusanagi Minato is still alive. It's just those incompetent healers he can come back." Shizuku, fearing Hifumi's grief would lead him to do something reckless, pleaded, "What are you doing? You aren't allowed to use holy magic. And even if you do, Kusanagi Minato has." Before she could finish, holy magic appeared in Hifumi's hands. Shizuku grew even more terrified. "You aren't allowed to use that." But Hifumi wouldn't listen, channeling holy magic into Minato while weeping uncontrollably. "Come back to life, Kusanagi Minato." But soon, Hifumi's movements stopped. Someone had rushed forward to grab his hands. Hifumi wouldn't give up, struggling desperately. "I won't forgive you people. You useless trash killed Kusanagi Minato." He began to scream and curse hysterically. Hifumi shouted like a madman, "You're all useless. Kusanagi Minato died because of you pathetic weaklings. Only outstanding mages are needed. I will change this rotten world. I will surpass Kusanagi Minato." Seeing this, Shizuku couldn't help but ache with sadness. The death of Kusanagi Minato had left such a massive void for Hifumi, and from that day on, he trained without rest, dedicating every single day to honing his skills. Hifumi made the most of his position, establishing a magical aristocracy, then extending his influence into politics and finance, controlling the information given to the ignorant masses, and monopolizing knowledge and technology. Hifumi had trained endlessly, but was still far from reaching Kusanagi Minato. And so, because of Hifumi's foolish pride, he even faked information about Kusanagi Minato. He turned his shame into rage and continued his training for the sake of that day's promise, for Hifumi's vow to surpass Minato. So he lived, and he lived for Minato. No matter how many times he fell, Hifumi would always stand back up. He wanted to surpass Minato. He wanted to become stronger than him so he could stand by Minato's side and walk with him. Hifumi lived in that delusion until one day a familiar hand was held out in front of him, the very figure of the old friend he dreamed of every night, Kusanagi Minato. He reached out to Hifumi, trying to help him up. Hifumi never actually hated Minato, he just admired him. That was the reason he wanted him to stay alive. And now, Hifumi's wish had become reality. A new Kusanagi Minato was standing right in front of him. Hifumi reached out with a trembling hand, wanting to grab his friend's arm. But at that moment, a stream of black blood suddenly gushed out. Hifumi's eyes widened, his face twisting in pain. Minato was caught completely off guard. Someone had impaled Hifumi through the chest. That hand grabbed the spirit stone from Hifumi's chest and ripped it out. Hifumi's body fell lifelessly. A trembling Ruka watched this scene, screaming in disbelief. Why would she do that? The reason is that the one who did it was Chloe. Ruka couldn't have imagined this in her wildest dreams. At the same time, Hinata had woken up, but the sight before her broke her heart. Hinata screamed frantically and ran over. Stop it! Minato couldn't accept this either. He couldn't hold back and lunged forward. He threw a punch at Chloe's face, but she created a barrier to block it. She sneered. Hitting a woman is the most despicable act of all. Minato. Hinata rushed to Hifumi's side, her eyes filled with worry. Minato narrowed his eyes at Chloe, questioning, "What are you trying to do?" "This is what I wanted to achieve," Chloe replied coldly, then used a level 14 spell. The purple shadow began to attack. Its main targets were Hifumi and his daughter, but Minato wouldn't give her the chance. He used a defensive stacking spell. An ice barrier manifested in front of Minato. The purple shadows crashed into it frantically. They exploded, blasting all three of them back. Minato was fine, but Hinata and Hifumi were not. He hurriedly used magic to catch them, pushing the two of them toward Ruka's group behind him. Just then, Chloe laughed triumphantly. The moment has finally come. As she finished speaking, she swallowed the spirit stone. In an instant, a massive surge of magical power erupted. It enveloped Chloe's body and began spreading through the air. Minato turned away quickly to avoid the impact. Before long, a figure appeared within the magical aura, with a spirit stone embedded in her forehead. At that very moment, Ruka's group began to tremble, as if their bodies were being crushed by some invisible force. Chloe's evil voice rang out again. "It has been such a long time. For 50 years, I have waited and waited." And the moment she had been longing for had finally arrived. Shizuku's expression was incredibly grim. They couldn't believe their eyes. Chloe's entire body had changed completely. It had become gargantuan, covered in purple spirit stones, pulsing with magical power. Both Hinata and Shizuku couldn't believe their eyes. They muttered in terror, "This is impossible." Chloe's current form was that of a true demon god. Minato recognized that presence instantly. While everyone else was in a panic, Chloe suddenly unleashed her magical power. It was so overwhelming that Ruka's group couldn't even stand it. Before long, they all collapsed to the ground. Even those further away felt the terrifying pressure, though not as severely as Ruka's group. Deep inside the city, people in their homes were plunged into despair. Cries and wails echoed endlessly. The demon god threw her head back and laughed loudly. "All of Japan is being swallowed by despair. Can you hear them? The screams of humanity." She then looked toward Minato and called out, "Kusanagi? Minato? Is that you?" Minato was stunned to be addressed by that name. The demon god sneered and continued, "The moment I touched your hand, I knew for certain that you were Kusanagi Minato." Because of that, she had infiltrated the SMT, gathered all sorts of information, won everyone's trust, and made them foolishly feel at ease. Minato frowned, fiercely demanding, "The unusual behavior of Hifumi and those catastrophic magical incidents. You were the one pulling his strings, weren't you?" Indifferently shrugging, the demon god curled her lip and said, "Pulling strings? What an ugly way to put it. I simply brainwashed him." For over 50 years, the demon god had been brainwashing Hifumi bit by bit. She was like a demon, no, she was a demon. Silent disasters, growing stronger monsters, and the birth of a massive source of magical power. By triggering the great catastrophe, the demon god poured all that chaotic mana into a mortal vessel. Once she took it, she would be resurrected. The last thing remaining was to kill Minato. The moment she finished speaking, she unleashed level 15 magic. Countless dark arrows appeared and flew toward Minato. Not daring to let his guard down, Minato tried to cast magic to defend himself, but his arm wouldn't stop shaking. He couldn't cast any magic. The demon god laughed triumphantly. Your mana is running dry. Even the great sage can't do anything when mana is depleted. Unable to use magic, Minato had no choice but to dodge manually. But there were too many dark arrows, and they chased him relentlessly. Before long, Minato couldn't hold out anymore and was struck by an arrow. He was sent flying, his body slamming hard against the ground. Minato couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. But the dark arrows didn't stop. They surged forward aggressively, stabbing into Minato's body without hesitation. He lay on the ground, powerless and covered in wounds. Seeing this, the demon god laughed smugly. Just like 50 years ago, you fight for others and sacrifice your life for them. You really should have just left them to their fate. But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Minato's hand twitch. The demon god frowned, surprised. Sure enough, not long after, Minato stood up from the ground. The demon god clicked her tongue, muttering, "Covered in wounds and your mana is so drained you can't even trigger auto magic?" Minato ignored her and roared, "Answer me. What have you been doing for the last 50 years? Why are the monsters killing people? Why are they able to come here? And I want to know, what exactly is a catastrophe?" With a soft huff, the demon god laughed contemptuously. "In this situation, you're still asking questions? Fine, I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you know at this final moment. The secret of the catastrophe is," the demon god suddenly paused, wore a mocking smile, and continued, "I'm sure you've already suspected it. Catastrophes are phenomena where magical beasts and mana are displaced. Mana is transferred from the demon realm to Earth, that mana is consumed, and magical beasts appear. The more beasts that appear, the more the mana increases. The more the mana increases, the stronger the beasts that can be summoned, and eventually, the demon god is destined to descend upon Earth. But Earth lacked mana, so initially, only low-level beasts could be summoned. However, once mana reaches a catastrophic threshold, humans also turn into magical beasts. From the very first catastrophe, the Earth should have been instantly overrun by beasts. But for some reason, humans didn't transform, and mages appeared. And then, the worst-case scenario happened. Mages absorbed the mana, and because they didn't turn into beasts, the amount of mana required for the demon god to descend became insufficient. Mages were just an obstacle to the beasts. That is why the beasts kill mages, and they also started destroying humans who didn't turn into beasts. Hearing this, Minato's face darkened, but the demon god didn't care and continued. Originally, the first catastrophe should have been enough, but to increase the mana, the catastrophe had to be carried out in stages. The powerful beasts known as bosses are actually mana reservoirs. They are monsters containing massive amounts of magical power. Whether they live or die, their role remains the same. That is the true meaning of the catastrophe. The catastrophe was initiated so the demon god could take over the Earth. At this point, the demon god suddenly muttered with dissatisfaction. But an unexpected event occurred. "It's infuriating, but I was defeated by Kusanagi Minato." The demon god had suffered a devastating blow and had even prepared herself for death. But just before being dispersed into mana, she succeeded in preserving her consciousness. Her mana became even weaker than a common beast, and she could no longer use it. In other words, she barely managed to hold on to her consciousness. She became a remnant of mana, wandering across Japan. She had never suffered such humiliation. While wandering in the darkness, the demon god felt a resonance of mana, and that was how she met Hifumi, a man harboring deep darkness but possessing a pure and steadfast soul. Those cracks in his heart made it easy for the demon god to infiltrate. Over time, she gradually recovered her mana, all while whispering into Hifumi's consciousness. The resentment he felt toward the 8 mages, his self-righteous thinking, his habit of blaming others, and the corruption of his moral values. All of that paved the way for the brainwashing to silently take root. In the end, Hifumi took over Japan's underworld. His weak heart was still struggling in despair. Pitiably, he cried out, begging for salvation. Hifumi called Minato's name, over and over again. Minato listened in silence. By now, the freezing aura around his body was intensifying. The demon god let out a cold, mocking laugh and sneered. "After all this time, my mana has gradually recovered, but I couldn't reclaim the demon god's true body. To stabilize my mana source, I needed a vessel and a massive amount of power." That was when the demon god found Chloe, much like Hifumi, sensing a powerful resonance of mana. The demon god took over Chloe's dying body and became the adopted child of the Mumilu family. The demon god regained a portion of her strength, but over those 50 years, the number of magical beasts had dwindled. She tried to trigger the great catastrophe, but her mana was too weak, so only a few stray magical beasts were summoned. So, the demon god devised a plan. She began gathering the beasts to force the great catastrophe to happen. Once the great catastrophe occurs, smaller disasters follow naturally. These major calamities were orchestrated by controlling the magical beasts. By causing the great catastrophe, the earth became flooded with mana, but it still wasn't enough for the demon god to fully restore her form. She needed a more concentrated and purer source of mana. The human body is like a magical artifact that stores mana. So, if the demon god injected mana directly into human bodies and accumulated it until it reached a volatile, explosive state, she could condense it. That's why Hifumi was pushed to the brink of explosion. And in doing so, she obtained a massive source of mana. At this point, the demon god suddenly let out a sinister laugh. And by the way, let me tell you something. The reason you ended up in this desperate situation today was all part of my plan. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw her head back and laughed loudly. 50 years ago, Minato refused to leave others fighting on the front lines until his mana was depleted, and he fell. He even defeated the demon god, but at the same time, he exposed his own weakness. That weakness is that no matter how strong he is, Minato's mana is limited. Currently, he doesn't even have 10,000 mana points. As if settling an old score, the demon god laughed hysterically. How pathetic. Kusanagi Minato. When I discovered you had reincarnated, I felt terrified, but in the end, you still made the exact same mistakes as before. Regarding Minato's mana level, he had almost transformed into a magical life form similar to a magical beast. Even after death, he maintained his consciousness in the form of mana and eventually found Kusanagi Minato again. In other words, Minato also reincarnated using the same method as the demon god. However, at this point, the demon god didn't care much and scoffed. But none of that matters anymore. I will erase every trace of your mana, and your soul will be destroyed by me as well. Minato, who had been silent until now, spoke in a deep, steady voice. Is it possible that all the disasters of the past? The first catastrophe, the turning point in Minato's life, the moment he first saw magical beasts filling the sky, the time he watched mages and civilians falling wave after wave, and even saw many children lose their lives in that disaster, and the disasters that followed, where I also lost so many comrades, the corruption of the magical nobility, the conspiracies behind the scenes, including the attacks by magical beasts, dragging countless innocent lives to their doom. I want you to admit, it was all your doing. The demon god sneered and retorted, so what? Upon hearing those words, Minato suddenly tilted his head back and let out a roar. His body was suddenly enveloped in a layer of mana, and in an instant, it burst forth completely. Seeing this, the demon god screamed in disbelief. What kind of magic is this? Why is your mana overflowing like that? Your mana should have been completely exhausted by now. Minato didn't answer. He bit his lip hard and immediately began swinging his hands to cast magic. First was the unconscious holy magic level 15. A stream of holy light quickly engulfed Minato. Next, that holy light began to devour mana. The demon god watched in panic. Parallel unconscious magic? Full recovery combined with mana-devouring abilities? What kind of twisted magic is this? But something even more shocking was yet to come. She saw Minato's mana growing stronger and stronger, reaching 30 million in the blink of an eye, then 50 million, and it was still climbing. The demon god couldn't believe her eyes, muttering to herself, impossible. In an instant, Minato's mana reached the point where it was just 1 unit shy of 100 million. He said coldly, You have truly made me angry, demon god. The demon god was even more incredulous. No way. The only magic that absorbs all energy is destruction magic, and that magic is unconscious magic, not to mention its recovery speed surpasses even destruction magic. It's not just absorbing mana. In other words, your physical and magical recovery capabilities have reached perfection, bordering on the absolute limit. The entire area was covered in infinite mana. At the same time, outside, the two sisters, Du and Ruka, regained consciousness. Seeing the scene, Ruka cried out in panic. What's happening? Du quickly replied, I can feel the pressure from the demon god's energy. And before she could finish, they saw a sturdy figure standing within that surge of mana. Ruka exclaimed in shock, It's Minato! What on earth is going on? Inside the battle, the demon god shouted defiantly, You bastard! How could you use such magic? Minato didn't rush to answer. He took a step toward her, then spoke coldly. If the events of 50 years ago were to repeat, then naturally, I won't let it happen ever again. 50 years ago, the force of mages was scarce, and they weren't prepared for the great catastrophe. So, today, Minato had increased the number of mages, trained them, and taught them how to deal with monster disasters. As for Minato, to overcome his own weakness of mana depletion, he researched absorption-type magic and conducted a series of experiments. But using it on monsters carried a high risk of being detected by the demon god, so he limited the targets to humans. Using it as unconscious magic is still difficult, but his intense rage would make it effective. The demon god bit her lip aggressively and screamed in frustration. "Don't be ridiculous, Kusanagi Minato. You're rambling as if you've prepared for everything. Are you trying to prove that you knew I existed here the whole time?" Minato smirked and replied, "When I reincarnated, I wasn't certain yet, but I considered the possibility, so I made plans for everything." As time passed, the truth became clearer. The moment the demon god noticed me, I noticed her as well. Hearing this, the demon god roared in fury. "So letting me run free was your idea?" Minato smiled faintly and mocked her. "You're a terrible actor." The demon god, now driven to madness, lunged ferociously at Minato. Naturally, Minato didn't back down either, and quickly lunged forward. With a loud boom, two massive forces of magic collided. Minato continuously conjured magic circles to attack the demon god. Because the speed of those magical blasts was so immense, she couldn't dodge them at all. Minato didn't stop, continuing his charge. In a flash, he appeared before the demon lord and delivered a swift kick. But right then, a beam of black light shot out. It surged wildly toward Minato. Unfortunately, it struck an invisible wall and vanished into thin air. It didn't even graze a single hair on Minato's head. Seeing this, the demon lord panicked. She trembled and stammered, "What did you do? Just now, what did you do?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato pouted and replied, "Nothing much, I just stood here." The demon lord grew even more frantic and shouted, "Then tell me, that was a barrier, right? I refuse to accept this. I am the demon lord of 10,000 devils. A mere human dares to look down on me?" She acted like a madwoman, shaking her head in denial, then tilted her head back and let out a piercing scream. She snarled aggressively, "I won't accept this." At that moment, a swarm of demon kings appeared and surrounded Minato. But he didn't feel a shred of fear. He just stood there calmly. No matter what they tried to do, he just stayed safe inside his shield. Suddenly, the demon kings unleashed their magic. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of magical beams bombarded Minato, but they couldn't do a thing to him. Meanwhile, Minato unleashed infinite magic bullets, and one by one, the demon kings fell. In a heartbeat, there wasn't a single demon king left standing around him. The demon lord screamed in defiance, "Disintegrate!" Immediately, dark arrows rained down wildly. Minato dodged them quickly. The demon lord conjured massive magic circles. In an instant, rows of magic circles appeared above her head. Wild magic power surged from them, forming a 5-colored orb that plummeted from the sky. Minato finally decided to strike back. He cast a 15th tier ultimate magic spell, World-Ending Explosion. Instantly, a giant statue appeared. It reached out, grabbed the 5-colored orb, and crushed it into nothing but smoke. Minato landed safely on the ground without a scratch. The demon lord was terrified beyond belief, unable to trust her own eyes. He blocked the 9-fold divine art that easily? Is Minato even human? The more she thought, the more bitter she became. She shrieked, "You, a mere human, dare to surpass me? A demon lord? It's absurd. If you can surpass me, then I shall advance even further than you." No sooner had she spoken than she absorbed the lingering magic power of the catastrophe. In an instant, the energy surged wildly into her body. Before long, her body was overflowing with magical power. Without a moment's hesitation, she began to cast her spell. She laughed triumphantly. "The highest level Kusanagi Minato can use is 15. I've reached 16. Immediately, a 16th tier dark magic spell was cast, and a terrifying black mist began to shroud the skies of Japan. Minato just stood there calmly, and with a cold smirk, he said, "How about I raise the bar to 17? As soon as he finished, Minato began his incantation. A divine spear wreathed in golden light appeared. The spear thrust straight into the black mist. With a thunderous boom, a massive explosion erupted. The black mist was completely obliterated, and the divine spear kept flying straight toward the demon lord. It pierced through her upper body, making her scream in rage. "You!" But there was nothing she could do, as the spear continued its relentless assault. Before long, the demon lord's body fell like a broken kite. Yet, she stubbornly tried to cast another spell and lunged at Minato, intent on attacking. Unfortunately for her, Minato was one step faster and fed the demon lord a nuclear flame combo. She was knocked, crashing to the ground. Minato glared down at her and coldly muttered, "Your catastrophe magic is unfinished. It has too many flaws. and your absorption rate is far too slow. Is that why you only use it on fools? The demon lord looked up at him, trembling, and whispered in disbelief. Why? How can you see through so much? What kind of monster are you? Smiling faintly, Minato answered casually, I am the great sage. I am the one who knows everything. The demon lord grew even more resentful and shrieked, Great sage, my foot! She lunged at him again, but Minato remained completely unbothered and spoke coldly. I'm sick of these monsters. Just vanish. As his words ended, a bolt of magic power shot toward the demon lord, piercing straight through her. Until the very moment she dissolved, the demon lord couldn't understand how she had lost to a mortal. How could a human not only adapt to the magic, but also maintain a human form? Why wasn't this world corrupted? She had 10,000 questions, but no one answered. But soon, she realized it was because Minato was here. He had the capacity to contain magic power far beyond even a demon lord. Because he was here, humanity wasn't corrupted by the magic. Had Minato been absorbing the magic from the earth into his own small, human body all this time? This world was different from that of the demons. This small, unusual world was centered around Minato. Once the demon lord was destroyed, the skies over Japan returned to a bright, clear blue. Everyone was overjoyed. The catastrophe was over. A member of the FMT nodded and smiled. It seems so. Damn those magic nobles. The entire population of Japan poured out into the streets to celebrate. Not only that, but other parts of the world had also survived the disaster. That muscle-headed King Aeon wasn't half bad, actually, managing to hold on until the catastrophe ended. Once it was all over, the group with Sudogo finally regained consciousness. The magic nobles slowly opened their eyes, too. Minato had returned from the void by then. Seeing this, everyone excitedly ran toward him. Kasaragi Ryuji said with a joyful laugh, You defeated the demon lord, right? Sudogo chirped happily. If that's the case, the world will return to peace. The Mizuha Duika sisters looked at Minato with gratitude and said, Thank you. If it weren't for you, we never could have defeated the Demon King. Minato shook his head slightly and replied, It wasn't just my strength, it was thanks to the strength of everyone in this world. Thank you, everyone. Indeed, this victory didn't belong to Minato alone, it was proof of everyone's combined effort. Just then, a sudden sob rang out, startling Minato. He looked over to see Hinata crying bitterly beside Hifumi. Dad, I don't want you to leave. Seeing Minato approaching, Hinata reached out as if catching a lifeline, pleading desperately. Please, I'm sorry for everything I did to you. I'll make it up to you. I'll do anything. Just please save my father. She bowed her head low, looking absolutely wretched. Riku also spoke up and pleaded, I'm asking the same thing. I know it's selfish, but please, I beg of you. Then he too bowed his head to the ground before Minato. Minato squinted at the two of them for a long time before speaking. Don't forget what you just said. Understand? He began to restore them, providing the magic power needed to reverse the parts that had turned into monsters. Minato would channel the power of the disaster-level magic. With the way he was doing things now, he could accomplish anything. Thinking this, Minato leaned down and placed his hand on Hifumi's body. In an instant, a glowing light enveloped him. Seeing the wounds heal right before their eyes, the group standing behind him cried out in shock. Everything had returned to normal. It was a miracle. Hinata finally felt a sense of relief, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. Thank you. Riku also said gratefully, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Minato just smiled without saying a word. And so, the days of battle had finally come to an end. Thanks to the information from Hinata, Riku, and Tusiru, the magic-wielding nobles and their accomplices were arrested one by one. Many were coerced into cooperating due to threats, and even if they couldn't prove their innocence, there was a high chance of reduced sentences. Hifumi had regained consciousness, but had lost his memory. Hinata was Hifumi's biological daughter, and as a child, she had been abandoned by the family. She grew up all alone. She lived without ever knowing a father's love. However, her obsession with her father never faded. It had become twisted. Minato took the opportunity to visit Riku, and Riku told him everything. I couldn't stand seeing Hinata abandoned like that, so I played the role of her older brother, thinking I was looking out for her. He said he had also been lonely and had never known the warmth of others. Perhaps it was one-sided empathy, and he became obsessed as well. By the time Riku realized it, there was no turning back. At this point, Riku hung his head low, and with a trembling voice he muttered, I am a murderer. I dragged so many innocent people into the disaster. I am a terrible person. Minato stood up from his chair and spoke coldly. Sins won't disappear, but there are some burdens you don't have to carry. Take a look at today's newspaper. With that, he turned and left the cell. Riku later returned to his room, bringing a newspaper with him. When he saw the news on it, tears streamed down his face. Because the news stated that the casualty count for this disaster was 0, which eased a bit of Riku's guilt. Elsewhere, at the hospital, Tushiru had changed after waking up, looking at the two sisters, Mizuha and Duika. With regret, he said softly, "Because of my own weakness, I have caused you both so much worry. I'm sorry." Duika didn't mind at all, and said with a happy smile, "From now on, there's only the three of us. Let's do our best together as a family." Ruka nodded in agreement. "That's right, because we are a family." Tushiru couldn't help but be stunned. He suddenly heard Ruki's voice echoing in the wind. She smiled at him, gently advising, "Don't make our daughters cry anymore, okay?" In an instant, tears fell down Tushiru's face. He lowered his head and muttered, "Yes, you are right." A month later, everything had been resolved smoothly. Everyone got a happy ending, except for Minato, who was very frustrated. After returning to school, he had to face the situation of being surrounded by female students, not just in class, but even in the hallway. Everywhere he went, he was swarmed. Finally, Minato couldn't take it anymore and jumped out a window to escape, but he wasn't the only one running away. The sisters Mizuha and Duika were there too. The three of them looked at each other, helpless. A while later, they finally found a secluded spot. Minato sighed discontentedly. "Seriously, give me a break." Duika looked up at the sky and laughed. "I guess that means peace has returned." Ruka also nodded in agreement. It seemed all the monsters had completely vanished. Hearing the word peace, Minato fell into deep thought. It was true that the demon god had been defeated and no new monsters had appeared. But had peace truly returned? He had no idea. At the same time, the sisters, Mizuha Duika, were secretly observing Minato. Back then, they clearly heard the demon god call Minato Kusanagi Minato, and his appearance looked exactly like the great sage they saw in the pictures. That meant the Minato beside them was the very same great sage Kusanagi Minato who had perished 50 years ago. While they were deep in thought, Minato spoke up. "I think I'll head to the training grounds now. I won't be able to rest easy until Sidhu learns to think for me." The sisters, Ruka, and the others quickly snapped out of their thoughts and hurried after him. Elsewhere, in some dark corner, a set of claws was breaking out of a cocoon, signaling that danger was far from over. A few months after the Great Disaster, other disasters stopped appearing, and monsters had vanished from the world. The whole world rejoiced in peace, and daily life gradually stabilized. Everyone went about their business, no longer living in fear. Then one day, Sidhugo announced shocking news to everyone. Mizuha and Duika cried out in disbelief. "The Special Magic Task Force is being disbanded?" Sidhugo replied calmly. "The primary mission of the Special Magic Task Force was to handle monsters and disasters. Since those threats have vanished, disbanding is only logical." Duika pursed her lips and muttered, "I mean? Yeah, it makes sense. But just saying that." She didn't know what else to say. The members below also started whispering to each other. "We worked so hard to get here. Are we really being disbanded?" Seeing this, Minato spoke up to reassure them. "There's no reason to be sad. Above all else, we should be happy that peace has returned." He said that even if the team disbanded, what they had built would not disappear. Everyone had grown so much and achieved so many accomplishments. Everyone had overcome many challenges. They could thrive anywhere, as long as they believed in themselves. As soon as he said this, the crowd below immediately responded in unison, acknowledging the order. And so, as a farewell, they spent time sharing final words with one another. After that, the members of the team officially said their goodbyes and departed. Minato's group also happily said their goodbyes to them. But Duika couldn't help but say, "So, the Special Magic Task Force has really come to an end." Ruka nodded slightly and muttered, "That means we're going back to being just students." Ryuji immediately retorted, "No way, that can't happen." Thinking about the situation of being swarmed both inside and outside the classroom, Kasaragi Ryuji really wouldn't be able to survive a single lesson in that cramped classroom, especially now that they were so famous. Mentioning school, Minato instantly felt deflated, shaking his head and muttering, "I don't want to go back to school either." Seeing this, Kasaragi Ryuji couldn't help but click his tongue in thought. It seems like it affected him more than we thought. Right then, Sidhugo suddenly suggested, "How about we become famous or something? You've been getting mobbed, haven't you?" Before he could finish, he was met with Minato's death stare. Minato gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you serious?" Sidhugo broke into a cold sweat and shook his head. "No, I'm sorry. I heard that everyone can complete the course remotely. and might even get a recommendation from the university. Companies all over the world are going to want you kids. You saved the world, so now it's time to think about your own futures. Minato's group was stunned when they heard this. Shidugo said, "Right." On the way home, Kasaragi Ryuji kept muttering about it. "My future, huh?" Minato glanced at him and asked, "Have you figured out what you're doing after graduation yet?" Kasaragi Ryuji replied calmly, "I really can't afford college. I want my mom to live comfortably, so I'll probably just find a job." Minato couldn't help but frown. That sounded tough, but he just shrugged indifferently. Kasaragi Ryuji said casually, "I've been getting paid by the Magic Task Force lately. It makes life a lot easier. My mom was able to switch from the night shift to the day shift." Hearing that, Minato chuckled. "I bet your little brother is happy too, right?" Smiling unconsciously, Kasaragi Ryuji said happily, "That's right, he's happy every day. You guys should come over and visit again." He then looked at Ruka and suggested, "Same for you, Ruka. The kids said they really miss you." Ruka was a bit startled, but she quickly nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I'll visit soon." Minato then glanced at the two sisters, Mizuha and Duika, and asked, "Have you two decided what to do?" Duika replied happily, "I'm thinking about studying abroad at a magic university." Ruka also nodded in agreement. "Me too. I want to learn more about magic." Seeing them both in sync, Minato smiled. Even though their father had been arrested, it must be really tough for them. It was good that they had so much empathy for each other. They happily headed home like that. Only, in that moment, Ruka had something on her mind. In the end, she still hadn't had the chance to ask if Minato was truly the real Minato Kusanagi. She thought reincarnation was impossible, but the facts proved it was possible. Duika was thinking the same thing, all that knowledge and skill, his manners, and his power. If Minato was truly Minato Kusanagi, then everything made sense. On the way, Kasaragi Ryuji suddenly remembered something and asked suspiciously, "Oh, right, how is Miss Takigami doing?" Minato replied slowly, "I visited her the other day. She looks pretty good." Because Shizuku committed her crimes under duress, it seemed like she would only receive a suspended sentence. Hearing that, Ryuji let out a sigh of relief, but quickly became gloomy again, muttering, "Riku is going to get a pretty heavy sentence, though." Minato frowned slightly. "You don't think so?" he said slowly. The Noble Magician Association made some serious mistakes. They worshipped elitism way too much, and that led to their downfall. Kasaragi Ryuji couldn't help but feel helpless. He knew that was true, but he still wasn't happy about it. The two sisters, Ruka and Duika, hung their heads and said nothing. They were well aware of that too. Seeing their expressions, Minato sighed softly to comfort them. However, since the demon god was truly behind this, that will surely be taken into account. At this point, smiles finally returned to the faces of Kasaragi, Ryuji, and the others. They felt much more at ease, but Minato didn't. His head was filled with thousands of unresolved questions. For example, what was the demon god? And what was the other world she mentioned before she vanished? Why did Hifumi turn into a demon? And the reason Minato was reincarnated, perhaps he was reborn using a method similar to the demon gods. If that were the case, he was an entity similar to the demon god. And finally, was Minato truly even human? A while later, at Ryuji's house, Ruka was struggling to babysit. The two kids kept hanging onto her and spinning around. Duika saw this and couldn't help but remark, "Hey, I've never seen you act like this." Hearing that, Minato pouted and replied, "I told you. It's just you. You're not doing much better. Getting your cheeks pinched by a kid." Seeing that, Kasaragi Ryuji said apologetically, "Sorry. I think she's just too excited that you guys are here. She's more hyped than usual." Just then, the phone on Minato's table rang. He quickly picked up and answered, but because his cheeks were being pinched, his tone was a bit strange, which made Shidugo on the other end confused. "Commander Kusanagi, your voice sounds really weird." Duika saw that and quickly took the baby off of Minato. Only then did Minato ask flatly, "Why did you call?" Shidugo hurriedly replied, telling them that their international magician certification papers had arrived. Hearing that, Minato immediately put it on speakerphone, so Ruka and the others could hear. Shidugo, on the other end, kept talking. Unlike the exams in Japan, this qualification would allow them to operate globally, and the difficulty was extremely high. But he said it seemed their achievements during the catastrophe had been recognized. Many new magicians had appeared during the catastrophe, and since their abilities weren't being valued, they decided to have the magicians retest. Duika heard this and asked, confused, "Wait, so we're considered temporary magicians?" Ruka said casually, "Minors don't have the right to be licensed anyway." Minato glanced at everyone. and said with a smile, "This is a perfect opportunity. Let's do it." Immediately, Duika burst with energy. "For us, it'll be a piece of cake." Ruka also nodded in agreement. Compared to the great catastrophe, this was nothing. Ryuji also said excitedly, "Let's do it." Shidogo, on the other end, smiled when he heard that, and continued, "I'll send you the details. Do your best. Commander Kusanagi, you could even make it into the Sage class." Minato frowned, glancing at everyone as if to ask what the Sage class was. Duika hurriedly explained, "It's the highest rank for magicians. There are only 6 people in the world who hold it." Ruka winked and said, "To put it simply, that's what they look like." A few days earlier, at the International Magician Association in the US, Aaron walked in from outside. Looking at those sitting at the long table, he bowed respectfully. "Thank you all for gathering here, honorable members of the 6 great sages." As soon as those words were spoken, one of the 6 great sages, Andre Grandon, shouted aggressively, "You dare summon me all the way from my home? Do you look down on me?" Another sage, Victor Blair, saw his intense reaction and couldn't help but mock him. "I truly can't stand it when someone lets their emotions cloud their judgment. Please, try to keep some dignity." Vivama, a female magic scholar, couldn't help but chime in. "Those with less intelligence are easily swayed by their emotions. It seems that doesn't change even at the sage level." This made Andre go insane with rage. He erupted with magical power, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Do you dare look down on me?" But before he could act, a hand grabbed Andre's arm. It was Pharaon, a wise man. He said coldly, "Stop it." Andre didn't back down at all, glaring at Pharaon. "You bastard, are you trying to piss me off that much? That's enough." While everyone was making a racket, a majestic voice rang out. It was Leonard Forter, the chosen one, among the 6 great sages. He said coldly, "Sages shouldn't be bickering like this. Andre, can't you keep your cool here?" With Leonard's words, Andre scoffed and pulled his hand back, pouting as he said, Fine. Let's drop this. It's getting noisy." The pink-haired Chrisman looked at him with suspicion. "We were supposed to have a remote meeting, but is doing it this way really okay?" Aaron slowly explained. "The 6 sages aren't strictly required to meet in person, but this time, I believe a face-to-face dialogue is essential." Leonard furrowed his brow, asking skeptically, "Does this have something to do with the International Mage Tournament?" Damak nodded. Aaron calmly replied, "Yes, the great catastrophe has gradually subsided, but now, a movement is rising to push for a thorough audit of all inaccurate data regarding magic." Vi seemed to realize something, raising an eyebrow. "So, the mage examination being held is also part of that, right?" Aaron gave a slight nod and spoke calmly. "There is one more reason. Mr. Kusanagi." Hearing that name, Leonard's expression darkened. He pursed his lips and asked, "You stopped the great catastrophe in Japan? So, in other words, you want us to evaluate him?" Aaron, still unaware of the tension, replied calmly, "It's very possible he possesses potential rivaling that of a sage." But just as he finished, he felt a terrifying surge of magical power in the air. The other great sages were unfazed. They were used to this. But Aaron was different. He was forced to step back. After a moment, Leonard finally spoke slowly. "Potential to reach the level of a sage? Do you think just defeating some god of mischief is enough to become a sage?" Aaron frowned aggressively and replied, "Perhaps. It's only a theory." Leonard couldn't help but scoff, pouting, "I didn't expect you to say something like that." With that, he waved his hand. "Fine. If that's the case, then prove it to me. Just how strong is this Kusanagi kid?" The 6 great sages had turned their attention to Minato, who had quickly arrived in the United States. Ryuji looked at the streets and couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is America?" The streets are packed with people, and obviously, the main language is English. Kasaragi Ryuji couldn't understand a word. He glanced at everyone and shouted, "It's English! They're speaking English!" Yu sighed helplessly. "Well, we're in America, so that's normal." Seeing them so relaxed, Kasaragi Ryuji couldn't help but complain. "Get excited, will you? We're abroad." Ruka pouted and replied, "Even if you say that, it's not my first time here." Kasaragi Ryuji felt helpless. These guys just didn't get it. On the way here, everyone was speaking English, but he was sure there must be someone like him. Just then, a few girls came over to talk to Minato. But Minato used English to turn them down. Seeing this, Kasaragi Ryuji asked, shocked, "You can even speak English?" Minato replied casually, "It's all right, I guess." Kasaragi Ryuji couldn't help but marvel. What is up with this guy? Good at school, good at sports, and his magic is monster-level strong. Is he even human? Aren't you afraid I'll start overthinking? At that moment, Yu spoke up. I'm planning to go back to the hotel to rest. Ruka nodded in agreement. Traveling is exhausting, let's just take it easy today. A few days later, at the headquarters of the International Mage Association, Minato's group entered to process their paperwork. Minato, who was terrible with technology, froze like a statue when he saw the facial scanner. Yu had to guide him through it. Soon after, a card with Minato's photo was printed. The four of them then stepped into the elevator to go upstairs. Not long after, the elevator doors opened. They stepped out quickly. There were already many mages waiting there. As soon as Minato's group entered, hundreds of eyes were locked onto them. Whispers and murmurs began to ripple through the room. Hundreds of gazes were fixed on them, which made Kusanagi Ryuji feel quite uncomfortable. He mumbled in confusion. Why are they staring so hard? Ruka said helplessly. Probably because of the great catastrophe. At the same time, every move the four made was being silently observed by the 6 great sages. Leonard couldn't help but chime in. Not bad. Their mana levels are quite decent, Krista suddenly murmured. The true power of a mage has a massive impact on a nation's strength, because they possess abilities that far exceed any conventional weapon. Leonard spoke calmly. These young mages will become the key force protecting their country's future. In other words, the results of this exam won't only evaluate the individual, but will also be tied to the status of each nation. Vi couldn't help but interrupt. You can't rule out the possibility of a war breaking out, can you? Leonard smiled involuntarily and spoke calmly. However, overall, countries other than Japan have always had strict restrictions regarding magic. Vi frowned and said hesitantly, yet this time they're holding such a large-scale exam. They should have been keeping information about magic under tighter control. Leonard shook his head slightly, raised an eyebrow, and said, because magic has some similarities to military technology, it's just that Japan actively disclosed the information first, so the trend is starting to shift. Vi looked at Minato's data on the computer screen, and after a long while, she sighed in awe. Kusanagi's theory of mage education contains knowledge known in developing countries, yet it has never been widely publicized. This was exactly what Leonard was keeping his eye on. He spoke slowly. How he came to know all that remains a mystery, but he himself has brought Japanese mages to the world stage, leading him to the conclusion that Minato is no simple person. Meanwhile, outside the waiting hall of the International Mage Association, Minato's group waited quietly. 3 punks suddenly walked over, acting aggressive. Are you that Kusanagi guy? Hearing his name called, Minato turned around. The leader, looking dissatisfied, shouted, defeating a god? What kind of joke is that? What kind of tricks have you been pulling? He asked if Minato had someone backing him, or if he dug up some political weakness. Looking at him, Minato suddenly thought of June. He frowned and asked, you wouldn't happen to be associated with someone like Sino, would you? The guy shouted in frustration. Don't try to change the subject. Seeing this, Yu and the others weren't worried at all. They felt nostalgic, standing to the side like they were watching a show. The 3 punks didn't dare do anything and turned to leave, but not before giving a warning. Damn it, this stuff is going to come out sooner or later anyway. Everyone is watching you like a hawk. Hearing the commotion, everyone really did turn their eyes toward them. Minato sighed helplessly. Oh boy, this is going to be a headache. But honestly, it looks like it might be interesting. Just then, someone else walked in. It was a girl with pink hair, her face a mix of innocence and seriousness. A moment later, Aaron walked in from outside and announced loudly, everyone, take your seats. Seeing him, Mizuha Duika's group panicked. So, the U.S. military was in charge of the exam? While they were still confused, Aaron stepped onto the platform and declared, I will explain the exam now. I am only saying this once, so listen carefully. He explained the exam would consist of a written test, a mana measurement, and a practical test. Anyone who failed to reach the passing grade in any part would be eliminated. Beyond the tests, other factors would be evaluated. So, conduct yourselves like true mages and don't do anything embarrassing. After passing, ranks would be decided based on total scores. Hearing this, the hot-headed guy who questioned Minato earlier suspiciously asked what the requirements were to reach the Great Sage rank. Aaron spoke slowly. A perfect score is an important prerequisite, but there are other criteria involved. Ability, achievements, character, and public reputation. You need to be outstanding in every aspect. Saying this, Aaron looked meaningfully at a figure below. He smiled mysteriously. Perhaps the 7th sage will emerge from among you. Hearing this, everyone's fighting spirit surged. Aaron nodded in satisfaction. This year's batch of candidates was indeed excellent, but Minato was clearly on a different level. He shouted, then, let the exam officially begin. The first part was the written exam. Minato received the test paper and his face instantly changed. The questions were all related to Minato's father. Minato sighed helplessly. He thought this was a magic exam, but he didn't expect a trap like this. Eren watched Minato from the platform, seeing him sigh constantly, and couldn't help but feel impressed. This was the most difficult exam. Even Minato wouldn't find it easy to pass, but he shouldn't let him down. However, when Eren saw the results, he wasn't disappointed, he was stunned. He couldn't believe it, and shouted, "Are you kidding me?" Minato's name sat firmly in first place, and he had even achieved a perfect score. Eren couldn't help but marvel. As expected, he wasn't an ordinary person. Even for him, just getting 80% would have been a struggle. If it was Minato, he could truly reach the rank of Great Sage. At the same time, the Do group rushed over to congratulate Minato. He didn't pay much mind to it and asked calmly, "How did you all do?" Do replied immediately, "My sister and I are probably around 20th place." Kusanagi Ryuji also boasted excitedly, "I'm 40th. Minato heard this and asked skeptically, "You're good at the written part, too?" This annoyed Kusanagi Ryuji, who glared at him. Next was the mana measurement. The instructor pointed to the scanners and spoke, "There is no type of magic that our latest scanners cannot measure. All right, let's begin." Minato watched as everyone took their turns and couldn't help but sigh. His turn was last. What was happening? Just then, Du suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, is this for real?" The number displayed on the machine was 980,000. Not only her, but everyone outside gasped in shock. What is up with her mana? It's almost 1 million. The others had already reached 900,000, and Kusanagi Ryuji wasn't far behind with 890,000. Ruka glanced at Ryuji and couldn't help but reflect. She had fallen completely behind in the written test. As for mana, they were gradually catching up to her too. But Minato was very happy. All three of them were showing clear progress. Just then, another gasp rang out, making him look over in surprise. Above the measuring device, a powerful surge of magic was constantly radiating into the air. Very quickly, the device hit the 1 million mark for magic power. Someone recognized the girl, and whispers started spreading. "Isn't she from Titadano, China?" It turned out that the pink-haired girl was a genius in both magic and martial arts. Suizijin. Minato secretly observed her, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. It seems like there are a few interesting people here. They probably haven't shown their true strength yet. As he was thinking, the instructor shouted, urging Kusanagi forward. "Minato, start testing your magic power." Hearing that, Minato walked up to the device. He frowned and thought, "Good grief, this machine again? What is he supposed to do now?" As Minato walked up, the crowd below started whispering again. Leonard, behind the screen, smirked and said, "Let's see what happens this time." Eren, in the back, was also looking forward to it. He wanted to know the exact magic power level Minato possessed. Not just him, even Ruka's group felt the same. Du couldn't help but mutter, "I wonder how much magic power Minato has." Ruka guessed it was 99,990,000. He previously joked that he had 99 million, but by now, they were starting to think that wasn't a joke, it might actually be true. Above the device, Minato unleashed his magic. He decided there was no need to hide his true strength anymore. Sure enough, in just a blink of an eye, a terrifying pressure emerged, leaving the group behind him panicked. Magic power surged wildly, and the numbers on the machine kept climbing, showing no signs of stopping. Even Eren couldn't move at this moment. The entire headquarters of the International Mage Association was blanketed in magic. Then, with a loud boom, the measuring device exploded. Minato sighed helplessly, knowing it definitely broke for sure. Through the screen, Leonard saw the entire scene. He couldn't help but marvel. "That's unexpected." Krista pouted with disdain. "Nothing special. Our magic power can't even be measured by that machine anyway." Leonard didn't agree and countered. "In other words, there's a possibility he's just as strong as we are." Krista scoffed. "No way." Just then, Via also remarked, "That kid is interesting." After the magic power test ended, the practical test began in the form of duels. Minato was now wearing a special uniform. It was truly very comfortable. He was glad he had been issued a set. His opponent saw Minato suddenly smile and spoke up, dissatisfied. "Are you going to fight? Are you looking down on me?" Minato was slightly startled and apologized guiltily. "Sorry, I'm serious now." Seeing everyone was ready, the proctor immediately shouted, "Then, the first match begins." As soon as the words left his mouth, Minato lunged forward, and in less than 3 seconds, the other guy was floored. The proctor immediately shouted, "A victory for Kusanagi!" The crowd below was stunned. What just happened? I didn't see it coming. Aaron, watching from the outside, couldn't help but smile. There are so many people doubting Minato, but with this test, the whole world will finally see his true strength. Minato didn't pay any attention to their reactions. He walked over to help the other person up. Leonard, watching from behind the screen, also spoke up in praise. Amazing, Vidya couldn't help but exclaim. I hadn't even seen anything yet. What did he do? Leonard explained slowly. He closed the distance to his opponent in less than a second from the start. Then Minato used magic. Hearing this, Vi exclaimed in surprise. That's incredible. Leonard nodded slightly and said, what's more, he hasn't even shown his full power yet. These words left Krista feeling dissatisfied, her brows furrowing into a line. Conversely, the other three didn't seem to care much, though what they were calculating in their hearts, nobody knew. Not just Minato, but Ruka, Du, and Kusanagi Ryuji were all progressing and winning their matches. After winning her match, Kusanagi Ryuji was very happy. She shouted excitedly, I'm getting stronger. Kusanagi Ryuji also remarked, who would have thought this would be used to fight against humans? Ruka nodded in agreement. Minato's monster combat training was truly useful. Minato looked intently at the three of them and offered praise. You all did well. In her excitement, Du winked and said, here, now I can beat you. You'll have to use your full strength to even hit me. Smiling instinctively, Minato raised an eyebrow and asked, want to try it right now? Du was stunned for a moment. She hurriedly waved her hands to refuse. Oh, no. Just then, the organizer ran over to announce, Kusanagi Minato, your next match is about to start. Minato was slightly startled and hurriedly replied, I got it. And so, Du escaped a close call. She sighed with relief, having almost dug her own grave. She really needed to be more careful. A while later, the duel ended. Once again, Minato came out on top. Kusanagi Ryuji watched with admiration. He got a perfect score. Ruka also remarked, Minato, at this rate, you might actually become a legend. Du searched for their names, then muttered after a long while, we're ranked around 20th. Kusanagi Ryuji looked at the name ranked right after Minato, and couldn't help but shout, is that Gusuin in second place? Just as she finished speaking, a melodious voice rang out from behind. Did you call me? The group jumped and looked back, seeing Suizan, who had appeared behind them out of nowhere. Minato was a bit confused. When did this girl show up? While he was deep in thought, Suizan spoke up. Kusanagi Minato, I'm really looking forward to the next test. Minato frowned slightly and muttered in doubt. The next test? Du jumped in to explain it for him. It's a battle royale-style survival test held in a forest. Each participant is given a certain number of points based on their performance and can take points from their opponents. If you lose, it means you haven't met the standard. The test lasts for 1 week, and at the end, the points earned are added to your total score. After hearing that, Minato asked skeptically, what's the maximum score? Du replied nonchalantly, 2,000 points, at least 2,000. Those with low scores in the previous round will have a chance to get a high score in this round, and you can also run away once you have enough points. Minato frowned and fell silent. Du exclaimed excitedly, and you can form teams too. Anything goes, except for killing. If you kill or injure an opponent, you'll be disqualified. Saying this, she looked around, but couldn't find Xing. She asked in confusion, where did that little girl go? Kusanagi Ryuji sighed helplessly. She ran off a while ago. Just then, Aaron appeared and said, by the way, I'll be participating too. He said they would receive a reward for defeating the examiners, so they should prepare themselves. Aaron glared at Minato with fierce competitive spirit. Let's fight seriously. Kusanagi. Yes. Minato didn't hesitate to nod. Aaron laughed with satisfaction. Rest up before we begin. See you later. With that, he walked away. At that moment, the three, Ruka, Du, and Kusanagi Ryuji, gathered to discuss. Ruka frowned and said, the examiners are joining in? Du thought for a long while before speaking. We should form a group. But Minato coldly replied, I'm going solo. Good luck to you all. Having said that, he turned and left. The three watched Minato's retreating figure, falling into silence. After a moment, Ruka spoke up. We can't rely on him forever. Du nodded in agreement. She's right. Kusanagi Ryuji shouted excitedly. We won't just sit there and do nothing. Elsewhere, in the observation room, Krista couldn't take it anymore and rose from her seat, complaining, are we really going to watch for a week? Leonard narrowed his eyes at her and asked, are you disappointed? Krista shook her head and replied, no. Leonard smiled slightly. He was looking forward to it. He wanted to see what Minato would show in this survival match. After the break, the final forest survival test began. The host clearly announced that the test would be broadcast globally, so everyone should be careful with their actions. The 3-second countdown began. By this point, everyone was full of energy. Each person had their own motives. The three, Ruka, Du, and Kusanagi Ryuji, wanted to get into the top 20. Minato, on the other hand, was very calm. What was his goal? Suizan was also looking forward to this match. Besides that, there were those 3 punks. They were constantly glaring at Minato. And finally, Eren. He was the judge of this competition. He was looking forward to the final battle with Minato. The 3-second countdown ended quickly. The competition officially began. Everyone quickly ran off. The 3 were no exception. They wanted to avoid conflict at all costs. Splitting up early wasn't a good choice. Only Minato stood still without doing anything. The 3 punks saw this and mocked him internally. What is that idiot doing? It looks like he's inviting others to hit him. Minato watched everyone leave, a bit confused about what to do. He still stood there without moving an inch, and sure enough, someone walked right into the trap. The 3 punks arrived with a group of people. The blue-haired guy smirked and said, "Found you, you arrogant dog. No one's coming to save you." He even stuck out his tongue to provoke Minato, but Minato just asked indifferently, "Who are you?" The blue-haired guy was angered by his attitude and screamed wildly, "Don't even think about resisting. You can't escape. You're done for." Immediately, the group cast magic, preparing to attack. Their actions were, of course, captured by the cameras and broadcast live for everyone to see. Someone complained indignantly, "Ganging up on someone? That's too much." However, the Japanese viewers all believed in Minato. A girl raised an eyebrow and said, "Don't worry, Kusanagi will definitely win." And just like that, everyone started chanting his name like a cheer. Not only that, but many comments cursing those punks appeared on the screen. The punks, of course, knew nothing about this and remained very confident in their own abilities. He challenged aggressively, "Come here quickly. You're too scared to fight, aren't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, magical rays flew wildly toward Minato. Thinking he had hit him, the blue-haired guy scolded contemptuously, "So weak, you don't even dare to fight back." But a second later, Minato's voice echoed from behind the swirling dust. "How pathetic." Those little punks immediately shrieked in terror. "He's still standing after that attack?" After a moment of panic, the green-haired guy roared, "Give him everything you've got." What a shame. Their pathetic little attacks didn't do a thing. The moment they hit Minato's barrier, they were reflected right back at them. This sight left those punks terrified. They stammered, unable to believe their eyes. He blocked every single hit with just a barrier? Dear God, what kind of monster is he? While they were caught in their confusion, Minato unleashed a blast of magical energy. Just like that, the whole squad was wiped out. They ended up sprawled out, staring at the sky from the bottom of a giant crater. Only now did they realize the truth. The rumors about Minato attacking Kusanagi Minato weren't just talk. Meanwhile, another group had been watching the news on their phones, staying out of the fight. They figured if they could take down Minato, they'd become famous instantly and rack up tons of points. So, just like that, Minato became the target again. Seeing him still standing there, they lunged forward for a sneak attack. Too bad for them. Minato isn't someone you can just ambush. With just 3 bursts of magical energy, he laid them all flat. Minato pouted and muttered that this was already the 5th ambush. Elsewhere, the 2 Du sisters were also locked in battle. The tsunami magic they conjured quickly swept their opponents away. Du finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "We actually did it." Ruka couldn't help but speak up. "I didn't think we'd have to use our ultimate magic." Right then, they overheard some whispers from other players. "It's true. You really shouldn't mess with the Kusanagis. Nobody dares to cross him. It's your own fault for being so pathetic." Du hurried over to the group, suspiciously asking, "You guys fought him?" One of them immediately replied, "It wasn't just us. Plenty of others have already been eliminated." Another one trembled and stammered, "That guy is insanely strong. He's a total monster." Hearing this, Kusanagi Ryuji wasn't surprised at all. He nonchalantly said, "Minato really is the strongest." Mizuha Duika sighed as well, adding, "There's no way we can beat him." But then, Ruka suddenly hesitated and muttered, "Minato is definitely strong, but we could just avoid crossing paths with him, right?" The 3 of them agreed with this. It was their only real option, but would that even work? Meanwhile, the martial arts prodigy, Tadano Jun, was in a corner of the forest, calmly sticking to her training routine. Suizing's talent had shown through since she was a child. By 13, she was already the strongest in all of Tadano Jun. In every discipline, no one could defeat Suizing, and she was certain that one day she would surpass her master and her eldest senior brother. Sometimes, Suizing felt incredibly bored because almost no one was stronger than her. Everyone she'd fought before had been mediocre. Suizing wanted to fight someone stronger. That was the reason she joined this competition. Suizing was overwhelmingly powerful. A single punch could topple an ancient tree. This immense strength made everyone wary of her, which is why they all stayed away. But Suizing didn't give up. She promised herself she would push even further, reaching a peak no one else could touch. To do that, she had to face stronger opponents, and the one chosen was none other than Minato. Suizing found Minato, pointed directly at him, and declared, "Kusanagi Minato, you're next." Minato wasn't afraid in the slightest. He calmly smiled and said, "I'm next, huh? It seems a few people have their eyes on me." Suizing frowned slightly and glanced behind her, seeing a crowd approaching. She immediately stepped aside and pouted, saying, "I always work alone. I don't form parties." The man agreed with a nod. "Us too. We all want one-on-one fights." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but click his tongue. A bunch of fight junkies, huh? This is my specialty. At the same time, Eren had arrived on the scene, silently observing Minato. The global elite all had magical energy levels over 1 million. Even Minato would struggle to fight them all at once. But how would he fare in a solo match? Regardless, Eren admired Minato's spirit. He agreed this wasn't just some childish brawl anymore. This was the moment to see the true extent of his power. Below, the man flared his magical energy and raised an eyebrow, saying, "I'll go first." Seeing the man's energy, Minato couldn't help but offer a compliment. "Your magical energy is quite refined." With a slight smirk, the man calmly said, "I'm a former mercenary. I've been on many battlefields, and naturally, I've killed people before. But don't worry, Minato, I won't kill you." Minato clicked his tongue, thinking, trying to be persuasive while radiating bloodlust, how untrustworthy. The moment he finished, the man lunged forward. Minato didn't hold back either, responding with complete calm. In a flash, the blade in the man's hand was right in front of Minato. He dodged quickly, but still lost a few strands of hair. The man couldn't help but marvel. "Your movements are beautiful. In that case, try this on for size." With that, he summoned his dark element magic. A vine lunged toward Minato, but he dodged it. In an instant, he appeared in front of the man and, without hesitation, delivered a heavy punch. Agonizing pain surged through him, making him scream as his body was sent flying 10 meters away. The man couldn't help but tremble. How could a single blow cause such devastating damage? What terrifying strength! Minato scanned the crowd, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Who's next?" Immediately, a muscle-bound guy stepped forward, arrogantly declaring, "I'll take you down and become famous." But what happened next left the former mercenary in absolute shock. He shouted in disbelief, "I can't believe it." Because everyone who had just charged in had been taken down by Minato in the blink of an eye, it was a truly pathetic sight. The former mercenary bit his lip in frustration. Even with a first-class mage here, they hadn't left a single scratch on their opponent. And as for him, someone who had never known fear on the battlefield, why was he trembling now? Eren watched the battle, unable to help but marvel at the terrifying disparity in power. He really wanted to fight Minato himself, but Eren quickly dismissed the thought, shaking his head with a sigh. "If I get knocked out too early, I won't be able to finish my mission. What a pity, but I have to retreat to another area." Suizing watched this one-sided slaughter, her eyes narrowing instinctively. What was that? What was happening? Those movements, she couldn't believe Minato was capable of that. On the other side, Minato watched the crowd running for their lives and sighed helplessly. He had only gotten a little more serious. He glanced toward Suizing and said, "You're the only one left. Are you planning to fight?" Suizing immediately walked up to Minato. She had always been called a prodigy, but Minato was far beyond even that. This feeling is just like the time Suin faced her senior brother, maybe even more intense. With that thought, she clenched her fists, then shouted aggressively, "Bring it on!" Suin wasn't afraid of anything. Driven by the thirst for battle, she charged into the fray, whether it was heaven or earth. Minato narrowed his eyes slightly, calmly observing Suin's movements. She moved like a gust of wind, appearing in front of Minato in the blink of an eye. Minato clicked his tongue, then threw a punch, but Suin caught it. At the same time, she cast a spell, but Minato dodged before she could land the attack. However, in Suin's hand, in a flash, another spell appeared right in front of Minato's chest. A violent wave of water surged out. Suin frowned, thinking to herself, "I think I hit him head on." Unfortunately, Minato was already behind her. He raised an eyebrow and laughed. "That's a truly interesting way to fight." Hearing his voice, Suin hurriedly dodged, putting some distance between them. Minato didn't care. He calmly commented on the combination of martial arts and magic she used, maintaining her activation state. Even in the heat of battle, you have to time your activation perfectly. That's impressive. It's different from ordinary magic, and it's not like the spell-weaving martial arts I usually use. There was something strange about Suin. Suin sneered. This isn't magic power, it's battle intent, Minato asked, slightly confused. What kind of power is that? Suin pouted and replied, I'm not telling you. Immediately after, she began to cast a spell. A level 12 combination spell appeared. With a loud boom, a cataclysmic explosion rocked the area, filling the sky with smoke and fire. After unleashing that move, Suin was panting for breath, but unfortunately, Minato wasn't hurt at all. A simple barrier had blocked it. He even smiled jokingly and said, that was quite an impressive spell. Seeing this, Suin became immediately dissatisfied and lunged forward aggressively. She decided to engage Minato in hand-to-hand combat using martial arts, but to her surprise, Minato knew them too and blocked her easily. Suin's eyes widened in horror. How are you so proficient in both magic and martial arts? You're good at everything. None of my moves are working. Minato squinted at Suin, who was sitting slumped on the ground, muttering in confusion. Is it over? Suin trembled as she sat there, her expression quite grim. She used to think she was very strong, but in front of a monster like Minato, she was just a child. After a long silence, Suin whispered, This is Suin's defeat. It's time to end it. Minato was confused to hear that. You really are a strange one. Yet, Suin looked up at him and offered an innocent smile. That was really fun. Minato was even more bewildered. Why is she smiling? She should be scared to the point of crying. He couldn't understand her, so he decided to turn and leave. Minato watched his back as he walked away, falling into silence. This guy is overwhelmingly stronger than Suin. He's not even inferior to the four great masters. She needed to find someone like that. Suin wanted to know more. What did Minato know that she didn't? And so, Suin followed Minato. She kept lurking behind him like a little shadow, refusing to let him go. Suin figured that Minato was likely even stronger, so she would keep tracking him. Minato naturally noticed her following him. He felt a bit helpless, but didn't do anything about it. By evening, Minato stopped to rest by a stream. He caught some fish and started a fire to grill them. Suin hid behind a bush, her stomach growling repeatedly. She had been so busy following Minato that she had forgotten to eat. Minato was grilling fish when he heard the sound from behind. He was truly helpless. He sighed and said, You can come out here. Suin was stunned, not expecting to be discovered. She poked her head out from behind a tree, looking at Minato in confusion. After hesitating for a long time, Suin crept over to his side. Seeing this, Minato handed her a grilled fish, asking suspiciously, Want to eat? Suin's eyes lit up instantly, her face filled with longing, and she quickly grabbed the fish and began devouring it. Minato couldn't help but smile at the sight. In no time, Suin had eaten until her belly was full and round. Minato had finished eating too. She secretly observed him. In battle, Minato's aura was completely different. Normally, he was very calm and gentle. However, Suin felt intimidated by him. Suin just drifted off to sleep. Minato found it a bit reluctant. Her guard was way too low. The next morning, Suin woke up from her slumber, and there was a coat draped over her. Seeing her open her eyes, Minato spoke up immediately. Are you awake? Suin jumped up, startled. She couldn't believe she had fallen asleep in front of her enemy. Minato didn't mind at all, handed her an apple, and said with a smile, You slept really well. Want this? Suin nodded slightly and replied, Thank you. She took the apple and stepped aside, not understanding why Minato was acting so normally as if nothing had happened. Suin had clearly let her guard down, so why didn't he take action? She couldn't wrap her head around it. Shortly after, Minato continued his journey. Naturally, as she had decided, Suin followed behind him. But this time, she didn't sneak around and followed him openly. Even though they were on the same path, they did their own thing. Minato had no intention of attacking Suin. This made her suspicious, and eventually, she couldn't hold back anymore and asked, Don't you suspect me? Minato replied nonchalantly, Whether you follow or not is your choice. If you feel it's troublesome, you can just run away. Suin was stunned by his words. A moment later, she snapped back to reality and shouted aggressively, You arrogant guy, I have a question. Minato didn't even turn his head and asked flatly, What is it? Suin questioned, Why are you so strong? How did you learn magic? Furthermore, she wanted to know why Minato was traveling alone. Where were his companions? Minato waited for Suin to finish her barrage of questions before slowly replying, The secret to becoming strong is talent and hard work. Suin frowned upon hearing that, and after a long while, she shook her head and muttered, Hard work, huh? That's not for me. Minato smiled involuntarily and continued. Magic is the simulation and manipulation of phenomena. After that, it all depends on having a firm will. Suin listened very intently, but only understood half of it. She asked back in confusion, "So it's all about mental willpower? Are there any tricks to doing it?" Yet, Minato didn't answer, saying only one cryptic sentence, "I am waiting for someone." Suin was confused and asked, "Waiting for who?" Chuckling softly, Minato replied indifferently, "My enemy." Elsewhere, the three members of Ruka's group had just finished off another group of people. They had likely gathered enough points. Kusanagi Ryuji breathed a sigh of relief and said, "As long as we avoid fighting him, we will pass this round." Du nodded slightly and replied, "If we fight him, we'll definitely lose, and our chance to pass the exam will vanish completely." This statement left all three of them in silence. But a moment later, Kusanagi Ryuji hesitantly asked, "But if we just fear him and give up, can we still hold our heads high as we move forward?" None of them had ever beaten Minato even once. That was true. Ruka sighed helplessly. Minato had always been alone because he was too strong to have any rivals. Mizuha Duika felt the same. Minato fought while they just always followed in his footsteps. Just then, a noise from the bushes startled Du. The former mercenary walked out from within, shaking his head, noting that he didn't seem to have a single friend. How lonely. Du narrowed his eyes at the man, asking confusedly, "Where is everyone else?" He replied slowly, "We engaged him in combat, but we had to retreat." "You guys too?" Ruka saw the others straggling up and asked in confusion. "The disqualification condition is being unable to continue fighting." Du frowned in thought. In other words, they haven't lost yet, but why didn't he take them down for good? Kusanagi Ryuji thought for a moment before speaking. Is that too cruel? Or did he go easy on them? Go easy? No way. Du shook his head in denial. Maybe he has some plan that we don't know about. This left Ruka and Kusanagi Ryuji shocked. Right then, Eren suddenly spoke up. "Are you all planning to team up to take him down?" Du nodded slightly and replied, "There are about 100 contestants left. If we coordinate, maybe we really can defeat him." Hearing this, Eren frowned and fell silent. Interesting strategy, but don't forget, I'm the judge here. Du narrowed his eyes at him, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. "Don't you want to win against him? He is very strong, perhaps the strongest here." Ruka and Kusanagi Ryuji agreed with this opinion. However, the former mercenary was unconvinced and wanted to argue. "That's a bit of an exaggeration." But before he could finish, Eren cut him off. "In my eyes, he has power on par with the 6 great sages." This left everyone there stunned, and they started whispering, "That guy is overpowered. If you said he was at the sage level, I'd believe it." While everyone was panicking, Du suddenly shouted aggressively, "So what? I still don't want to give up. He's just one person, and we have the numbers." Ruka nodded in agreement. "We can do it. We'll show that arrogant guy what's what." Eren squinted at them and asked in a low voice, "But do you have a plan to win yet?" Du smiled confidently. "As long as there's a 1% chance, it's worth a try." On the 3rd day of the practical exam, Minato still had that relaxed attitude, eating and sleeping, not like he was in an exam at all. But Suizijin, who followed him, was more disciplined. She started training before the sun even rose. After practicing magic, she would practice some ancient martial arts. Her movements were very proficient, but Suizijin was preoccupied with her thoughts. She had been too confident, and she hadn't even reached Minato's level. He was terrifyingly strong, as if he weren't even human. Even Suizijin felt the isolation. As for Minato, he had been a loner for a long time, and she felt that. While Suizijin was lost in thought, Minato woke up, smiling as he said, "Training even during the exam?" Suizijin glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "It's just part of my routine." Minato looked her over, and after a while, he spoke. "Is using energy in martial arts different from magic?" "Interesting." Suizijin heard this and corrected him, unhappy. "This is battle intent." She said it allowed her to unleash physical strength many times greater than normal. When using a weapon, that power increased even more. Minato heard this and muttered in confusion. "Fighting spirit and stars?" Suyin explained slowly. "First, focus on refining your inner energy. Guide the flow of battle aura throughout your body, and relax so it can envelop you naturally." As she spoke, she demonstrated it herself, channeling all the power within her body before finally releasing it outward. Minato, observing from the side, couldn't help but clap in praise. "That's impressive." Suyin wasn't happy at all with the compliment and sighed, "It's nothing special. I still can't beat you." Minato looked at her with a smile, then pouted mockingly. "Your technique is still pretty clumsy." Hearing that, Suyin felt annoyed and huffed. I'm self-taught and have never stepped foot into a magic academy, so it's only natural that my magic isn't perfect. Minato nodded and began to explain slowly. Battle aura and magic might seem similar, but in essence, they are completely different. It's best not to use the same mindset to control both. He told her that she was naturally poor at sensing and controlling mana, which was why her incantations were so unstable. Hearing this, Su Yin asked skeptically, "Then what should I do?" Minato spoke nonchalantly. "I will transmit a high-density stream of mana into you. Focus on feeling it with your entire body." He never expected to be channeling mana to such a low-level mage, but the fact that Su Yin had made it this far purely on innate talent made her truly interesting. With that thought, Minato placed his hand on Su Yin's back and began channeling mana into her body. It didn't take long before she exclaimed, "I can feel it now. I've never felt a source of mana this intense." Minato said calmly, "This is true mana. Imprint the difference between this and your battle aura into your body." Su Yin looked excitedly at the flow of mana within her, smiling happily. "So this is real mana, I get it now. It feels like I can actually reach out and touch it." Minato explained calmly that because she could use both battle aura and mana, she probably hadn't clearly distinguished between the two energy sources until now. Su Yin looked enlightened, her eyes suddenly filled with radiance. She laughed joyfully. "Kusanagi Minato, you really are a monster. The problem that has been bothering me for so long was solved in an instant. Thank you." Minato shrugged it off, shook his head, and said, "It's nothing." As the two were talking, several eyes were secretly watching them. Immediately after, they lunged out of the bushes to ambush the pair. But with their pathetic skills, they were kicked away by Su Yin before they could even touch them. Minato also landed a punch on them. He clicked his tongue, thinking, "An ambush this early?" Just then, the remaining enemies attacked the two with magic, but their spells vanished upon hitting Minato's barrier. He casually fired a mana bullet, causing an explosion in front of them. Before he could even catch his breath, another man rushed forward with a knife. The two had spotted them early, so they turned and countered simultaneously. Magic continued to fly frantically toward them from the outside. Unfortunately, they were too slow. Minato and Suijin dodged it. Right after, both retaliated with magic simultaneously. With a loud boom, the ground was pulverized by inorganic cannons and raging shockwaves. A whole crowd was taken down, just like that. Those hiding further away frantically took their people and fled. Seeing this, Su Yin couldn't help but feel bewildered. "They're running away?" Minato sighed, helpless. "They sure are full of energy." Su Yin, on the other hand, scolded them with dissatisfaction. "Running away so fast, what a bunch of cowards." Smiling instinctively, Minato said mysteriously, "I wouldn't be so sure." Su Yin asked, looking confused. "What do you mean?" Minato explained slowly. "They don't seem like the ones who have been behind this all along. There's likely someone pulling the strings. Who is the mastermind?" "Naturally, it's the group of bards. A few minutes ago, they had gathered in an open area." Ruka spoke up aggressively. "No one can defeat Minato. He can cast level 17 magic with an almost infinite supply of mana." This statement left the entire crowd stunned and speechless. Seeing their confusion, Du spoke up again. "But even Minato has a weakness. He is still just human. Even though holy magic can heal wounds and dispel fatigue, it still cannot restore mental exhaustion or replace sleep and food. That's why they always ambush him whenever Minato wants to rest." Su Yin, having just chased away a group, irritably took off Minato's cloak, then complained indignantly. "Using such dirty tricks, they should fight properly, face to face. Striking when there's an opening is truly despicable." Minato couldn't help but smile as he said, "I'm different. As long as I win, I'll play by any rules. That actually suits my style." Su Yin was stunned upon hearing this. She, who should have been the one yearning for battle, was now just following Minato. The enemies were risking their lives to take him down, but what about her? Thinking of this, Su Yin couldn't help but clench her fists. Being with Minato was truly fun, but that wasn't her real goal. Su Yin suddenly became determined. Minato was about to leave when he suddenly turned back to look. Su Yin had disappeared. Only he remained in the open field. Minato couldn't help but smile. They're gone. And at this moment, the game truly began. The 1 versus 100 battle was about to unfold. In the following days, Minato was constantly ambushed during his travels, but with his high-level magic, it was easy for him to handle. If 1 came, he fought 1. If 2 came, he fought both. If 10 came, he wiped them all out. After being defeated, a group would arrive to carry the wounded away. At first, Minato just ignored them and let them leave, but eventually, he felt there was no need for that anymore. So, he decided to give chase. While passing through an empty field, Minato encountered a group. They used dark magic to surround him with fog, but Minato quickly cleared it away. It was just that when his vision cleared, he didn't see anyone. He frowned and muttered, "Did they escape?" Minato couldn't feel their mana anymore. From the ambush to the retreat, there wasn't a single flaw, not bad at all. On the final day of the practical exam, Du gathered everyone and declared, "Today, we launch a full-scale assault." After being ambushed for so many days, Minato must be exhausted by now. Eren listened without a word. Ruka and Kusanagi Ryuji also remained silent. Ruka scanned everyone and gave orders. "This time, the attack squad will take the front. The ambush team will support from behind. We will win at any cost." As soon as she finished, the whole crowd shouted in unison. This battle was being watched by people all over the world. The Japanese citizens all believed that Minato would win. At the same time, at Leonard's private home, he was also watching the live broadcast, smirking as he said, "Then let's see how this ends." Not just him, other great sages were also quietly observing this battle. No one knew why they were watching, and no one knew if they just wanted to watch, or if they had future schemes in mind. Within the survival battle, Minato found Ruka's group. He smirked and said, "The game of hide-and-seek is over, isn't it?" The group glared at him, all filled with fighting spirit. Though some asked in confusion, "Is he exhausted?" But he still looks very sharp. Right at that moment, Ruka's whole group shouted in unison, "I've always lost to you, but this time I will defeat you." Smiling instinctively, Minato spoke coldly. "Sounds great, doesn't it?" But just then, the ground under Minato's feet suddenly cracked, and in the blink of an eye, a massive hole was created. Minato couldn't react in time, and fell inside. Above him, a squad of mages was using magic to sneak attack. Minato couldn't help but frown. Du and her team were just bait, not bad. While he was thinking, the crack above gradually closed, and in just a moment, it returned to normal. Those people looked down, confused, and muttered, "Did I hit him?" But a second later, the ground directly exploded. Minato climbed out from the ground, raised an eyebrow, and laughed. Not bad, but still too amateurish. Mizuha Duika's team saw this and immediately attacked. It wasn't over yet. A barrage of multi-elemental magic went flying toward Minato, only to be blocked by a barrier. Taking this opportunity, someone from behind attempted an ambush, but Minato, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, created another shield to block it. He said coldly, "It's useless." Almost at the same time, a fireball appeared in the sky. With a loud boom, it struck Minato and exploded directly. Dust and debris filled the air. The mages asked, bewildered again, "Did I hit him?" But when the dust cleared, Minato was still standing there proudly. He smirked and said, "That wasn't bad just now. I didn't expect you to actually injure me." He claimed he was injured, but it was at most just a scratch on his bicep. Kusanagi Ryuji cried out in disbelief. He took a hit that strong and it only left a scratch? Is he even human? Right then, Du shouted orders again. "Everyone, keep attacking." Minato was facing 100 contestants alone. Because of that, everyone believed that the other contestants would win this match. No matter how strong he was, in the end, he was still human. But how could Du's group be so sure? The former mercenary was the first to realize it. This is foolish. How can they possibly win? Minato was clearly not human, but the two sisters, Du and her teammate, were still fired up, shouting in unison, "I will not give up, never." As soon as they finished, they combined their efforts to create level 12 ice magic. A layer of bone-chilling ice surrounded Minato. Seeing this, everyone cheered in joy. New level 12 magic? Amazing. However, not long after, the ice layer slowly began to crack. Minato shattered it into fragments. He smirked and said, "Not bad, but still not enough." Kusanagi Ryuji saw this and rushed to attack. An immense gravity from above pressed down on him, but it was blocked by Minato's shield. Kusanagi Ryuji stared blankly as his attack was shattered, standing frozen in place. Ruka and Duika could use level 12 magic, but for him, level 10 was the limit. Everyone was exhausted now, and some began to give up. Even when attacking all at once, he blocked everything. Could they really not defeat him? Hearing this, Du shouted loudly, "Even if he uses automatic magic and regular magic at the same time, he can't keep it up for long. If we keep attacking like this, I'm sure we can land a hit." Meanwhile, Eren took off his outer coat. He laughed excitedly. "Then it's my turn. One melee strike. Even Kusanagi won't be able to block it all. Right? Behold, muscle magic." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed at Minato, but was quickly intercepted by him. Minato smirked and muttered, "I told you it's called melee magic." The two traded several blows, their speed incredibly fast. No matter if it was fists or magic, Minato casually blocked it all. Eren didn't give up, attacking frantically, but Minato remained calm and dealt with it without any panic. Taking this opportunity, the two sisters, Ruka and Duika, attacked simultaneously. Thousands of ice shards flew toward Minato at wind-tearing speeds. They believed that in this state, he wouldn't have time to cast spells, and that a simple magic barrier couldn't possibly block level 11 magic. Just then, a deafening explosion rang out, and debris flew everywhere. The Ruka sisters cheered, "We got him." But as the dust settled, a figure emerged from within. Minato said casually with a smile, "Good coordination. Honestly, that actually startled me." Seeing this, the group of mages couldn't help but be shocked. "No way, he's barely even injured." The Ruka sisters also exclaimed in confusion. How could he block an attack like that? He didn't even have time to use high-level magic. Minato clicked his tongue and shook his head. "I didn't use high-level magic." Jika glared at Minato in disbelief. "Don't tell me you used low-level magic," Ruka retorted, unconvinced. "Are you saying you blocked a level 12 spell with that?" "How?" Minato explained slowly. "I narrowed the impact zone and created a minimal barrier at an angle. You've taught them that before." At this point, Minato raised an eyebrow and said, "I taught you all that from the very beginning, didn't I? Use magic efficiently, with the right amount of mana." Hearing this, Kusanagi Ryuji spoke up in resignation. "That's not something you can do instantly in a situation like this." Ruka also said discontentedly, "There must be a limit to how creative one can get." Minato clicked his tongue twice, pouted, and smiled. "From now on, I'll get a little serious." Immediately, he unleashed his mana, though not too much. Minato smirked. "I think about 10% should do it." Hearing this, the faint-hearted ones picked up their belongings and ran for their lives. But Minato didn't give them that chance. He attacked immediately, causing them to collapse on the spot. Minato said in a low voice, "I don't have a habit of attacking those who are running away, but I have no reason to forgive those who abandon their comrades." While he was speaking, Eren launched an attack, but Minato just stood there calmly, and Eren couldn't do anything to him. He pouted and mocked him, saying his training was still too lacking. Instantly, Minato delivered a punch, sending Eren flying far away, his body slamming hard into the ground. Just as he thought, he couldn't defeat Minato. Perhaps he needed to research muscle growth more. With that thought, Eren passed out. Seeing this, Du panicked. Eren was the only one who could fight in close combat. If he was gone, what would they do? Meanwhile, Minato unleashed mana bullets, using the people below as target practice, and attacking frantically. In an instant, almost everyone was taken down. Though the three of them were still trying to hold their ground, their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. Minato narrowed his eyes, curling his lip in disdain. "Is that all?" Du bit her lip fiercely, thinking it was reckless to believe they could defeat him. Minato's magic power, level, and combat skills were all leagues above them. Just then, Ruka suddenly spoke up. "It's not over yet," causing Du to glance at her in a panic. But Ruka didn't care. She shouted aggressively, "I can't give up. This is all I've got." Kusanagi Ryuji couldn't help but feel helpless. Why bother? Minato couldn't help but chime in. "I don't admire your fighting spirit, but you're in no condition to fight anymore, right? And it seems you're the last one left among your teammates." But no sooner had he finished speaking than a small figure appeared on the cliff above, letting out a shout full of authority. "I'm here!" It was Su Yin, who had been missing for days. Seeing her, Du's group was immediately rattled. Ignoring their reaction, Su Yin leapt down to the ground, standing face to face with Minato. Minato narrowed his eyes at her, sighing after a long moment. "Your ability to sense and control magic has improved. You've been training, haven't you?" With a soft huff, Su Yin said coldly, "I won't tell you." Minato couldn't help but smile as his magic power began to rise. The next moment, they both lunged at each other. Their speed was immense. Within seconds, they had exchanged a dozen blows. Su Yin combined close-quarters combat with her fire magic. A phantom fire dragon appeared, charging toward Minato. He didn't panic, calmly letting it graze past him. Minato smirked. Interesting. No sooner had he spoken than he cast his own magic. Seeing this, Su Yin couldn't help but freeze. Before her, a phantom water dragon had appeared, roaring as it charged at the fire dragon. In an instant, both dissolved into nothingness. Minato landed from the air, looking incredibly arrogant. He couldn't help but exclaim with excitement. Combining martial arts energy techniques with magic, that's a pretty interesting concept. Su Yin glared at Minato, questioning him in confusion. "That's a technique I only just managed to master. How are you using it so easily?" As he smiled, Minato replied casually, "Because I just had to look at it once." This only made Su Yin more fired up. She curled her lip and said, "Just as I thought. You're no ordinary person. But that's what makes this fun. Let's keep fighting." As she finished, she charged forward like a moth to a flame. Minato didn't hold back at all, trading blows with her without losing ground. By now, Su Yin was certain he was truly on par with her master. At this rate, I'll lose. Simultaneously, Minato was secretly impressed. Su Yin was maturing with every fight. Her potential was truly massive. But just then, a wave of water suddenly surged toward him, causing Minato to startle and dodge. Ruka's group was actually working together to attack again. Du shouted aggressively, "We'll pitch in." Su Yin frowned slightly at them, and after a moment's hesitation, she nodded. "Fine, let's do it your way." And then, it turned into a 1 versus 4 match for Minato. The three who couldn't fight directly stayed back to support Su Yin. Su Yin was a bit surprised. This was their first time fighting as a team, but it was much easier than she had imagined. Maybe this wasn't such a bad thing, Su Yin thought. Watching Su Yin's movement as she coordinated with the others, Minato sighed. She was a bit clumsy, but that was no reason for him to go easy on her. Those watching the battle behind the screens couldn't help but panic. Minato's performance was simply insane, and the result left many in shock. When time ran out, everyone else had been taken down. The only one still standing tall was Minato. He scanned the group, smirking. "So, I guess that's it, right?" Su Yin, lying on the ground, couldn't help but remark, "He's just too strong." Ruka sighed helplessly. "We couldn't do anything." Kasaragi Ryuji bit his lip and cursed under his breath. So annoying. Mizuha Duika was in despair. No matter the plan or how many people there were, they couldn't win. Minato was on a different level. Minato then walked over to heal Su Yin. As he worked, he chuckled. "That fight was pretty fun." Su Yin huffed in dissatisfaction. "Fun? Easy for you to say. You were holding back, weren't you?" Minato didn't answer. He turned to heal Ruka's group instead. Without sparing praise, he said, "Your team tactics were great. Thanks to you guys, I actually had a pretty good time." The three of them had regained their strength, but Ruka still felt desperate. The reality was that they couldn't even get close to Minato's level. Someone that strong was usually lonely, but they weren't strong enough to share that loneliness. While they were still dazed, Minato spoke up again. "You pushed me this far, so you should at least cheer up a little." Hearing this, the two sisters looked at each other and finally cracked a smile. At the same time, Kasaragi Ryuji watched the three of them quietly. Minato was the strongest and most amazing friend he had. Ruka and the others were growing stronger too. But what about Kasaragi Ryuji? Had he reached his limit? After that epic battle, the papers and media were filled with Minato's face. He was famous once again. Some even claimed Minato was the strongest legend, perhaps even capable of going toe-to-toe with the 6 sages. Leonard was also very satisfied with Minato's fight. He clapped in praise. Even when surrounded, he kept the initiative and took down top-tier mages as easily as snapping his fingers. "He is the closest thing to perfection I have ever seen." Leonard wondered if any of the 6 sages would acknowledge Minato, but it would take at least 4 of them to agree. Meanwhile, Andre's expression was extremely grim after watching the fight. Vi, on the other hand, was very pleased. Victor had quietly disappeared from the cafe, deep in thought. After watching the battle, Pharaon silently took off his headphones, his satisfaction unclear. Krista, who hadn't wanted to watch Minato's fight, had watched the whole thing anyway. A few days later, Aaron stood on the podium at the High Mage Association and announced, "All right, it's time to announce the results. We will now release the scores and rankings for everyone who passed the exam." Hearing this, the crowd below fell silent, watching intently. Immediately after, Aaron projected the results onto the board. Mizuha Duika stood at 19th place with 1,601 points. Ruka was 20th with 1,591 points, and Ryuji was 21st with 1,589 points, only 2 points behind Ruka. The two sisters immediately cheered. "We passed, we actually did it." Just then, Kasaragi Ryuji suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted in surprise, "Look, just as predicted, Minato is ranked first with 2,000 points and has become a Grand Sage. Junsui Tadano is in second place with 1,789 points, ranked as ultimate level." Seeing Minato's results, the two sisters were immediately shocked. A sage rank? Is Minato about to join the 6 sages? Aaron then spoke up clearly. With the absolute consensus of the 6 sages and the Mage Association, Minato Kusanagi has officially been promoted to the rank of Grand Sage. And from this day forward, the 6 sages will be known as the 7 sages, with Minato as one of them. Hearing this, the crowd below was completely convinced. His abilities were clear to everyone. The two Ruka sisters immediately ran over to congratulate him. Suizijing and Ryuji Kasaragi Ryuji were no exception. Everyone was happy for Minato. In an instant, the room was filled with applause. Mizuha Duika narrowed her eyes as she looked at the person on the high platform. He was leaving them further and further behind. Ruka couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps her desire to stand beside Minato was just too arrogant. After that day, the news that he had become one of the 7 sages was announced globally. Minato became a hot topic, and reporters were going crazy trying to schedule interviews with him. Minato's fan base grew ever larger. That evening, in a large banquet hall after the examination, everyone was treated to a welcome party. There were people happy and people sad. They couldn't stop discussing the battle from that day. Eren and the Ruka group were very cheerful. Just then, Suizijing realized something. Minato had quietly walked out to the balcony alone. She hurriedly ran after him. The two stood in the hallway, looking at the bustling city below, neither of them speaking. A moment later, Yinshu broke the silence. "Congratulations, 7th Grand Sage." Minato just gave a casual, "Yeah." Yinshu looked at him, bewildered, and asked, "You don't seem very happy." He smiled involuntarily. Minato sighed and said, "Am I really a sage?" Su Yin glanced into the banquet hall and said slowly, "Your friends, they look at you differently now." Minato nodded slightly and replied, "Everyone has gotten stronger too." Su Yin stared at him and asked vaguely, "Is helping the world progress and live in harmony your goal?" "Who knows?" Minato shrugged indifferently, speaking without emotion. Mizuha Duika, Suing, and everyone else, what is the world they see, the world they live in, anyway? Seeing the confusion in his eyes, Su Yin asked, "Don't you feel lonely?" Hearing this, Minato glanced at her. After a long moment, he replied nonchalantly, "I forgot that feeling, a long time ago. Besides, now you have people trying to catch up to you." Saying that, Minato looked at Suin and smiled. "You're one of them too." Suizen's cheeks turned bright red with embarrassment in an instant. Minato didn't notice, reaching out to pat her head as he said, "Thanks for that." After saying so, he turned and headed back into the banquet hall, leaving Suin alone with her chaotic thoughts. "What on earth is going on? What is this feeling?" Yingdu excitedly asked. "Can I invite everyone to my home?" The group stared at her for a long time. Then Minato asked back, "To the Tadano Jun Kingdom?" Duin gestured wildly. "Everyone can learn martial arts, and I'll even teach you how to use your internal energy." Minato thought the food there sounded great too. He looked at the others. Yindu asked sadly, "Can't I?" Minato touched her hair and guessed, "I suppose we'll have to accept that offer." Mizuha Duika also said excitedly, "This is my first time going to the Tadano Jun Kingdom." Yindu was delighted. In Gilin, Tadano Jun Kingdom, Ruka felt relaxed. Once you leave the city, it's all just nature. Mizuha Duika praised the beautiful scenery. Duin led the way, asking, "We still have a bit further to go. Is everyone okay?" Mizuha Duika laughed and said, "Compared to training, this is a piece of cake. Plus, I've got a new bag." Hearing that, Duin sped up. "Fine, let's race to see who gets home first." Minato agreed and headed forward. "You're on! I'm joining too! I won't lose!" Du shouted. Ruka then joined in. "I guess we don't have a choice." "Let's run!" she panicked. "Are you doing it too, sis?" Du yelled. "Don't come crying to me if you can't keep up." By late afternoon, only Suizing and Minato were still standing. The other 3 were lying on the ground. "We made it," Mizuha Duika grumbled. "Why did I have to run too?" Ruka added that everyone was far too impulsive. Duin couldn't help but marvel. "It's amazing that you all made it the whole way. Most people would have collapsed by now." She paused to think. "But Kusanagi Minato looks completely fine. As expected, he's on another level." Minato asked, "So, this is Suizijing's home?" All 5 of them walked inside. Fellow disciples were training. A unison shout echoed. A kick was thrown. Ryuji Kasaragi Ryuji was stunned. Minato also praised the incredible aura. The disciples radiated an intense aura as they stood in rows to pay their respects. The master above had an extraordinary presence. Minato asked Suizijing, "Who is that?" She replied, "That's Master Gun, my great-grandfather, the Grand Master of our clan." The group was amazed by the sheer power, a fierce martial arts pressure. No, this wasn't magical pressure. This was battle aura. Yindu folded her hands to introduce them. "Master, these are my friends. I want to train with them." Gujiyun glanced over at them, and the 4 of them stood up straight. Gujiyun said nothing and walked inside. Yindu hurriedly explained to everyone, "Master is just a man of few words. I'm sure he's very happy to have you all here." Looking at the attitudes of the other disciples, Minato thought to himself, "Doesn't seem like it though." Du led the way, saying, "I'll give you a tour." The disciples watched them with confused eyes. Suin introduced, This is my room. Mizuha Duika looked around. This room has such a pleasant, traditional feel to it. Duin sat on the bed and said, "Sorry about earlier. Everyone here hates me." Minato looked at her and said, "It seems like there's a reason for that." Su Yin recounted, "I have a talent for martial arts, but I don't intend to become the sect leader," she said sadly. "Furthermore, I took the magic exam without permission. Everyone here hates magic." So, Duin stood up and apologized again, apologetically. "I'm sorry. I didn't explain, and I made everyone uncomfortable." Minato smiled and said, "Don't worry about it." Mizuha Duika added, "We're used to people being hostile toward us anyway." Duin put her hand on her chest and said, "I'm so happy. This is the first time I've invited friends over to my house." Du raised a finger and started, "When you visit a friend's house," Ruka finished the sentence, "there's only one thing you have to do." The two pulled Suizin down onto the bed to chat through the night. Mizuha Duika was lively, Ryuji Kasaraji. Ryuji was energetic, and the other two were calm. Being part of the atmosphere made Suizin very happy. But as time passed, the little girl grew so sleepy she couldn't even sit up straight. Minato glanced at the clock on his phone. "We've been talking for quite a while now," Ruka said. "I guess it's time for us to get some rest." Suizin pulled on Minato's sleeve, saying, "Not yet. I want to spend more time with everyone." As soon as she finished, she fell fast asleep, leaving Minato speechless as she drifted off. The four of them left together. "Good night." Suizin drifted into a deep sleep. Late at night, with everyone else asleep, Minato was still awake and sat up. He walked down the hallway and stopped in his tracks when he saw someone standing opposite him. Duika called out to Minato in surprise. The two sat down to talk. Minato spoke first. "There have been a lot of fun things happening lately," Duika replied. "It's always been that way." She looked up at the moon. "Ever since I met you, I've experienced so many new things." Duika smiled as she recalled those times. "It's true, they really are irreplaceable." She suddenly remembered something and looked startled. "Have we been spending all our time just training?" Duika stood up with a determined look on her face, thinking, "This will definitely be a worthwhile experience." Duika remembered something else and realized she still hadn't asked if Minato was Kusanagi Minato. But if he really were Kusanagi Minato, she looked at him with a question mark on her face. He was the hero of the world and the idol of every mage. Back then, Mizuha Duika had said, "Of course, I admire him a lot." She blushed at the memory. She remembered saying she admired him. "What is this?" She rubbed her hands, hesitating, unable to bring herself to ask. It wasn't just because she was shy. She really should wait until her sister was here to ask, because she was sure her sister was also interested in Minato. Minato suddenly said, "But you've really grown up. You know, Ruka?" She looked at him, surprised. Why would he say that all of a sudden? Minato calmly shared his assessment. "I've been thinking about it for a while now. Ruka, Kasaraji, Ryujin, everyone in the team has become so much stronger, especially your rise." He stood up and reiterated, "You even pushed me to the edge during the qualification test for mages." Minato reached out his hand and said sincerely, "That made me really happy. Thank you." Duika stared at Minato, blushing deeply. She recalled the memories, making her even more restless. "Why are you saying things like that to me? If you say that..." Minato tilted his head slightly and asked, "Hey, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Duika turned away, blushing. "It's nothing. I'm going back now." Ruka happened to walk out just as she saw Duika rushing inside. She looked back, confused, then looked at Minato. The two sat down to talk. Ruka looked at him and asked if something was up. Minato said innocently, "I was just thanking her for her performance in the test." Ruka rolled her eyes, thinking it wasn't hard to imagine what had just happened. She wondered if she had asked yet whether he was Kusanagi Minato or not. Ruka guessed not. Duika wouldn't have asked even if she hadn't been there. If Minato was truly Kusanagi Minato, what kind of life must he have lived? He had defeated and died while fighting the demon god. During the world's great catastrophe 50 years ago, he must have endured so much suffering and pain. And yet, he's still here, dragged into another war in this reality. Ruka's brow furrows. He's already been through so much. She looks at Minato, thinking if she could ease even a little of that pain, she would stay by his side. "Minato," Ruka says, then suddenly feels flustered. "Are you okay?" Minato asks, looking lost. "About what?" Ruka says he looks so deep in thought, then forces a smile, acting as if he didn't have a single worry in the world. "And you always lead us in battle." Ruka puts her hand down. "I see you as a precious friend." She gathers all her courage and adds, "So, you can lean on me. I might not be strong enough, but no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. I've always been that way, haven't I?" Minato calls out to Ruka with a smile. Thank you. Ruka turns away, feeling shy, and says, It's nothing, though she's actually feeling incredibly restless. Ruka feels like she isn't herself when she's standing in front of Minato. She's in turmoil, thinking, I really do like him. She stands up and says, I'm going to sleep. See you tomorrow, Minato replies. Sleep well. Ruka leaves, full of mixed emotions. The next morning, Suing is energetic again, saying, Today, I'm going to teach everyone about aura. Minato and the others reply in unison. We look forward to your guidance. Mizuha, Duika, and Ruka all look at Minato, each with their own thoughts. Kasaragi Ryuji can tell at a glance that something must have happened to them. Duizin demonstrates two types of aura. Martial aura is similar to magic, but it's a different kind of power. Don't confuse them. Two of the disciples whisper, then say louder, I can't stand how they treat our training like a game. They're just a bunch of nuisances. Duin hears them and turns around, but they don't hold back and speak even louder. It seems the genius is getting annoyed. She'll just do whatever she wants. Suizin clenches her fists in anger. Kasaragi Ryuji asks anxiously, Are they arguing? Dusa also says, confused. They're speaking Tadano Jun, so I don't understand a word. Minato speaks up. So we just need to prove we're serious about this, right? He suggests. If that's the case, let us train using the exact methods you two use. Kasaragi Ryuji is shocked. He can speak Tadano Jun? The two disciples sneer. How could these brats from the outside keep up, especially when they're still just fledgling mages? Ruka brushes her hair back, frustrated. I don't understand the language, but they're definitely insulting us. Du warns them fiercely. Don't you dare underestimate us. Kasaragi Ryuji also clenches his fists, ready to fight. XY Din panics and stops them. Don't be so reckless. I know you're all very strong, but martial arts training and magic training are completely different. Just then, a man walks out and asks, What's all this noise? The two disciples quickly bow. Master. Minato turns to ask Shuizing, Who is that? The girl replies, That's Guangduan, my father and the master of this place. Gu Sangdong says, I give you permission to join our training. Su Yin says worriedly, But isn't that dangerous? They're my friends. He turns and dismisses her. Friends? What friends? Gu Sangdong thinks they'll give up and run away soon enough. How could they endure this training? At the start of the session, a disciple demonstrates by carrying a log on his back and crossing an obstacle. He emphasizes, If you fall, consider yourselves dead. He laughs to himself. Scared, aren't you? Just as I thought. You guys don't stand a chance. The disciple puts the log on his shoulder and shouts, Follow me, if you can keep up. He and the others start the training. The other disciples gossip. Where did they go? Must be so scared they're frozen in place. But it turns out, Minato and his group are right on their heels. The disciple stares in shock. According to Du, compared to the training at the Magic Corps, this is nothing. Ruka agrees, saying it's too easy. Du Yin is thrilled. This kind of training usually takes years to master, yet they cleared it so easily. The disciples quickly pull themselves together. Hey you brats, don't let them surpass you. After the exhausting session, the disciples are skeptical. How did they keep up with them? Why are these kids so fast? One of them waves his hand, threatening, Don't get cocky. This isn't even called martial arts training yet. Moving to another discipline, he asks, What now? Can you hold a basic stance? Du and Ruka perform their strikes seriously. He adds, A true martial artist's test lies in their technique. The log training was just a warm-up. Duin retorts, It's only the first day for Mizuha, Duika, and Ruka. So what if they're struggling a bit? He replies sharply, You're the one who said this wasn't a playground. If you can't even handle this much. Before he can finish, Kasaragi Ryuji throws a punch, sharp and powerful. Duizin is stunned. Nis stance. Minato is even more impressive, his strike filled with both aura and power. The disciples are stunned. What was that move? Su Yin smiles proudly, a punch on par with Sukin, but since it's Kusanagi Minato, it's not entirely surprising. That one punch leaves a hole in the ground. Minato sighs. Looks like I still need to train more. Kasaragi Ryuji furrows his brow, thinking, he's always a step ahead of me. In a one-on-one fight, I can't even touch Minato. I can't even use magic to fight him. So when will I ever be able to catch up to you? The disciple walks up to Minato and says, Don't be so distracted, mage. Let me be your sparring partner. They stand facing each other, and he crosses his arms. No magic allowed. Minato raises his hands. That's fine by me. I'll deactivate my magic barrier too. He lunges forward in anger. I'm going to smash that look off your face. He rushes in with a flurry of punches. Strike after strike, pressing the attack, then slamming his power down on Minato. He roars. Don't underestimate martial arts. But he suddenly stops in his tracks as Minato easily blocks his blow. Minato replies, I wasn't underestimating anything. With that, Minato unleashes a powerful punch. The disciple is sent flying, skidding across the ground. Seeing him knocked unconscious, everyone panics. Duizing announces, that's enough. Kusanagi Minato is the winner. Another one yells, don't mess with me. You've practiced Hadano Jun martial arts before, right? Minato answers, no. Today was my first time. The disciple points and asks, then how can you use it? Minato says calmly, because I watched you do it. The disciple freezes. Because you watched us? That's it? Shui Yin is also stunned. His ability to replicate is terrifying. Kusanagi can easily master anything just by observing the power of mimicry. She can't help but praise him. His absolute observational skills helped him with that. His range of vision, his understanding, and his other skills, even the word genius, isn't enough to describe him. Minato Kusanagi is truly blessed by the gods. Mizuha Duika ran over. Minato, you never cease to amaze me. Ruka praised. That was quite a fight. The three of them chatted excitedly, but Kasaragi Ryuji seemed lost in thought. Doan Guseng walked over and said, oh, it seems everyone has just lost to an outsider. The disciple knelt in fear. Master, I apologize, he assessed. Turns out you've got some real talent after all. Doan Guseng proposed. In that case, I'll be your next opponent. Minato was silent. He looked at Seng Doan and said, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Minato smiled. It's an honor to be trained by you, master. Doan Guseng took a stance. I'll beat that attitude out of you. Minato took a stance too and asked, Master, do people around here really hate me that much? Both waited for the other to strike first. As their hands touched, Doan Guseng struck first. He clenched his fist to attack. Minato watched that punch coming. He pivoted and leaned his back against the master to dodge. Minato grabbed Seng Doan's wrist. He gently flipped him to the ground, leaving Seng Doan stunned. He did a somersault and jumped far away from Minato. Just then, Minato lunged straight at Seng Doan. Minato threw a barrage of punches and kicks, and Seng Doan had to seriously block them. Yindu stood above watching, worried. His martial arts are so powerful. Does he really have such a talent for combat? Below on the arena, Seng Doan jumped up to kick Minato. He entered an offensive stance using his inner energy. Minato held his arms up to block, smiling as he realized. So, that's key. The two stood facing each other in a fighting stance. Minato remained still, while Seng Doan seemed to blur and vanish. His arm reached out to strike Minato's cheek. The sheer force from his hands sent Minato flying. He slammed straight into a wall, punching a hole through it. Mizuha, Duika, and Ruka watched, feeling anxious. Just one attack? The martial artists above were excited. Of course, how could a rookie stand a chance against the master? Seng Doan stood there, smiling at the rising dust cloud. Is that all? Minato's hand reached out, gripping the rock in front of him. He stepped out from the rubble, brushing the dust off his clothes with a smile. We're only just getting started. The martial artists watching were stunned. Is he not injured? Minato remembered Seng Doan's strike and recounted. I redirected the impact right as the hit landed, so I didn't take much of the force. Kasaragi Ryuji scratched his head, bewildered. To say something so crazy, so casually, Seng Doan took a fighting stance, his mana flowing out. I must admit, your martial arts are impressive, but you are not allowed to use the dark arts. Minato stood there empty-handed and said, Actually, I can't use them perfectly. He was surprised. What? Minato's own mana began to spill out, and the martial artists above panicked. Dark arts? How are you using them? Minato frowned and lunged forward. If you see it often enough, of course you'll remember it. The two were evenly matched, fighting to a standstill. He flew back, having mastered the move incredibly quickly, but the stance is still too clumsy. Seng Doan growled in anger. This is the true essence of martial energy. Minato's eyes widened as he observed, I see. He smirked and began to increase his power. A martial artist watching grabbed his head in distress. His ki is equal to the master's? What is going on? Yindu was excited, touching Minato all over. I can't believe he copied it perfectly. No, he's even better. Seng Doan, standing on the field, also began to break into a nervous sweat. He can do that after observing it just a few times? What terrifying talent. Minato glanced at him with a challenge. I've finally got the hang of it. Well, let's continue, shall we? Seng Doan shouted angrily. Don't be arrogant. He rushed at Minato, but Minato punched Seng Doan straight in the face without holding back. Seng Doan flew straight into the wall behind him. A loud explosion echoed. Seng Doan lay in the rubble, and everyone was in disbelief. No way, he was defeated in just one hit. Yin-Du watched and thought, even I only defeated the master by pure luck, just by chance. She looked at Minato and mused, Minato Kusanagi has surpassed the master. He mastered the dark martial arts in an instant. Yin-Du frowned, feeling uneasy. From the rooftop, a flash of yellow energy descended, hitting the ground right in front of Minato. A large man knelt on the ground as the disciples shouted, "Did the Grand Master just fall from the sky?" He stood up, towering over Minato, looking down at him. The Grand Master glanced at Sing Duan lying in the rubble, then at Minato standing before him. The Grand Master crossed his arms, looking down. "In 3 days, you and I will have a duel." Minato smiled and accepted. "I agree." Shouts of astonishment erupted all around. How long has it been since the Grand Master challenged someone? I can't miss this opportunity. Du was worried. Things are getting tense now. Ruka was just as tense. Who knows what will happen? Below the arena, Kasaragi Ryuji stood quietly, watching both sides. Scene changed to evening. Ryuji was training hard. Minato walked up from behind and complimented him. So hard-working. They sat down to talk. "I don't have any talent at all," Ryuji said. "You practice quite hard too. That's why I have to train to make up for it." Kasaragi Ryuji sighed. "But even so, I can never be like you." Minato looked at him, comforting him. "I think you're great, Kasaragi Ryuji." He was bewildered. Huh? In what way? With Kasaragi Ryuji feeling insecure, Minato told him how he supports his family and friends. "Your music, and you never stop trying to be stronger." Minato tilted his head. "You're a good person, and I'm proud to have you as a friend." Ryuji rubbed his head, embarrassed. "You're doing it again. Giving those kinds of compliments again," he said, standing up. "But I can't stay like this forever. I need something more than just magic." Ryuji looked determined. "And I think I'll find that through martial arts." Minato walked away, closing his eyes and waving. "If that's the case, then wait for the upcoming match. You're about to see something truly amazing." He was confused. "Something amazing? What do you mean?" 3 days later, at the Grand Arena, the Grandmaster raised his hand. "The time has come." Minato took his stance, replying, "Let's have a great fight." "Begin," a shout echoed. The two charged at each other like predators, full of intensity. Their hands collided, creating an explosion. The massive blast forced everyone to cover their eyes. Minato kicked, but the Grandmaster blocked it. He raised his hands in defense. Minato leapt away. Both lunged at each other simultaneously. The Grandmaster kicked, and Minato ducked his head. Minato slid from underneath, but the Grandmaster didn't hesitate to stomp his foot. Minato rolled away. The Grandmaster said, "Use your magic." Minato held his hands to his knees. "I won't use magic." In the end, no one can resist the power of nature. Your fighting spirit is burning bright, but I'll be using my own magic power. The bard was stunned. "Magic combat?" Suin frowned slightly and asked, "Are you only just realizing now that you're at a disadvantage fighting with martial arts aura?" Kasaragi Ryuji watched the match intently, guessing in his head. It seemed like Minato wanted to tell him something. He had to commit this fight to memory. On the arena floor, the two men lunged at each other, trading blows non-stop. Each move was so swift, it was hard to tell if it was an afterimage. Minato threw a punch with all his might at his opponent, but the master stepped back, making Minato hit the ground instead, and leaving a dent. The master lunged forward and kicked toward his face. The ground was openly destroyed by the two of them again. Minato dodged with a jump. The spectators nearby were blown away and scrambled to cover their heads. "What the hell is this?" "It's a battle between two monsters." Ruka turned, covering her face, unable to see clearly as she asked, "Are they really that evenly matched?" Du Yin pointed. "No, look closely. They're constantly attacking each other. Neither one is willing to yield." The master frowned, raising his hands to block every incoming strike. Minato tilted his head to dodge a blow that nearly hit his face. The bard shouted in worry. Minato was being pushed back slightly. Du Yin watched, analyzing that his martial arts, aura, and magic were both being cornered. If it came down to pure martial arts, the master had the advantage. The master's disciples cheered incessantly. There was almost no difference in strength between the two, but surely the master was stronger. Facing the two fighting, those people kept jeering. "Just give up already. Get out of here, you Japanese brat. You mage." Ignoring what they were saying, Minato focused on fighting on the arena. The two fought a serious, proper match. Just then, the master seemed to realize something, and the people below were left bewildered. What? What just happened? Watching the intense match, someone screamed that the master's attacks could no longer reach him. Du Yin's eyes widened in panic. He suddenly got stronger in the middle of the fight. Kasaragi Ryuji was so excited he couldn't take his eyes off him. Minato is truly a monster. Sendoan stood on the side, quietly observing and evaluating that terrifying talent, and above all, his high capacity for training. He looked at Minato, who was constantly growing stronger before his eyes, but more than that, it was his aura. This wasn't the strength of just a teenage boy. Who exactly is he? The master was now using all of his magical power. Minato cast a curious glance. This dangerous killing intent meant the real battle had likely just begun. The master stepped back, planted his feet, raised his fist, and punched with all his might toward Minato, sending him flying far back. Minato skidded back on the arena floor, thinking in a daze that it seemed he couldn't just keep blocking his attacks. The master rushed in front of him and threw a punch straight at Minato's face. He gritted his teeth, pulled his arm back, and countered with a strike even more powerful, sending the master reeling backward. The master's cheek was warped by his punch, and he broke into a sweat. The aura was truly astonishing. Sendoan stood watching and analyzed internally. Even though he's still unrefined, he has already mastered both his internal energy and his body. That is an adaptability that only battle-hardened warriors possess. He quietly affirmed that Minato's talent wasn't just intuition. He must have survived countless life-or-death battles. He had overcome it all. The match continued for half the day until the afternoon. The experience and cultivation process of the two, the endless effort and talent, the heat of the battle spread to all the spectators. The martial artists in the stands were moved to tears. What? Why am I crying like this? Du also wiped the tears from her face. Minato is truly outstanding. He is my pride. Ruka opened her eyes wide, watching, and firmly believed in her heart that he would definitely win. The two girls shouted to cheer him on. Minato, don't lose. You can do it. Kusanagi Ryuji also quietly whispered his name in his head. Minato. The master glanced over, his eyes deep and profound. However, there is still room for more. The master's flow of magic suddenly surged, amplifying throughout the space. Suizan suddenly screamed out, "The master's internal energy has surpassed Kusanagi Minato's magic." Her eyes darkened as she said, "In terms of skill, the master still has the advantage. If the martial arts exceed Kusanagi Minato's abilities, then he's done for." Mizuha Duika and Ruka looked at the young girl, asking anxiously, "Will Minato lose?" "That can't be." On the other side, a disheveled Minato said, "It's time." The master also lunged forward like a confirmation that it was time to end the game here. Du and Ruka screamed in unison, full of worry. "Minato." The master struck the ground with a powerful palm, and instantly, the entire arena was clouded in thick, black dust. Minato smiled with interest. "So that's how it is. Now I understand." The old master's face was full of seriousness. Minato unleashed his magic, looking straight at his opponent, wanting to see if this was interesting. The master frowned until his forehead wrinkled, thinking, his aura technique is rough and useless. Two massive flows of magic radiated across the arena at the same time. He clenched his fist. The master panicked as if realizing something. In the blink of an eye, his magic flow increased significantly. Mizuha Duika was hit by the pressure and covered her face, asking in fear, "What is happening?" Sendoan also looked at Minato in the arena, completely stunned. Is his power overflowing? Suizan was blinded by the incoming light. Surprised. Impossible. Kusanagi Minato. Minato stood in the arena, smiling at the question before him. Had he just combined aura and magic? The master stared in horror, dripping with sweat. What is this power? He looked at his own palm and casually replied, "Let's call it magic aura." The master frowned, clenching his teeth to resist the incoming surge of magic. The master gathered all his strength and screamed, but his incoming punch was gently stopped by a single finger from Minato. He stood there frowning, leaving the master astonished. His arm trembled in the air. The master raised his other arm, channeled all his force, and attacked with both hands, but was still gently blocked by him. Minato got into a serious fighting stance and threw a punch straight at his opponent. The master was hit by the immense force and sent flying backward. In the blink of an eye, before he could recover, Minato appeared right in front of him. He attacked so swiftly that the master could only use his body to take the hits. He couldn't take it anymore and raised his large arms. But before he could strike, he was hit straight in the face. His head tilted violently. The master endured the pressure and knelt on the ground. Minato stood there with a defiant, bold expression. "Shall we continue?" The master's face softened. He closed his eyes and gently uttered the words, "I have lost." Jika and Ruka still didn't understand what was happening in the arena, only guessing in a daze that it seemed he had won. Duin was stunned, unable to believe it. "I never thought he could defeat the master." Sen Johan also nodded in admiration. "So, this is Kusanagi Minato." Kusanagi Ryuji frowned, feeling both awkward and proud. "I saw it, Minato. Your fight, The warriors in the stands each wore different expressions. No way. The Grandmaster couldn't believe he had lost. Inside the arena, Minato reached out and walked toward the Grandmaster. That was a good match. The Grandmaster smiled with satisfaction as he looked at him. The two stood in the arena, shaking hands in mutual respect. The Grandmaster shouted, "Time to eat!" The scene shifts to a moment later inside the room, where everyone is sitting around a table filled with food. Mizuha, Duika, and Ruka sit shyly next to Minato, who is enjoying his meal, thinking, "I think we were invited too. This is so awkward." He glances around, wondering, where did Suin go? Sean sits in his chair, his eyes wide with admiration. That was a magnificent battle. No one but you could have pulled off a visual theft to that extent. Since the two girls beside him don't understand, he helplessly acts as a translator. Kusanagi Ryuji frowns as he assesses Sendoan. The old man's attitude is completely different from this afternoon. Sendoan clasps his hands, bowing respectfully to apologize. Looking at the dining table, he says, "In front of my granddaughter and my disciples, I was too harsh on you all." Minato widens his eyes and asks, "Is there a reason for that?" Sendoan hangs his head, explaining sheepishly, "That child, she is strangely naive. If I didn't keep an eye on her, I don't know what kind of trouble she would get into." He sighs sadly. Being a genius, she cannot understand the hearts of ordinary people. Everywhere she goes, she attracts attention. Minato recalls the image of the little girl playing by herself. The Grandmaster's disciples surely must have acted hostile toward her. Sendoan explains that she is the carefully sheltered daughter of a prestigious martial arts clan. Naturally, the scum of the earth are always drawn to her, he says, recounting with sorrow. She has been deceived more times than I can count. Minato listens, feeling weary as well. "I bet," Minato replies. Sendoan smiles contentedly, adding, "But it seems she has finally met some good friends." He looks toward Minato. "If you don't mind, I would like you to continue being friends with my granddaughter." Minato and Mizuha Duika, sitting next to him, speak at the same time. "Of course, that would be our honor." Minato smiles and lets out a breath, thinking, how clumsy. He looks at the two older men sitting in front of him, the grandfather and the father of Sui's Din, who are hiding outside the door, choking back tears, along with the girl herself. Minato closes his eyes and sighs. "Seriously, give me a break." Outside the door, Duin is sobbing uncontrollably. A moment later, Minato stands up to thank them on behalf of the group. "Thank you for the meal," he says, shaking the Grandmaster's hand once more. The old man says, "You're family now." Sendoan stands behind him to translate. He says that since they are family now, they can stay as long as they like. Minato is flustered. "Thank you very much. But we cannot impose for too long." Sendoan sighs. "I understand. What a shame." Kusanagi Ryuji frowns while watching their interaction, his hand clenching tightly. The scene shifts to Suizing, practicing by herself in the training grounds. Minato stands to the side, surprised. "You're up this early?" The girl turns around, awestruck. "Yesterday was truly amazing. I never thought anyone would be capable of defeating the Grandmaster." Suin's gaze drops. But at the same time, it bothered me. She stands there, looking straight at Minato, saying it wasn't just jealousy or feeling inferior. Seeing the Grandmaster defeated, Suizing clenches her fists, her expression frustrated, then places her hand on her chest with determination. "I realize that I truly love martial arts in my family. That is why I will become the clan leader." Minato smiles as he looks at the young girl and asks, "That's a great choice, but you have something else you want to say, don't you?" Duin takes a fighting stance, brimming with spirit. "Kusanagi Minato, I want you to spar with me." He happily accepts the challenge. "I can feel your determination in that impressive battle aura. Give it everything you've got." They both lunge toward each other simultaneously. Minato, looking intrigued, blocks her strike. Du jumps back, using magic to transform into a fire dragon. Level 11 magic technique, Divine Fire Dragon Kick. She rushes straight at Minato. He is not to be outdone, kicking backward. Level 11 water magic sword technique, Divine Water Dragon Kick. The water dragon charges forward. The two beasts roar as they collide. Minato and Suizing both dash toward each other. He attacks repeatedly, but Suizin just keeps retreating and dodging. The girl frowns, shielding her chest, thinking, I don't even have an opening to counterattack, and he's clearly holding back. While she is lost in thought, he lands a kick, sending Suizin flying back. Minato looks at her with high spirits as she props herself up, asking, "Is that all you've got?" Suyin keeps her hand on the ground, analyzing. "He has surpassed my martial arts and battle aura, and in such a short amount of time." Her hand trembles slightly. "He has surpassed decades of my training." Su Yin's face suddenly lights up. "Amazing, he is truly amazing." a natural-born genius. Minato looks blankly at the changing expressions on her face, confused. You really are a strange person, you're cornered. Yet you look so happy. Suyin Tadano Jun stands up straight, trembling. I may not be a genius. I just have a bit more talent than others. She lunges toward Minato. Yet here I was, searching for a truly strong person out there. Was I feeling lonely? How arrogant of me. Duin remembers her father and grandfather. I have my family. The girl forcefully kicks toward Minato, but her attack misses. And now, I have found someone overwhelmingly strong. In just an instant, Suin is pinned to the ground. Minato looks down at the girl lying there, confused. Then he smiles. Seriously, Duin smiles at his harmless lecture. You're such a pain. The scene shifts to later. The group is in Suizing's room as she sleeps. Minato answers his phone, puzzled. A request? On the other end, Eren is on the line, investigating a strange phenomenon around Mount Hua in this country of Tadano Jun. This is your first official request as a sage-ranked individual. He looks at the phone on the table, wondering, are there monsters involved? He replies, it is unclear. Eren recounts the events that have taken place. Hundreds of tourists have vanished without a trace, and a strange red stone has appeared. Du frowns. A red stone. Ruka stands to the side, folding her arms indifferently. Is it related to a catastrophe? Minato looks at the phone and says, but there haven't been any monsters or catastrophes since the last incident. From the other end, his voice is serious. So, will you accept this request? Minato happily replies, understood, I will take it. Can Mizuha, Duika, Ruka, and Kasaragi Ryuji come with me? Eren says. It would be our honor to welcome them. Ryuji's face darkens as he raises his hand to speak. I'm sorry, but I won't be participating this time. This leaves Du and Ruka stunned. Kasaragi Ryuji stands there with a serious look on his face. I want to become stronger, and I feel I can do that right here, he says to the three people in front of him. So I will be staying behind. When I am stronger, I will return to you all. Minato happily agrees. I understand. It'll be sad without you, though. Du speaks from the heart. Ruka, with an emotionless face, places a hand on his shoulder, and in a blink, her expression changes. Good luck, Ryuji. Ryuji responds happily and with determination. The group parts ways in front of the gate. Minato shakes hands with San as a goodbye. Mizuha, Duika, and Ruka stand shyly before the martial artists. Duizing widens her eyes and opens her arms wide. She hugged Minato tightly. He and Kasaragi Ryuji gave each other a happy high five. They said their goodbyes, both sides in high spirits. A while after Minato's group headed into the forest, it's suddenly gotten so quiet, Du said. Ruka replied with a hint of sadness. Minato smiled warmly to comfort her. We'll see him again. In the not-so-distant future, Du added, chiming in. You're right. Absolutely. Minato turned his head, speaking to them with excitement. All right, let's go. Our destination is Hwaseon. The mountainous landscape came into view. This was Hwaseon, Tadano. Researchers were standing around a massive red stone. The blue-haired man stared at the chart in his hands, lost in thought. The magic levels were within the standard range, with no signs of monsters nearby. He adjusted his glasses and looked ahead. We can't figure anything out on our own, the person behind him said anxiously. If only one of the 7 sages were here. Just as they finished speaking, Minato's group arrived. He said, So, is this where the mass disappearances are happening? The two researchers whispered to each other in embarrassment. Is that the new sage, Minato Kusanagi? Did someone call him here? Minato put his hands on his hips and appraised the massive stone in front of him. I can feel a faint presence of calamity magic. It seems to be radiating from that red stone. Du, standing behind him, felt a bit uneasy. The air here is so heavy. Ruka nodded in agreement, looking up. It's making me feel sluggish. At that moment, an elderly researcher stepped forward respectfully. Thank you for coming, Sage Kusanagi, and your companions. Minato turned his head, puzzled. Could you explain the situation to me? The old man was anxious and flustered. We've investigated as much as we can, but there's no trace of the missing people. We're completely at a dead end. The assistant next to him held up the data and added, however, the red stone is gradually growing, and we don't know why. Minato stared at the stone, furrowing his brow. The red stone was leaking a small amount of calamity magic, in other words. Right at that moment, phone interrupted. It's highly likely linked to the disappearances. The researcher stared at the two of them in shock. Lord Fawn, are you 2 of the 7 sages? Fawn looked at Minato with an enigmatic expression. This is our first time meeting, but you seem to be enjoying yourself, aren't you? Bringing 2 women along. Minato glanced back coldly. They are excellent mages. Their gender is irrelevant. They stood facing each other, two distinct auras clashing head-on. The blue-haired researcher's eyes widened in fear. How terrifying, this magic power. Du and Ruka also panicked, shielding themselves with their hands. What are you doing? Don't start a magical measuring contest in a place like this. Minato and Fawn stared at each other in silence before gradually lowering their magic power. Fawn asked with a mocking smile. You meet the requirements, I suppose. Minato felt stunned and replied mechanically, thanks for that. He observed Fawn quietly, thinking with a blank expression. He was clearly holding back. He looked at the arrogant Fawn standing before him, admitting to himself that he couldn't see through this guy. Fawn stepped forward, saying, I hear you know a lot about the calamity, but you aren't needed here. You'll just be a burden. At that moment, the giant stone began to rumble slightly. Du and Ruka were visibly annoyed with him. Sir, that's a bit uncalled for. We were asked to come here. Just then, the giant stone began to melt. Fawn turned away, uninterested, speaking as if he understood everything. That's just the Mages Association acting on its own. It has nothing to do with me. Minato suddenly shouted, Fly! The whole group took flight, just before the liquid from the giant stone reached them. Mizuha, Du, and Ruka were enveloped in blue magic, looking at the stone in bewilderment. Fawn also used his magic to levitate in the air. Below, the ground cracked into massive chunks, with the stone hovering in the center. Fawn frowned in annoyance. What is that? Just then, a sharp hand gripped the surface of the ground, as if trying to climb out. Huge monsters leaped out from within. A researcher screamed in fear, Monsters! The person next to him tried to use magic to attack them, but his weak magic couldn't withstand the massive monsters. He fell to the ground in terror, crying out. The blue-haired man ran while looking back. It's not working. Just then, a golden stream of magic shot out from somewhere, hitting the two large monsters off guard. Minato was using his magic to attack. He shouted to the others, We'll handle the monsters! Everyone, back away! Fawn wasn't about to be outdone. He used his immense magic to knock down the large ones. Wind magic, 8th tier, violent gale. The large monster fell to the ground and gradually dissolved. Fawn frowned. What kind of form is that? Does it take an 8th tier spell just to take down one? Du and Ruka, while defending, were pushed to the edge of a large crater. Winged monsters were swarming out from inside. She screamed, Magic soldiers! Minato narrowed his eyes in thought. Their forms are clearly different from those in the calamity. They look like magic beasts and magic soldiers, but their magic power has increased abnormally. The four of them used their strength to deal with the swarms of monsters one by one. The red stone radiated even more energy. It seemed to mutate, twitching non-stop. From the crater, eerie hands reached out and lunged straight toward the two girls. Du and Ruka were tightly coiled by them, screaming in fear. What is this? Let me go! Minato shouted and surged forward using his magic. Mizuha, Du, Ruka! But monsters kept lunging in front of him to stop him. Minato fired rings of magic straight at them. Non-elemental magic. 13th tier. Infinite bullets. Don't get in my way. The two girls were slowly being pulled into the crater, screaming. To Minato, it looked like a black hole swallowing them up. With a cold expression, Minato rushed straight forward. Just then, Fawn appeared out of nowhere, standing in his way. Stop! Minato gritted his teeth, his face darkening. Get out of the way! Fawn was hit by Minato's pressure, causing him to frown. Impressive. So you really were holding back. But Fawn stubbornly used his magic to block him. In terms of raw magic power, he might be number one in the world, he thought, before frowning and lecturing. The monsters will keep multiplying and head toward the city. I can't handle this alone. The monsters hit by the flow of magic couldn't react in time. Fawn continued. Are you planning to sacrifice countless lives just for two people? Minato ignored him, circling around and trying to slip past. Fawn stuck to him like glue. I told you to stop! Minato glared at him with a warning. I told you. He grabbed Fawn's arm, flipped him over, and shouted, Get out of my way. Fawn grunted in annoyance. I refuse. He clung to Minato's arm, flipped himself back, and raised a fist, aiming to punch Minato straight in the face. Minato also frowned in irritation, preparing to strike back. You're in my way. A young man prepared to land a powerful punch on his opponent. The punch struck the center of his opponent's face, making him stagger. Minato's expression changed slightly. Pharaon grabbed his wrist and asked, Are you looking down on me? It seems you still haven't used your full strength, right? His entire body radiated a dark purple power. Dark magic. Level 10. Dark flame. Minato jumped high and delivered a powerful kick, but Pharaon dodged it easily. Minato's body was still emitting a surge of power, but his face showed confusion. He stared intently at his opponent, thinking, even a level 10 spell only causes a little damage? This magic barrier is truly terrifying. But then he unleashed another power, as if a cushion had formed beneath his feet, helping him launch into the air. Although Pharaon had his eyes closed, he still sensed his opponent's attack. Too fast. Minato's punches were thrown in rapid succession. He unleashed a beautiful kick forward. The kick was about to strike Pharaon's face, but he quickly ducked and dodged it. That caused his kick to strike empty air. What? He read my movement for that attack? Pharaon created magic barriers using a new technique. Wind Magic Level 13. Hawk's Eye. Minato leaped across the magic barriers in the air, his feet stomping hard on the platforms, gaining momentum to launch himself forward. A teenager stood, bewildered, amidst the monsters that were retreating. A monster with tough armor charged toward him. Minato appeared out of nowhere, using his knee to pin the monster down, then stood in front of the boy, using a barrier to protect him. The barrier released a force that blew the monsters away. Another force rushed toward Minato's back from afar. He used the barrier as a stepping stone to jump into the air. The boy saw him fly away, only able to stand on the ground and look up at him. Did he just save us? Minato used his familiar technique. Null Magic Level 13. Infinite Magic Bullets. Each barrier he created in front of him emitted massive power. Those surges of power attacked the monsters on the ground. Two surges of blue and yellow power intersected. The yellow power quickly pierced through the blue one. Pharaon appeared behind him, out of nowhere, unleashing his power. You seem a bit distracted. From within his dark purple power, a monster appeared with glowing red eyes. Combined Magic. Wind and Darkness. Level 14. JB. Minato quickly responded, using another one of his techniques. Ultimate Null Magic Level 12. Meged. The stone beast he summoned quickly grabbed the monster's mouth. It used all its strength to try to break the opponent's jaw, and very quickly, the jaw was torn in two, causing the monster to dissolve into thin air. Pharaon appeared once again behind him, while Minato was busy dealing with the enemy in front. This time, he quickly reacted and dodged the attack aimed at him, then counterattacked, sending Pharaon flying into the air. He stood there, speaking with an arrogant expression. Surprising, you're quite fast, but it's useless, because I possess the ability to see the future. Minato, seeing his opponent like that, didn't show any sign of being flustered. Seeing the future, huh? That's quite a bold claim. Seeing him remain indifferent, Pharaon looked confused. What did you say? Minato didn't hide his feelings as he spoke his mind. That's just a magic perception ability, isn't it? You're sensing every microscopic movement in the flow of my magic power. And from that, he was predicting the next attack. Right? Hearing that, he couldn't help but offer praise. You're the second person to realize that so quickly. But the smug look on Pharaon's face didn't change. But even if you understand, the situation won't change, unless you can overcome both my magic and my magical sensory perception. Minato suddenly lunged forward. Pharaon also dashed toward him. It was a piece of cake. The two clashed intensely, fists flying forward, feet planting onto magical barriers. As he fought Pharaon, he silently judged that Pharaon was using wind magic to accelerate and boost his attack power. He was very flexible in his transitions. He couldn't help but marvel while dodging the accelerated blows. His ability to predict movement was truly extraordinary. I'm going to speed up, Minato said, as if notifying his opponent. As soon as he finished, he unleashed even faster attacks. Minato whispered to encourage himself. Faster. Pharaon was having a bit of trouble. Too fast. My magical senses can't keep up. But he quickly regained his composure. But if we're talking about pure speed, Pharaon dove down with a new technique, wind magic. Level 15. Cord said with determination. I won't lose to anyone. Minato noticed. As many purple magical beasts appeared in the sky, Pharaon dove down, thinking to himself that his maximum speed even exceeded the sound barrier. No one alive can keep up with my speed. Minato appeared from a different direction. Gotcha. Seeing him suddenly appear like that, Pharaon was startled and couldn't believe it. What? But before he could react, Minato punched Pharaon under the chin. The punch sent him flying high into the air. Despite being hit, Pharaon still couldn't believe what just happened. Did he punch me with his bare hands while I was still accelerating? Even if one retreats or predicts movements, no matter how abundant the mana is, it all means nothing. He felt his opponent pursuing him, and couldn't help but feel terrified. He is definitely a monster. In an instant, Minato appeared before Pharaon, preparing to deliver another punch. He could only try to dodge so the punch wouldn't hit his face directly, but he was still sent flying by Minato. Battered and bruised, Pharaon's face showed pain. He used vision theft on the spell I just. He still struggled to stand firm and resist, Exceeding the speed of sound, this is truly the realm of the gods. I don't even have time to sense his mana anymore. There's no way to defeat him. Minato lunged again, ready to deliver another punch to Pharaoh's face. But a shout rang out, stopping their fight. That's enough! He waited, but the punch didn't land. He stopped fighting and turned his head toward the voice. Vidia stood on the ground with a puzzled look. What are you doing? Why are you attacking your own ally? Hearing that voice, Pharaoh called out softly, Vidia. Upon hearing the name, Minato studied the woman carefully and thought to himself, Vidia Vama, one of the 7 sages. Vidia turned her head to look at the scene around her. She opened her backpack. Countless things shaped like drones flew out. They gathered at a large hole in the ground. They moved with intelligence and order, then created a protective barrier over the hole. Version A. M. E. Magic resistance level 10. Minato looked down from above, surprised. Truly an improved seal. Vidia turned her head back slightly to explain, Is that a magic resistance shield? This should be enough to block the demons. Then she looked at the barrier, thinking to herself, at least for now, what happened here? She then looked at the people around her, who were slowly waking up. It seems it wasn't a catastrophe, and it looks like no one died. Were they fighting demons while fighting each other? Minato, from above, couldn't help but marvel. Really impressive. Things should be fine now. Suddenly, a cry of pain rang out from behind. Vidia walked toward it with a look of confusion and worry. What the hell is this? The teenager Minato had saved earlier had one arm transformed. Am I turning into a monster? She saw this, and sweat dripped down her face. I've heard of this before. Similar symptoms appeared during the disaster in Japan. Could it be the same phenomenon? Following a mental command from Vidia, 2 machines flew over. They flew beside the teenager and emitted power. Version A. M. E. Holy Magic Level 7. Holy Breath improved. The power focused on the boy's transformed arm, but it didn't cause any change. Seeing that, Vidia fell into deep thought. This is bad. It's not working. If this continues, he'll fully turn into a demon. Minato had landed not far away. He looked at the scene in front of him, gritted his teeth slightly, and quickly rushed to the person who was transforming. Minato landed, rushed over, and said, Let me heal him. Without waiting for an answer, he unleashed his power. Magic resistance level 15. Magic absorption. His other hand created white magical shields. Holy magic level 15. Heaven's breath. Both powers were focused onto the teenager. The transformed arm returned to normal. After finishing, Minato turned to Vidia and said, That should be fine. She couldn't hide the excitement on her face. You cast 2 types of magic at the same time? And I've never seen that kind of magic before. So it's true. You can cure demonization. Vidia jumped in front of Minato and asked urgently, What is the principle behind it? How can you absorb mana and transmit it back? Tell me. Pharaoh, still high above, watched everything, thinking to himself, if we had kept fighting like that, I would have definitely lost. His technique is far stronger than mine, and he hasn't even used his full power. He gritted his teeth, unable to accept the truth he had just realized. Me? Losing? No way. Minato was currently using his healing ability on another girl. After finishing, he turned to Vidia and said, Everyone has been treated. I have to go down into that hole to save my friend. She heard this and warned him. The mana leaking from the hole is likely the cause of the transformation. It's very dangerous in there. Hearing that, Minato showed no fear. On the contrary, he became even more determined. That's exactly why I need to go. I'm the only one who can cure them. Pharaoh quickly landed and offered, I'll go with you. Minato didn't intend to stop him, but he didn't care. Suit yourself. He remained silent, not replying. Seeing the two wanting to go, Vidia didn't intend to stop them either. Suit yourself. He remained silent and didn't answer. Seeing that they were both set on leaving, Via didn't try to stop them anymore. Only low-level mages turn into demons, so you two should be able to manage. They both listened to her in silence. But if you see any danger, come back immediately. Losing 2 sage-level mages would be a huge loss for the world. Yet, Vidia's eyes curved slightly, hiding a smile, even as she wore a sinister expression. If you two die, I'll take you both in for dissection. That sounds interesting in its own way. Pharaoh broke into a cold sweat upon hearing that. I won't die. Minato silently swore to himself. Absolutely not. Vidia then waved her hand forward. All right, now head into the abyss. Upon receiving the order, the planes shifted slightly. The two quickly darted forward. Pharaoh didn't forget to leave a parting comment. Don't call it by such a scary name. They zoomed through the air. As the other planes moved, the barrier revealed a small opening. The two quickly dashed through it before the barrier closed shut. Minato silently judged that the barrier was scanning for human bodies. Pretty convenient, he thought. He quickly refocused on his main objective. Wait for me. I'll save you both no matter what. They both plunged into that terrifying stream of red energy. Elsewhere, Ruka was lying on the ground, unconscious. She woke up and stared at the gruesome scene around her. This left her a bit confused. Where am I? A stream of dark energy was tightly coiling around Ruka, her face flickering with confusion. She seemed to be searching for someone, then noticed someone lying not far away. Ruka rushed over to help the other person sit up. Although unconscious, the person in her arms was still breathing. Feeling that, Ruka was so happy, she burst into tears. She's still alive, thank goodness. But then, she scanned her surroundings. Where is this? Ruka noticed strange characters on a nearby wall. Am I abroad? I can't read any of this. She looked at her own hands with suspicion. Could this be the catastrophe's magic? Has the catastrophe happened here? But looking at the sky, stained a blood-red color, Ruka realized. No, wait. This place is the catastrophe. She carried her sister on her back. Ruka spoke as if to ensure the person on her back could hear her. It's okay. It'll be all right. Ruka seemed to be talking to herself. Your big sister will definitely protect you. Something bizarre appeared before her. A massive black monster stood proudly. Seeing it, Ruka couldn't help but feel terrified. Are they demons? Why do they have more mana than me? Countless other monsters appeared. She could only carry her sister and huddle in a corner. A group of monsters was closing in on them. Meanwhile, Minato and Pharaon were still speeding through that stream of energy. He murmured to himself, "Wait for me, you two. I will definitely save you both." Seeing him looking somewhat anxious, Pharaon thought to himself, they said he was very calm. But this doesn't match the reports at all. Those two must be very important to him. They kept flying into a void within the stream of energy. He tried to fly alongside Minato and spoke. Nothing has changed around us. No matter how much we move, it's as if we're in another dimension. They stopped and stared at the empty void. Pharaon continued. This doesn't look like a hole in the ground. It's like a portal to another dimension. Minato heard this and closed his eyes, slowly sensing his surroundings. After sensing, he spoke up. It feels very similar to the catastrophe's space. The image of a giant monster appeared with each of his words. Perhaps they transported it here using some new technology or skill. Then, visions of Ruka and her sister being captured by monsters appeared in his thoughts. But why would the catastrophe turn into this abyss? And those disgusting creatures born from that monster too? The arm that grabbed Ruka and the others earlier, why didn't it target me or Pharaon, but only them? A flurry of questions flooded Minato's mind. Is someone trying to lure me into the abyss? If so, who planned this? The Demon King is dead, or is someone else pulling the strings? Suddenly, countless monsters emerged from the void around them. They unleashed streams of dark purple energy. Minato quickly used his technique to attack them. Tier 10 Magic Resistance. Pharaon didn't hesitate to join the fray, using Tier 8 Wind Magic. Violent Gale. Both of them felt something strange while fighting. When the monsters vanished, Minato stared at his hands in disbelief. It feels like more mana is being consumed than usual. Pharaon was experiencing the same thing. Yeah, it's as if the abyss is slowly draining the mana out of us. They rushed forward. Pharaon wondered, perhaps it's because we are in the abyss. Minato couldn't answer the question, so he could only remind him that they didn't know what lay ahead, so they had to move carefully. But then, they felt an anomaly in the space. It made Pharaon a bit panicked. What is this? They were both pulled away by another force. That force brought them to a vast desert. Seeing the scene before him, he exclaimed, "A desert?" Pharaon wondered, why did a desert suddenly appear? Minato was also suspicious. Is this the catastrophe's magic? He sat down and picked up a handful of sand, but it didn't feel like an illusion at all. At this point, Pharaon could confirm that they had truly been teleported. Just then, countless monsters appeared out of thin air. They looked at them, and he spoke up. And now there are even monsters that look like devils. Minato, his eyes filled with determination, said, "We must destroy them." He used his power to create many golden magic shields. Tier 13, Magic Resistance, Infinite Bullets. Those shields unleashed waves of power that struck each monster. A giant monster, looking like a leader, stood in the thick smoke and unleashed its power. Pharaon, meanwhile, used his technique to attack the monster in front of him. Tier 13 Wind Magic, Hawk's Eye. Minato, standing beside him, finally came to his senses. "Pharaon, you saved my life." He kept a relaxed demeanor, surprised that he had survived a Tier 13 attack. The monster hit was struck and dissolved into a dark purple mist. He looked at the mist, deep in thought. Even though there was magic flying everywhere, it was all weak. Still, It was surprising how cleanly he handled those demons. Minato regained his spirit and turned to the person standing behind him. Anyway, staying here is useless. Let's keep moving. They flew over the desert, and Pharaon seemed to notice something on the ground. Hey, look at that. They landed at the spot, discovered an object, and looking at the item before him, he grew suspicious. A pyramid? Phone clutched his head, feeling completely bewildered. Are we in Egypt? Minato immediately shot down the idea. No, its shape is completely different. Suddenly, the pyramid in front of them shifted slightly. Both of them hurriedly took to the air. Phone was confused. Is it an earthquake? Then, an arm reached out from within the pyramid. A gigantic monster emerged. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be startled. That's the Demon King. On the other side, the Demon King began to unleash its power. Dark magic, 15th tier, Demon Gazan. Countless dark arrows shot toward them. They skillfully tried to dodge the incoming barrage. Minato conjured a magic circle in midair. 15th tier nullification magic, Void Purge. A white arrow shot out from the magic circle, heading straight for the Demon King. The arrow shattered the dark waves of power. Minato thought to himself, he just used 15th tier magic. Does that mean he's on par with the Demon King? In the air, countless other massive monsters appeared. They gathered together into a formidable army. Minato rotated his wrists, feeling his strength waning. His mana was slowly being drained, and his reflexes were slowing down. Minato looked at the monsters surrounding him. This space was no different from a bottomless abyss. His gaze turned determined as he concentrated all his power. We're fighting in an extremely disadvantageous position. Minato used his strength to strike at the monsters around him. He used his magic shield as a stepping stone to dodge one monster's attack, then used it as a barrier to deflect another's flames, after which he leaped high and kicked hard into the head of a nearby monster. His hands created purple magic shields. Minato struggled to pull something out from that circle. He swung the purple sword in his hand violently, 16th tier dark magic. Slap, and then used it to slash at the monsters rushing toward him. Finally, he stood amidst the corpses of the fallen monsters. As he continued to fight, Minato wondered, I don't see Phylon anywhere. Where did he go? A blue flare of power flashed in the sky behind him. The energy grazed his cheek and struck a monster head-on. Minato wiped the blood from his face, watching the monster's corpse dissolve. He turned his head to look at Phone and asked, What are you trying to pull? Phone stood there calmly, his fingers still crackling with energy as he addressed him. It was Phylon. He looked down from above and finally spoke. It's simple. A dangerous expression appeared on Pharaon's face. I'm going to kill you. Hearing this, Minato was furious. Why? Phylon remained high above, speaking with an arrogant tone. Why, you ask? Do you think you're some kind of savior? Just a rookie who crawled out of nowhere, yet you dream of becoming a grandmaster? Don't you think you're being too full of yourself? As he said this, the smile on Phylon's face slowly faded. And to think you'd even dare to dream of defeating me? He gritted his teeth, his anger erupting. Do you think you can beat me? I can't forgive you. Minato didn't say a word, his face remaining cold. The angrier Phylon got, the more his power surged outward. I won't lose to anyone, not to anyone. Behind him, an army of monsters was aggressively closing in. Minato quickly dashed toward Phylon. Phylon tilted his head, sensing with his magic, and then began controlling the nearby monsters one by one. Minato kept slashing at the monsters that got close with his sword. He looked around but couldn't see Pharaon anywhere. Where did he go? In a moment of distraction, a giant monster closed in behind Minato. Pharaon appeared behind that monster and lunged to attack Minato. While he fought him from the front, many magic arrows closed in on him from behind. Minato hurried to dodge the arrows. Pharaon, behind the monster, continued to cast magic. Minato couldn't see him anymore and thought, he's vanished again. I can't even sense his mana. He's on a completely different level. He looked at Phylon, who was hovering among the monsters. He was skillfully manipulating consciousness to direct the monsters' mana, forcing them to turn against him, while he attacked from his blind spots. Minato couldn't help but feel a surge of horror. It was as if he were puppet mastering the monsters. The Demon King jumped out from the pyramid, creating countless magic circles in the air, and began using its ultimate move to attack Minato. 15th tier, composite magic, 9-element Ragnarok. Seeing this, he tried to dodge and parry the 15th tier wind magic attack. Countless monsters were struck by the Demon King's own move. Minato was stunned by this. He's even taking out his own allies. While off guard, countless waves of power rushed toward him. Minato tried to use his hands to block the incoming energy, but he was hit and sent flying, though he managed to land safely. Seeing him struggle like that, Phylon looked gloating. I can maintain the Hawk's Eye indefinitely. If I pulse it, I can multiply the number of targets. It seems you can't dodge this one. Another wave of monsters appeared in the space. He looked at the monsters he had just summoned with great excitement. I still have countless pawns. You've lost. Minato was surrounded by an endless tide of monsters. His appearance began to change, and the power radiating from him became much more intense. Stop it! The energy erupted violently outward. Phylon stared, stunned by the surge of power before him. So much mana, so this is his true power. A look of anxiety crept onto his face. Minato began to use a new technique. 15th Tier Void Saint Composite Magic. Pure Void. After a moment of worry, Phylon returned to his smug self. It's useless. These monsters can regenerate forever. You know that, right? While fighting the Demon King, Minato thought to himself, I know, but this is all I can do. He continued to activate another technique. 17th Tier Ultimate Void Magic. Gungia. The move created countless blinding golden circles in the air, and the wave of power pierced straight through the Demon King. The creature shrieked in agony as it was hit. Minato felt drained after using that move. The mana consumption is too intense. He continued to cast another spell. 15th Tier Auto Absorption. Minato looked at the power in his palm and thought, the recovery speed is too slow. Is the absorption rate really suppressed here in the abyss? The monsters he defeated began to dissolve. Minato looked at the scene in shock. They're vanishing into a catastrophe. Even after defeating them, they don't disappear. So, the abyss catastrophe, and these things are two completely different things. He recalled the monsters he had dealt with before. Something is strange. Unlike the disaster monsters, these ones don't have any intelligence at all. Does it really not hurt to be attacked like that? Even after the abyss boss was defeated, it didn't disappear. Pharaon couldn't help but marvel at this in his mind. He defeated the Demon King so quickly, and his mana is already recovering. I'd heard the rumors, but he's truly incredible. Minato was deep in thought. Still refusing to accept reality, he shouted, but I won't lose. I won't lose to anyone. Minato noticed his stance and prepared to end it right there. Seeing this, he dove down from the sky toward Minato. Don't get cocky. The two of them lunged at each other, clashing once more. Pharaon prepared a kick to Minato's head from behind, but Minato sensed it and quickly dodged. Minato focused his power within, conjuring countless arrows of pure energy. Those arrows immediately pierced Pharaon's body. Under the barrage, he quickly collapsed to the ground. Minato slowly approached where he lay. Pharaon, lying on the ground, whispered, just kill me. I'm useless now. Seeing that he had lost, Minato reached out his hand, but instead of striking, he sat down and helped him up. Pharaon was surprised by the gesture and asked, why? I intended to use monsters to kill you. Minato carefully tended to his wounds and replied honestly, you aren't a monster, you're human. You still understand what I'm saying, right? Hearing this, Pharaon was slightly bewildered. Are you forgiving me? You really are soft-hearted. Pharaon sighed. I've lost completely. He sat cross-legged on the ground, thinking to himself, it seems I haven't changed at all. Memories of his childhood suddenly flashed through his mind. Images of young Pharaon huddled in a dark street corner appeared. Thoughts raced through his head. I was abandoned before I was even old enough to understand. I spent my days rummaging through trash cans, just desperately trying to survive. Then, a man appeared behind the young boy. During that time, he had been picked up by a man named Tadano Jun. Back then, Pharaon had reached out and taken that man's hand. I thought I could finally live a decent life. I had a glimmer of hope. The scene shifted to when he was young and being beaten by that man. But the man was nothing but trash. Pharaon was there, cowering in fear while scrubbing the floor. I was forced to work like a slave. The man ordered Pharaon to transport something. I had to carry things I knew nothing about. Young Pharaon clutched his bruised cheek. No matter how hard I tried, he still beat me. The man never stopped spewing insults. His catchphrase was always, you're a total failure. One day, Pharaon returned to find that man tied tightly to a chair. Even he was just a cowardly failure. He had been killed by debt collectors. Someone grabbed Pharaon by the shoulder, terrifying him. Pharaon looked back. 3 or 4 thugs had come to haul him away. I was taken to pay off his debts. The thug cornered Pharaon against a wall with a sinister laugh. But this man was even more trash than the old man before him. He was a violent, ruthless madman. A while later, Pharaon looked at the changes within his own body. When I was 10, luck finally smiled on me. I realized I had a talent for magic. Back then, Pharaon practiced his craft relentlessly. That thug forced me to learn magic. Maybe he wanted me to help him with his business. The thug shoved him to the ground and stomped on his head. But my status didn't change. I was still just a slave. He even plunged a knife into the ground to threaten him. The loser gets oppressed, trampled, and killed. The surrounding thugs laughed smugly. If you don't win, you're just garbage. Pharaon glared at them with bitter resentment. I have to win, no matter what. He pushed himself through physical training. I kept training my body, kept pushing, and put everything into practicing my magic. He continued to train, and eventually, Pharaon used his own magic to defeat those who had tormented him. I wiped out that trash. He sat in the leader's chair. Those debt collectors had been notorious in the district. I became famous after killing them. Pharaon defeated everyone who stood in his way. I became the boss. I achieved results through violence. I didn't hesitate to kill that scum. Many subordinates willingly followed him. As a result, I dominated the underworld. By now, Pharaon was using magic with expert precision. I killed without hesitation to keep on winning. He aimed his magic at a skyscraper, creating a massive explosion. Everyone I killed was nothing but trash. But later on, Pharaon suffered an eye injury. I kept winning, but my enemies grew in number. Eventually, I was ambushed in the dark and lost my sight. He stood amidst his enemies, clutching his wounded eyes. But it wasn't all bad. Pharaon felt the magic coursing through his hands and used it to crush the enemies surrounding him. I could sense magic even more easily. He sat on a hospital bed with his eyes bandaged, and I didn't have to see this filthy world anymore. Only beautiful magic remained. Even though he couldn't see, Pharaon sensed a beautiful light right in front of him. After being discharged, he continued to rule the underworld. I became stronger. I eliminated any potential threats. Most organizations were wiped out. Another time, all of his subordinates faced off against a single teenager. But then, Leonard appeared all by himself. Leonard wore a calm smile. He defeated Pharaon's entire army alone. I couldn't even lay a finger on him. I lost. Pharaon lay wounded on the ground. I've killed countless people. I thought it was finally time for me to die. Leonard didn't intend to kill him. He offered a kind smile. Would you be willing to join the 5 sages? He asked. The offer left Pharaon momentarily confused. I'm a murderer, a filthy, worthless piece of trash, a freak who only survives if I win. He bowed his head in thought. But I was happy. For the first time, I felt recognized by someone else. Leonard stood beside him, never ceasing his efforts to persuade him. I only regret that many violent criminals had their lives saved because of that. He reached out a hand toward Pharaon. He said it would be a waste to leave such power unused. Join us. Pharaon placed his hand on his. I thought it was ridiculous, but, unconsciously, I took his hand. He felt a shift in the air around them, perhaps because Leonard's magic was so brilliant. Returning to reality, Pharaon spoke up. To me, winning is more important than anything else. Minato looked slightly surprised at his words. I don't like you, he said, as if confiding in a friend. Suddenly, he appeared and, always acting like he's the winner. I hate your very existence. Pharaon, still sitting on the ground, spoke up. But I can't deny that. Sorry for testing you like that. Minato smiled faintly upon hearing this. I'm used to being tested. Don't worry about it. Hearing the lack of blame in his voice, Pharaon felt relieved. You really are a strange guy. Fine, I'll take you up on your kindness for now. Minato said nothing and turned his back to him. Pharaon could feel the power radiating from Minato. Kusanagi's magic was more refined than Leo's, but it lacked that same purity. He felt Minato's strength and thought to himself, it's just like mine. Magic reeking of blood, how many life and death battles had he been through at such a young age? Minato looked up at the sky and spoke. It seems it's time. Pharaon was surprised. What are you talking about? The space around them returned to the void-like state from before. This made Pharaon panic. This space? Minato turned back to warn him. Let's move. Seeing how calm he was, Pharaon asked, what's going on? Do you know what's about to happen? Minato didn't hide it and started explaining. After the Demon King was defeated, the flow of magic changed. I thought our relationship would change after some time, he said with a hint of reproach. If not, I wouldn't have listened to you. I'm here to save those two. Hearing this, Pharaon felt a bit guilty. Sorry. Even now, he was still skeptical as he voiced his theory, but I feel like this is more of a game than a catastrophe. Defeating the Demon King will allow you to reach the next floor. Minato looked confused. A game? Seeing his reaction, Pharaon felt awkward. You don't know? He tried to act knowledgeable. Of course I know. It's like beep beep, right? But that answer left Pharaon speechless. He's like an old man. Suddenly, Minato shouted, Stop! He raised his hand, touched the flow of power, tapped that spot, and said, This is a wall. Once again, Minato drew his purple sword. Level 16 dark magic. Slap. He slashed at the barrier in front of him, but it didn't even leave a scratch. After a moment, Minato sheathed his sword. That didn't do anything. Pharaon stood to the side, deep in thought. So magic doesn't work? What are we supposed to do? He felt incredibly guilty inside. They're late only because I got in his way. If I can't save them, it's my fault. Elsewhere, Ruka Mizuho was carrying her sister, trying to fly toward the roof of a high-rise building. She struggled to dodge the monsters surrounding her, which left her completely exhausted. She looked at her unconscious sister, filled with worry. No signs of waking up. Did she hit her head? If only I could use divine magic. Anxious, Ruka whispered. Duika, answer me. Suddenly, a giant monster dove from the sky toward them. The beast lunged, head first. Ruka reacted quickly, immediately shielding Mizuha Duika, but the monster, with incredible speed, chased them down and stomped hard on Ruka's back. She screamed in pain as she fell to the ground. The bloodthirsty monster approached Mizuha Duika. Even though she had no strength left, Ruka tried to stand. Get away! Stay away from her! The monster ignored her and grabbed Mizuha Duika. Is it you? Furious, Ruka gathered her remaining strength. Level 7. Water Magic. Raging Torrent. Facing the attack, the monster didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, she leaped toward Ruka and used her hard, armored hand to seize Ruka by the neck. The monster said, with amusement. Or is it you? At that moment, Ruka felt total despair, only able to silently call out for Duika and Minato. Her arms grew weak and dropped to her sides. As if hearing the plea of a comrade, Minato appeared like a god descending. He unleashed a strike at the monster and quickly ran over to catch Ruka. Minato said in a low voice, Sorry, I'm late. Seeing the familiar figure before her, Ruka was overwhelmed. Furon had to admit, Minato was terrifying. He remembered what just happened. He had bypassed the barrier using space teleportation. I've never seen magic like that. He said he developed it after observing the monsters teleported in by the catastrophe. Furon could confirm that level of observation was essentially copying it perfectly. Finally, Ruka lost consciousness from exhaustion. Seeing this, Minato was angrier than ever. Ruka's body was shaking uncontrollably, while Mizuha Duika lay motionless, still not waking up. Minato gritted his teeth and switched to combat mode. How dare you hurt them? The monster laughed out loud. Then, she aggressively charged. Minato launched his own attack at the same time. His magic illuminated the entire space. Now, they were face to face, exchanging powerful blows. The monster threw a kick, but Minato's magic blocked it. She backed off, then gained momentum to charge again. Before she knew it, Minato had moved behind her and shoved her in the side, giving her no chance to counter. The monster quickly regained her composure and set up a magic circle. Minato had also prepared his spell. Level 17. Ultimate Void Magic. Gungnir. The monster immediately countered with level 16 Dark Magic, Apocalypse. The two violent attacks collided, shaking the very space around them. For a moment, Minato's light seemed overwhelmed, but the monster retreated into her magic circle. Clearly, she was protecting herself to pull back. Minato stood below, watching the circle move further away. Furon guessed, it looks like she escaped. She didn't really want to fight. Minato concluded, so, she never intended to deal with us, or she's aiming for something else. At that moment, Pharaoh noticed the abyss was shifting. Is it collapsing? Minato quickly turned toward the sound. He used level 15 Void Magic, Magic Portal to investigate. Then Minato announced, it's connected to the ground. Let's get out of here. Pharaoh agreed. Yeah, okay. Just as they were about to leave, Minato saw a mana crystal on the ground and picked it up to examine it. A red crystal? Its mana is much denser than the ones above. Minato looked at the silhouettes ahead, silently vowing to take it. After that, he picked up Duika and stepped through the portal out of the abyss. Looking in from the outside, the abyss gate could be seen shrinking, which terrified Viadia. The abyss is closing. The moment she finished speaking, the gate sealed shut. Viadia's anxiety peaked. All four of them were trapped in the abyss. Just then, the group suddenly stepped out. We're back. Via was stunned. You made it back in one piece? She asked repeatedly, filled with curiosity. Hey, explain what's inside the abyss, and what was that magic you used? And on that same day, the news anchor reported after the disaster is hell actually opening up, monsters started appearing everywhere. Thanks to the 7 sages, Kusanagi, Minato, Mahiryu, and Viadia, the abyss vanished. News of the abyss's appearance had been broadcast worldwide. With the crisis returning, humanity fell into despair once more. In the blink of an eye, the sky had turned the yellowish hue of dusk. Ruka and Minato were sitting in the infirmary waiting area. Vi walked in and asked about the situation. Hasn't she woken up yet? Minato suspected it might have been caused by the abyss. Via confirmed that they couldn't rule out that possibility. Ruka shouted in panic, Is Du turning into a monster? Via answered honestly, Regarding the demonification, we don't have enough research or data. It seems that having high mana levels might provide some degree of resistance. But whether she's truly safe, it's basically a gamble. Suddenly, a noise from inside caught Ruka's attention. As Mizuha Duika stirred, Vidya stepped in to check on her. Thinking of the worst-case scenario, Ruka blurted out, "Demonification." As soon as Mizuha Duika sat up, she immediately asked, "Han Mizuha Duika, are you okay?" Vi replied that based on her vital signs, she couldn't say for certain, but for now, there didn't seem to be any problems. Ruka couldn't hold back and rushed to hug her younger sister. Oh, thank goodness. Du was taken by surprise. "Big sister," she said softly, "I'm sorry for making you worry, and thank you for protecting me." Seeing that the person before her was safe, Ruka felt relieved. "It's all right. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters," Vi insisted. "To be sure, I'll run a thorough check. We still don't understand enough about the demonification phenomenon." Du was immediately put through a full-body scan. Then came the blood tests. Once the results were in, Via announced there were no signs of anything abnormal. Ruka smiled gently. She was perfectly healthy, both physically and mentally, with no traces of disaster-level magic power found inside her body. Vidya speculated. It seems that possessing enough magic power helps increase one's resistance. She likely just fainted from the heavy impact when she fell. While everyone gathered in one spot, Fawn stood in a corner, sighing. Minato remembered his words, "I will come." And he admitted, he really is punctual. He managed to get here despite how far he had to travel. Yeah, I guess things will be okay. But the entry of the young lady, Krista, caught Minato's attention. Why is she here? He remembered clearly. Krista Elm? I saw her from afar during the inspection. Via spoke up bluntly. She just insisted on following. There's nothing interesting about it. Minato suddenly interrupted. Speaking of interesting, I just remembered, and pulled out the mana crystal he had picked up. I found this in the abyss. Via was stunned as she saw the flow of energy pouring out. This thing has an incredibly dense amount of magic power. Minato didn't think it would be that impressive. Via revealed some information. Magic-resistant armor is mainly made from minerals, but most of them don't contain much magic power. Large crystals used for measuring devices are rare, and their quality isn't suitable for use as storage units. She happily held the mana crystal. This thing goes far beyond those devices. Whether it's used as a measuring tool or for magic-resistant armor, it's top-tier material. Vidya couldn't contain her excitement and jumped like a child. It looks red, but it's not disaster-level magic. It's completely safe. This means magic science has just taken a massive leap forward. Krista stood leaning against the corner of the wall, watching them with an annoyed expression. Her sour face had kept Minato on guard for a while. Just then, a loud noise from somewhere drew everyone's attention. Minato seemed to recognize this feeling. Mizuha Duika was all too familiar with it. Could it be? Minato immediately went into a combat stance. I'll handle it. Pharaon was surprised. You intend to cast magic from here to every abyss across the entire world? How much magic power would that take, and what kind of terrifying level of control would you need to do that? Minato stubbornly insisted. I will defeat every single monster. He prepared to rush forward and save everyone. Minato released a massive surge of power. My existence is for this very purpose, Via quickly shouted. That's not necessary, she announced. I've already taken care of it. Outside, there is an Amit hovering. Not just one, but hundreds of them are connected to each other, protecting the barrier. Only then did Vidya reveal, I have research facilities spread everywhere. I deployed the Amit at many locations. Minato had to admit one thing. The power of numbers and money was something he lacked, so he decided to back down. Looks like I underestimated the 7 sages. Pharaon wondered how long the barrier would hold. Vidya said it required high-quality minerals. She added, a few months at most. A few hours later, the higher-ups announced that they would hold an emergency meeting among major nations regarding the Abyss crisis. They suggested that, first and foremost, they needed to assess the situation and verify the facts. I propose that Director V. Dvama of the General Institute of Magic Science take charge of this. V began to speak. Based on my research and the reports from Kusanagi and Pharaon, a high-ranking official remarked that the thing was superior to all other monsters, a supreme monster. Another agreed, saying the danger level was higher than a natural disaster. Next, Vidya stated, inside the Abyss, we discovered a civilization similar to Earth. It might be another world, but this received mixed opinions. You mean a parallel world? That's too absurd. This isn't science fiction. Vi had to agree that when magic and fantasy worlds already existed, denying the existence of parallel worlds was the illogical thing to do. Minato Tadano-jun pondered the monster's behavior, their words, and the phenomena occurring. Considering all of that, Via's hypothesis was reasonable, but there was one point that still wasn't clear. He was extremely curious. Did the demon god who once possessed Chloe know about the abyss monsters? Because Minato had realized that it acted and spoke as if it were their leader. He raised a series of questions. If reinforcements were coming, would it act like that? Minato hypothesized. For instance, if there exists a form of collective consciousness where knowledge and experience are shared and govern actions subconsciously, then the abyss monsters from the other world might have received information about this Earth from the demon gods of the past, evolving disasters into the abyss. Perhaps that is feasible, and if two worlds exist, there could very well be countless others. Of course, Via couldn't help but realize that. Someone commented, "For the time being, we are managing it by erecting barriers." The person next to them asked, "But what should we do now?" The debate was gradually getting out of control. Currently, our country can still respond with the military and police. This isn't just our nation's problem. It's a global crisis. Someone spoke up anxiously. We are severely lacking in mages. Do you really expect us to send more reinforcements within a few months? Minato listened to their bickering, his head throbbing. Is this really how you people run things? Good grief. Just as things were reaching a boiling point, Krista stood up confidently. I have a proposal. Krista stated her opinion. We need to strengthen our mages and prepare a new force. Someone asked, but how? Krista held up a mana crystal. With these red crystals, we can utilize magic stones. She continued. If we reinforce our anti-demon armor, our mages' combat power will increase. However, they were still worried about the mages' combat strength increasing. The number of inhabitants in the abyss is also growing. Krista pointed out, the plan, we need to mobilize mages from all over the world. A leader spoke up. Are you suggesting we deploy armies from major powers? Or use mages, civilians, and students? We don't have the budget for that, Krista asserted. Magic stones, we just need to buy them. This idea even caught Minato by surprise. So even your family is thinking about this? Krista Leonard, who had been listening intently, finally agreed. I see. That's a good reason. A leader wanted to know exactly what that meant. Krista began presenting her plan. We need to encourage all mages to voluntarily enter the abyss. The magic stones they collect will be used to craft anti-magic armor and equipment for humanity. The state will buy them back. I am excited to take the lead, and personally, I will purchase any artifacts related to the abyss civilization. That made Leonard even more interested. Upgrading mages and anti-monster armor along with economic benefits. A policy that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Krista continued sharing her ideas. Besides, as long as their mana exceeds a certain level, they won't succumb to demonization. We can even conduct field tests before conquering the abyss. Only then did Minato understand. So that was why she was in the hospital? She had been thinking of countermeasures since back then, and he truly had to give her credit. Not bad, Krista Anman. However, Minato also spotted a flaw. Her execution was too reckless. A leader stood up and shouted, "This is too dangerous." Krista didn't expect this reaction. What? Someone asked. When a boss is defeated, it seems the abyss disappears. What happens to the people inside? Furthermore, we have almost no verified data on demonization. Not just one, but others were also worried. It's too risky. The discussion spiraled into chaos. If they failed, riots would break out. Krista quickly spoke up. But we don't have time for slow or careful experimentation. We must research immediately while conducting field verifications in parallel. Their attitude made her lose the confidence she had just a moment ago. Leonard silently acknowledged that, as usual, the Prime Minister's hesitant stance was hard to stomach. Fawn could only sigh. They pinned every monster-related problem on the mages. This nation's cowardice is nothing new. Everyone else remained silent, not saying a word. Via surveyed the situation, but she didn't seem to have a backup plan. It looked like they were just going to waste time blaming each other. Krista was absolutely furious now. They just knew how to object without offering any alternative solutions, all while having no better countermeasures. She was truly running out of patience. Why didn't they understand? Why did everyone just stand there watching? I knew it. People are just like that. Right then, Minato stood up and spoke out. There is a solution. Contrary to the tense faces over there, he appeared confident. Minato's sudden action took Krista completely by surprise. Then, he offered his opinion. We can cure the demonization and use teleportation magic to get them out of the abyss. Minato continued. We just need to engrave that magic onto anti-monster gear and give it to those facing danger. He excitedly asked a question. Via, We can engrave level 15 magic using magic stones, right? Via smiled and replied. It's possible. Minato's idea caused a stir among everyone. Would it be okay? If they carry it as anti-monster gear, the safety level would increase. Krista was still staring blankly at Minato. A few seconds later, she spoke up. You're overthinking it. I can handle it myself. As soon as she finished, her expression looked as if she regretted those words. As expected, there was someone else who objected. But there was another issue. If the country relies on civilians, the people will feel insecure, right? Minato calmly replied. Then we should do what we did during the catastrophe. The leader there asked what that was. Minato confidently asserted that what the people want is the presence of heroes. He had observed clearly that only mages can defeat monsters, and only mages can conquer the abyss. Therefore, Minato believed that now is the time to stand up to save the world. Leonard appeared on the television screen, confidently inspiring others. The next hero could be you. Some children watching the program exclaimed, "Wow, that's so cool." Others chimed in, "They're recruiting abyss explorers." Seriously? That's awesome. But there was an opposing opinion. Are they planning to use civilian mages as tools? This country is truly rotten. The news of the abyss explorer recruitment spread globally. It created a huge wave and attracted everyone's attention. There was criticism, but the majority of reactions were positive. The reason was that the Seven Sages were leading the conquest of the abyss. People craved heroes and began to idolize them. Japan reorganized its special mage squad. Other countries also built similar special units. They utilized new magic and rogue mages. Finally, even those who bore the darkness announced their participation. The conquest of the abyss began worldwide. Minato observed the situation thoughtfully. Is there a flame of catastrophe inside the abyss? I can't rest. But what can I do? He immediately rushed forward. I am a great mage, the Abyss Conquest Synthesis Base, Hishika. A young man proudly showed off his achievements. Look at this. I found this magic stone in the abyss a few days ago. The person opposite him exclaimed, My goodness, did you turn it into anti-magic armor? Another person was excited. Let's head back into the abyss. We have to earn more money. Meanwhile, the staff members were constantly shouting, It's too crowded! It's too crowded! The explorers waited to register to enter. However, everyone was mostly staring at Tadano Jun, looking at the rankings. One person exclaimed, The Seven Sages are at the top again. Are Kusanagi and Forder tied for first? They whispered among themselves. Did he reach the silver rank? Your score is quite high, too. A girl interrupted their conversation. The higher the rank, the harder the abysses you can enter, and your clear score will skyrocket. That made the young man excited. Sacred relics and magic stones are also worth much more. The person opposite him also gained confidence. Becoming rich is no longer just a dream. The girl shouted loudly, The sages are truly the best. Thousands of people from cities near the abyss began to pour in. The trade of anti-magic armor also boomed. The reason for the bustling abyss, conquest, and the economic explosion was the magic stones and sacred relics, the hard work of mages, and the armor smiths. And above all, their achievements. The talented sages seemed to be everywhere, fighting monsters. The news reported constantly that they conquered the abyss in the blink of an eye, and these were high-difficulty ones too. The relentless attacks of the Seven Sages were still ongoing. Each of them had already cleared 5 abysses. A staff member received the news and angrily shouted, What? Minato Kusanagi is the craziest one? What do you mean by craziest? At the same time, Minato was still fighting, using level 15 Saint rank Void synthesis magic, Pure Void. He had just finished off another monster. Even though he had been working for a long time, the red mana crystal was still overflowing with vitality. So Minato fought enthusiastically. Level 15, Void Magic. Portal. He aimed straight at the magic circle before him, then flew through it like a bird in flight. Level 15, Wind Magic. Scythe. Now, Minato was extremely confident. That's the 9th one. It's only been a week since I returned to Japan. At this rate, I can probably clear the entire abyss without any problems. Even so, in his heart, he was still worried, wondering if Ruka and Jika were okay. Minato still remembered their announcement before they left. We're going to split up. That really took him by surprise, Ruka shyly explained. After what happened, we realized we aren't strong enough to keep traveling with you. Minato understood how they felt, so he replied softly, I understand. We've decided to join the anti-demon task force, Ruka said, looking forward to it. We want to help maintain social order, Mizuha Dwika hurriedly explained. Oh, but don't get us wrong. We aren't giving up on becoming stronger. Ruka added, Yeah, we're going to get stronger. much stronger than we are now. Hearing those words, Minato felt relieved. He encouraged them, do your best. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know, Ruka said softly. That's great. Mizuha Duika didn't forget to express her gratitude. Thank you. But as soon as she turned away, Minato showed a clear look of sadness. Mizuha Duika had feelings she kept hidden. She hadn't been able to say it. I will definitely catch up to you. She reached out as if to hold on. She had always been following behind him. Mizuha Duika had tried to reach further, but she hadn't realized it. The harsh reality left her devastated. He had gone so far that Mizuha Ruka's mood wasn't much better. No one could catch up anymore. No, even in front of Mizuha Duika, she still tried to act strong. She was her older sister, so she thought she could help Mizuha Duika. At least she had believed that. She had wanted that. But she was too weak. The gap in power between her and the others was too clear. What am I even doing here? Is there anything I can actually do to help? In that moment, she seemed to fall into complete despair. Mine. Du's footsteps suddenly faltered, losing her balance. Even she found it hard to understand. What is going on? This feeling in my chest, Du gently asked, looking worriedly at Han. Are you okay? Ruka tried to suppress her emotions before speaking up. No, it's fine. It's nothing. She figured she was probably just a bit tired. Did you suggest that, Mizuha? Let's head back early. I'm tired too. Ruka stood frozen for a few seconds, struggling with the turmoil inside. Currently, all the 7 sages continue to sweep through high-difficulty abysses. Kusanagi and Leonardo are tied for first place. After he and Ruka joined forces, the Demon Extermination Task Force officially resumed operations. They are training recruits to handle low-level abysses and maintain order. Minato successfully took down another monster. It then turned into a mana crystal. Minato picked it up and examined it. This mana stone was inferior to the first one he had found. Perhaps that was a special abyss. He discovered something. Mana stones do drop, but they usually only appear when the boss is defeated. In the first abyss, could that mana stone have dropped from a demon king? Do other abysses not have demon kings? Minato was extremely puzzled. Where on earth did that thing go? Kusanagi continued to conquer every abyss in the country. He swept through the abysses without rest. In just a short time, Minato's name had climbed to the top spot. Everyone was in awe. Kusanagi has reached legendary rank. He really is a monster. Everyone has to acknowledge his status, fame, and wealth. He has it all now, doesn't he? Being that strong, it's truly enviable. Meanwhile, Minato looked very depressed. This is trouble. He looked at the pile of items and couldn't help but complain. What am I supposed to do with this mountain of mana stones? Minato pondered. I don't need the money, and selling them seems pointless. In the end, he decided, that's right, I'll ask her. A week later, the phone on the table began to ring. Minato couldn't help but feel happy. It was faster than expected. He then entered the room where Ruka and Mizuha were. Hey, can I talk to you two for a moment? Mizuha asked. Huh? What's the matter? At the academy, a voice rang out. How does it feel? After wearing the suit Shizuku had prepared, Minato remarked, It's great, much stronger than before. Ruka was also delighted. It's light and easy to move in. Mizuha added that it also contained a huge amount of mana inside. According to Shizuku, it was enchanted with amplification and anti-magic spells, definitely stronger than her old outfit. She brought out more gear. This ring allows you to use high-level wind magic, and it increases your speed as well. Ruka and Mizuha quickly accepted them. Thank you, I will take good care of it. Minato suddenly stared at their fingers. He was a bit puzzled. Why haven't you taken off the old rings? They can only cast low-level wind magic. At the mention of this, both of them blushed with embarrassment. No, it's fine. This one is still okay. Seeing their reaction, Minato didn't press further. Yeah, that's up to you. He genuinely praised her. You finished it faster than I thought, Shizuku. Shizuku smiled happily. I tried my very best. This was Kusanagi's request. After all three could see her dedication. Shizuku expressed, You saved all of us. No matter how, we want to repay you. Everyone could feel the sincerity from the bottom of her heart. Consequently, Ruka reminded herself that, to protect people like Miss Takigami, she needed to be stronger. She was extremely worried about this. Stronger, much stronger. Seeing Ruka standing still, Mizuha worriedly called out, Sister, what's wrong? Ruka turned away, looking dazed. It's nothing. That expression made Minato concerned. Is something wrong with her? Mizuha could only look on. I don't know, but she looks very worried. Ruka stepped outside with a more somber expression than ever. At that moment, Krista was loudly giving directions. We are about to enter a low-level abyss. New recruits, stay alert. Minato introduced himself. I'm Kusanagi Minato. I'll be joining you all. They spoke up one after another. I am Mizuha. I will be supporting Mizuha Ruka. Nice to meet you. Immediately, an argument broke out. 2 of the 7 sages are training recruits? The Mizuha sisters are famous mages, aren't they? Minato mused to himself. Training rookies like this is truly generous. Ah, there was another reason. He remembered the conversation with Ferran about getting to know Krista. Minato hadn't quite grasped the issue back then. What are you talking about? Ferran revealed that some of the 7 sages didn't think highly of him. He revealed that Krista was one of them. Minato responded coldly. I already knew that from you. Ferran shared honestly. I also feel guilty about what happened last time. He continued. And that is exactly why I think the 7 sages need to interact with each other more. Ferran reminded him. Recently, abyss incidents have been happening constantly. We need to be more connected. Even now, Minato wondered, the person who once suddenly wanted to take me out is now strangely thoughtful. Actually, Mizuha was also worried when she heard Minato was joining this training session. I volunteered without thinking. Ruka reassured herself. I've conquered low-level abysses many times. I'm used to it. It should be fine. Krista spoke up hurriedly. I can handle this by myself. As always, she liked to intervene. Minato smiled. Sounds like you don't like me. Krista immediately shouted in anger. Of course not. Joining the 7 sages must be carefully considered. I won't accept just anyone joining that easily. Minato could only sigh as he watched her. Oh boy, it seems she really hates me. In the end, he accepted it. Well, I'm used to it. Then Minato looked at the noisy crowd in front of him. And this? I'm not used to. Krista saw this and became even more annoyed. What are you all doing? Let's go. They replied in unison. Yes, ma'am. Krista immediately unleashed a top-tier level 8 water spell, then ordered them to handle the remaining monsters. They answered in unison. Understood. Minato was speechless. Looks like there's nothing left for us to do. Mizuha could only watch. She handled everything. Didn't she? Ruka added. Well, it's just a low-level abyss after all. Meanwhile, Krista was reminding everyone, hey, don't lower your guard. The abyss is not like the surface. Minato could immediately tell she was ignoring them. She thinks she can solve everything by herself. After dealing with the low-level monsters, the group continued to move. This is the deepest level. Let's go find the boss. They searched around, but there was no boss here. Not even any monsters. Someone suddenly screamed. Miss Krista? Krista asked. What is it? They were bewildered. Where's the boss? Krista reassured them. Stay calm. It must be around here somewhere. Even Minato couldn't understand what was going on. I have never seen a final floor without a boss. Just then, Ruka suddenly clutched her heart in pain as if something had struck her. She slumped down, making Mizuha and everyone else worried. Sister Ruka. Minato sensed the calamitous mana was strengthening. It wasn't just Ruka. The others were also becoming unstable. What is this mana? I can't stop trembling. Right at that moment, a high-level monster emerged from a spatial rift. Krista screamed in shock. Demon King Gamma. Why are you in a low-level abyss? It doesn't stop there. A monster steps out from the portal. And not just one, now a whole swarm of beasts is lining up. Everyone is completely panicked. What the hell is that? What on earth is going on? In the middle of the chaotic battle, the Crimson Lady, Krista, charges forward. She shouts, Stay out of this, leaving her stunned teammates behind. The 2 sisters, Mizuha, Duika, and Ruka, call out to her in a panic. Mizuha Duika yells, Hey, Ruka is shocked too. Are you planning to fight them all by yourself? The grotesque monsters begin charging at the Crimson Lady without hesitation. They fly right over everyone's heads. Beautiful Krista begins casting her spell. A pinkish-purple magical orb appears in her hand, and then quickly, it transforms into a beautiful but deadly vine of thorns, the level 13 Rose Whip magic. Krista twists her elegant body, coiling the Rose Whip, ready to unleash a new attack. With incredible technique, the divine Krista performs a backflip, shaping the thorny vines into a beautiful arc. Her hair flutters in the air, giving her the image of a captivating warrior. At the same time, the thorny vines strike the monsters repeatedly, leaving them no chance to defend. Yet, despite delivering such powerful blows, Krista's expression remains as still as a calm lake. Minato watches in amazement, thinking to himself with admiration, oh, that's exactly the style of a solo-type mage. Just then, Krista turns to tell everyone, I can handle this crowd on my own. With that, she kicks a monster away. Looking around, the monsters have been completely taken down by the Crimson Lady, lying sprawled across the ground. Krista stands looking cool in the middle of the monsters, but the others are still being held back by the beasts. Someone speaks up in terror. "We're surrounded." Another grumbles in frustration. "Damn it." Krista acts like a deity. She shouts to warn and reassure everyone, "I'll handle this." At the same time, over here, a monster raises its claws, ready to strike an innocent civilian. Seeing the immediate danger, the person screams in absolute terror. "Ah!" Suddenly, a block of ice flies past, acting like a shield for the civilian. That is the power of the sisters, Mizuha Duika and Ruka. They are teaming up to help the people fight off the monsters. Minato also begins to cast his spell. A golden source of power starts to surge, and immediately, it strikes the monsters like heavy hammers, shattering their limbs. Krista frowns, annoyed, and says, "Don't get in my way." Minato understands her intent and replies, "Don't think you can do everything alone. You have to rely on others." But Krista coldly retorts, as she turns away, "I don't need to." In her mind, Krista thinks confidently, "I don't need help from anyone. I alone am enough. I once had everything." She starts reminiscing about when she was a little girl. She had it all: health, fame, and even what the world called a talent for magic. Looking back at herself, she realizes she even had beauty. But living such a perfect life, she came to realize and harbor the thought that everyone was just jealous of her. Jealousy was everywhere. Her parents abandoned her. People only came close because of her fame or money. No one ever saw the real her. Thinking back, Krista feels both sorrowful and bitter. She was betrayed time and time again. Ultimately, she learned a lesson, and she realized that she must never trust anyone else. Only she can love herself. As she attacks, she thinks with determination, "I live only for myself." That is the path of Krista Elmond. Living only for herself, that is the path of Krista Elmond. But suddenly, behind Krista, a cunning monster that had been lying in ambush appears out of nowhere. Sensing something unusual, Krista gasps and turns sharply toward the back. At that moment, Krista realizes the monster is about to strike with its claws. And then, the blow lands, smashing into her and sending her flying far away. Luckily, the blow wasn't strong enough. Krista lands safely on the ground. Her expression has changed quite a bit. She is more cautious than before. Krista continues to attack. She uses her thorny vines to lash out at the beast from before. But strangely, nothing changes. Thinking it through, she wonders, "It's not working?" She begins to slowly close her eyes, a beautiful flower held tightly between her lips. It seems Krista is preparing to unleash some sort of power. Level 15, Rose Magic. Then, the deadly yet beautiful petals flutter in the wind, flying straight toward the monster. But the cruel monster starts to launch a dangerous counterattack. He unleashes his magic. Level 16, Apocalypse Magic. The source of dark, twisted energy is disturbingly foul. Unable to withstand the impact, Krista is struck directly by the magic. She screams in despair, "Ah!" then falls backward. As she crashes back, she thinks hopelessly, "I can't beat this thing even though I have everything." Before the monster can grab her, Krista thinks about why she has always been so lonely. Then suddenly, a flash of light appears from afar, as if the tide is about to turn. It is Minato. He swoops down like a savior, slamming a lethal blow into the monster, teaching it a lesson for daring to bully the weak. Quickly catching Krista in his arms, Minato maneuvers to stay safe. Looking at Krista in his arms, Minato says quietly with a bitter smile, "You're really stubborn." His eyes are filled with sorrow and sympathy. Opening her eyes, not yet recovered, Krista calls out, "Minato Kusanagi." Minato sets her down on the ground safely. He begins, "I'm not forcing you to accept me, but I am one of the 7 sages, just like you. Don't ignore that." Looking straight into Krista's eyes, Minato says firmly, "You don't have to trust me, just trust in my power." Krista shyly replies, asking him, "What do you mean?" "It's pride." But Minato continues, smiling confidently, "It's also self-respect. You're the same way, aren't you?" Krista frowns, and finally decides to answer, "Fine, I trust you." Saying that, she explains further, "Because your power is real." Both sisters, Mizuha Duika and Ruka, watch on, witnessing everything with expressions of admiration. Mizuha Duika exclaims, "That's amazing." Then the Crimson Lady, Krista, continues to utilize her thorny rose vines to finish off the monsters. Minato does not disappoint her trust, and he also begins to unleash attacks to deal with his opponents. The cruel monster that attacked earlier tries to sneak behind Krista again, intending to fight dirty once more. But faster than lightning, Minato appears out of nowhere and lands a devastating blow on the monster's body. leaving Krista in shock. Suddenly, another monster emerges from behind Minato, preparing to ambush him. But Krista is sharp and quickly lands a strike on it. The two stand back to back, defending each other. Suddenly, Krista blushes, feeling shy and surprised, questioning herself. What is this? This feeling. He continued to hold his stance, preparing to cast a spell. Krista blushed, thinking about this sense of security, this thrill of fighting alongside someone just as strong as she was. Then, she laughed brightly, realizing, no, he's actually even stronger than me. Why do I feel so secure and so happy about that? But down here, Ruka was staring at Minato, filled with negative thoughts. Why? Why wasn't she the one standing there? She panicked and widened her eyes, bringing her hand to her chest to question herself, then sinking even deeper into pessimism. Ruka thought in a panic, if only she had the same talent as her, since everyone was already standing by his side. Suddenly, Ruka buckled, not sure what was wrong. The monster sensed her weakness. It lunged forward, letting out a shriek. Minato panicked, as he hadn't foreseen this situation. He shouted out a desperate warning, "Get away from them." Then, Minato unleashed a golden magic spell, the 17th tier ultimate spell, Gungnir. A powerful golden beam of light struck the monster directly. Suddenly, the creature dissolved into thin air before everyone's eyes. Chika looked on, skeptically asking, "Did we win?" Ruka stared too, looking completely bewildered. Minato, meanwhile, used the magic vortex he had just created. He spoke up, "The boss is down. Let's get out of here." Then, everyone followed the vortex back to the plains to return to their daily lives. By then, the villagers had regained their composure. Some wiped sweat from their brows, saying, "I thought I was a goner for sure." Others cheered, adding, We actually made it back alive." The redhead, Krista, stood behind Minato and shyly said, "Kusanagi, that battle melody back there wasn't bad at all." She then turned away sharply, blushing as she said, "That's all." As she walked away, Krista thought to herself in confusion, "Why am I feeling so flustered?" Then, she instinctively touched her flushed face, thinking to herself, "We just fought together, and I only hugged him. It's the first time I've ever been that close to a guy." Realizing she had gone too far, she shook her head to pull herself together. Ugh, what am I thinking? Minato, meanwhile, had his own thoughts. He reflected on the battle, noting that the monster had seemed unusually weak. And why did it target Ruka and Mizuha? Was it trying to take them as hostages? On their side, Mizuha and Ruka also realized it. Mizuha said, "That monster was clearly targeting us." Ruka agreed. "That's twice now. It's not a coincidence. It was definitely trying to use us as hostages." The two looked at each other, deeply unsettled. Minato walked toward the two sisters and comforted them. "It looks like no one's hurt. I'm glad you two are safe," Ruka called out softly. "Minato," Ruka said, "the exploration of the abyss," Mizuha continued, "is over for us." Minato paused for a long time, then finally sighed calmly. "Is that so?" By now, the news had spread. Thanks to the efforts of the Seven Sages and the Slayers, the abysses around the world were gradually being cleared. Minato stood there, gazing at the clear blue sky. When he suddenly noticed something, it was his phone ringing. Minato picked up and answered, "Pharaon, what is it now?" Pharaon replied calmly, "Actually, the situation is a bit messy. I need your help." A jet took off, soaring into the clear blue sky. Sitting on the plane, Minato was lost in thought. "Come on. This is a real emergency this time. There's no time to just sit around." He thought further and realized something. Mizuha and Ruka had been pulling away a lot lately. Lately, he'd been doing everything on his own. Thinking about the sisters, Minato mused that they had become much stronger since they started. Perhaps they finally realized the gap between them. Suddenly, his expression turned somber. Minato thought to himself, maybe that's just how it has to be. He pictured the chaos monsters and innocent people, the city reduced to rubble. In his mind, Minato was the leader, shouting and charging ahead, directing everyone to attack the monsters. His power was immense. In an instant, he dove in to defeat the beast, smiling as he turned back. All Minato wanted to see was everyone's peace, but before him now was nothing but a dark, ruined landscape. You could see just how hopeless it looked in Minato's eyes. Back in reality, he resolved, but it's fine, I'll just keep fighting alone, and no matter what happens, Mizuha and Ruka will still be my friends. Somewhere in France, under the clear blue sky, a few people were scattered on the ground. Nearby was a golden vortex containing endless power. Standing in the middle of the field, Minato watched it, thinking, Pharaon said we'd meet directly at the site. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind him. "You're too slow." It was Andre, smiling cheekily. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time, Minato Kusanagi. Looking up close, you're pretty scrawny, huh? Andre looked around at Minato with a judgmental eye, pulling a face that was impossible not to laugh at. Minato observed him, thinking, the head of the seven sages, Andre Jirinin. He's so loud. Victor, witnessing it all, couldn't help but judge. You're getting ruder and ruder, still lacking any finesse. How can a vulgar brute and an immature high schooler be part of the seven sages? Looking at the speaker, Minato recognized him as Victor Bu, the third sage. Andre turned back, annoyed. What the hell? You looking for a fight? Victor retorted with even more sarcasm. Oh? You understand human language? That's a surprise. Watching the two, Minato sighed. They really don't get along at all. Then, he suddenly cut in. Excuse me, could you two explain? Pharaon told me to ask directly on site. Scratching his head, Andre answered tiredly. What a pain. Just look at this abyss and you'll understand. It's the largest, most massive one ever recorded. He continued to describe it, recalling the magic vortex, saying even high-level mages turned into monsters down there. Those twisted, malformed monsters, only the seven sages can handle them. Victor added, that's exactly why they called in free agents like us. Thinking of Pharaon, Minato mused that Pharaon was the one who started it all, yet he wasn't even here. It felt like he'd only dragged him here just to babysit these two. He hoped Pharaon wasn't just dumping all his troubles on him. Just then, reporters and citizens were buzzing, looking at the three figures in the distance. A reporter said, Look, it's the seven sages. Some excited young people held up their phones to film. They were entering the abyss. Looking back, Andre said irritably, a bunch of careless fools. Victor chimed in, humans are always foolish, no matter the era, Minato said sternly. Let's go. Then, the three of them flew into the infinite swirling pit. Once they entered the territory, Andre warned, this level is a forest. Pointing at the scene before them, Minato quickly said, there's a ruin here. Victor, the boss is definitely inside. Leaving the two floating in the air, Andre dove rapidly toward the ground, shouting, don't just stand there. Adjusting his glasses with a judgmental air, Victor muttered, such children, honestly. But Minato immediately urged, let's chase after him. Suddenly, from the void, a whole swarm of monsters lunged out, dark and dangerous, blocking Andre's path. Andre started casting spells while running his mouth at the same time. Sensing the situation turning bad, Victor shouted, too slow, spread out. Minato watched, feeling helpless. He thought, he's fast, sure, but he's so hot-headed, charging straight into melee combat. Where's that gentlemanly grace? Andre was furious and shouted bitterly, this is close quarters combat, you idiot. Use your magic. Magic? The monsters had started using their own magic as well, but before they could attack, they had to witness the sage's magic. 15th tier. Wood magic. Sephiroth. Watching, Minato couldn't help but marvel, and continued to think. Contradicting his appearance, his mana control was incredibly refined. The magic was so beautiful, without a shred of waste. It didn't rely on brute force at all. Then, a look of admiration flashed in his mind. Truly worthy of being one of the seven sages. And so, all three of them charged into the chaotic battle, teaming up to wipe out the monsters, one by one, until they vanished into thin air. Victor fell back into his old habits, turning to mock Andre. You look like you're trying really hard, Andre retorted with equal bitterness. That was just a warm-up. I haven't even gotten serious yet. Minato watched, feeling more helpless by the second. He thought to himself, stop picking fights everywhere. They were in the middle of a deep green forest, the scene eerily and deathly silent. Then, all three flew up, preparing for what was to come. Andre quickly asked Minato, but a little kid is a sage? Why did you join? Andre's smile was twisted. He pressed further. Fame, glory, money, power. Women, you get all of that when you become a sage, right? Minato replied in a cold voice. I don't need any of that. I just want to protect. An aura of light seemed to shine from within Minato. Those who are important to me, and this world that is the reason I exist. Andre seemed incredibly agitated. He clenched his fists, stuttering. He looked up, his face a mess of tears and snot. He said, moved, you're such a good kid. Then he rushed over to hug Minato. Sniffling, he said, at your age, to be willing to risk your life for others, I'm so moved. Minato looked at him, feeling confused. He thought to himself, what is wrong with this guy? His emotions are seriously unstable. With that, Andre happily wrapped his arms around Minato. He said, I've decided. From now on, you're my little brother. I'll protect you forever. Victor chimed in. It's too sentimental. All the tension is gone. Andre, as if afraid he'd start another fight, shouted back, "Shut up, you're complaining again." But Victor paused, then muttered in admiration, "But your principles aren't bad. You've got spirit, unlike some people." Minato turned and smiled gently. "Thank you." Andre wiped his nose, grinning triumphantly. "Heh, that's the first sensible thing you've said, though you added an extra word." Then, Andre seriously lectured his little brother. "Seriously now, drop that flowery way of talking. It sounds so pretentious. I'll let it slide this time." Victor, watching from behind, shook his head in annoyance. The three of them stood at the mouth of the pit. Victor remarked, "Looks like this is the bottom floor." Andre agreed, his tone quite somber. "Oi." Suddenly, all three noticed something and turned in unison. From the dark void, the monster that had previously tried to attack the two sisters, Jika and Ruka, crawled out. Seeing this, Andre remarked, "A Gamma Victor prepared to attack. Only one? Easy." The Gamma monster fully revealed itself, shockingly tall. At the same time, another monster crawled out of the magic hole. Surprised by the sight, Andre was stunned. "Oi, oi, hold on." Victor was also confused. "What is this?" At that moment, a monster had its chest pierced by magic 17th tier ultimate void magic, Gunjia. The caster was Minato, though a flash of surprise crossed his own face. Next, he unleashed another attack. 15th tier ultimate void magic, absolute atomization. 15th tier ultimate holy magic, breath of heaven. Minato looked at himself, thinking about how he knew the mana cost for these spells was astronomical, and the recovery speed was agonizingly slow. Just then, Victor flew into a frenzy, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the monsters. Andre was furious. He cast his own spell, shouting rudely, "You bastards! 15th tier wood magic, Sephiros." Minato observed the situation, calculating, "Looks like he's struggling. Fine, I'll help him." Suddenly, Victor's eyes bulged with veins, his brow furrowed in rage. He stepped in, using his power. "Curse you, scumbags!" Minato was startled and shouted, "Has the elegant gentleman finally lost it?" Without waiting for a reaction, Victor pulled a strange red potion from his pocket. He downed the whole thing, explaining, "It's tea time." Minato watched, lost in thought. The mana density is insane. Is that melted mana stone? Suddenly, after drinking, Victor clutched his chest, as if enduring intense pain. Then, his clothes ripped apart as his muscles morphed into a six-pack. The legs of the elegant old man had now transformed into sturdy, powerful limbs. Swinging his arms overhead, Victor let out a long, thunderous roar. Triple R. The monsters were shocked by Victor's transformation. Then, he beat his chest, charging down at the monster with fierce intensity. The monster raised its arms to defend its chest in fear. Victor landed a devastating kick, sending the monster flying. He fought while shouting indignantly, "Take this, and how about this?" The poor monster was pummeled again and again by Victor. Finally, he landed a super-powered punch, and one more for good measure, sending the monster flying in pieces. Thinking to himself, Victor grinned. That was the fusion of muscle and magic, just as Eren had said. Minato watched in shock. He shouted in admiration, "Muscle magic. So, it really does exist." Sinking into thought, Minato mused. Victor was born with an abnormally sturdy body, almost immune to mana. Looking at Victor's rippling muscles after the transformation, he thought, by drinking tea made from liquefied disaster-grade mana, he can enhance himself. He also realized, for a normal person, that would destroy their body or turn them into a monster. It's a risky gamble that only Victor could survive. Looking back and forth, Minato sighed in surprise. Suddenly, Andre sat huddled in a corner, muttering, "I'm just useless trash." Minato noticed something suspicious. Andre was starting to act weird too. What on earth is he doing? Sensing Andre's fear and self-loathing, the monsters swarmed toward him in the blink of an eye. Andre continued to moan, "I'm weak. Why am I so weak? Trash. Scum. Social garbage. Useless." He just kept mumbling, "I'm weak. 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 Weak." Andre was drawing more and more monsters toward them when, suddenly, one of them landed a heavy blow on him. Minato screamed in panic, "Andre!" But for some reason, the monster was knocked back, as if held back by an invisible force. Andre looked truly ominous now, his face dark, and it was unclear what move he was preparing. Then, a powerful purple light erupted from Andre's body. Minato thought in surprise, "What the hell? What is this quality and quantity of mana? What did Andre do?" That was 16th tier Apocalypse Dark Magic. But right then, Andre was clutching his head and shouting, "I want to die." The monsters seemed drowned by the surge of mana. which then twisted into a strangely beautiful spiral. Watching the situation unfold, Minato was determined not to lose. But then, Andre walked toward the edge of the mana abyss. What was he planning to do? Victor was now stomping on the monster's body, looking incredibly muscular. Minato smiled to himself, thinking, the 7 sages are stubborn. All right, but they sure are strong. Suddenly, Minato turned around at the sound of a voice. The monster was acting like it was dying, muttering something nonsensical. That's not it. It's not the same. Minato asked himself in surprise. Not the same? What is he trying to say? Looking at the surroundings, Minato sank into deep thought. Do they have a hidden agenda? Even though I've taken them all down, it still feels empty, and I get the feeling they'll be back. They're just copies, so where is the real one? Then, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Perhaps, meanwhile, Mr. Victor returned his body to its normal state. Minato exclaimed, "You fought well, sir." Victor responded with an embarrassed smile. To be honest, I don't really like fighting so brutally. Minato quickly explained, but you are very strong, and sometimes you need that kind of power to resolve things. Your strength is truly impressive. Victor was delighted, and replied that hearing that from him didn't feel bad at all. Turning to Andre, Minato offered loud praise as well. Andre, your magic was also incredible. I'm very impressed by your precise control and that massive amount of mana. Andre stammered, turning back to ask, really? Minato laughed. Yeah, I mean it. I've never seen anything like it. Goodness. Andre felt like he was on cloud 9. He was ecstatic but still tried to remain humble. It was nothing. But Minato remained curious. But why did your magic change in the middle of the battle? Seeing that, Andre explained, since I was little, whenever my emotions fluctuated, my magic would shift. For some reason, my mana levels would increase along with it. Back then, everyone said strange things about me. They called me a weirdo. Minato countered in surprise. A weirdo? There's nothing strange about it. It's amazing. Seeing the look of astonishment on Andre's face, Minato continued. Being different might make you feel left out. But that's not a bad thing. It just means you aren't ordinary. Continuing his speech, Minato said, you are using your power for the sake of the world. I truly respect that. Looking at Minato, neither of them could hide the satisfaction in their eyes. Andre threw his arm around Minato's shoulder, saying happily, you're the same kid. After all that, Minato thought to himself, this isn't half bad. Back in reality, standing in the middle of the courtyard, Minato wondered, what is this? Everyone looked up at the roof of the headquarters under the clear sky. Du and Ruka followed their gaze and exclaimed. Ruka said, no wonder mages from all over the world are flocking here. Du agreed. It seems like there are a lot of regulars here. Minato also wondered if this was what Hoa had been talking about. Inside the Congress, Sage Vidya was announcing that the Abyss campaign was going very smoothly. It was being managed quite well. She continued. The achievements of the Seekers are truly incredible. Magic stones are circulating stably, and the quality of anti-magic equipment is improving. Then, with an excited tone, she said, and we've upgraded the mana meter. Now, we can even measure the mana of the 7 sages. The global mana rankings will be updated too. Minato turned to his 2 friends and asked, now that I think about it, what exactly are the mana rankings? Duika laughed mischievously. Hehe. I knew you'd ask. Continuing enthusiastically, Mizuha Duika explained, the global mana ranking is a system that ranks mages based on their mana levels worldwide. Mana can be quantified clearly, so the numbers are easy to compare. Publishing them will encourage healthy competition. But then, Mizuha Duika shrugged and said, however, it was only created recently. Up until now, most knowledge regarding mana has been kept secret. Minato added, but recently, there's been a shift toward making magical information public. Ruka spoke up. Everyone has contributed to that change. Ruka followed Minato, continuing to explain in detail about magical theories, ways to increase mana, practice methods, and all kinds of research that are now being widely published. Du agreed. Because of that, sharing information is becoming a global trend. Minato scratched his neck. And this measurement event is part of that trend. Well, I guess it's like the Olympics. Du thought to herself that it felt too grand to fully grasp. Ruka had her own thoughts. Minato's achievements are immeasurable. I wonder what other great things he will leave behind. But then, Minato asked foolishly, how does the measurement event work? Du happily explained. First, the regular mages will be measured, and the rankings will be updated. Then, finally, it's the 7 sages' turn. Leonard stepped out from somewhere and said, I'm really looking forward to the results. Mizuha Duika chimed in, you're right. I wonder who has the most mana. Huh? Turning around, everyone was startled. It turned out to be the seven sages. Someone shouted in surprise, The seven sages! Leonard reached out to shake Minato's hand. He apologized for the late introduction. I am Leonardo Forter. Minato responded politely. Kusanagi Minato. It's the first time we've met. Vidya laughed heartily. Finally, we can measure the mana of the seven sages. Everyone is looking forward to it. Pharaon, standing to one side, suddenly spoke up. I'm skeptical about that. Vidya quickly tried to smooth things over. You're too suspicious. The Crimson Woman, Krista, laughed smugly. My mana level is surely the highest. Minato stood nearby and chuckled. You're quite confident, aren't you? Victor commented. Perfect for a little entertainment. Andre joined in as well. Then let's make it a mana competition. That would be great. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Who would have thought these troublemakers would be this open? Leonard looked at Minato and started. You are a mysterious kid. You are really drawing me in. Minato replied. I'm also very interested in the seven sages. Saying that, he put his hands in his pockets, looked cool, and continued. Especially you. Leonard looked at Minato with eyes that sparkled with interest. The people around them were bustling with excitement. Someone excitedly shouted, Oh my god, we're actually seeing the seven sages. Others exclaimed, So cool. The girls were equally thrilled. They're all so amazing. Do you think they'd shake my hand? Meanwhile, Sisters Du and Ruka thought timidly, feeling as if the whole world already knew Minato. It's like we're living in two different worlds. Ruka felt even more pessimistic. She thought Minato was now far beyond her reach. He wasn't by her side anymore. The crowded hall was packed with an endless stream of people. Just then, the announcer began to speak. The number of participants is at an all-time high. The energy here is unbelievable. At the mana measurement site, a weird, blood-red eye appeared. That terrifying flow of mana was contained within a device, looking highly professional. A spectator gasped, Damn, 100,000? The others echoed the shock. 500,000? We've broken the record, the loudspeaker blared. The measurements for the free entry contestants are over. Now, we begin the main event. The measurement of the seven sages. A scoreboard showing corresponding values appeared. The announcer continued. The current record is a staggering 1.8 million. That's a terrifying amount of mana. Just how much mana do the seven sages possess? The announcer sounded nervous too. We are about to witness history. Vidya stood confidently, hands on her hips, watching everything. The main stage for the global mana measurement event. Guest, the seven sages. Now, let's invite them on stage. The reporter handed the mic to Chosha. The reporter asked, Grandmaster Vidyavama, is there anything you'd like to share? Look closely at this performance, the reporter said excitedly. It's the measurement device I developed. Vidya reached out to cast a spell, and the flame in the mana eye suddenly burst into life. The fire grew so large that the outer metal rings began to char. The flames grew more and more violent. They erupted, seemingly filling the entire room. The reporter was shocked. He spoke up. So, the measured number is. Looking at the number above the mana meter, both the reporter and the viewers were horrified. 7 million. Vidya looked unimpressed. She said, it's lower than I thought. Well, this is just the first reading. I guess this will do for now. The crowd buzzed, not expecting the sage to be that powerful. 7 million is low? Just how strong are the seven sages? Sisters Du and Ruka were wide-eyed with shock. Du quickly exclaimed, This is the true power of the seven sages. Ruka was equally stunned, unable to believe it. The reporter excitedly continued, This is really getting everyone hyped up. Next, sage please. Victor appeared, ready for his performance. In the end, he hit a score of 8 million, shocking the crowd. Andre was even more impressive, hitting 8.5 million simply mind-blowing. Then came Phone, the number climbing to 9 million. The talented lady Krista did even better, reaching 9.2 million. The viewers were filled with awe and admiration. Amazing. Simply amazing. Ordinary mages like us can't even compare to them. Minato watched and observed, thinking, that's quite a bit of mana. Leonard noticed him and asked, You don't seem surprised at all. Is it not special to you? Leonard continued his assessment. I see. You're on a higher level, somewhere no one can touch. Leonard turned away and said, But you're wrong. Minato asked, confused. Wrong? Leonard turned his head, speaking confidently. Because I'm here. Then, Leonard began to demonstrate his power. He said, Now, shall we begin? Then he confidently continued. World, behold my mana. A massive amount of mana erupted, seemingly trying to burn the whole castle down. The mana meter began to overload. It was as if the mana would crush the device. Boom! An explosion from the machine rang out. The announcer stared, panicked. "The meter is broken!" Vidya marveled. She thought to herself, "It can measure up to 10 million units, and yet he's even stronger than that?" Minato shared the same thought as Vidya. He thought, just how terrifying is his mana level? At that moment, Leonard turned his thoughts toward Minato. He whispered to himself, "Even the latest model couldn't measure my mana. So, what about him? Let's see what he's got." Kusanagi Minato. The audience grew even more restless. Someone stammered, He can't possibly break it, right? I can't imagine him being on the same level as Leonard." Another added, "But he's the one who stopped the world catastrophe, after all." Another exclaimed, "Is that true?" Just then, Minato began to cast his spell. His magic was incredibly mystical, also erupting violently. A flame even larger than Leonard's appeared, shocking everyone. The crowd scrambled, covering their faces to defend themselves. The reporter was speechless, collapsing to the ground. After a moment, he shouted in panic, It's broken! It's broken! Ah!" But in the end, he turned to praise Leonard. "The one who destroyed the measurement device is Lord Leonard Forder." Fortunately, the reporter finally mentioned Minato, and Lord Kusanagi Minato. The crowd cheered. "Amazing! They actually broke it. They completely destroyed the machine." The girls were equally excited, chatting among themselves. "So does that mean Kusanagi Minato has mana on par with the top two sages?" Leonard smiled and turned to Minato. "Just as expected. From now on, I'm counting on you." Minato smiled back. "Nothing makes me happier than meeting your expectations." "Me too. Looking forward to your help." The two shook hands. Before the eyes of everyone, the reporter shouted again, "They have shown us overwhelming power, the birth of the two greatest heroes of the century." After the broadcast, someone marveled, "Did this live stream really have 1.5 billion viewers? This is truly going down in history." Du and Ruka below were also awestruck, thinking, "You're truly amazing, Minato." Du suddenly felt inferior. "There's such a huge gap between Minato and me. Maybe I'll never be able to catch up to him." She clenched her fists in determination. "But I won't give up. Not just with magic more, I need more." Du fiercely resolved, "I have to find my own weapon. I will give it my all." "That's right. I will fight with everything I have." But on the other side, Ruka was thinking negatively. She thought to herself, "I have no talent. I can't catch up to Minato. I can't catch up to Yui." She held her head in frustration. "I have nothing." At that moment, Ruka felt like she was falling into an abyss. She thought, "No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up to anyone. No one at all. Everyone is so far ahead. I'm so lonely." Suddenly, Ruka felt something abnormal. "What is this? Why is something flooding inside me?" Ruka kept clutching her head in agony. Below, Pharaoh looked on, panicked and bewildered, repeatedly shouting, "Ruka! Ruka! What's happening?" Minato also sensed that something was wrong. He shouted, "Ruka!" Then, he quickly transformed into his battle form and darted toward Ruka. Meanwhile, Ruka kept clutching her head in agony. "Stop it! Make it stop! Just stop!" Unable to bear it, Ruka let out a painful cry. Deep within her mind, a monster emerged and whispered, "I'm in." A heart-wrenching scream tore from her. It felt as if some dark power was consuming her entire being. That energy began to spread, growing stronger with every passing second. Those around them panicked and shouted, "What is this? What is this mana level?" "Ah!" Mizuha Duika is in total shock. She called out to her sister, Sister Mizuha Duika." Minato was stunned too. "Is this a calamitous magic?" "Why Ruka?" Inside her, a dark power continued to swell. That power quickly enveloped and tightly bound Ruka. Enraged, Minato flew toward her, yelling, "Let her go!" But from within the dark sphere containing Ruka, a burst of power shot out, and Ruka's body underwent a transformation. She had been completely taken over by Gamma. It gloated, "Ah, I'm finally in. This body is mine now." Mizuha Duika gasped in terror. Why did you turn into a monster, sister?" Gamma soared upward, seemingly eager to show off its power. Circling through the air, Gamma emerged from the rubble, with a terrifying, twisted grin. Minato rushed toward her, screaming, "Wait, Ruka!" Minato decided to cast a blue light spell and shot forward, using level 15 wind magic. He questioned himself. Confused, how could Ruka turn into a monster? Had Gamma from the abyss done something? Watching the monsters clash, Minato wondered why he hadn't noticed it sooner. No, that wasn't it. It had concealed its presence from him. Sensing the danger, Minato realized it must have suppressed its power to the absolute limit. He had encountered Chloe turning into a Gamma before, Was it learning from past mistakes? Minato's expression darkened, sweat beading on his forehead. He shouted his friend's name. Ruka, I will save you no matter what. Gamma continued to unleash magic, attacking everyone. The dark energy struck innocent bystanders, who cried out in despair. Thankfully, Minato used his power to intervene just in time. He glared at Gamma and warned, "Stop it, Ruka." Gamma laughed savagely. "I'm not stopping. This is too much fun." Minato lunged and grabbed hold of Ruka's body. "I'm going to heal you right now," he said, beginning his incantation. Level 15. Magic Nullification. Minato followed up with another strike. Level 15. Holy Magic, Celestial Breath. Gamma chuckled sinisterly and muttered, "It's useless." With that, it swiped at Minato with its claws, sending him flying back with a mocking laugh. Gamma declared, "This girl and I have completely merged. This body belongs to me now." Gamma added smugly, "Muna, Ruka is never coming back." Suddenly, a bizarre, sinister mana surged from Ruka's body, accompanied by a piercing, shrill scream. "Die, die, die." The energy lashed out violently in all directions. Something struck the magic circle with incredible force, shattering the stone and sending debris flying. It was a massive impact. Minato was the one behind the attack. He hovered above the magic circle, shouted a command, and prepared his next move. With eyes turned pitch black and fangs bared in a savage grin, Gamma growled, "There are too many burdens here. These pests just keep appearing, one after another." But before it could gloat further, Minato instantly closed the distance. "That's enough," he whispered, delivering a devastating kick that slammed into Gamma. Who says girls should be treated gently? Gamma wasn't about to lose. Quickly darting in a different direction, its face twisted in frustration. It growled and raised an arm to counterattack. Minato closed in on Gamma once more. It looked intimate, but it was anything but. He prepared another punch just like the last one. Gamma was quick and managed to dodge again, but sweat was already pouring down its brow. It seemed to realize the difficulty of the opponent. Minato unleashed a barrage of lightning-fast, powerful attacks. His gaze was resolute. He was effortlessly cool. The relentless kicks left Gamma gaping in disbelief. He was moving at an impossibly fast speed. The inevitable was about to happen. After playing cat and mouse, Minato quickly pinned Gamma down. A brilliant flash of blue light streaked through the air, radiant as the morning sun. The light erupted from between the two of them, though its origin was unclear. The blue energy surged toward the buildings, seemingly heading toward the city. Gamma roared in indignation, feeling severely insulted. It gnashed its teeth in disgust and lashed out. Without waiting for Minato to react, it retaliated with a formidable burst of magic, blasting him away. The magical blue light was actually coming from Minato. He cautiously pulled back his hand, calculating his next move. They collided again, neither able to gain the upper hand. Gamma looked at Minato and sneered. "What's wrong? Your movements are so slow." A voice rang out somewhere, urging Minato. "Why don't you just hurry up and kill her?" Gamma grabbed Minato's wrists, attempting to turn the tide. "Going easy on me, are you?" It maliciously pulled something from its head and toyed with him. "Why don't you strike? You bastard. You're trying to think of a way, aren't you? Trying to find a way to save this girl." Gamma curled its lip, stuck out its tongue, and growled. "It's useless. This brat is never waking up again. What a pity, isn't it?" They locked eyes, each with their own agenda, faces inches apart, while Gamma wore a cruel, twisted smile. Suddenly, a beam of blue light cut between them. It was Frone, one of the 6 sages. He observed the situation, troubled, and asked, "She's turned into a monster? Why?" The dark fairy glanced at him and sighed. "The insects are multiplying again." Minato gave an order. "I'll handle the monster. Help me out." Frone followed his lead and replied calmly, "Yeah, of course." Minato reaffirmed his signal, warning Frone, "You must not kill her." Frone answered with feigned boredom, "I know." Frone's expression became even more annoyed. He silently blamed himself, knowing this was his fault. Gamma spun, and despite its tattered clothes, it showed no sign of exhaustion. Gamma lunged with the speed of light, glowing with purple energy. Frone could only exclaim, "So fast! Is she boosting her speed with combat magic?" With immense power swirling in the air, Gamma roared, "These pests are so annoying. Combat magic." Level 17. Hades. The massive energy began to shift erratically, flickering between red and blue, revealing its true dark nature. Pharaon yelled out in confusion. Level 17? Minato's expression remained just as troubled. He knew full well the complexity of the situation they were in. Gam, meanwhile, felt waves of power surging through the body. She smiled wickedly. "This body is perfect. This girl is the ideal vessel. She raised her hand, channeling her demonic magic, and shrieked maliciously. Now, kill them all. It's time for a slaughter. King of the underworld. Thousands of razor-sharp dark magical projectiles shot forth. It looked like no one would be left standing. The spikes flew straight toward Minato and Pharaon, as if to devour them. Choosing their targets, Minato and Pharaon with their agile movements and combat expertise expertly dodged the lethal attacks. That dark power gathered into a mystical vortex, taking the shape of a monster, ready to unleash devastating force. Then, the energy condensed into a massive beam of light and streaked away. Boom! The deafening explosion from that dark power tore through the air, completely destroying a mountain. Smoke and embers billowed up. Pharaon shielded his face with his hand, thinking with difficulty, "This power is terrifying. If we were in the city, it would have been a catastrophe." Just then, Minato turned and shouted a warning to Pharaon. "Don't let your guard down." His body erupted with protective lightning energy, but it seemed the warning came too late. Pharaon groaned. "Ugh!" He struggled to keep his footing and gasped, "My apologies. Wind magic, level 15, supersonic shockwave." That was Pharaon unleashing his magic. A brilliant blue light shot straight into the vortex. The power surged forward, growing stronger the further it traveled. The attack struck the dark power directly, intent on piercing through the shield. Gam watched with contempt, arms crossed over her chest, smirking. "You think an attack like that?" But before she could gloat, the mass of dark power was instantly split in half by an external force. Following the trail of golden light, it was Minato, with his ultimate void magic, level 17. Gungia. Gam became furious and shrieked with resentment. "Kusanagi Minato." Minato quickly responded, but this time from a closer range. He intended to return the punch. He retorted sarcastically, "Calling for me?" With his formidable strength, Minato landed a heavy, critical blow that sent Gam flying. Then, he sped after her, bathed in light. Gam, seemingly helpless and unable to resist, muttered furiously, "Curse you!" She used all her strength to unleash one more strike at Minato, but her slender, clawed hand was suddenly grabbed by him. She clearly hadn't expected that. Minato glared at her and said coldly, "You've caused enough trouble." He twisted her arms back, pinning Gamma's arms behind her, making it impossible for her to escape. Pharaon, hovering above, seemed to realize something. He descended and said, "It really is you." But Gam was incredibly frustrated down there, writhing and releasing a raw, violent energy. Just then, 5 sages appeared. Leonard, the leader, looked at the situation calmly. He said, "It seems everything is under control." Krista, the Red Lady, spoke up at the same time. "I checked on my way here. All the civilians are safe." Andre added, "Some were injured, but no one was killed." Minato smiled with relief, his blue eyes flashing handsomely. He said, "I understand." But Vidya turned to observe. Looking at Mizuha Ruka's body as she spoke, she has completely turned into a monster. The previous test results shouldn't have shown any abnormalities. Vidya continued. "Have you tried to heal her?" Minato answered heavily, "I have. But I can't heal her." Bunter, who had been observing, finally spoke up. "Then will you take her to the research facility?" The magic sage, Vidya, offered, "We will treat her after admitting her for testing." But Minato remained wary. He asked sternly, "And what if you can't cure her?" Vidya stammered, "I cannot guarantee that." Deep down, Minato thought Vidya was a good person, but he knew exactly what kind of people researchers were. He kept Ruka restrained, lost in thought. He looked at Ruka, struggling in his grip, and thought further the citizens would never forgive. A threat to humanity. If there was no cure, Ruka would. Finally, he lowered his voice, cold and decisive. "Outside of me, no one can cure this monster transformation. I cannot hand Ruka over to you." All 3 sages looked on with uneasy expressions, each lost in complex thoughts. Leonard was shocked and pressed him. "Are you intending to protect a monster?" Minato loudly denied it. "She is not a monster. She is an important friend of mine." Bunter, standing in the shadows behind, tried to persuade him. "You should turn her over to the Mage Association." Krista the Red Lady chimed in repeatedly. "Think about this carefully." Pharaon also tried to convince Minato to comply, calling out, "Kusanagi," but no one expected Minato to carry Ruka's body and fly straight into the sky, ignoring the gazes of everyone around him. Before leaving, he left them with these words, "I will definitely cure Ruka." The group below was stunned and bewildered. Pharaon shouted, but it was too late. "Wait." Then, Minato flew away with Ruka in his arms, despite her efforts to resist. Gam struggled, but to no avail. "Let me go, damn it." Pharaon couldn't take it anymore. He used his power to fly after Minato, screaming his name, Kusanagi. Below, Bunter was in a total panic. He chased after them, yelling, "Hey! Hey! You!" Minato looked back, feeling troubled. He realized his speed had decreased, and thought to himself, while carrying Ruka, they've already caught up. Bunter launched an attack, preparing to soar upward, determined to catch up to the two of them. Then, both Bunter and Pharaon dashed ahead to block Minato's path. Pharaon warned him to stop. Minato bowed his head and offered a soft apology. Before anyone could react, Minato hunched over, forming a surge of dark energy. Level 12 magic. Shadow magic. A black orb, dark as a star, appeared, looking eerie. Below, Bunter and Pharaon were speechless. Pharaon watched with suspicion, questioning himself, as his eyes struggled to stay open. Bunter agreed, saying in confusion, "What is this? My 5 senses are disappearing." Minato looked at the two of them and muttered, "This is a type of temporary magic that paralyzes the senses without causing serious harm." Then, he followed the beam of blue light and escaped with Mizuharuka in his arms. As he ran, Minato thought to himself, "Is no one chasing me anymore? Where should I hide now?" Suddenly, golden lightning erupted from nowhere, echoing across the sky. With a rough, guttural sound, Leonard emerged. He remained calm, greeting him lightly, "Hello there." Minato was quite taken aback by Leonard's block. He seemed to sense the complexity of the person standing before him. Minato's expression shifted, as if witnessing something unexpected. His eyes widened, teeth gritted, sweat dripping, and he quickly used a movement spell to zip right over Leonard's head. Leonard below showed no sign of surprise. He looked truly dangerous. Suddenly, he reached out and effortlessly grabbed Minato's arm. It was a move no one could have anticipated. Minato realized something was wrong. Leonard's body was beginning to channel a surge of power. Then, Minato felt as if he had lost all his strength. He slumped, flying downward. Immediately, Minato thought to himself, "He blocked me instantly, even while I was accelerating." Leonard looked at Minato, his voice cold. "I thought you were a calmer person, but it turns out you're easily swayed by emotion." Minato stared at the energy he was exuding, constantly marveling at his abnormal physical strength and speed that caught up to him in an instant. Most importantly, there was no magic circle at all. What in the world did he do? Leonard then made an offer. "She is dangerous. Hand her over to us." Minato didn't seem to believe him, and he asked, "Let me ask again. After you examine her, if it's confirmed she can't be cured, what will happen to Ruka?" Leonard didn't flinch, replying coldly, "We will likely dispose of her." Hearing that, Minato shouted in frustration, "Then I can't hand her over. There's no way I'm giving her to you people." Leonard smirked coldly, asking, "Even if she threatens world peace? Aren't you supposed to be a hero?" Minato flared with a mixture of blue light, answering firmly, "I will protect the world. I will protect the people. I will protect everything, and I will not let Ruka be killed." Leonard laughed coldly, his words light and dismissive. "You think you can do everything and trust no one? Or do you think everyone else is inferior to you?" He flared with rage, eyes wide as he shouted, "That's getting a bit annoying." Minato didn't back down either. He quickly took a defensive stance, preparing to dodge. Leonard gathered his energy to charge. The two sources of power were about to collide. A massive shockwave was expected. Suddenly, a figure in a black cloak appeared. She shouted like she was giving a command. Then, on the ground, a group of people dressed in similar black clothes started channeling mana and surged upward. All of them unleashed their maximum magic power, determined to hinder something. That dark power shot straight toward Leonard. But how could they hit him? He quickly zipped back and forth, avoiding countless dangerous attacks. Minato took this opportunity to warp away and escape. Leonard shouted his resolve, "I won't let you get away." But in a cruel twist of fate, streaks of magic blocked Leonard's path, leaving him stunned. The magic dissipated, falling like rain. Standing in the middle of nowhere, Leonard gritted his teeth, wondering to himself, was his goal not to attack, but to stall for time? He had escaped. Looking down, he wondered how even the traces on the ground had vanished. These people are highly trained. Leonard then ran a hand through his hair, looking handsome but visibly frustrated, hands on his hips. This is a real headache. Finally, a report appeared on the news. Kusanagi, one of the 7 sages, had been spotted leaving with a human who had turned into a monster. It was broadcast on television. The incident spread everywhere. 2 elderly people sat in front of the TV, discussing the news. The old man said in shock, "Monstrous. A monster is hiding in the city." The old woman replied, full of fear, "We won't even dare go outside." Meanwhile, the younger generation was in an uproar after seeing the news. One person said, "Kusanagi Minato has betrayed us." Another added, full of suspicion, Is he siding with the monster? Fear spread, and baseless rumors multiplied. They claimed Kusanagi Minato wanted to use the monster to conquer the world, while others commented that they had found him suspicious from the start because his power was abnormally high. The crowd began to lose control, with more heated discussions breaking out. No, this is the government's doing, right? Aren't they using this to invade other countries? Soon, a negative comment appeared. Kill. That person commented to kill both the monster and the traitor, kill them all. A classic case of a keyboard warrior. Then, the crowd began to pile on. More and more people supported the idea. Just kill them all. Get rid of them. The effect spread. Slogans were everywhere. Hurry up and kill them. Exterminate that monster. Someone like Kusanagi deserves to die. Meanwhile, Minato was still holding Ruka's body, zooming through the buildings before quickly landing them both on the ground. In a secluded corner, he said, cold and serious, "You've really caused quite a stir." The mysterious woman in the black cloak appeared again. She took off her hood, remarking that he always seemed to have a hard time. Minato smiled, replying, "You too, Leona." It was Leona, a charming private detective. Leona put her hands on her hips, looking cool as she reassured him. "Good thing I happened to be nearby." Minato expressed his gratitude, admitting it would have been dangerous without her support. "Thanks." Leona looked at Ruka, who was being possessed by Gam in Minato's arms, and reminded him, "That girl has turned into a monster, hasn't she?" But the severity is far beyond normal cases. Looking at Ruka's glowing, dark, crimson eyes, Leona concluded she had been completely assimilated. Minato reassured her, asserting, "It's fine. I will cure her." Leona nodded, knowing his abilities. "Right. You can do it. Actually, only you can do it, right?" Minato looked at Ruka for a moment and said, "Developing a new type of magic takes time, and I can't trust the Magic Association. I have no intention of handing her over." Hearing him, Leona nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Giving her to them would be like walking straight into a trap." She continued to explain that people in this world were completely dependent on mages. Recalling the rubble of the past, she added, "And civilians are afraid of monsters. It's very likely she would be killed during the treatment process." She reached for her hood, putting it on, and said softly to Minato, "Follow me. I'll take you to a hideout." Beneath a bright, eerie blood-red moon, the moon was perfectly round, and below, an old abandoned building stood. Minato and Ruka arrived and entered the building to look around. Leona turned and announced, "We're here," she explained. "Just in case. I have hideouts all over Japan. I don't use this one, so no one will come looking." Then she pulled out a chain, turning to Minato with a subtle look. "Oh, I'll give you this too." Minato looked at the strange-looking chain and hurriedly asked, "Anti-magic handcuffs for mages?" Leona explained the details to him. "It suppresses magic power and breaks down spells. We usually use it for mages in custody." As soon as she felt the shackles around her, Gam shouted in a panic, "Stop! Stop it!" But it was too late. The chain quickly locked itself shut right before Gam's startled eyes. Suddenly, the magic power in Gam's body felt like it was being constricted. It was extremely uncomfortable. Leona watched, a satisfied smile on her face. "Seems effective." Minato also hurriedly thanked the detective for her help. "Thanks for everything." After taking care of Ruka, Leona began to ask, "So, what are you going to do now?" Minato answered honestly, "I need time to develop a new spell to heal her, and I also need more information." Then, he pulled out a TV remote, who knows where he got it, and pressed the power button. A news report was playing on the screen, and the anchor announced to the public, "We are currently searching for the whereabouts of Minato Kusanagi and the monster. Citizens, please stay indoors. The Big Side area may declare a state of emergency." Leona looked at Minato with concern and said, "You've become a wanted criminal, haven't you?" She paused to think before continuing. "Still, information about that girl hasn't been released yet." The monster possessing Ruka let out a mocking laugh, then sneered at Minato. Who would have thought that the one celebrated as the world's hero would become the enemy of all mankind? How pathetic. You've really fallen hard, haven't you? Minato retorted coldly. "Shut up." Gam grinned wickedly. "No matter how much you risk your life fighting for humans, they'll just turn their backs on you the moment it serves their interests. Right? Don't you think humans are rotten?" Minato looked on with contempt, seemingly tuning out every word. He growled, "Shut your mouth." Ruka, now fully corrupted, kept rambling and trying to manipulate his mind. "This girl is a fool, too. She seemingly risked her life just to catch up to a monster like you." With that, Gam recounted the version of Ruka before she was corrupted, training and studying late into the night every day. Images of the past, Ruka appeared. She was still buried in her books, studying over and over, taking meticulous notes, struggling to the point of pain. A painful end awaited her, yet she was still surpassed by her younger sister and her friends. Looking at her friends, Ruka thought of herself as nothing but mediocre and talentless. She was forced to realize how insignificant she was. But her determination remained incredibly resilient, and even then, she kept pushing forward. Gam looked at Minato and asked with disdain, "You realize that, didn't you? Do her actions make you happy?" Gam continued. "But she suffered and withered away because of it, and you didn't even notice. Just look at her now. Why would this girl be so stubborn just to chase after you?" Not stopping there, Gam slurred on. "This girl, in reality, is all because of—" Before it could finish its sentence, Minato, furious, raised his fist as a warning. "Shut up!" His fist was inches from Gam's face, but he couldn't bring himself to strike. His mind was in turmoil. Seeing this, Gam became even more smug and flicked its demonic tongue out mockingly. "You can't lay a hand on me, because this is the face of someone you cherish dearly." It continued shamelessly. "Protect me with your life. Great sage, protect me from all danger." But ignoring Gam's smugness, Minato quickly blurred past its face. He landed a powerful blow to the back of Gam's neck, leaving it both surprised and letting out a yelp of pain. It seemed Gam had knocked out. Minato gently reached out, his hand catching Ruka's collapsing body, his eyes filled with a mix of care and worry. Leona, standing by and witnessing it all, asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Minato replied calmly, "Yeah, I'm fine." Leona frowned, her voice low and filled with concern for him. "I understand." Watching Ruka and Minato, she seemed to be deep in thought. At the Japan branch meeting room of the Mage Association, the sages had gathered in full. Leonard was presiding over the meeting. Then, Via, the wisdom sage, opened the discussion regarding Minato, Kusanagi, and Mizuha. An extermination order had been issued for mages all across Japan. But upon hearing this, Leonard immediately objected. "That's too hasty." Phone strongly agreed, saying indignantly, "It's too early to decide to execute them." Andre shouted in opposition to the directive. "Why isn't it an arrest order instead?" Victor began to explain. "That just shows how dangerous the public perceives them to be." The Red Lady, Krista, also voiced her opinion. "A monster? No. Perhaps what they fear is Minato Kusanagi himself." Via finally asserted her stance. "An existence known as a hero. That is exactly why, once he becomes an enemy, he is more terrifying than anyone else." Leonard retorted sarcastically. "How foolish. Humans are just like that." Meanwhile, in a classroom, Karin loudly and suddenly protested the directive. "You mean we have to exterminate Captain Kusanagi and Mizuha?" Sidugo was also troubled upon hearing the news, but he seemed to have no other choice. "I find it hard to accept, too. But the order has been handed down." The other members in the class began to protest as well. "I can't accept this. Captain Kusanagi and Mizuha are our comrades." Finally, unable to hold it in anymore, Sidugo shouted and slammed the table to restore order. "But that isn't order. We must fight for the people." Corinne looked at the person in front of her as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She stammered, "Senior." Suddenly, he raised his hand and gave the order. "Everyone, prepare to depart. We will arrive at the scene immediately and complete the mission." Back at the base, Leona crossed her arms and asked Minato, "So, what are you going to do now?" Minato carefully observed Ruka's unconscious body and said seriously, "First, I will check Ruka's condition." He explained that he would diagnose and analyze her state to create a new healing spell. Then, Minato reached out to channel his power toward Ruka. It was as if he was trying to detect something within her body. As he sensed it, Minato frowned, thinking, "There is too much disaster magic power. If I try to absorb it all, Ruka's body won't be able to handle the strain. I'll have to improve my breakdown spell instead." Leona looked at Minato, thinking in astonishment. His concentration is top tier, and he can manipulate magic power with extreme precision. So that's how he's been creating spells all this time. Seeing the glowing golden sphere of energy in Minato's hand, Leona marveled further. No wonder people call him the great sage of this era. Looking toward the slightly open door, it seemed as if someone was about to enter. Leona smiled to welcome them. "They're here." The person entering was Mizuha Duik, Minato's classmate. Seeing the look of panic on her face, she ran in and called out anxiously, "Minato." Minato turned around. Seeing her, he called out softly, "Mizuha Duika?" Mizuha Duika, frantic, poured out her feelings. "Minato, I'm so glad. You're safe and sound. I was so worried when I heard you were being hunted by the 7 sages." Seeing Du losing her composure, Minato quickly reassured her, "I'm fine." "Really?" Looking at the person lying in the bed, Du asked in a panic, "But How did she end up in such a state? After a moment of contemplation, Minato explained. It's highly likely that when we encountered the Demon King Gamma in the first abyss, he possessed Ruka from within. Duika's eyes welled up with tears as she whispered, "No, this can't be happening." Since I was still unconscious at the time, Minato patted her shoulder, soothing her gently. "It's not your fault, and it's not anyone else's either." He spoke with conviction once more. "It's true that Ruka is turning into a monster, but it'll be all right. Don't worry, I will definitely cure her, so just stay calm." Duika looked at Minato with hesitant eyes, and he softened his tone. Then, she turned to dwell on her own shortcomings. "I'm always relying on him. I'm so useless." Just then, Detective Leona spoke up and raised her hand in greeting. "Sorry for the interruption," she said, "but let me introduce myself." Duika stammered. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Leona continued, gesturing toward herself with a confident smile. "I'm Leona, the current leader of the Darkness Bearers." Duika asked in surprise, "The Darkness Bearers? Do you have some connection to Minato?" Seeing this, Leona turned to Minato, asking hesitantly, "Is it all right if I tell her?" Minato didn't mind at all, he replied calmly. "Yeah, go ahead." Leona then began to explain. "The true identity of the Kusanagi Minato leader is Kusanagi Minato, and I'm the one who occasionally impersonates Kusanagi Minato." Duika nodded slowly, finally understanding. "So, that's how it is." Leona was even more surprised. "You don't seem very shocked, do you?" Duika gave a faint, awkward smile and whispered, "I had already suspected as much, and besides Minato only ever thinks of others." Leona smiled, hands on her hips, and remarked casually, "I see. You really trust him, huh?" But deep down, Duika felt a pang of distress. Minato always saves others, but what about her? Looking at her sister lying on the bed, Duika couldn't help but blame herself and feel deep remorse. "Even with my sister in such a critical condition, I can't do anything." Next, Minato turned to the two girls and said, "I'm sorry, but I need to continue Ruka's treatment. You two should go get some rest." But to Minato's surprise, Duika insisted, "No, I'm staying by your side. Even if I can't help, I'm not leaving you." Hearing that, Minato smiled reassuringly and said, "All right, I understand." Watching their silhouettes, Leona chuckled shyly, thinking, "They're so close I'm kind of jealous." A few days later, in the same room, Duika sat in a chair, watching Minato treat Ruka. Leona sat quietly on the sofa, lost in thought. Minato quickly began channeling his power, and a golden light surged around him. Gamma, still inside the body on the bed, spoke in a bored tone. "It's useless. This girl and I have become one. You can't save her." Duika angrily shouted at Gamma, who was inside her sister, while also cheering Minato on. "We won't know until you try." Gamma looked toward Minato with a wicked grin and boasted, "Kusanagi Minato, surely you've realized by now, haven't you, what these monsters really are, and where they come from?" It cracked its mouth wide open, revealing a terrifying set of teeth, and carelessly revealed, in truth, all those monsters were once human. Duika went pale, screaming, "The monsters are human?" Gamma continued its explanation, conjuring images of the galaxy, the stars, and the entire multiverse, describing how humans from other worlds had been transformed by magic. That is how monsters are created. It then explained even more clearly, "We are the ones who transformed into monsters to fill this world, this universe, turning everything into monsters." Suddenly, Gamma burst into laughter. "In other words, the monsters you've been hunting are, in fact, humans." Duika raised her hands to her mouth, gaping in disbelief, stammering, "No, I can't believe it. How could this be?" Gamma, inside Ruka, continued to mock him cruelly. "Kusanagi Minato, you've already taken down quite a few, haven't you? You've killed thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands." Without noticing the dark expression on Minato's face, Gamma kept talking. Minato returned to a calm demeanor. He just stared without saying a word. Gamma suddenly looked awkward, grinding its teeth in confusion. Duika noticed the shift and watched closely. As if to cover up its embarrassment, Gamma continued, If you can cure this girl, or if you keep doing what you're doing." It put on a smug expression and added, "It's no different than killing them yourself. The people you could have saved, is that really okay? If you cure her, wouldn't you just become a serial killer?" Contrary to its expectations, Minato calmly replied, "So what? I don't care." The response was so unexpected that Gamma looked at Minato in complete disbelief. It was shocked. "What did you say?" Minato continued softly. "I can't change the past, but I can change the future." In Gamma's eyes, Minato appeared surprisingly resolute. He said, "Regretting the past won't accomplish anything, but I will bear the burden of all my sins. Looking Gamma straight in the eye, Minato finished with a cool, decisive statement. From now on, I will live my life to the fullest in the present, to save as many people as I can in the future. Duika, standing behind him, felt her heart bloom with joy. She thought with admiration, Minato is truly an amazing person. Leona also closed her eyes, looking satisfied with what Minato had just said. Meanwhile, Gamma inside Ruka was still being subjected to Minato's magic. It was furious, thinking, damn it all to hell. Who does this mere human think he is? Trying to lecture me. Don't even dream of reversing the assimilation. Then, the golden magic in Minato's hands swirled into a formation that pressed directly onto Gamma. Gamma suddenly felt a strange sensation. It thought in surprise, what is this? What is this unpleasant feeling? This distortion is something interfering with my magic? Looking at Minato, it asked in a panic, Don't tell me this guy can actually cure her? It began to reminisce, unable to believe its eyes. No way, how is that even possible? In countless worlds, no mage or researcher I've ever encountered, it thought, has ever found a cure for monster transformation. Minato was reaching the climax of his spell, and Gamma, inside Ruka, became even more panicked. So this brat really is the true enemy of monsters. The intelligence from our brethren was correct. Gamma grit its teeth, steeling its resolve. This guy, I must eliminate him, no matter what methods I have to use. Suddenly, a mini-drone appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by a system voice. Ah, what a pity. You've been discovered. Minato and everyone else looked up in surprise. Duika exclaimed in alarm, Roll. It turned out the drone was a tracking device. From the device came a voice. You're surrounded. Sorry about this, but could you come out for a moment? Minato stepped out of the building. The wind was howling, and the team of sages hovered in the sky, watching him with cautious eyes. Leonard, standing at the front, said coldly, We've finally found you. Minato wasn't afraid at all. He looked up and calmly remarked, Unbelievable. To think all 7 sages showed up just to greet me. Looking to the side, it turned out to be Sudogo and the other mages. He spoke up. We're here too, Captain Kusanagi, Leonard said arrogantly. Resistance is futile. Be smart and surrender. But, laughably, Minato just remained nonchalant, retorting as if to provoke them that he wouldn't be surrendering. Leonard's face darkened with anger as he gave the signal. Well, since it's come to this, let's go. Everyone, get ready to attack, Karin stammered. But, Minato shifted his stance, muttering, Looks like I have no other choice. Leonard couldn't watch any longer. And frustrated, he charged in while cheering, Everyone behind me, charge. We have to fight to protect our pride. But strangely, Sudogo shouted out loud, ordering his teammates, Protect Captain Kusanagi. Seeing this, Karin smiled along. Minato couldn't help but be amazed. He stammered. You guys, Jugo explained softly. I've never been able to stand injustice, but I understood from the very beginning. Sudogo continued, bearing his thoughts. He looked at Minato and said, Whoever you want to protect, or whatever your purpose for fighting, there's more than one path to achieve it. Then, glancing at him, Sudogo smiled gently and asked, Isn't that right, Kusanagi Minato? Minato was also surprised. He asked Sudogo, You figured it out? Hearing everything, Karin smiled happily behind them. Then, she shouted the command with burning spirit, Fight with all your might for Captain Kusanagi. Everyone else behind them followed suit, shouting in unison, For Captain Kusanagi. With that, they all began casting their spells. Jugo hurriedly told Minato, Captain Kusanagi, you have to get everyone out of here. We'll hold them off. Minato laughed it off, and he quickly declined the offer, responding cheerfully, No matter how far we run, the ending will be the same. So, I'll stay and fight alongside all of you. The mages all surged forward. Minato remarked, It's been a long time since we've all stood together in battle like this. The others agreed and shouted back in unison. Yes. Captain Pharaon watched it all from above. He said, I don't particularly enjoy this. But Vidia added, Looks like we have no choice but to do this. A surge of magical power emitted from Vidia 15th tier dark magic, Armageddon improved, combined with the improved Type A magic-resistant support device. Pharaon also cast his spell, 15th tier wind magic, supersonic shockwave. At this moment, Minato also unleashed his own power. For his opening move, he used 15th tier void magic, improved reflection technique. The chaotic sources of power collided, creating blinding bursts of light. Pharaon asked in astonishment, Did he just dispel a 15th tier spell? Vidia was also startled. The reflection technique was only at the 7th tier, wasn't it? So, is this a new type of magic? When did he create it? Minato smirked as he replied, "Just now." Pharaon could only sigh in helplessness. That's the style of a monster for you, always like this. Together with the power of the other mages, they all lunged forward. Jugo took command and shouted, "All-out attack, give them everything." The gusts of energy didn't even reach their opponents before they were blocked by Vidia's shield, exploding on impact. She looked at her shield, which now had several cracks, and commented, "This power is stronger than I thought." Pharaon added, "It seems the days when Japanese mages were considered weak are long gone." Minato smiled inwardly as he watched the mages, thinking that they had all become much stronger than before. They must have been practicing diligently. Just then, two sages, Victor and Andre, swooped down from above and said to Minato, "Where are you looking? Don't get distracted." Andre roared angrily and unleashed his magical power. 15th tier fire magic. "Inferno," he shouted. "Burn to ashes." But before that fiery hand could swing, it was blocked immediately by Minato's magic. He dodged the attack fluidly, glaring at the two sages. Minato said with annoyance, "How persistent." He then created a barrier to protect his body from Andre's magical power. Victor cast a spell that tore his outer garment apart, revealing bulging, rippling muscles. You couldn't even call this just an 8-pack. Even bodybuilders would lose to him. Then, he rained a series of blows onto Minato, as if the two were fighting in a martial arts match. Minato held his arms up in front of his chest to defend. He watched Victor cautiously, but suddenly, Victor threw an incredibly powerful punch at Minato, sending him flying backward, crashing down. As he fell, Minato thought to himself, "Muscle magic? What kind of power is this?" But how could that defeat him? Minato landed perfectly, as if to make the audience's devotion all worth it. However, Minato's eyes were full of shock. He stared straight ahead. All around him, his teammates had collapsed to the ground. The sages stepped forward. Leonard spoke up. "You were too slow." Siduugo, lying on the ground, said helplessly to Minato, I'm sorry." Captain Kusanagi. Corinne was also gasping for air, exhausted. "I couldn't do anything at all." Minato looked serious as he reminded them, "Don't say that. Thank you all for helping me." Saying that, he tapped his chest to reassure them, "I've received strength from you all. Leave the rest to me." At this point, Minato and the sages stood face to face, the tension incredibly high. Pharaon sighed. "Give up." Vidia also spoke up in agreement. "No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to defeat us." On the other side, Andre repeated his warning. "Give up." Victor CB also explained, "Recklessness and bravery are two completely different things." The Rose Woman, Krista, emphasized, "Think carefully." Minato, once again, did not disappoint the viewers. He said, "I truly treasure everyone's feelings, but no matter what happens, I will not give up." Leonard, standing there, didn't stop lecturing Minato on morality. "Even if it's for your friends, there will be times when you have to fight for a greater purpose." Then, he gritted his teeth and emphasized, "And that time is now." The remaining 5 sages also wore hostile expressions, waiting tensely. Seeing Minato didn't respond, all 6 of them finally shouted in unison, "Destroy Kusanagi Minato." Minato yelled back with fierce determination, "I won't be defeated." The first one to strike was Pharaon. He used 15th tier mixed magic, all-out attack. At the same time, Vidia unleashed her own spell. Next, Andre cautiously took a defensive stance, waiting for a chance to ambush. Victor CB leaped up, seemingly ready to crush his opponent at any moment. The Rose Woman, Krista, also used her thorny rose vines to cast her spell. On Minato's side, he initiated a formation. Golden magic spheres hovered in the sky, and one could predict that the force released would be immense. These waves of power were swirling and colliding, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Victor tried a dirty trick again. He was just about to lunge and punch Minato, but he was already on guard. How could he get hit a second time? At that moment, Krista's rose petals shot forward like arrows, aiming to pierce right through Minato. He had to dodge those plant-based attacks quickly. The flower petals formed a ring, flying through the air around him, but they were precise, lethal strikes. Due to the distraction caused by the rose petals, Minato struggled to shield his eyes, finding it difficult to see clearly. The dark power surged forward along with the rose magic. Talk about a gank. Minato still dodged smoothly, casting spells to intercept the sage's power. Minato landed lightly on the ground, taking a stance to prepare for a new attack. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his face, panting. A magnificent aura surrounded him. Leonard had been watching the whole time, and he added, "It seems like even you are struggling, having to take on all 7 sages at once." Minato gave a mocking smile and replied, Well, let's just see about that. Leonard was annoyed. He raised his hand and declared, "You won't win alone, and you don't have any allies left." Then Leon emphasized, his voice lowering, "Let's end this, right here." Suddenly, a golden beam of light flashed down toward the sages, right before everyone's eyes. It turned out to be Ryuji and Suyin, appearing to support Minato. Ryuji said excitedly, "I rushed over the moment I heard my comrade was in trouble. Sorry to keep you waiting." Minato shouted in joy, "Kasuraji Ryuji! Suyin!" Ryuji heard him and replied, "I've been back in Japan for a long time now, and everything has gone completely insane, hasn't it?" Leonat sneered coldly. "Are you two planning to help him? He is trying to protect a monster." Then, all three of them fixed their sharp glares toward Leonat. Next, Suyin boldly declared, "No matter what happens, Suyin will always be Minato's ally." "Of course, I trust my friend." Kasuraji Ryuji added, "You call Ruka a monster? If that's the case, we will definitely protect her." Seeing this, Minato happily thought to himself, "I have such amazing friends." Meanwhile, Leonis grew even angrier. "Why don't you people understand?" Just as Leonard was about to strike, Pharaon and Victor suddenly appeared. "Leave this to us. It's time for some black tea." After saying that, Pharaon added, "You don't have to shoulder everything all by yourself." He quickly accepted the offer, saying, "I'm counting on you two." Andre, Krista, and Viadia also spoke up one by one. "In that case, we'll fight him." "So be it," Krista firmly added. "You should rest. You must be tired from fighting all this time." Leonard nodded and replied, "I think I will accept your offer." And so, the battle between the two sides was about to begin. Pharaon gathered his power and said, "Honestly, I don't like fighting Minato, but I have no connection to you people, so I won't hold back." Suyin responded with fiery spirit. "The stronger the enemy, the better. Suyin will fight with everything she has." Victor spoke with disdain. "I really can't take these small fries seriously, but I'll take you down quickly." Ryuji retorted immediately, "Looking down on us, are you? If you underestimate us, you'll get hurt, you bearded old man." As soon as he finished, both sides lunged into the fray. Blow after blow was exchanged. Thanks to her quick reflexes, Suyin parried his attack. As soon as she landed, Pharaon surged forward to strike. He mocked her. Too slow. Unable to react in time, Suyin was hit by the move, but seeing his opponent vulnerable, Pharaon unleashed a flurry of attacks. She tried to block with her hands while thinking, "So fast, I can't react in time." Deciding to go for it, Suyin unleashed a sacred dragon fire kick toward him. Pharaon immediately sensed the difference. "It's different from ordinary magic. To be safe, should I keep my distance?" While he was still hesitating, Suyin seized the opportunity. This was it, her power surged like a storm. Pharaon retreated, but didn't forget to taunt. Too slow. Then he unleashed a shockwave blast to counter. Because of that, Suyin's attack was easily nullified. She panted, thinking, "My new technique." On the other side, Pharaon charged forward again. It seemed to be her maximum firepower. Checkmate. Suyin knew that neither magic nor martial arts were working on him. Now, Suyin just stood still. Pharaon gloated, "Have you given up?" Just as he was about to rush at Suyin, she successfully unleashed a surprise attack that caught Pharaon off guard. He was hit and extremely surprised. She blocked an attack at the speed of sound? Impossible. It must have been a fluke. On the other side, Suyin whispered to herself, "Thanks to the mana Minato taught me before, I can read an opponent's movements like an open book." Thanks to that, she successfully blocked all of Pharaon's subsequent moves, forcing him to unleash his finishing blow. Fine then, escalating to the max. Sensing Pharaon rushing in, she opened her eyes wide. "Right here." He watched and thought dismissively, "How naive. I've already seen through your attack with my foresight." Who would have thought that Suyin would quickly dodge the attack and even counterattack with great strength? She seemed to have put all her remaining strength into this strike. As a result, Pharaon was knocked down. Before he hit the ground, she quickly caught his body. As soon as he landed, he asked, "In the end, how were you still able to read my movements?" That should have been an exchange in a split second. She thought for a moment and replied, "Intuition, maybe?" Pharaon heard this and helplessly repeated, "Intuition?" Suyin laughed and answered, "Maybe it's because I kept up my training without fail. My body just moved on its own." At that moment, he could only acknowledge that daily practice yields results. What an interesting person. In another corner of the city, Victor had just finished an attack and was leisurely assessing the situation. Lacking resistance, I see. Just as he said that, he lunged to attack. Kasuraji Ryuji on the other side could only focus on dodging as hard as he could, but unfortunately, Victor's speed was too great, so much so that he couldn't react. Ryuji thought in confusion. What kind of punch was that? I couldn't react in time. The old man roared. Not over yet. He then unleashed a series of rapid punches. Ryuji tried his best to defend while telling himself, so strong, no wonder he's one of the 7 sages. His true power completely overwhelms me. Finally, Victor used an uppercut from below. After Ryuji lay sprawled on the ground, he turned away. Done. Go to sleep now, kid. But Ryuji resiliently stood back up. It's still too early to go to sleep, sir. Victor was secretly astonished. Oh? He can still stand up after that attack? He looked so exhausted that a light push would have knocked him over, yet his eyes were still burning with intensity. Kusanagi Ryuji thought to himself. Just as his master and the others had said, that voice echoed in his ears once more. What he lacked was mental fortitude. He had a gifted body and skills, but when pushed into a corner, he had a habit of losing his courage. At that moment, Kusanagi Ryuji helplessly retorted, "You mean my spirit is weak? But that's just who I am. What else can I do?" Back then, he replied that true training is exactly when you are exhausted. That is the moment to train your spirit to break past your own limits and refuse to give up. He told himself his spirit had been shattered time and again, but he hadn't given up, all to become the kind of man who could stand tall and be someone his friends could be proud of. I'm still very weak, but I won't lose. Victor saw this and said, an interesting look on your face. But what can you actually do in this condition? Ryuji began to analyze. Something he lacked, but I have. By constantly observing the strongest man right beside me, it was about experience observing the power from his muscles, his eyes, his aura, his habits, and his elemental mana. Just then, he lunged in far too slowly. A thought flashed through Ryuji's mind. This is the death I almost faced. Seeing his move, Victor silently cursed him for being a fool. When Kusanagi Ryuji flipped him over with ease, Victor started to panic. What was going on? Something had changed compared to before. Thinking this, Victor steadied his mind to observe the person before him. After a moment, he wondered if it was battle aura. Kusanagi Ryuji then spoke up. You're strong, but you're entirely self-taught, aren't you? Victor bluntly remarked. Instead of using magic, you're fighting me with martial arts, a reckless choice. He thought to himself that he could only use this level now, so he couldn't defeat him with magic. But with martial arts immediately after, Kusanagi Ryuji launched a surprise attack at him. He attacked continuously while shouting out loud. Victor blocked while wondering, his strikes are so heavy. I thought he was exhausted, so where is this power coming from? But this is as far as you go. Just as he intended to land the finishing blow, Kusanagi Ryuji reached out and blocked it. Victor, frustrated by being blocked, immediately unleashed a few more moves. Unfortunately, they were all quickly neutralized by him. What kind of strike did he just throw? Kusanagi Ryuji blocked that too. This time, his speed had increased significantly. Victor couldn't believe his eyes. No way. My attacks can't get through. Meanwhile, Ryuji was incredibly pumped. I only had the experience of my past self to look back on, but now, it hadn't gone to waste. Victor was determined to defeat him. Then, let me show you. Ultimate punch. With that, he poured all his strength into a punch toward Ryuji. He immediately countered, declaring, that won't work. As soon as he finished, Ryuji gathered his strength to deliver the final blow. A second later, Victor couldn't dodge in time and took the hit. As he fell, he still couldn't believe his body wouldn't listen to him. Moreover, his mana was being scattered. Hearing his inner thoughts, Ryuji calmly explained, I infused my fighting spirit and mana into your pressure points. You won't be able to move for a while, and you won't be able to control your mana anymore. This was a technique inspired by the disappearance of the sinner. Maybe I could call it a flawed version of stealing through observation. For me, that's good enough. After that, Ryuji officially collapsed. Seeing this, Victor said, even if the enemy is still standing, passing out now is quite reckless. Still, I have been defeated. The scene shifts to Andre, who was attacking while taunting. What's wrong? Minato, you're playing so defensively. Even so, he nimbly dodged his attacks. Minato then expanded his shield. Via saw this and said, you won't be able to escape with just that. Krista also attacked while saying, that's the call of the frame. As she finished, both attacks raced to hunt Minato down. Then, all three stood by, waiting for his end. Unfortunately, the result wasn't what they expected, because Minato remained calm and neutralized it all. Via saw this and asked with irritation, do you still not intend to fight at full power? Andre also warned through gritted teeth, don't underestimate us. Krista spoke coldly, prepare yourself. Just as she finished, Minato's power exploded. His power was so great that it overwhelmed all three of them, making them extremely restless. Minato then calmly declared, "From now on, I will fight with everything I've got." Seeing that, Via was fired up and said, "Then I will do the same." Next, Minato began to cast infinite magic bullets, and then the attacks poured down like rain. She saw this and arrogantly said, "It's useless. Attacks like that will never hit me." Unexpectedly, Minato replied coldly, "Then let's turn it up a notch." Via was stunned to hear that. He had actually raised the attack from level 13 all the way to level 17. The power of the skill increased visibly. By now, she could no longer keep her calm expression. Via panicked and wondered, did he improve it right on the spot? At this moment, she was already in Minato's sights. If she hadn't reacted in time, Via might have been defeated instantly. Andre saw this and clicked his tongue in frustration. He countered and said, "You're certainly persistent, aren't you?" Andre's skill burned with such intensity it seemed to want to swallow everything. He was very confident. The power of one bullet seemed very low. "I can counter that." "What the hell is this?" Minato didn't hold back. "There's more, take it all." Andre could only run for his life from his attacks. But no matter how fast he was, it couldn't compare to their speed. And so, he was defeated instantly. Before Andre's falling body hit the ground, he reached out to catch him. But because of that, Minato was ambushed. Krista coldly mocked, "You must be quite free if you have time to go help your enemy." He casually neutralized what was gripping his arm and replied nonchalantly, "Suppose so." That action left Krista incredibly surprised. "My magic was blocked by a mana barrier? Then I'll use all my strength." With that, she launched a new level 17 attack. But after witnessing what was in front of her, Krista panicked and thought, "Composite magic? Did he rearrange my original magic in midair?" At that moment, her attack was defeated by Minato's technique. She was then breached. Before she fell, Minato managed to catch her body in time. He didn't offer any taunts, just silently glanced at her. Then, Minato gently set her down on the ground. Leonard stepped forward and praised. That battle was truly a sight to behold. He alluded to the other two. "Your teammates are strong too. I didn't expect you to be able to defeat 2 of the 7 sages. But that doesn't matter, because I'm still here." Minato stood by, mocking him from a safe distance. While his teammates were fighting, Leonard had been making excuses. "I wanted to join the fight too, but I was afraid I'd get you all caught in the crossfire." He worried inwardly. "He seems quite confident. Is he going to use some special kind of magic?" Leonard spoke. "You want to know my ability, don't you? I never intended to hide it." He immediately activated his lightning, and a magic circle lit up under Leonard's feet. Lightning surged around his body as he revealed his first-tier lightning magic. "This is the only magic I can use." He felt something was off. Is he bluffing? There's no way the leader of the 7 sages can only use first-tier magic. Leonard had teleported right behind him. It wasn't a lie. Minato stepped back, surprised. Is he a construct? No, he was even faster than that. Leonard continued to amplify his lightning. After the activation, the energy flowing around him flared up. As the electricity rose higher than his body, he was stunned. What is happening? It goes far beyond the level of first-tier magic, Leonard revealed. Lightning is inherently highly versatile. For example, like this. He teleported instantly in front of him. Super acceleration. Minato threw a punch to counter. Leonard leaned back, showing off super reflexes. His body bent flexibly, dodging every attack. Next, Leonard's fist appeared right in front of Minato's face. He unleashed super strength, his punch shattering his defenses and sending Minato flying backward. His body skidded across the ground. Minato's eyes filled with astonishment as he looked up at his opponent. A notification appeared. Super first-tier lightning magic, lightning blade. He thought, the acceleration is thanks to magnetism, or the Lorentz force, and the reflexes and strength come from bioelectricity. Leonard drew his blade. Magic is different from science. The core is imagination, isn't it? He pointed the tip of his sword at his opponent. The power of the one and only engrave it into your eyes. Minato's angular face wore a cold, unpredictable expression, his deep eyes sharp as thousand-year-old ice. From the blade, purple halos constantly radiated, wrapping around like thin, ethereal, magical ribbons. 16th tier darkness magic, Leonard. Minato lunged with his sword at incredible speed, creating powerful movements that forced Leonard to scramble and dodge. I didn't expect him to be able to pierce through my mana barrier so easily. This is getting tense. Leonard dashed forward at astonishing speed. The sword in his hand emitted a brilliant golden light, as if tearing through the air, creating an overwhelming, powerful aura. Too slow. Minato raised his hand, creating a giant circular barrier, inside of which appeared countless smaller, multicolored circles shining brilliantly like a mysterious magic formation protecting everything. 15th tier magic, nullification, defensive barrier. The sword emitted a blinding golden light, crashing into the multicolored barrier, creating an explosive burst of light that sent energy sparks, scattering across the space like fireworks in the middle of battle. Leonard stood dazed in the brilliant light of the attack. He proudly held his sword horizontally. He smirked, his cold, sharp eyes glancing at Minato as if he were looking at someone too weak to be worthy of being his opponent. You managed to counter that? Well, too bad for you. It won't work on me. In a flash, he swung his sword, delivering a quick, decisive strike. The blade tore through the air, crashing down against the barrier with terrifying force. Leonard shattered the shield and launched himself into the air. Minato used a powerful shoulder tackle to send him flying back. Leonard summoned a floating purple circular shield in front of him. Its surface glowed intensely before suddenly unleashing a barrage of Tier 1 lightning magic bolts. Lightning Spear. Minato's face showed extreme tension. His eyes widened in surprise. His brows furrowed tightly as he poured all his strength into bracing for the incoming attack. This power couldn't possibly be Tier 1. Leonard stood tall with an air of arrogance and absolute contempt. You seem to be having doubts, don't you? Wondering why Tier 1 magic is so powerful? He adjusted his clothes. My nickname is The One. The name of one who has touched the pinnacle of magic, he smirked. But at its core, it means something completely different. Leonard recounted the origin of his power. It means a failure who only knows one type of magic. That's why I'm an anomaly. My mana was only a tiny spark when I was young. He was carrying a stack of books. But I didn't give up. If I could only use lightning magic, I would master it. I practiced relentlessly. I pushed that magic to its absolute limit, studied it obsessively, and in the end, I succeeded in manipulating it exactly as I wanted. The face of an immature child with a small shield spinning on his hand evolved into a grown man with a massive shield and power reaching 100 million volts. Minato stood still for a moment, his gaze calm and sharp, constantly observing every movement as if carefully analyzing them. Mastering magic is easy. You just need to practice. However, manipulating a simplified spell with such freedom, that is something entirely different. You stared at Leonard, focusing on his extended spell duration and magic stacking. The concept of pushing a single spell to its absolute limit. His posture radiated majesty and nobility. Minato continued to analyze. He couldn't believe Leonard had achieved all this through self-study alone. I suppose that's why people call you a genius of effort. His face lit up with intense determination, his eyes fixed firmly ahead. If that's how it is, then I'll use my own talent. Leonard began his attack, raising his sword as it glowed with a blinding golden light. Lightning! Lightning! To Leonard's surprise, Minato raised his own sword, mimicking him perfectly, his blade glowing with a deep purple light. Lightning! Leonard frowned. Are you copying me? If you think you can handle it, come on. Two forces, one golden, one purple, collided with terrifying speed, creating an explosion that tore through space. Lightning and shockwaves rampaged across the sky. Both sides continuously unleashed fierce attacks, turning the battle into a tense and evenly matched duel. Leonard jumped high, swinging his sword with overwhelming force. Lightning! Another one! Lightning! Minato gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into blocking the massive energy crashing down on him. I won't lose! He moved like lightning, launching a flurry of strikes that covered Minato in blinding, rapid-fire slashes, sending sparks and electricity exploding everywhere. Minato collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Leonard lunged forward like the wind. Don't even think about recovering. It's over. Minato's body trembled as he struggled to stand. He slowly reached out with one hand, palm open, his eyes becoming cold and highly focused. Leonard pointed his sharp sword directly at him. Whatever you do is useless now. The sword tip flew at extreme speed, about to strike that open hand. From Minato's outstretched hand, invisible circles appeared, expanding and layering over each other to form a mystical protective barrier. Leonard froze in surprise at the sight. What? Minato's counterattack struck with terrifying force, slamming into his body and causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. The impact created a massive shockwave that threw him backward. Leonard couldn't believe his eyes. His magic had been countered. He summoned his sword once more. Let's go again. Minato remained calmly silent. He manipulated the air, and ripples of blue light spread out from the center. Rings of light appeared in succession, forming a solid shield. Leonard was bewildered. What did you do? Minato frowned slightly. I simply used atmospheric magic to create an insulated field. I used the air with increased resistance. The blue circles he controlled kept spinning, reflecting on everything around them, making the space feel cold. If I can't copy you, I'll just create a spell to counter you, he said firmly. Magic is different from science, but sometimes science is quite useful. Leonard backed away in horror. Right in the middle of a battle, faster than I can even blink. He created new magic? He refused to give up and charged again. Then how about this? My instant acceleration and reaction magic. Leonard's hand slowly rose, and as it moved, yellow electricity began to spark like living light around his fingers. The moment I get close to him, I'll unleash my super reaction strike. Minato stood motionless in the open space, his feet planted firmly, back straight, shoulders open. He showed no signs of backing down. Meanwhile, Leonard, fueled by fighting spirit, charged forward, shouting, "Don't you dare dodge!" At the moment of impact, the kick he unleashed had almost no warning. He froze, sweat rolling down his cheek. He kept up with my super reaction in a super acceleration state? That's not even a speed a human can keep up with, Minato replied, seriously. My companions back then used to fight in even more interesting ways. I just borrowed the idea. Leonard unleashed a punch. At this distance, my super reaction is faster. He couldn't believe Minato had parried it so easily. You're still missing one thing. When they collided, the entire force of the impact exploded in a single direction. Leonard was thrown backward. Minato smiled with the smugness of a winner. It's called depth of experience. Leonard slowly sank to his knees, his whole body giving way as if all his strength had been drained. His shoulders slumped, his back arched, and his breathing became heavy and broken. Minato frowned. Shall we continue? Leonard hung his head. Forget it. I lost. It seems I can't beat you. Minato turned to walk away, but Leonard called out, What are your intentions with Ruka Mizuha? Minato's eyes lit up with determination. I will heal her, no matter what happens. The scene shifts to Gamma's eyes, wide open, with a gaze so cold and intense, as if desperately trying to break free from the constraints holding him back. The entity possessing her body thought to itself, that guy fought all 7 sages? Is he a monster or something? It lay there silently, pondering, what should I do now? If this keeps up, he might actually heal that girl. If that happens, Gamma's eyes suddenly changed in an instant, from calm to a blazing intensity, as if a fire had just been ignited within. No, no way. I won't let that happen. I won't disappear. A fierce, inextinguishable fire began to burn within it. Duca turned, terrified, and looked over. The magic-resistant armor isn't working? Leona was also deeply worried. No way. That should have been effective against any mage. His muscles tightened, bulging clearly beneath his skin. Every fiber seemed pulled to its absolute limit. Gamma's breathing became deeper and heavier. Each inhale seemed to charge him with power, while each exhale released long suppressed pressure. In the next moment, a force erupted from within his body. The Tadano June chains strained and then snapped into pieces. The sound of shattering metal rang out sharply, cold and final, like a breaking point being pushed past. As the final shackles fell away, his body felt freed from an invisible weight. Gamma soared straight into the air, Tadano June light, yet incredibly powerful. His clothes and hair whipped around in the updraft, revealing a monstrous face with sharp, jagged teeth and long, claw-like hands. Amidst an apocalyptic red sky, Gamma, enveloped in a crimson aura, zipped past the ruined buildings, leaving a streak of light piercing through the air at a terrifying speed. Duca ran away in a panic. Is this mana from the abyss? Leona ran beside her, urging, We have to get out of here. Leonard stood atop a building, looking down at the swirling red mana below. What on earth is happening? Minato stood in contemplation as beams of blue light began to converge around his palms, spiraling like a miniature galaxy. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast them downwards, one after another. Others were flying around the building. Leonard shouted, Get back here! Suwaizing gently lifted an injured person away from the building. It's too dangerous here. Then Victor managed to levitate someone else in midair. This is trouble. Everyone gathered near the massive, swirling red and gold vortex, which looked like a sun gone rogue in a fit of rage. Leonard wondered aloud. A giant abyss? Minato murmured. It's more than that. It's as if another disaster is unfolding at the same time. The center of the vortex emitted a terrifying suction force, so strong that the surrounding air was pulled into chaotic currents. Mizuha Duika's eyes were restless, her anxiety clear in every line of her face. If this continues, the city will Gamma's face appeared with a twisted, smug look, his lips curling into a sinister grin, eyes narrowed in dark delight as the swirling mana expanded. The red and gold mana vortex spun violently in midair. Tadano Jun. It kept expanding like a giant abyss just waking up, feeling so smug. Eventually, it would swallow the entire earth. Leonis lunged forward with sword in hand, furious. Don't even think about it. Gam dodged the attack with a slight turn, not even bothering to take a combat stance. It was way too slow. It retaliated with a frustrated counterattack. To him, Leonis was nothing more than an insignificant ant. How annoying. What a pest. Gamma's mana flared, piercing through the air toward Tadano Jun. It struck him with pinpoint accuracy, creating a massive shockwave. Minato gently floated up to catch him. The smile on Gamma's lips widened, revealing his utter satisfaction. This phenomenon you call a disaster is just mana flooding the earth, and to stop it, you have to kill me. He taunted. You can't do it, can you? Kusanagi Minato. Minato thrust his hands forward, shouting, There's still a way to stop it without killing you. Gamma remained indifferent. What are you going to do? Do you really think my massive supply of mana can be restrained? Minato raised his hands to the sky, preparing his technique. I'm not restraining it, I'm absorbing it. Instantly, the crimson sea of mana above swirled violently, forming a giant vortex that blanketed the entire sky. Void Magic, level 15. Mana Absorption. Little Minato was aggressively drawing that mountain of mana into his own body. Leonard cried out in alarm. Stop! If you absorb that much dense mana, you won't even have a corpse left. Gamma's deep pupils flared with pure, arrogant stupidity. He analyzed it. If a human absorbed that much dense mana, they would inevitably overload. Gamma suddenly grimaced. Even if he were the reincarnation of that Minato, he shouldn't be able to do this. In an instant, the entire torrent of mana, like a cyclone, had been sucked dry by Minato. Only a thin wisp of red smoke remained. Gamma stammered. What? The abyss from before was gradually receding, leaving behind massive cracks in the nearby buildings. Duika looked down. It seems the expansion of the abyss has slowed down. Leona breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe the disaster is over. Leonard smiled in awe. Truly impressive. Gamma gritted his teeth, his jaw tight, his eyes burning with unconcealed rage. He absorbed the entire disaster? Just as I thought, he's too dangerous. He must die as soon as possible. Mizuha Duika's face turned pale in an instant, her eyes wide, filled with shock and disbelief. A monster. The ground at Tadano Jun shook violently, as countless beasts roared and surged out of the deep pit, their pitch-black wings obscuring the light above. He dove straight into the vortex. Now was the moment. Minato quickly pursued Gamma. The first obstacle was those fierce, massive monsters. He gently raised his hand. Mana from his body surged instantly, quickly condensing into a barrier. Nullification Magic. Level 15. Defensive Reflection Shield. Everyone standing on the cracked ground held their breath, watching. Leonard remarked, That will help a lot. With this shield, we'll be okay for a while. Vidya added, But the abyss is still expanding. Unless the thing that created it disappears, the whole earth will eventually be swallowed. Duika looked up at Tadano Jun, her gaze constantly wavering. So, does that mean the boss? Are you saying you're going to kill my sister? Vidya turned away coldly. If we don't, countless people will die. Krista frowned. One life against the lives of everyone in the world. It's obvious which side to choose. Ryuji didn't care much and turned around. Round 2? Then? Victor said calmly. Sounds fun. Suizan hurriedly intervened. Everyone, calm down. Fawn raised his hand and patted his own head. Why don't you guys cool off and listen to me? Minato looked straight ahead, his dark, deep eyes gleaming with unprecedented determination. I'll do it. Duika gently pulled on his sleeve, and he turned to her in surprise. He asked, Why are you stopping me? I need to save Ruka. Duika replied, I'm worried about my sister. She lowered her head, her eyes filled with anxiety. But I'm worried about you too, Minato. I don't think you'll lose. But the abyss isn't a normal place. It's the territory of a demon god. Her body shivered slightly, her hands clenched until they were white from the anxiety surging within her, especially since he was so exhausted. Duika's small hands clasped together, trembling uncontrollably. Leonard stepped forward. You aren't alone. I'll help too. He turned to the others and said, We lost to Minato, so we should support his opinion. Any objections? Everyone present happily agreed. Leonard shouted, From now on, we, the 7 sages, will recognize Kusanagi Minato as our leader, and we will carry out the operation to capture the giant abyss. Minato and the others returned to the city for a while. While explaining the situation to the public, they continuously called for more volunteers to help with the campaign. Some were worried about the abyss's expansion and Ruka's monster transformation process, but things had stabilized more than they were at the start. Faith in the 7 sages was truly important. However, there wasn't much time left. Leonard spoke up. The operation will start next month. Until then, You should rest and recover. He smiled slightly. You look like you're not entirely satisfied, huh? Minato replied. No, I understand the reasons. I looked into it myself, and that giant abyss is something beyond our imagination. Compared to other abysses, the mana suppression inside is quite remarkable. The monsters are very strong, and there's no telling how many levels there are, Leonard continued. Besides, considering its rate of expansion and Ruka's condition, we need more time. Minato thought to himself, I've been by Ruka's side for days, but there's been no change in her body. Her current state probably won't get any worse. Minato smiled. You're truly strong, but don't just rush into enemy territory without a plan. We, the 7 sages, and other experienced mages will support you. You can recover your wounds, stamina, and mana with your own magic, but that doesn't mean you can keep doing it forever. He turned to leave. You should go get some rest now. As soon as Leonard left the room, Mizuha Duika quickly headed toward Minato's room. She looked toward the door, preparing to knock. However, she suddenly lowered her hand, her grip tightening. Duika closed her eyes to reassure herself and walked past Minato's door. Inside the room, Minato thought, I only have 1 month left to develop a healing spell for Ruka. He remembered Viedia's words. It's annoying, but I can't cure the monster transformation process. Minato, you are our last hope. Leonard had also spoken up. If we're not in time, we'll have no choice but to end her. At that moment, Minato had suddenly spoken up. No problem, he declared confidently. Leave it to me. His teammates were very pleased to hear that, and the sages smiled with trust. Leonard placed a hand on his shoulder. A true man, we're counting on you. Cutting back to the present, Minato touched his shoulder. He stood up and began to challenge himself. Just imagine it. He imagined the state of Ruka's mana currents being rewoven, then slowly pictured how to untangle them. Suizijing and Kusanagi Ryuji came to mind as they had spent the last month doing things their own way. He thought of the battles Pharaon, Andre, and Victor had fought. Images of Christ and Vaya in the office flashed through Minato's mind. Even though public anxiety and dissatisfaction were growing, the only reason they hadn't lost control was the trust that the 7 sages and Minato had built. They had thought that if it were the 7 sages, if it were Minato, if it were them, then surely the scene shifted to 1 month after that day, and Leonard spoke up. Looks like everyone is here. In front of him stood a large crowd divided into small groups. They included all the acquaintances he knew from various walks of life. Via exclaimed, Compared to the scale of this abyss, this force is reasonable. Pharaon replied, We've done quite well to be able to gather this many people in such a short amount of time. Minato slowly stepped away from them and moved forward. I am Minato Kusanagi, the leader of this campaign. I will definitely conquer this giant abyss and cure my monster-fied friend. So please, lend me your strength. Ruka, standing behind him, hurriedly ran over. Me too. Please, save my sister, the purple-haired boy replied. No need to say it. How could we let those 7 take all the glory, right? The muscular man continued. Let's show them what we've got. Leona replied. For world peace, we'll give it our all. Suizijing cheered excitedly. Friends helping friends is only natural. Kusanagi Ryuji smiled. We will save her. Siduugo smiled as well. Karin replied. We will also provide full support and do our very best. Minato smiled gratefully. Thank you, everyone. A reporter spoke up. At long last, the campaign to occupy the giant abyss has begun. This is the moment everyone has been waiting for. Ruka quickly declared. The campaign started. Everyone immediately rushed toward the vortex. Leonard wondered, I wonder how big it is now. Minato replied, We won't know until we step inside. Via spoke up. We have enough anti-magic armor to make it back out. If the occupation proves impossible, we should have a retreat plan, Minato announced. We've reached the first level. Stay sharp. Andre looked around and shouted, Huh? It's so dark. Via quickly cast light magic. Is this a cave? A red-haired boy suddenly felt panicked, as if something was behind him. At that moment, Minato and the others realized they were surrounded by monsters. A young lady screamed in panic. Monsters? The boy behind her replied, We're surrounded. Leona immediately launched an attack. 13th tier magic, Shadow Spear. The attack aimed straight for the nearest monster. A sea of flames appeared, surrounding the creatures. Karin also launched an attack. Special magic unit, full-scale attack. Leona said, We'll handle the small fry. Yugo continued. Everyone else, conserve your energy. Leonard remarked. They're really reliable, those 2. Minato replied. Indeed. Leona continued to strike the incoming monsters, while Ryuji used magic to handle 2 others at the same time. A moment later, Leona, Ryuji, and Karin stopped for a brief moment, exhausted, The monsters were still there and kept advancing toward them. Minato felt anxious and prepared to step forward to attack. Pharaon hurried forward and stopped him. Stay calm. We're here to conquer the lowest level. There's no reason to fight every single one of them. Karen and Leona continued to attack the monsters. Leona said, "Just leave them to us." Sudugo turned back. "Have a little faith in us." Minato pondered for a moment, then replied, "Yeah, you're right." A moment later, they arrived in another area. Leonard was surprised. "Is this the deepest area already?" Suddenly, streams of red magical music appeared from behind the door. He and the young lady were astonished. What is this mana flow?" "Look, a monster is emerging from the red magic stream." The monster tilted its head to look at them, surrounded by bright red magic. The brown-haired boy exclaimed, "The magic power is terrifying." The girl standing next to him frowned. "Another branch of the Gamona demons is rushing forward. Don't get agitated. We'll take it down together." She launched an attack at the monster with the help of Karen and Siduugo. A moment later, a girl asked nervously, Did we get it?" The monster still stood there, completely unscathed. The blue-haired boy panicked. It didn't even flinch despite being hit by 12th tier magic, 15th tier fire magic. The monster unleashed an attack toward them. Karine hurriedly rushed forward and created a magic shield to block it. Andre immediately attacked. 15th tier fire magic, Hellfire. A monster created from magical flames rushed out to fight the monster that had been created before. Two streams of deep red magic collided. Andre said, "Don't use the same magic as me. Get out of the way, I'll take it down myself." The monster immediately lunged down from the stairs. It stood right in front of Andre as if to issue a challenge. Magic circles instantly appeared around the monster 15th tier fire magic, Hellfire. Andre angrily scolded that its magic casting was too slow. 15th tier wood magic, Sephor. Branches flew in from nowhere. The monster immediately tilted its body to dodge the attacks. One piece of wood barely grazed its body, and the very next second, another piece of wood slammed into the monster. Ruka cheered excitedly. "Hit it!" Suizijing also appeared happy. The monster was struck and sent flying far away. Andre seized the opportunity and launched more branches. "You've got nowhere left to run." The branches quickly closed in on the target. Andre muttered with a hint of disappointment. "Easier than I thought." Suddenly, a flame spread over the branches. Then, a deep red fire erupted violently. The monster quickly emerged from behind the flames. Andre was astonished. It burned itself along with the wood? Using Hellfire, you really don't care what happens to you, do you? The monster launched a strike forward, causing Andre to fall backward. He immediately raised his hand to cast magic. Magic circles appeared, and branches materialized, and continued to rush toward the monster. Andre quickly landed. "You really don't care, do you? How reckless." Andre continued to rush straight toward the monster, and changed his attack style. The monster quickly parried his blows. Minato thought to himself, "That's close-quarters magic combat technique. How could he have learned that in just 1 month?" The battle ahead paused for a moment, and Andre panted heavily. The monster saw its opening and prepared the next strike. Andre struggled to raise his fist, but he was already spent. Before he could react, the beast slammed into him, sending him flying backward. Minato stepped in to intervene. "Enough. I'll take it from here." Andre roared in anger. "Don't you dare interfere. Are you looking down on me, Andre of the Seven Sages? You really are a reckless, kind-hearted idiot, aren't you? Fine, have it your way. I just wanted to save my friend. Don't underestimate me." Minato felt moved by that declaration. The monster began casting magic again. Level 15, Fire Magic, Hellfire. Andre immediately countered. Level 15, Holy Magic, Divine Breath. Sidugo gasped. "He's recovering right in front of the enemy?" Leona screamed. "Run! The monster's Hellfire is heading straight for Andre." Mizuha, Duika, and Karin, waiting outside the fray, struggled to withstand the intense heat. The monster advanced with arrogant confidence. Suddenly, Andre appeared right beside it. "What makes you so sure you're going to win, you coward?" A long tree branch shot out from his side, hurtling toward the monster. The branch pierced the monster, creating a shockwave. "He's throwing himself into the enemy," Minato thought. While he was recovering, Leonard mused, "It's always like this with him." "You're seriously insane," Andre muttered. That monster was tough as nails. "Finally, we took it down." Minato caught him. That was a hell of a fight. Leonard grabbed Andre's other arm. "You pushed yourself too hard, didn't you?" Andre replied. "I'm just a little annoyed. Because of that, my stamina and mana are completely drained. It looks like the others have hit their limit too. They can't keep fighting. We'll leave the rest to you two." Leonard and Minato both replied, "Leave it to us." "Count on us," they echoed. Sidugo called out. "Good luck," Karin added. Make sure you two come back safely. Leona cautioned. Be careful. Minato replied. You've all done more than enough. Thank you. The group quickly made their way toward the red vortex. Moments later, the swirling portal closed and vanished. Krista spoke up. We lost so many people on the first floor, Via replied. The enemy was stronger than I thought. Minato and the remaining members stepped into the next red circle. He declared, Next floor, let's go. The young master exclaimed in surprise. This is the second floor? I can't see a thing, no land, no sea. Leonard replied, Let's keep moving forward. Suddenly, the purple-haired man pointed ahead. What's that? A variant of the Gamma magic soldiers? Before them, monsters were flying in. A red-haired girl and a master stepped forward. Leave this to us. However, their attacks had no effect on the monsters. The purple-haired man paused. It's not working. The young master replied, No, the damage is just minimal. Keep attacking. But the monsters lunged, knocking them down. Damn it. Minato gritted his teeth, watching them struggle. Fawn spoke up. Looks like they're having a rough time. I'll go. Level 15. Wind Magic. Unification. Magical strikes quickly targeted the monsters. The purple-haired man said, You saved us. Fawn replied, No, it's thanks to you two that the enemy was weakened. I was able to finish them off easily. The purple-haired man said, We're pulling out here. Most of us have used up too much mana. Besides, I don't think we can fight the monsters ahead. Minato replied, You held out this long. Thank you for your service. The red vortex before them slowly faded away. Minato looked ahead. So, it's just the 9 of us now. They flew into the air. Tadano Jun, is it over there? An island floated in the sky. They quickly landed on the lakeshore. Red magical streaks began to appear on the water's surface. Minato immediately realized what they meant. It's coming. The monster materialized on the water, stepping forward. Its body seemed encased in a glowing red magical aura. Fawn immediately lunged at the monster. Leave this to me. The beast tilted its body and raised a hand toward him. Fawn kept closing in, but the monster didn't move much. Fawn felt a flicker of surprise. You plan to block my strike with your bare hands? Fine. I'll use my feet instead. He abruptly changed direction to attack. Fawn gasped as the monster narrowly dodged his strike. The beast slammed its head downward, landing a heavy blow on Fawn. He sank deep into the water. Wind magic is less effective underwater, Fawn thought. I need to get back to the surface. Above him, the monster prepared a spell. Level 16. Water Magic. Vortex. A whirlpool attacked Fawn. The monster watched the water settle, indifferent. It turned to walk away, assuming the target was finished. Suddenly, a flash of green light shimmered beneath the surface. Fawn shot up and threw a punch at the monster. The force of the blow lifted him out of the water and into the air. Pharaon brushed back his hair. Don't underestimate me, you freak. Leonard said, Looks like you're still in one piece. Minato added, You scared the hell out of me. The monster began to cast again. Level 16. Water Magic. Kiana. A whirlpool appeared, lunging at them. Pharaon thought, That spell again. It doesn't just disrupt wind currents. It's a real nuisance. Yin immediately struck. Level 14. Fire Magic. Explosive Fire Dragon Kick. The young girl's fire dragon flew straight at the monster. Kusanagi Ryuji quickly launched his own attack. I knew you'd come out. Spiritual Flow, his attack surged toward the monster. However, the beast quickly cast a defensive spell. Ryuji scrambled away, thinking he had hit a pressure point, but the monster adapted before the effect took hold. Fawn snapped. Stop doing unnecessary things, Kusanagi Ryuji suggested. Let's all 3 of us take him down together. Suin replied, Suizing and the others will help out. The monster suddenly appeared and countered. Fawn realized something was wrong. He grabbed Suizing and Kusanagi Ryuji, dashing away to avoid the strike. Suizing said, Thanks. Kusanagi Ryuji was a bit rattled. What was that stupid-looking attack? Fawn replied, The energy behind it is actually immense. The monster charged forward, surrounded by a swirling vortex of water. Kusanagi Ryuji shouted, Here it comes. Another whirlpool lashed out. The 3 of them scrambled to dodge. The monster spun, sending yet another whirlpool toward them. Su Yin panicked for a second. Kusanagi Ryuji retorted, We're going to run out of steam at this rate. Fawn thought, I can't stop his magic. What should we do? Su Yin spoke up. Suizing and the others will hold him off. Ryuji, leave the finisher to you. Fawn felt helpless at their reckless attitude. Just don't die on me. The monster continued to cast its water vortex spell. Ryuji carefully observed it, tracking every movement and pattern without missing a beat. Surrendering to nature and feeling everything, Ryuji and Suizujin unleashed a dual divine strike. The attack surged forward and slammed into the monster. The smoke surrounding it quickly dissipated into the air. The monster prepared to cast its magic. Suddenly, a green beam of light from Phone shot forward, piercing straight through the beast. Phone didn't lower his guard as the attack struck. A moment later, he spoke with utter contempt. Too slow. Phone stood before the red vortex. It looks like this is as far as we can go, Kusanagi Ryuji said. Sorry, Minato, Suizan muttered. How frustrating, Minato replied. You all fought well enough, Leonard said with a smile. I'll make sure to clear this mission. With 6 people left, Minato and the others continued toward the next floor. Minato was startled when he noticed the blue currents of water. This time, they were underwater at the Great Bed. Everyone seemed fine. Wait, was Victor struggling? However, Victor happily gave them a thumbs up. Minato immediately understood he was okay. In the distance, red rays of light were rushing toward them. Monsters quickly appeared above their heads. Via immediately launched an attack. Void Magic Level 13. Infinite Magic Bullets. The monsters vanished instantly. Suddenly, she was startled to realize another one was charging at them. Victor quickly lunged forward and attacked it. The two of them continued to strike at the surrounding monsters. Minato thought to himself, both of them were fighting very well, but there were too many enemies. At this rate, it would take a long time to move forward. A moment later, Victor signaled for him to come toward him. A flow of magic enveloped the group and darted forward. Victor took the opportunity to clear the monsters out of their path. Via also quickly unleashed an attack to support him. Mizuha Duika thought to herself, amazing, it's just like a warship. Victor continued to dash toward the darker water when something appeared before their eyes. Minato thought, a giant rock? No, that's not it. It's a Gam Demon King specimen. The monster was surrounded by the same red magic aura as the ones before. Du thought in astonishment, what is this massive body? And the mana output is so powerful. Via immediately unleashed her attack. Void Magic Level 13. Infinite Magic Bullets. Victor quickly appeared behind the monster. He punched hard right into the center of the creature. Barrages of attacks continued to slam into the monster. However, 2 vines pulled Victor and Viedia backward. Krista was the one who had pulled them to safety. Let me lend a hand, shall we? Flower Magic Level 15. Primavera. Pink magic circles appeared. 2 giant flowers instantly emerged and stretched out. They immediately wrapped tightly around the monster. Krista thought to herself, at this scale, the mana consumption is massive. I won't be able to last in a long, drawn-out battle. Via reached out her hand. I'll use all the mana I have right here. Victor also quickly got into a fighting stance. Take my full power punch. Viedia created a giant stone hand. Void Magic Level 15. Megiddo. A fiery fist manifested behind Victor. Technique, Ultimate Punch. It quickly lunged at the monster. The creature's body staggered and fell backward, but it quickly regained its balance and landed on the stone floor below. Vi said in surprise. It's still not down? Victor thought. Even after taking my punch, the monster is now twisting out of Krista's vines. Du immediately began casting magic. Leave it to me. Minato thought. Duya's maximum magic is level 12, and even then, it's usually part of a grand spell she uses with Ruka. Can she alone possess any spell powerful enough to counter a Gam Demon King subspecies? He kept watching as Du unleashed her magic. Minato was suddenly startled. Level 15? Since when? Du shouted. I've been training without rest. Ice Magic Level 15. Fenbulv. A snake made of ice magic lunged forward. The monster's body was quickly constricted. The ice snake continued to squeeze its prey. What's more, the monster was rapidly frozen into ice and then shattered into pieces. Du was exhausted and lay down. We did it. It's been defeated. Minato quickly swam over and caught her. A green vortex appeared. Wind Magic Level 9. Altitude. Victor spoke up. We've defeated it. Via replied, completely exhausted. Krista muttered, we've used up all our mana. Minato said, you all did great, thank you. Including you, Du replied. My magic power is low, so using a level 15 spell is my limit, but I'm very happy that I could be of some help. Minato smiled. It wasn't just some help, you helped a lot. Du looked at him shyly and replied softly, yeah. Viedia said, we're going to retreat from here. Victor continued, I'm counting on the 2 of you for the rest. Krista muttered with a hint of bitterness, but Du urged them, please take care of my sister. Both of you must come back safely. Minato smiled and looked at her with determination. Of course. The 4 of them quickly stepped into the red vortex. Leonard said, I know you'll reach the deepest floor. Minato smiled. Yes, I'm counting on you. The 2 of them quickly headed into the final floor. and the two of them,